Chapter 001. The Temp Worker, Master of Mishaps. In the balmy April of Yang City, the temperature had already soared to 27 or 8 degrees, causing the budding trees by the roadside to wilt under the sun's relentless gaze. Rindy rode his small electric motorcycle back to the real estate agency. "Rindy, where's your client?" inquired his colleague by way. "They're gone." They decided against renting after finding the properties unsatisfactory. Rindy replied, gulping down some water, noticing that Bai Wei was the only one in the office. "And the others?" Bai Wei glanced back with a mysterious smile. "They slipped away. What else?" "Old Pooh has once again left, doused in perfume." "Ugh." Rindy rolled his eyes internally. Old Pooh was the manager of the shop. It is said that there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names, and Old Pooh was the epitome of that. He was nothing but a lecherous old man, prancing around in broad daylight, extending his misguided charity to wayward women. As if summoned by the mention of his name, Old Pooh arrived in a filthy white SUV, parking haphazardly in front of the store. "Rindy, what the hell is going on? What did you tell my client yesterday? Why did they suddenly decide not to buy the property today?" "Me? How would I know who your client is? There were too many guests yesterday. Are you looking for trouble?" Old Pooh slammed his hand on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Rindy. "You better watch your tone. You've been here for 3 months and haven't signed a single deal. Do you think I won't make sure you fail your probation? Just because you know people at headquarters, don't think you can challenge me. Keep your filthy paws to yourself. Stop pointing at me." Rindy's temper flared. He despised being pointed at. "So what if I am? If you have the guts, hit me." Old Pooh refused to back down. Bai Wei, sensing the escalating tension, rushed over to pull Rindy away while trying to placate Old Pooh. Rindy clenched his fists, raising them several times in a futile attempt to strike, but ultimately lowered them, realizing the consequences of his actions. In the adult world, impulsiveness was not permitted, especially for someone like him. "Fine, you're so tough. I can't afford to offend you, but I can certainly walk away. I quit." Rindy yanked the real estate badge from around his neck and tossed it onto the table, grabbing his backpack and storming out. After all, he had received last month's salary, and with half of this month's pay already gone, he could afford to write it off as a fortnight of volunteer work. However, as he rode his small electric bike, he pondered over the situation and decided to share a series of images and videos in the company group and on his social media. Was Old Pooh not flaunting his managerial status? Not only did he waste daylight hours, but he also preyed on several female employees. There was one time when he forgot his house key at the office and returned to retrieve it, only to overhear Old Pooh engaging in unsavory activities inside without even locking the door, displaying a brazen disregard for propriety. He had recorded the incident had Old Pooh not constantly sought benefit from him under the guise of securing his permanent position. Rindy would have cared little for his misdeeds. Unfortunately, this old lecher was nothing but a scoundrel who took advantages without delivering results. He had long since lost interest in this job. Working in real estate was not meant for someone as naive as him. The industry was rife with deceptions, hiding issues within properties, landlords and tenants being exploited, using subpar materials for renovations, furniture exceeding pollution standards, and various deductions from deposits. It was utterly unscrupulous. Once Rindy's message spread through the real estate company's main and other groups, chaos ensued, and he swiftly exited the groups, blocking everyone involved. He might have lost his job, but he was determined that Old Pooh would not have it easy either. Fuming, Rindy returned to his 6-square-meter abode, finally able to calm down. He had promised himself not to act impulsively. Yet here he was, having done precisely that. Had he known it would turn out like this, he would have never gifted that old man Huazi. What a loss. At 22 years old, Rindy had already accumulated 4 years of work experience. His parents divorced when he was 9. His mother left with her belongings and never looked back. At 10, his father perished in an accident on a construction site, and by 17, his grandfather, who had supported him, also passed away. He fought to stay in school for half a year, finally graduating high school at 18 before entering the workforce. He had lost count of how many jobs he had held by now. Lying in bed, Rindy mindlessly scrolled through his phone, indulging in games for fleeting joy. Suddenly, a point of light appeared before him. He thought it was merely dirt on his screen and wiped it, but it didn't budge. To his astonishment, that point transformed into a progress bar. Was he so enraged that he was hallucinating? Rubbing his eyes, he found the progress bar still running. Ding! Super temp worker system loading complete. What the hell? Rindy jumped from his bed in shock. Having grown up in an orphanage, how could he not recognize a system? Could it be that even someone as unfortunate as him could find a stroke of luck? He pinched himself on the thigh, wincing at the pain. The system was indeed real. System, could you introduce yourself? Is there a beginner's gift package? Super temp worker, making your work easier. No rewards, number 996, because we don't count as regular employees. Temp worker, adept at taking the blame and causing trouble. Temp worker, you deserve this. Rindy lay back down on his bed. Feeling exhausted, this system was not worth his time. Ding, task. Complete the temporary worker role of a courier sorter within 12 hours. Task reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 20 yuan per hour based on actual working hours. Task reward 2. Gain advanced culinary knife skills experience. Task failure penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete waste clearance in a designated area. Rindy sat up again. What was wrong with this ridiculous system? If he failed to complete the task, he would lose part of his savings. With only a few thousand yuan to his name, losing money was akin to taking his life. The bright golden letters of the system danced before his eyes, detailing the task requirements and locations. Was this not more impressive than those flashy websites or intermediary platforms? Looking at the time, it was only 3 in the afternoon, so he quickly gathered his belongings and headed out. Perhaps with his system, he could finally carve out a niche for himself. The temporary job offered by the system was conveniently close to his residence, and Rindy could walk there. System, do you really not have any starter gift packages? He remained hopeful, but aside from the countdown timer for the task, the system remained unresponsive. This useless system was hardly intelligent. Of course, someone as utterly ordinary as him could hardly expect to encounter high-end opportunities like those in novels. Starting off with a car, a house, and small goals in short, his luck at birth had been dismal. Upon reaching the YD courier station, Rindy found only a heap of goods outside, devoid of any personnel. Is anyone here? Hello. No response. He looked again at the task prompt, confirming he was to find a man named Wang Defa. Wang Defa, are you here? Wang Defa. Coming. Hold on. Finally, a muffled voice emerged from deep within the room. After a few minutes, a disheveled man emerged, dust covering his face. Who are you? I heard you were looking for temporary workers. Chapter 002 Systems without big bonuses are useless. Right. Wang Defa's eyes lit up when he heard this. Originally, I had 2 people working, but one took leave to get married the day before yesterday, and the other suddenly caught a cold and couldn't get up today. I was looking for someone to help me. You come, and I'll give you 20 yuan an hour, working from now until tomorrow morning. How about it? Hearing 20 yuan an hour, isn't that the reward money the system offers? So, isn't he just doing a temporary job for double the pay? Rindy grinned widely. Sure. Sorting packages sounds simple. It's just categorizing them by address. It's not entirely easy either. Bending and straightening repeatedly can be tough without a strong back. Rindy had only worked for less than 2 hours when his lower back started to ache, making him reluctant to move. Just then, it was meal time, and Wang Defa invited him over for a bite. Rindy saw that although it was cheap fried noodles, it saved him a meal, right? He didn't hesitate and sat down to eat quickly. With the system in place, Rindy felt that saving up a couple of 100,000 seemed feasible with this double pay. Time flew by. After working all night at the package station, Rindy was so tired by dawn that he could barely keep his eyes open. He just wanted to go home and rest. When Wang Defa arrived in the morning, he saw that the previously messy warehouse had become very tidy, with all the boxes packed up nicely. So he happily calculated Rindy's pay for 12 hours of work. Rindy's phone buzzed with a notification, and seeing the amount of 480 yuan, he instantly felt much more awake. Indeed, one job, double the pay. Young man, I've transferred 240 yuan to you. Okay, thank you. Hey, no problem. Well, I'll be going now. If you have more work like this next time, please find me. Rindy swayed as he walked home. By now, there were more office workers on the streets, hurrying to and fro. He caught a whiff of something delicious from a roadside breakfast stall and decided to get an egg pancake. A super luxury car stopped at a red light nearby, and while eating, Rindy couldn't help but look at it. A beautiful woman in the car was waiting boredly for the light to change. After finishing his pancake, he tossed the trash into the bin and reluctantly walked back. In the future, he definitely wanted to drive a luxury car and find a beautiful wife like that. System, don't you have a beginner's gift pack? Let us not aim low. Just give me 1 million, okay? 1 million won't do? How about 500,000? 10,000? 5,000, isn't that okay? The system was silent. After completing his work as a package sorter, Rindy noticed that both the task list and countdown had disappeared. If it weren't for a small light point still blinking, he would have doubted he was still dreaming. When he got home, Rindy quickly washed up and jumped into bed to sleep. He slept until after 5 in the afternoon, and when he woke up, it was already dark. Congratulations. You have received a reward, advanced culinary knife skills. As Rindy was washing his face, he was startled by a sudden presence. Immediately, he felt a surge of new information flooding his mind, and his body started to feel a bit different. He wished he could find something to cut with. But what to do? Rindy felt empty-handed and knew it was because the system was implanting skills and experiences in him. Hey system, can we negotiate? Could you give me some useful skills? Like gambling techniques, stock trading, or even stone betting skills? He asked. The system remained unresponsive. Rindy couldn't help but chuckle. Although he said that, he never really thought about relying on the system to achieve success overnight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the real estate agency. If he could just say a few flattering words to close a deal, why hadn't he made a sale in 3 months? He could have easily gone along with the crowd. Several wealthy women had shown interest in him. With just a nod, he could live a life of luxury. But Rindy didn't want that. His heart wasn't in it. His stomach growled, sounding like thunder. Changing his clothes, he went out to eat. He couldn't afford takeout. There was a street nearby filled with restaurants of all sizes. The larger ones were lavishly decorated, while the smaller ones were dirty and shabby. As he walked by, the various enticing aromas made him hungry, and his plan to eat noodles turned into a craving for barbecue. Just for today, he thought he could treat himself since he had earned some money. He found a barbecue place on the other side of the street, but just as he sat down, the system suddenly popped up. Beep. Task. Complete a kitchen knife skills task within 4 hours. Task Reward 1. Earn 500 currency. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in mechanical repair skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleanup in a designated area. Why do you always have to mess with my savings? Rindy complained about the heartless system, feeling that he couldn't even enjoy his barbecue anymore. To protect his savings, he had to buy a loaf of bread and a bottle of water from a nearby store and head towards the task location. The smell of spicy lamb and hot pot wafted through the air as he saw others enjoying their meals. Rindy's imagination ran wild, picturing the bread turning into a hamburger, then into a chicken leg, and finally a spicy lamb dish. He gulped down the entire bottle of water and finally arrived at the destination, burping as he went to throw the empty bottle away. Nearby, a chubby man was on the phone. What did you say? Where am I supposed to find someone at this hour? You should have told me earlier. Rindy perked up his ears to listen. What a joke. Saying he can't leave home because of family matters. Someone must be trying to trip me up. They know I'm not good with knife skills and are setting me up. Humph. The competition is tomorrow, and you want me to find someone? Where? Seriously? The chubby man hung up angrily and started smoking. Rindy scratched his head. It was clear that the task target had just appeared. Excuse me, sir. What do you want? The chubby man replied, his tone unfriendly. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I just overheard you talking about needing knife skills, right? Is it a high requirement? The chubby man looked at Rindy and scrutinized him up and down. What? Are you a chef? Which restaurant? I can cook, but I'm not from a restaurant. Rindy thought to himself, he wasn't a chef either. He had just acquired the skill. Not from a restaurant. The chubby man leaned in closer to sniff Rindy's scent. You really don't smell like a kitchen. Can you really cook? No bragging here. How about I find a place to show you? The chubby man stubbed out his cigarette and waved his hand, saying, come with me. They took a taxi to a seemingly upscale private restaurant and went straight to the kitchen. Boss. A group of people greeted the chubby man. Who can grab an apron? Are there any clean vegetables? Over here, all good. Rindy tied on an apron and stood in front of the cutting board, staring at a row of knives. Momentarily stunned. So many knives, which one to choose? Chapter 003. Heaven doesn't starve a blind sparrow. Rindy paused for just a moment, and the knife skills ingrained in him by the system came flooding back. His fingers glided over the tools, selecting a knife that was only 2 fingers wide, then picked up a potato from the side and started cutting. Slicing, dicing, chopping, and shredding, the potato transformed into various shapes. His movements seemed simple, but the rhythmic clinking sounds from the cutting board resembled a melodious tune, making people involuntarily clap along. The chubby man froze for a moment when he saw Rindy handle the knife. As he observed Rindy's initial moves and rhythm, he straightened his back and leaned in closer to watch. He had studied under a master chef renowned for state banquets and had worked in the kitchen for nearly 30 years. To say his culinary skills were poor would be absolute nonsense. However, when it came to competing for the top spot, he fell short in many ways. His hands had been injured, and while cooking wasn't an issue, everything else was lacking. He could cut a few times, but then struggled, his fingers no longer obeying him. This upcoming cooking competition was for the selection of the state banquet in October, and he had prepared well in advance, even booking a top-notch knife expert to assist him. But despite all his planning, things still went awry. The knife expert was unavailable. The competition was set for 9 a.m. tomorrow, and it was already 7 p.m. tonight. Where could he find a top knife expert now? Just look at the mismatched employees in his restaurant. Rendi continued to cut joyfully, his hands moving more smoothly as he went along, quickly chopping a basin full of potatoes, radishes, and eggplants. After finishing with the vegetables, he moved on to meat, and then sliced fish, showcasing all his advanced knife skills. In the end, he found there was nothing left to cut. Looking around, he spotted tofu on the table across from him. Got it. You're the one. After filling a basin with water, Rendi picked up the tofu and switched to another knife to start cutting it. The chubby man saw this, and didn't he stop him? He was now beaming with joy. God doesn't starve a blind sparrow. A blessing in disguise. Those who are fortunate will be rewarded. He is truly the apple of heaven's eye. If it weren't for that chef quitting, he wouldn't have been able to recruit this top-notch cook. After half an hour, Rendi finally finished cutting the tofu. Looking at the tofu, which was as thin as a hair, evenly sized, and standing out in the water like blooming chrysanthemums, Rendi was taken aback. Oh wow, did I really cut this? The plump guy came over with a plate and said, "Hurry, put it in here." As the tofu was fished out of the basin, there wasn't a single speck of residue in the water. It was as clean as freshly drawn water. The plump guy held the tofu in front of him, examining it closely while continuously expressing his admiration with clicks of his tongue. Amazing. Truly amazing. Rendi put down the knife and untied his apron. Big brother, just call me Xiao Lu. We're not that far apart in age. Calling me big brother makes me feel old. The plump guy chuckled. The nearby chefs and helpers were stunned upon hearing this. It was the first time they realized the boss had a thick skin comparable to a city wall. No, I'll call you Lu Gu then. After all, I'm the one working for you, right? Rendi said cautiously. He was using the knife skills provided by the system for the first time, still a bit clumsy, and worried he might not pass the test. If he failed this task, his savings would be at risk. Brother. The plump Lu suddenly put an arm around Rendi's shoulder. Come on, let's go to my office and have a good chat. Rendi, feeling a bit dazed, had a meal with Lu and drank a bit, then left in a haze after exchanging contact information. The cold wind hit him, and he instantly sobered up. Did he really get the temporary job for his task? After walking a distance from the restaurant, Rendi took out his phone and called the brother he just met. After getting a clear answer, he breathed a sigh of relief. His savings were safe. As long as he went to the competition with Lu tomorrow, he would gain new skills. Great. He felt delighted. Rendi went home, first preparing a basin of hot water to wash up, then gently said goodnight to the system before falling asleep. He needed to be in the best condition for tomorrow's temporary job. He absolutely couldn't let the system deduct his savings. The night passed without incident, and in the morning, the alarm clock rang. Rendi changed into a stylish outfit and even combed his hair for the first time to tame those stray strands. After that, he rode his electric bike to meet Lu. Upon meeting, Lu invited Rendi to sit in his car to head to the competition venue. Along the way, Lu explained the rules of the competition, the participants, and who the judges were. Rendi had never heard of any of them and didn't recognize anyone. Since he wasn't part of the entertainment circle, how could he know? However, to avoid showing his unfamiliarity, he played along, echoing Lu's words and complimenting the people Lu liked. Lu became more and more excited, feeling like they were old friends meeting for the first time. As they chatted, the journey felt short. After about 40 minutes, they arrived at the competition site. It was a famous resort in Yangcheng, with blooming crabapple flowers everywhere inside and outside the walls. The begonia stands tall against the wind, its blossoms bright and charming, like the morning glow at dawn. When Rendi saw these flowers, his first reaction was that the place for his future wedding must be amidst countless begonia flowers. Let's go? Lu, the chubby man, parked the car and came over with his suitcase, which contained his precious knives. The resort had a large outdoor space, bustling with activity. Some staff were setting up the venue, while others chatted in groups. Hey, isn't that Lu? With your skills, can you even participate in the competition? Someone teased. Haha. Do you think you can control everything? What I do has nothing to do with you. Lu shot back without hesitation. He then turned to Rendi and said, that guy who messed up my previous knife skills is the reason I met you, so I guess it's a good thing he left. Rendi noticed the person who had just spoken to Lu looked quite refined, resembling a protagonist from the 60s or 70s movies. If such a person had ill intentions, wouldn't he be a cultured villain? The other party rolled his eyes at Lu. Come on, your master is an experienced chef. How many national banquets have you attended? Just don't compete with us. Another figure in a black chef's uniform with gold trim approached, smiling. Eating delicious food and making gourmet dishes should have no limits, right? If national banquets were boring, no one would bother attending. Who says you can't go just because you've been before? I used to be a sous chef, and I've never been a head chef at a national banquet. Lu remained unfazed, determined not to let anyone deter him. Not even Liang Jingru could stop him. Chapter 004 The death penalty. Before the competition began, Lu was confrontational, challenging anyone in sight. He created a tense atmosphere in the venue. Lu, take a break. The competition is about to start. Rendi noticed the staff adjusting the cameras, signaling that it was almost time. Lu had confronted everyone, seemingly unaware of his own mindset. Did he think he would definitely win? After the host made announcements and leaders from culinary associations spoke, the cooking competition commenced. From ingredient selection to preparation, the dishes were quite similar due to the requirements. The final judgment hinged on knife skills and cooking techniques. Lu had previously only a 60 chance of winning, but today he was confident he had a 100 chance. No one in the group surpassed his skills, and no one could outdo Rendi's knife work. That's why he dared to show off before the competition. He felt assured of victory. Today, Lu planned to make 2 dishes, the first being wild chicken rolls. This dish involves wrapping a piece of lean meat with a slice of fatty pork, with a piece of ham in the middle. The pork belly should be about 30 centimeters long, preferably from near the pig's skin. The meat must be dense and firm, sliced thinly like paper, without any damage, which is crucial for the presentation of the wild chicken rolls. Moreover, the preparation requires cutting the fatty meat into thin, translucent slices that shine, while the selection of lean meat must ensure it is tender and cut consistently in thickness. The fatty slices should be slightly larger than the lean ones to wrap them properly. After marinating with a little rose liquor, the process involves wrapping, steaming, and then frying. The method is simple but extremely tests patience and skill. Rendi began processing the pork as instructed by Lu Pengzi, who was mixing the sauce nearby. Once he finished, he stood back and watched Rendi slice the meat. At that moment, the filming crew approached, and Lu Pengzi immediately went to the photographer, saying, "Master, could you please give my brother some close-ups, medium shots, and wide shots? Especially focus on my brother's face and his skill with the meat. Capture it well. My brother is on camera." The photographer, although silent, found Rendi's meat slicing quite captivating and ended up taking many shots, making the meat look exceptionally appealing. After the camera left, Lu Pengzi wandered around the area, returning with a swagger just as Rendi finished slicing the meat and started handling other ingredients. Lu Pengzi's second dish was called golden lion fish, which also required exceptional knife skills. He picked a suitable fish for Rendi, who rolled his wrists and continued cutting. The golden lion fish was created by Master Yuan Qing Fong from the Jilin cuisine, and its preparation is incredibly complex. It requires slicing the fish into 17 pieces with a flat knife, then using kitchen scissors to cut it into over 200 strips, ensuring uniformity in thickness and an aesthetically pleasing appearance, while avoiding any sticking of the fish meat during the cutting process. Following this, there is a process of preparing the batter, coating, and frying to set the shape. Each step takes several minutes, and there is no room for haste. A stunning golden lion fish is crafted through countless intricate procedures. Lu Pengzi multitasked, preparing the batter for the lion fish while admiring Rendi's knife skills. Once Rendi set down the prepared fish, Lu Pengzi patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Great, take a break now, and watch how I dominate the competition." Rendi, unfamiliar with the chef's ways, only knew how to cook enough to not starve. Now equipped with a systematic experience and skill package, he was unsure of his own knife skills. The cooking area was bustling with various teams at their stations, and he felt awkward to look around, so he focused intently on Lu Pengzi's actions, hoping to learn something to improve his own cooking. An hour later, it was time for the competition. The judges eagerly picked up their chopsticks, and once all the dishes were presented, the evaluation began. Lu Pengzi felt a bit nervous. Even though he was confident that no one in the room could match Lu Ren's team, he still worried about unexpected outcomes. "Do you think our team can win?" Lu Pengzi asked, putting his arm around Rundi's shoulders. Rundi, puzzled, replied, "What team?" Lu Ponzi responded, "It's you and me. I just came up with our team name, Lu Rin Team." "Oh, they're moving on to the lionfish." Rundi found himself getting nervous too. Even though he was merely a temporary worker tasked with completing the job, Rundi glanced at the flashing cursor on the system. Since it didn't indicate a task failure, could it mean there was hope for this matter? After a discussion among the judges, Lu, the chubby contestant, won the championship. Hooray! Lu jumped up without any concern for his image, acting like a child despite being nearly 50. Ding! Temporary task completion notification. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, mechanical repair skill experience. Rundi looked at the account information on his phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He had gained an additional 500 in savings. Not bad at all. After his dance, Lu began his show-off journey. The defeated chefs were still inquiring about the reasons for their loss with the judges. Seeing Lu's demeanor, they were filled with indignation. "Lu, do you really think you're that great? Today's 2 dishes were just luck, if it weren't for that guy's superior skills. Do you think you could have beaten me?" "Exactly. We all know you just took shortcuts. Winning is winning. Who cares how the food was made? Our duo is a strong alliance. My brother Rundi can't cook, and my skills aren't top-notch. What is the problem? Got any objections? Keep them to yourself. There's no law against 2 chefs collaborating for a national banquet." Rundi felt that Lu was truly obnoxious. Perhaps that hand of his had been injured in such a manner by enemies? The crowd was mingling and networking, and it took a long time to disperse. Although Lu had drawn the ire of many, no one was chasing him away. Instead, several people approached Rundi, asking which restaurant he worked at and where he learned his skills. Rundi had to come up with a story, saying he had worked for 2 years with an old master to learn knife skills, but switched careers because he couldn't make enough money. If it weren't for running into Lu, he probably wouldn't even know how to handle a knife now. The crowd expressed regret, saying such a good talent was wasted, but it wasn't too late. They began extending olive branches, inviting him to work at their establishments. Away from that annoying chubby guy? Upon hearing this, Lu couldn't take it anymore and directly pulled Rundi out of the crowd, away from this troublesome place. "Listen, in October we need to go to the capital to be chefs for the national banquet. The dishes will be what we made today. The president of the association has already reported it. You can't go to any other restaurant. You have to stick with me, got it? Our duo can't be separated. If we split up, we won't make it to the banquet, and we'll be in big trouble." Rundi was at a loss for words. While he wouldn't actually face execution, it would definitely impact many things. Chapter 005. Someone is always thinking of you after some persuasion. Rundi finally reassured Lu that he wouldn't go work at another restaurant. He even mentioned that he had initially planned to help Lu as a temporary worker because he saw how anxious Lu was, but he actually had a formal job. Lu didn't believe him, so Rundi quickly pulled out a photo from a few months ago when he was working to show Lu. Lu was finally relieved. With such a good job, Rundi would definitely not take on a tiring and exhausting job as a chef. Nor would he go work for other restaurants to compete against him. They confirmed that they would keep in touch and attend a national banquet together on the 11th. Rundi finally left Lu and returned to his own home. Just moments ago, he was almost swayed by Lu's annual salary of 300,000. He was so close to agreeing. However, thinking it over, he realized that he had only received the system 2.5 days ago and was already offered a job with an annual salary of 300,000. What did that indicate? It showed that the experience and skills provided by the system were incredibly powerful. Would he gain even more impressive skills for completing other tasks in the future? Was there a job with an annual salary of 3 million available? Thus, he firmly rejected Lu's request and only agreed to collaborate on the national banquet. As someone whose savings were less than 20,000, Rundi felt quite upset. 300,000. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message. Lu had actually sent him 3,000 yuan. Oh, Rundi was instantly furious. System, why did you only give me 500 yuan while Lu gave me 3,000? Completing your task only earns me 500? You promised double. He complained to the system. Did you eat the other 500? All you care about is my savings. Can't you be a bit more generous? Stop being so stingy with the rewards. Unlike other systems that are so generous, you're too miserly, and let me tell you, that makes it easy to lose friends. Seeing that the system still ignored him, Rundi continued to lie on his bed to rest. Forget it, for Lu's sake, he would let the system off this time. He opened his phone again to check his messages and smiled at the bank account balance notification. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Rindy got up and asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, the landlord." Rindy's scalp tingled. "Please don't tell me the rent is going up again." This small place had already increased from 520 to 550, and if it went up again, he wouldn't rent it anymore. He opened the door, and the landlord was lighting a cigarette. "Is there something you need?" "Oh, your neighbor moved out, so I'm here to check the place and also to see you. Since there are still less than 10 days until next month, could you pay the rent for next month now? It saves me from making multiple trips. Isn't it possible to do a bank transfer? Hardly anyone uses cash anymore." Rindy was a bit put off by the landlord's stinginess. Collecting next month's rent more than 10 days in advance was quite excessive. The month was only 2/3 complete. However, as long as the rent wasn't increased, it was fine. Once he paid, the landlord's expression softened a little as he said, "By the way, this area will be demolished at the end of next month. Just wanted to let you know." "All right, you get back to what you were doing. I'll be leaving now." Rindy was furious at the landlord's back, thinking how could someone work like this? Even as a person facing demolition, he was still concerned about his small matters. If he had known this area would be demolished, he could have looked for a new place during these 10 days. The end of next month was really frustrating. Rindy slammed the door shut. "Ugh, I need to save money." "You must save money to buy yourself a big house." Rindy put away his phone and stopped playing games. He pulled out a suitcase from under the bed, which contained some worn-out books. Rindy took out a book and sat on the bed to read. Back then, he didn't even take the college entrance examination and went straight to work. After all these years, he increasingly felt the importance of education. If it weren't for being held back by his lack of qualifications, he wouldn't have to keep changing jobs. With the system, perhaps he could really make up for his regrets? Rindy studied until around 7 or 8 in the evening. And only when his stomach growled a few times did he realize he was hungry. Outside, it was pitch dark. Rindy took out his phone and ordered takeout. He made some money today, so he could spend it. Ding! The system, which had been silent, finally spoke up. Task: temporary delivery person. The requirement is to complete over 30 delivery tasks within 15 hours. For every additional task, the monetary reward doubles. Task Reward 1. Base reward of 500 currency units, with doubling rewards calculated from this base. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in singing skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 currency units from savings and complete waste cleaning tasks in a designated area. Oh. Rindy felt that the system seemed to enjoy watching him worry. He only earned 3,500 today, and with his previous savings, he barely had 20,000. If he failed the task, 2,000 would be gone. In other words, the more he earned in the future, the more would be deducted for task failures. Isn't this just a roundabout way to force him to spend money? How could he still afford to buy a house, a car, or even get married? Uninstall it. Uninstall it. This broken system is unbearable. Rindy muttered to himself and registered as a rider on the delivery platform. Temporary jobs as a delivery person and temporary courier sorter. Truly a system for temporary workers. All these jobs have the highest turnover, with few lasting long-term. Mostly filled with temporary workers. Rindy's delivery arrived, and after eating and drinking his fill, he didn't want to think about anything else and just wanted to wash up and sleep. The next day, Rindy got up early to pick up his uniform and thermal box from the delivery platform he got approved yesterday. After paying a deposit, Rindy put on a helmet with rabbit ears and started his job as a delivery person. He had lived in the city for over 2 years and thought he was familiar with it. However, through taking delivery orders, he realized he didn't know the city at all. There were several stores with the same name on one street, and many shops even had separate employee, delivery, and customer passages. If he took the wrong path, he couldn't get anything. And why couldn't customer addresses be a bit more detailed? There was a neighborhood called Xiangqinglisha, divided into several sections from Xiangqinglisha 1 to Xiangqinglisha 14. He just wanted to know which section the client meant by Xiangqinglisha North District. Rindy initially thought that 30 orders weren't too many and that he could earn enough bonuses to make the system pay heavily. But reality hit him hard. After a busy morning, delivering from breakfast until lunch ended, Rindy had only completed 17 orders. What's even more terrifying is that at first, in a rush, he learned to take shortcuts like other delivery workers, running red lights and going against the traffic. As a result, the system didn't recognize his efforts. He took a bathroom break and checked how many orders he had completed, feeling quite pleased and thinking he would soon finish 30 orders. But when he looked, the system showed that he had only completed 5 orders on time. At that moment, he was furious, thinking there was a glitch in the system. However, he later found out that those 5 orders were the only ones he completed without running red lights or speeding. After trying again, he realized just how strict the system was. It didn't allow running against the traffic or jumping red lights while delivering food. Chapter 006 mission failed. The lunch rush had passed, and he had only managed to deliver 20 valid orders. In the afternoon, it seemed like the weather was against him as it started to rain. The rain wasn't too heavy, just enough to obscure his vision and make the roads hard to see. He felt anxious. He still had 10 orders left to complete. And with the rain making the roads slippery, he couldn't afford to run red lights or go against traffic to make up time. How would he complete his tasks? Looking at his phone, he was trying to map out the best routes in his mind. Finally, he snatched up another order, which was for cold drinks, requiring him to go to another street to pick it up. He hopped on his little electric bike and set off, not daring to waste a minute. However, he found that the order was stuck at the cold drink shop. "Sorry, buddy. The ice machine is broken and being repaired. It might take a while to fix. Then could you call the customer to see if they can cancel the order or buy from another place?" After calling, there was no answer. He felt frustrated and tried calling through the platform, but still no one picked up. After several attempts with the same result, he resigned himself to standing in the shop, waiting out the rain. After 20 minutes, the machine was finally fixed, and the staff hurried to prepare the cold drinks for him. He waited another 10 minutes, then grabbed a large bag of cold drinks and got back on his bike. By this time, it was already past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. With less than 6 hours left before the system's deadline, he rode his little electric bike as if it were a racing car. But it couldn't go faster than 30 miles per hour. Just as the traffic light turned red, he had to wait another minute. He really wanted to shout in frustration. The rain was mercilessly washing the roads, and in a low-lying area, water had already accumulated significantly. While waiting for the red light, he was calculating how to avoid the puddles. At that moment, an elderly lady with an umbrella walked across the crosswalk, her steps somewhat unsteady. The rain fell at an angle, and she lost grip of her umbrella, which fell to the ground, causing her to trip. She fell down and cried out in pain. Not far from her, he saw several cars waiting at the red light and thought surely those drivers would go help her. However, when the light turned green, the cars simply drove around the elderly lady and left. He panicked. The lady was lying in the road, and with the rain, if a car wasn't careful, it could easily hit her. He couldn't care less about his tasks and hurriedly parked his small electric vehicle before rushing over to help the elderly woman. She was lying on the ground, her umbrella blown to the other side. He helped her up and noticed blood streaming from her forehead, quite a large amount. "Are you okay, ma'am? Do you want me to call an ambulance to take you to the hospital?" The old woman just moaned without responding, seemingly disoriented. Looking around at the passing vehicles, he decided to hail a taxi to take her directly to the hospital. Waiting for an ambulance could take too long. After arriving at the nearest hospital's emergency room, he paid for her medical expenses and checked her phone to contact her family. Fortunately, the doctor said there were no major issues, just some minor injuries. He breathed a sigh of relief, said goodbye to the elderly woman and the doctor, and left the hospital. When he returned to the accident site, he found his electric vehicle had been knocked over, and the cold drinks in his delivery box were gone. He picked up his vehicle, found a place to compensate the customer for the order, and left a message with apologies. Then, after several failed attempts, he finally managed to get through to the customer, only to be met with a barrage of insults. The call lasted over 10 minutes, ending with threats of a negative review before the line went dead. It was now 6:30 in the evening. The sky was darker than usual, and the rain had eased a bit, but traffic on the streets had increased. He calmly continued accepting orders on the platform, adhering to traffic rules and diligently completing system tasks. By 8:30, the deadline for his tasks had passed, and he had only completed 25 orders, resulting in a failure. Ding! The temporary delivery task was not completed on time, monetary rewards canceled, skill rewards canceled. Penalty for task failure. Deduction of 10 from deposits, already deducted. Penalty for task failure. Clean up garbage at the designated location for 5 hours, addresses. When he got home, he threw his soaked clothes on the floor, dried his hair, and directly informed his supervisor on the delivery platform that he no longer wished to continue. The supervisor responded calmly, acknowledging his decision, likely having encountered many others who quit after just one day. They also promised to release his wages and deposit by the end of the month. He tossed his phone aside and stared blankly at the ceiling, which was missing a patch of plaster. With the system, he couldn't achieve success overnight. It seemed to cause him more trouble instead. 2000 was gone just like that. He felt a pang of regret, but when it came to blaming the system, he realized it wasn't entirely at fault. Running red lights and going against traffic was risky. After all, As an orphan with no one to care for him, he wondered what the point of living was if he didn't take care of himself. However, the system had deducted so much money from him, and its tasks were non-negotiable, always time-limited. If he didn't complete them, he could end up losing all his savings. And he was the one who had to save the elderly woman today. If he hadn't helped, it would have just been one order not completed, not 30. But he couldn't bear to leave her in need. Everyone has to grow old, and everyone has family. The pain of wanting to care for loved ones, but not being able to is something he deeply understands. After thinking aimlessly for a long time, he instead recalled the times he spent living with his grandfather. When he thought of the sad moments, he pulled the quilt over his head and fell asleep. Perhaps in his dreams, he could still see the old man. The early morning air is the best. When he woke up, he found himself surprisingly on the floor, with the quilt underneath him. No wonder he hadn't felt anything. Ding. Please complete the punishment task on time. For every minute overdue, 10 minutes will be added. You are already 10 minutes overdue. With a toothbrush in his mouth, he saw the flashing text in front of him. He realized this terrible system was absolutely unreasonable. After quickly spitting out the toothpaste and splashing some cold water on his face, he grabbed his clothes and rushed out. What else could he do with a system that wouldn't pamper him? He got on his electric bike and had just left the urban village when he discovered the battery was dead. He had forgotten to charge it yesterday. He hurried back, then ran to the nearest bus stop, transferring twice before finally arriving at the location designated by the system. Looking at the dark and foul-smelling moat in front of him, he suddenly thought that the penalty of having his savings deducted wasn't too harsh after all. Chapter 007. I must admit, you're ruthless. Being an hour and a half late resulted in a 15-hour extension of the punishment, totaling 20 hours of garbage cleaning labor. He underestimated the system's cruelty and overestimated his own abilities. Without tools and protection, he could barely last 10 minutes here. System, can we negotiate? Let me prepare a bit before I start working. Don't make me do all 20 hours of garbage cleaning at once. I'd accept 200 hours if I had to. But can we do it in installments? Are you really going to make me pick up garbage with empty hands? He looked at the indescribable waste at his feet, suppressing the urge to gag. Installments available. Please choose X3, X6, or X12. He breathed a sigh of relief. This was more reasonable. But why did the installment format look so much like a loan? Was there interest? X3. Each installment must be no less than 11 hours of garbage cleaning. X6. Each installment must be no less than 55 hours. X12. Each installment must be no less than 275 hours. Ouch. His teeth hurt, his feet hurt, and his head ached. 6 installments. After thinking it over, he chose the option that seemed relatively appropriate. The system's punishment countdown instantly transformed into an installment countdown, even kindly offering him the option to start the timer. With some preparation time, he went to a nearby market and bought several large garbage bags, gloves, masks, long-handled tongs, brooms, and other tools. He was glad he hadn't eaten. Otherwise, he might have contributed another piece of garbage by the riverbank. He was in for a shock. Once he started, he realized just how overwhelming the amount of trash was, as there was everything here. Discarded papers, useless bottles and cans, and scrap metal. Cigarette butts, cigarette packs, lighters, snack bags, plastic toys, pen refills, and old sweaters, gloves, coats, duvet covers, and condoms. The most common trash is still plastic bags, black, white, red, yellow, purple, green, blue, and gray. Despite not having cleaned up all the trash within a 10-meter radius, Randy had already filled 12 of the largest trash bags. However, there were surprises in picking up trash. Just the empty bottles alone could be sold for over 10 yuan at the recycling station. Randy found some joy in this, thinking that if he kept going, he might even break even one day. After filling another trash bag, he ran to the roadside to take a break. The smell near the riverbank was too strong, making it unsuitable for human habitation. A car passed by but suddenly stalled. The driver got out to check the situation but couldn't start the car again. Randy glanced at the engine sound earlier and realized what the problem was. He walked over and knocked on the car window, asking, "Need help, brother?" The driver happily replied, "I don't know what happened. It just wouldn't start." Randy opened the hood and said, "I could tell from the engine sound that there's a carbon buildup on the valves." He used a rag from his pocket to clean the valves and found a branch to scoop out some visible deposits. The driver cooperated by attempting to start the engine. And this time, the car roared to life. "Oh, thank you so much. You're a good person." The driver, ignoring the oil on Randy's hands, shook his hand and even hugged him. I just did a quick fix. You should really get the car serviced properly later. Sure, I'll take your advice. The driver understood the importance of the situation and realized that it was fortunate the car stalled in a less crowded area. Otherwise, it could have led to an accident in a busy place. The driver thanked him several times and suddenly remembered something. He pulled a small box of cherries from the trunk and handed it to Rindy. Rindy hesitated, but couldn't refuse the driver's generosity. They exchanged contact information before the driver drove off. I'm leaving, brother. I have urgent matters. We'll talk later. Drive carefully and stay safe. Rindy bid farewell to the driver and, seeing the number on his phone, saved it as Cherry Brother. Looking at the box of cherries on the ground, Rindy suddenly felt that doing good deeds brings good rewards. Just yesterday, he had lost 2,000 yuan, and now he had made back a few hundred. He couldn't bear to buy those cherries. In a good mood, Rindy felt energized as he continued to work. Then, as if he were on a roll, he surprisingly found treasures near the riverbank: a gold chain, a gold bracelet, and tightly wrapped jade jewelry. After working for 6 hours, Rindy didn't want to continue. He sorted the large trash bags and threw them into the roadside trash point, while the items that could be sold were loaded onto a truck directly to the recycling station. By the end of the day, he realized he had miraculously balanced his income and expenses. His spending and earnings for the day were even, not counting the gold and jade jewelry. Thinking deeply is terrifying. How many treasures are there in the rivers that haven't been cleared yet? Back in the urban village, just before he reached his place, a car screeched to a halt in front of him. It was old Pooh. Rindy, you brat have some guts. You actually dared to set me up. Oh, it's been 2 days and Brother Pooh has improved a lot. Looks like half of your worries have vanished. Old Pooh was only in his 30s, but he looked much older, like he was in his 40s or 50s, especially with his balding head. Rindy's words hit old Pooh right in the heart. After all, he had been losing hair these past 2 days out of stress. After 2 busy days of delivering gifts and seeking favors, the company headquarters didn't fire him. However, they were planning to transfer him to a small third-tier city as a supervisor, a demotion with half the salary. All of this was caused by Rindy, who had come to find trouble with him after finishing his own matters. Stop with the sarcastic remarks. If I don't beat you to death today, then I'll take your surname. Old Pooh rolled up his sleeves and was about to make a move. Rindy quickly stepped back, throwing his bag in the box he was holding to the side. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Rindy wasn't made of clay either. He pulled out a dagger from his pocket, something he always carried for self-defense. Living in the urban village, it wasn't safe without some protection. When old Pooh saw the dagger in Rindy's hand, he immediately wilted. Why do you have a weapon? Haha. What a joke. I carry it to work every day. Do you have a problem with that? You're not following the rules. Follow the rules with a dog. If a dog followed the rules, it wouldn't do stupid things. Who are you scolding? I'm scolding you. You dog. Come on, fight me. Anyway, I'm all alone. One person eats enough for the whole family. If I stab you once, I get a year of free meals. If I stab you 10 times, I'll eat for a lifetime, with food and shelter, and I won't even have to worry about rent increases. Rindy glared at old Pooh and continued. I just don't know how long you'll be lying in the hospital. Or if I accidentally cut a kidney, you might not die. And I'll just have to pay a little money. Just weigh the consequences. I'll give it to you. Chapter 008. Soak old Pooh sped away in his car. Coward. Rindy played with the dagger, which was made of wood by a friend he knew. The craftsmanship was so good that it looked real. As long as it wasn't held in hand, no one would notice it was fake. Rindy had relied on this treasure to bluff many people. He took his belongings and went home. After cleaning up the garbage, Rindy felt uncomfortable all over. He locked the door and planned to head to a nearby bathhouse for a soak. Despite the messy and run-down environment of the urban village, there were still many benefits. For instance, this large bathhouse, in a fancy street outside, they would charge 15 or 20 bucks just to get in. Here, it only cost 8. Rindy quickly stripped off his clothes and slid into the water. The scalding hot water rose to his neck, and in an instant, all the pores in his body opened up. Rindy shivered slightly from the hot water, and surprisingly, his younger brother also leaked a few drops. Noticing that several men around them were soaking in the bath with their eyes closed, he imitated them and shut his eyes as well. Ding. Task. Complete the temporary waiter job for a high-end banquet within 6 hours. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 5,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in a random foreign language proficiency skill. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete trash cleaning tasks in a designated area. After seeing the task details, Rin-D felt a bit scared. High society banquets are full of wealthy people. If he accidentally offended someone, wouldn't he lose his livelihood? However, he was also tempted by the shiny 5,000 yuan, which was more than he earned in a month as a real estate agent. After leaving the bathhouse, Rin-D went to a noodle shop and had a serving of spicy oil-soaked noodles, which made all his worries disappear. The temporary waiter job started at 9 p.m. Rin-D rode his fully charged electric bike through alleys and shortcuts, finally arriving at the work location before 8:30. It was the back door of the largest five-star hotel in Yangqing. A group of people were chatting at the back door, and a middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit and glasses walked out. When he appeared, the chatter stopped. Rin-D quietly moved to the back of the crowd, pretending to fit in. This time, the system required him to stand here before 8:30. He had worked as a waiter in a small hotel before, but had never been to such a luxurious hotel, which reportedly only hired university students as staff. The suited man scanned the crowd and said, "All right. You should all know that tonight's banquet is very high-end with high demands. In a moment, line up in 2 rows for Supervisor Ling to select people. Those not chosen will receive 200 yuan for their trouble and can go home." Rin-D's heart sank. What if he wasn't selected? A person in a suit and vest approached, and the crowd began to line up, taking 2 minutes to organize. Supervisor Ling walked past the line, casually pointing at individuals, both taller and shorter than him. "All right, everyone just selected can leave. You're not needed." Rin-D felt relieved, so that was how it worked. "Wait." Supervisor Ling suddenly called to stop, and the selected individuals held their breath. "You too, you're also out." "Why?" "Too ugly," Supervisor Ling replied dismissively. "Tonight's banquet cannot have any impurities." Rin-D followed the remaining individuals into the elevator to the staff room to change clothes. He had always known that the rules at the Grand Hotel were strict, but he didn't expect that even waiters had to be handsome. Someone sighed. "Looks like I'm also quite handsome." "Huh, you're just not ugly. You're nowhere near handsome. The truly handsome ones look like this." Someone pointed at Rin-D. "Brother, judging by your appearance, are you a university student working part-time? You look like a model." Rin-D, who was pointed at, scratched his nose and shyly smiled in response. In the staff changing room, Rin-D and others received a stylish server uniform, as they were all roughly the same height and build. With a few very handsome individuals among them, they looked quite eye-catching in their uniforms. Rin-D felt quite dashing himself. After Manager Ling spoke about which banquet halls they would be serving in and what to pay attention to, he let them go prepare. It was the first time Rin-D realized that the bathrooms in a 5-star hotel were larger than those in real estate offices, not to mention his own little place. He learned for the first time that the floors were made of high-quality imported granite and that the water was pure natural mineral water airlifted in. At this moment, the guests of the banquet were signing in and entering one after another. The men were all dressed in well-tailored suits, their shiny dress shoes clicking on the floor, making a pleasant sound. Some casually revealed belts and watches sparkled under the lights, shining like little suns that could blind one's eyes. The ladies were even more ethereal, each graceful and poised, exuding charm as they entered in a stream alongside the men. Even if it wasn't he just about completing the task, he was looking forward to how generous the hotel would be with bonuses after this temporary job. Surely, with so many wealthy individuals present, they wouldn't be too stingy. "Ah, Mr. Yang, you look great today." "Ha ha ha, Mr. Chi, long time no see." "Hello, Miss Zhao, you look stunning today." "You're too kind. How could I compare to Mrs. Wang?" A group of people exchanged pleasantries, casually finding places to sit or stand and chat. It wasn't yet time for Rin-D and the other servers to make their appearance, but they couldn't go anywhere else. So, a group of them hid behind a small side door connecting the work area and the banquet hall, watching the guests. These were all big shots from Yang City, either rich or noble. Shoo, don't say anything you shouldn't. Just watch. "Hey, when do you think we'll have such glory ourselves?" Rin-D envied the way they laughed and chatted, but what good was envy? He carefully examined the task details in the system, determined not to make any mistakes, as he didn't want to let down his savings. After about 20 minutes, as it neared 10 o'clock, the host concluded his speech. Manager Ling instructed them to go get the drinks. "Remember, keep your eyes peeled and be sharp." As he followed others into the banquet hall, Rin-D was suddenly surrounded by music and the noisy chatter of people. The banquet wasn't much better than a market, Rin-D muttered to himself. Chapter 009 Mustard and Matcha. Since other servers had already delivered drinks to the guests, Rin-D found a corner to stand in, intending to wait until others had finished before approaching. He held the tray in his left hand, draped a white towel over his right arm, stood up straight, and tried to keep his eyes blank, avoiding staring at any guest. After a while, a tall beauty in a pink tulle dress walked up to Rindy, took a glass of wine, and left. As she turned around, her hair brushed against Rindy's face. He suppressed the urge to sneeze and managed to hold back the discomfort. Noticing some empty wine glasses on a nearby table, he walked over to collect them. Once his tray was empty, he returned to grab more. The wines served here were all high-end, worth thousands. Rindy speculated that the hotel preferred guests to carry glasses filled with wine rather than bottles to prevent any tampering. After all, stealing a bottle could lead to profits worth tens of thousands. However, he found the aroma of these wines not much better than the boxed red wines and spirits he bought at the supermarket. Was it a matter of taste? He switched to a second tray and returned to the banquet hall, where the music had changed to a more cheerful tune. As he approached another table with empty glasses, a few guests suddenly became angry and one of them slammed the table. Then, that person threw an empty wine glass at someone across from him. Oh, this looks interesting, Rindy thought to himself, but he wished he knew what was happening and why they didn't just voice it out loud for everyone to enjoy. He turned to leave, wanting to avoid getting involved. Hey, waiter, come here. What? Rindy froze and turned to see the man who had just shouted, pointing at him. Yes, you. Come here. Sir, how can I assist you? Rindy walked over, slightly bending down as if he were in a movie. The man ignored Rindy and swiftly grabbed a tray, aiming it at the person across from him. Wow. The surrounding people were stunned, and Rindy panicked. He felt like an accomplice now. Sir, please calm down. Please calm down. He reacted with remarkable speed, stepping in front of the victim and quickly wrapping the tray with the towel he was holding, snatching it away from the man's hands. If they were going to fight, they might as well use knives instead of this glass thing. Cold sweat soaked Rindy's back, and his hand holding the towel was still trembling. If things escalated, he might end up at the police station today. When gods fight, mortals suffer, especially someone like him. A temporary worker who had just blended in. Wow, that guy is so handsome. He must have trained, right? The onlookers, especially the women, exclaimed dramatically. Sir, please calm down. Supervisor Ling, who had been overseeing the event, finally reacted and rushed over, calling for the boss. You better handle this quickly. Be careful not to hurt anyone, Supervisor Ling said to Rindy. Rindy nodded and immediately walked away with long strides. No trouble for him. That's good. This supervisor seems fair enough, not the type to take out frustrations on subordinates. His vest was already splattered with wine, and his white shirt had a large red stain, making him look quite disheveled. Backstage, Rindy tossed everything he was holding into the trash bin. Hey, buddy, what happened? You look a mess, someone asked. It's unclear how things escalated into a fight, and the drinks were spilled. Rindy returned. Oh, as long as it's not trouble. If a guest spills drinks on you, that would be a disaster. Hey, this doesn't tea count, right? Rindy wasn't he sure. And after washing at the sink for a long time, he still smelled strongly of alcohol. More than half an hour later, Supervisor Ling returned. Upon seeing Rindy still washing his vest, he said, Stop washing that. Just throw it away. Supervisor, you did well today. Supervisor Ling patted Rindy on the shoulder. Fortunately, Rindy managed to block it. Otherwise, the hotel would have to pay a hefty sum. The boss asked me to give you a bonus of 50,000. Come find me after the banquet ends. After Supervisor Ling left, everyone around looked at Rindy with envy, as if they wanted to snatch that bonus away. Rindy could only pretend not to see and smiled awkwardly. However, this time turned out to be quite profitable. He sneakily glanced at the system. The incident that occurred at the banquet wouldn't count against him, right? The system task list was still the same, with no indication of task failure. Rindy breathed a sigh of relief. During the rest of the banquet, Rindy didn't go out again. The supervisor allowed him to relax in the back. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the banquet finally ended, and the upper-class guests began to leave one after another. Rindy started to help clean up the aftermath of the event with everyone. Some of the self-service pastries and desserts on the tables hadn't been touched at all. There were also quite a few drinks left with just a sip or two, making Rindy sigh at the waste. Hey, what do you know? This is the etiquette of Western dining. You can't finish all the drinks. If it were liquor, it would probably be gone by now. If someone had downed such a big cup of liquor, they would have been out cold. A group of people chatted and joked while cleaning up, completely losing the tense focus they had before. The untouched pastries and treats were taken to the staff area, where Supervisor Ling allowed them to share as a late-night snack. Naturally, everyone was polite and reached out to grab some. Rindy noticed that among several tubs of ice cream, One containing green matcha flavor still had more than half left, while the others were empty, which piqued his curiosity. Was this tub not tasty? Hey, what brand is this ice cream? How much is it? He asked the person next to him. I think it's called Hit the Death, or something like that. It's Haagen-Dazs, not Hit the Death. Haha, this is a favorite among girls. My girlfriend wanted some once, and when I asked the price, I was almost shocked. $70 for a scoop. Wow, I have to try it. What is so good about it? A few people started scooping ice cream balls from the tub, mostly matcha, and everyone got several. Rendi had never had this before. So he copied them and took a scoop, but when he tasted the matcha ice cream, he almost spat it out. This isn't ice cream at all. It's clearly mustard. Watching a few people continue to pile ice cream balls onto their plates, Rendi's eyes lit up, and he laughed. Hey, this is truly a delicacy. You all have to try it, especially the matcha flavor. It's too good. Taking a big mouthful. It could make you feel like you're floating. Really? Then I'll give it a try. A guy with a girlfriend opened his mouth and swallowed a green ball. Upon seeing this, Rendi's face instantly turned red, tears welling up in his eyes, and his mouth moved in a way that was neither here nor there. Haha. It must be delicious, right? Look, the guy is so excited he's crying. At that moment, the guy realized he had been tricked, and those around him looked on with some confusion. Is it really that good? Rendi, while shedding tears, nodded vigorously and slurred. The taste is unforgettable. I'll never forget it in my life. Chapter 010 Quail Eggs. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Master Level English Skills Experience. Rendi, with a large sum of money, hurried home on his little electric bike. The earnings from one night's work matched his income for the past 4 years. He went home and slept until 10 o'clock, with sunlight streaming in through the drafty window, making him feel lazy and unwilling to move. The pile of English knowledge in his head made him feel that the sudden wealth from yesterday was not a dream. When he checked his savings on his phone, he jumped out of bed. After getting ready, he planned to go out for a nice meal. Just as he was about to step out the door, the system's big golden letters appeared again. Beep. Task. Complete the temporary unloading work at Yangqing University Library. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 300 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in super organization and summarization skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleanup in a designated area. Rendi rubbed his hair and turned back into the room. System, dear system, can you please spare my savings? It's about to break 10, and you're going to deduct half a year's salary in one go. The system remained silent. Temporary worker. I guess I'm just a temporary host too? The system remained silent again. Locking the door, he went downstairs. Rendi had a bowl of beef noodles at his usual spot before heading to the task location. Is there anyone doing unloading work here? How much do you pay? Standing under a telephone pole in the labor market, Rendi waited for job offers. Changing books for the library. 80 yuan for the physical work when done. Who wants to do it? Upon hearing it was only 80 yuan, a group of job seekers immediately lost interest. Boss, pick me, I'll do it. Rendi stepped forward. This was his task for the day. All right, get in the truck. The other party led him into the cargo truck, and they first went to pick up the goods before heading to the Foreign Language College of Yangqing. There were about 2,000 books in the truck, wrapped in craft paper. When they arrived at the library entrance, Rendi began to work. Although there was a small cart in the truck, the library was an older building without convenient access, only stairs. Rendi carried large bundles of books inside, making several trips, and it took him an hour to finish. After the truck left, the library management staff asked him to stay and help organize the books. The trucks had left, and the wages had been received, yet the system task remained incomplete. Rendi felt that the true purpose of the system was likely not just about loading and unloading, but rather related to the library. Let's get to work. Following the management teacher's instructions, Rendi carefully unpacked and organized all the books, and then proceeded to pack a batch of old books from the library. All right, well done. The management teacher was very satisfied with Rendi's work. Oh, you're too kind. Rendi held great respect for the teacher. If it weren't for some family issues, he would probably be a part of the university campus now. By the way, how should we handle these books, teacher? Besides the packed books, there were some even older, unwrapped, or damaged books with torn pages. Those will be discarded later. What do you want them? The teacher smiled, seemingly sensing the meaning in Rendi's eyes. Hee. I think these books can still be read, just need to be careful with them. Then take them. After all, they are just discarded books that have been reported. How you handle them is up to you. Thank you, teacher. Rendi happily found some craft paper and carefully wrapped the books before bidding farewell to the management teacher. Ding! Task of temporary loading and unloading at the library completed, rewards being issued. Congratulations. You have received the reward, Super Organizing and Summarizing Skill Experience. Hey, not bad. Ren D hummed a tune as he walked out of the library. Today was a good day for him. These books would cost several hundred if bought at a second-hand market. Just right. He had received a proficiency-level English skill and could study well since the foreign language college's books weren't generally available elsewhere. While he was lost in thought, the craft paper bag in his arms suddenly tore open with a rip, and the books inside tumbled out, scattering everywhere. The already damaged books fluttered their pages, landing in disarray. Ren D hurriedly crouched down to pick them up, only to find that a few people were passing by, stepping on the papers in his hands. Ren D spoke up unhappily. Hey, could you please watch your step? You've dirted my books. Huh, what? It seemed these people were completely oblivious as they walked. Ren D stood up, holding the papers and pointing to the scattered books behind him. My books are all over the place. Be careful not to step on them. What? I thought they were valuable books. They look so damaged. Why not just throw them away? A classmate in a checkered shirt sneered at the books. What I do with them is none of your business. Don't you watch where you're walking? It's none of your concern how I walk. The checkered shirt guy shouted, suddenly looking surprised at Ren D. Wait, is that you, Ren D? Quail Egg. Ren D recognized this person too, still as annoying as before. I'm Zheng Anchuan. Not Quail Egg. Haha. The two people following Zheng Anchuan laughed unkindly. Haha. I told you, you have a nickname and you denied it. It suits you perfectly. Quail Bro. Bro, shut up. Zheng Anchuan vented all his anger towards Ren D, whose nickname was a stain he could never forget. As long as I talk to you, nothing good ever comes of it. Ren D, haven't you already gone out to work? How come you're here? Where I go is my freedom. My feet are on my own body. Do I have to report to you, Vice Monitor? Zheng Anchuan snorted coldly. He was no longer that impulsive young man. He was about to graduate from university and start working at a foreign company. Comparing himself to someone like Ren D, who had no qualifications or background, felt like lowering his status. A moment's victory or defeat meant nothing. Life was still long ahead. Regaining his confidence, Zheng Anchuan looked at Ren D, who was slightly taller than him, with a disdainful gaze and said, just like in 4 years when I become a graduate of a prestigious university, while you remain a high school dropout. After saying this, he pushed past Ren D and left, deliberately kicking a book on the ground as he walked by. I guess you're working in waste recycling now? Quite suitable for you, Ren D. You two are a perfect match, both worthless. Ren D did not respond, but lowered his head to pick up the pages. Zheng Anchuan was his classmate, and when the teacher selected the class monitor, Zheng Anchuan eagerly treated the whole class to a meal for votes, but still lost to the handsome Ren D. Since then, he had held a grudge against Ren D, always looking for ways to pick on him. The root of their animosity also stemmed from the school beauty. Chapter 011. The first signs of brilliance. Thinking of the school beauty, Ren D shook his head helplessly and sighed. Life passes by in a flash, and the beautiful moments are often wasted. After returning home, Ren D found a glue stick and white paper to rebind the scattered books. Looking at the neatly stacked books by his bed, he felt it was time to move to a bigger place. Just as he took a break to drink some water, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Ah, is this Mr. Ren D? A somewhat hoarse female voice came through. Ren D thought for a long time, but couldn't recall who this person was. It's me, but may I ask who you are? Ah, great. It seems I found the right person. Do you remember helping an elderly lady on a rainy day, April 22nd? I'm her daughter. Upon hearing this, Ren D immediately understood that this person had found him through the contact information he left at the hospital. Thank you so much for your help. If it weren't for you, my mother might have been in trouble. I've been quite busy these days and couldn't find the time to call and express my gratitude. I'm really sorry about that. Hey, it's no problem. I'm not looking for anything in return. Just take good care of your mother. It's really good that she's okay. I don't need your thanks. It was just a small gesture. I must thank you. You are a kind and upright person. I can't let your kindness go unrecognized, especially since you also covered the medical expenses. I should repay you, right? That wasn't much money. You don't need to pay me back. Ren D smiled. If it were before, he wouldn't have said that, but now his savings had exceeded 70,000. A few hundred was nothing to him. That can't be the case. I've booked a private room at Chunlidge tonight. I'd like to treat you to a meal. How does that sound? 7 o'clock tonight. Chunlai Pavilion. Isn't that the private restaurant of a certain hefty individual? That's quite embarrassing. It's very expensive. Ren D genuinely felt awkward. He had just turned down a substantial sum from that individual and now found himself going out to eat. Not expensive, not expensive. Please, Mr. Rin-D. Do come for a meal. With that, goodbye. Rin-D scratched his head with his phone in hand, feeling completely out of his depth in this situation. Noticing it was already past 5 o'clock, he took the dirty laundry he had washed for 2 days from under the bed and changed into a more casual outfit. This was actually the outfit he bought last year for a childhood friend's wedding. After getting dressed, the time was about right, so he set off on his electric bike. He stopped by a store to buy some nutritional milk powder for the elderly, but when he arrived near Chunlai Pavilion, he found the parking lot completely full. With no space available for any vehicle, he decided to ride over to a nearby upscale club to park there instead. However, before he even reached the entrance of the club, he was stopped by a person in a black suit and white gloves. What are you doing? Nothing. Just trying to park. All the parking spots around here are taken. Get out of here. This area is off limits. This upscale club is not for people like you. Rin-D was interrupted midway through his sentence, and the person rudely pushed him aside, looking at him as if he were a piece of trash. Hey, why are you pushing me? Rin-D got off his bike angrily and leaned it against the side. What rule says I can't park here? Just because you put a rope on the main road and claim it's your territory? Did you check with the city government? Not allowing parking means not allowing parking. Your broken car is an eyesore. Just because you wear a suit doesn't make you a president, and wearing white gloves doesn't make you a noble. Rin-D argued back, unable to stand such people. Are you leaving or not? You better leave. The person pointed at Rin-D's nose and shouted arrogantly. If you don't leave, I'll call someone. You'll regret it. Just as the two were about to come to blows, a car unexpectedly crashed into the nearby railing, scattering the ropes and iron frames in front of the club. A foreigner got out of the car, mumbling something incomprehensible. The security guard in the black suit was momentarily stunned. He couldn't understand a word, but seeing the damage, he rushed over to inquire about the situation. However, as soon as he got close, the foreigner slapped him and let out a stream of expletives. Rin-D actually felt a bit schadenfreude at seeing that guy get hit. But the foreigner's foul language made him angry. Damn it. Why should we, the people of Tianxia, be hit by you? You didn't follow the traffic rules and got lost, and now you're blaming us for your mistakes. Please abide by the laws of Tianxia. This is our country, not yours. Please abide by the laws of our country. This is our nation, not yours. Rin-D pushed the foreigner back a step. The other party was taken aback by Rin-D's words and then started to act unruly. Sensing the strong smell of alcohol, Rin-D realized that the foreigner had been drinking. He promptly took out his phone to call the police. At this moment, the man in the black suit, who had been hiding behind Rin-D, whispered, "Why did that foreigner hit me? Your rules are really troublesome." The foreigner, seeing Rin-D's assertive demeanor, seemed to back down and attempted to leave. "Keep this for the police and stand still," Rin-D insisted. A crowd began to gather around them, and the foreigner tried to escape but was repeatedly blocked by the people. Rin-D crossed his arms and watched the scene unfold. While the man in the black suit said, "Bro, you're really impressive," Rin-D glanced at him, suddenly remembering why he was there. The road that had been blocked off by the club was now clear, so he hurriedly ran over, parked the car, grabbed his things, and dashed towards Chunlai Pavilion. "Bro, just go. I'll keep an eye on your car. No one will steal it," the man in the black suit shouted after him. But Rin-D was too preoccupied to respond, feeling a bit annoyed. What does he mean by just go? He really doesn't know how to talk. It's no wonder he got beaten up. When he arrived at Chunlai Pavilion, Lu Fatty was chatting with a very elegant lady. Excuse me, Lu Go. Where is box 206? He asked anxiously. Is that you, Mr. Rin-D? Lu Fatty didn't answer, but the lady smiled at Rin-D and said, "I'm Yu Qing, the one who invited you to dinner. I thought you wouldn't come." After all the commotion, it turned out that Miss Yu was the one who had invited Rin-D. Lu Fatty suddenly laughed. "Haha, I'm treating for this meal today. I forgot to say. Rin-D, you should come over for dinner more often. Lu Go wants to borrow your skills." So, these two know each other? In the box, Yu Qing introduced herself as a senior executive at a certain company, often bringing clients here for meals, and thus became familiar with Lu Fatty. Rin-D nodded. It was normal for someone like Lu Fatty, who was a master chef going to state banquets, to have return customers. As the food and drinks were served, Yu Qing began to thank Rin-D for helping her mother. "My mother can't speak. When she was young, she got sick with a fever, and the village barefoot doctor gave her some medicine. As a result, her fever went away, but she lost her ability to speak. My mother has lived a very hard life. She has suffered a lot for me. Rin-D, I really thank you. I've always been so afraid that one day she will leave me." Seeing Yu Qing, who was already a bit tipsy without having drunk much, Rendi felt a pang of sympathy. It seemed that even social elites like Yu Qing had their unspeakable pains. They raised their glasses and drank. Lu Fatty even brought over a dish and sat down to chat for a while. You didn't see it at the time, but those people's faces turned dark. Especially when the judge announced that our duo, Lu Ruin, won first place. It was so funny. Lu, with his usual boastfulness, recounted the scene from the cooking competition, making Rendi blush a bit. By around 9 o'clock, we had nearly finished the meal. Yu Qing took out a red envelope and handed it to Rendi. Rendi, I'm taking the liberty of treating you as my brother. This is my small token of appreciation. Oh no, I can't accept this. Take it. Even if it's not a token of appreciation, you need to get back the medical expenses you covered. I don't know why Yu Qing was so insistent, making it impossible for Rendi to refuse. He had no choice but to accept the gift. Let me tell you, I don't have many good qualities. But one thing I am is stubborn. Once I set my mind on something, not even 10 oxen can pull me back. I really dislike owing favors. Even the smallest kindness makes me feel indebted. You helped my closest family, so you must accept this. She patted Rendi on the shoulder, a hint of tears glimmering in her eyes. Hee, I was actually thinking of helping you find a good job. But now that I hear from Lu that you're already at a state banquet, I guess I don't need to worry about that anymore. Rendi, you're impressive. Yeah, thank you, Sister Qing. Rendi had no words. Who would have thought this sister would be so generous? In ancient times, she would definitely be a heroine, a woman of the martial world. If it had been someone else, they might have just given him some money or a small gift to express their gratitude. At the very least, a simple phone call to say thank you would suffice. Don't you remember the good-hearted people from a couple of years ago who saved someone and ended up being extorted? You saved someone? Why did you do that? Aren't you feeling guilty? If you didn't save the person you hit, who would? People like Yu Qing, who not only booked a table at a high-end restaurant, but also gave out a big red envelope, are truly rare. Especially considering the old lady didn't have any major issues. After some small talk, he exchanged contact information with Yu Qing and left Chun Lai go. Before leaving, Lu reminded him, practice your knife skills more often, so you can really impress everyone at the state banquet. Rendi walked slowly towards the parking area, feeling that his life had become more exciting since getting the system. Although only a few days had passed, those routine days seemed to belong to a distant past. It seemed he was not someone who could easily settle for boredom. Hey bro, have you finished eating? A man in a black suit at the club saw Rendi and immediately walked over with a smile. Rendi was startled, letting out a loud belch, the smell of alcohol wafting towards the man. You scared me to death. Not giving him a chance to react, Rendi said. It's broad daylight and you're dressed in black. You look so intimidating. I almost lost my soul when you opened your mouth. Hee, sorry about that, bro. The man in the black suit scratched his head, realizing he might have overdone it. The lighting here was quite colorful, but not very bright. So his dark attire really was startling. Rendi ignored him, found his car, and prepared to head home. Wait, bro. The man in the black suit stopped him and said, I want to ask you something. What? Is that foreign language you mentioned easy to learn? You speak English? Yes. The man in the black suit nodded seriously, feeling quite stimulated today. He really was stimulated. Back in school, his teachers weren't great. And coming from a poor family, he had little motivation to study properly. Most of his time was spent thinking about helping with family chores. Now, working here and interacting with wealthy and powerful people made him feel superior, but a slap of reality brought him back down. He was just a security guard. A job anyone could do, even a dog. Yet Rendi could make foreigners yield, and that was what he truly admired. Although Rendi rode a shabby little electric bike, he was genuinely capable. This was what people called being low-key. The man in the black suit thought about this all night. He wanted to improve himself and stand out. It was simple. With dedication, one could learn. As long as one persevered, they could master it. After seeing the other person's genuine determination, Rendi slowly replied, There's nothing difficult in the world for those with heart. Anyone with determination and willpower can achieve what they wish. Thank you, bro. Thank you. The man in the black suit grinned widely, and Rendi smiled back. When he got home, it was already 10:30. Rendi felt a headache coming on. The effects of the liquor were kicking in. He didn't even change his clothes, just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In his dreams, he seemed to return to his village, living with his grandfather, as if both his parents were still around. Suddenly, a loud sound of a suona, a traditional Chinese horn, startled him, making his heart race. He sat up in bed and realized it was already bright outside. A funeral procession in white linen garments was passing by on the street. The sound of the suona was coming from a speaker held by someone in the procession, while people in front were scattering paper money, and those behind were crying, as if genuinely mourning or like a looping recording. Rubbing his head, Ren-D felt a bit hazy. He really couldn't handle alcohol. Yesterday, he was also taken in by Yuqing, who said whatever she wanted, and he didn't resist. Closing the window, Ren-D went to freshen up, and when he looked up, the silence system appeared again with a new task. Ding. Task. Please complete a 72-hour temporary job as a corpse handler at the funeral home. Task Reward 1. Receive a monetary reward of 15,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced corpse dissection skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 of savings and complete waste cleaning in a designated area. Uft. Ren-D spat out the mouthwash. What was this ridiculous system thinking? A corpse handler? Experience in corpse dissection? Was it implying that he was living too much in the sunlight? Chapter 013. Meat dishes. Ren-D's resistance was futile, so he had to get dressed and head out. Coincidentally, his walking route aligned with those people heading downstairs for the funeral. Of course, they were likely going to the funeral home for cremation. A bright advertisement was posted on the wall outside the funeral home. An annual salary of 300,000, with 800 yuan for day shifts and 200 for night shifts. If this job didn't involve dealing with the deceased, the threshold would probably be broken by the crowd. Ren-D parked his car at the entrance, rubbed his face to make his expression more serious. There's no such thing as a warm welcome here. After finding the person in charge, as soon as they heard he was looking for work, they immediately asked for his identification information and threw him a set of work clothes, a mask, and gloves. Why did you give me such an unlucky task? Am I not making enough money these days? Ren-D muttered, trying to reason with the system. Truth be told, young man, after putting on the mask, Ren-D followed this brother Wang into the back room where the bodies were stored, all of which had proper documentation. They needed to lift the bodies out of the body bags and take them to the mortician, then wait for the mortician to prepare the deceased before placing them in the coffin. Of course, this was actually quite simple. The only requirements were strength and courage. As the saying goes, the dead are heavy. It means that a dead person is several times heavier than a living person. Watching TV shows where two people just throw the body around, Ren-D only realized how heavy it truly was once he got hands-on. Moreover, the smell of the bodies was overwhelming. Even inserting garlic into his nose wouldn't help. After helping brother Wang lift 3 bodies, even Ren-D couldn't take it anymore. When the last body was delivered to the mortician, he ran out the back door of the funeral home, gasping for fresh air. After a while, brother Wang came out and handed him a cigarette. Ren-D hesitated but accepted it. He didn't smoke. As a child, he was put off by the strong smell of his grandfather's old-style tobacco, and even now, just the scent of smoke made him feel nauseous. However, at that moment, the smell of brother Wang's smoke actually seemed a bit pleasant, a little sweet. Seeing Ren-D holding the cigarette, brother Wang laughed and tossed him a lighter. Go ahead. You'll feel much better after a puff. Thank you, brother Wang. Ren-D thought he might as well try a puff. Otherwise, just thinking about the smell inside made his stomach ache. Hiss. Brother Wang exhaled smoke rings, laughing. Now it's much better. The funeral home has been renovated several times. I remember when there was no air conditioning or ventilation. The smell was unbearable. It could make your eyes water. Back then, we cried and sneezed together, especially when it was hot with flies and bugs around. That was the hardest part. Wow. Ren-D felt brother Wang was truly a hero. Brother Wang, how many years have you been doing this? 20 years. My family has been in this business for generations. I'm the 5th generation. But my son doesn't want to do this. He finds it unlucky. Oh, actually, it's good not to do it. Spending too long here can be really depressing. Haha. Kid, this is just the beginning. Brother Wang laughed, patting Ren-D on the shoulder. Finish your smoke and let us step outside. The traffic police just called. Traffic police. After driving for an hour and a half, Ren-D arrived at a traffic accident scene on the highway. He felt he couldn't hold it in any longer and had already emptied his stomach. Brother Wang handed him a bottle of water, saying, rinse your mouth and drink some. You'll get used to this kind of thing. Can anyone really get used to this? Ren-D looked at the mosaic he had just vomited and thought about the mosaic he had seen earlier. After a long pause, he forced himself to mentally process the scene as he helped brother Wang collect the dismembered body. The traffic police had completed their evidence collection, and now it was just a matter of investigating who was responsible for the accident. As for the deceased, it was up to the mortuary staff like them to handle. On the way back to the city, Rindy sat in the passenger seat of the hearse, rolling down the window to let the wind in. This isn't even that terrifying. I've seen drowning victims, hanging victims, and even murder victims. When they finally arrived at the funeral home, he thought, "Brother, stop talking." He covered his ears, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Haha, you really picked a fine day to come here. Brother Wong joked. Most people wouldn't get a chance to see something like this. Those without guts wouldn't come to work here. Rindy closed his eyes to rest. It wasn't his choice to come, but rather a result of the system's whims. He had figured out the system's pattern. It was likely a sudden event that required temporary workers. Who knows what he would encounter next? Does this mangled body even need a makeup artist? The face is gone. There's no point in that. Just take it back for cremation. Put the ashes in a box and wait for the relatives to pick them up. Generally, if the body is intact, we wouldn't process it this quickly. By the time they returned to the funeral home, it was past 1 in the afternoon, and Rindy didn't feel the slightest bit hungry. Brother Wong took him out for a meal, claiming it would help lift his spirits. Lamb stir-fry, spicy boiled meat slices, and some couple's lung slices. Oh, and let's get some sour and spicy shredded potatoes for the veggies. Just these with 2 bowls of rice. After ordering, Brother Wong turned to Rindy. Their best dish is the lamb stir-fry. It's really tempting. Rindy didn't respond. He had seen his father and grandfather die, and had witnessed the elderly in his village dressed in funeral garments after passing. But this was the first time he truly understood what it meant to be human. When the colorful dishes arrived, he couldn't help but see that pile of mosaic again. He rushed outside to vomit again. Brother Wong calmly enjoyed his meal, picking out the meat slices. After a while, Rindy returned after rinsing his mouth, poking at the rice before starting to eat meat as well. His facial expression was grotesque, chewing as if he were eating poison. Brother Wong glanced at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, and then started to compete with Rindy for the meat. Truly one of us, your tolerance is impressive. The work of the mortuary staff passed quickly, and Rindy thought he wouldn't be able to endure it. But when he snapped back to reality, he realized he had completed his task. Have you really considered not continuing? Brother Wong asked, somewhat regretfully trying to persuade Rindy. Feeling they had gotten along well. No, thank you for taking care of me these 3 days, Brother Wong. I really can't stand it here anymore. Sigh. It's all tears when you say too much. Hey, it's nothing. There are plenty of people faster than you. Last month, a guy came and only helped me once before he cried and ran home. You're better than him. At least you've lasted 3 days. Rindy felt embarrassed. If it weren't for the system, he wouldn't last a minute. If you need anything, just let me know. At least I have some face here. Funeral supplies like wreaths and urns are 20 off. Haha. Task. Temporary corpse handler completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Experience in corpse dissection skills. Rindy completed the task without the excitement he usually felt. Even the more than $10,000 credited to his account didn't make him happy. That night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, thinking about the past 3 days. Finally, unable to bear it, he went downstairs to buy a bottle of strong liquor and chugged it down before he even left the store. The liquor was spicy in his mouth, and after downing a bottle of water, he stumbled home, after which he lost all awareness. When he woke up, the sky was bright, and he glanced at the time. It was already past 8. Recently, it seemed he was either going to bed very late or waking up very late. Just as he was about to wash up, he suddenly remembered that several of the system's tasks had been issued while he was washing up. He quickly said, "System, just so you know, I don't want to do any tasks today. I'm not in a good mood. Even if you issue one, I won't do it. Feel free to deduct money. No tasks are assigned for today. You have 5 installment penalties pending completion." Rindy almost choked on his own saliva. This system was truly unyielding. However, picking up trash was fine. It would help change his mood. He thought about the gold he had found last time and wondered if he should sell it. He recalled that the price of gold was quite high now, and selling it could help him save a decent amount. Nice. Rindy felt happy again and quickly washed up before heading downstairs for noodles. Today, he was having braised beef noodles. Equipped with his tools, Rindy set off towards the riverbank. Yang City was quite famous in ancient times, with many officials building villas and castles there. It was said there was even a prince's residence, but during the wars, it was raided and burned down. Now, there was a museum in the city center displaying the plaque from the prince's residence. Upon reaching the riverbank, Rindy noticed that the area he had cleaned last time had accumulated more trash, with various items piling up again. Time to work. Having become accustomed to the smell of decay in the funeral home, Rindy suddenly felt that the stench of garbage here wasn't so bad after all. They say there's always something worse. Perhaps one day, if he encounters something smellier than decay, he won't find it so unpleasant anymore. Suddenly, Rindy spotted a white, glistening leg behind a rock at the riverbank. What the heck? Could it be a corpse? Murder? Suicide? He hurriedly dropped the trash bag and rushed over to check, only to find a naked inflatable doll. Who would be so irresponsible as to throw away their girlfriend? Rindy had genuinely thought someone had died here. The last task had made him overly paranoid. He grabbed a stick and poked at the doll, which was quite firm. He found a garbage bag, put the item inside, and tossed it aside to continue working. Small insects buzzed around, and centipedes crawled everywhere. Rindy looked at these little bugs, and surprisingly found them quite appealing. It felt alive. Was this what they called being pretentious? He worked tirelessly until evening, reasoning that one meal wouldn't kill him. Mainly, he genuinely felt addicted to picking up trash. Today he found something good again, a box of jade mahjong tiles. He had no idea who threw them away, but they looked a bit old, with much of the coloring on the tiles faded. Yet, they were indeed made of high-quality jade. He also picked up an unopened pack of cigarettes. Huazi. He could give them away later. By the riverbank, there were only 2 dim lamps, their light obscured by large trees, making it hard to see the path. Rindy had to pack up his tools and sort the trash to place it next to the garbage bin. Just like last time, letting the sanitation workers handle it. Just as he was about to carry the box of jade mahjong back, he noticed a woman sitting on the railing of the bridge over the river. Her legs dangled outside, and it was easy to fall if she wasn't careful. Her long hair covered her face, so Rindy couldn't see her features. He wanted to shout for her to be careful not to fall, but feared that it might startle her into actually falling. Is it only in death that one finds peace? This world is so frustrating. As Rindy walked towards the bridge, about 3 to 5 meters from the woman, he suddenly heard her talking to herself. Bad vegetables. This person wants to jump into the river. Rindy felt a surge of panic and, in his nervousness, knocked the box against the railing, causing a clatter. The woman turned her head to look at him, and he instantly regretted it. Don't jump. It stinks down there. He hurried forward. Although the river wasn't very deep, it was foul-smelling, and the chances of dying from the stench were far greater than drowning. Seeing Rindy approaching, the woman let go and fell into the water below. Rindy threw the box aside and jumped over the railing after her, wondering how she could choose such a stinky place to end her life. Was she planning to become a vengeful spirit after death? He landed in the water behind her, and it seemed that she lost consciousness immediately upon hitting the foul water, floating motionless. This made it easier for Rindy to save her, as there was some larger trash in the river, and he struggled to swim towards the bank while dragging her. Some items, like wire and branches, got caught in her hair and clothes, and he exerted tremendous effort to free her. Fortunately, there was a gentle slope on the riverbank. Otherwise, he might have met his end there today. Finally reaching the shore, he noticed the woman seemed to have stopped breathing. He hurriedly took out his phone to call for an ambulance, only to find that it had been water damaged and was unusable. What should he do? At this time of day, in this area close to the suburbs, there were hardly any people or vehicles around. How could he save her? Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? Rindy suddenly recalled the knowledge he learned in high school. After hesitating for a moment, he adjusted the girl's position and brushed the hair off her face. At that moment, he realized that this woman could only be considered a girl, very young, about the same age as himself. After several rounds of CPR and artificial respiration, the girl groaned, and Rindy finally felt relieved. The girl then vomited a foul-smelling black liquid, which made Rindy frown. What kind of grievance could lead this girl to prefer drinking dirty water over living? Yang Loi gradually regained consciousness and found herself lying on the ground with a man sitting beside her. You're awake? Why did you save me? Let me die? Yang Loi cried out in pain, feeling utterly hopeless. How about waiting until I leave before you jump again? Rindy scratched his head and said, I can't just stand by when I see something like this. If you still want to die, just wait until I'm gone before you jump. Chapter 015. The dog system went crazy when Yang Loi heard him say to wait until he left before jumping into the river. She thought she must have misheard. Normally, after someone is saved from attempting to take their own life, aren't people supposed to encourage them to look at things more positively and not do anything foolish again? Why was this person different? I just told you not to jump. The water here is too dirty. If you want to die, you should at least find a nice spot, right? Rindy smiled at the girl and said, Look at you. You're quite pretty and young. Even in death, you should choose a place filled with blooming flowers. like a valley full of peach and cherry blossom trees, and then die gracefully in beautiful clothes like a sleeping beauty. Why choose such a place? Rendi shook his head. Yang Luoyi felt a bit ashamed by what Rendi said. Indeed. Why hadn't she thought of a beautiful way to die? Aren't you going to ask me why I jumped into the river? Yang Luoyi bit her lip, suddenly feeling the urge to confide. Just jump if you want. Who doesn't have a reason? It's too hot, and you want to cool off. Or maybe you want to try free falling. Rendi flicked the dirt off his hair in disgust. But if you want to jump, wait until I leave. It's late, and I need to go home and sleep. Huh. Yang Luoyi watched as he turned and walked onto the road, showing no intention of persuading her. See you. Bye. Rendi went back to the bridge to look for his belongings, feeling miserable being soaked. What a bad luck. If I had gone home earlier, maybe I wouldn't have run into this. I saved someone and lost a phone. It's all the system's fault for giving me a job as a corpse handler instead of a decent temporary task. All my luck is gone. I've just been unlucky every day. That dog system is ruining my life. Maybe your luck was never good to begin with. After getting home, Rendi discovered he had sustained injuries. Many places were red and swollen, and there was a 5 or 6 centimeter cut on the inner side of his elbow. Damn it. Rendi didn't know what to say. That filthy river probably had all kinds of bacteria and viruses. Scared, he didn't even change his clothes and rushed to the hospital for treatment. The next day, Rendi woke up to find his limbs numb and weak. Sigh. The system has betrayed me. He blamed his suffering on the system without realizing it was his own good-natured behavior that brought this upon him. Beep. Task. Complete a week of temporary security work at Tianqing Group. Task Reward 1. Earn 3,500 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced calligraphy skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 15 from savings and complete garbage cleanup in designated areas. Sigh, wait a minute. Upon seeing the new round of tasks from the system, Rendi was shocked. Previously, failure only deducted 10 of his savings, but now it jumped to 15. Even a rocket wouldn't shoot up this fast. System, come out. Explain to me why the failure penalty suddenly increased so much. Are you robbing me? Stop cursing me. Do I not have any pride? The system remained unresponsive, no matter how much Rendi yelled. After cursing for a while, he found himself parched. However, when he calmed down and saw the task rewards, he became excited again. Earning that much money for a week of security work? Surely, they must be guarding a vault. Rendi quickly got dressed and headed to the task location. The system wanted to deduct 20,000 yuan from him? No way. He would seal every exit. The task location was actually the security booth of Tianqing Group's landmark building in Yang City. He was about to ride his electric bike over when he was stopped by someone. Hey, what are you doing? If you're not from Tianqing, you can't loiter here. Hello, big brother. I'm here to apply for a job. Are you still hiring security? I'm strong, can work night shifts, and can carry luggage and bricks. The security guard looked Rendi up and down and said, funny, the security department actually needs someone. Old Lee went home to take care of his mother's affairs and will be back in a week. It's a temporary job, 1,500 yuan for a week. Are you in? Yes. Rendi gritted his teeth and replied. Tianqing Group only offered 1,500 yuan, but with the system's rewards, he could earn 5,000 yuan. If he failed, he would lose 15,000 yuan. No matter how he looked at it, it was a bad deal. He cursed the system in his mind once more, wishing it bad luck, and then thought of the penalties. Instantly, he was fully alert. As long as he didn't make mistakes, let us see what the system could do to him. He felt unlucky. Why couldn't he have bound a better system? Others became gods, or immortals, or even the richest, or the wealthiest. We are all human. How could the gap be so huge? Rendi was led to the HR department to sign some documents, and then taken to the garage exit behind the building to watch the gate. Here, it's all automatic barriers. You don't have to do anything. Any car that can enter is recorded in the system. Whether you want to play games or sleep in the booth is up to you. Just remember to stand straight when the boss and those managers come out. Hearing the security captain's introduction, Rendi was hearing about a security guard who didn't have to do any work for the first time. Am I just a decoration? He thought. Exactly. The security captain replied with a smile. At our company, few dare to act recklessly here. Who would dare to steal a car from the garage? You're more like a mascot. Just relax. He added that someone would come to relieve him at noon, and that they worked 8-hour shifts because the company was a reputable enterprise. After the security captain left, Rendi felt a bit gloomy. Being a security guard was so boring. There were no car thieves, and no one came in or out. He didn't even have the task of stopping people at the entrance. He looked at the time. It was not yet 11 o'clock, and lunch break hadn't arrived. Standing alone in the booth, Randy absent-mindedly gazed at the scenery outside. He wanted to play games, but his phone was broken, which was quite frustrating. After enduring for about half an hour, he couldn't take it anymore. Why not go into the underground garage to check out some luxury cars? With such a large company, there must be a few people who drove luxury cars to work. He couldn't afford them, but at least he could get a glimpse. As an ordinary citizen, I should enjoy today. He hummed a little tune and headed straight into the garage. True to its status, the garage was spotless, and Randy couldn't help but admire it. As he walked through, he saw several luxury cars that were way out of his budget, including brands like Volkswagen, Mercedes-Benz, Nissan, and Toyota. Then, he spotted a silver Maserati, which instantly piqued his interest. The real car was 100 times more beautiful than what he had seen in pictures on his phone. He excitedly clapped his hands, thinking he would buy a new phone tonight. Just looking without being able to take pictures was quite torturous. Next, he saw a red Ferrari. Wow. Randy realized there were so many luxury cars here. Those car exhibitions were nothing compared to this. Moreover, the license plates on these luxury cars were quite impressive. As he strolled down to the third underground level, he discovered a black Bentley, a white BMW, and a royal blue Porsche. While admiring the cars, he daydreamed about what it would feel like to sit in one. Wow, a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Randy spotted a Rolls-Royce with the license plate ending in 88888 and jumped up in excitement. What a stunning car. Should he touch it for good luck? He reached out his hand toward the car, but quickly withdrew it, remembering there were surveillance cameras around. It would be embarrassing if someone saw him. After circling the car a few times, he reluctantly turned to leave. As he walked, his peripheral vision caught sight of a bright yellow Chevrolet Camaro parked in the far left spot. Bumblebee. Nice. Randy ran over to take a look. Suddenly, he heard some sultry moans, reminiscent of sounds from certain action movies, accompanied by some whispering. Randy felt like his bad luck was never ending. Why did he have to encounter such weird situations? Looking around, he realized this area was a blind spot for the cameras, and the sounds were coming from the adjacent electrical room. He was just about to leave when he suddenly heard someone inside mention something about a princess and a manager. Randy became curious and quietly pressed his ear against the wall to listen in on the gossip. In a week, I'll be marrying Yang Loi and officially becoming a director at Tianjin. By then, you should work harder to climb into the chairman's bed. Ugh, so annoying. What do you mean I should work harder? As if I'm not working well right now. Besides, that's your father-in-law. Aren't you jealous? Of course I am. I'm definitely jealous. Right now, I'm working hard so that we can team up and take over Tianjin Group. Ugh, you just love to bully me. After that, there was no more news, and Randy only heard a fragment of their conversation, not knowing it would make him think he was dealing with a crazy person. What explosive news! Who would have thought there was so much information packed into those few sentences? Randy recalled that at the last high-end banquet he attended, there had been a boss Yang, who was the chairman of Tianjin Group, right? If he went to report him now, he wondered if he might get some money out of it. Without disturbing the couple, Randy strolled back to the security booth on the ground floor. Knowing such a big secret, he felt he was in line for a hefty bonus from the system for this task. Perhaps there were other opportunities for maneuvering here? Randy thought that if he played his cards right, he might be able to shed his temporary worker status and become a long-term contracted employee. After work that afternoon, Randy hurried to buy a new phone, grateful for his recent earnings. Otherwise, he would have been in tears. After purchasing the phone, he went to a nearby jewelry store and sold off the little jewelry he had, making over $10,000. He celebrated his savings breaking into the six-figure range. Walking down the street felt like stepping on cotton. Everything looked beautiful and appealing. The next morning, Randy woke up early for work. To prevent his savings from disappearing due to a failed task, he was as motivated as he had been when he was hauling bricks on the construction site. The luxury cars he had seen yesterday were entering the garage as usual, and he even spotted the owner of his favorite blue Porsche, a stunningly beautiful woman who looked somewhat familiar. Randy thought for a moment, but couldn't he remember where he had seen her before. Once work hours began, the back door garage of the building became quiet again, and Randy started playing games out of boredom. Suddenly, he heard the sound of car horns. Looking up, he saw the Bumblebee he had seen yesterday parked at the garage entrance, but the barrier hadn't lifted. Randy ran out to take a look and found that the license plate of the Bumblebee was obscured by dirt, causing the barrier system to fail to recognize it. Now, your license plate is covered. The barrier system didn't recognize it. Please identify yourself. Damn it. A man dressed in a white suit, somewhat handsome, yelled at Rindy from the car window. Don't you recognize me? Do you want to get kicked out? The barrier can't see you, can't you tell? Didn't you know I was coming? Lift the barrier already. What do you mean? Look at that pathetic face of yours. Hurry up and lift the barrier for me. A mere doorkeeper dares to talk back to me. I'll endure. Rindy turned around and pressed the switch to raise the lift rod. He was only here for the money the system provided, and he wouldn't stoop to the level of such a despicable person. Just a few more days of patience. Rolling his eyes, Rindy took out his phone to continue playing games, but not even 10 minutes in, the security captain suddenly appeared beside him. Shaoran, did you offend young Master Liu? Huh? Who? Rindy was taken aback. The one in the yellow Chevrolet. Oh, that idiot. Rindy almost let the last word slip. His license plate was covered in mud, and he didn't even bother to clean it. The barrier system failed to recognize it, and he cursed me for being blind. I didn't say anything, so what? Did he yell at you guys? The security captain chuckled and handed Rindy a cigarette, saying, hey, that guy is just like that. If he weren't the chairman's son-in-law, who would care about him? He just called me and yelled for a while, demanding that I kick you out. He's the chairman's son-in-law? Rindy recalled what happened yesterday and felt a wave of frustration. Yeah, a high-level returee from abroad. And he causes so much trouble in the company. Who knows what kind of nonsense he fed the chairman to be recognized as the son-in-law and even forced the young lady to marry him. Brother, I can't help it. That guy manages our department, so I managed to get them to pay you a couple of days' wages. Hiss, my savings are at risk. Just as Rindy thought this, the system emitted a sound. Ding. Task of temporary security guard not completed on time. Monetary reward canceled. Skill reward canceled. Task failure penalty. Deducted 15 from savings. Already deducted. Task failure penalty. Chapter 017 Bad luck amplified. You're ungrateful. Don't blame me for being ruthless. When Rindy went with the security captain to settle his wages, he took a couple of photos of the internal situation at Tianxing Group and edited what he heard yesterday into a short article, directly posting it online. Even on Tianxing Group's official website. You want to kick me out? You think you can be a director just because you're arrogant? I'll make sure your little scheme backfires. He didn't believe that no one would pay attention to this, and without evidence, so what? Some people aren't blind. Flies don't buzz around an empty egg. Once he wrote it out, there would definitely be people who believed it, especially since it was true. It wasn't slander. With $250 left, Rindy rode his small motorcycle home. After venting, he couldn't recover his savings. Yesterday he was celebrating, and today he was back to square one. His savings plummeting to 5 digits again, sobbing. The familiar river path. Just a day later, he was back here again. Task failure penalty time accumulates. Do you want to extend the installment or choose a higher difficulty penalty task? P.S. Completing a higher difficulty penalty task once can offset all penalty tasks. Not choosing. Absolutely not choosing a higher difficulty task. Rindy shook his head like a rattle drum. Who would believe in the system as evil? Choosing a high difficulty task was like lighting a lamp in the toilet to find dung. He didn't know if he was truly cursed by bad luck or if he was stuck in some underworld task, but after cleaning for a bit, the sky started pouring again. Rindy had no choice but to return home, but on the way, the rain became heavier, and in some low-lying areas, the water rose past his calves, with some places even reaching his knees. In the urban village, the water accumulation was even more serious. In a moment of distraction, his small motorcycle fell directly into a storm drain. The manhole cover must have been washed away by the rising water, and he fell to the ground, choking on water and hitting his head, resulting in a large bump. His electric bike fared worse, with the handlebars and wheels separated, and the seat flew far away. Out of sight. It seemed that the opening of the storm drain was blocked, with the muddy water showing no signs of flowing. If Rindy had been walking instead of riding, he would have likely fallen into the drain by now. Struggling to get up, he pulled his half-submerged motorcycle out of the drain and retrieved the other wheel that had flown away. It was pitiful that his diligent little motorcycle had been with him for 3 years only to meet such a tragic end, ending up in pieces. Just as he was thinking, 2 bubbles rose from the drain, and then a lady's high-heel shoe emerged from the water. The brand-new sole still attached with a size tag. Rindy was stunned at the sight. Soon after, another shoe floated up. What the heck? He exclaimed, jumping up and down. He had said that he was having a streak of bad luck, and now this. After a moment of panic, Rindy hurriedly took out his phone to report it. He couldn't handle something like a dead body in a storm drain. As a model student, he had only been to the police station a few years ago when he helped his grandfather and father close their accounts. and had never been to such a place since. Now, because of an unknown woman, he found himself here, feeling extremely nervous. The police wouldn't think he was the murderer, would they? Name? Rendi. Age? 22. Gender? Male. Rendi swallowed hard. He really wasn't a criminal. Occupation? Temporary worker. The officer looked up at him. Unemployed. Just lost my job this morning, Rendi quickly explained. I was fired this morning because I offended someone. How did you discover the deceased? I just found it that way. 2 shoes floated up from below, and when I saw them, I knew there was a body down there. Rendi pressed his palms together tightly. He couldn't say he had experience in dealing with corpses, could he? He had just done some work related to that kind of thing a few days ago, and was extremely sensitive to it. He could smell it from quite a distance. After questioning him for a long time, the police said nothing conclusive and finally had him sign a statement before letting him go home. It was clearly his discovery. But somehow it felt as if he were the murderer. After returning home and resting for a while, Rendi suddenly didn't know what to do. Looking at the balance in his bank account, he felt exhausted. System, can you introduce me to a long-term job? Even if it's just temporary work without benefits. At least it would help me cover my basic needs, right? If it weren't for some savings, I'd probably starve on the street. Look at this. I'm about to lose my place to stay. Can you really bear to see me sleeping on the street? This system is a temporary worker system and cannot issue long-term tasks. The host can gain experience and skills that will help solve basic livelihood issues. Damn, Rendi was a bit angry. He had only acquired a few skills: knife skills, mechanical repair, and organization. These seemed decent, but alone, they had no future. He didn't know how to cook. What good was it to cut vegetables beautifully? He could only hope to stumble upon a chef like Lu Gu. Besides that, Lu Gu had his sights set on the national banquet, which was his only chance to shine. If Lu Gu wasn't interested, he was just a vegetable cutter. And anyone could easily find someone willing to work for a few thousand. As for mechanical repair, being a repairman sounded nice. But could he really become a millionaire from it? And organization, was that even a skill? It only meant tidying up his little room to make it more comfortable. Looking for a job? Ridiculous, who would want that? Then there was proficiency in English and autopsy skills. Rendi rubbed his throbbing temples. His head hurt. His English proficiency seemed the most useful, but relying on that for translation? He had checked, and a translation certificate was required. There were still over 3 months until the exam, and the registration for this year had already passed. Was he supposed to just claim he was proficient in English? Beyond level 8. It would be a miracle if he wasn't considered foolish. As for the last skill, it was better left unmentioned. Rendi looked around and found no way to get rich. He pulled out a bag of instant noodles from under the bed and found an empty bowl to soak them in, then picked up a book to read. If only he could be a librarian, getting paid to read books for free. Just thinking about it made him feel giddy. Unfortunately, he couldn't compete for such a good job. Sigh. Ding. Task. Complete 3 days of temporary work as a car repairman. Task Reward 1. Gain a monetary reward of 5,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain C-level racing skill experience. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 of savings and complete garbage cleanup in a designated area. Chapter 018. Modified Sports Car. Rendi looked at the system's newly released Task Failure Penalty, noticing that the deduction amount had changed to 10. If you have the ability, just deduct all my savings. Why not write that a failure results in a 100 deduction of savings? I haven't earned any money, and I'm just working for you, right? Please rest assured. When your savings reach the standard of 1 billion yuan, a task failure will result in a 100 deduction of your savings. Rendi almost choked. The noodles went down the wrong pipe. The tasks issued by the system are within the host's capabilities. There are no issues of deliberate difficulty. The host's task failure is the host's problem. If there are issues, please eat more walnuts. Eat walnuts? What does that mean? Rendi was momentarily stunned before realizing. Was the dog system mocking him for being brainless? The world had turned upside down. The sky didn't change. But he tossed and turned without sleeping. Rendi climbed out of bed, his dark circles under his eyes clearly showing his state. While washing up, the large system logo still swayed in front of him, seemingly hanging there as long as he didn't accept the task. After going downstairs and eating 2 buns, Rendi took the bus to the task location designated by the system. People can be so pretentious. He said he didn't want to look down on the system, yet still hoped for its rewards. Racing experience. This made Rendi, who couldn't afford driving lessons, feel an itch in his heart. Getting driving skills for free, nice. Arriving at a seemingly rundown repair shop, Rendi spent about half an hour finding the place. Who on earth would open a repair shop in such a location? How could they make money? In the shabby yard, he saw two people smoking under a sunshade. Excuse me, are you hiring repair workers? Rindy asked. You? How many years have you worked on cars? Rindy scratched his head and replied, not even a year, just once. That Honda over there. Can you see what's wrong with it? Oh, sure. Rindy walked over to the Honda the master pointed at. After sitting in the car to start it, he got out and opened the hood for a look, then walked back to the master and said, the tire rim is deformed. It needs to be replaced. Right. But I'm just busy for these few days. Can you work as a temporary worker? Rindy nodded, as the system also assigned him a temporary worker task. And he wouldn't be able to take on a long-term one anyway. Thus, Rindy began working at the repair shop, but after just 2 days, he understood why they only hired him for 3 days. It turned out they were also taking on private modification jobs. In the past couple of days, the second-generation kids from Yancheng had organized a racing competition, and a bunch of people rushed over to modify their cars since the race date was set. And many cars weren't ready yet. That's why he had the chance to be a temporary worker. Everyone was in a hurry. Watching the boss charge 200,000 to 300,000 for modifying a single car made him feel as if he had caught a bad case of envy. Otherwise, he would have really liked to open a modification company himself, but that would be illegal. However, Rindy also knew that these people had connections. Even if he reported them, he wouldn't gain anything and would instead attract serious trouble. When will my car be ready? A red vehicle, no, a Maserati, pulled into the repair shop, and the owner got out and walked over to the boss. The boss immediately approached the young owner with a smile. Young Master Wang, your Lamborghini won't be ready until tomorrow afternoon at the earliest. So slow? If it's done tomorrow, it'll be too late. Didn't I tell you it had to be done today? Otherwise, I'll smash your stall. Rindy watched the boss's expression and stood up, saying, Boss, I can modify cars. You? Both looked at Rindy at the same time. Mechanical repair skills were just the ability to modify and fix things, right? Besides, he had picked up some skills over the past 2 days. Are you sure? Don't ruin young Master Wang's car, otherwise, you'll be working for 10 lifetimes to pay it off. I want to speak carelessly. Rindy said to the young master. You can tell me how you want it modified, and I'll estimate the time. If it's feasible, just wait a bit, and you'll see how well it turns out. All right, as long as it's done well, I'm not picky. The experienced mechanic was working on modifying luxury cars with his apprentice when the car belonging to a certain young master arrived. It was a bit late and didn't get queued up for service. Now, Rindy had taken over the task, and the boss was naturally pleased, as the payment had already been made. With someone else doing the work, he didn't have to share the profits, which was quite convenient. Listening to the young master's requests and looking at the parts available in the workshop, Rindy realized where the modifications would be challenging. The engine position needed to be changed, multiple lines had to be replaced, and additional protection features were required, along with the installation of 2 auxiliary turbochargers. In simple terms, it was like adding 2 rockets to that sports car. Who besides astronauts could handle something that fast? Observing the young master, Rindy doubted his physical capabilities. Have you ever seen a heavyweight as a race car driver? Or any speed athlete weighing over 180? This young master might have a chance in sumo wrestling, though. Rindy thought to himself while busily disassembling the car. After working for 7 or 8 hours, he finally completed the modifications. Meanwhile, the young master had been sitting nearby, engrossed in playing games for the same duration. A person who could endure such solitude without moving should be a homebody. So why was he into sports cars? Come on, dodge that big move. Rindy walked over to see the young master intensely engaged in a competitive game. After 2 minutes, the match concluded, and the young master exited the game, looking frustrated. What a bunch of useless players. They couldn't seize such a good opportunity. Your car is ready. Want to give it a try? Rindy asked. Really? The young master perked up and hurried to inspect the car. Aside from an extra pipe at the back, he couldn't tell what had changed. Is this even possible? Get in and take it for a spin. I guarantee it's fine, Rindy replied, stretching his sore shoulders and glancing at the sky. It was already evening, and soon he would complete this task. At that moment, the boss approached, looking at the modified car and giving Rindy a thumbs up. Not bad. How about joining us to train apprentices? I'll give you this amount. Rindy glanced at the 2 fingers the boss was holding up and noticed the anxious expression of the experienced mechanic, so he shook his head in refusal. Forget it. The pay is too low, and the work is too tiring. The boss looked a bit regretful. The urgent jobs are all done, and the remaining repair work isn't much. Are you coming back tomorrow? Nope. Rindy smiled. We agreed on 3 days, and I can't take food off others' plates, right? If I take this job, Everyone will earn less. The boss nodded and transferred Ren D's payment for the 3 days via his phone, regarding the modification fee as secondary. Chapter 019 Conflict. After receiving his wages for 3 days, Ren D also received a reward from the system. Ding. Task. Temporary car mechanic has been completed. Rewards are being issued. Congratulations. You have received a reward. 5,000 yuan monetary reward. Congratulations. You have received a reward. C-Class Racing Skill Experience. Ren D calmly looked at the bank information. The deposit, which had once reached such a high point, now felt like a drizzle with the additional few thousand. Even when he used to earn that amount in a month, he felt it was a good job. Indeed, human ambition and desire are never-ending. Back then, earning 5,000 a month felt like a great job to him. Wang Xiao returned after taking a spin in his Lamborghini. This car was definitely faster than before. Good. Very nice. As long as you're satisfied. The boss smiled, knowing he was the one making the most profit from this deal. At that moment, Wang Xiao's phone rang. After answering, he began to angrily yell into the phone. Ren D had just finished washing his hands and was about to pack up to go home when he heard Wang Xiao shout, "Lu Lao-san, you traitorous bastard. How dare you play me? You agreed to work for me and then went to drive for Lu Minggang instead? Do you think my family is easy to bully? Just wait." Ren D paused, turned around, and saw Wang Xiao blinking not far away. Could it be as he thought? "Wang Xiao, are you looking for a race car driver? A C-Class one?" Ren D self-recommended, feeling he had a good chance of guessing correctly. "You're a race car driver?" Wang Xiao looked him over with a skeptical expression. "Which race car driver works as a mechanic in a repair shop?" "I can. C-Class. The system produces it. And besides not having a license, everything else is pretty good. Brother, help me drive tomorrow, and I'll give you 100,000. If you can beat Lu Lao-san, I'll give you 300,000. "Yes, sir." Ren D was so excited he couldn't sleep all night and woke up at 5:30 in the morning. "System, did you see that? I just got a job that can earn 300,000. Show off, but don't forget if you have the skills to get such a job. Do you have the face for it?" The system remained silent as usual. Ren D bragged for a while but received no feedback, feeling like he was punching air, which was quite frustrating. After taking a cold shower, he dressed in sportswear. In the morning, the crowd heading to work, the crowded bus station, and the weary expressions on the faces of the workers filled the scene. Ren D slowly walked out of the urban village, feeling like an outsider watching the bustling crowd. Suddenly, he thought that it had only been a little over 20 days since he got the system, yet his past life felt like it was many years ago. Seize the opportunity, Ren D. Your days of success are coming soon. The sky was clear and blue, and in the outskirts of Yangqing, there was a sharp mountain rising over 2,300 meters high, with winding roads. In the past, there were many villages on the mountain, but now most had relocated, and this road had gradually seen fewer vehicles, turning into a racing spot for the second generation of Yangqing. Wang Xiao Wang Yiheng originally did not enjoy mingling with these racing second-generation kids, but due to certain reasons, his family urged him to build connections with them. He had no choice but to get a car to join them for fun. It started as just a casual activity, but then Lu Minggang, the son of the Lu family, returned from abroad and got close to the Tianqing group, soon to marry the princess of Tianqing group, Yang Loi. Wang Yiheng looked down on Lu Minggang's appearance, comparing him to a banana person. After going out and returning, he started talking about mixed blood theories, claiming that foreigners had excellent genes and that their bloodlines were pure and noble. Wang Yiheng retorted, calling him a sycophant who was embarrassing his ancestors. Somehow, this remark reached Lu Minggang's ears, and the two became at odds. Wang Yiheng was not driving the race car himself. He had hired a driver. But as the race approached, the driver was poached by Lu Minggang. He didn't understand the racing scene, just as he had agreed to let Ren D participate in the race without knowing much about it. Lu Minggang was about to become the son-in-law of a major corporation and a local big shot. However, a few days ago, someone leaked information about him secretly dating the chairman's secretary, even writing a little essay online. If it weren't for the lack of concrete evidence, he might have been called off the engagement. This incident delayed his marriage to Yang Loi, and Yang Tianqing even fired the suspected secretary. Frustrated, Lu Minggang sought trouble with Wang Yiheng, especially since he had insulted him behind his back. To make matters worse, Yang Loi had never treated him well from the beginning. Even after being grounded by Yang Tianqing, she showed no signs of changing her attitude. If not for his ulterior motives, he would have seriously considered getting rid of her. Ren D was on his way to a certain mountain in a taxi, and along the way, he saw luxury sports cars overtaking his taxi one after another. The taxi driver nearly lost control upon witnessing this. What is wrong with these rich people? Why are they racing on this road? Don't they care about their car's undercarriage? Rindy looked at the cars enviously, wondering when he would be able to afford one. Are these people just rich and bored? They can't drive in the city, and the roads outside are bad. Aren't they worried about scraping the bottom of their cars on this rocky road? Maybe for them, the money for a car is just pocket change. Rindy commented. Yeah, we don't understand the world of the wealthy. He sighed. Seeing them treat their cars this way makes me feel a bit sorry for them. Me too. Rindy agreed. Suddenly, the taxi swerved violently, and he was thrown against the other side of the car, his head hitting the door with a loud thud. Damn it! The driver shouted as he swerved the steering wheel, nearly crashing into another car that suddenly overtook them without signaling. Rindy felt stars in his eyes and turned to see a brownish-yellow luxury SUV beside them. To his shock, the driver was the same person who had fired him from a major corporation, causing him to lose 15 of his savings. The taxi driver glared angrily at Lu Minggang in the SUV, who simply smiled and gave him the middle finger before speeding away, leaving the taxi to eat dust. What is so great about driving a luxury car? If I were 20 years younger, I'd definitely ram right into him. The driver fumed. Rindy looked at the shadow of the car ahead, his gaze turning cold. Chapter 020 Competition. Upon arriving at the designated location, Rindy got out of the car and immediately heard a group of people arguing. If you're going to apologize, just do it quickly. Stop being so wishy-washy like an old lady. Yeah, exactly. Don't you see what occasion it is today? Brother Qi, Brother Zhao, and Brother Lu are all here. Stop trying to show off. I won't apologize. If you have the guts, come bite me. Wang Yiheng shouted. If you're so brave, go back to your country. Go and mix with your people. What are you doing back here? Running away to seek shelter after getting into trouble? You think you're so capable just because you have family abroad? Why don't you go back and show some filial piety? You're just fawning over foreign things. Selling out your own for glory. Am I wrong? You really think just because you have a degree from some university, you're elite? You're more like scum. Wang Yiheng. If you're capable, stop talking and fight. Come on, hit me. Does it matter to you that I have a foreign father? You can't eat grapes and then complain they are sour. You're just jealous of me. I get it. I can't stand your smug little face. All right. Stop arguing. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward to intervene. This event is organized by my group, and for my sake, any issues you have will be settled by strength. Brother Qi, are you favoring this guy? Wang Yiheng said. You know this punk stabbed me in the back, stealing my driver and acting like this. Are you really that naive? Wang Yiheng, can you speak more politely? Are you disregarding Brother Qi's authority? Yeah, Wang Yiheng. Can't you keep your people in check without slandering others? Everyone shut up. Brother Qi pushed the two apart and said, you two will compete. 5 million on the line. The loser exits this circle. Dare to accept? All right, deal. They both replied simultaneously. Rindy, listening from behind the crowd, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Wealth means little to the rich. At this moment, Wang Yiheng returned to his car and saw Rindy standing nearby. Hey, brother. You made it. Do you think you can win against that guy? He pointed at Lu Minggang, a short man beside him. Rindy squinted at Lin Minggang across from him and snorted coldly. That guy will avoid you from now on. Lu Minggang fell to gaze on him. Looked around but didn't see anyone, only spotting Wang Yiheng talking to someone, and immediately smirked. Lu Laosan, if you win the race, I'll give you 1 million. Try to take out the other driver. Got it. Anyone who dares to oppose me. Rest assured, Lu Xiao. In the racing scene of Yangqing, if I say I'm second, no one dares to claim first. The opponent looks like an ordinary person. If they had any reputation, wouldn't they show me some respect? Just watch the show. A group of people controlled drones to observe the road conditions, while others prepared after surveying the area. Sitting in the driver's seat, Rindy let out a breath, calming his mindset. Although he had used the system's skills a few times and knew it was quite reliable, the lively atmosphere and environment around him still heightened Rindy's nervousness. Unknowingly, his palms were sweaty. Ahead on the road, a girl dressed in a striking outfit was waving a small red flag, while Lu Laosan was driving a Ferrari alongside Rindy's Lamborghini. The engines roared to life, and in the next second, the flag waved, and both supercars surged forward simultaneously, a massive cloud of dust immediately spreading and obscuring people's view. After 3 to 5 seconds, when the dust settled, the two cars had already vanished from sight. So fast, a crowd rushed over to the drone monitors to check the race conditions, where they had set up 6 drones capturing from different angles. It was quite professional. In the office of the chairman of Tianqin Group, Yang Tiancheng looked at his daughter Yang Luoyi's sullen expression and waved his hand. All right, you go ahead. Your engagement with Lu Minggang is called off, and I will speak with the Lu family about it later. Yang Luoyi nodded without saying a word and directly left, sighing after she exited. Yang Tiancheng hadn't expected that the person he had chosen for his daughter would turn out to be two-faced. He had thought he was finding her a support, but now it seemed he had introduced her to a scoundrel. Their already strained father-daughter relationship had now hit rock bottom. If he had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? After leaving the office, Yang Luoyi felt her brows relax a little. Being forced into marriage nearly drove her to despair. If it weren't for meeting a kind-hearted person who saved her, given her level of depression, she might not have made it through that moment. Sighing at the thought of that figure, Yang Luoyi felt a bit embarrassed. That person must think she was out of her mind, considering such a drastic step. At that time, she truly felt trapped, recalling how the other person had suggested finding a beautiful place to bury herself. If she were to marry, she would absolutely not refuse that person. Rubbing her cheeks, Yang Luoyi took out her phone to call her best friend. Where are you? Come play games with me. I'm at Sishi Mountain, racing with Qi Tian and the others. Today, that Lu Minggang better not get away with it. I bet him 5 million. Plus, Qi Tian set up a betting pool, and I bet on myself to win. That guy even put over 3 million on the other side. Hearing the shouts coming from the other end, Yang Luoyi instinctively held the phone a bit farther away. It seemed there were not only but also many others shouting. My engagement with Lu Minggang is off. My father just finished investigating and told me. Really? That's great. I knew that guy was no good. No matter how people pretend, their true nature doesn't change. Just based on what he said, I knew he was a loser. Go for it, Rindy. Don't let him win. Crush him. Yang Luoyi moved the phone away a bit more, waiting for the noise to die down before saying, I want to find someone. Can you help me? Just a moment. I'm about to win. Rindy, come on, hurry. Block Lu Lao-san. Take him down. Quick, quick, quick. Ha ha. I won. Luoyi, I won. I won against Lu Minggang. Oh, Yang Luoyi heard the loud commotion from across the way, the roar of car engines and the cheers of many people. However, this had nothing to do with her. She only wanted to find that person. Chapter 021 5 million pocket money at the foot of the mountain. Lu Minggang's race against Wang Yiheng had just ended. The drivers, Lu Laosan and Rindy, saw Rindy's car cross the finish line 30 seconds ahead of Lu Laosan. Throughout the race, both cars were in a fierce competition, almost colliding with trees multiple times. And at one point, one car nearly went off the cliff. Rindy sat in the car for a while before regaining his senses. It would be a lie to say he wasn't scared, especially since it was the first time driving such a racing car. He felt the power of the system once again and had won the race. In the end, he was lifted out of the car by others and held up in the air for quite a while. Lu Minggang, you have to pay up. When are you giving me the money? Wang Yiheng stood in front of Lu Minggang, demanding money with confidence. Useless. Lu Minggang slapped Lu Laosan with a dark expression, claiming to be the boss of the racing scene in Yanqing. Is there no one better than him? Useless. Go die. Lu Laosan fell to the ground, but didn't he dare to retaliate. None of these young masters and ladies were people he could afford to provoke. Even though they often let him tag along, he was essentially begging for scraps from them. Moreover, he had just learned that Lu Minggang had placed a 3 million bet on him. Watching Lu Laosan get beaten, Wang Yiheng couldn't help but say something odd. Oh, this is heaven opening its eyes. If you were still my driver, I'd probably lose my shorts today. Luckily, you're not my driver. Lu Minggang shot a cold glare at Wang Yiheng for a while before turning to Rindy with a huff and walking away. Don't try to dodge payment. If you want to keep mixing in Yanqing, remember to pay me back before tonight. As Lu Minggang walked away, Wang Yiheng shouted, Oh right, I just got news that your engagement with Yang Luoyi is cancelled, so you can go back to your country and find a horse to breed with. And I wish you could produce more mixed breeds. What did you say? Lu Minggang was stunned, wondering what nonsense Wang Yiheng was spouting. Damn, is that true? Is this news reliable? Wait, I guess specific news will come out tonight. Young Master Wang, where did you get this news? Didn't they already send out the wedding invitations? Exactly, young Master Wang. You can eat, but you shouldn't talk nonsense. After dealing with the crowd, Wang Yiheng approached Rindy and said, Rindy, thank you. I didn't expect you to really win against Lu Laosan. Impressive. Rindy smiled faintly, showing little excitement or enthusiasm. As the young masters were settling the betting funds, hearing them casually mention amounts like 500,000, 1 million, and 3 million, he completely lost interest in the small sum of money he held. He felt unworthy to breathe this air, unworthy to stand here. The money has been transferred to you. Haha, I just earned a year's pocket money in one go. A year's pocket money? 3 million or 5 million? Watching Wang Yiheng laugh without a care, Ren Di quietly put away his phone. Young Master Wang, I'll head back soon if there's nothing else. He wanted to go back and buy a car. Not for anything else, but for convenience. His small electric vehicle was now retired, and it was inconvenient to go anywhere without a car. He also wanted to see if there were any good houses available, whether for rent or purchase. At least now he had some money. All right. I'll reach out to you next time if I need anything. After bidding farewell to Wang Yiheng, two attractive girls approached Ren Di, asking for his phone number and handing him their business cards. Hey there, want to hang out later? Let's go dancing. Ren Di was not interested. He had had enough excitement for the day. Dancing was out of the question, as he couldn't risk his health, especially when turning on mountain roads. His adrenaline was pumping fast. His heart raced as if it would leap out of his chest, and his hands and feet trembled as if he had Parkinson's disease. If it weren't for his brain still knowing what he was doing and his memory of driving being intact, this day could have been his last. He needed to take it easy. Looking at his palm, Ren Di chuckled again. Driving a luxury car truly felt extraordinary. He spent quite some time trying to book a car but received no response, so he decided to walk a bit. Not far along, he heard a sound behind him. Two cars sped past, leaving a trail of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Ren Di watched as the cars disappeared, stirring up dust. Driving so fast. Were they in a rush to reincarnate? One car was a Ferrari, and the other was a Cullinan. Both belonged to Lu Minggang. Could it be that the marriage Lu Minggang was involved in, which Wang Yiheng mentioned earlier, really fell through? Ren Di maliciously speculated, very good. It would be best if Lu Minggang also got fired from Tiansheng Group in the end and tasted what it's like to be laid off. By the time Ren Di got home, it was already past mealtime, so he cheerfully ordered a small hot pot. After taking a nap in the afternoon, he took a taxi to a real estate office he had been eyeing for a while. The salesperson greeted Ren Di warmly, without the typical exaggerated flattery seen in novels. Ren Di wanted to buy a large apartment of about 120 square meters. In this area, good properties were priced at several thousand per square meter, so he would need a loan to purchase one. The money he received today was just enough for a down payment. Additionally, Ren Di pondered that since the system was always concerned about his savings, he would spend some of it and see how the system reacted. Sir, I've calculated the numbers for you. The apartment is a 120 square meter 3-bedroom. The price per square meter is currently 22,000, so the total comes to 2.64 million. Including transaction taxes and other fees, the total is exactly 3 million. The developer is running a promotion where you get a garage and basement with the purchase. There is also a discount for a down payment of 30 and a 10 discount if it's 20. Which option would you prefer? If you need a loan, I can help you find the relevant departments to ensure the bank offers the lowest interest rate. Ren Di was taken aback. How did the salesperson's calculations differ from his own? Suddenly, over 300,000 appeared out of nowhere. Thinking about the tricks involved with real estate agents, Ren Di straightened his back and chuckled softly. Miss, your commission is way too high, isn't it? Do you think I'm easy to talk to, or do you just feel we deserve to be bullied? You sell me a house and instantly make half a house worth of profit. Haha, if you're not satisfied, we can negotiate further. Who goes to see a house and just buys it on a whim? Don't we all discuss it like this, right? If not, I can apply for the lowest discount from my superiors, 15 off. It can't go any lower. Let me think about it. The layout of this house isn't that great. After all, it's blocked in the front, and it only gets 2 to 3 hours of sunlight a day. Summer is fine, but in winter, it might freeze to death. How much heating would I need? The salesperson rolled her eyes discreetly. If you can't afford it, just say so. Do you really think a good house can be yours? After visiting the sales office, Ren Di went to a car dealership. After another round of browsing, he realized he was just a mouse. He thought 50,000 was a lot, but he found he couldn't buy anything meaningful. The things he could afford were not to his liking. 50,000 could buy a small studio apartment of around 20 square meters, but what would he do with that? He wanted to get married and have children in the future. 50,000 could also buy a standard low-end car from a well-known brand, but the insurance, car tax, and fuel costs were not as straightforward as he imagined, and parking fees weren't even included. After adding everything up, he realized that his money was just enough for self-comfort. Sighing, he returned to his rental room and honestly sat at the bedside to read. He felt he didn't deserve a big house or a car. Temporary workers don't deserve social insurance or housing funds. They are just scapegoats for accidents. A long silent system suddenly appeared, mocking him. Rendi's hand trembled slightly as he steadied himself against the ridicule. Instead of laughing at me, why don't you reflect on yourself? Why can other systems provide benefits to their hosts, have assistants that can speak, while you are just a temporary worker system that can only send text? Each time you write a notification, you pretend there's a sound effect? Are you just deceiving yourself? Other systems can arrange big houses for their hosts, villas with swimming pools, garages filled with luxury cars, and complete property documents. Why can't you prepare anything for me? I have no racing license despite my experience with C-class racing. Is it that hard to get a photo? Have you ever thought about why? Right? You should know. It's your ineffectiveness that causes my misfortune. If you were some rich system, a secret agent system, or even a chef system, it would be fine. But here you are, giving me only half the skills. You give knife skills, but not cooking skills. You provide anatomy knowledge, but not the medical skills. Are you even useful? You can't even produce sound. And I have to voice myself. Are you just a show-off? I'm not worthy of having a big house, and you don't deserve to have sound effects either. I'm just an ordinary person. Life goes on without you. What about you? Huh? If you want to see me make a fool of myself, you should first question your own existence. Rendi was focused on his studies, planning to obtain both translation and racing licenses next year. If the system isn't helpful, he'll just push himself harder. Take a chance. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. A translator earns more than a mechanic. And a race car driver is always better than an ordinary driver. The next day, Rendi woke up and washed up, surprised that the system hadn't issued any tasks for 2 consecutive days. Was he overwhelmed yesterday? Is the system still functioning? Has it thought of sending me to some house? The kind with a garden and a swimming pool? At 6 o'clock, Rendi decided to ignore the system. If it's not broken, then it's just sulking, right? Not wanting to assign him tasks? In that case, he might as well look for a new rental, as the place he was living in would be demolished in about 10 days. He could see moving trucks every day. With his phone in hand, Rendi headed out, thinking of a place called Mingzhu Garden. He had been there once as a real estate agent with some clients, and overall, the houses there seemed decent. Hey, Rendi. What a rare visitor. In the agency office, Bai Hui spotted Rendi and immediately stood up to greet him. It's been almost a month. How have you been? Have you found a new job yet? Ah, not yet. Congratulations on your promotion to store manager. Seeing the name tag on Bai Hui, Rendi chuckled. Apparently, his departure brought some benefits to Bai Hui. Thanks. So, have you not found a job yet? Want to come back? This time, I've got your back. No need. I'm just here to ask if there are any houses for rent in Mingzhu Garden. I need a place because mine is being demolished. Rendi smiled, internally complaining about how Bai Hui couldn't think of anything else but his job search. Was this a curse on him? Bai Hui took Rendi to see 3 or 4 rental houses in Mingzhu Garden, and they finally settled on an over 80 square meter 2-bedroom apartment. Renting such a big place, do you have a girlfriend? Bai Hui asked with a smile. What kind of girl is she? How does she look? What's her personality like? His smirk made Rendi feel nauseous, and he covered Bai Hui's face with his hand, saying irritably, can't it just be me getting rich and living by myself? Haha, if you could get rich, would you have struggled to sign a single contract while you were an agent? Bai Hui poked at Rendi, not believing that someone like him could become wealthy. In this day and age, anyone with a bit of skill would have already settled down. Someone like Rendi, who was honest and straightforward, had nothing to do with wealth. As the saying goes, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass. A person doesn't get rich without windfalls. Without the guts and courage to earn extra income through legitimate means, how could he expect to get rich? Dream on. Noticing Bai Hui's gaze, Rendi forced a smile. Thankfully, he really hadn't pursued that path. For the sake of friendship with Rendi, Bai Hui offered him a favorable price and also mentioned the minor issues with the house in advance. Rendi nodded. Those small issues were nothing as long as there were no leaks or problems with the electricity meter. After signing the contract and making the payment, Rendi had a meal with Bai Hui before heading back to his little place to pack his belongings. Since he didn't have much to move, Rendi finished the move in one go. It was quite smooth. Afterward, he called the landlord to request his deposit, and the landlord promptly returned it without any deductions, probably knowing that the house was going to be demolished and that there was nothing of value inside, so he didn't take care whether Rendi took anything. Rendi only finished tidying up the house at night, and just as he was about to order takeout, he received a call from Wang Yang. Why would the young master call me? Curious, Rendi looked at his phone. After answering, Wang Yiheng's voice came through. Rendi, come out for drinks. Huh. Hey, I'm happy today. Let us celebrate our victory over Lu Minggang. That guy just paid me back. I'm treating you to drinks, and by the way, I'll introduce you to my good friend. She's a stunning beauty. Ah, young Master Wang. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for someone of your status to be looking for someone like me? Come on. Or do you not consider me a friend? You think just because you embarrassed Lu Minggang today, he won't dare to touch you? All right. Ren Di reluctantly agreed, feeling like he was being pulled into a group. After taking a taxi to the place Wang Yiheng had specified, Ren Di discovered that it was actually a very small bar. At first glance, the facade had a bit of an anime style, a place that would appeal to homebodies. It suited Wang Yiheng's taste perfectly, as he was a heavy anime fan. Once inside, Ren Di took in the bar's environment. At the back was the bar counter, surrounded by 7 or 8 booths. The small dance floor in the middle was flashing with colorful lights, and there weren't many people in the bar, contrary to the wild scene he had imagined. Wang Yiheng waved to him from a booth. Ren Di walked over and greeted him with a smile. Young Master Wang. Just call me Yiheng or Yi. Calling me young Master Wang feels too awkward and makes me feel like I have to act like a spoiled rich kid. It's exhausting. Huh. Ren Di was taken aback. What do you mean act? Aren't you just a spoiled rich kid? Normal people don't race cars or threaten others to ruin their parties. I'm only saying this because I think you're decent. Don't take it for granted. Wang Yiheng, holding his drink, said to Ren Di with dissatisfaction, I respect you. All right. I'm set on having you as a friend now, Yiheng. Ren Di looked seriously into Wang Yiheng's eyes. That is more like it. Wait a minute, my best friend is back, and I'll introduce you. Best friend. Ren Di was surprised. Is it appropriate for a man to use that term? Shouldn't it be childhood friend or buddy? How did best friend come up? At the very least, it should be sister, he thought, just as a figure in white walked over. Ren Di was surprised. Wasn't this the beautiful Portia girl from the Tianqing group? After working as a security guard for a day and a half, he had seen several luxury car owners. But the one who left the deepest impression on him was this stunning beauty. Yang Luoyi also spotted Ren Di and was instantly taken aback. She didn't expect that the racer Wang Yiheng mentioned was this person. Unconsciously, her face turned bright red. Last time he saved her. And this time he defeated Lu Minggang in such a way. He was simply her great savior. Luoyi, this is Ren Di. He the racer I told you about. The one who is quite impressive. Isn't he handsome? Much better looking than that guy with the green hair. If you're looking for a boyfriend, you should aim for someone like him. Stop it. Yang Luoyi felt shy and didn't know what to say, her eyes wandering awkwardly over Ren Di's handsome face. Hello, I'm Ren Di, he said, feeling a bit uneasy under the gaze of the beautiful girl. He first initiated the conversation, but her direct stare felt like a knife, making him somewhat fearful. Did she discover that he had been sneaking glances at her car? Hi, I'm Yang Luoyi. Upon hearing her name, Ren Di was again surprised. He didn't expect this beautiful girl to be the princess of the Tianqing group. That Lu Minggang was indeed a scoundrel. How could he cheat with such a beautiful fiancée? Yang Luoyi shyly extended her hand, and after Ren Di politely shook it, he withdrew his palm. Wang Yiheng, standing nearby, widened his eyes in surprise, looking at Yang Luoyi and then at Ren Di. Thank you, Yang Luoyi said to Ren Di, thinking she was referring to the racing incident. Ren Di felt a bit embarrassed and replied, no need to be polite. I was just doing my job. I received 300,000 from Wang Xiaoyang, so I had to do my best. To be honest, I really disliked that Lu Minggang. He's just a beast in human skin. Huh, what do you mean? Wang Yiheng asked curiously. Could it be that you have a grudge against him too? Well, my last job was lost because of him, which cost me a lot of money, and he also. Suddenly, Ren Di noticed Yang Luoyi beside him and felt hesitant to continue. After all, discussing such matters in front of the main character wasn't appropriate. Anyway, you all know he's not a good person. Go on, tell me. I want to hear what that guy did. Wang Yiheng pressed. That guy is involved in wild activities and even plans to stir trouble in the board of directors of the Tianqing group. Ren Di glanced at Yang Luoyi and said, I heard it with my own ears, and that's why I lost my job. Yang Luoyi was surprised. Were you an employee of the Tianqing group before? Why haven't I seen your resume? Oh, that Ren Di felt a bit embarrassed. I was just a temporary worker. Ha. So we are all part of the Anti-Lu Alliance. Ren Di ate some pastries from the table, feeling somewhat awkward. Ultimately, the three of them had significant differences in their identities, and in this gathering, he was the most vulnerable one. The three didn't really talk much. Most of the time, they were just eating and drinking. Yang Luoyi was like a little rabbit, always silently watching Ren Di. Wang Yiheng occasionally said a few words, but they were mostly scolding Lu Minggang. Ren Di suddenly realized that these two seemed to be less happy than he was. At least they weren't living a joyful life. Is having money not synonymous with happiness? It seemed there was a popular saying online for a while. I'd rather cry in a luxury car than laugh on a bicycle. Looking at the two, Ren-D silently vowed that he wanted both the luxury car and the laughter. Around 10 o'clock at night, the three of them finished their gathering. Wang Yiheng and Yang Loi both called a designated driver to take them home. Before leaving, Yang Loi looked at Ren-D several times, trying to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After watching their car leave, Ren-D sat down on the curb. Ding. Task. Complete a 3-day temporary security guard job. Task Reward 1. Gain a monetary reward of 15,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced military combat skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 of savings and complete trash cleanup in a designated area. Seeing that the system had issued a temporary job, Ren-D was somewhat surprised. Moreover, the penalty for failure didn't increase. Why is the system being so generous today? After clearing his mind and shaking off the alcohol, he felt a bit better and decided to walk home, saving money and getting some exercise. The host is absolutely right. A system without ideals is not a good system. And a temporary worker without ambitions is not a good temporary worker. Who doesn't want to turn their temporary job into a permanent one? Ha ha. Ren-D laughed heartily. Who doesn't have dreams? Who wants to be a nobody? Suddenly, Ren-D felt a slap on the back of his head, causing him to stumble and nearly fall. After stabilizing himself, he realized the person who hit him had already run far away. Damn it. In a moment of drunkenness, Ren-D's body acted before his mind, and he chased after the person, launching a flying kick. Chapter 024 It's you again. Ren-D ran up and kicked the person down to the ground. The man seemed surprised by Ren-D's fierce retaliation. He quickly got up, looking angry, dressed in a black hoodie that obscured his expression. However, his eyes shone with a menacing light from beneath the hood, resembling a wild beast. You're looking for trouble, the man said in a deep, hoarse voice. You're the one who's sick. Whether I laugh or not is none of your business. Ren-D retorted defiantly. Come on then, let us settle this. Sneaky as you are, I can tell you're not a good person. What did you say? I said you're not a good person. A walking jackpot. Ren-D didn't even realize he was spouting off like this. The road was somewhat secluded, with tall trees lining both sides and streetlights hidden among the lush branches, making the path appear dim. The man paused for a moment, then slightly lowered his head. Say that again. If you're drunk, I suggest you go home quietly. What? That you're a murderer? A walking jackpot. Do you dare to admit it? The man pulled a spring knife from his pocket, and with a snap, the shiny blade popped out, reflecting a cold glimmer. At this moment, Ren-D was tipsy, his eyes barely open, swaying unsteadily. The man walked toward him step by step, and Ren-D, covering his mouth, felt a wave of nausea. Just as the man was getting close, he couldn't hold it anymore and vomited, causing the man to freeze in disgust, narrowly avoiding having it splattered on his face. Damn! As Ren-D opened his mouth again, the man quickly sidestepped and slapped him hard. The blow knocked Ren-D down, but the pain jolted him awake, and he saw a knife thrusting toward him. He didn't know where the strength came from, but suddenly grabbed the man's hand and bit down hard. Let go! Let go! The man didn't expect Ren-D to retaliate like this, caught off guard, and Ren-D's teeth landed right on his already injured spot. Let go! Are you a dog? Ren-D's jaw ached, but he didn't dare release his grip. At this moment, he was fully awake. This person was definitely dangerous if he was willing to use a knife. The man struggled, unable to hold on any longer, and the knife fell to the ground. Noticing this, Ren-D released his bite and slammed his head into the man's chin, then flipped over and mounted him. The man's arm was twisted behind his back, and he kept resisting due to the pain from his wound. You dare move the knife? I dare you to move. I dare you to move. Ren-D punched the back of the man's head repeatedly, and after a few blows, the man passed out. A cold wind blew, causing Ren-D to shiver. He can't be dead, right? Feeling a bit scared, he nervously reached out to check for a pulse, and after sensing breath, he hurriedly took out his phone to call the police. This was the second time this month. He didn't know how the police viewed him. At the police station, Ren-D once again sat obediently in the interrogation room, taking notes. You again? Officer Zhang Xiaoyu smiled upon seeing Ren-D and began the usual questioning. Name? You recognized me. Can we skip this process? Ren-D said helplessly. No, you know this is the procedure, yet you want to bypass it. Age? 22. What happened today? You really have some luck. And you were right. That man is a wanted fugitive, Zhang Xiaoyu said to Ren-D. Huh. I was drinking with friends, and my head was a bit muddled. I didn't think much of it. He hit me, and I just fought back. Just like Wu Song at Jingyang Ridge fighting a tiger, you caught a fugitive while drunk. You're something else. I was just emboldened by alcohol. On a normal day. I wouldn't dare, Rin Di said, covering his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Another officer mentioned that he had bitten the man's hand badly, requiring 12 stitches. Take it easy on the way back. We'll notify you when the bonus comes through in a couple of days. Thank you, thank you. Rin Di felt a bit incredulous on his way home. He had actually caught a fugitive without getting hurt, even with a knife involved. Could it be that his grandfather and father are watching over him from above? Or perhaps after a nap, Rin Di was awakened by his phone alarm. And when he opened his eyes, it was already 8:30. A new task had been released, and after freshening up, Rin Di carefully reviewed the task requirements before rushing to the office where he was needed for work. The city was hosting a marathon event, which required a large number of staff and volunteers. After submitting his materials, Rin Di was assigned to security maintenance, where he would patrol with the police. On the second day, the marathon began, and Rin Di was maintaining order on the main road alongside a police officer named Wang. This temporary job went quite well. He gained some insights from Officer Wang, who shared tips on observing people. For example, he learned about where pickpockets tend to operate, which groups of people to pay attention to, and how to distinguish between good and bad individuals. Rin Di thought to himself, no wonder he was never checked when riding the subway. Perhaps the police could tell at a glance that he was a good person. This task was completed smoothly, and Rin Di gained experience in advanced military-style boxing. He practiced some stances on the spot, feeling quite formidable. If he had acquired this skill earlier, he could have avoided the bite from that wanted criminal he encountered last time. He returned home feeling great, occasionally waving his fists as if to show off. What should he do? Just before arriving home, his phone rang. Rin Di looked at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. He politely answered, but there was silence on the other end. Hello? Did you dial the wrong number? Is the signal bad? Hello, this is Yang Luoi, came a voice after a pause. Huh, young lady? Rin Di was taken aback. Why was Yang Luoi suddenly calling him? Yang Luoi was nervously gripping her phone, swallowing hard, and then said slowly, I want to invite you to dinner. Thank you for saving me. Huh, we talked about that little incident yesterday. It doesn't count. You saved me when I tried to jump into the river. Yang Luoi finally expressed what she wanted to say. What? Rin Di was in shock. Chapter 025 Social Status Disparity. A wealthy heiress worth over 100 million attempting suicide by jumping into a dirty, trash-filled ditch. Rin Di had already sensed something strange about Yang Luoi and Wang Yang, but he didn't expect this twist. So, Rin Di asked the girl across from him. Please be my boyfriend. She said. No way. Rin Di rejected her without a second thought. He had no intention of engaging in a thankless task. Although Yang Luoi was beautiful, he couldn't afford to support her. Moreover, her father was a big shot in the city, and they were from different worlds. How could that ever work out? Love? Nonsense. If things went wrong, they could be a couple one day, and the next day he could end up as a cement pillar, or worse, be handed a check for 50,000. Told he wasn't suitable for her daughter, and sent away with the money. Various scenarios flashed through Rin Di's mind, and none of them seemed to lead to a good outcome. In Yang Luoi's eyes, there was a look of astonishment. She thought the other party would agree, considering the money involved. Before her mother had an accident, she had all kinds of people around her. I can give you money. No way. Rin Di shook his head. Being a boyfriend means taking responsibility. A certain great person once said that relationships without the goal of marriage are just nonsense. He didn't want to be that kind of person, so knowing they couldn't get married, he wondered why they should be together. Am I not pretty enough? Yang Luoi lowered her head. No, you're quite beautiful. Then why? Or do you have a complex about being a virgin? Are you afraid of my relationship with Lu Ming? I can tell you that I'm not. Stop guessing. Rin Di interrupted her. This is in ancient times. A man saving a woman and touching her a little doesn't mean he has to be devoted to her. I saved you out of conscience. And whether you have money or are pretty doesn't matter. Similarly, being your boyfriend has nothing to do with your wealth or looks. The reason I don't want to be your boyfriend is social status. We are not equal. Rin Di calmly said. Even if being with you could save me 30 years of hard work, that's not the path I want to take. I want to walk a solid and steady road. Step by step, one that belongs to me, not to you or anyone else. I don't want to be a parasite or a societal leech. I don't want to realize when I'm old and nearing death that my life has been spent in a meaningless way without virtue or connections. Living like that wouldn't bring me joy or satisfaction. Yang Luoi was left speechless. Are there still people like this in today's society? In this money-centric world? Is there really someone so pure? She thought she was already quite innocent, but she didn't expect the other person to be even more so. Then can we be friends? Yang Luai asked. Aren't we already friends? Rindy felt a bit shy. He had just bragged a lot and now felt a little embarrassed. After all, who wouldn't be happy to have such a girlfriend? A rich and beautiful girl pursuing him. If this gets out, it would be too embarrassing. Any man would agree to that. Holding back his restless thoughts, Rindy calmly sipped his coffee. The status inequality was an issue for a long-lasting relationship. Both parties needed to be equal, whether in giving or receiving, both mentally and materially. Otherwise, over time, it would become unbalanced, just like with his mother. Thinking of that woman, the slight pleasure he felt earlier vanished completely. He wanted to marry a rich beauty, so he must also transform into a high-class man. The story of the prince and the Cinderella is just a fairy tale, not reality. As they parted ways, Rindy watched Yang Loi drive away and suddenly recalled the day he saved her from the filthy water. At that moment, he had held her waist, and it seemed his hand had touched her. He lightly grabbed the air with his hand, then thought about the exquisite makeup she had just worn, especially those lovely, plump red lips. He regretted not being bolder back then. He kicked a small stone on the ground in annoyance and walked home with his hands in his pockets. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and he had wasted several hours. If he had known, he would have stayed home to play games instead. Rindy thought to himself that maybe he should buy a computer to have more game options. As he walked along the main road and was about to turn a corner after passing a block, the system issued a task. Ding. Task. Complete a temporary worker job as a combat reserve member once. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 10,000. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced musical skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleaning in a designated area. System. Why have you started issuing tasks at night again? Wasn't it usually during the day? Rindy was a bit curious, wondering if it was to prevent him from oversleeping. The system did not respond, and when Rindy checked the task details again, he realized that the task location was quite nearby. He looked around and saw a sports club, which happened to be the place to accept the temporary worker task. Should I go check it out first? After some thought, Rindy turned and walked towards the club. Since it was still open, he pushed the door and walked in. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? No. Do you have a membership card? No. Then do you have money? No, wait. Do I need to have money just to get in here? Rindy scratched his head. Yes, sir. Our club operates on a membership system. Free membership requires relevant qualification certificates. If you don't have the certificate, you need to pay a membership fee of 500. Huh. What kind of certificate? For all 10 sports in our club, including free combat, swimming, fitness, boxing, shooting, and rock climbing. You need to have relevant certificates proving you are a professional. If you don't, you can only pay the membership fee, and our professional coaches will teach you. We are a professional sports club. I really don't understand this world of the wealthy, Rindy thought. He then checked the system task details and said, I don't have a certificate, but I want to participate without paying. Is there a way? The receptionist widened her eyes and smiled, saying, Then you can compete with our professional coach. If you win, you'll qualify to join. Rindy read the subtext in her eyes, which seemed to say, Poor guy. If you don't want to get beaten up, you better leave. Free combat. So if I beat your coach, I can join the club for free? Rindy's eyes lit up. He was eager to try the free combat skill the system had given him. The skills provided by the system were quite good, and aside from not having a certificate, everything else was fine. This time, he could get 500,000 for free. What a steal. Chapter 026 The Temporary Worker style. The receptionist smiled and told Rindy to rest on the sofa in the lobby before directly calling the boss of the combat club. Coach. We have someone here to stir things up. Bang. Crash. Snap. Oh no. In the ring, Rindy and the combat coach were engaged in a fierce battle, and they eventually ended the match with smiles at each other. Not bad, brother. Where did you learn that? I learned it by watching videos. I only know the basic rules, Rindy replied. MMP, are you kidding me? With your stamina, physique, and skills, you really haven't trained before? Rindy smiled. His clothes soaked with sweat. He quickly took off his shirt and wiped himself down with the towel handed to him by the coach, feeling a bit more comfortable after downing a bottle of ice water. I only know how to do military boxing. Compared to that, fighting is just a show, he remarked. Hey, look at what you're saying, the coach laughed, addressing the receptionist who had been watching from the side. Shaoli, get this brother a membership card. The receptionist reluctantly left after agreeing, saying, Wow, this guy has an 8-pack. So cool. Ren D heard her words and looked down, suddenly shocked. What the? When did I get an 8-pack? Is this for real? Did they draw it on? He touched his abdomen uncertainly, wondering if the system had somehow transformed his body along with his skills. Bro, that's just too much. How did you train for those 8-pack abs? He chuckled, having just noticed it himself. By the way, our club is planning to participate in a national fighting competition. Do you want to join us? Tomorrow is the last day to register, the coach continued. Ren D recalled his temporary worker task, which was as a backup, not a formal participant. Beep. Detected the host's active engagement. Temporary worker task adjusted to participate in a fighting competition for a chance at a double reward for excellent performance. Task reward 120,000 monetary reward. Task reward 2. Advanced piano skills, master level calligraphy experience. Task failure penalty. Deduct 20 from savings and complete trash cleanup in designated area. If he placed in the competition, there would be rewards from the club. And if he won the championship belt, it could be 2 million. Are you in? All right. I've never participated in any competition before. Poetry recitation in elementary school doesn't count. Ren D shrugged, feeling that since the system had no morals, he had no choice. If he failed the task, he would lose 20% of his money. He couldn't earn that much even with a strong wind blowing every day. Plus, what if he won? What if? Because he signed up for the fighting competition, Ren D started training at the sports club, where the boxing coach guided him on common mistakes and overlooked details. Somehow, news about his 8-pack spread, and people from other areas of the club came to watch. Each time Ren D threw a punch, a girl in the audience would scream, her enthusiasm rivaling that of some celebrity fans. Ren D, go for it. So handsome. I love him. I have a 6-pack too, but I have 2 less than him. Why do I never get this many girls cheering for me? A member commented to the boxing coach. Who are you looking down on? The coach chuckled. Even if you had a 12-pack, no one would cheer for you. Why not? What is wrong with that? Doesn't it matter? It does. Because when Ren D looks in the mirror, he sees a handsome guy, while when you look in the mirror, you see yourself. After 3 hours of practice, Ren D finally stopped. With free food and drinks and daily massages, he felt incredibly satisfied. Unfortunately, after the competition is over, he will have to return to normal life. He hopes the competition ends a bit later. In the rest area, Ren D is scrolling through his phone, looking at the news. It seems like the trending topic is another celebrity fight, but the only news that interests him is the results of the scientific expedition in the Pacific Rim. He wonders when he will have the money and ability to travel to the Arctic, the Antarctic, or to the Sahara Desert to see the blue eye of the world. What am I thinking? The competition starts next week, and the preliminaries to the finals will take at most 3 days. I signed you up for the 75 kilograms category. Good luck. Is the championship belt made of pure gold? I'm curious how much it would sell for if I melted it down. Some people nearby nearly choked on their own saliva upon hearing this, looking at Ren D as if he were a fool. Ren D shrugged nonchalantly. He was just thinking aloud. Why shouldn't he? Besides, if he won the championship belt, it would belong to him, and no one could take it away. Country bumpkin. Someone suddenly yelled. Ren D turned to see Lu Minggang walking over from the shooting range, a bag slung over his shoulder. What is going on at your club? How can they let someone so classless in? The threshold is too low. It's really disappointing. Oh, young Master Lu is here? Aren't you supposed to be getting married soon? Didn't they say your wedding with the heiress of the Tianqing group was just around the corner? How do you still have time to hang around here? Shouldn't you be preparing for the wedding? Ren D replied without holding back. Haven't congratulated you on becoming the groom yet. Become a ghost. Ren D smiled brightly. After all, he wasn't part of the Tianqing group. He had completed his temporary task and was just waiting for the competition to start. This guy had no way of making him fail again. They really didn't get along. Ren D smiled while Lu Minggang's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Ren D knew exactly what to say to embarrass him, especially since news of Lu Minggang being jilted by Tianqing was all over the social circles these days, particularly after it was revealed that he tried to bribe Yang Tianqing's secretary. His family had been giving him the cold shoulder. Lu Minggang had come to the sports club to vent, only to run into Ren D's provocative remarks. Do you want to die? Oh, I'm so scared. I lost my last job because of young Master S words. Are you planning to throw me out of here today as well? Ren D exaggerated. I'm just a commoner. Why are you so petty and vengeful? You call me a country bumpkin, and I can't even congratulate you on your wedding? Lu Minggang, who couldn't fight, felt the mocking gazes around him, and, being the center of attention lately, bit his tongue and turned to leave. Do you have a grudge against him? Yes. Didn't I just say? I used to work as a security guard at the Tianqing group. And he got me fired just because I didn't know him. With your skills, you should come here as a coach. Earning 100,000 a month is nothing. Rindy chuckled. I'm just working as a temporary worker. Chapter 027 Birthday. Rindy went to participate in a competition, thinking he could at least win a gold belt, but when he stood on stage, he realized it was not that simple. As the bell rang and the audience roared, Rindy found himself unable to see anything, not because he was blind, but because he was captivated by his opponent. After a few rounds, Rindy recognized his shortcomings. He lacked experience. Besides his strength and skills, his experience was too limited. Compared to the veterans, he was far behind. After 3 days of competition, he ultimately secured third place and received a brass belt, which was a shade darker than the gold belt. Once the competition concluded, the system finalized the results. Ding! Task completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving rewards, advanced piano skills, and master-level calligraphy experience. Because he earned a national third place in free fighting and received the bronze belt, the sports club awarded Rindy 800,000 with the condition that he would display the belt at the club, and they also gifted him a diamond membership card. Rindy gladly accepted. It would be foolish to turn down money, especially since he earned it through hard work. After resting at home for 2 days, the system did not issue any tasks, likely because it knew Rindy had taken quite a beating. Meanwhile, the police had also distributed rewards for capturing wanted criminals, and Rindy's wallet suddenly became quite plump, with total savings amounting to 1.25 million. This was an unimaginable sum for him in the past. Indeed, if one wants to get rich, they must take an extraordinary path. The 3 major deposits in his savings came from walking a tightrope. While it wasn't illegal, it was certainly beyond the reach of the average person. The next day, Wang Yiheng and Yang Li invited Rindy to celebrate Yang Luoyi's 22nd birthday. Rindy was somewhat curious why the young lady did not celebrate her birthday at home with her family. Hadn't he seen on TV that the typical rich girl throws a big party for her birthday? Where were the poolside swimsuit beauties, champagne, whiskey, and piles of valuable birthday gifts? Why was it just a simple restaurant with a strawberry cake to mark the occasion? This seemed too humble. Rindy couldn't figure it out, but didn't he ask? Yang Luoyi blushed as she ate. She hadn't expected Rindy to be invited to celebrate her birthday. Usually, it was just her and Wang Yiheng having a meal together. As for hosting a banquet at home, that didn't count as a birthday party. Sorry, I didn't know today was Luoyi's birthday, so I didn't prepare a gift. No need to prepare anything. What doesn't Luoyi have? Just having a nice meal together and saying happy birthday is better than anything else. Yang Luoyi nodded, feeling a bit awkward about facing Rindy. He looked at her, wondering why they would be so frugal for a birthday celebration when their family seemed quite wealthy. He glanced around the restaurant and noticed a piano in the corner. Wait a moment. Rindy stood up, wiped his fingers clean, and walked over to the piano. This is an ordinary Yamaha piano, something Rindy had never touched in the past 22 years. However, at this moment, a melodious note rang out, and everyone in the restaurant turned to look at him. Rindy used his advanced piano skills to play a cheerful tune, and Yang Luoyi was also stunned watching him play, not expecting that Rindy would play for her. After the piece ended, Rindy returned to the table and said to Yang Luoyi again, "Happy birthday? Thank you. You look pretty cool just now, really had that pianist vibe," Wang Yiheng commented. At that moment, someone walked over and said to Rindy, "Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was wondering if you would be interested in performing?" Huh. Rindy was taken aback. Performing? Playing the piano? I'm the assistant director of Yunyu Film Group, and we are currently looking for a temporary actor who can play the piano well. I wonder if you would be interested in acting? Me? Act? Rindy was shocked. Could he act? He had no idea about this. Clearly, Yang Luoyi was more beautiful. Why not ask her? You look great playing just now. What role are you planning to give my buddy? Wang Yiheng asked. We still need a supporting role in the play that doesn't have much screen time, but is very important. The first requirement is to be handsome. The second is still to be handsome, and the third is to play the piano. Sir, you fit perfectly. Go for it. I've never seen how a movie is made. Yang Luoyi also blushed and looked at Rindy. In just a few words, Rindy was coaxed into signing the temporary actor contract by 3 people. Yang Luoyi found him adorable as she watched his awkwardness, and her heart couldn't help but race. That night, after the gathering, it was already late when Yang Luoyi returned home. Why are you coming back so late? Where have you been all afternoon? As soon as she entered, she saw her father, Yang Tianqing, sitting on the sofa, having dinner with friends. Be careful and avoid crowded places. I'm not a child anymore. What? You don't want to hear a few words of concern? In a couple of days, I'll throw you a birthday party. Remember to dress up nicely. Got it. Yang Luoyi's good mood immediately vanished. Was this just another scheme to sell her off for a good price? As she went upstairs, she ran into Yang Tiancheng's current wife, Li Lu. TSK, I thought I smelled something foul. How come you still have that odor after all this time? A young lady should act like one, not hang out with commoners all day. Aren't you afraid of lowering your own status? Move aside, good dogs don't block the way. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever agrees is a dog. Yang Luoyi pushed past Li Lu and returned to her room without looking back. Yang Luoyi, Li Lu yelled, having been bumped hard. But the response was just the sound of the door slamming shut. Yang Luoyi lay on her bed, took out her phone, and looked at the photos she had secretly taken of Ren Di playing the piano, feeling her grievances unconsciously surfacing. You bad egg, why are you so heartless? Am I not pretty enough for you? She recalled that day when she was overwhelmed by her feelings about her marriage to Lu Minggang, leading her to a suicide attempt. Later, Ren Di mentioned that if one were to commit suicide, they should choose a beautiful place with good feng shui, and suddenly she felt quite foolish. Why should she demean herself for someone who was unrelated to her? If anyone should die, it should be Lu Minggang. Come on, Yang Luoyi, you can do it. Ren Di, I will definitely catch up to you. Achoo. Ren Di sneezed, who was cursing him behind his back. Chapter 028. Filming Accident. Fengyun Film and Television is a local film company in Yangqing, ranking in the top 10 even in the summer. Ren Di arrived at the agreed filming location, where he played a young music teacher, said to be many people's first love. He could play the piano and comfort girls very well. After carefully reviewing the script, he followed the crew for 2 days and found acting to be quite easy. Why? If he forgot his lines, he could just count 1, 2, 3. If that didn't work, he could sing goose, goose, goose. Beep. Task. Complete the temporary actor work. Task Reward 1. Gain 5,000 monetary reward. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in airplane piloting skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleaning work in designated area. Just as Ren Di was about to start filming after memorizing his lines and putting on makeup, his system popped up. Phew. Ren Di almost choked on his own saliva. Wait, are you kidding me? Right before filming, you throw this at me? Almost scared me to death. Director, Action. Suppressing all his feelings, Ren Di sat down at the piano to begin his first scene. He just needed to play the piano seriously and let others admire him. The melodious piano sound filled the air, and the surrounding crowd was entranced by the beautiful music, swaying gently to the rhythm. Cut. With the director's shout, the captivated expressions of the crowd were interrupted, and Ren Di accidentally hit 2 wrong notes in his panic. But it didn't matter. That part would be edited out anyway. Next scene, next scene. The stage manager came to tidy up. Ren Di's fingers hadn't even left the keys when the piano was lifted away by 8 people. He tucked his hands away, standing up as the students who had just looked at him with admiration turned back to their own tasks. Wow, truly worthy of being an actor. Their expressions were so well controlled. Ren Di walked to the resting area, quietly reading his script, which was just a piece of A4 paper. Speaking of which, what is up with the system suddenly giving me this kind of task? He muttered to himself. To relieve the host's worries, create conditions, and achieve brilliance. Is this creating brilliance? It feels more like you want to mess things up. Ren Di was at a loss for words with this troublesome system. He was just filming a movie, helping the prince study, earning a little money, not expecting to become a big star, but with the system throwing this at him. Did he have to buy an actor's self-cultivation? Is this a joke? The system must be malfunctioning. Next scene. Start. Before long, Ren Di stood in the designated spot and began his performance seriously. Cut. Hey you. Walk a little slower. Make your movements more graceful, and lift your head. Yes, yes. Ren Di went through it again, finally meeting the director's demands. All right, half an hour for lunch, the director announced, and everyone started cheering. Ren Di also walked over to the stage manager to line up for his meal. The main actors had their meals delivered to them, while others had to pick theirs up themselves. Ren Di. Just as Ren Di found a place to sit, he heard someone call his name and turned to see a crew member leading Yang Luoyi in. Why is Miss Yang here? Ren Di stood up to greet her. What brings you here? Don't you welcome me? Yang Luoyi asked with a smile. No, I mean how did you get in? They don't let outsiders in. Ren Di changed the topic. This is the territory of Tianqing Group. Of course I can come in. Oh fine. The wicked capitalists can always turn guests into hosts. Are you here for an inspection or just visiting? I'm here to watch you act. Haha. Ren Di felt a bit embarrassed, He didn't actually know how to act. He was just relying on the skills from the system to get by. You're really impressive. You can fix cars, drive race cars, and play the piano. I even saw a video of a fighting competition yesterday. That was you, right? Rin-Di was startled. How did she find out? I want to know. What else can you do? Rin-Di felt a bit uneasy under Yang Luoyi's sparkling eyes and instinctively shrank his neck. If the system kept rewarding him with different experiences for each task, he might really become an all-powerful superhero. By the way, this is for you. Yang Luoyi took out a set of keys from her bag and handed them to Rin-Di. Car keys? I can't accept this. Rin-Di refused her gift. Are you kidding? I'm a man of dignity. How could I rely on a rich woman? I don't mean anything by it. It's just to thank you for saving my life. I already said it was just a small effort. You don't need to worry about it. Rin-Di quickly declined. However, he felt an itch in his heart. Why did she have to give him a car? It was like he wanted it. Let us get to work. The stage manager shouted, and Rin-Di hurriedly turned to run away. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would end up accepting the gift and violating his principles. Meanwhile, let us set up the scenery. Rin-Di rushed to help, while Yang Luoyi sat back down, her hand drooping. A group of people were moving props and organizing the lighting stands, and the piano that had been taken away was brought back again. All right, ready to place. A soft thud echoed as the piano was set on the ground, but no one noticed that it had pressed down on a cable. The lighting crew was moving some fog machines, and once turned on, dry ice smoke filled the ground, creating an otherworldly scene, but Rin-Di felt a bit cold. Prepare for action. Rin-Di began playing the piano again, this time choosing a different piece. The melodious piano music filled the air again, and the photographer pushed the camera around Rin-Di, capturing the moment. However, the pulley system under the camera inadvertently got entangled with the ground cables. When the last bit of excess length was pulled into the mechanism, in the next moment, the cables dragged down the surrounding lights and various items, causing a sudden collapse. Many people were caught off guard by this scene, standing frozen in shock, waiting to be struck. Oh no! Rin-Di was also startled by the sudden noise. But his body reacted faster than his mind. In the blink of an eye, he took off his jacket and threw it in front of a group of lights, while simultaneously extending his arms to hug a few people behind him, pushing them to the ground. When the sound of the lights exploding rang out, most of the flying glass shards were blocked by Rin-Di's jacket, saving many from harm. Yang Luoyi, watching the accident unfold nearby, screamed, Rin-Di, Rin-Di, don't die. Chapter 029 Rin-Di's masculinity. Just as Rin-Di managed to lift himself halfway up, he was suddenly slammed back down to the ground, seemingly with two heavy objects pressing against him. Rin-Di, don't die, Yang Luoyi cried, hugging him, startling those around them who thought Rin-Di was seriously injured. Quick, call an ambulance. Hurry, is anyone hurt? Where? It was terrifying. The chaotic noises around Rin-Di gave him a headache, and he struggled a few times, but couldn't break free from the weight on his back. Woo, please don't die, he said. Cough, if you don't let go, I'm going to suffocate. Finally, Rin-Di managed to catch his breath and spoke. Woo, I know. I will never forget you, Woo. I said I'm not dead yet. Do you want me to die? Huh. Yang Luoyi suddenly realized. You're not dead? Not yet. If you don't let go, I'm going to suffocate. Yang Luoyi, like a startled rabbit, quickly released him and jumped back 3 meters. Rin-Di rubbed his neck and shoulders as he got up from the ground. Just now, Miss Yang had been completely on top of him. Was she planning to accompany him in death? What a situation. The ambulance arrived, checked the scene, and casually remarked, go buy some Band-Aids before leaving. Yang Luoyi then apologized to everyone. I'm sorry. It was my impatience that made me think. It's fine, the director said, slightly out of breath. After tidying up the site, they resumed shooting. However, Rin-Di's scenes were completely finished, appearing a total of 7 times for a cumulative 5 minutes, most of which were him playing the piano and smiling. Due to Rin-Di's heroic actions, the crew gave him a big red envelope. He left the set with Miss Yang. I'm sorry, Yang Luoyi followed behind Rin-Di, still apologizing. When she saw the incident, her mind instantly thought of death, and she shouted without knowing what she was saying, while crying in Rin-Di's embrace. She only had one thought. It would be better to die. Rin-Di looked at Yang Luoyi's slightly red and swollen eyes. The words he wanted to say swallowed back down. Let me treat you to a meal. We made some money today. Let's eat something good. Rin-Di finally said. Okay. Yang Luoyi smiled, tears streaming down her face again. Ding. The task has been completed, and rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Experience in aircraft piloting skills. Rindy felt a bit dazed. The skill experience provided by the system was becoming increasingly impressive, and now even included experience in piloting aircraft. In the next moment, various types of aircraft and their operational parameters appeared in his mind. Rindy gasped. How could there also be experience for piloting bombers and fighter jets? System, are you trying to kill me? Rindy thought to himself. Fighter jet piloting experience has come up too. You can't possibly want me to kick the bucket, right? Is this something I can learn? Is this a skill I can show off? The system only distributes skill experience points. Whether to use them is the host's own issue. Is this my problem? It feels like a crime to possess such skills. Do you know that? Logging off. The system went silent again. And no matter how Rindy called out, it was useless. Sigh. He sighed. I'm sorry. Yang Loi thought Rindy was sighing because of her and apologized again. Her eyes glistening with tears. It's fine. My sigh has nothing to do with you. Really, I just... Rindy rubbed his head. Unsure of how to express himself, the girl's interest in him was too obvious. Given her past experiences with self-harm, he didn't dare to provoke her with words. He wondered if Wang Yiheng knew about her situation and decided to ask him later about how to handle it. The two found a nice-looking restaurant. Yang Loi ordered boiled fish, while Rindy ordered lamb. Just as the dishes were served, Yang Loi's phone rang. Her heart skipped a beat. She had forgotten about the banquet at home today. Hello? As soon as she answered, Yang Tianqing's voice came through. It's already 6 in the afternoon. Why aren't you back yet? The guests at home are almost all here. Don't you have any sense of time? I know. Yang Loi quickly hung up the phone and looked at Rindy, her eyes full of endless grievance. Rindy felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and, feeling embarrassed, put down his chopsticks and asked, Do you need to go home? Yeah, they're throwing me a birthday party. Rindy nodded. It seemed like the kind of banquet for product launches and promotions. Well, you should head back early. I want to be polite with these dishes. He said with a smile. Do you really not like me? Yang Loi asked. We just aren't suitable. Rindy replied. Is it because I'm not pretty? No. You're very pretty. I have money, looks, and a good personality. So why don't you like me? It's about social status. Is that still a thing in this age? Yang Loi forced a smile. Isn't the primary condition for the man chosen by Mr. Yang Tianqing that he matches your social status? Rindy retorted. If I said I wanted to marry you, could you handle having your monthly allowance go from 3 million to 3,000? Could you live in a place that's less than 100 square meters? Maybe your bedroom is even smaller than your family's bathroom. Can it be that I support you instead? I can't face that. Huh. I didn't expect you to be so patriarchal. It's not about masculinity, but rather that Rindy was at a loss for words. Yang Loi lowered her head, pulled out a set of car keys, and handed them to Rindy, saying, I really can support you. Just wait for me for 3 years. Rindy suddenly blurted out something that surprised even himself. What? I said, I'll try to become a wealthy person in 3 years. I will marry you. Wow. How can we talk about marriage without even dating? Rindy slapped himself, realizing he had spoken too freely. Yang Loi's eyes widened, as if she had heard something unbelievable. What did you say? If you didn't hear me, just go home quickly. Rindy waved his hands anxiously. Aren't your family urging you? You don't mean what you say. Are you even a man? Yang Loi was at a loss for what to do when Rindy backtracked. He had clearly said he would marry her in 3 years, so why was he retracting? I have a rich and beautiful girl pursuing me. And compared to those wealthy women in the past, this is so much better. The little voice in Rindy's head kept wavering his resolve, especially since Yang Loi had cried so sadly today, thinking he was dead. He knew that the girl probably really liked him. However, the gap between them was truly too vast. One was a celestial fairy, while the other was an ordinary person. Chapter 030. Believe in the power of science. Beep. Task. Complete a 1-month temporary work as a police auxiliary. Task Reward 1. Receive a monetary reward of 18,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in firearms proficiency. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 of savings and complete litter cleaning work in the designated area. A new day began, and the system issued a task again. Rindy held his head in frustration and asked the system, Have you caught a virus? Why are you giving out skills so recklessly? Aren't you afraid I'll end up eating free meals for life and working on a sewing machine? Are you trying to send me to heaven? Rindy really wanted to shout, I'm not doing this. Hello, is this where you recruit police auxiliaries? Rindy arrived at the local police station with his ID and some other documents. Yes, do you want to apply? Yes, thank you. Rindy smiled, and his handsome appearance made the girl opposite him blush. Okay, please wait a moment. Just like that, Ren-D passed the review and became a police auxiliary. Since auxiliaries are not official police officers and have limited rights, they are essentially temporary workers, helping police with some repetitive tasks at times. For a whole week, Ren-D followed Officer Zhang Xiaoyu around. Yes, he was the same officer who had taken Ren-D's statement before. Zhang Xiaoyu was quite curious about why Ren-D decided to become an auxiliary. It's worth noting that the benefits of being an auxiliary are not great. Although there is a chance to enter the official police force, the odds are about the same as getting into a prestigious university, very slim. Brother Zhang, what do you think? Who do you think stole that thing? The landlord is the most likely suspect, but let us wait for the fingerprint analysis to come out before making any conclusions. Zhang Xiaoyu replied that the two of them were handling a case involving a tenant who had lost valuable jewelry. After ruling out various habitual offenders and scenarios of lost items, they had found some clues and were preparing for the next interrogation. Ren-D nodded. Having followed Zhang Xiaoyu for more than a week, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the life of a police officer, where there were no small matters, only big ones. However, situations like the ones he had encountered twice were truly rare. It was unbelievable that he had faced such incidents. Ren-D speculated that perhaps due to the existence of the system, he could be considered the chosen one, thus increasing the probability of encountering accidents. In the evening, after having dinner with Zhang Xiaoyu, Ren-D returned home. After a busy day, he felt that if he really became a police officer, he probably wouldn't last long. It was too exhausting. Just as he was about to take off his auxiliary police uniform to take a shower, a loud, thumping noise came from the ceiling, causing the ceiling light to sway. Following that, some piercing heavy metal music started playing. Ren-D looked at the clock. It was already past 9. Didn't most people go to sleep at this hour? Were the upstairs neighbors partying? He then stepped out and knocked on the door of the upstairs neighbor. Who is it? It's someone from downstairs. Could you please keep it down? You're disturbing everyone's rest. All right, got it. A voice from inside replied impatiently. Ren-D shook his head and returned home. The noise from above had lessened somewhat. He started to undress, but halfway through, the ceiling shook again, and dust began to fall. This time, he even heard the sounds of yelling, as if a fight was breaking out. Great. Ren-D quickly put his clothes back on and angrily went upstairs. Coincidentally, another elevator opened, and a delivery person walked out, holding more than 10 bags of takeout. Is this for this house? Ren-D asked. Ah, yes. It's for me. I'm just looking for them. The delivery person handed it over to Ren-D, who then began knocking on the door. The delivery person noticed someone inside was speaking. Delivery. Ren-D called out. After a long wait, the door finally opened. Ren-D handed over the takeout while blocking the door. Dude, what are you doing? The person who opened the door was a man with no shirt and dyed red hair, glaring at Ren-D with a fierce expression. What's the matter? Can you keep it down? What time is it? Don't you know you're disturbing the neighborhood? Ren-D retorted. The music is so loud, and it sounds like a fight. Mind your own business. The man shouted back, but as he was about to curse, he suddenly noticed Ren-D was wearing an auxiliary police uniform and immediately yelled. Ren-D was taken aback, wondering what was going on. Just then, screams and the sound of things breaking came from inside the room, along with someone shouting, "Run." In an instant, Ren-D's body moved faster than his mind, and he yanked the door open, charging into the room. The people inside seemed frightened just because he was wearing the uniform. They were definitely up to no good. Once inside, Ren-D saw tissues strewn all over the floor and some boxes and needles. Someone rushed to the bathroom, seemingly trying to destroy something. Ren-D suddenly understood the situation. The advanced combat skills provided by the system were immediately put to use, leaving no one in the room able to escape. Everyone was knocked down, including those caught off guard in the restroom. Within minutes, the room fell silent, and as Ren-D entered the bedroom, he found 2 naked women lying there convulsing. The sight was so shocking that he quickly covered his eyes, but the wide gaps between his fingers revealed his inner turmoil. Hey, Brother Zhang, I've discovered something. Ren-D called Zhang Xiaoyu, who had just returned home from a shower. Zhang Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, and after listening to Ren-D's account, he was completely taken aback. How did this kid get into such a big mess again? Zhang Xiaoyu arrived at the scene with his colleagues, and Ren-D was once again questioned and had to provide a statement. However, this time, they didn't ask about his age or name. He recounted the events, frustrated that he couldn't even take a proper rest after coming home, only to be met with this chaos. The culprits, clearly nervous from their wrongdoing, couldn't distinguish between the uniforms of the police and auxiliary officers, causing them to panic upon seeing Ren-D. Good job. This is a major contribution. Zhang Xiaoyu patted Ren Di on the shoulder with a smile. Though he was internally contemplating whether to arrange for an official inquiry to fully recruit Ren Di. Such a unique ability to trigger special events wherever he went was truly rare. By the time all this was sorted out, it was almost midnight, and Ren Di finally could lie down to rest. He found it amusing that just as he settled in, his phone suddenly rang. Annoyed, he answered, and a voice on the other end said, "Lei Hao, this is Officer Zhang from the Yanqing Police Department. We need your cooperation on a matter." Ren Di replied. Chapter 031, Another Contribution. Regardless of what you do, if you don't want a criminal record, then please drink with us. Or you can deposit 50,000 as a security payment into our account. The voice on the other end spoke in a not-so-standard Mandarin, making Ren Di anxious for him. "Do you know who I am?" Ren Di rubbed his temples and asked. "Who are you?" The voice replied. "You called me without knowing who I am." Ren Di was incredulous. Oh, of course I know. Great. Just know that you need to turn yourself into the police station tomorrow morning. My badge number is Ren Di recited Zhang Xiaoyu's badge number and added, "Don't think you can escape. Your location has already been locked." Exhausted, he said, "I'm done for the day. Just when I thought I could rest, you disturbed me. Good night." He hung up, and the scammer on the other end foolishly echoed, "Good night." Then the scammer became entangled in his thoughts, realizing that he had just impersonated a police officer while trying to scam a real officer. It was like a con man meeting a hero. The scammer was so frightened that he tossed his phone aside, unsure of what to do. Should he run? But the other party said they had locked his location. If he stayed put, he was afraid of going to jail. What to do? What to do? Just then, a siren sounded outside, and the scammer, frightened, thought it was coming to catch him. He immediately ran to the balcony, preparing to jump off to escape. Little did Ren Di know that his words had scared a scammer to the point of jumping. He fell into a deep sleep and started a new day of his auxiliary police life the next morning. Zhang Xiaoyu took Ren Di around for several days, and their cases were old ones in new locations, leaving them no time to spare. Another case arose involving a luxury car that had been scratched while parked on the roadside. They went to nearby stores to copy surveillance footage in search of clues. Feeling thirsty, Ren Di went to the shop next door to buy some water. By now, it was mid-June, and the sun was particularly strong. Standing in an uncovered area for less than half an hour could easily lead to sunburn. While he was drinking water, he suddenly noticed that a tea house across the street had people coming in and out. In just 3 to 5 minutes, about 10 people had gone in and 4 or 5 had come out. The shop didn't seem large enough to accommodate so many customers. Is this tea house really doing that well? Ren Di returned to Zhang Xiaoyu and asked, "Brother Zhang, is the tea business really profitable these days?" "Tea? What isn't profitable these days?" Zhang Xiaoyu laughed. "Why? Are you envious?" "Haha, who doesn't tea want to make money?" Ren Di looked at the tea house across the street and suddenly noticed something odd. "Brother Zhang, look at how they all come out holding things and looking up at the sun. What are they holding?" Zhang Xiaoyu looked over and found it strange too. "Yeah, what do you think they're looking at?" "Checks." Then both Zhang Xiaoyu and Ren Di exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. "We've got a situation." They informed their department and reported up the chain, and soon armed police arrived to raid and seal off the tea house. Afterward, they discovered a secret passage inside the tea house, which led to an underground casino. It was bustling with people. Who would have thought? A big secret hidden in plain sight. If it weren't revealed, who could guess it? It was the time of the World Cup round of 16, and the underground casino was taking bets. Those people looking up at the sun were the ones who had won money from the games that day. Ren Di had made a significant contribution, and Zhang Xiaoyu was all smiles. This kid was born to do great things. Next month, he would definitely recommend Ren Di for a permanent position. Such a good seedling shouldn't be wasted. Joair, Ren Di is on leave. He doesn't have to deal with trivial matters and can sleep in. Ren Di felt that life was truly wonderful. Unfortunately, in a week, he would have completed a month. It would be great if he could become a permanent employee. Ren Di had previously touched Zhang Xiaoyu's gun, but he didn't know if the weapon experience he would gain after this temporary job would be for one type of firearm or multiple types. Considering his previous experience with flying planes, Ren Di pondered that the system might provide a full set of firearm experience. But the problem was that he had barely touched a gun before, like a young girl sitting in a flower palanquin for the first time. What good is having experience if there's no opportunity to use it again in his lifetime? Just like his previous experiences, it felt useless. It would be great if the system could send some physical items, something I could touch and play with. No, wait. Ren Di suddenly halted his dangerous thoughts. He couldn't allow them to send physical items, as hoarding firearms could land him in serious trouble. The system's current approach is quite good indeed. Just then, his phone rang, and it was a call from Yang Luoi. Should he answer or not? Ren Di had intentionally ignored her for quite some time. Yet Yang Luoi still persistently called him every day. He thought about blocking her. But then he worried that this girl might feel so distressed that she would find another way to escape, and that would be on him. After some contemplation, he decided to answer the call. Ren Di, you finally decided to pick up my call. Yang Luoi's voice came through, filled with excitement, causing Ren Di to scratch his head awkwardly. Well, I've been busy looking for a job lately. I know. I saw your photo on social media. You became a police officer. Haha, not exactly. I'm just a community assistant, not a police officer. Can you come out and go shopping with me? I'll pay you. 1,000 yuan, will you do it? Yang Luoi asked. It's not about the money. 10,000 yuan. You name the place. Ren Di replied immediately, realizing that talking about money could hurt feelings. After all, he is such a good person, right? Hee. Wait for me at the ice cream shop at the corner of Wuxing Street in Yang City. Yang Luoi giggled and hung up the phone, then started to get ready. Just as she finished and was about to head out, she ran into Li Lu at the garage door. Li Lu immediately started criticizing, dressed up so flamboyantly. Are you planning to go out and flirt with men? Your father would break your legs if he knew. Yang Luoi sneered. If I want to flirt, I can do it because I'm young and pretty. You want to flirt, but no one wants you. Only my dad is blind enough to think of you as a treasure. If he weren't blind, you dare say that again, you little brat. Haha. I don't dare? If I had that ability, would you still be able to enter my house? Just think about it. Besides being big-bellied, what else do you have to offer? Besides giving birth, what else are you good for? You're asking for it. Li Lu, furious, reached out to grab Yang Luoi, but Yang Luoi promptly turned and jumped into her car, driving off and leaving Li Lu in a cloud of dust. Just you wait. Voice breaking. Chapter 032. Craving Ren Di swore he would never go shopping with a woman again. His feet were sore, and his legs felt as heavy as lead. Just wanting to find a place to sit and rest, whether it was on a step or a bench. However, Yang Luoi didn't seem tired at all, dragging Ren Di forward to another shop. Ren Di looked at the high heels Yang Luoi was wearing and her cute little toes. They must be made of iron. How could flesh endure wearing such inhumane shoes and still walk as if she were running a marathon? Ugh, this is so frustrating. Ren Di couldn't hold back any longer and grabbed a nearby pole, sitting down on the ground. Let me rest. I really can't walk anymore. Please, miss. Ren Di put on a pleading expression, making Yang Luoi giggle. She was actually tired, but the excitement of having Ren Di by her side made her overlook her fatigue. The two eventually found a cafe to sit down, and Ren Di couldn't help but secretly scratch his toes inside his shoes to relieve his swollen feet. Is being a traffic assistant fun? Yang Luoi asked Ren Di with wide, curious eyes. Ren Di couldn't help but boast. I think it's pretty good. You don't know? I've made several contributions at the police station. Really? Tell me about it. So Ren Di shared various experiences he had while working with Officer Zhang Xiaoyu, along with his accomplishments. Yang Luoi burst into laughter, drawing the attention of people around them. After resting enough, Yang Luoi pulled Ren Di to a new store, and Ren Di immediately complained. However, to his surprise, this time Yang Li wasn't looking at women's clothing but men's, picking out several outfits for Ren Di to try on. Look, your cuffs are all frayed. You don't even know to buy yourself some new clothes. Yang Luoi pushed Ren Di into the fitting room, and he didn't have time to react before the door was closed behind him. Holding the clothes, Ren Di felt an indescribable emotion arise. The last person who cared about him like this was his grandfather. When he came out in the new clothes, Yang Luoi's eyes widened in surprise. They say beauty is captivating, and a good-looking man can leave a woman speechless just as much as a beautiful woman can do the same for a man. Yang Luoi was practically drooling, clearly tempted. Ren Di, dressed in the clothes she had chosen, looked completely different, no less than those young idols on TV. And his rough skin only added to his masculine charm. Sister, where did your boyfriend come from? What does he do? He is so handsome. A woman beside Yang Luoi's words snapped her back to reality. Yeah, how can he be so good-looking? No wonder I have a crush on him. Yang Luoi muttered to herself. Ren Di felt a rush of heat, as if he were being eyed by a predator. Isn't that a bit much? No. He looks great. Yang Luoi finally came to her senses, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand and shouting, Salesperson, let's check out. Huh, is this considered being kept? Ren Di found it both amusing and frustrating as Yang Luoi took away his old clothes without giving him a chance to change back. She claimed it was an equivalent exchange, but he knew that the value of his old clothes didn't even add up to 100. Not even enough to buy a sleeve of the shirt he was currently wearing. However, he didn't outright refuse. The girl's enthusiastic pursuit stirred something within him. After all, he had already joked about waiting 3 years to marry her, so spending time together now didn't seem like a bad idea, right? No problem. I need to make money. Randy thought about how he would finish his traffic assistant job in a week. Should he consider getting a pilot's license afterward? It is said that pilots earn several million a year. If one were to find a job as a pilot, it would definitely be a respectable position. At night, Randy slept soundly, dreaming that he was flying a fighter jet, battling against villains. After winning, a girl at the control tower shouted, "Randy, you're amazing. I want to marry you." Then Randy joyfully flew in circles in the sky. But suddenly, he wasn't paying attention and crashed into a mountain, waking up abruptly. He found himself upside down, having fallen out of bed. At the police station, Randy received a reward for his 2 achievements. Since he wasn't officially employed, he only received a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan. Holding the money, Randy felt a bit nostalgic. Before having the system, he didn't even have this much in savings, but now, with the system, his savings had surpassed 1 million. Life is unpredictable. He used to think that a system that didn't provide tangible rewards wasn't a good one. Now, reflecting on it, it seemed that such a system was indeed a good one. At noon, Randy treated everyone at the police station to a meal, and except for those on duty, everyone went to a hot pot restaurant. The restaurant was quite busy, and everyone ordered their favorite dishes. "Come on, let's raise a glass for our comrade Randy." Zhang Xiaoyu smiled, encouraging everyone to lift their juice glasses. "No alcohol during work hours. Juice is perfect. Randy, I knew you were capable. Look at you. You can uncover cases wherever you go. Truly a detective. Ha ha ha. I see a bright future for you. If you keep this up for another 3 to 5 years, you might just become our boss." Everyone laughed, and Randy felt a bit shy. He could say that with the system in place. He wasn't looking down on the police profession. Having a system is better than anything else. The meal was lively, but suddenly, a table nearby yelled at them. "Shut up. What is your problem? Why shout so loudly?" Randy and his group felt embarrassed. Their voices had indeed been a bit loud. Zhang Xiaoyu stood up and said, "Sorry brothers, But before he could finish, Randy tugged at Zhang Xiaoyu's sleeve and quietly asked, "Brother Zhang, do those people look familiar to you?" The person who had yelled at them waved his hand impatiently and turned back to continue eating. "How annoying. If you keep making noise, I'll deal with you." Zhang Xiaoyu, Randy, and a few colleagues took out their phones. Randy sent a message in the group chat, pointed to a photo on Zhang Xiaoyu's phone, and then pointed behind him. Suddenly, several people's eyes lit up. Chapter 033. Don't compete with me. No one expected that going out to eat could lead to an achievement. Zhang Xiaoyu and the other officers immediately brightened up and stood up, surrounding the guy who had just shouted. Once surrounded, the guy looked up and rudely exclaimed, "Hey, what is up? You got a problem?" Li Ting?" Upon hearing his name, Li Ting was instantly taken aback. "Sorry, we are the police." Li Ting's face drained of color at the mention of the police, turning as pale as the wall, his legs trembling and his whole body going numb. How could he run into a group of police while eating? Did they also enjoy hot pot? Randy found his reaction amusing. "Kid, another achievement for you." Someone patted Randy on the shoulder. "This has nothing to do with me. Why is it counted on my head again?" Randy thought to himself. But another person patted his shoulder. "Impressive. Well done. Randy, you're great." After several shoulder pats, his shoulder felt sore. What was wrong with these people? Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over catching a fugitive? With this incident, Randy became well known in the police circle, earning the nickname Rin the Trouble. Zhang Xiaoyu wanted to keep Randy and applied for a formal position for him, but the slot disappeared before it could be secured. Zhang felt a bit reluctant, while Randy smiled and proposed to resign. Working as a temporary auxiliary officer for a month had earned him the system's task rewards, and there was no benefit in continuing. The meager pay from the police station wasn't even enough for rent. Zhang felt sorry for Randy, but didn't he stop him? After all, gold will shine wherever it is placed. Ding! Temporary auxiliary police task completed, rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, firearm proficiency skill experience. Phew! Randy gestured with his hands for a long time. The knowledge of firearms in his mind truly opened his eyes. The system even had experience with flintlock skills. From ancient times to the present, there wasn't a weapon called a gun that Randy couldn't use. System, you're impressive. Host, have you forgotten something? Just as Rin D finished praising the system, he was reminded. What? What did I forget? Failure penalty. I didn't fail this task. Rin D exclaimed. Oh no. He forgot that while he hadn't failed this task, he still owed 4 rounds of trash cleanup work. In light of the host's failure to repay the debt on time for task installments, this system will impose an interest rate increase. No. Rin D watched helplessly as his penalty for cleaning the river increased from 4 to 5. This darn system was just relentless. Having nothing to do, it created more work for him. Rin D grabbed the trash cleanup kit and took a taxi to the stinky riverbank. Sigh, what a pity. It hadn't even been a month since he last cleaned this area, and the river he had just cleared was already filled with garbage again. The hot weather made the odor by the river so unbearable it made him nauseous. The mask he wore turned black in less than 10 minutes. But even so, Rin D continued cleaning. Compared to his savings, this was nothing. Not far away, an interview vehicle passed by, carrying an on-site reporter from Yangqing Tian TV, and a photographer. They had just returned from the surrounding areas. It was sweltering, and it wasn't even July yet. The temperature was already 30 degrees. They couldn't imagine how it would be in August or September. And was eating an ice cream, finding the outdoor work tiring. Well, it's okay. At most, I'll just go out a couple fewer times. The photographer was driving while chatting with an Hey, what is that person doing over there? And suddenly spotted someone by the river carrying a black garbage bag. The photographer noticed it too and casually said, probably picking up trash. No, wait. Park the car. Let us go check it out. And hurriedly told the photographer, I smell news. Ding. Task. Complete social volunteer work within 12 hours. Task Reward 1. Earn 20 yuan per hour based on actual working time. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced scent mastery skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleanup in a designated area. Rin D suddenly saw the system popping up again to issue him a task. Scent Master? Rin D was instantly gloomy. Did this system want to kill him? Here he was cleaning up trash, wishing he could block his nostrils, and yet it wanted to give him experience in scent mastery. As if it thought his nose wasn't sensitive enough. Did it want him to die of the smell next time he came here to clean up trash just to inherit his savings? Sir, what are you doing? Suddenly, someone on the shore loudly asked Rin D. He turned to see a beautiful woman standing by the road, followed by someone carrying a camera. A reporter? Or an influencer? Cleaning up trash. Rin D replied, how long have you been here? Did you clean all of this? And he didn't want to go down to the riverbank, but didn't want to miss out on a big news story either. Rin D didn't want to talk. He opened his mouth and a smell hit him. Sir, are you a volunteer? May I interview you? And he figured this person must be an environmental volunteer, looking like someone with a cleanliness obsession. Rin D had a sudden idea and walked over to her. As Annie saw him approaching, she was about to step forward to ask when she suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and instinctively took 2 steps back. Are you reporters? Rin D asked. Yes. Can I interview you? Annie smiled and asked. Isn't it tiring cleaning here on such a hot day? Rin D took off his mask and said, Is the camera on? Annie was surprised to see a super handsome guy under the mask and smiled even more. Yes. Do you want to say something? We'll be editing this later. Hee. Then I'll say this. Rin D spoke into the camera. I've cleaned this riverbank 2 or 3 times already. Don't be fooled by the mess. It actually looks quite nice when it's clean, and you wouldn't believe the benefits of cleaning up trash here. What benefits? And he asked. First, when the environment is clean, everyone feels better, right? Rin D smiled. Second, a lot of the trash we collect can be reused and sold. And third, the most important thing is, there are treasures here. I have picked up 40,000 worth of gold and silver jewelry here, along with about 100,000 worth of jade and other items. Occasionally, I even find unopened cigarettes. You wouldn't believe there are so many treasures in a place like this. Look, there are still many areas in this riverbed that haven't been cleaned up. Who knows how many more treasures are waiting for me to discover. Ani, I feel like you're treasure hunting. Rin D, exactly. No one can take this from me. It's all mine. That night, the local television station aired footage of Rin D, which had been edited by Ani. The audience saw a different version. Reporter, Sir, are you a volunteer? May I interview you? Rin D, you have no idea how many benefits there are to cleaning up here. No one can take this from me. It's all mine. Reporter, isn't it tiring to clean up in this heat? Rin D, I've cleaned this riverbed 2 or 3 times already. I've picked up 40,000 worth of gold and silver jewelry, and a pile of jade worth over 100,000. You wouldn't believe how many treasures there are in a place like this. Look, there are still many areas in this riverbed that haven't been cleaned. Who knows how many more treasures are waiting for me to discover. The next day, many people went to the labor protection store to buy supplies to clean the river, not for any other reason, but for that 40,000 worth of gold and silver jewelry and over 100,000 worth of jade. Ding. Task. Volunteer work completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Fragrance Master Skill Experience. Rendy opened his eyes to find that the system had actually awarded him for a task that was only released yesterday. The problem was, he hadn't even looked at the task details or completed it. How could he have completed it? He quickly checked the task records, which stated that he needed to go to the community and volunteer. But he hadn't gone, had he? System? Are you malfunctioning? Have you been hacked? Are you sick? Suggestion: host should check their body. The system cannot get sick. If you're not sick, why would you give me a task reward? What do you want? Have you caught a virus? I can't even do a virus scan. The host has completed the task. Therefore, the reward is being issued normally. Am I sick? Am I losing my memory? Rendy rubbed his head. He really couldn't remember when he had completed the task. I didn't go to the community center. So how did I complete the task? The task required the host to volunteer within 12 hours. The host's action of cleaning the river was known to the public, and ordinary people defaulted to considering the host a volunteer. Therefore, the conditions for the system to issue rewards were met, and the task reward was issued. Wait a minute, Rendy thought. Does this mean I can exploit this loophole? Just like in an online game, where a daily task requires defeating 10 monster bugs. I don't have to do it at the specified location. As long as I defeat 10 monster bugs anywhere, it counts as completed? They're all bugs. They're all monsters, so it shouldn't be a problem. This isn't too good, huh? It feels like the difficulty of the task has suddenly dropped a lot. A bit like taking advantage of the system. Nice. Yang Lui once again invited Rendy out. This time, the young lady wanted to buy some cosmetics and asked Rendy to accompany her. Thinking about the suffering his feet went through last time. Rendy suddenly felt an impulse to turn around and run away. I saw you on TV yesterday. So cool. Really? Rendy touched his nose. It was certain he looked handsome. But he felt a bit embarrassed being praised so directly by Yang Lui. Did you not see the news? This morning's headline was about the garbage guy's path to wealth. Is that so? How did that reporter edit the footage? Rendy was dumbfounded. How much money have you saved up? Do you want me to help you invest a bit? Yang Lui asked, blushing. I'm not saving money by picking up trash, Rendy replied. Yeah, I know. You've collected over 100,000. Is the focus on collecting? Not really. Rendy wanted to say that wasn't the point at all. He originally just wanted to trick a few people into cleaning the river, but how did it feel like he got himself tricked too? Yang Lui smiled and stopped talking. The two began browsing in front of the counters at the mall. As Rendy walked past various counters, he could smell the scents on both the salespeople and the customers. The skills of a fragrance master were automatically activated, and Rendy felt as if he had fallen into a chemical warehouse. Oh my, this skill is too good to be true. Some women's low-quality perfumes were taking Rendy's life away. They were not only pungent, but also toxic. Noticing Rendy's pale face, Yang Lui asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Rendy dodged a lady walking towards him, whose strong perfume masked an even stronger body odor. He couldn't stand it and felt a sneeze coming on. Really? Yang Lui didn't believe him. Yeah. Rendy slightly moved away from Yang Lui, and suddenly a special fragrance wafted into his nose, making him feel comfortable. It smelled somewhat like jasmine and somewhat like lily, with a faint hint of sweetness. Your perfume smells better than theirs, Rendy said involuntarily. What? Yang Lui's face turned red, and she pushed Rendy playfully. Rendy, caught off guard by the push, was a bit confused. He hadn't said anything wrong, it was just the truth. Was there a problem? Suddenly, a small perfume bottle flew towards Yang Lui's direction, and Rendy reached out to catch it. He turned to see where the item had come from, intending to quietly figure out who was so inconsiderate as to throw things around. As a result, he saw chaos happening at a nearby counter, where a crowd had already gathered. Shall we take a look? The urge for good deeds awakened, and Rendy wanted to check it out. He looked at Yang Lui. After she nodded, the two of them made their way through the crowd, only to see a woman with disheveled hair smashing things at a perfume counter. The ground was littered with glass shards and tissues, and the resting sofa was in shambles. This woman had quite a bit of strength. The counter glass is just quite sturdy. It's all tempered glass, and the valuable items are locked away below, so the other party can't break in at all. Go to hell. Go to hell. Everyone go to hell. The woman yelled while smashing things. Has anyone called the police? Yes, but we have to wait. Once the onlookers heard that the police had been called, they stopped worrying and focused on watching the show. You all go to hell. After smashing around for a while and realizing there was nothing left to break, she turned her anger towards the crowd. Many people were scared and backed away, but more raised their phones to film. The woman didn't hit anyone. Instead, she slipped on the items at her feet and almost fell down, and unfortunately for her, she landed on glass. If she fell hard, it would ruin her face. Randy used his skills, thinking quickly and acting faster. He rushed forward and grabbed her hair to prevent her from getting hurt. Yang Loi looked at Randy with shining eyes. He was the man she liked. Always the hero who stepped up. Chapter 035 My Territory, My Rules in the Evening. After having dinner with Yang Loi, Randy accompanied her home. Given their situation, it wouldn't be right for him to act high and mighty. However, it was really tough for him without a car or a house. Yang Loi lived in the largest and best villa area in Yang City. As one of the prominent families, it was necessary for them to have a spacious home. Unfortunately for Randy, he drove Yang Loi's car to the entrance of the villa area. All right, I'll drop you off here. Drive safely back. Aren't you coming in for a bit? Have some tea or something? No, I'll go in when I feel I deserve it. After getting out of the car, Randy took out his phone to call for a ride. Okay, I'll head back then. I'm leaving. Yang Loi said goodbye several times, but still didn't move. Randy put away his phone and noticed Yang Loi was still staring at him with anticipation. He sighed inwardly, smiling as he reached out to pat her head. Go back. Get some rest. Okay. This time, Yang Loi smiled contentedly and drove her car into the community. Randy stood there watching the car disappear, and when he turned around, a luxury car slowly passed by. Randy glanced at it, and wow, it was Yang Tianqing's car. He hoped the other party hadn't seen what had just happened with Yang Loi. Randy watched the Rolls-Royce Phantom, which didn't even roll down its windows, probably because they hadn't seen anything. After Yang Tianqing's car entered the community, Randy finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Yang Loi arrived home, she saw Yang Tianqing getting out of the car, and her smile instantly faded. Yang Tianqing looked at his daughter and said, "You can have fun, but be mindful of your limits." Yang Loi bit her lip and remained silent. She couldn't argue, nor would she. Arguing would only bring trouble to Randy, and what Yang Tianqing thought was his own business. As long as she could withstand the pressure and wait for Randy, she believed he wouldn't let her down. Just like that time, he would pull her out of this predicament. Yang Tianqing didn't know what Yang Loi was thinking and entered the villa without looking back. Randy waited for over 20 minutes for a taxi, and the driver, who was quite talkative, said, "It's rare to pick up passengers in this villa area. Usually, cars don't even qualify to enter." "What are you here for, bro?" "Just running errands," Randy replied casually. "Not even qualified to get in." After getting home, Randy checked online about the requirements for obtaining a flight license and consulted a few institutions. He found that getting a flight license domestically was quite complicated due to flight hour restrictions and designated testing locations. Even if he claimed to have experience, he couldn't pass. And the registration period had already passed. Even if he registered now, it would take at least a year and a half to obtain the license. There was another option to get an international license, which would cost about $60,000. Randy felt a headache. Money was hard to come by, and it was really frustrating. However, considering his future, he decided to go ahead and get the license. With this thought, he slept soundly that night. In the morning, while brushing his teeth and washing his face, Randy received a new task released by the system. Ding! Task: complete a 3-day temporary airport janitor job. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 5,000. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced computer programming skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleaning in the designated area. Looking at the task details and skill descriptions, Randy calmly changed his clothes and took a taxi to the airport. It's just sweeping among a group of elderly women, simple enough. The familiar process and straightforward interview meant that before 10 o'clock, Randy successfully transformed into an airport janitor. But why was he assigned to this area? As Randy cleaned the restroom, he felt uneasy, especially since there were many people in the women's restroom. He, a grown man, stood at the door shouting, "Is anyone in there? Is anyone in there?" No one's inside. After shouting for a while with no response, Randy placed a cleaning sign at the door and went in to clean. When he came out, he took off his mask. What a tiring job. Not physically, but mentally exhausting. It's the first time in my life I've entered a women's restroom. Suddenly, He felt dizzy and got slapped. Who? What on earth is going on at this airport? How can a male janitor clean the women's restroom? A middle-aged woman shouted, grabbing Rendi by his collar and pulling him out. Come look. The janitor is peeking into the women's restroom. With her shout, the airport was in an uproar. Many bystanders gathered, and airport security and patrolling police came over to inquire about the incident. Rendi explained that he was just there to clean and got hit without a chance to explain. The middle-aged woman insisted he was peeking, but later, after police reviewed the surveillance footage and the order of entry into the restroom, they realized Rendi was wronged. Sighing, Rendi, still wearing his mask, went to another area of the airport to continue cleaning the restrooms. Do you know why the airport is hiring temporary workers? Because this job is tough. It was reported that a female cleaner was harassed while cleaning the men's restroom a few days ago, so the airport decided to hire a male cleaner. Then today, something similar happened again. Life is unpredictable. Cleaning the men's restroom is relatively straightforward. Rendi first cleaned the urinals outside, and then began to tidy up the stalls inside. As a massive restroom with 50 stalls, Rendi was in and out like a groundhog. Suddenly, while cleaning one of the toilets, he heard a simple clicking sound. His mind involuntarily recalled the source of that sound, a certain caliber rifle, equipped with specific ammunition. No, Rendi shook his head. How could such a thing appear in this country? After all, this country has strict gun control laws. He followed the sound to a locked stall. He knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone there? Please come out quickly. I'm here to clean." After a moment, the person inside seemed a bit nervous, and Rendi heard the sound of a toilet flushing. Holding a mop, Rendi stood a bit further back, and when the door opened, he saw the man inside, who had a music backpack on his back that looked like it contained a guitar. "Ugh, it stinks," Rendi said intentionally. The man glanced at him and turned to leave, but the next moment, a mop came crashing down on his head, and before he could react, he was knocked out with a quick chop to the neck. TCH, almost forgot I'm a national martial arts champion. To dare cause trouble on my turf. They must be tired of living. Chapter 036 targeted Rendi called the airport duty room, which then notified the airport police department. A group of officers moved in and took away the person Rendi had captured. The airport also deployed several police dogs. Soon after, Rendi heard news that 2 accomplices had been apprehended. As a cleaner who made a significant contribution on his first day, Rendi continued to clean up the trash in every corner, maintaining a low profile while wearing a mask. I haven't been a big shot for many years. I don't like the cold edge of the bed. Don't make me miss. Rendi hummed a little tune to wrap up his day at work. Rendi, come here. Ah, squad leader. The airport cleaning department had several shifts, and Rendi was on the day shift assigned to clean the restrooms by this squad leader. Today I heard you made a big contribution on your first day. What a coincidence. Rendi smiled. Well, the higher-ups think you did well. They originally planned to give you a bonus, but since you're not an official employee, not even in a probationary period, you understand, right? Understood. Rendi's smile became a bit stiff. He understood all too well. All right, work hard. Strive for a permanent position. Earning over 10,000 a month isn't just a dream. Okay, squad leader. I'll head home after my shift. As he turned away, Rendi's smile faded. What was this all about? Thanks to only working as a temporary worker for 3 days, the airport didn't pay him. But at least there was a system to back him up. Besides, is he really someone who is short of a few $100 in bonuses? Humph. Rendi grumbled as he went home, having applied for a passport online but not knowing if it had been processed. Once it was ready, he could go abroad to obtain his pilot's license. At that time, he would be a pilot at the airport, and he couldn't wait to see the expression on the cleaning supervisor's face. How dare they pocket his bonus, living on the edge. 3 days of cleaning passed quickly. Once the temporary cleaning job at the airport was completed and Rendi received his system reward, he waved goodbye to the supervisor. After all, he was just a temporary worker, without even insurance, so he took his pay and left. And what was that? Couldn't even say thank you. The supervisor spat when he saw Rendi ignoring him after receiving his money. Hey, I just finished mopping the floor. How can you just spit like that? An angry cleaning lady nearby said, if you keep this up, I will report you to the manager. How many people have left this month? And you still want to give me more work? Do you treat me like a beast of burden? Don't say such things recklessly. After leaving the airport, Rendi took a taxi directly to the police station near his home to see an old friend. Oh, Rendi, what brings you here today? The police officers and assistants greeted him as he walked in. Just came to see everyone and pick up my passport. Hey, planning to go on a trip? Got your passport already? Yeah, travel. The world is so big. I have to go see it, right? Ren Di smiled as he chatted with familiar faces for a while and then left with his passport. He almost bumped into someone at the exit because he was looking down. Zhao Heng glanced at Ren Di entering the police station. And Zhang Xiaoyu happened to see him and was momentarily stunned. Zhao, who was that just now? Looks a bit familiar. Oh, that's Ren Di. He used to work here as an auxiliary police officer for a while. I was thinking about recommending him for a permanent position. Zhao Heng understood that he hadn't made the transition and had left. Young people these days lack determination. They work lazily and have poor character. Those old-timers who were auxiliary officers for a lifetime never complained. Many even gave their lives for the country. Zhao Heng pushed these thoughts aside and said to Zhang Xiaoyu, "Is the director in? I need to collect some documents." "Yes, he is. Go ahead." Zhao Heng is the director of the Xi'an Bureau of Public Security, which is part of the Tianxiao Public Security Bureau. Recently, there have been many public safety incidents in Yangcheng, and they were overwhelmed. What was more troubling was that they couldn't find any clues to these cases, and by the time they were discovered, the culprits often managed to escape. When he reached the director's office and got the necessary documents, Zhao Heng roughly browsed the latest case files to look for clues. He discovered that several cases had the same reporting person, Ren Di. There were also various attendance and reporting records from his time as an auxiliary police officer. Was this person possessed by Di Renjia, or had Conan taken over? How could he run into trouble wherever he went? Zhao Heng looked at the thick case files, realizing that 1/3 of the public safety incidents were related to him. This is only a 2-month case. Can it be more exaggerated? Suddenly, he recalled the feeling when he bumped into Ren Di earlier. His sixth sense told him that Ren Di was not simple. After that, Zhao Heng greeted some people and left with the documents to return to the office at the Xi'an Bureau. "Director Zhao, you were looking for me?" Zhao Heng called his subordinate Wu Bin into his office. I need you to investigate someone and look into all his details thoroughly. Here is his ID number." "Got it." Wu Bin happily accepted the order and went off to investigate. Ren Di had no idea that he was being watched by a national department, or he would definitely be scared to death. Once he got his passport, he could sign up to take the license exam. Yang Luai called again to ask if he was free to go watch a movie. It was said that the film he acted in last time had been released. So soon? Don't movies need to be reviewed? It's only been a few days. Ren Di also wanted to see how well he performed. So he went to the cinema with Yang Luai. The two bought the standard popcorn and cola and patiently waited for the movie to start while sitting in a relatively back row. "By the way, have you been abroad? Do you need to exchange money when you go overseas?" Ren Di suddenly asked Yang Luai. "I have been abroad, why?" Yang Luai replied, Just asking because I might need to go out for something." Yang Luai's eyes darted around. "Where do you want to go? Each country is different. In some places, it's hard to book hotels, and without acquaintances, it's difficult to get around. Plus, foreigners don't work on weekends." Ren Di had been thinking too simply. He felt that he would just go for the exam, come back home in 3 to 5 days, but according to Yang Luai, he might need to stay longer. "Where are you going? Do you want me to be your guide? I want to get a flying license." "You can fly a plane?" Yang Luai asked in surprise. "Where did you learn?" "Haha, I learned from playing games. There's a flight simulation game that's super realistic. After playing it, I felt like I could fly a plane," Ren Di said, lying extravagantly. "Really? You're amazing." Yang Luai looked at Ren Di with admiration, her eyes sparkling. "Is this girl for real?" Chapter 037 I have flown an F-22. Upon learning that Ren Di wanted to get a flying license, Yang Luai immediately inquired for relevant information and booked plane tickets and a hotel for the next day for both of them. She wanted to accompany Ren Di. Ren Di was a bit taken aback by Yang Luai's series of actions. He hadn't even signed up yet, so how could they be going? That night, when he got home, Ren Di started packing his luggage. Clothes, toiletries, bank cards, and passport. He heard that mobile payments weren't popular abroad, and cash was more often used. Should he exchange some foreign currency first? But the banks were closed now, and he wasn't sure if mobile transfers would work. Ren Di was conflicted all night, mumbling to the system not to assign him any tasks since he wouldn't have time to do them while going abroad. In the morning, Ren Di got up with dark circles under his eyes. He had spent the entire night thinking about going abroad and the possible situations he might encounter, which kept him awake. Yang Luai drove to pick him up downstairs. When she saw Ren Di's panda eyes, she burst out laughing. "What happened to you? You look like this." "It's nothing." Ren Di would never admit that he was anxious and had insomnia. Hee. Yang Luai laughed cheerfully, seemingly carefree. Her depression seemed to have subsided since she was with Ren Di. Yang Luai helped Ren Di go through security, verify the tickets. and collect boarding passes while waiting in the lounge. Ren D acted like a wooden puppet, doing everything mechanically until he finally relaxed in the waiting area. After a 9-hour journey, Ren D managed to sleep through most of it. Once they arrived, Yang Luai skillfully took him out of the airport and into a taxi directly to the hotel. At that moment, Ren D truly felt that he had gone abroad, realizing that all his previous worries were unfounded. Foreigners were actually just like anyone else. The city architecture was similar to that in his home country, and in some places, it was even worse. Moreover, litter and dog waste were everywhere. The two took a nap in the hotel to adjust to the time difference. Ren D was quite satisfied with the large bed, but unfortunately, he was the only one staying in the room while Yang Lui was next door. Ren D, are you up? Yang Lui, already dressed up in a pink bohemian-style long dress, knocked on his door. At that time, Ren D was brushing his teeth. The system issued a new temporary task. Beep. Task. Complete a temporary tour guide job within 12 hours. Task Reward 1. Earn 1,200 monetary units. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced painting skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 units from savings and complete waste cleanup in a designated area. When Ren D opened the door, he saw Yang Loi, whose wavy hair and perfectly matched jewelry made her look like a goddess. Do I look pretty today? Yang Loi noticed the sparkle in Ren D's eyes and asked. Very pretty. He replied. Hee hee. Come on, let's go sign up. Yang Loi hugged Ren D's arm, and he felt as if his arm was wrapped in soft cotton. He glanced down and suddenly felt invigorated, as if his mind had cleared. I've arranged the itinerary. First, we'll go to the registration point, where they will assign a suitable coach to assess if you qualify for the exam. If you pass, you can take the exam, but it requires a fee of 200,000 units. If you don't qualify, they will arrange for you to study, but I believe you will definitely pass. By the way, Ren D, you can speak English, right? Yang Loi suddenly remembered to ask, realizing that Ren D had been dragged along without saying much, and he would need to communicate during the registration. Yes, Ren D answered. Oh, that's good. Yang Loi felt relieved. If Ren D didn't know what to do, she wouldn't know how to comfort him either. It was really frustrating that, despite arranging so many things, she had forgotten about this. Having studied abroad and frequently traveling overseas, she had become accustomed to it, but she forgot that it was Ren D's first time going abroad, and there were many things he simply didn't know. The two of them took the hotel car to the flight school's base. Many aspiring pilots were here to enroll, and some were there to learn skydiving. In any case, this school dealt with anything related to the sky. When they met a staff member and were filling out forms, Ren D asked, "Are flight licenses categorized by level? Can I obtain all of them at once?" The staff looked at Ren D as if he were silly and then replied formally, "Sir, you should know that aircraft are divided into many types based on their models and sizes, and the operating systems for each type of aircraft are different. The simplest aircraft, like amphibious gliders or crop dusters, are operated with a joystick similar to driving a car. In contrast, more complex helicopters require learning about instruments on the dashboard. And even more advanced small passenger planes have over 300 buttons, making the operating system much more complicated. The engines of these aircraft also differ. While flying, you must understand the general structure of the aircraft to know how to address unexpected situations. Therefore, what you mentioned about obtaining all the licenses at once is simply unrealistic." Ren D wanted to say, "I am Run, the king of the skies, a pilot." However, after thinking it over, he held back and instead asked, "What is the highest license I can obtain? Do you offer Airbus or T-Series helicopters here?" The staff looked at Ren D in surprise and asked, "Are you a retired pilot?" "I have flown an F-22, but only in a game," Ren D replied ambiguously. He didn't clarify whether he was a retired pilot or specify where he had flown the F-22. Let the other person fill in the blanks. Otherwise, how would he get this flight license? Upon hearing that Ren D had flown an F-22, the staff's eyes lit up. Many foreign mercenaries and talents from various countries were recruited in this way, so the staff assumed Ren D was one of those individuals. He smiled and said, "If you want to obtain all the licenses, I suggest you do this." Following the staff's recommendation, Ren D paid over 400,000 for the appointments of 2 flight license exams, which would allow him to obtain several types of flight licenses. After paying, Ren D received his exam qualifications and waited for the staff to arrange the venue and personnel for him. That's the advantage of being abroad. You can get things done with money, and using the VIP channel is quite efficient. However, this led to Ren D's savings dropping to a 4-digit number. What a steep decline. Chapter 038 Simple Task. After leaving the enrollment point, Rindy expressed his desire to visit a museum. There was no other option. The temporary task assigned by the system was to act as a tour guide. He was unfamiliar with the area, so who could he guide? What could he possibly narrate about the exhibits in the museum? What if he has seen those things? What if he knows? So, Yang Loi took Rindy to the largest cultural museum in the area, where many national treasures from Tianxia were taken away during chaotic times and have yet to be returned. No wonder people say that deception and theft are paths to wealth. Without stealing or robbing, it seems impossible to write even 3 pages of history. After all that deception and theft, there would be enough material for 300 pages of history. Rindy said to Yang Loi, who was accompanying him. Just clarifying the origins of these treasures could tell us a lot about their ancestors' daily lives. Ha ha ha. Yang Loi laughed like a 100-pound child. Rindy also smiled, then looked at the system interface, realizing that it hadn't specified where to take the task, just that he needed to be a tour guide. Completing it would yield a reward, with no stipulations on the location or the number of people in the group. This meant that as long as there was one person following along, the task would be considered complete. This task was simple. Or perhaps the system had intentionally relaxed the restrictions knowing he was abroad. Rindy thought happily. Do you want me to be your tour guide? I could explain most of the things in this place. Rindy said somewhat smugly while looking at the museum brochure. Great, then I'll count on you, Mr. Tour Guide. Yang Loi responded, as she was indifferent as long as she was with Rindy. Ding. Task initiated. Rindy noticed that the system began to automatically record the task process when Yang Loi called him a tour guide. All right. Let's start explaining from this side, he said as he and Yang Loi walked slowly. He had read many books and had indeed seen stories about these artifacts. With the museum's brochure, he could definitely share a thing or two. Yang Loi had actually visited this place before, but it was her first time with Rindy. She had heard about the things he was explaining, but did that matter? They walked slowly, and whenever Rindy narrated the background stories of the artifacts, Yang Loi would appropriately exclaim in admiration or simply play the role of a supportive audience. There were many tourists from various countries. Rindy explained in Tianxia language, and some Tianxia people nearby overheard him and unknowingly began following the two, listening along. Rindy noticed the number of listeners on the system panel had turned to 6, and he was thrilled. The museum had been covered halfway, and as long as he finished explaining the other half, his tour guide task would be complete. How nice. Just as he was about to explain the next artifact, someone suddenly spoke up. Rindy, is that you? Huh. Rindy turned around to see a very beautiful woman standing a few meters away, with long, straight hair cascading down to her waist, wearing clothing adorned with traditional Tianxia patterns. Her smile radiated charm. Linana? Is that you, Linana? Rindy instantly recognized this beauty as his high school crush and first love, the one who had caused trouble between him and Zheng Anquan. What are you doing here? Haha, long time no see. Rindy was a bit surprised to unexpectedly run into an old classmate here. Is that really you, Rindy? I never thought I would see you here. Li Na greeted him with a smile. You've become even more handsome. Hee really? Rindy was flattered by the compliment. Yang Luo noticed the two chatting amiably and felt a twinge of jealousy. Rindy, aren't you going to introduce me to her? Yang Luo walked over and wrapped her arm around Rindy's, deliberately leaning her head on his shoulder. Oh, this is my high school classmate, Li Na. Rindy then turned to introduce Yang Luo Na. This is, he suddenly stumbled over how to present Yang Luo Yi's identity, unsure of how to introduce her. She had always been the one pursuing him. And although he had rejected her twice before, they had already been on 2 dates. Now she had traveled a long way to a foreign country, yet she still wasn't his girlfriend. How should he introduce her? As a regular friend? That felt too distant and made him seem like a jerk. As a girlfriend? But he hadn't even given her a formal response, which felt unfair to her. Just as Rindy was struggling with this, Yang Luo spoke up. I'm Rindy's fiancé, Yang Luo. My father is Yang Tiancheng, the owner of Tiancheng Group. Li Na was slightly taken aback upon hearing Yang Luo's words, surprised that Rindy was almost getting married. She had felt a bit regretful back when Rindy didn't attend university, and now, years later, they unexpectedly met in a distant country, and he was engaged to someone from such a powerful company. Looking at Rindy's face made her blush a little. It was normal for someone like him to attract such a beautiful girl. Miss Li, didn't you come with your boyfriend? It's quite boring to wander around the museum alone. Yang Luo shot back confidently. I don't have a boyfriend, Li Na replied, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Rindy noticed this and also saw Yang Luo's fierce demeanor, feeling a bit hesitant to speak up. How about joining us for a stroll? We could grab a bite to eat later? Rindy suggested politely. Sure. Li Na Na answered eagerly. Not a chance. Yang Luo replied firmly. Both of them turned to Rindy at the same time, leaving him scratching his head. He was just being polite. Why were their reactions so intense? As they walked through the museum, Rindy found himself flanked by two beautiful women, drawing the attention of many. Rindy, what is this? Yang Luo asked, pointing at an artifact in a display case. Ah, this is, Rindy, look at this one. It's so beautiful. Can you tell me about its origin? Li Na Na pointed to another display case. Ah, this. Rindy suddenly felt overwhelmed by the impromptu tour guide task. What to do? Rindy, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime, Li Na Na suddenly said. I never see any news from you in our high school class group. I can't believe we have the chance to meet again today. It's just wonderful. Rindy, not good at all. Chapter 039, a grand drama between two women. Yang Loi and Li Na Na seemed to have an unspoken agreement, as they continuously asked Rindy about the stories behind the artifacts in the museum. One would inquire about the artifact on the far right, while the other would ask about the one on the far left. Whenever Rindy accommodated Yang Loi, Li Na Na would clearly show her displeasure. When he yielded to Li Na Na, Yang Loi would pout and fix her watery eyes on him, leaving Rindy so flustered that he forgot his words, even struggling to remember what he was saying. The temporary tour guide task issued by the system failed when the three of them left the museum. The latter half of the tour was essentially a battlefield between the two women, with Rindy caught in the crossfire. He felt completely innocent. He knew Yang Loi was pursuing him, but what was up with Li Na Na? He hadn't heard her express any feelings for him back in the day, and they hadn't been in touch since high school. How could sparks fly now? Sitting at the dining table, Rindy glanced at the two women on either side of him, wondering if he would end up washing dishes by the end of this meal. He was out of money. Out of money. The looming failure of the task hung over him like a dark cloud, and Rindy felt like crying. A simple task that should have been a sure thing had turned into a disaster, and he couldn't even talk to anyone about it. His savings, which were already under 40,000, had just taken a hit of 4,000. Yang Loi exchanged a glance with Li Na Na and then smiled at Rindy, saying, Rindy, could you give me a massage tonight? I walked so much today. My legs are sore. Okay. Just as Rindy was about to refuse, someone under the table pinched his thigh hard. He looked at Yang Loi, whose smile was both charming and terrifying, and immediately agreed. Li Na Na observed their interaction, lowering her head to sip her coffee. She was a step behind, but it didn't matter. She would make her move. I'll be graduating and returning to my country next month. Rindy, do you have any good companies to recommend? We could see each other often then. None. Rindy laughed it off, thinking it was absurd for him, an unemployed temp, to recommend companies. Oh right. Did you come to this country for tourism? I just realized your English is really good. Your accent is even more authentic than mine. And I've been here for years. I'm here to get my pilot's license, Rindy replied. Li Na Na was taken aback, not expecting Rindy to be studying to fly planes. Impressive. It's a long story, let us not get into it. What major are you studying? Rindy abruptly changed the subject. He couldn't afford to delve into his own circumstances. He ate cautiously, and finally, the meal came to an end. Li Na Na left her contact information before departing, while the smile on Yang Luo's face faded. Is this why you've been rejecting me? You have feelings for Li Na Na and not for me. My heart has been misplaced, Yang Luo said, tears streaming down her face like golden beads, falling onto Rindy's face and heart. No, I have nothing with her, Rindy explained. It's just a memory from our youth when hormones were running high. Besides, after high school, I lost contact with my classmates because I realized we were from two different worlds and I wouldn't have any lingering thoughts. It's like my current situation with Yang Loi. We are also from two different worlds. It's unequal. I'm just trying hard to cross the chasm and move towards her world. Rindy wiped away Yang Luo's tears, his rough palm brushing against her delicate skin, making him feel even more powerless. I really have no relationship with her. It's just a coincidence that we met today. I came here because you helped me book the tickets and the location. I really don't know. Sighing, Yang Luo tugged at her fingers, recalling her father's words about being careful and play. Did she and Rindy really have a fate with no connection? Why did everyone seem to want her to be unhappy? Why did they always force her? Am I really that unlikable? Do I not have the right to pursue happiness in this world? You're not unlikable. I don't dislike you. You have the right to pursue happiness. Don't cry. Unable to hold back, Rin Di cupped Yang Luoyi's face. Look at me. He spoke to her word by word. I like you. I'm working hard to catch up to your status. I came here to get my pilot's license just to have a foundation to stand beside you. I've said before, I don't want you to only have $3,000 a month for pocket money and not be able to buy what you want. You said you would support me, but I know that money is not really yours. It belongs to your father. Spending his money means you eventually have to pay it back. Political marriages and exchanges of benefits are choices most people make. I don't want you to become like that, nor do I want you to end up as a beggar. The only way to solve this is for me to stand up. I will become someone your father looks up to, someone who can make you happy and continue to treat you like a princess. That's why I'm working hard to be here. Getting my pilot's license is just the beginning. I will work hard, so please don't cry, okay? Really? You're doing this for me? Yes, Rin Di replied, looking at Yang Luoyi's flushed face, unable to resist kissing her. With a soft whimper, Yang Luoyi's face turned even redder. After sending her back to her room, Rin Di finally had time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. I'm so tired. Ding. Reminder to the host. Please complete the task failure penalty as soon as possible. Since you are currently not in the specified country, the designated location has been changed. The system popped up, causing Rin Di to feel like banging his head against the wall. Today had been chaotic. After settling Yang Luoyi, he now had to deal with the system. Looking at the long list of failed task penalties, he felt like jumping into the river. At midnight, Rin Di looked at the sparse crowd on the street, changed into a hooded outfit, and stealthily left the hotel to complete the failed task penalty. He didn't want to be seen during the day and treated like a fool. It wouldn't matter if he were back home, but right now, he was abroad. His black hair and eyes clearly indicate he is a foreigner. If someone takes a photo or video and posts it online, who knows how he would be criticized? Why not focus on environmental protection in his own country instead of going abroad? Such individuals are not worthy of being called human. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline for a man to pick up trash abroad? What is happening in this world? Why do people prefer to be subservient to foreigners rather than taking pride in their own identity? Just think about those sensationalist media and opportunistic intellectuals. Rin Di tightened his clothes. It was so cold. Chapter 040. Bad luck is not something to blame others for. Rin Di spent $10 at a convenience store buying several large trash bags and gloves. When he walked into the store, he had his hands in his pockets. And the clerk was dozing off. As he was about to ask the clerk for trash bags, the clerk jumped up in fright, raising his hands above his head, saying, "The money is under the counter." Rin Di was taken aback. Just as he was about to take his hands out, the clerk screamed again, "Don't shoot! Don't shoot! The surveillance is on." Rin Di took his hands out of his pockets and pointed at the shelves, asking, "Do you have trash bags?" Only then did the clerk realize Rin Di wasn't holding a gun. He patted his chest and said, "On the bottom right of the far shelf." "How much?" Rin Di asked. $8. "Do you want gloves?" The clerk suddenly said after seeing Rin Di holding a black plastic bag. "Otherwise, you'll leave fingerprints. The gloves are cheap. Only $2. I can help you break the surveillance camera later." Rin Di left the convenience store, puzzled about what the clerk thought he was going to do with those items and why he suggested breaking the camera. Following the route provided by the system, Rin Di jogged to a seemingly luxurious back street. The tall buildings in front were colorful, while the back street was dark and muddy. Despite being less than 20 meters apart, it felt like two worlds divided. Surprisingly, Rin Di found a broom in a pile of trash and began cleaning up the garbage on that street. Since it wasn't his own country, he only picked up the visible trash and threw it into the bag, ignoring the corners or anything he couldn't see. Soon, he had collected quite a bit of trash and thrown it onto a pile. The trash bins in that country were large metal boxes. After sweeping half the street, Rin Di felt tired and found a place to sit and rest. It was already past 2 in the morning when he suddenly heard some murmuring sounds, as if someone was arguing. Then he heard muffled noises that sounded like the small firecrackers children play with during the New Year. Gunshots. The thought that this country is filled with descendants of robbers and murderers made him feel uneasy. It was late at night, and he was worried about being targeted. In his attempt to avoid being noticed, he forgot that this country wasn't safe at night. Not long after the sound rang out, Rin Di saw a figure rush out of the darkness. However, the person stumbled and fell to the ground after just a few steps, dropping a small package that landed right at Rin Di's feet. Instead of retrieving it, the individual got up and continued running forward. Curious about what the item was, Rin Di reached out, but just then he heard footsteps approaching, causing him to freeze. He then spotted 3 individuals in white shirts and black suits chasing from a distance. Nearing the spot where the previous person had fallen, the three stopped to observe the ground, and Rin-D noticed they were holding large-caliber handguns. One of them was shining a flashlight on the ground and sweeping it around the area. Terrified, Rin-D hugged his body tightly, trying to minimize his presence. Thankfully, he was dressed in black, blending perfectly with the surroundings. If he were discovered, he would go from being a mere bystander to a victim. The three seemed to confirm the bloodstains on the ground, and after finding nothing else, they determined a direction to continue their pursuit. Rin-D's heart raced even faster after they left, pounding like it was about to leap out of his throat. Ugh! How can cleaning up garbage lead to so much trouble? It's all your fault. Rin-D complained to the system. The system remained unresponsive. Rin-D picked up the small package from the ground and discovered it seemed to contain a hard drive. Should he take it? He recalled he had a hacking skill. If it had been snatched away, it must be valuable, and it would be even better if it contained bank account passwords. Rin-D daydreamed as he discreetly tucked the small package into his pocket. System, this punishment task is dangerous. You don't want to see me lose my life in a foreign land, do you? Can we just call it complete today? This is foreign territory. All sorts of creatures appear at night, making me anxious. If you could just give me a gun, like the ones those three had, I wouldn't be scared. Otherwise, just let me die. All right, the host has cleared 1/3 of the street. Rounding up counts as completion. But please do not have a false sense of security. Next time, the punishment task must be fully completed, or the reward will be halved, and the punishment doubled. Okay, I'll definitely do it next time. Delighted by the system's response, Rin-D felt relieved. He tossed his gloves onto the ground and left in the opposite direction from where the three had gone. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already bright and past 5 o'clock. To avoid those individuals, he had taken a long detour and ended up getting lost. To save money, he hadn't taken a taxi, mainly because he didn't trust taxi drivers. He had witnessed one stealing a passenger's wallet. After walking for 2 hours, he finally reached the hotel. As he opened the door, intending to take a shower, he was stunned upon entering. He neatly packed all his belongings into the suitcase when he left, but now everything inside the suitcase has been thrown around, and the room has been thoroughly searched. His underwear was even hung on the television. There has been a burglary. Rin-D discovered that his passport and other items were missing, and he immediately felt frustrated. He quickly called the hotel staff for help to report the theft and woke up Yang Loi. Fortunately, Yang Loi was fine. If anything had happened to her, he would have felt responsible. Yang Loi was also startled to see that Rin-D's belongings had been stolen, as she had booked a 5-star hotel, a world-renowned chain. The security measures were supposed to be high. How could this happen? Soon after, more people began to complain to the hotel about missing items. Some had lost valuable jewelry. Others had lost passports and cash, and some had lost expensive clothing. Rin-D's losses were relatively minor compared to these individuals. He wondered what the thief was thinking. A passport has a photo and is useless to anyone but the owner, so why steal it? The police came, took some photos of the crime scene, and then said to wait for updates before leaving. Chapter 041 Learning to fly a plane. While playing games, Yang Loi hadn't lost anything. So Rin-D borrowed her laptop to check the hard drive he had found. As he smoothly opened the computer and entered the DOS system, Yang Loi suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. Rin-D's confidence clearly indicated he was a computer expert. Would he discover some hidden files on the computer? What if he found out about her secret photos of him? Yang Loi felt increasingly flustered, unsure where to put her hands. Rin-D spent some time cracking the password for the hard drive, and once inside, he realized that the contents were quite sensitive. It was indeed something that could lead to serious trouble, and the scope of involvement was extensive. Feeling anxious, Rin-D quickly exited the hard drive and turned to Yang Loi, asking, "Do you have any important files on your computer?" No, I don't think so." "Why?" Yang Loi replied quietly. "The contents of this hard drive are very important. We need to go to the embassy to apply for a temporary passport. And I need to report this. It would be best to format your computer to erase any related records. Are there important things on it?" "No." Yang Loi gritted her teeth, thinking that as long as she could erase everything, Rin-D wouldn't discover her little secret. It pained her deeply. "Really?" Rin-D looked at Yang Loi, sensing something was off, but unable to articulate it. He didn't mind and proceeded to format Yang Loi's computer completely, disorganizing the original files and creating a new system login. "Let us go to the embassy," Rin-D said. He felt immense pressure. Who would have thought that a simple task would fail, and then a punishment task would also fail, leading to such a dangerous situation? After they packed their things, they took the elevator down. In the hotel lobby, Rendi saw a television broadcasting local news, and then he noticed a series of blurred images on the screen. Yang Loi frowned at the scene. The security situation in this country has been getting worse over the past 2 years. Rendi didn't respond. He recognized the pixelated figure on the TV screen as the person who lost something last night. The clothing and the surrounding environment, especially the clean ground, were exactly where he had cleaned all night. "Let's go," he said, and they took a taxi to the embassy. The staff asked them to scan and fill out the relevant information. After Rendi finished, he sought someone out to ask if he could meet Ambassador Tianxia, stating he had important matters to discuss, only to be told that without an appointment, he couldn't meet. This is so troublesome, Rendi thought, unaware that his anxious expression mirrored that of ordinary travelers who had lost their passports. The embassy staff assumed he was trying to leverage connections to expedite a new passport, so they outright rejected his request. "Loi, wait here for me. I need to use the restroom," Rendi said, using the excuse to sneak into a restricted area behind the embassy. However, as soon as he entered, he was confronted with a gun. "Don't move. Raise your hands above your head and slowly turn around." Following orders, Rendi turned to see a man in casual clothes holding a standard police sidearm. Noticing the man's strong military presence, Rendi relaxed a bit. "Finally found the right people," he thought, and quickly said, "I have a hard drive in my inner pocket with important documents that I need to submit." The man didn't move, keeping the gun steadily aimed at Rendi, but he gestured towards a corner of the room. Moments later, 2 soldiers arrived and took Rendi to a small room. The hard drive was confiscated along with his phone and other belongings. "You say you have important documents on this hard drive?" the officer asked. Rendi nodded. "This morning, there was a murder reported in the local news, and this is a key piece of evidence." "Murder?" The military officer, Ling Xiao, looked at Rendi, recalling the news he received that morning about a theft at a pharmaceutical company's lab and the murder of a researcher. He had just learned of this incident and was surprised that Rendi claimed the hard drive contained critical documents related to it. "How did you get this? How do you know what's on it?" Ling Xiao continued questioning. Rendi scratched his head. "I found it while scavenging." He had already prepared this explanation. "Huh." Ling Xiao was puzzled. "I've always heard that people here are so wealthy that even scavenging can make you rich. Last night, on a whim, I went scavenging and saw 3 people chasing a man. When the man fell, he dropped this document right at my feet. He probably intended to come back for it later. And you weren't discovered?" Ling Xiao was curious. The people chasing the researcher were from a notorious private security company known for employing retired special forces operatives. How could they miss an ordinary person? Rendi replied. "I was wearing black and was next to a pile of trash. They didn't see me." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "So you blended perfectly into the garbage? Then how do you know what's inside?" He asked again. "I have some hacking skills. There's no way to cover this up." Rendi just lowered his advanced skill level a bit. Anyway, no one is around to correct him. If asked how he learned, of course, he would say it's self-taught. Nowadays, aren't there plenty of self-study tutorials online? I recommend a few books for you to learn from. If you understand it, the tutorials are simple and easy. If you don't, it just means you're not very bright, for sure. Ling Xiao nodded. There are also network elites in the embassy, all agents, who are currently decrypting the information inside. Rendi sat in a small room, had a glass of water, and waited for about half an hour. Ling Xiao got the results. Everything Rendi submitted is genuine. Moreover, they extracted some fingerprints from the hard drive casing. These matched the fingerprints of a researcher they obtained through other channels, but this matter still needs to be investigated further. Rendi was released. "You shouldn't go out for the next few days. Just wait for news at the hotel. We will reissue your passport for you shortly. I have an exam tomorrow. For my flying license." At that moment, Ling Xiao, who was drinking water, accidentally sprayed Rendi all over. Is it that surprising? Flying a plane? Or is it that poor people can't play with rich people's toys? Rendi looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of resentment, while Ling Xiao kept apologizing. Sorry, I just didn't expect it. Why are you taking the license here? You can take it back home too?" Wiping his face, Rendi replied. "I just got into it through gaming. You can't take the test back home, and here they don't care how I learned." Ling Xiao sprayed water again. Chapter 042. The little fairy has glycerin. After Rendi and Yang Loi left, Ling Xiao reported the matter back home and requested an investigation into Rendi. What? Investigate Rendi? Inside the Xi'an Bureau, Zhao Hang had just received Wu Bin's investigation report and hadn't even looked at it before receiving another request for assistance to investigate Rendi. Could this kid be a suspicious character? Zhao Hang thought for a moment but decided to set aside his instincts and directly check Rendi's information. Rendi, male, age 22. Born in Guyao Village, XXX County, his mother left after divorcing his father when Rendi was 9. His father died in an accident at a construction site when Rendi was 10, and he was raised by his grandfather until he was 17. When his grandfather passed away, following that is Rendi's life record, detailing what jobs he has had and how long he lived in each place. After dropping out of high school at 18, he started working odd jobs. Looking at the long list of work experiences, Zhao Heng fell into deep thought. This investigation report he received definitely doesn't resemble a job application, does it? Then he continued to look further into the duration of each job's investigation results. 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was due to conflicts with people, or he left because he couldn't stand the employer's illegal actions, or he refused to accept the unspoken rules. What's more, refusing to give gifts, rejecting the conditions of being supported, and not accepting luxury cars or mansions from others. What's going on? Are there really people willing to work hard for 30 more years without taking shortcuts in this day and age? Zhao Heng flipped through Rendi's photos again, thinking that he was only slightly better looking than himself. His mouth, his eyes, his eyebrows, and even his nose seemed a bit nicer. Why did so many people want to support him? Was he really that good? It seemed this guy was still inexperienced, having never been to a wellness center. Zhao Heng continued to look, and then he saw Rendi's suddenly impressive work experience, wondering if he had hit a lucky break. After working as a real estate agent, he had a day as a sorter and then worked as a chef. He even made it to a state banquet? Zhao Heng was surprised to see a red mark indicating something notable. There were also temporary jobs like hotel service staff, which didn't seem particularly special. Racing? He noticed a line that suggested Rendi might not have a driver's license. Checking Rendi's basic information confirmed there was nothing about a license, driving without one, and participating in illegal racing. That was against the law. After finishing the review, Zhao Heng tossed the documents onto the table. He could only conclude that this person was just an ordinary individual with some skills. But why was the embassy investigating him? Zhao Heng called to report Rendi's findings. He was trying to get a pilot's license abroad? Learned it from playing games? It was absurd. Meanwhile, he played shooting games daily, yet his skills hadn't improved. However, where did the money come from? Zhao Heng dug through the documents and found Rendi's transaction records. Wu Bin had pulled up 3 years of Rendi's financial history. The first few years showed little, with just a few hundred left over at the end of the year. Recently, though, his income had increased, with normal transfers of 3 to 500. This guy even paid taxes? 2,000 in taxes? Donated 5,000 to a charity? The last donation was just yesterday. 4,000 to the family of a child with leukemia? Zhao Heng chuckled. After all this, he realized this guy was actually quite kind-hearted. Even when he could barely afford to eat, he was thinking of others. No house, no car, no wife, yet still concerned about someone else's daughter. By the way, earning that money wasn't easy. How could he be so confident to go for a pilot's license? Did he truly believe he could fly? Or was he laundering money? Or was he just delusional? Zhao Heng pondered but couldn't find an answer, deciding to leave it at that. As long as this person wasn't bad or a spy, it was fine. He was just an ordinary person who would run into trouble, an unfortunate soul, perhaps. Meanwhile, at the embassy in Tianxia, the report confirmed to Ling Xiao that Rendi was indeed just an ordinary individual, not affiliated with any special profession or organization, which relieved him greatly. He then sent the findings through special channels back home. The medical research results discovered this time, along with some recorded content, would greatly benefit the domestic pharmaceutical industry, allowing them to produce many drugs they previously relied on others for. In foreign countries, there are no traditional herbal medicines. Your medications are synthetic, while ours are natural. You ask for names? There are countless people in the world with the same name. I call it that simply because everyone is used to it. I can always change it later. With these thoughts, Ling Xiao happily went out for a stroll. Rendi and Yang Loi returned to the hotel together. Rendi had been out for a while, but Yang Loi wasn't too worried. She just thought he might be having some trouble adjusting to the local conditions and might be constipated. She even secretly slipped him a tube of laxative. Don't ask her how she had such a thing. She just didn't know. Fairies don't deal with the mundane world, after all. Having been in the country for only 2 days, Rendi felt like it had been a long time. He just hoped to finish this matter quickly and return home. No nest, no matter how luxurious, can compare to his own cozy space. Nothing beats home when you're away. However, Rendi's flight license exam went quite smoothly. With the path cleared for him, He breezed through all the checkpoints, earning praise from the examiners as a paying customer. On the third day, the embassy sent over the latest passport, and Rindy and Yang Lui wrapped up their short stay, returning home. The familiar scent of home is the best. After getting off the plane, Rindy took a deep breath and said, "Next time, I want to go abroad even if it kills me." "But didn't you get your flight license to fly planes? Can you fly without going abroad?" That's. After reluctantly saying goodbye to Yang Lui, Rindy took a taxi back home. This trip had drained his pocket completely, and he was too pained to even eat. He spent quite a while online looking at pilot job ads and decided to try sending in his resume. By the way, should he include his short-term work experience that lasted over a month? Ding. Task: complete a week-long temporary sanitation worker job. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 3,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain proficiency level experience in French. Task Failure Penalty: deduct 10 of savings and complete garbage cleanup in a designated area. Before Rindy could even send out his resume, the system released a new task. Chapter 043. Everyone wants to be Zhao Gao. Rindy didn't expect that the new task from the system would be a sanitation worker job. In his impression, only older folks would be willing to do such work. He never considered sweeping the streets even during his toughest times. First, he didn't think of it, and second, it felt a bit embarrassing. However, after experiencing the penalties for failing system tasks, Rindy felt like he had no face left to lose. It's just dealing with garbage. What is the big deal? A man who has picked up trash on the other side of the planet isn't afraid of this little thing. Following the system's recommended best route, Rindy successfully registered for the sanitation worker position at the designated location, dressed in a brand new orange uniform. Equipped with a set of cleaning tools and a garbage truck, Rindy drove the little vehicle to patrol his area. It was already July, and the heat of the month was intense. Even though it was only a little past 9 in the morning, the sun was blazing down as if it wanted to roast people. The trees on both sides of the road drooped, lifeless, while the lively cicadas began to chirp, sounding to Rindy like a menu being read aloud. This reminded him of the fried cicada snacks he used to enjoy as a child, making him crave them. His mind was filled with thoughts of the various delicious cicada dishes as he swept the ground, fantasizing about indulging in these treats. As he swept down a street, Rindy noticed that parking violations were quite serious here. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this area was actually a dead end, and the other road was temporarily closed due to subway construction. There was a lot of garbage piled up on the road, and no one was cleaning it up. No wonder the person in charge told him to keep an eye on things when he was assigned here. Sigh, Rindy lamented. He was definitely being set up again by the system. He guessed it was because he hadn't completed his punishment tasks back in another country, and now he was stuck here trying to make up for it. With no shade around and the temperature nearing 35 degrees Celsius, Rindy's fingers holding the broom turned red from the sun, and his rubber shoes showed signs of melting, leaving black marks on the ground with every step. System, come out. Is this how you treat people? Making me sweep the streets in this heat? High surrounding temperature detected. System malfunctioning. Unprecedentedly, the usually unresponsive system suddenly replied. Rindy paused, feeling frustrated. Damn it, what a mess. But what could he do? He had to keep sweeping. The thought of failing this task again and losing his savings made Rindy want to sing a lament. Maybe the heavens heard his prayers. As the weather turned gloomy near noon, seizing the coolness, he hurriedly cleared a pile of garbage and took it to the waste station for proper disposal. On his way back to the work point, he stopped at a red light and took a sip of water. Suddenly, a luxury car pulled up beside him, and a window rolled down, tossing a pile of trash onto him. Rindy stared at the scraps of fruit peels and an unidentifiable gelatinous substance that landed on him. Feeling furious, "Hey, why don't you throw it in the trash can?" He knocked on the car window and asked, "What is the problem? Aren't you just sweeping garbage? What is wrong with me giving it to you?" The driver replied, "I'm not a trash can. Why are you throwing garbage on me instead of in the trash can?" Rindy saw a woman inside the car, and his urge to confront her lessened a bit. But his expression darkened. The strong smell from her was overwhelming, and he could sense a lot from it. Deep well ice. The woman cursed as the light changed, and she drove off. What the heck? Rindy watched the car drive away and pulled out his phone. So you think you're all that? You drive a luxury car while I'm in a garbage truck, thinking I can't mess with you? You don't know about my connections on social media, do you? And I have my ways. Having worked at a police station before, not really, he thought. As an excellent scent master, she couldn't hide from him. He took a picture of her license plate and sent it to Zhang Xiaoyu. What is going on, Rindy? After Ren Di posted the pictures, Zhang Xiaoyu replied immediately. I suspect that this woman is hiding something. You know, I have encountered that thing before, and I just smelled that familiar scent again. It's right on that woman. Brother Zhang, can you check it out? Zhang Xiaoyu was speechless. Ren Di, are you a dog? You've taken over the work of the police dog. But then he thought about Ren Di's special physique and felt it might be better to take a look. After hanging up on Zhang Xiaoyu, Ren Di began to clean up the trash on the ground. He was sure that the woman wouldn't escape. She was enjoying the all-inclusive services arranged by the state. Ren Di pushed the garbage truck forward and then accidentally scraped against another luxury car while turning. What the heck? What's going on today? Didn't check the calendar before going out? Is it a bad day for car accidents? Can't you see my car, you blind street cleaner? Are you looking to die? As soon as Ren Di got out of the car, the owner of the luxury vehicle stepped out, angrily pointing at him and cursing. Another fierce woman. Ren Di took 2 steps back and then noticed that the other car seemed to be over the line. His side was driving normally, while the other car was going the wrong way. Now, Ren Di felt more confident and said, So what if I'm dirty? You're going the wrong way. And you think you're in the right. Do you dare to call the traffic police to handle this? Do you dare to call someone to see who will compensate whom? You're pointing at me. Do you believe I'll just lie down right here? The woman paused, looking him up and down, then rolled her eyes. Who do you think you're fooling? If you dare to lie down, I'll run you over with my car. It's just money. I have plenty of it. You dirty street cleaner, do you even know what you are? Do you believe I can make a call and ensure you can't even afford to eat? This was the first time Ren Di had encountered such an arrogant person. The responsibility wasn't even his, yet she wanted to turn the tables? Was she out of her mind? Who do you think you are? Is your father someone famous? If you have the guts, call them over, and let us see who's at fault. Is there anyone around who is willing to testify for me? Thinking of the people in the nearby shops, Ren Di shouted, and soon there were onlookers with their phones ready to record. I can film this as evidence. Is that okay? Ren Di turned to the arrogant woman and said, Go ahead, call your relatives, call your backup, and see how your wrong way driving is going to get me fired. I'll post this online afterward. Humph. The woman got in her car without looking back and drove off, but her driving skills were poor, forcing Ren Di to back up 20 meters as he watched her car leave black tire marks on the ground and saw the garbage scattered from the overturned truck. Sigh. It's tough. As someone at the bottom of society, living is exhausting. No wonder everyone wants to climb up and be the highest. Chapter 044 Ren Di. Everywhere Ren Di felt down the entire day, and in the evening, Zhang Xiaoyu called him to go out for drinks. Previously, Ren Di had mentioned the woman to Zhang Xiaoyu, and Zhang Xiaoyu actually had someone look into it. They first applied for a police dog, then set up a checkpoint to investigate drunk driving, where the dog detected something unusual on the woman. She was arrested. As the first person to provide a clue, Ren Di received a bonus. Zhang Xiaoyu personally delivered it to Ren Di and invited him to dinner, taking him to Lu Pengzi's restaurant. Lu Pengzi prepared a feast for them. The 3 of them got along well and drank quite a bit. On the 3rd day of working as a sanitation worker, Yang Luai came to find Ren Di again. When she learned that Ren Di was working in sanitation, she surprisingly changed into work clothes to help him. Aren't you afraid of being embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? The whole country is advocating for environmental protection, organizing volunteer work everywhere. How can it be embarrassing for me to come and sweep the streets with you? Yang Luai smiled brightly, thinking that Ren Di looked exceptionally handsome at that moment. It's hot. You should go rest over there for a bit. Don't get heat stroke. Aren't you girls afraid of getting tanned? It wouldn't be good if you became less attractive. If I become less attractive, will you feel guilty? Why would I feel guilty? It's you who would become less attractive, not me. Because I'm getting tanned and less attractive for you. So will you feel guilty? I just said to go rest over there. You didn't listen, and now you want me to feel guilty? What kind of reasoning is that? Ren Di was completely confused by her logic. Yang Luai sat by the roadside sipping the cold drink that Ren Di had bought. Ren Di, what's wrong? You always switch jobs after just a few days. Why don't you find something more permanent? You even got your flying license in that other country. Why not become a pilot? Ren Di scratched his head, unsure of how to respond. After submitting his resume, the airline didn't hire him. Compared to retired military pilots or those trained by the airline, he was an unqualified candidate without any formal education, which made him less desirable. He felt he had skills that couldn't be utilized, and maybe that was why the system didn't provide him with any credentials. Seeing Ren Di's troubled expression, Yang Luai understood that being a pilot was actually difficult to pursue since there were limited positions available, and not everyone could afford to buy a plane. Do you want to come to Tianjin Group? She asked quietly, worried that her suggestion might hurt Rindi's pride, but feeling uncomfortable keeping it to herself. Rindi didn't catch what Yang Luai said and asked, "What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly." "Oh, I was asking what your plans are for the future. Can you really marry me in 3 years?" Rindi's fingers froze momentarily while sweeping. Then he continued, "Of course I can. It's just that right now." He felt a bit lost. He believed he could reach the peak and earn enough to marry Yang Luai, as long as he completed system tasks earnestly. There would be a time when he would be recognized by the world. But could he really talk about the system? Looking at Yang Luai, he opened his mouth but swallowed his words back down. "I believe in you. I want to hold the most luxurious wedding. I'll invite my favorite celebrities to perform, and even hire a top chef to manage the banquet. This girl, your dream is amazing. But the amount of money needed for this is something he doesn't have right now." A week passed by quickly with sanitation work, and Rindi successfully resigned and received the system's reward. Ding! Temporary sanitation worker task completed, rewards being issued. Congratulations, you have received proficient level French language skill experience. After working hard for a week, Rindi managed to make up for the system deductions he suffered earlier. Ding! Task: complete a temporary pianist job. Task Reward 1. Receive 10,000 in monetary rewards. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in battlefield first aid skills. Task Failure Penalty: deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleanup in the designated area. Just as the smile from receiving the money was about to spread, a new task was released, and it came a bit too quickly. Especially when he saw that reward skill, he felt the system was getting more and more bizarre. Battlefield First Aid? Are you planning to send me to the battlefield? Or are you trying to get me killed? First it was firearm skills. Now it's first aid skills. What's next? Tank driving skills. When will I get skills for airplanes and ships? Please don't worry, host. Ship driving skills will be available. Am I worried? Can't you tell I'm being sarcastic? Rindi was so angry he felt like he was going to explode, but unfortunately, the system didn't understand, and he couldn't vent his frustration. Unable to find a way to release his anger, Rindi accepted the monetary reward upon seeing the amount. There was no option to refuse anyway. After reviewing the task details, he found the requirements were quite high this time, as he needed to acquire a set of high-end equipment. Rindi called Yang Luai for advice. The two went to a brand store to buy a suit. Why did he suddenly think of buying clothes? Well, he would need it soon. It might also be used often in the future. Rindi explained that this was all about appearance. Arriving at a high-end suit store, Yang Luai picked out a suit that really suited Rindi's temperament for him to try on. "Oh no, what if I can't bear to let you wear this out?" Yang Luai's heart raced when she saw Rindi come out. "Does it look good?" Rindi looked in the mirror, and didn't he notice anything wrong with himself or how good the suit looked? He just felt tense all over. "How did you grow to be like this? Your temperament seems to be getting better, and your face is getting more handsome too. I can't take it," Yang Luai said, holding her face and swooning. Upon hearing Yang Luai's words, Rindi suddenly realized he had changed. Just as she said, his demeanor had transformed. "System, did you do this?" In order to help the host better complete temporary job tasks, the system naturally has to ensure everything is in order for the host. Rindi felt a strange scent of glue in the air. Was the system trying to make him fly? "Wow, that person is so handsome." Rindi turned around, and a lady walked into the store, immediately noticing him and expressing her admiration. Then a man's voice followed. "Rindi, why are you everywhere?" A sharp voice rang out, filled with malice. Rindi turned to see a man and a woman entering the store. The woman was unfamiliar, but the man was actually Zheng Anquan. This guy was really aggressive with his words. "Where did you crawl out from, pretending to be a person? You should just stop talking if you can't speak properly." Yang Luai stood in front of Rindi, scolding him like a hen. Zheng Anquan was out shopping with his new girlfriend, and upon seeing Rindi, his first reaction was shock. How did this guy show up here? His girlfriend was staring at Rindi. That's why he exclaimed that Rindi was everywhere. Back in school, any girl he liked seemed to have a thing for Rindi. "You're talking nonsense." Zheng Anquan was getting agitated, especially since his girlfriend was still fixated on Rindi, completely disregarding his feelings. "Humph, birds of a feather flock together." Yang Luai pulled Rindi to the other side, feeling angry at the woman's blatant gaze. Seeing Yang Luai upset, Rindi quickly tried to soothe her. On the other side, the woman next to Zheng Anquan said, "Do you know that guy? He is so handsome. If you had even half of his looks, I'd never get mad at you." She sighed. "Can you help me get his number?" "Lily, that guy is just a pretty face. He is not in our league. He dropped out of high school, has no money or job, and is an orphan. Do you really think someone like that is worth getting to know? Zhang Anchuan replied. There are plenty of good-looking, talented people in the world. It's better to stay away from that kind of person. The woman nodded in agreement. Yeah, I just can't help but be drawn to pretty things. My dad was right to have you follow me. They both laughed happily, while Ren Di shot a glance at Zhang Anchuan. This guy always wanted to get a dig in at him. Fine. He noted to himself that he would remember this and deal with him later using his hacking skills. He thought, just don't let me catch you making a mistake. He kept these thoughts to himself, bought some clothes, and left with Yang Luoi. When are you going to change your good temper? They're bullying you right in front of you, and you're not even mad. Seriously. Yang Luoi scolded him in a cold drink shop. Ren Di smiled. He actually had a bad temper. He didn't say anything since those things were indeed true. But I just can't stand him. Does being an orphan bother him? Did I eat his rice? So what if he didn't graduate high school? Who didn't have some unexpected turn in life back then? Besides, you dropped out because you were broke. This girl was really going all out to defend herself. Ren Di grabbed Yang Luoi's hand. Don't be angry, or you'll get wrinkles on your face. You were worried about becoming unattractive before, but now you're not? Please don't be upset. It hurts me to see you like this. Well, I have to go home now. What's wrong? Just a little matter. I had an appointment for a new job, so I'm going to check it out. Ren Di laughed lightly, looking at the system prompt in front of him, reluctantly saying goodbye to Yang Luoi. After they parted, Ren Di quickly found a place to change clothes and then went to a designated restroom to wait for the supervisor of this temporary job to arrive. After a short while, a sweaty person ran into the restroom and started making noise. Oh no, I forgot to bring toilet paper. The person's voice was loud and full of energy, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. After waiting for half a minute, Ren Di took out some tissue from his pocket and knocked on the door, asking, Hey, do you need some paper? Ah, yes, do you have any? Can I borrow it? I came in such a hurry that I forgot to bring some. Sure, I have some. Ren Di handed the tissue to the person. Soon after, this person came out, and, seeing Ren Di still there, happily said, Thanks, man. If it weren't for you, I might have lost a pair of underwear today. No problem. Ren Di replied, pausing before asking, By the way, do you know if there are any places nearby hiring pianists? I've been looking for a while and got a bit lost. A pianist? You can play the piano? The man's face lit up upon hearing Ren Di's question. Could you help me out in a pinch? Ren Di nodded. He had been waiting for this. It's unclear how the system manages to predict others' motives and directions. Each temporary job seems to align perfectly with someone else's urgent needs, allowing them to hire him just right. When Yang Luoi got home, she saw her father and that woman eating together, and there was no place left for her. She didn't care. But the feeling of being excluded from her own home was uncomfortable. Thus, Yang Luoi saw the two of them and showed no expression, going straight upstairs to her room. Li Lu noticed Yang Luoi's expression and secretly rolled her eyes. She was always dressed up and out having fun, showing no signs of being a refined lady. Yang Tianqing pondered for a moment. A couple of days ago, his daughter had gone abroad with someone, and he feared she might genuinely have feelings for that ordinary man. It seemed necessary to find a suitable match and marry Yang Luoi off. You're not going to the banquet tomorrow night, Yang Tianqing said to Li Lu. I'll take Luoi. You just stay home and rest well. Li Lu immediately became anxious. Didn't we already agree that I would go? Why the sudden change? Are you planning to sell your precious daughter for a good price? What a dream. You must not know that she went abroad and stayed with a man a couple of days ago. Yang Tianqing looked at Li Lu and said, You know? Of course I know. I even pinned them as favorites. Li Lu suddenly fell silent, gazing at Yang Tianqing in fear. Yang Tianqing's expression showed no change. But the words he spoke sent chills down Li Lu's spine. Wasn't the condition for you to enter my house because you have forgotten your role as Mrs. Yang for so many years? I never. Li Lu argued. Your daughter always mocks me. Can I retaliate? She acts without restraint. Can I receive some information from others? You should know, I have my own connections. Connections? Yang Tianqing scoffed. I've never made things difficult for you out of consideration for my son, but you always seem to want to make things hard for me. Even if I don't like my daughter, she is still my daughter. Be mindful of your words, or you'll make me regret this. Understood, Tianqing. Li Lu pouted and sat there with a sulky expression. However, due to her attire, or perhaps the contrast between her age and her expression, there was an air of cuteness and innocence about her. A naive woman in her 30s? Yang Luoi, watching this scene from upstairs, felt a bit nauseated. Chapter 046. All are adorable, except for the strange system. If you cannot bravely resist the arrangements of fate, then you must accept the reality of life. In the first 20 years of her life, Yang Loi used every means to resist her nemesis, Yang Tianqing. But in the end, it led her to increasingly doubt whether her birth was right or wrong. If it weren't for her classmate Wang Yiheng being there, she might have jumped off a building during her school days. Wang Yiheng was an anime fan and a homebody. Most boys at school liked martial arts or action-packed stories. But Wang Yiheng preferred magical girl transformations and similar themes. As a result, he was isolated by classmates and lost friends, while Yang Loi was purely introverted at that time. Despite having no friends, Wang Yiheng was not lonely. He often drew cute things in his books and talked to himself. Over time, Yang Loi grew fond of the characters he described. They were brave, faced their enemies without flinching, and represented the person she wanted to become. As Yang Loi and Wang Yiheng started to talk, they gradually became good friends and close confidants. He planned to invite her to some kind of party. Lu Minggang hadn't even completely passed yet, and new plans were already in motion. Yang Loi called Wang Yiheng to vent her frustrations. Tell Rendi to stand up for himself and confront Yang Tianqing. Let him know you're with Rendi. Ugh, he just can't seem to do that. Yang Loi sighed, distressed. She could see the worries and pressures Rendi was under. What if he ran away if pushed too hard? She had worked hard to get close to Rendi, and although he liked her a little now, when faced with overwhelming pressure, he would surely choose his life over her. She was all too familiar with Yang Tianqing's methods. That's why she had never mentioned Rendi in front of him. What to do? Your man is useless, and I can't take his place. Wang Yiheng shrugged helplessly. He also felt powerless against Yang Tianqing. His own father was somewhat similar, but he was just as insignificant at home, with no weight behind his words. So annoying. If this were ancient times, we could elope without anyone finding us. But now society is too advanced. It's so bothersome. In ancient times, without any transportation, running all day might not even get you 200 miles. Hey, how about creating a situation and let your man be a hero for once? What does that mean? A hero saving a beauty. Then let Yang Tianqing know that without life, nothing matters. Life is the most important, and your man saved his life. So asking for your hand in marriage shouldn't be difficult, right? You read too many novels. At most, he would just give a few thousand to settle it. And do you think those bodyguards around him are just for show? Right, forgetting about that is not an option either. Unless your man has some incredible background. Yang Tianqing one tea back down. Unfortunately, Rendi is just an ordinary person. You are the ordinary one. Your whole family is. Yang Loi was unhappy with Wang Yiheng's words about Rendi. Wang Yiheng was speechless. She had only known Rendi for a few days and was already so supportive of him. Girls are indeed loyal. The ancients were not wrong. This world is not worth it. I really don't want to come back in the next life, Yang Loi murmured. On Rendi's side, he obtained a temporary identity as a pianist according to the system's instructions. However, he didn't expect that the place he was going to perform at was actually the Ding Sheng Grand Hotel. He had worked as a waiter there for one night and never thought he would have a second chance to enter this place. There was a high-end banquet being held tonight. Hey, as a pianist, you can handle it, right? You can play those high-class classical pieces, right? The person talking to Rendi was Wang Chong, the same brother who forgot to bring paper yesterday, and one of the managers at the Ding Sheng Hotel. Yesterday, he had taken a day off to accompany a friend shopping, but ended up with an upset stomach and desperately looking for a restroom, only to realize he had forgotten to bring paper, almost embarrassing himself. Fortunately, he ran into Rendi, who was dressed in new clothes, and his demeanor and looks made Wang Chong like him instantly. When he learned that Rendi was looking for a pianist job, he immediately thought of this banquet. The Ding Sheng Hotel had several contracted pianists, but to be honest, their skills were average, just okay. Wang Chong didn't know Rendi's level. But Rendi gave off a very good impression, as if he were a noble from ancient Europe, making people fond of him. So he decided to give Rendi a chance. If he played exceptionally well, he would sign him to the hotel. If not, it would still be a favor exchanged. And he wouldn't lose out. As expected of Wang Chong, a man who never owes anyone a favor, Wang Chong's little calculations were unknown to Rendi. However, for this task, the system specified that he must wear this new outfit the whole time and speak according to the lines set by the system. Rendi felt extremely tired. It had never been this troublesome before. Why was it so complicated this time? Was it because he tried to exploit a loophole in the system to gain benefits, so the system closed that loophole? He hadn't even executed the plan yet. Rendi adjusted himself, only wearing a pair of shorts underneath, which felt a bit awkward while walking. Meanwhile, try out the feel first. Our piano is a grand piano. The group spent $2 million to book it for a year and a half. Ren-Di gently stroked the white piano's surface, which was as smooth as a mirror, and then touched the keys, made of ivory. He said to Wang Chong, "Broadwood, the royal piano of a certain nation." Wang Chong immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "Bro, you are really professional. Impressive. Many people haven't even heard of this name, let alone know its origin. You are the first person to recognize it at a glance." He chuckled. Ren-Di moved his fingers and asked, "Is it okay?" "Of course." Then, Ren-Di sat down and began to play a cheerful and simple tune. The melodious sound floated out, and those around him were momentarily stunned. It's not that no one had played this piano before, but it seemed that no one had played it so vibrantly. "Bro, I'm counting on you for tonight's banquet." Wang Chong felt proud of his brilliant decision, having encountered such an amazing pianist. "No problem." Ren-Di continued to play elegantly. The pesky system had even specified the pieces to be played and insisted on completing them. He glanced around. There wasn't even a single attentive listener in the hall. Who was he playing for? But he was afraid that if he didn't finish, the task might become troublesome, and it wasn't even time for the official start yet. He couldn't afford to provoke the system's whims. Feeling disheartened. Chapter 047. Splendid, the rooster, controlling everything at night. The busy urban workers finally got a breather and began to indulge themselves with games, dining, singing, and dancing. Each person relaxed in their own way, trying to find a bit of happiness to survive in this world. However, many were still holding down their posts. Zhao Heng watched the city lights and the crowd around him, silently rolling up his car window. Notification, action begins. Yes, responses echoed in the headphones. They were the unseen guardians of this world. While you enjoy yourself, there are always people bearing burdens for you. The tranquility of life is merely the result of someone else carrying the load. Ren-Di was performing music in the outdoor banquet hall on the top floor of the Prosperity Hotel, according to the system's requirements. He looked at the servers and waitstaff around him, observing the well-groomed, flamboyant individuals and the successful people chatting and laughing, suddenly recalling a saying. A prosperous world is always supported by solid foundations. Otherwise, it is merely a splendid grave. Yang Lui reluctantly followed Yang Tianxing to the Prosperity Hotel, where the crowd around them flaunted their feathers like magnificent roosters. She felt suffocated, knowing she was just one of them. This time, the banquet was held on the rooftop, under the starlight and lights. Supervisor Ling was having food delivered, needing to be extra vigilant during such large events to avoid any mishaps. Upon entering the venue, Yang Lui heard a delightful piano melody, which felt more vibrant than any music she had heard before. She couldn't help but glance at the pianist, and that one look left her stunned. Ren-Di glanced at the guests while playing the piano and spotted Yang Lui, who was dressed in a gorgeous gown, sparkling like a princess. It was no surprise that a young lady would be present at such an occasion. He winked and smiled at Yang Lui, causing her to fidget, like a mischievous child caught in the act. What should she do? Would Ren-Di think she was frivolous for wearing a backless outfit? And with her striking makeup, would he find her too flashy? Lost in her thoughts, Yang Lui slowly walked to the music area and watched Ren-Di play. Just as he finished a piece, he finally got a moment to rest after playing for half an hour straight. "What are you doing here?" Yang Lui asked shyly. "You saw it. Just took a side gig." Ren-Di replied with a smile. "You look beautiful tonight." "What about usual? Am I not beautiful?" "No, you are beautiful. But tonight, you look like a celestial fairy, while usually, you're just a little fairy," he teased. Yang Lui lowered her head, too shy to look at him. "What's the theme of tonight's party? I see a lot of foreigners." "It seems to be some signing ceremony. The Chi family has reached a cooperation with an overseas firm," Ren-Di said. "The Chi family?" "Yes, Chi Tian Automobile. These companies always like to pick grand names. Chi Tian. They might as well call it Great Sage for more flair. You've met someone from Chi Tian before, right? The one from the racing event?" Ren-Di seemed to recall a young man named Chi Xiao. "Is that person called Chi Tian? His nickname wouldn't be Monkey, would it?" Suddenly, Ren-Di imagined Chi Xiao's appearance. Round ears, a slightly sharp face, resembling a monkey. "How do you know?" Yang Lui looked at him in surprise. "Did he tell you?" "But you mustn't mention anything related to monkeys in front of him, not even Journey to the West." How deep must his psychological trauma be to avoid monkeys so much? It seemed Yang Lui sensed Ren-Di's thoughts, and she whispered in his ear, "I heard that when he was a child. He went to a wildlife reserve and was taken away by a group of monkeys. He lived with them for a week before being rescued, and since then, he has hated monkeys. Can't even stand to hear about them." "Ah, Did something unspeakable happen with the mother monkeys? Ren-D maliciously speculated. At that moment, someone approached and asked Ren-D to continue playing, as some guests had requested music. He returned to his seat and began a new round of performance. Just then, a message from the system popped up. Please go to the restroom in 3 minutes. What the heck? System, you're getting too involved. Are you managing my bathroom breaks now? Since yesterday, you've been acting strange. If you've been kidnapped, give me a sign. If you've been poisoned, give me 2 signs. Just stop sending me vague messages, okay? Go to the restroom in 3 minutes? Are you going to tell me where to go? Ren-D really couldn't stand this annoying system anymore. Please go to the restroom in 3 minutes, at the last stall. How dare you? If you don't give me a clear answer, I'm not doing this job today. If you want to punish me, go ahead. Tomorrow. Even if I have to beg on the street, I won't take on any tasks. Ren-D secretly issued an ultimatum to the system. Who's afraid of whom? The system is planning for the host's future. Don't you want to be a permanent employee instead of just a temporary one? Huh. Ren-D felt a chill inside. What chance does a temporary system have to make him permanent? The system detects a 1 probability of encountering a special event during this task. Please seize the opportunity. There's 1 minute left. Special event? Ren-D looked around. What could possibly happen? Like last time when some guests got into a fight? But the system didn't give him a heads up last time either? 3 minutes passed, just as a song finished playing, and someone behind him had chosen another song, which was perfect timing for the nearby band to perform. Ren-D quietly went downstairs to the restroom, and upon reaching the last stall, he found nothing special happening. Is this what you call a special event? What a joke. Ren-D relieved himself and looked around. Aside from a window, there wasn't anything remarkable. Just then, a large head covered in a black hood, with only the eyes visible, popped into the stall next to him. The two made eye contact, wide-eyed. The hooded man was startled. Wasn't this supposed to be empty? How could someone suddenly appear? Ren-D looked into the man's blue eyes and immediately realized that this was the special event the system mentioned. What should he do? Pretend he didn't see anything or capture this person? While he was pondering, the man pulled out a gun from behind him. All right, no need to think anymore. The outcome is clear. Chapter 048 Chaos. System, don't you think my reflexes are a bit extraordinary? Ren-D asked the system. Every time he felt like his brain hadn't caught up yet, his hands and feet were already in action. While the man was still pulling out his gun, Ren-D had already moved, knocking him out and capturing him. If there's no special bloodline involved, who would believe it? No. There's no idealistic power in this world. None? Then what are you? What is your method for transmitting skill experience to me? This system operates on technological power. The highest evolution of technological power can create miracles. Fine, let us put that aside for now. How do I deal with this person? You're not suggesting I call the police, are you? If I do, I'll have to give a statement. And then tonight's temporary task will be ruined, and that'll be on you. Ren-D asked confidently. Please take away the weapons and communicator from the individual. Ren-D searched the man and found the black earpiece he had been wearing. Luckily, he had been speaking to the system in his mind, so the man didn't hear him. Wearing the earpiece and hiding the weapon on himself, Ren-D tossed the man into a bathroom stall and locked the door behind him. Returning to the lobby, Ren-D felt a bit anxious. Aside from having handled a gun at the police station, this was the first time he had a weapon stored so close to him. Don't blame him for being timid. Ordinary people just don't get the chance to encounter this. Please continue playing. Complete the temporary pianist task. Is that it? Ren-D was a bit surprised that he was only asked to carry a weapon and a headset with no other tasks. Playing dead again. Ren-D rolled his eyes while sitting at the piano, observing the crowd around him. The guy from earlier had blue eyes, clearly not from this region. And tonight there were quite a few foreigners. There must be some issues among them. That guy was armed, which meant this gathering might turn into a robbery with hostages. And then let the locals take the blame? Suddenly, a voice came through his earpiece. Number 7, how are you? Have you entered the venue? Should he respond? Then a system prompt appeared. Answer him. Say yes. Yes. Ren-D replied. Good. Once number 3 sends the signal, you will act. Yes. Ren-D answered again. But who was number 3? He looked around, but didn't see anyone acting strangely. Who on earth was number 3? It seemed the party was reaching a climax, with many people standing there listening to the host speaking, still not applauding. Suddenly, a burst of fireworks lit up the sky, followed by a loud bang and a display of brilliant colors. Ren-D heard a voice in his earpiece. Start the operation. Start what? Ren-D was a bit confused, and the system didn't provide any hints. At that moment, many people looked up at the sky as fireworks ascended, filling the sky with colors. Some girls began snapping photos, while others started dancing with those beside them. Amid the sound of exploding fireworks, Rendi heard a different noise. It was gunfire. Looking at a few foreigners, he noticed they were retreating toward the stairs, preparing to leave. Then there were gasps from the crowd. Women started running in panic, and chaos ensued. He then saw two people suddenly fall to the ground, blood gushing from their bodies like small fountains. Goodness, this scene was terrifying. At that moment, Rendi didn't care about hiding his abilities anymore. He quickly searched for Yang Loi in the crowd. Forget about what the system said. His girlfriend's safety was more important. Behind a long table, he spotted Yang Loi lying on the ground along with Yang Tianqing and some elderly men. Loi, are you okay? Rendi, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Get down. Yang Loi pulled Rendi down to the ground, and he couldn't help but laugh at the sight of everyone with their butts in the air. They were all shaking with fear, but still trying to maintain their composure, as if lying down, but not really, just their knees touching the ground while their bodies remained elevated. Rendi felt an impulse to kick them, but held back. Chairman Yang, where are your bodyguards? Don't they have guns? Rendi asked Yang Tianqing. Yang Tianqing looked at Rendi, wondering how this man ended up here and why he was wearing a look as if he were watching a show. Guns are prohibited here. Rendi nodded, indicating that there was a gun, but it couldn't be taken out. At this point, why are you still asking useless questions? Find a way to get us out of here. You're from the hotel, right? Do you know where there is an escape route? A Mediterranean uncle shouted in dissatisfaction. I'm just a temp. Rendi smiled, revealing a big white smile, when the earpiece buzzed again. Number 7. How is your mission? Have you got the items? Please respond affirmatively and tell them to gather at Exit E. It's already secured. Wait for me at Exit E. Rendi replied. Understood. The voice in the earpiece disappeared, and Rendi looked around. There were still many people hiding under the tables on the rooftop, and some injured individuals lying on the ground, most of whom were hurt due to trampling while trying to escape. Everyone get up. The enemy has left. Rendi pulled Yang Loi up. Get down. Just because you say the enemy has left, does that mean they really have? Who is the enemy, and where are they? What do you know? Yang Tianqing tugged at Yang Loi's skirt, but she looked at Rendi and then at the people on the ground, and still stood up. As a result, with a tearing sound, Yang Loi's skirt ripped open from her lower back down to her legs, leaving a large piece of fabric to fall away. Rendi saw her form-fitting pink bra and what seemed to be very sheer flesh-colored underwear. He quickly took off his jacket and draped it over Yang Loi. Hey, Chairman Yang, even if you are her father, you shouldn't take advantage of your daughter like this. Rendi was really grateful to Comrade Yang, but maybe next time would be better suited for a different occasion. His nose itched, hoping he wouldn't start bleeding. Rendi quickly dismissed the thought. Yang Loi's face turned bright red, wanting to jump off the building, crawl into a crack, or die. At this moment, Rendi's attention shifted elsewhere. Some of the injured people on the ground looked to be in serious condition. I'm going to help. Loi, be careful. Rendi had battlefield first aid skills provided by the system, especially adept at treating surgical injuries. He first assessed the severity of everyone's injuries and then provided emergency treatment in order of severity. However, without proper tools, Rendi used items from the dining tables as makeshift equipment. Large napkins became bandages, and metal chopsticks and similar items served as splints for the broken limbs. Soon, the injured individuals were stabilized. At that moment, those who had run out to the escape route all rushed back, shouting, "There's a fire! There's a fire! Run upstairs!" Chapter 049, Let the bullets fly. For a while, a huge explosion sounded, shattering the glasses and bottles on the table. And a massive shockwave lifted several people and slammed them onto the ground. The stairway on the top floor had turned into a burning hell. Those who came back down from upstairs bore expressions of having survived a disaster. If they had been just a moment slower, they might have been burned. Honey, are you okay? Honey, please don't scare me. A middle-aged woman helped her husband up from the ground, but the middle-aged man was not in good shape. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Rendi hurried to help the people on the ground get up. Quick, help move the flammable items away from the stairs. Get rid of the tables, chairs, and carpets. He shouted at Yang Tianqing and the others who were standing dumbfounded nearby. Hurry up. If the fire spreads, no one will be safe. When life and dignity are placed together, people will realize that compared to fate, everything else is insignificant. Rendi pointed and said, You. The board members didn't hesitate to lift the tables and remove the carpets. At this moment, there were 21 people on the top floor, with 2 having sprained their ankles, 3 with broken legs unable to walk, and 2 others with gunshot wounds, though fortunately, their injuries were not life-threatening. With gestures from Yang Tianqing and the others, a fire barrier was temporarily established between the top floor and below, preventing the flames from spreading up. However, the smoke was becoming increasingly thick, so much so that even at night, the darkness of the smoke surpassed the night itself. Rendi took out his phone to check the time, only to find there was no signal, and he couldn't call any emergency numbers. Why can't I get through? There's no signal. Some others noticed the situation and began to panic. Number 7, where are you? What happened? A voice came through the earpiece. Please respond, on the way. The system reminded him again, but Rendi was displeased. He directly turned off the earpiece, crushed it, and threw it on the ground. System, I don't care what your plans are, whether for me or for yourself. But don't joke with people's lives. If you had told me earlier that this would happen, many things could have been avoided. The system only predicted the general direction of events based on human behavior patterns. But it is not always accurate. Just as the host might abandon this opportunity, the system cannot predict that. My husband. Suddenly, a lady cried out as her husband collapsed on the ground. Rendi was startled and rushed over to see that the man was in bad shape. His face pale and breathing rapid, with a weak and fast pulse. This was acute heart disease. Who has heart-saving medicine? Rendi shouted. The crowd looked at each other. And then a slightly overweight man and a handsome elderly man stepped forward. I have it. Me too, right here. Thank you. Rendi quickly administered the medication to the patient and asked his wife, Ma'am, has your husband had heart problems before? I don't know. He never mentioned any heart issues. It had only been about 10 minutes since the incident at the banquet, and he wondered if anyone outside had reported the fire at the hotel. But thinking about the fire and the unknown number of bad guys inside the hotel made Rendi feel that this rescue would be fraught with difficulties. We can't wait any longer. We need to save ourselves, Rendi said. But in this situation, how do we get out? The fire is downstairs. And what about the gunfire we heard earlier? Who are these people, and why are they doing this? It's infuriating. At that moment, thick smoke rolled up again, followed by explosions and the sharp sounds of gunfire. Everyone heard it this time, and for a moment, no one spoke. It was unclear what had happened to those who went downstairs. From the top floor, no sounds could be heard, and the high railings around made it impossible to see the situation on the ground. There were no taller buildings around, and these people felt like survivors stranded on a deserted island. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly noticed a section of the rooftop at the hotel that was enclosed. Previously, someone had played the piano there. He asked, does anyone know what that area is? Is it a water reservoir or something? At that moment, Supervisor Ling stepped forward and said, that area is for a helicopter. The boss initially planned to build a helipad on this rooftop, but the permits were not approved, so it was later changed to an outdoor banquet hall. The helicopter has just been left here as decoration. A helicopter? We can get out of here, someone exclaimed. Great. We can escape by flying. But then another voice added, but who can fly a helicopter? It's not like driving a car. Upon hearing that no one could fly, everyone fell silent, while Rendi was thinking about something else. At that moment, Yang Luai looked at Rendi with sparkling eyes, her earlier panic completely gone. While others couldn't fly a plane, her boyfriend could. This man was indeed a hero sent by fate to save everyone. Just as the crowd remained silent, someone suddenly rushed out from the stairway below. Flames were burning on him, but quickly extinguished. When he stood up, everyone noticed that he was not wearing a suit or ordinary clothes, but a black bodysuit, exposing only his eyes. Rendi immediately recognized him as the person he had knocked out earlier. It seemed that the fire below had blocked the route, prompting him to run up. Upon seeing the people on the rooftop, he quickly scanned the area and locked onto his target, drawing a dagger from his boot and approaching the crowd. Put all your valuables here, he commanded in fluent Tianxiao language, tossing a bag onto the ground. Most of the crowd were middle-aged or elderly, and none were in good shape. They were either overweight or slightly plump, unable to defend themselves. With the dagger glinting in the light, fear spread among them. Some hid behind others while others trembled, taking off their jewelry. Rendi kept a close watch on the man's eyes, realizing he wasn't a typical robber but had other intentions. The man's gaze was fixed on an elderly gentleman in poor health and another middle-aged man. His real aim was not to rob. He probably had forgotten who had knocked him out. In fact, he hadn't forgotten at all. He just couldn't remember Rendi's face. Only that it was a very handsome man in a suit who had ambushed him. Among this group, no one matched that description. There were handsome men, but they wore white shirts, and the suited men were not handsome. There was one who was somewhat handsome and wore a suit, but he was the wrong age. So he remained calm. Although he would face punishment upon returning from this mission, at least he had to complete it. Yang Lui nervously grabbed Rindi's arm. Watching him closely, Rindi patted her hand, signaling her not to panic. Yang Tianqing's face darkened as he took off his watch. If it weren't for the fire below preventing his bodyguards from coming up, he would definitely make this person understand what it means to disturb the peace. Chapter 050. The retired super bodyguard Rindi pretended to take off his watch and walked up to the person. In the moment of throwing down the item, he punched. But the opponent quickly sensed something was off and dodged his fist. Number 7? You know me. Number 7 was taken aback, but quickly realized that his communicator had been taken away by this person. It seems you do know. Rindi sneered as he engaged in a struggle with the opponent. He could have easily resolved the situation with a gun, but in front of so many people. He didn't want to resort to that. After all, he still had to live outside. If the authorities found out he had a gun, how would he explain it? He didn't want that kind of trouble. Even though his opponent had a dagger, Rindi was unafraid, exchanging blows with him. Yang Lui watched Rindi getting hit, her heart pounding with each impact. Others silently cheered him on in their hearts, urging him to defeat the villain. This young man is quite good. Yang Tianqing suddenly remarked beside Yang Lui. He hadn't expected someone he looked down upon would step up in a critical moment. Moreover, he had just observed that Rindi had medical skills. That simple treatment of an injury was not something ordinary people could learn. Now, as Rindi fought with the villain, it was clear that his fighting skills were superior to those of his bodyguards, prompting Yang Tianqing to consider having Rindi as his bodyguard. It seemed the opponent could also play the piano. Yang Tianqing suddenly thought that this person seemed quite impressive. During the fight, Rindi occasionally provoked Number 7 with words, trying to uncover some secrets. However, Number 7 only cursed and said nothing else. Forget it. If I can't get an answer, then I want to play around. He then unleashed his ultimate move. When Number 7 was kicked in the knee, a cracking sound was heard, and he lost his balance and fell. Rindi provided a buffer, but as Number 7 lunged at him with the dagger, he managed to stab Rindi's shoulder. Enduring the pain, Rindi grabbed Number 7's arm, twisted his body, and threw him down, breaking his neck in the process. Rindi, seeing him stand up with blood staining most of his shirt, Yang Lui rushed over in anxiety. Rindi had actually injured himself on purpose. Otherwise, how could he have killed Number 7? If he hadn't killed him, how could he explain the blood on his gun? To outsiders, it would seem illogical for him to fight desperately without sustaining any injuries. He appreciated his own cunning. Yang Lui was now in tears, her makeup a mess and a bit frightening. Rindi, does it hurt? What should we do? There are no doctors here. Seeing his shirt stained with snot and tears, Rindi felt a bit helpless. Miss, please don't make things worse. I'm fine. He skillfully picked up a large piece of cloth and tore it into strips to bandage himself. Right now, there were more important things to do. At this moment, thick smoke had already filled the rooftop, and the fire had reached the stairwell, with some parts beginning to collapse. Rindi said to everyone, I can fly a helicopter. Help me take down this barrier. What? You can fly a plane? Kid, you must be joking. Flying a plane is no laughing matter. Exactly. Our lives depend on you. If it weren't for Rindi saving everyone just now, he would definitely be in trouble for saying this. I wouldn't joke with my life. So everyone worked together to dismantle the barriers surrounding the helicopter. A few chairpersons were out of breath, looking like elderly men resting after a hard day's work at a construction site, despite having lived a life of ease for many years. Rindi, seeing their appearance, recalled his time as a sanitation worker, where most of his colleagues were in their 50s or 60s. Once the barrier was removed, a red and blue single-rotor utility helicopter was revealed. This type of helicopter can carry 7 people. Rindi looked around, counting himself as the pilot. He could only take 6 people at a time, meaning he would need 4 trips to get everyone out. Can you really fly it? But we don't have the keys. Supervisor Ling looked at Rindi, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen him before. I can open the helicopter without the keys, but how much fuel is inside? Is it enough for us to fly a few times? I know the maximum weight limit of the helicopter. If everyone squeezes in, we could potentially get 9 people out in one trip, 3 trips in total. The main issue is that we have injured and sick people who can't wait for government assistance. Rindi had just noticed that a person who had been shot was already unconscious. If they didn't get to a hospital soon, it would be too late. I don't know how much fuel is inside, Supervisor Ling replied. He only knew there was a helicopter here because this top floor was under his management. But the helicopter itself was not. Hearing Supervisor Ling's words, two young girls started crying. Forget it. I'll check it out. Maybe there's fuel. Ren D climbed up into the helicopter and unscrewed the control panel with a key, pulling the wires out and starting to connect them to bypass the key verification process to start the helicopter. At that moment, he realized once again how powerful the skills provided by the system were. His super mechanical repair skills combined with aircraft piloting skills allowed him to quickly familiarize himself with the internal structure of the helicopter and make any modifications he wanted. Sure enough, the helicopter started, but there wasn't much fuel. As the dashboard lit up, the eyes of those around him sparkled. It turned out this young man wasn't lying. He could fly a plane. In this day and age, learning to fly is not an easy task. Only those with money, power, or connections can learn, and even getting a license is quite difficult. Who exactly is this young man? The girls who had just been crying looked at Ren D with bright eyes, speculating about his identity. Is he the retired soldier prince from a novel? Or a super special forces soldier mastering the city? Perhaps he has a fiancée from a wealthy family who looks down on him? Or maybe he is a super special forces soldier who is taking a break while fulfilling a personal favor. They wanted such a personal super bodyguard too. A few of them began to survey the crowd, wondering who he was and who had the luck to gain such fortune. Yang Luai watched as Ren D skillfully operated the helicopter, the lights flashing brilliantly, looking incredibly impressive. How could this man be so capable? So great. Ren D jumped down from the helicopter. How's it going? Is there fuel? Everyone crowded around, asking. No. Ren D shook his head. The fuel in the helicopter isn't enough to fly for 10 minutes. It can't support our escape. What do we do then? Just as he was about to finish speaking, another loud explosion occurred, and the building suddenly shook violently, the ground trembling as if it were about to collapse. Chapter 051, The Reason Left Behind After the Shaking Subsided. Ren D noticed the ground was slightly tilted, with some items rolling down towards the lower side. There's no time. This place is too dangerous. Supervisor Ling, how much strong liquor do we have left here? The kind with high alcohol content? Ren D knew that the premium liquor provided at such events was of high quality, with many bottles airlifted directly. Liquor? Supervisor Ling asked in confusion. Alcohol can also be used as fuel, although it consumes quickly. But it's better than having no fuel at all. Is there the strongest liquor here? Yes. Ling immediately perked up at the mention of alcohol and went to open a box that had fallen on the ground. In the previous chaos, he had forgotten about these valuable items. Here are 3 bottles of Jamaican rum with 80 alcohol content and a bottle of Scotch whiskey. Is this enough? Since this liquor was quite valuable, it was stored in a special case. Luckily, he had prepared it for today's event. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found anything comparable to fuel. Only 4 bottles. Ren D looked at the total of 4,000 milliliters of liquor and calculated how long it could be used as fuel. It was already past midnight. And in the distance, he could hear sirens and fire trucks. Rescue operations were underway below the building, and it would take at least a few hours to reach the rooftop. But waiting was not an option. At that moment, the wind picked up, and the fire in the hotel quickly climbed to the top floor. The original barriers began to burn, and a foul smell filled the air, causing many people to start coughing. Quick, use the remaining liquor to wet the napkins and cover your mouths and noses. Ren D shouted, coughing himself after yelling. Some people hurriedly searched for any unbroken bottles to pour liquor onto the napkins. Fortunately, there was plenty of cloth available. Ren D also carried 2 unconscious individuals to the helicopter and covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths. Everyone, come over. Ren D called out. At this moment, no one questioned his authority or opposed him. They instinctively followed his lead. The major issue now was that the helicopter didn't have enough fuel, and they had only found 4 bottles of strong liquor to serve as a substitute. I have an idea, but I don't know if you're willing to go along with it. You say, we're listening. Yang Tiancheng was the first to express his support as a significant figure. Each helicopter is equipped with an escape rope and a hook, and the fuel does not allow us to fly for more than 5 minutes, or even less than 5 minutes. So I must get everyone out within this limited time, which means you all need to get on the helicopter. However, the capacity of the helicopter is limited, so there is only one solution. Are you suggesting we hang on the rope? Yes. Ren D nodded. There are already 2 unconscious people on the helicopter, and it can accommodate 4 more. The elderly gentleman with heart problems can get on, and his wife needs to accompany him. That leaves 2 spots for those who cannot walk due to leg fractures. There is even 1 person who cannot get on at all, so the rest of you must hang on. Rindy looked at these individuals, each looking as disheveled as could be. The delicate girls had turned into Cinderellas, and the business tycoons had become laborers. The waitstaff remained as they were. The fire had already spread here, and if it weren't for the large area on the top floor, we would all likely suffocate. The visibility around was very low, and even if rescue personnel came, it would only be in two ways, either sending helicopters to pick us up one by one, or waiting for the fire to extinguish. Rindy explained the situation to everyone. Helicopter takeoff and landing have strict standards. It's not just any open space that can be used. The visibility and wind direction around are also tests of a pilot's ability. I am now flying out of necessity. As soon as we are out of the smoke, we can let everyone down. Conversely, rescue personnel may not be able to find a suitable landing spot accurately, and even if you escape using a soft ladder. How much time would that take? With the fire so intense and no oxygen, how long can we hold on? Hearing Rindy's words, everyone finally understood how dangerous the situation was. Who was willing to be the last one to be rescued? Rindy looked at them and said one last thing. I am the one flying the helicopter, and we only have a few minutes to escape. Let's vote. Do you want to take the risk with me, or do you want to wait? The scene fell silent, and everyone pondered Rindy's words. Coughing filled the air. Even if they covered their mouths and noses, their eyes were still exposed, and the smoke made it impossible to open them. I want to go. The first person to speak up was a delicate girl, her dress already torn to shreds, and her shoes discarded, leaving her barefoot. I can't stand it here anymore. I want to go home. I want to go too. As one person stood up, others followed, and they unanimously decided to leave. Rindy also mentioned that the helicopter could only hold for a few minutes, and the first group would definitely be safe. The second group would be more precarious. Thus, the argument began, all fighting for the first spot to survive. Yang Loi stood beside Rindy, beginning to cry softly. Rindy, are we going to die? No. Images of the surrounding environment flashed in Rindy's mind. The helicopter's speed was fast, and 1 minute was enough to distance ourselves from the fire scene. Now, the focus was on finding a safe landing spot. If there was enough fuel, he could hover, but there was no opportunity or time for that now. Everyone, please stop arguing. At this moment, I hope everyone can show some spirit of sacrifice and let the women and elderly go first. Rindy said, I am a party member. I will stay. Suddenly, a server spoke up. I will stay too. A middle-aged boss chimed in. Did everyone forget? I am also a party member. Me too. I will stay. Yang Loi added. Rindy turned to look at Yang Loi, surprised to find out that she was also a party member. I believe in you. You will definitely help us get out, right? Yes. Rindy nodded firmly. Finally, they selected 6 remaining individuals. Rindy took 2 safety ropes from the helicopter and divided them into 2 groups according to height, attaching them to the ropes. You must hold on tightly to the rope. Although there are hooks, we don't have enough loops, so it's very dangerous. But there's no time. Just hang on for about a minute, and you'll be safe. Use your feet to push against the rope for support. Make sure to hold on tight. I'm afraid of heights. A middle-aged man exclaimed, his legs trembling so much that he could barely stand. Come on, can't you overcome this? If not, just stay down and don't move. I don't want to. The middle-aged man clung to the soft rope, refusing to let go. Then close your eyes, and only open them when I tell you to. As the first passenger, Yang Tianqing spoke calmly. But no one knew he was sweating profusely and his feet were slipping on the wet surface. He was also afraid of heights. Chapter 052. In the helicopter's rotor blades slowly turned, and the airflow from the wings blew away the surrounding thick smoke. Those left on the ground had to cling tightly to the pillars or supports that were welded to the ground to avoid being blown away. All Rindy could see were flames and toxic smoke. He had to remove the wet cloth to pilot the helicopter. As it ascended slowly, a group of people hung from the rope below like a bunch of grapes, each person gripping the soft rope ladder tightly, not daring to be careless. Rindy looked at the fuel gauge. Indeed, just after taking off, the fuel had already dropped by half, more than he had expected. He couldn't afford to delay for even a moment, moving towards their destination at the most suitable speed and altitude. The last person hanging from the soft rope was Supervisor Ling, who felt like a leaf caught in a tornado, spinning uncontrollably. Because Rindy was flying at a low altitude, Ling felt his backside brushing against the flames, and it seemed like his hair was getting singed. He was in immense pain. The wind whipped against his face, filling his ears, making it impossible to hear anything. Sparks occasionally hit his face, stinging and startling him into wanting to scream. But the choking smoke made it hard for him to breathe. Just when he felt he was about to perish, He suddenly bumped into something with his feet, and the wind seemed to calm down. Ling squinted his eyes and found he had already exited the area of the hotel. He had just bumped into a leaf. He had no idea where he was. Meanwhile, those rescuing from the hotel noticed a helicopter flying out at an angle from the rooftop, with many people hanging from it. How did a helicopter get there? Where did it come from? Who are the trapped guests? Hurry, chase after the helicopter to see if there are any injuries. Ren-D desperately controlled the joystick to keep the helicopter stable, as it was severely overloaded. Fortunately, there were fewer people and cars on the road at this time. Ren-D aimed for a relatively open area and brought the helicopter to a stop. 2 rows of small trees by the roadside were blown over by the powerful wind from the helicopter, and some infrastructure was lifted and thrown around. Once the helicopter landed, Supervisor Ling collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. He was not alone. Several people hanging from the rope looked like refugees, their faces blackened by smoke and disheveled by the strong wind. Among those on the rope were women, shivering like quails in the cold. Police cars and ambulances soon arrived, seemingly having guessed the situation. In 2 minutes, the helicopter's blades came to a complete stop, and the rescue team rushed over to take everyone on the ground away. While a few people from the helicopter were assisted down, a person in an orange emergency rescue uniform ran to the front of the helicopter and asked, "Hello, are there any more trapped individuals? How did you manage to get the helicopter?" "Ask them. There are still people on the roof. I need to rescue them." The person noticed Ren-D's shirt, which had turned a dark shade of red, and immediately became concerned. "You're injured and need medical attention. I'll contact someone to provide treatment." "I don't need treatment. Save the others first. There are still people waiting up there." "Do you have any gasoline?" "The helicopter is out of fuel." "Okay, I'll find you some gasoline." The person quickly arranged for others to search for fuel. Soon, a barrel of gasoline was brought from the police car to the helicopter. Ren-D directed them to refuel the helicopter. At this moment, he felt the fatigue in his body. Flying in the thick smoke while carrying 6 people below had been incredibly tense. Fortunately, he had managed to pull through. "Are you okay? Do you need to rest?" "No need." Ren-D stared at the billowing smoke in the distance, with flames illuminating half the night sky, and gritted his teeth. "I still need to pick up my girlfriend. She's waiting for me." As personnel evacuated the area to avoid adding burden to the helicopter, no one except Ren-D followed him. The person in charge had initially considered replacing Ren-D with another pilot for the rescue, but then realized that finding a temporary pilot was unrealistic, and no one knew the situation above, so they still needed Ren-D to lead the way. It was better to let Ren-D act on his own. With gasoline available, Ren-D no longer worried about fuel consumption and flew at low altitude at maximum speed, creating chaos along the way. Many people were awakened by the deafening noise, and some even found their windows shattered. In short, Ren-D bombarded a street with the helicopter. The flames and smoke engulfed the rooftop of a prominent hotel, except for a small area in the center that had been cleared for the helicopter to land. Ren-D piloted the helicopter back, thick smoke completely obscuring the rooftop below, making it impossible for him to see the situation down there. He could only rely on his recent flight experience to slowly hover and then drop the rope ladder. In this situation, he didn't dare to land the helicopter, as that would blow away the people who had little space to escape, which would turn a rescue into a tragedy. He felt the pull of gravity beneath the helicopter. Knowing that someone was climbing up, he had just rescued 12 people, and excluding himself, there were still 8 left. The first to climb up was a middle-aged man, who claimed to be a party member as well. Following him, 5 more people managed to ascend, and given the current environment and their physical condition, those who made it were quite impressive. He asked them if they had secured the rope ladder. Ren-D found it difficult to breathe. His throat was painfully sore, and his eyes were stinging from the smoke. "All right, Ren-D, let us go," came Yang Luoyi's voice from outside the helicopter. To his surprise, the silly girl was the last to climb up and was even hanging outside. Ren-D caught a glimpse of shadowy figures below and controlled the helicopter to climb higher before heading toward the street they had just left. Once out of the smoke and without fuel restrictions, he flew slowly, primarily worried that the silly girl Yang Li might expose herself. After all, she was only wrapped in a piece of cloth over her suit jacket. If the helicopter flew too fast, what would happen if she lost her cover? The helicopter descended slowly, and the group behind him landed like a rolling gourd. As the helicopter's wings gradually stopped, rescuers who had been waiting rushed forward to provide assistance. Ren-D jumped out, but lost his balance and fell. "Are you okay? Quick, get a stretcher," someone shouted. Ren-D pushed past and staggered over to Yang Loi, who was now surrounded by others. However, upon seeing Ren Di, Yang Luoyi ran over in tears and hugged him tightly. Ren Di, silly girl. Why were you the last one up? Don't you know that makes me really worried? Ren Di leaned against her, quietly slipping something into the inner pocket of her clothes, and whispered, help me keep this safe. What? Yang Luoyi didn't notice the extra item in her embrace, only to see Ren Di close his eyes and faint. Ren Di. Chapter 053. The joys of a young man with big dreams, regrets in the front. Mischief in the back. Ren Di. Are you really not planning to take the college entrance exam? Nope. Even if I pass, I won't have the money to continue my studies, so it's better not to take it and avoid the hassle. Ren Di replied to Li Nana's question. He had decided not to participate in the exam. But if you get into a top university like Shui-Mu, you could have your tuition waived. Even student loans are an option. Why not give it a try? Being debt-free feels great. I don't like owing people anything. Ren Di, are you planning to join the party? The teacher looked at Ren Di kindly and asked. The requirement for joining the party in high school is to be at least 18 years old, have excellent academic performance, and be an actively positive student. You're still a month short. That's not enough. Can I join early? Ren Di asked. No, that's the principle. However, I hope you can go to university. Even just to broaden your horizons would be good. There are many things in university that you can't learn at your age. I'm sorry, teacher, I regret it. Suddenly, Ren Di opened his eyes wide. He had just dreamed about his high school days. He shouted out his regrets, startling himself awake. Yang Luoyi, who was leaning by Ren Di's bedside, was awakened by his shout and quickly asked, Ren Di, what's wrong? What do you regret? Seeing Yang Luoyi, Ren Di realized he was in a hospital room, the air filled with the smell of disinfectant. He was wearing a hospital gown, the shirt slipping down and exposing half of his shoulder, while the wound from the stab he received was well bandaged. Does it hurt? Yang Luoyi saw Ren Di staring at the wound and thought he was enduring pain, so she hurriedly called for the doctor. The doctor came over to check Ren Di. The wound hadn't reopened, and after checking the foredrip, he left. Ren Di, you've been asleep for 2 days and 2 nights. I thought you would never wake up. Yang Luoyi looked at Ren Di, her eyes red. Ren Di scratched his head. Did I really sleep that long? No wonder I had nightmares. He thought back to when he almost missed his chance. He regretted not continuing his university education when he started working. If I had to say why. I hate my youthful ignorance, always thinking I could control my own fate. Even if I didn't go to university, I could still make a career for myself. Such youthful restlessness. By the way, Luoyi, has the fire at the Dingxing Hotel been put out? What happened in the end? The fire has been extinguished, but over 10 people died. Yang Luoyi replied. At that moment, someone knocked on the door outside the room. The door wasn't closed. And Ren Di turned to see Zhang Xiaoyu in a police uniform and a man in plain clothes. Zhang Xiaoyu was smiling as he knocked. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Come in. Ren Di called out. Haha, just came to see the great hero. Zhang Xiaoyu replied with a smile. He glanced at the man beside him, and after receiving a nod, he continued, I heard you woke up as soon as we entered the hospital. Looks like we came at the right time. By the way, how's your health? Not bad. Ren Di smiled and looked at Yang Luoyi. Can you get me something to eat? I'm starving. Okay, wait for me. Yang Luoyi left. Ren Di let out a slight sigh of relief. What's wrong? Are you afraid your friend might hear something they shouldn't? Zhang Xiaoyu asked. No, don't think that. Ren Di immediately denied it, insisting he wasn't worried about Yang Luoyi revealing his hidden firearms. Otherwise, the great hero would turn into a villain, stuck in a cycle of mundane labor. In fact, he had no ill intentions. He just wanted to hide and play around. He was just a young person with a bit of a rebellious spirit. How could he have any bad thoughts? Can you tell us how you dealt with that armed assailant? Someone next to Zhang Xiaoyu asked, their voice tinged with curiosity. This person named Ren Di looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere, but couldn't quite place it. He glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu understood. This is Zhao Hang, the head of the local bureau. The fire at the Grand Hotel involves some other forces and situations, and it has now been fully taken over by the bureau, so you can answer without worry. Oh, it was nothing special. I just fought with him for a while and then killed him. Mainly, he had a knife, and he was quite skilled, which made me a bit scared. Ren Di began to recall the process of the incident, considering whether he had revealed any inconsistencies. Zhao Heng nodded. If he didn't know all of Ren Di's past, he might have believed him. A person who dared to mix into foreign group battles. Someone who could fight in the ring and drive recklessly, scared. A person who dares to take flying lessons after playing flight simulation games. And you tell me you were scared? I've never seen anyone bolder than you. So, How did you get to the Grand Hotel? I heard you went there to play the piano? Zhao Heng asked again. Yeah, I went there temporarily to be a pianist, Rendi replied. At this moment, he remembered the system. Please don't tell me the system deducted money from him again. He didn't have much savings left. And he was waiting to get married. The system rewards have already been distributed. Otherwise, how could the host have the emergency rescue skills to save someone at the hotel? The system suddenly popped up to prove its innocence. This. Rendi was taken aback. The system is so generous? This doesn't seem like the typical system behavior. Has it been taken over or upgraded? What to do? Can someone tell me? I'm in a hurry. Oh, really? You are quite versatile, Zhao Heng said with a smile. With such great skills, you can fly a plane and play the piano. You are simply a multi-talented person. Where did you learn all this? I might take some time to learn too, to cultivate my interests. This. Rendi froze. How to make something up? He was running out of ideas. This is troublesome. His mind was racing, trying to come up with a reasonable explanation for what skills he had. If everyone around knew just one of his skills, he could fabricate a plausible learning process, and they would not interfere with each other, thus getting past it. But if one person knew all his skills, that would be problematic. He couldn't claim to be a genius. I play a lot of games, and it seems I learned some things from there. For example, flying a plane. Rendi blurted out an excuse. Uft. Zhang Xiaoyu burst out laughing. You learned to fly a plane from playing games? So if I play a game about building a spaceship, does that mean I can build one in reality? Zhao Heng dodged Zhang Xiaoyu's laughter and rolled his eyes, almost spitting out his drink. Sorry. Zhang Xiaoyu covered his mouth and laughed. Rendi. Speak properly and stop boasting. All right. I'll be honest, my abilities all come from the system. Is that okay? Rendi shrugged, really unable to come up with any more excuses. Looking at Zhao Heng, who clearly was a serious person, he knew that any excuse he made would have loopholes. And if the other party investigated, it would all come to light. Haha, even the system gave it. Why don't you say it was aliens that gave it to you? Do you think you're some kind of cloud storage? So impressive. Rendi laughed and said, look, in this day and age, telling the truth just makes no one believe it. All right, this is something you all refuse to believe, and there's nothing I can do about it. Chapter 054 Crazy Hints. After Zhang Xiaoyu left the hospital, he asked Zhao Heng, do you really believe this kid learned to fly a plane from playing video games? Zhao Heng didn't respond, but lit a cigarette instead. He hadn't rested well for 3 days. The fire at the hotel had covered up many things, and their department had miscalculated in this confrontation with the enemy. Let us take another look, Zhao Heng said after finishing his cigarette. Zhang Xiaoyu shrugged. I don't understand your matters, but Rendi is really a good guy. I wanted to recommend him for a permanent position, but unfortunately, there were limited slots. So it didn't happen. Honestly, it's a pity to see such talent go to waste. You don't need to flatter him. Whether he is capable or not still needs to be seen. At least there are several points I haven't clarified, Zhao Heng replied. Do you think it's hard to get into your police department? Our department is even tougher. Many people have been living under the radar since graduation. This kid is too unconventional, Zhang Xiaoyu said. Every talent has its use. You think it's a burden, but I think young people have energy. It really depends on where you place them. If you put a monkey in a temple and have it sit all day, can it stay still? You need to find a suitable place for them. What? Should I put him in a peach garden? Zhao Heng shot Zhang Xiaoyu a glare. If you weren't my old classmate, I'd really suspect you were this kid's father. Haha. Zhang Xiaoyu laughed. You don't know, when I'm with this kid, I just reap the rewards. It's a life of lying down and winning. The bonuses are almost given weekly. If it weren't for the fact that we're not far apart in age, I'd want to call him Dad. Rendi was leaning against the window, sticking his butt out, wondering if those two had left. After Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhao Heng asked about some other situations, they left. Rendi originally thought there would be some intense questioning, but it turned out to be just this. However, did they believe what he said or not? Rendi, I brought you some food, come eat. Yang Luoyi entered the ward and spread out a large pile of delicacies on the table. Rendi thanked Yang Luoyi and started eating right away. When he felt a bit full, he suddenly remembered something else. He looked at the closed door and quietly asked Yang Luoyi, that Luoyi, did you keep the thing I asked you to take care of safe? Hearing this, Yang Luoyi immediately shivered. Rendi, are you crazy? Her mouth was covered by Rendi. Lower your voice. Shoo. Rendi, are you out of your mind? Where did you get that thing? I found it, Rendi said without missing a beat. It wasn't really a lie, was it? The previous owner of that gun was already gone, so it was technically unclaimed, and he just picked it up. That thing is really dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Yang Luoyi patted her chest in fear, realizing that she had no idea what Rendi had asked her to keep safe at first, and she was nervous about Rendi's fainting. It wasn't until she changed clothes after returning home that she discovered what Rendi had entrusted her with was a gun. She almost screamed at that moment, and just thinking about carrying that gun while making a statement in front of the police. Swaggering in and out of the hospital with it, and being escorted home by the police made her shiver all over. If someone found out about this, all right, just help me keep it safe for now. You can return it to me after I get discharged. Rendi felt that the fire from the incident had helped cover up many things. Even if the police found out about a missing weapon, they likely wouldn't trace it back, probably suspecting it was burned in the fire or something. Frustrated, Rendi scratched his head. He had been coveting a gun when he didn't have one, but now that he had this hot potato, he was troubled. Could it all be part of a conspiracy? After the doctor confirmed his condition, Rendi was discharged from the hospital, with the medical expenses covered by the government. He just needed to return for stitch removal later. Once home, he felt an immense sense of relief. No place was better than his own cozy nest. Nice. Lying on the bed, Rendi took out his phone to play games, claiming that his skills were learned through gaming, and he needed to get some rewards. He downloaded a new game from the leaderboard, but before it finished downloading, a notification popped up. Beep. Task. Temporary streamer. Complete at least 4 hours of game streaming. Task Reward 1. Earn 200 yuan per hour, based on actual working time. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced makeup skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 of savings, and complete trash cleaning in a designated area. Rendi jumped up from the bed. This task seemed quite simple. At least he wasn't required to have a specific number of followers. But what was this makeup skill? What does a man need with makeup skills? What are you implying? Host is overthinking. Am I really overthinking? What do you mean by makeup skills? Give me something more useful, like stock trading? Or maybe a treasure appraisal skill. Host is really overthinking. Really? For the sake of some money, Rendi accepted the task. Since he was just resting at home, he had nothing better to do. After fiddling for a while, Rendi propped his phone up on the table as a camera and sat in front of the computer to download the game. Once he entered the game on the computer, he opened the streaming software on his phone. He thought for a moment about the stream's name and simply wrote, Temporary Worker Streaming Room. Then he focused on playing the game. Since the system said he had to stream for at least 4 hours, so that's what he would do. In the newbie streaming room, with no fame, many viewers left upon seeing the content Rendi was streaming, leaving only a few bots that kept advertising in other streams. Rendi was enjoying the game. Especially since he hadn't played in a while, it felt refreshing. After more than 2 hours of playing, he took a break to get some water. Then he saw the number of viewers in the live stream on his phone. There were actual people. Hey, hello to the audience. Rendi greeted them like other streamers. The streamer finally noticed us. It's not easy. Look how focused you are on the game that you forgot you were live. Are you watching the game? Because I'm watching the streamer. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome streamer. I want to hug and kiss the streamer. I'm 58 this year, divorced with 2 kids. Life's harshness has worn off my edges, but it can't take away my yearning for love and freedom. My first half of life was tough. I've been working in a supermarket for over 40 years. I thought my heart was as cold as fish, but seeing you, I realized I'm still young. I don't have much money or anything to give you. Just 2 luxury cars, some rental properties, and a courtyard house. Don't look down on me. I feel my youth slipping away every day, listening to the sound of my watch and wiping tears. I'm really tired, but thankfully, there's you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to go on. I've sent you my address in a private message. I'm waiting for you. Rendi was startled by the barrage of comments in the live stream, mainly because the familiar language and formula reminded him of some past work experiences. If he hadn't straightened his back, he would have struggled for 30 fewer years. Seeing Rendi's shocked expression, the live stream was filled with laughter. A lady brought a group of friends to watch Rendi's shy demeanor. It was clearly a gaming live stream, and Rendi hadn't done anything. The number of viewers suddenly surpassed 10,000, most of whom were women. Oh no, what should I do? The streamer fits my aesthetic. I want to take him home. Streamer, say something. Why aren't you talking? The streamer is so cute. Hugs and kisses. Rendi could no longer bear to look at the live stream. He stopped talking and continued playing the game for 4 hours. Then, without warning, he directly shut down and exited the live stream. Phew, that scared me to death. Ding. Temporary live stream task completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Advanced makeup skill experience. System, why didn't you come to save me just now? Do you know those rich ladies almost scared me to death? I have a huge psychological scar now. How will you compensate me? The system suggests that the host should wear makeup when going out to avoid such troubles in the future. System, you really don't love me anymore. As the system went silent, Rin-D felt the new skill experience. Wow, makeup skills really are something extraordinary. They can turn someone into a ghost or a person. Impressive. Who says men can't wear makeup? That's so superficial. With makeup skills, he would be a chameleon in the future, using his own face for good deeds and others' faces for bad ones, like Zheng Anquan. The next day, Yang Luoyi arranged to meet Rin-D to hand over the gun. They were meeting in a park for a casual date. Keep this well. I've been sleeping poorly these nights. Yang Luoyi handed a package to Rin-D, who then placed everything in his backpack and asked, "Do you notice anything different about me today?" "Not really. You're still as handsome as ever," Yang Luoyi replied. Huh. Rin-D suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He had changed a lot, okay? Isn't it said that girls are detail-oriented? How could she not see that he had put on makeup? Take a good look again. Rin-D grabbed Yang Luoyi's shoulders, urging her to observe him closely. How about it? Speak up. You have a piece of vegetable stuck on your teeth. Jianguo gangtiezhinan, Yujin ta jiandao gangtiezhi. Translation, having seen a tough guy, now he meets a tough woman. Forget it, just let it be. Rin-D turned his head to look elsewhere, his tongue wildly exploring his mouth, trying to destroy the evidence. Ha ha, Yang Luoyi burst into laughter. Ha ha, just kidding. Rin-D felt even more frustrated. You're even more handsome today, just like the shining sun in the sky. Yang Luoyi looked at Rin-D, her cheeks flushed like a big red apple. Well, that's more like it. Rin-D smugly said, I'll teach you how to do makeup later, so you can also become a sparkling princess. Huh. Yang Luoyi thought she misheard. Rin-D wanted to teach her makeup? Your current foundation doesn't suit you. I'll get you a different shade later. Also, your eyeliner is uneven, and your lips are a bit dry. The lipstick doesn't need to be changed, but you need to take care of your skin. Huh. What? This time it was Yang Luoyi's turn to be surprised. What did she just hear? She understood what her boyfriend said, but when did he become a beauty blogger? My man can do everything. Admiration. Admiration. Seeing the little stars in Yang Luoyi's eyes, Rin-D tossed his hair. Of course, that's me. Ding. Task. Complete a week of temporary gardener work in the park. Task Reward 1. Earn 2,000 yuan monetary reward. Task Reward 2. Gain advanced botany skill experience. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 of savings and complete garbage cleanup in the designated area. The system interrupted Rin-D's daydreaming and coldly slapped the task on his face. Gardener? Rin-D scrolled through the task details, getting angrier the more he read. The system just couldn't see him do well. This ridiculous task required him to start right now. How could he go on a date? He had spent over an hour in the morning doing his makeup, aiming for perfection to go on a date with the young lady Yang Luoyi. And this is what he gets? Doggone system, if you have the guts to issue tasks, then come out and face me. Rin-D was so angry he didn't even know how to tell Yang Luoyi to go back. At this moment, Yang Luoyi received a phone call and looked at Rin-D apologetically. Rin-D, I'm sorry. It's fine. You go handle your matters first. Come find me when you're done. Rin-D smiled. Heaven helps me. After reluctantly giving Rin-D a kiss on the cheek, Yang Luoyi left. And Rin-D watched her figure disappear before turning to head to the park management office. Boss, your request is too much. Asking the three of us to mow the entire lawn. There is simply not enough time, not to mention there are so few of us. Even if I had 100 hands, I couldn't finish it. I don't care. You must finish trimming all the plants in the park within a week, or I won't pay you the last installment. The two individuals, one older and one younger, were talking loudly in the office. Rin-D heard everything clearly. The older man was the foreman, and the younger one was the park manager. Seeing the older man come out with a worried expression, Rin-D approached him. Sir, are you hiring temporary workers? Just for a week. I'm flexible on the pay. The old man's eyes lit up. Really? How much are you thinking? Yes. I'm open to anything, but I'll only work for 1 week. All right. I'll give you 2,000 for the week. You can start today? The old man agreed readily. Do you know how to use scissors? Can you ride a tricycle? I can. Rin-D replied with a smile. Good. Follow me. It was just a simple labor job, after all. Rin-D was confident. There was nothing he couldn't do. However, he never expected the task would be so challenging. He thought the tricycle was like a bicycle with an extra wheel, but in reality, it was the type with a cargo bed, a crooked handlebar, and no brakes, an electric tricycle that was hard to control. It would suddenly accelerate, and the brakes were unreliable. Rin-D was going crazy. Chapter 056. A Gentleman Loves Wealth. But gains it through proper means it took Rindy over a day to learn how to drive the electric tricycle. Who knew this seemingly simple vehicle was harder to control than a race car? Working in the park under the scorching heat of 37 or even 40 degrees. Rindy felt like he was being dried out like a salted fish. After enduring a week of hard work, Rindy finally completed his task. The old man patted him on the shoulder and handed him 2,000 yuan, praising him for being kind and capable, saying he would certainly marry a beautiful wife in the future. Ding! Temporary gardener task completed. Rewards being issued. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Advanced botany skill experience. Finally, he could rest well. Rindy lay in bed, enjoying ice pops while the fan blew cool air over him, indulging in life. On such a hot day, lying at home was the most comfortable. He vowed never to go out in the heat again. Working in high temperatures was truly not something a person should do. Rindy pondered whether he should sign up for a translation certification, as it seemed he could enroll now. Just then, his phone rang. It was Yang Luoi calling. Hello, miss. Have you finished your matters? Yes, I'm done. Rindy, come over to XXX Street, number 8 Courtyard. We're waiting for you. Huh. Rindy wanted to ask more, but Yang Luoi hung up the phone. Rindy reluctantly put on his clothes and stepped outside, feeling the scorching embrace of the sun once again. He recalled what he had just said to himself. He was such a fool. After just a couple of steps, the soles of his shoes began to stick, making each step a struggle. At that moment, Rindy missed his room immensely and wanted nothing more than to turn back. When he finally got into a taxi and arrived at the entrance of a tall building with white walls and a white roof, clearly in the Baroque style, he felt a slight coolness. 2 rows of ginkgo trees flanked the entrance, their tall branches and dense leaves blocking out the sunlight and heat. The remaining sunlight trickled through the dappled leaves like stars falling from the sky, dazzling and beautiful. Is there such a place in the city? This was Rindy's first time here, and Yang Luoi was waiting in the shade at the entrance. Rindy, over here. Once inside the building, he saw all sorts of exquisite European-style decorations, including sculptures of naked angels and saints. What is this place? Rindy asked as he approached Yang Luoi. This is Langia Terrace, but because it's located at number 8 on XX Street, people generally call it the 8 Mansion. If you say Langia Terrace, no one would know. Yang Luoi explained. Langia Terrace sounds like an imperial palace. Rindy was puzzled. Do you know what I've been doing these past few days? Yang Luoi looked at him with a glimmer in her big eyes, as if seeking credit. Working, eating, sleeping? Rindy couldn't think of anything else she could be doing. Weren't fairies supposed to be like that? No. Guess again. I don't know. Hee hee. I knew you wouldn't guess it. I want to negotiate for you. Negotiate what? You saved so many big bosses before, and they want to thank you with some gifts. I helped you negotiate. Without you, those big bosses would have been in trouble. Especially the chairman of the Chi Tian group. If it weren't for you, he would have had a heart attack and passed away. You saved their entire group. How could they just brush you off with a few gifts? Yang Luoi said, clinging to Rindy's arm and making a cute snorting sound like a little pig. Hearing this, Rindy's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Am I that shallow? I didn't save people for any gifts or money. How much did they give? Well, some of the bosses didn't express anything at all, so I had my dad go talk to them. Aren't you on bad terms with your dad? Rindy was surprised that Yang Luoi was willing to swallow her pride for him. Yang Luoi lowered her head, her expression hidden. But Rindy could tell she wasn't in a good mood. Hee hee, the old man is bowing to me. Rindy misjudged Yang Luoi's reaction. He almost died in that place, and it was my boyfriend, whom he looked down on, who saved him. If it weren't for me, would you even go to that place? I know you learned to be a pianist just to see me, right? Can we say that's not true? Rindy reluctantly lied. It's for you. Yang Luoi snorted playfully. I also told the old man that in 3 years, he would come to marry me riding on a colorful cloud. My boyfriend is quite capable. He is good-looking, can fight, plays the piano, and flies planes. With such impressive skills, how could he possibly look down on anyone? The guy he introduced to me, Lu Minggang, is nothing special. He indulges in drinking, gambling, and other vices, and is as weak as a chick. Aside from having a bit of money and some influence due to his father's position. What makes him better than you? As for the young lady, with just that little money and power, they are already ahead of 99 of ordinary people. Of course, we are in a different league, and our status is still higher than his. Yang Luoi praised him, and if Rindy had a tail, it would definitely be up in the air. The two of them walked into the interior of Langia Terrace, and Yang Luoi took him to a room. Inside, there were about 10 people, all of whom were the important figures that Rindy had saved that night. Haha, speak of the devil, Here comes Rin D. Yes, we were just talking about you. These big shots greeted him, making Rin D feel quite honored, but he still politely returned their greetings. He thought about how these people were smiling, and if he accidentally offended them, they wouldn't remember his life-saving deed. In fact, he had saved them out of self-interest, never expecting any reward in return. As Yang Luai said, after chatting for a while, they all presented gifts to Rin D, including property deeds for luxury villas, super luxury cars, and even the deed for a commercial street. Rin D looked at Yang Luai, who had her chin held high, and shook his head helplessly. Respected bosses and chairmen, I appreciate your gratitude, but please keep the gifts. My contributions don't warrant such things. Really, please take them back. He could accept 1 or 2 gifts worth 10 or 20,000, but what were these? Did they want to bury him in money? He was afraid that if he accepted these, he might get hit by a car the next day, having money but no life to spend it. Besides, did they really take out money just to thank him? Rin D didn't believe it. Are you giving me money because you think our lives aren't worth much? Or do you think it's too little? It wasn't that they thought it was too little, it was that it was too much. Rin D smiled bitterly. These big shots are busy people. Gathering here just to thank me makes me feel honored enough. There's really no need to give me money or anything. Rin D declined again, smiling on the outside but crying inside. Goodbye, my little money. Rin D? Yang Loi was a bit surprised, just outside. He had been happily asking how much he would get. Why was he now refusing even a single cent? All right, Loi, don't say any more, Yang Tianqing interrupted. A gentleman loves wealth, but only gains it through proper means. Rin D is right. Rin D looked at Yang Tianqing, who had been giving him orders without reservations a few days ago. Would this old man hold a grudge? Rin D, I heard you keep changing jobs. How about coming to work as my bodyguard? Yang Tianqing said. The annual salary is 3 million, and you just need to follow me around. Wow, just as I thought. These people gathered here to thank him out of boredom, and now their true intentions were showing. Hey, how can you come up with 3 million? Even a retired special forces bodyguard starts at 3 million. Rin D is so young, can fly planes and fight. If you give him 3 million, who are you kidding? Rin D, if you come to our company, I'll give you a 5 million annual salary, plus a month of paid vacation each year. How about it? Come on, who doesn't know your company is on a 996 schedule all year round, with paid vacation? Who would believe that? I certainly don't. The 996 thing is for regular employees, not me. Why do you care about this? The bosses immediately began to argue back and forth, leaving Yang Tianqing speechless. These people actually have their eyes on him. Do they think a little money can make him sell himself? Of course, he'd have to bow to everyone, going with whoever pays more. So Rin D just sat quietly, watching until they exhausted themselves and stopped. Rin D, don't just sit there in silence. Do you want this job? Yang Tianqing finally spoke up. Hee, I'm flattered by everyone's kindness. Rin D was about to agree when the system popped up. Please refuse the request. Why? Why should I refuse such a great opportunity? Rin D questioned the system internally. If you're not giving me 5 million a year, why can't someone else give it to me? If the host agrees to the other party's request, the system will self-destruct. Self-destruct? If the system self-destructs, the host will be harmed and all skills and experience given by the system will be revoked. Damn. Rin D hurriedly said to everyone, I can't do it. With the system self-destructing, without skills or experience, how could he be a bodyguard? He'd just be a worthless piece of junk. If discovered, he'd be sunk in concrete at the bottom of the sea. Why? That's a secret. Let us not ask about it. Rin D said calmly. Why? For what reason? The system is messing with him. After all, success and failure are both due to it. The system gave him unimaginable abilities, but also took away a lot of his fun. However, the bosses exchanged glances, nodding as if they expected this. One of them chuckled and said, How about this? If you think the gratitude fee is too much, I can give you a little less. How about 500,000? Rin D silently gave a thumbs up to the old gentleman. He wouldn't dare to ask for more, and less was still acceptable. But he still had to maintain some dignity. He couldn't lose his prestige. That's still too much. 300,000. It can't be any less, otherwise. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. The combined worth of our lives is worth several hundred billion, so buying something is worth more than that. We know the rules. But this amount is within the limits, and no one can say anything about it. Rules? What rules? And what limits? Electrical wires? Rin D suddenly felt they might have misunderstood something. All right, I'll also put in 300,000. Well, that's good, haha. Rin D then heard the sound of text messages dinging on his phone. These people already had their own accounts. However, he couldn't say anything at this moment. He just glanced at his phone and put it back in his pocket. After chatting for a while, Rendi decided to take his leave. He couldn't join the conversation, so it was better to go home and play games. Yang Loi took on the task of sending him home. As the two were leaving, the group of chatty big shots immediately fell silent. Sigh, you can't judge a person by their appearance, nor the sea by a pint. If it weren't for Brother Yang reminding me, I really wouldn't have guessed this kid was from the country, one big shot said. Yang Tianqing laughed and replied, hee hee. I also happened to learn about it. Chairman Yang, what are you all talking about? Isn't it just a remarkable person? I was just about to ask why you all want him to be your bodyguard. A boss of lower rank spoke up. He had been half forced to attend this appreciation meeting, and he felt quite embarrassed about being saved in such a humiliating way at the Grand Hotel by Rendi. He didn't want to recall the incident or the people involved. However, Yang Tianqing personally sought him out to come here, and he had to show enough sincerity to that kid. Hearing the top-ranking big shots talk, it seemed there was another reason. Well, Chairman Yang, why don't you tell us? We're quite curious. Seeing everyone focusing their attention on him, Yang Tianqing sat up slightly and slowly began to speak. Does everyone know what happened with the fire at the Grand Hotel? Wasn't it a gas explosion in the kitchen? Someone immediately replied. Yang Tianqing shook his head and said, it was because of a new project from Qitian Group. How could that be? This hotel isn't involved. Are you saying someone sabotaged it? Yes, Yang Tianqing affirmed. This time, such a big issue resulted in the deaths of over 10 people. If it weren't for Rendi, we might have been in danger too. The real aim was to take down the chief family. We were just collateral. What? Everyone was stunned. Such a big operation. It must be from a significant force. It's from the west. Yang Tianqing pointed to the west and continued, I originally didn't know about this. A friend in the capital heard I was in trouble and helped me look into it a bit, and that's how I found out. So, Rendi, my friend told me that this matter is highly confidential, and he could only access basic overview information, not the specific details. But everyone sat up straight and listened carefully. But he said there was a name in this document that was classified as 3S level, only represented by the abbreviation R. Ren. A group of people gasped in shock. 3S level of confidentiality? I heard the highest leadership of the country only has a 5S level of confidentiality. This is a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Could there be a mistake? Someone asked anxiously. Absolutely not. Yang Tianqing earnestly promised. My friend told me that these codes are often the initials of names, that S1. Secondly, I was originally skeptical. But when my daughter was taking care of Rendi in the hospital, I planned to ask, and just as I reached the door of the ward, I saw people from the local bureau coming out, chatting and laughing. Do you think ordinary people can joke around with those from the bureau? Criminals? Regardless of how we were rescued, we must have been questioned by the police, right? Yes. My daughter said Rendi was never questioned at all. He woke up from the hospital and went straight home. Why do you think that is? Also, can an ordinary person fly a plane? Especially without a key. If Rendi knew this group was speculating about his background, he would probably laugh his head off. Chapter 058. Goose don't study unnecessary things, or you might end up in a mess. The first thing Rendi did when he got home was lock the door, and the second was to take out his phone to check his bank information. Wow, Rendi laughed so hard, he couldn't stand up and rolled on the floor. Mua. Rendi was so happy he didn't know what to do. We common folks are really happy today. Just as Rendi was singing, his phone rang again. To his surprise, it was his childhood friend. Rendi, can you find time to come back to the village? It's been raining heavily in our hometown lately, and your house has collapsed. Hearing this news, Rendi was stunned. He hadn't been back in 4 years, and although the house was old, it had never collapsed in over 10 years of living there. How could it collapse after just 4 years of no one living there? After chatting with his friend, Rendi hung up, and the joy of just receiving a large sum of money vanished completely. He booked a high-speed train ticket online and packed his bags. The next day, Rendi briefly mentioned it to Yang Loi and directly took the high-speed train back to his hometown. The journey was peaceful, and surprisingly, the system didn't cause any trouble. Rendi even thought the system might give him a task along the way, like being a train attendant or something. Rendi's hometown is in Xianan County, which was once a famous princess's territory in ancient times. And there is now a tourist spot called the Princess Temple. After exiting the train station, he took a bus and arrived at the town, swaying along the way. When Rendi got off, he stretched his stiff body, and a passing dump truck splashed mud and water all over him. Spit. Rin-D spat out the mud from his mouth. It had been raining a lot lately, and everywhere was muddy and flooded. The road to the countryside must be even harder to travel. By now, it was nearing evening, and Rin-D decided to stay in the town for a night before going home since he had no place to stay. With that thought, he picked up his luggage and began looking for a hotel. Ding! The system that arrives late but never misses appeared. Task: complete a 3-day temporary construction worker job. Task Reward 1. Earn a reward of 500 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced cutting and sewing skills. Task Failure Penalty: deduct 10 from savings and complete garbage cleanup work in the designated area. Rin-D's steps halted as he entered the inn. What trouble are you causing again? Seriously, releasing such tasks in my hometown. What if someone I know recognizes me? They'll say I've been out for 4 years, and now I'm back to moving bricks on a construction site. Rin-D asked angrily. The host can directly refuse, and the system will treat it as a task failure. The failure penalty task is as follows. Upon seeing the location for the garbage cleanup penalty, Rin-D's expression changed immediately. Please, I accept this task. I can handle this kind of physical work. It doesn't require much thinking. Just a bit of embarrassment. What is the big deal? At worst, I'll lose a bit of dignity. But compared to the penalty task, moving bricks is a piece of cake. Turning around, Rin-D headed toward the task location for temporary construction work. Since he was going to move bricks anyway, why bother staying in an inn when he could eat and sleep on site? Why spend his own money when there was a free place to stay? Rin-D confidently walked to a construction site at the eastern edge of the town, where the local government planned to build a transfer center. He quickly found the foreman and expressed his intention to work a few days. The foreman readily agreed. Kid, you look a bit familiar. Which village are you from? Guyao Village, Rin-D replied. Oh, Guyao Village. You look a lot like Rin-Dahai. Do you know him? He is also from Guyao Village. Rin-Dahai is my dad. Rin-D looked at the foreman, realizing this man knew his father. Perhaps he was an old friend of his father's? What? You're Dahai's kid. The foreman looked Rin-D up and down in surprise, then patted his shoulder and fell silent. Rin-D took his luggage directly to the makeshift tent assigned to him. The conditions on the site were basic, and as he approached the tent, he saw a line of worn-out clothes and socks hanging outside. Many pairs of pants were nearly torn into rags, and the socks had several holes, yet they were still kept instead of being thrown away. This scene reminded Rin-D of his father. Back in the day, his father wore similar pants, and once he had commented feeling uncomfortable seeing them in such a state. They're so torn, aren't you embarrassed to wear them? Rin-Dahai had forced a stiff smile and didn't respond. After that, Rin-Dahai worked even harder on the site. After the incident with his father, Rin-D regretted it deeply. If he hadn't been so careless with his words, if he hadn't been so sensitive, his father wouldn't have worked so hard. If Rin-Dahai hadn't worked so hard, he wouldn't have been fatigued and met with a fatal accident on the site. The compensation from the construction site was gradually spent during Rin-D's school years, and he always felt like a sinner. Why didn't he want to continue his university studies? Because he felt he didn't deserve it. Lacking money was just one factor, but more importantly, he had a mental block. After experiencing the harsh realities of society, he came to understand what was truly important. He had grown up, but the regrets in his heart remained. Rin-D lowered his head and walked into the tent, only to back out quickly. It was foul inside, almost as bad as the smell he encountered while cleaning garbage in the stinky river. There was the smell of stinky feet, sweat, and the odor of shoes soaked in foot sweat. Hey kid, what are you doing? A worker carrying a basin came out and saw Rin-D standing at the entrance of the tent. Haha, hello, I'm here for some odd jobs. The worker, with a dark face and bright white teeth, grinned and said, Hee, you look like a college student, right? Here for an internship? Yes. Rin-D ignored the college student comment, thinking it was a compliment about his youthful appearance. During summer and winter breaks, many students come to work at sites like ours. Come on in, there's a spot available. The worker enthusiastically invited Rin-D inside. That night, Rin-D couldn't sleep at all. When he got up in the morning, he had dark circles under his eyes and red bloodshot eyes. There were over 20 people living in the tent, and at night, it sounded like a symphony orchestra performing. Everyone's snores varied in pitch and volume, some like the sound of metal clashing, others like sighs and moans that echoed like dragons roaring in thunder, or like the sound of bells ringing in a surround sound system. Rin-D lay there, wide awake, staring at the holes in the tent, counting stars. He wanted to go home, wanted to pick up garbage again. What to do? Chapter 059. Seeing you struggle like this. I'm relieved. Everyone says construction sites are great, and everyone rushes to them. Workers in yellow hats toil hard all day for just 20,000 a year. The workers in red hats watch and earn over 10,000 a year without lifting a finger. The blue hats wander around, racking up fines over 10,000 each month. The chaos of the site is dictated by the white hats. If they don't sign off, everyone is doomed. Rindy wasn't new to this reality, but seeing it firsthand was different. Due to his lack of experience, the foreman assigned Rindy to move bricks. Trucks delivered bricks that needed to be loaded and unloaded manually, and this is where Rindy's labor came into play. He worked for 4 hours straight from 8 in the morning until noon without drinking a single drop of water. His hands were numb. His arms felt like they were filled with lead, and his shoulders ached so much he could barely lift them. During lunch at the simple canteen under the grass shelter, he dug into the meal with a large stainless steel basin borrowed from a coworker. In his current state, only his parents would recognize him. The once refined young man had turned into a dusty, grimy version of himself. Had he become too soft from staying in the city for too long? Or had he just not exercised enough? At that moment, he felt the wound on his shoulders starting to ache again. The work was brutal. "Hey, Rindy, how's your first day of work going?" The foreman approached him with a basin and squatted down to eat with him. "Not bad," Rindy replied. "Hee. You're lucky with the weather. The first half of the month was scorching, hitting 37 or 38 degrees every day. Last week, it rained heavily for days, and walking was slippery. But the past few days have been decent, with a bit of wind. Rindy forced a smile as the wind blew dust and fine sand from the bricks into his face, filling his mouth with a gritty taste. He had to wrap his towel around his mouth. "Hurry up and eat. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot," the foreman chuckled. Rindy nodded. The food here was decent, with generous portions of meat and rice, though the cook's skills left much to be desired. He picked a piece of steel wool out of the bowl and threw it on the ground, then pulled out 2 strands of hair. In the afternoon, after unloading a truckload of bricks, he was assigned to help the carpenters move wood and cut planks. From a distance, he could hear the sound of the planer, and the ground was covered in whitewood shavings, with a distinct aroma of fresh wood in the air. Rindy greeted the carpenters and followed their instructions to the warehouse to haul out some wood. The reason they didn't use machines was that the first construction site often had a lot of rough land and stones, with uneven roads that were only flattened by heavy vehicles. Additionally, having machines required operators, and labor costs were significantly higher than regular jobs, making manual work more flexible. Lastly, it depended on the foreman or boss's preference. Rindy found a cart and began hauling wood towards the carpenters, greeting several people along the way. Though he didn't recognize any of them, there was a saying on the construction site: "Tin won't die." The carpenters wouldn't tire out. The rebar workers wouldn't burn out. The welders wouldn't get burned. The scaffolders weren't afraid of danger. The plasterers wouldn't get dirty. The tower crane operators wouldn't be stifled. The electricians wouldn't wear out. The signal workers wouldn't lose their temper. The painters wouldn't get poisoned. And the supervisors wouldn't die from being too tough. When he reached a pile of sand, Rindy noticed many iced tea bottles littered on the ground, with no one cleaning them up. After hauling the wood back, the carpenter handed him a bottle of mineral water. Rindy thanked him and drank it all in one go. Just as he was about to throw the bottle away, the carpenter said, "Hey, don't throw that. Put it in that bucket over there. We'll sell it as scrap later." "Oh," Rindy nodded, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Master, I saw many iced tea and green tea bottles under the tower crane, some even full, and no one drinks them. Why is that? Even if they don't drink them, shouldn't they avoid wasting and littering?" The carpenter stared at Rindy in surprise. "What's wrong?" Rindy was confused. "Haven't you heard the saying?" "What saying?" "Under the roller coaster, there's a treasure porridge. Under the tower crane, there's iced tea. Next to the railway, there's beef jerky." Huh. Rindy still didn't understand, but the carpenter smirked and didn't explain further, going back to work. What does that even mean? By evening, Rindy finally had the chance to check on his phone and came across the phrase, "Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. The most effective is to win hearts through schemes." Rindy decided to try to play some tricks on others in return. That night, the symphony orchestra continued to play music, but this time they changed the tune. On the second day of life on the construction site, Rindy still woke up with dark circles under his eyes, and today he had new worries. A swarm of mosquitoes and fleas seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, leaving a series of red marks on him, especially below the face. Those who didn't know might think he had been out partying. After washing his head and face with cold water, Rindy began to work again. "Rindy, you need to go out with me today." "Ah, okay." The foreman had come early in the morning to call Rindy, intending to take him to the bank to handle some business. The project funds had arrived, and the foreman planned to distribute salaries. However, he wasn't adept at using mobile banking and always relied on bank staff to help transfer money to his workers' accounts. Those without accounts, or those like Rindy who did odd jobs, had to withdraw cash. Rindy sat in the foreman's van, which was filled with various tools from the construction site, and the vehicle carried the distinct smell of a work site. While the foreman was inside the bank handling matters, Rindy waited outside. If a traffic officer comes over, just say I'm inside handling business and will be out soon. If no one comes, just wait for me, he instructed. Got it. The foreman was looking out for him, a university student, allowing him a bit of a break. After sitting in the van for a while, Rindy stepped out to get some fresh air. Just then, a Chevrolet pulled up beside the van, and a young man in a floral shirt and baggy shorts, with curly hair and a cigarette in his mouth, got out. Rindy noticed the license plate and thought it looked rather impressive, ending with 4 6s and a 9. Hey, Rindy, is that you? The young man recognized him immediately after a couple of glances. Rindy covered his face, worried that his fears had finally come true, running into an acquaintance and being recognized. He smiled and nodded. Hi, it's you, Lubo. Lubo was the child of the neighbor from his hometown, someone he had played with as a kid, often fighting together. Later, Lubo had dropped out of middle school to work with relatives, and they hadn't seen each other for years. Rindy and returned home since he left. Looking at Lubo now, who seemed less approachable, Rindy couldn't help but think that he had changed quite a bit, at least appearing to be well off. What are you doing working at a construction site? Following in your father's footsteps? Weren't you supposed to be in Yangqing? How did you end up like this? Look at your clothes. Homeless people are cleaner than you. Lubo's words came out sharp and mocking. Seeing you doing poorly makes me feel better. Is this how you speak to someone? Rindy shot Lubo a glare. Get lost. You're getting too cocky. TSK, TSK. Lubo blew a smoke ring at Rindy. Do you think this is still childhood? If you don't like me, why not just hit me? Lubo circled around Rindy and took out his phone to snap a picture. Your dad used to brag to my dad about your good grades. How you were a class leader and a favorite of the teachers. I want to show my dad that his son is still doing well. Stop taking pictures, you jerk. I advise you not to run your mouth everywhere. Lubo dodged Rindy's hand, pulling back his phone and grinning. 3 good students, Rindy. The child of someone else's family, huh? See you around. After saying that, he walked towards the bank. Rindy wanted to chase after him, but caught sight of a patrol car approaching in the corner of his eye. It was the traffic police. Rindy immediately drove away in his vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, he saw that the traffic police had indeed stopped beside the Chevrolet to issue a ticket. After circling the street a couple of times, when Rindy returned to the bank, the traffic police had already left. At that moment, the foreman also came out. Rindy cheerfully returned the car keys to the foreman and conveniently took the ticket from the Chevrolet as he got out of the car. What are you doing with this? The foreman asked in confusion. Nothing, just got my hands dirty and needed something to wipe them. Rindy replied casually, tossing the ticket into a nearby trash bin. Although the fine wasn't much, and even if it were overdue, it wouldn't amount to much more. Rindy still wanted to see Lubo's expression when he had to pay up. Could this be considered his contribution to the country? Rindy completed his 3-day temporary construction job successfully, and the foreman counted out 500 yuan for him, which was quite a generous sum. After saying goodbye to the foreman, Rindy found a motel to take a good shower and rested for the night before heading back to the village early the next morning. Walking at the edge of the village, Rindy noticed that many farmers were already tending to their fields. Hey, Rindy's back. An old man with a hoe greeted him with a smile. Morning, Uncle Air. You're still out working? Rindy replied. What's there to do if I don't work? The old man responded. You're busy. I'll head back to check on my house, Rindy said as he exchanged pleasantries. Hey, isn't that the kid from the Rin family? Rindy, why did you come back? Your house collapsed. A woman called out to him. Aunt Hua, I know. I came back to deal with that, Rindy replied. Rindy's house was located in the middle of the village, slightly to the east. Behind it was a mountain. In front was the village chief's house. To the west was Lubo's house, and to the east lived a family receiving government assistance. There was only an old man and 2 large yellow dogs in that household. Rindy walked onto the main road of the village and saw many people again. However, these people looked at him with strange expressions. The kid from the Rin family is back. He looks pretty decent. Not as bad as Lubo said, huh? Hey, who doesn't he have a couple of decent outfits to wear when going out? Besides, would you admit to someone that you're living on scraps? Yeah, that's true. Lubo is right. If he was really doing well, he wouldn't be unable to afford even a single car, right? Even Guzzi's family could take out a loan to buy a car. Exactly. Now that his house has collapsed, he'll probably need to borrow money to rebuild. No way. I need to go home and discuss this with my spouse. We can't lend him anything. Who knows when he'll pay it back? These days, the one who borrows is the grandson, and the one who pays back is the elder. It's tough. Yeah, I should go home and say something too. Hearing the unreserved conversations around him, Ren-D felt a bit embarrassed. Should he explain? Probably no one would believe him anyway. They would just think he was pretending to be rich. If he told them he had $3 million in his pocket, would they believe it? They'd probably be at his door tomorrow, asking to borrow money. Oh right, his house has collapsed. His door is probably already broken. Returning to his own yard, Ren-D saw that the old iron gate, which was supposed to be locked, was now wide open, with one half of the door lying on the ground. The yard was overgrown with weeds, and in the corner stood a cherry tree with wilted yellow leaves, many branches stripped bare. Ren-D frowned, thinking the tree might be suffering from anthracnose leaf blight and could be dying. Looking at the house, a row of 3 flat rooms had collapsed from west to east, the roof in disrepair and the ground covered in mud. Ren-D peered through the broken wall and saw that the old furniture inside was ruined. The wardrobe from his parents' wedding, his school desk, and his grandfather's single bed were all buried in mud, with mushrooms growing in some places. After rummaging through the rubble for a while and getting covered in dirt, he finally found the portraits of his father and grandfather. He glanced at the house one last time before turning to go to the village head's house. The village head was in his yard picking green beans when he saw Ren-D enter, looking a bit surprised. Hey, Ren-D, you're back? Old village head. How is your health? Ren-D placed the gifts he bought in town on the stone table in the yard, and then joined the village head in picking beans. I'm doing well, but I'm no longer the village head. I've retired. Ren-D was taken aback. You've retired? Have you been to your house? Yes. It's all collapsed. It probably needs to be rebuilt. Your house has been standing for 50 or 60 years. It definitely needs to be rebuilt. Otherwise, where will you live when you get married? The old village head chuckled. Do you have a girlfriend? I've heard that young people these days are getting married because of unexpected pregnancies. When will you carry on the family line? That is not urgent. Ren-D felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't even gotten to third base yet. Well, if you're going to rebuild, go find Lu Changwei. He asked the village head now. Let him measure the land for you. The government has a program for rural housing reconstruction, and your house qualifies as dangerous. So you can save quite a bit of money. Lu Changwei, Lu Bo's father? Ren-D was somewhat surprised. Wow, the former troublemaker is now the village head? Are people in the village okay with that? A dog could do a better job than Lu Changwei. Lu Bo has money. The old village head clearly understood Ren-D's feelings and explained why Lu Changwei was now in charge. By the way, I heard you're working at a construction site? Not in Yangqing. A few days ago, Lu Bo had been making a fuss in some group chat, saying something about how being good at studying is not as important as having good luck. Ren-D was speechless. That guy was really annoying. I just went to experience it, working as a temporary worker. He explained to the old village head that he wasn't actually working as a construction worker. Hey, it doesn't matter what you do. What's important is to earn money steadily and not get involved in flashy things. People are watching. It's best to avoid trouble in life. Safety is a blessing. Ren-D nodded in agreement with the old village head's words. By the way, you really aren't moving bricks at the construction site? It's not something to be ashamed of. After leaving the old village head's house, Ren-D first went to his childhood friend Wang Chang's house. If it weren't for Wang Chang calling him, he wouldn't have even known about the situation with his house. Wang Chang wasn't at home. Only his elderly mother was there. After talking with the elderly for a while, Ren-D left and headed to Lu Changwei's house. On the way back, Ren-D noticed that Lu Changwei's home had actually been transformed into a small villa with white walls and red tiles and European-style large floor-to-ceiling windows that looked quite impressive. If it weren't for the agricultural tricycle at the entrance and a pile of firewood as tall as a person, Ren-D would have thought he had arrived abroad. The gate of Lu's house was slightly ajar, and Ren-D went straight in. Lu Changwei was watching TV inside, and from a distance, one could hear the energetic music playing. When Ren-D knocked on the door, Lu Changwei was taken aback for a moment upon seeing him, then opened the door to let him in. Uncle, taking a break? Ren-D greeted. Ren-D, when did you come back? Lu Changwei replied. I just arrived this morning. Your place is quite impressive. You've moved into a villa. It must not be cheap, right? Oh, Lu Bo has been messing around. And I didn't want to, but in the end, we built this thing. Cleaning it is a hassle, and you have to shout to be heard. Lu Changwei laughed, revealing his gap-toothed smile. Well, you're impressive now, even a village head. Is Lu Bo not home? Ren Di observed the internal structure of the house. It seemed okay at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it looked awkward. The large living room floor was tiled in a big character for happiness, with a dark red wooden coffee table and a royal blue leather sofa set, and next to the wall-mounted TV was a half-person high nude sculpture. Lu Bo went out to discuss business with friends. He is not home, Lu Changwei said with a smile. Sit down, I'll get you some fruit. You must not have seen this at the construction site. Lu Bo said it's imported from abroad, and most people wouldn't recognize it. Saying this, he rushed in and brought out a plate of starfruit and jackfruit. Imported fruit? Ren Di picked one up to take a look. The label on the starfruit had not yet been torn off, and the brand name in pinyin made him pause. Uncle, you don't need to fuss. I came to ask about rebuilding my house since it collapsed. The old village head said I need to measure the land and apply for some kind of renovation for dangerous buildings. How do I do that? That's easy. I'll have them come to measure it for you, and then you just need to fill out a form and sign it to rebuild. Lu Changwei replied. But, Ren Di, do you have the money? Even if you work at the construction site with food and lodging, you might only earn about 3,000 a month. After expenses, have you saved up enough over 4 years? And do you have money for renovations and furniture after building the house? Don't blame me for nagging, but nowadays, young people getting married need at least 200,000 to 300,000 in bride price. You have no money, no house, and no car. What girl would want to marry you? If you don't have money, I think it would be better if you sold your land to me. Lu Bo has been wanting to build a garage. You see, my yard isn't big enough, and the gate was built too small to fit a car. Why don't you sell your land to me? I can give you 100,000. With your savings, that should be enough for your bride price. Ren Di, remember, there are 3 unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the worst. You should be mindful. Thank you, uncle. Ren Di tilted his head and smiled. Building the house is my business, and whether I have enough money is also my business. You don't need to worry about it. You are the village chief. Just keep an eye on them measuring the homestead land. I'll be leaving for now, and we'll come back tomorrow. After saying this, Ren Di prepared to leave, but suddenly paused and said, Uncle, just to let you know, the fruits on your table are not imported. The label on that star fruit is in pinyin, saying Yangzhou. You've been tricked by Lu Bo. What? Ignoring Lu Changwei's astonishment, Ren Di walked straight out the door. Bah. After leaving, Ren Di spat on the ground in front of Lu Changwei's house. A shameless person is still a shameless person. What is the use of being the village chief? A dog can't change its nature. 10,000 for his homestead? Dream on. In the countryside, whose homestead isn't a few hundred square meters, some even over 1,000? You think you can just take it for 10,000? That is robbery, even if it's not lived in. He could build a house and rent it out, saving for old age. Fuming, Ren Di went to the village to buy some incense and paper to go up the mountain to pay respects to his grandfather. Sigh. It's been 4 years since I've been home, and now the house is gone. I wonder if the 2 of you down there are anxiously wanting to beat me up. With his luggage on his back, Ren Di thought about the little memories from his childhood. As he entered the mountain, he found that the things he once couldn't name, only knew were poisonous or not, or could be eaten or not, had changed in his eyes. Whatever the subject, whether it was trees, grass, or others, as long as it was a plant, it seemed to have a label hanging on it in his eyes. Is the skill in botany really that impressive? Ren Di casually plucked a blade of grass and immediately understood its medicinal value. This was Solanum nigrum, an annual herb from the nightshade family, with almost hairless or slightly hairy stems. The roots of Solanum nigrum have effects against malaria, injuries, and abscesses. And accidental ingestion can cause symptoms like redness and a feeling of dryness, similar to atropine poisoning. As a child, he only knew this as poisonberry, always warned by adults not to eat or touch it, or else he would die. After wandering for half an hour, Ren Di picked some wild fruits that held beautiful childhood memories and also found 2 wild rhizomes of polygonatum. The back mountain of Gugwa village is vast, part of the Wuling mountain range, the largest mountain range in Tianxia. Most villagers either farm at home or go into the mountains to gather herbs. However, the terrain here is steep and there are wild beasts, so after the government improved living conditions in the village, people gradually became unwilling to venture into the mountains. After all, compared to life, money isn't that important. In the past, the herbs gathered over several days wouldn't be enough to cover people's basic needs. After the government built roads and provided water and electricity, life improved greatly here. Fewer people visited the mountains, and outsiders couldn't find their way up without a villager to guide them. Just before noon, Rendi finally found the graves of his grandfather and father. He offered fruits to the two elders, lit incense, burned yellow paper, and finally poured a bottle of fine white wine, talking about his experiences over the past few years, even introducing them to the system he had. Then he talked about being pursued by a silly rich girl, saying how beautiful she was, and as he spoke, Rendi started to cry. The desire to care for one's parents comes too late. Now he has money, several millions, but he cannot spend it on his father and grandfather, cannot ensure they eat well or dress well, and cannot afford their medical treatment. Suddenly, a dull sound echoed from somewhere, shaking the forest, causing many birds to flee in panic. This unexpected noise startled Rendi, and he held back his tears. What happened? Chapter 062, I am also a pilot. The loud noise reverberated through the forest, scattering the startled birds. Rendi had a bad premonition. Hopefully, nothing serious had happened here. Was it a forest fire? It was a clear day with no thunder. So how could there be a fire? Fires do not make such noises. Was it a landslide? The vegetation in the area was dense, and the rocks were mostly sturdy granite, unlikely to slide easily. After thinking for a moment, Rendi decided to go take a look. If something serious had occurred without anyone noticing, it could lead to worse consequences. He packed his things, buried the ashes of the incense, and set off toward the source of the loud noise. The higher he climbed, the more difficult the terrain became. After more than an hour, he reached the top of the mountain and stood on the highest branch, looking deep into the Wuling Mountains. Then he saw flames and thick smoke rising from a distant ridge. It wasn't a forest fire or a landslide. Suddenly, Rendi remembered that there seemed to be a military base in the southern region. Could it be that a plane had crashed? Thinking of this, Rendi quickly descended the tree and headed toward the location. After more than 3 hours, he finally arrived at the area where the incident occurred. From a distance, he could smell a foul, burnt odor and saw many trees broken in half, with a deep trench over 20 meters long on the ground. Wreckage from the plane and shattered glass were scattered everywhere. Please, let the pilot be okay, Rendi prayed silently. Given the extent of the crash, he feared the pilot might not have survived and hoped that the individual had the foresight to jump out in time. The plane's wing was broken and hanging high in a tree. The fuselage was shattered, and the nose was deeply embedded in the soil, with decayed branches and leaves scattered around. Rendi spotted a rabbit that had perished. Well, that'll make for a good dinner, he thought, quickly stowing the rabbit away. Navigating the dangerous rocks, Rendi found the cockpit, but there was no one inside. He breathed a sigh of relief. If no one was there, it meant the pilot had parachuted to safety. Wait. Rendi noticed a dark red color inside the cockpit that he had nearly overlooked. The shaded forest prevented sunlight from penetrating, and the cockpit was covered in decaying material. He almost missed it. Hastily climbing over, he examined it closely and indeed found 2 bloodstains and some smudges in the cockpit. The pilot hadn't parachuted to safety. Although still alive, he was severely injured. Following the trail of blood, Rendi finally found the pilot over 50 meters from the crash site, but he was unconscious. Rendi rushed over to assess the situation, discovering multiple fractures on the pilot's body, especially 2 or 3 broken ribs on his chest and a sprained left foot. Fortunately, the fractures were clean breaks without displacement. Rendi began to gather materials on the spot to bandage the pilot, who also had a first aid kit and some medications with him. However, it appeared these items had already been used, likely by the pilot himself, before losing consciousness. Rendi moved him to a slightly flatter area, then found some herbs nearby, crushed them, and squeezed out the medicinal juice for the pilot to drink. The juice was a bit unpleasant in taste, but otherwise fine. After finishing these tasks, it was around 7 in the evening. Although the sun hadn't set, it was getting hard to see in the woods. Rendi then went to the wreckage of the plane to look for useful items, temporarily fashioning a stretcher and placing his backpack on it for the pilot to lie on. After completing this, he found a small mountain spring to clean his rabbit and then gathered wild spices to marinate it. Just as Rendi was grilling the rabbit meat, the pilot groaned and woke up. "Oh, brother, you're awake. Do you want some water?" Rendi approached with a bottle to offer the pilot water. The pilot took a couple of sips and then fully regained consciousness. When he saw his leg and foot bandaged and supported with splints, he was taken aback. "Thanks, buddy. I'm Li Shanjuan. I'm Rendi." Rendi smiled. "Just lie down. The rabbit will be ready soon." Li Shanjuan looked at Rendi and suddenly said, Am I hallucinating? Why does my mouth taste like alcohol? Ha ha. It's normal since the bottle has water but smells like alcohol. Rendi raised the bottle, which was originally meant for his father and grandfather. He had planned to take the empty bottle down the mountain to dispose of it. But it turned out to be useful. I used your hemostatic agent and bandages. The external injuries aren't serious, but you have 3 internal fractures, with the chest being the most severe. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangjuan's expression dimmed. He feared that after healing, he might not be able to fly again. Did the plane encounter a bird? Rendi asked, noticing Li Xiangjuan's reaction. Yeah, but don't worry. Even if I can't be a regular pilot, I can still fly passenger planes. Rendi suddenly thought of himself. His shoulder wound had healed, but would he still be able to fly? No one would hire him. He wouldn't even get close to a plane. Considering your physique, you won't have any scars. Don't worry about unnecessary things, said the system. Rendi squinted, thinking, is the system trying to be cryptic? Or does it want him to be cryptic? The aroma of grilled rabbit meat wafted through the air. Rendi tore off a rabbit leg and gave it to Li Xiangjuan, while he took another piece to eat. The two chatted casually until night fell. The fire flickered, and after eating, Li Xiangjuan fell asleep again, but he developed a fever in the middle of the night. Rendi used some ear-digging grass he found nearby to help Li Xiangjuan, while he stayed awake all night to keep watch. When dawn broke, the air was filled with humidity, and there was a lot of dew on the grass. Rendi collected some dew and called Li Xiangjuan awake. Is it dawn? Yes. We need to move. It's going to rain today, Rendi replied. Have you sent out the distress signal? It was sent, but the signal here is very poor. And I haven't received a reply. It's okay. With me here, you don't have to worry about safety. Rendi packed up his things and then carried the stretcher. Wow. Li Xiangjuan was startled. He almost thought he was going to fall, but after swaying a bit, Rendi walked steadily. The path was difficult, and Rendi tried his best to choose the flatter areas, though detours were unavoidable. After walking and stopping, Rendi finally found a cave. Let's take shelter from the rain here. It would be troublesome if you get soaked again. Rendi put Li Xiangjuan down. The cave was small, and the two of them could barely squat inside. Rendi gave most of the space to Li Xiangjuan to make him more comfortable. They nibbled on some leftover rabbit meat from yesterday, and Rendi also took out some huangjing. What's this? Ginger? Huangjing, also known as chicken head ginseng. It's a good thing. Li Xiangjuan started eating and said, You're really impressive, knowing so much. Are you a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner? Rendi smiled and replied, No. I'm also a pilot. Chapter 063, I am not. I do not know. I'm also a pilot. Rendi answered. But what he didn't say was that he was a pilot without a receiving unit, currently unemployed. Li Xiangjuan looked at Rendi. Then what about you? You should tell me why you're here. Li Xiangjuan nodded. Besides civil aviation, only the military has pilots, and there are few places that need this profession. Rendi's presence here, coupled with his demeanor, didn't suggest a military background. So Li Xiangjuan was very curious about why Rendi was here. I'm from Guyao village, the one at the foot of the mountain. My house collapsed, and I came back to deal with the house issues. Then I came up the mountain to pay respects to my ancestors. Upon hearing a commotion in the mountains, I came to check it out, and then ran into you. Oh, I see. I really have good luck. Li Xiangjuan smiled. Suddenly, some sounds came from the distant woods, as if an animal was moving about. Both of them looked over. The leaves were rustling, and then a furry head appeared. A dog. Li Xiangjuan let out a sigh of relief. No, it's a wolf. A lone wolf that has strayed from its pack. Rendi slowly walked out of the cave. Rendi, the dagger. After hearing it was a wolf, Li Xiangjuan handed his dagger to Rendi. Holding the dagger, Rendi practiced a few moves, feeling that it was particularly easy to handle. He could use it for cutting vegetables or carving without needing to switch knives, and it was convenient for cutting meat as well. For some reason, Rendi looked at the lone wolf and thought about whether it could be used to make a meat stew. System, when will you give me a cooking skill? I don't ask for much, just a 5-star chef level would be fine. Rendi mentally asked the system. It's reasonable to just give me cooking books for self-study. But what if I don't want to? Rendi ignored the system and fixed his gaze on the wolf behind the trees. It seemed to have caught the scent of blood from Li Xiangjuan and began to bare its teeth, its eyes revealing a greedy and fierce glint. Droplets of saliva dripped down between the teeth. In the next moment, a lone wolf suddenly burst forth, snapping its jaws at Rendi, a foul stench hitting him like a wave. Rendi sidestepped to avoid the wolf's bite, and with his left hand, he threw a punch that landed squarely on the wolf's belly. The wolf rolled to the ground, but Rendi didn't give it a chance. Swiftly kicking its head to the side and then slicing through its neck with a knife. The wolf's blood splattered all over Ren Di, warm and reeking. Li Xiangjuan had been worried that Ren Di might not be able to handle the wild wolf and considered pulling out his handgun to help, but feared injuring Ren Di instead, so he held back. He never expected Ren Di to be so capable, dispatching the wolf with such efficiency. Ren Di immediately took the opportunity to skin the wolf, scraping off the fat, and returned to the cave. Just in time, this thing can protect against rain. You can use it as a cover. Huh. Li Xiangjuan was puzzled. This wolf isn't like an old lone wolf. It's likely a scout from a pack. I killed it, and with the blood scent, there's probably a whole pack nearby. You can wear the wolf skin to shield from the rain. And I'll carry you. We need to get out of the mountains quickly, or it will really be dangerous. Okay. Li Xiangjuan placed the wolf skin on his head, the unpleasant smell almost making him vomit his last meal. Ren Di crouched down to let Li Xiangjuan climb onto his back, then quickly stood up and left. Due to the rain, the ground became slippery, and Ren Di nearly fell several times. Luckily, his athletic reflexes kicked in, allowing his body to instinctively avoid danger without needing to think. However, this scared Li Xiangjuan on his back nearly to the point of losing control. They walked along a ravine, slowly moving downward. Looking down at the more than 30-meter drop, Li Xiangjuan felt for the first time that he had acrophobia. At such a height, if they fell, would they turn into mush or pancakes? Every time Ren Di slipped, Li Xiangjuan felt a pang of anxiety. The two cautiously made their way down the ravine and reached the foot of the mountain. I'm exhausted. Let us take a break, Ren Di said. Feeling hungry after walking for 3 to 4 hours, drained of energy, he let Li Xiangjuan down and plopped onto the ground, lying in a rather unseemly manner. If not for his breathing, he looked just like a bloody corpse. Li Xiangjuan was truly touched at that moment. He recognized this brother. When we get back, I'll treat you to a big meal, Li Xiangjuan said. I'm from Haibei, you know? The seafood there is fantastic. I'll have my family send you crabs. The kind that weigh 3 to 4 pounds each. Hey, seafood. Ren Di smacked his lips, imagining the taste. Just a taste to whet your appetite. Li Xiangjuan laughed. Thinking of home. I don't want crabs. Can we swap for lobsters? Ren Di looked at Li Xiangjuan and said, how about you treat me to abalone? Sea cucumbers would be good too. Forget it. Abalone, sea cucumbers, lobsters. Li Xiangjuan joked. What about shark fins? How about some snapper? 2 pieces of tuna? Why don't you just eat gold? As they were chatting, Li Xiangjuan's distress signal suddenly beeped twice. Huh, there's a signal. Just then, shouts echoed from a distance. 3 soldiers in camouflage uniforms rushed over. Target spotted. Right here. Ren Di sat up and saw the 3 approaching. Is that Captain Li Xiangjuan? It's me. Li Xiangjuan shouted back. Great. Target confirmed. Fire the signal flare. As the 3 soldiers got closer, they noticed Ren Di covered in blood. Who is this? This is Ren Di. Before Li Xiangjuan could finish, a soldier anxiously spoke into the radio. Report. We have found Captain Li Xiangjuan and a civilian. Please prepare an ambulance for urgent rescue. Come on, you 2 carry them down quickly. Without hesitation. The other 2 soldiers were ready to carry them. Hey, I'm fine, I can walk. Ren Di, not realizing what was happening, was already being carried by one of the soldiers. You don't look fine at all. Hold on tight, I'm running. The soldier didn't believe him at all. Ren Di wanted to protest, but the soldier rushed through the forest. Forget it, Ren Di thought, giving up the struggle. Being carried wasn't so bad. He wouldn't have to walk far before getting out of the woods. Once they emerged from the forest onto a road, Ren Di saw several vehicles parked, and rescue soldiers were coming down the mountain one after another. He was placed in an ambulance, and as soon as the door closed, the vehicle sped away. A female doctor said, "Where are you injured? Quickly take off your clothes so I can treat your wounds." "I'm not injured," Ren Di replied. "Not injured? How is that possible with all this blood? Your clothes are soaked." The female doctor reached to pull off Ren Di's shirt, and when she did, she was stunned. Ren Di's body looked fine, with 8 well-defined abs and his chest muscles flexing slightly. "Are you really not injured?" "No. If you're not injured, why are you in an ambulance?" The female doctor was angry. "I said I'm not injured, but no one believes me. Besides, I didn't even get in the ambulance myself." Ren Di was speechless. Who could he blame for this situation? Chapter 064. Only dying for the country on the battlefield. Why bother with wrapping the corpse in horsehide? Renda Wulong was unceremoniously left at the hospital entrance by the angry female doctor. Looking around at the soldiers in uniform everywhere, Ren Di felt lost. How was he supposed to get out of here? "Hey, aren't you that guy?" Suddenly someone called out to him. "I'm Ren Di." He recognized the soldier. "Have your injuries been treated?" Why are you standing here? Don't worry. You won't have to pay for treatment. How could the ambulance just leave a patient outside? The soldier grabbed Ren-D to take him away, but Ren-D hurriedly said, I'm not injured. That's wolf blood on me. He had learned his lesson and immediately clarified his situation to avoid being misunderstood again. Not injured? The soldier asked in confusion. That's right. I'm completely fine. Ren-D quickly took off his clothes to show the other person. The soldier looked at Ren-D's model-like physique and the muscles on his abdomen, exclaiming in admiration. How did you get those muscles? They're even better than mine. He reached out to touch Ren-D's muscles, which were not just hard from weightlifting, but incredibly strong. Ren-D was startled by the soldier's gaze and hurriedly put his clothes back on. If there's nothing else, I'm going home. How do I get out of here? Oh, right. Ren-D took out Li Xiangjuan's dagger from his backpack and handed it to the soldier. This belongs to Li Xiangjuan. Please return it to him. I'll come back to see him later. The soldier pondered for a moment and said, You should come with me. You saved my life. How can I just let you leave? Your clothes are damaged, and I can get you a new set. Are you hungry? Ren-D didn't respond, but his stomach growled in reply. Haha, let us go. The soldier put his arm around Ren-D's shoulders and half-dragged him forward. With no familiarity with the area, Ren-D had no choice but to follow him. During the meal, the soldier asked Ren-D about his background, and Ren-D ended up revealing everything. Even how old he was when he wet the bed. He couldn't help it. He felt a natural respect for anyone in military uniform and answered every question. All right, you're not bad. My name is Ma Lixing. You can call me Brother Ma. Brother Ma, what is your position? I don't understand military ranks. Are you high-ranking? Ren-D asked. This uniform looks really cool. Want to wear it? Ma Lixing asked. What? Never mind. Ma Lixing found a set of unmarked camouflage for Ren-D to change into and then had him sit in the office to wait. Meanwhile, Ma Lixing had already received a verbal report from Li Xiangjuan detailing the role Ren-D played in the crash incident. However, he was surprised to hear Ren-D claim to be a pilot. He look like someone with the unique aura of a soldier, yet he knew martial arts. Li Xiangjuan emphasized that Ren-D had killed a wild wolf, confirming that he had used specific military combat techniques. Especially curious about Ren-D's impressive muscles, Ma Lixing wondered what kind of person he really was and what he did. His known abilities included identifying medicinal herbs and military combat skills. A person like this shouldn't be overlooked. After some thought, Ma Lixing contacted the armed department to conduct a background check on Ren-D. After several twists and turns, Zhao Hang from the Yangqing Xian Bureau received the task of investigating Ren-D's background. What? Investigating him again? What did he do this time? What do you mean again? The armed department staff on the other end of the line asked curiously. Who investigated him before? The embassy abroad. Here's the situation. Zhao Hang recounted Ren-D's background information in detail, emphasizing what he had done overseas and his role in the latest confidential documents. After a moment of silence, the person on the other end said, he saved a pilot from a crash here, and his ability to identify medicinal herbs. Did you not find that out? Zhao Hang fell silent as well. This kid learns a new skill every day. Could it be that he's wearing a human disguise? He's constantly evolving. As long as the background check is fine. The call between both parties ended. Ma Lixing received the results and immediately broke into a smile. As expected, the person he had his eye on was not bad. This kid is good, has a great character, is capable, and has a connection with our military. Just as he was pondering how to persuade Ren-D to join, suddenly a phone on the table rang. Ma Lixing hurried to answer it and received an urgent task. Soon after, the emergency assembly alarm echoed throughout the entire base. The atmosphere turned tense. Ren-D, sitting in the room, heard the assembly siren and felt restless watching the crowd outside running around. Without Ma Lixing present, he couldn't find the exit, and his backpack was left in another place. So, he ran out to look for Ma Lixing, but as soon as he stepped outside, he was suddenly yelled at. Which unit are you from? Why are you just standing there? Don't you want to go to the assembly and face a military court? Huh, hurry up. Okay, no need to explain. Seeing the other person's stern face and the extra star on their epaulets compared to Ma Lixing, Ren-D immediately shrank back and ran in the direction indicated. After running a distance, he saw many people gathered on the playground, and Ma Lixing was also there. Instantly, Ren-D felt relieved and rushed over to stand among the crowd. The soldier next to him was taken aback, puzzled about who this person was. Why hadn't he seen him before, and why wasn't he wearing a cap? Does he want to be put in confinement? Just as he was about to speak, the command was given, and rows of soldiers lined up to report their numbers. Ren-D, completely confused, followed along, and completed the counting. However, after he finished, the leading officer was stunned, and everyone turned to look at him. Ren-D. Ma Lixing also spotted Ren-D standing there, trying hard to blend in, but Ren-D's face was distinctly different from the soldiers. He was too pale. You come out. Ma Lixing, both amused and exasperated, pulled Ren-D out. How did he get mixed up in this? Impersonating a soldier is illegal. I didn't mean to. Ren-D scratched his head in embarrassment. We'll talk about your situation later. Ma Lixing then addressed everyone. At 1427 this afternoon, a 5.9 magnitude earthquake occurred in the XX region of XX City in the northern part of Tianxia. The higher-ups ordered our unit to immediately organize logistics transport to deliver rescue supplies to the disaster area as quickly as possible. Now, I command, train soldiers for 1,000 days. Use them for a moment. The first battle is upon us, and we will surely win. Depart. Standing behind Ma Lixing, Ren-D watched as soldiers, about his age, took their military oaths, their thunderous voices echoing in the sky. He was filled with passion and couldn't help but shout. Ren-D requests to join. Chapter 065, Soaring High Beep. Task: complete a 1-week temporary position as a transport aircraft pilot. Task Reward 1. Receive a monetary reward of 20,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced meteorological survey skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 10 units from savings and complete garbage cleanup in the designated area. The moment Ren-D shouted that he wanted to join, the system appeared. The bright golden text looked particularly impressive. Hee. Ren-D smiled. Knowing that the system task being issued meant he was definitely participating in this rescue operation. Ma Lixing looked at Ren-D with some surprise. What can an ordinary person like you do? Without training, can you endure hardship or suffering? Rescue work is not like fighting, but it can be even more painful. I can fly? Ren-D replied loudly. Li Xiangjuan is injured, and we need another pilot. I can replace him. You? The only thing you've flown is a general-purpose helicopter? The simplest kind of aircraft. You won't be able to handle military ones. Ma Lixing rejected him. I have a license. I hold an international flight license with levels A, B, and C. This time Ma Lixing was shocked. This kid is quite capable. If you don't believe me, let me on the simulator, and I'll show you. Alright. There was a flight simulator at the base, and Ma Lixing took Ren-D there. Ren-D sat in the simulator, feeling excited. Finally, he could touch an aircraft again. And if he succeeded this time, he would get 7 days of time. Awesome. Soon, Ren-D started the flight simulator, taxied down the runway, retracted the landing gear, and circled in the air. He even performed some tactical maneuvers with the simulator, making Ma Lixing worry for him. In the end, Ren-D safely landed the aircraft. Ma Lixing immediately let Ren-D join the rescue team. Such a gifted person, how could they let him go? So he used a special talent recruitment order to recruit Ren-D, and after going through the procedures, Ren-D became a temporary transport aircraft pilot. Wow. The moment Ren-D boarded the transport plane, he was so excited that he didn't know whether to step with his left foot or right foot. His 2 feet almost fighting over which one would get to board the advanced aircraft first. The information about the transport plane automatically displayed in his mind, and he restrained his excitement to sit in the pilot's seat. Move 9, this is Bird's Nest. Move 9 received. Preparing for taxi. Ready. Move 9 preparing to taxi. Can taxi. With the command, Ren-D piloted the Y-7H-500 into the sky, reaching an altitude of 1 kilometer. Ren-D experienced a view beyond that of first class, so exhilarating. Indeed, a man's goal should be the stars and the sea. The sky is the true realm of a real man. Ren-D took off in the evening. And since he wasn't part of the first batch of rescue flights, and due to the military base's limited resources, he needed to go to Yangqing to load rescue supplies before heading to the disaster area. Accompanying him were 2 other aircraft forming a squadron. On the ground, Ma Lixing's temporary recruitment of Ren-D surprised many, and they felt it was just a chaotic decision. However, their base only had 5 aircraft and 3 pilots. If they lost another one, would they still have a budget for next year? However, Ma Lixing firmly suppressed the voices of discontent. After Ren-D took to the skies, he felt a weight on his heart. It wasn't until Ren-D safely landed at Yangqing Airport that he could finally relax. This operation was stable. Due to the severity of the rescue mission, the higher-ups turned a blind eye to Ma Lixing's actions, not providing any clear signals. Now that Ren-D had landed safely, they also communicated this information. Because of Ren-D's repeated acts of bravery and his contributions abroad, His personal status was directly changed to that of a reserve technical officer, transforming him into a reserve soldier without his knowledge. At that moment, Rin-Di was waiting for the plane to load rescue supplies. With materials urgently dispatched from various storage facilities in Yangcheng to the airport, while regular flight schedules were temporarily suspended. Night flying is a mandatory course for pilots, and Rin-Di skillfully followed the formation to the disaster area. 5 days passed in a flash, with Rin-Di flying nearly 16 hours every day, causing him to lose weight. After a hurried meal, just as Rin-Di was about to board the plane for another mission, he was called. Rin-Di. Captain Wang. The person calling him was another pilot from the same formation and also the team leader. The situation in the disaster area had stabilized somewhat, and the higher-ups sent a reporter from a national television network to take some news footage. Major Ma's intention was to have them board Rin-Di's plane to film, and in passing, he would also appear on television. Me on national TV? Rin-Di scratched his head, wondering if this was appropriate. Although you were temporarily recruited, you're still a soldier. You just need to show your face for the camera. You can fly as you normally would. I've heard they're going to use this footage for recruitment ads. The major added, out of all of us, you're the fairest and most handsome. So just bear with it. Just make sure to fly carefully and avoid too much turbulence. All right. Rin-Di nodded, amazed that he could appear on the largest state television network in Tianxia, the legendary national broadcaster. At the same time, Yang Loi was particularly anxious. Her boyfriend had said he was going back to his hometown to look at a house, but he had disappeared without a trace. He promised to return in 3 or 4 days, but it had been more than 10 days with no news at all. In the first 3 days, he sent her a message or two, but now he was completely missing. When she went to report to the police, they couldn't provide help because she couldn't clearly state Rin-Di's exact hometown address, only vaguely knowing that it was in the southern region. But Tianxia was so vast, and the southern region was so large, how could she find him? It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Frustrated, Yang Loi couldn't even sleep well, fearing that Rin-Di might abandon her. During the time they were together, she had been very happy, and her depression had not relapsed even once. If she lost Rin-Di, she no longer wanted to live her past life and would follow his words, finding a beautiful place to bury herself. Just then, the housekeeper came to her room to call her down for dinner. Yang Loi didn't feel like eating, but every time she thought of Rin-Di, she felt she couldn't just give up. She steeled herself to go downstairs, planning to eat a few bites to get by. Li Lu had already sat down at the dining table. Seeing Yang Loi come downstairs, a slight smile crept onto her face, secretly pleased. The girl hasn't gone out for several days, always looking as if the world has ended. She must have been deceived for money and love. Li Lu was delighted to see Yang Loi's misfortune. Luai has told you not to hang out with those poor losers, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look, you've been fooled out of money and love. Rin-Di is definitely not that kind of person. Yang Luai rolled her eyes. Take care of your son. The situation abroad is so chaotic. Who knows if he'll come back with some virus? What if he brings back something like syphilis or AIDS? I think you're the one with the problem. Your head is full of nonsense. You're just a fool who can't do anything but fall in love. You don't even realize you've been manipulated. I've heard you're with that guy D, who doesn't even have a proper job, has no money or house, and besides his looks, he's got nothing, just a pretty face living off others. If you had any sense, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Li Lu held her head high, puffed up like a proud rooster, ready to crow if given the chance. Chapter 066, A Girl's True Standards for Choosing a Partner, is Rin-Di Li was so angry she put down her utensils and decided not to eat. But Li Lu continued relentlessly. Some people will never know if their friends are genuine or fake. A pretty boy has you completely enchanted. Anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't fall for that. You'd better stay away from such people. As someone who has been through it, I'm speaking from the heart. Yang Loi couldn't be bothered to respond and went to the living room to turn on the TV. Li Lu chased after her, unwilling to miss this rare opportunity to leave Yang Loi speechless. There are plenty of capable people in the world, yet you ended up with someone who only has his looks to offer. Your father warned you to be cautious, but you took it seriously. You've completely embarrassed the Yang family. If it were me, I would have broken up and kept my distance from that kind of person long ago. Shut up. Yang Loi couldn't help but yell. Not listening to good advice ends in regret. Someone who is not even as good as a stray dog is only liked by those who lack discernment. Who are you calling lacking discernment? Yang Loi stood up, ready to hit someone, when the evening news started playing on TV. The earthquake report from the northern region was the highlight, and the news opened with footage of airplanes followed by the image of a handsome and brave pilot. As Yang Luoi got up, she was suddenly captivated by the TV. The person in the pressure suit holding a helmet wasn't Ren-D, was it? Although he seemed slimmer now, he was still so strikingly handsome. How did this guy suddenly make it on a TV? And he's in the military flying transport planes? Yang Luoi bit her lip. And all her anxiety and frustration over the past few days turned into grievance as tears streamed down her face. Li Lu also saw the footage on TV. But she didn't know Ren-D. She just thought the spirited young man on screen was amazing. So handsome and a soldier. A solid quality man. She glanced at the motionless Yang Luoi and mocked. Look, the kind of talent shown on television is exactly the standard for a girl's partner. Handsome. With a respectable profession. This is someone who earns praise wherever they go. Much better than that pretty boy of yours, right? Originally tearful, Yang Luoi couldn't help but chuckle at Li Lu's words. Although the TV screen has changed, Yang Luoi still focused intently on it. Yes, being on national television and in the prime news segment, this person must be the best. Li Lu looked at Yang Luoi in confusion, wondering if she had suddenly gone silly. Why didn't she refute her? You don't know, do you? Yang Luoi suddenly turned to Li Lu, startling her for peeking. Know what? The handsome guy with a respectable profession, who earns admiration everywhere he goes, the ideal partner for a girl, is my boyfriend, Ren-D. After saying this, Yang Luoi smiled, looking beautiful with tears in her eyes. Her man quietly appeared on television, quietly piloting a military aircraft, and quietly captured her heart, giving her life its entire meaning. Impossible? Li Lu instinctively screamed. Wasn't Yang Luoi looking for a freeloader? How could he suddenly transform into the elite scene on TV? There's nothing impossible. Your narrow worldview fills your life with filth, but you cannot and should not deny others' realities. Yang Luoi excitedly ran back to her room to search for the news clip she just saw, wanting to use that image as her screensaver. With Ren-D on it. Evil spirits retreat. Meanwhile, Li Lu was still pacing downstairs. Impossible, how could this be? She must be lying to me. How could that girl have such luck? What is impossible? At that moment, Yang Tianqing returned from outside and suddenly asked upon hearing Li Lu's words. Huh. Seeing Yang Tianqing come back, Li Lu froze for a moment, then immediately said, Your daughter is so consumed by that pretty boy that she can't eat or sleep. Aren't you going to do something about it? Don't let her fall too deep. It'll be hard to get out later. Hearing it was about Ren-D, Yang Tianqing slowed his movements. On the way back, he had taken a moment to glance at the evening news. As a person with a significant position in business, keeping up with the news trends was a must for him. He had also seen Ren-D featured in the first segment of the news, and a sense of fortunate luck surged within him. Luckily, he hadn't forcefully separated his daughter from Ren-D, and even his previous cautionary words were said privately at home, not known to outsiders. Thank goodness. Just thinking about the 3's confidentiality level made Yang Tianqing feel a bit deflated. In front of such big figures, he didn't count for much. Fortunately, Ren-D had always concealed his identity and never held it against him. Otherwise, he would be in for it. As for Luoi's marriage, I won't interfere anymore. Her relationship with Ren-D is up to her. When to get married or whether to marry at all doesn't matter. As long as she is happy. Even if she doesn't marry, I can support my daughter for a lifetime. Yang Tianqing said decisively, You should be more respectful in your words. Stop looking down on this and that all the time, or you might offend someone you shouldn't. Li Lu was puzzled, as Yang Tianqing hadn't spoken to him like this before. He had previously advised Yang Luoi to be mindful of her actions. So why was it now a matter of doing whatever one wanted? Was the world changing too quickly, or was this man changing too fast? Nowadays, it seemed that those who relied on others had become the mainstream. What happened to the saying that a married daughter is like spilled water? What happened to raising sons for old age, and that raising a daughter means she will be cared for by another family? Isn't it better to marry someone suitable to strengthen the family? Li Lu rolled his eyes internally. He didn't know that Ren-D had successfully helped his girlfriend escape her previous family status and rise to the top. Now, he was facing trouble. Today's flight mission was still quite heavy, and when they took off from Luoan City to the disaster area in the northern region, they encountered a sudden outbreak of severe convective weather. There was an area of about 250 kilometers along the flight path affected by intense thunderstorms and strong winds. Severe convective weather often occurs within convective cloud systems or single convective clouds. When such weather strikes, it is often accompanied by thunderstorms, heavy rain, and other severe conditions, leading to the destruction of buildings, damage to crops and trees, disruption of telecommunications and transportation, and even casualties. Encountering such conditions in the sky was even more terrifying. If it were a regular commercial flight, they would have to delay takeoff until the weather improved. However, they represented the nation, the military, and were executing military orders. So they could only proceed and not retreat. Chapter 067. Striving to live. Dong Jiao, this is Dong Yao, please respond. Dong Jiao received. Dong Yao, please go ahead. On the transport aircraft, Ren Di received a message from Team Leader Wang. Prepare to climb through the convective layer to the stratosphere, and be careful to avoid it. Dong Jiao received. I will be observing you closely. You must remain calm. Ren Di understood. Wang reminded him, fearing that he might crash in such a situation. Below the aircraft was a city, and it was loaded with essential supplies for the disaster-stricken people. There could be no mistakes. However, Ren Di had only been an ordinary citizen before this, with no real military training. Team leader Wang didn't know if Ren Di's resolve was strong or if he could remain calm and composed in the face of difficulties and emergencies. At this moment, he could only trust Ren Di, believing that he could manage it. Still, he kept a close watch on Ren Di's aircraft status. Ren Di took a deep breath to calm his mind. To say that he wasn't scared would be a lie. Encountering such terrifying thunderstorms and strong winds on the ground would scare many girls. I sometimes hide under the covers and would make them cry, not daring to look outside, even while staying indoors. Now, he had to fly the plane directly into the thunder, and in the face of such immense natural power. Humanity felt like a tiny ant. The atmosphere, starting from the ground, is divided into several layers: the troposphere, the tropopause, the stratosphere, the stratopause, the mesosphere, the mesopause, and the thermosphere. Among these, the troposphere is the region with the highest density and the most water vapor. At this moment, Ren Di's flying altitude is about 7,000 meters, and he needs to climb over 5,000 meters more to enter the stratosphere. Thunder crashes nearby, and lightning brushes past the plane, causing Ren Di's body to be covered in goosebumps. The alarms on the aircraft keep ringing, and some instruments malfunction and shake erratically, making the aircraft feel like a wild horse that has broken free. Ren Di grips the control stick tightly, trying to prevent the plane from stalling. In the lower atmosphere, for every 100 meters of altitude gained, the air pressure decreases by 95 millimeters of mercury. Therefore, as the altitude increases, the air density decreases, and the engine's power output diminishes, leading to reduced maneuverability of the aircraft. This is why in many movies and TV shows, when a plane ascends, the pilots visibly shake. Even though there seems to be nothing affecting the flight, the higher they go, the more they tremble, surpassing some small electric motors. Suddenly, the overload from climbing and the lack of oxygen cause Ren Di's face to turn red. He can only think of one thing. Damn it, climb, he shouts. But suddenly the right rotor of the aircraft stops moving, and the alarms blare loudly again. Angrily, Ren Di shuts down all alarm systems. But the sudden loss of power in the right wing causes the aircraft's speed to drop and tilt sideways, spiraling downwards. Ren Di feels a surge of adrenaline coursing through him, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his chest. If this were a comic scene, there would surely be a cartoonish blood splatter above his head. He can't distinguish between up and down, nor can he tell north from south. The aircraft's center of gravity shifts, the speed gauge hits the red zone, and the plane accelerates downward, with death looming nearby. Move! Hold on to the control stick. Don't let go. Team leader Wang yells, reminding Ren Di of the situation. With bloodshot eyes, Ren Di yanks the control stick to maneuver the aircraft and repeatedly ignites the right wing. Finally, after several attempts, the right wing successfully restarts, halting the descent and pulling the plane back up. He navigates the aircraft into another ascent, and this time he finally breaks through the stormy area. As the view opens up, all the storms and thunder are left behind, and Ren Di gasps for breath, smiling at his two teammates. I won. Yes. For the first time, he felt so close to death, and Ren Di had an epiphany. To live is to strive. If you don't fight, how can you survive? 7 days of flying have helped Ren Di grow significantly, and he feels this experience will stay with him for a lifetime. The emergency supply mission in the disaster area has been completed, and the remaining task is reconstruction. The first phase of the mission is done, and Ren Di pilots the aircraft back to the military base in the southern region. However, he still doesn't know the name of this base. After disembarking, Ren Di sees Ma Lixing and others waiting for him. He jogs a few steps forward and salutes. Pilot Ren Di of the Y-7H-500 transport aircraft. reporting after successfully completing the transport mission. Thank you for your hard work. Ma Lixing returned the gesture. When he first heard about Ren Di and the others encountering unusual weather conditions, his immediate reaction was that it was over. The plane was going down, and people would be lost. However, he didn't expect Ren Di to withstand the pressure and navigate through the storm. As an ordinary person who had not received any stress management training, he truly felt proud of Ren Di. Ma Lixing hugged Ren Di tightly and patted his back vigorously. Welcome back. Welcome back. Beside Ma Lixing, Li Xiangjuan, sitting in a wheelchair, gave a thumbs up to Ren Di. Bro, you're the best. Ren Di winked at Li Xiangjuan, looking a bit proud but trying not to show it too much, which made everyone laugh. Ding. The temporary transport pilot mission has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Advanced Meteorological Surveying Skill Experience. Ma Lixing arranged a room for Ren Di to rest. Ren Di took out his phone, which had been out of battery and gathering dust, to charge it. As soon as he turned it on, it buzzed nonstop with notifications. After checking the messages, Ren Di started calling Yang Luoyi, as her messages had nearly filled his phone's memory. Ren Di? Yang Luoyi's surprised voice came through. Why didn't you tell me you were going to disappear for so long? I missed you so much. It was impossible to say at that time. Ren Di explained, I went to the mountain to pay respects to my ancestors. And there was no signal up there. Then some things happened that delayed me until now. Yeah, I saw you on TV. You're amazing, right? I also think I'm pretty amazing, Ren Di said proudly. When I get back, let's rent a small plane, and I'll take you flying. Okay. Yang Luoyi smiled sweetly. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Ren Di hung up and sent a safety message to his friends who had been in contact with him recently. Lying on the bed, Ren Di admired a video screenshot featuring him that was taken by a renowned photographer. The angle was perfect, the lighting was excellent, and the composition was truly flawless. He thought about printing the photo, framing it in gold, and leaving it as a family heirloom for his son and grandson. When he got old and could no longer walk, he would tell them the story behind the photo and his contributions. Chapter 069 Two Cabbages Nest. Ma Lixing wanted to recruit Ren Di into the military, but did not mention that Ren Di was already in the reserves. He planned to wait until the process was approved before telling him. After resting for another day at the military base, Ren Di was sent back to Galactic village to handle personal matters, and he was told to wait for news. Ren Di thought that the news Ma Lixing mentioned was about receiving rewards and a banner from his superiors. He had previously received rewards from the police department, so he expected this time would be no different. Wearing a plain green military uniform without any insignia, Ren Di stood on the main road of Galactic village. Many people looked at him as if he were some rare sight. Hey, kid from the Ren family, where have you been? Why are you back in this outfit? You look like a veteran soldier. Hee. Sanyi, do you think I look handsome? Ren Di greeted everyone and walked with a disciplined demeanor reminiscent of a soldier. When he returned to his collapsed house, he was stunned. What was happening? Why had half of the wall around his house been torn down? And who were those people messing around in his yard? Hey, where are you from? Who asked you to tear down my house? Ren Di shouted at the workers who seemed to be enjoying their demolition work. A middle-aged man, resembling a foreman, approached and asked, Who are you? Who am I? Ren Di laughed. This is my home. Although the house is collapsed, I haven't decided how to rebuild it yet. Who sent you here? Your home? That is not right. The foreman pointed to the neighboring house owned by Lu Bo. We were hired by this household to repair their garage. They said they bought this yard. Nonsense. Who sold it to them? Ren Di immediately understood the situation. Last time, Lu Bo's father mentioned needing 100,000 for the house, and he didn't agree. Were they trying to force him to sell? He quickly ran to Lu Bo's house and kicked open the door. This time, both Lu Bo and his father, Lu Changwei, were at home. They were surprised to see Ren Di burst in. Lu Bo stood up and pointed at Ren Di, asking, Are you a bandit? Can't you knock before entering? Knock on your head. What do you mean? I never agreed to sell the land. Ren Di retorted. Lu Bo smirked. What's the matter? Think it's too little? 100,000. You wouldn't save that much even if you worked on the construction site for a year. I'm trying to help you, and you're ungrateful. You're like a dog biting a kind person. I spit on you. Where did you see that I don't have money? Do you know your behavior is called illegal occupation of someone else's property? For the sake of growing up in the same village, quickly tell those people to leave. Otherwise what? If you have the guts, bite me. Lu Bo replied, pulling out a cigarette. Go ask around, Guyao. I, Lu Bo, am quite a figure. Being my neighbor is your luck. Luck my foot. I'll give you 2 nests. 2 cabbage nests. Ren D grabbed Lu Bo by the collar, staring at him and speaking slowly. Tell them to leave. And then you compensate me. My house was already collapsed, that's fine, but the wall was still good, and now you've torn it down. If you don't pay, I'll make you understand why flowers are so red. Hey, let us talk nicely, no need to fight. Lu Changwei hurriedly stepped in to stop Ren D. Lu Bo, talk to Ren D properly. Perhaps Ren D was too strong, as Lu Bo struggled for a while, his face turning red as he finally managed to say 2 words, I'll compensate. Only then did Ren D release him. Now, tell them to leave. And then they need to fix the wall for me, and you'll pay? Lu Bo was about to speak, but Ren D glared at him and raised his fist. All right, I'll pay. Ren D took Lu Bo to his yard, and the workers looked over when they saw Lu Bo. With no other choice, Lu Bo had to instruct them to rebuild Ren D's yard. Thanks to Lu Bo, who early on brought in several truckloads of bricks, sand, and other construction materials for the garage, a group of workers spent the entire day fixing the wall of Ren D's yard. After finishing, they were dismissed by Ren D. Hey, wait a minute. My yard wall hasn't been repaired either. Lu Bo had even torn down his own yard wall for the garage, and his place was still a mess. However, the workers were unwilling to continue. Projects with disputes were best avoided, and they left quickly. Ren D looked at the old house, which had been mostly cleared, feeling a bit sentimental. But soon, he gathered his emotions and prepared to leave. He needed to find a place to sleep that night. As he exited the yard, he saw the large iron gate that had already been replaced. You replaced it? Ren D looked at Lu Bo with a sneer. Not even a signed contract or payment, and you treat this place like it's yours. You're really taking advantage of honest people, aren't you? You really think I'm just an ordinary construction worker? He raised his hand and slapped Lu Bo, making his face instantly swell. Just now, your father was here, so I didn't want to act. Now, let me show you what it means to distract while striking. With that, Ren D began to hit and kick, forcing Lu Bo to kneel and beg for mercy. Brother, please stop. Lu Bo cried. He had never been able to win in a fight since childhood, and now it was no different. He was covered in footprints and his stomach hurt badly. What about the key to the gate? Ren D asked. I have it in my pocket, Lu Bo replied. Ren D found the key, locked the door, and took his luggage to leave. I guess I'll sleep in town tonight. There's nowhere to stay in the village. He took the village bus to town, found a hotel, cleaned up, and rested. However, in the middle of the night, he suddenly heard noises outside the door. Ren D got up cautiously. Who would be outside at this hour? This small place wasn't like a big city where hotels had guests at all hours. He quietly moved to the back of the door to listen. Is this the place? Yes, right here. In a bit. Saint Air, you open the door, and then the others go in, cover his head, and beat him to death. Understood. 2,000 for an arm, 20,000 for all limbs broken. Hearing this, Ren D realized that Lu Bo had sent people to deal with him. If he were just an ordinary person without money or power, what would happen if he was attacked? Even if he called the police, they would have run away by then, and proving Lu Bo was behind it would require evidence. He quietly backed away, returned to his bed, curled up under the blanket to simulate a sleeping person, and stood in a corner where he wouldn't be seen. In less than half a minute, the door to the room was quietly opened, and a group of people in black clothes wearing gloves and hats entered the room. In this heat, aren't you afraid of heat stroke? They rushed toward the bed, raising their clubs, and began to strike. Ren D leaned forward to peek at the bed. Shoo! Keep it down. Someone in front of him elbowed him, signaling him to be quiet. Ren D quietly stepped back 2 paces to the table and chair where his clothes were, picked them up, and started getting dressed. At that moment, the leader noticed something was off and shouted, Stop! Don't hit! He then lifted the blanket on the bed, revealing it to be empty, with only a pillow stuffed with chaff that they had smashed to pieces. No one. The group of over 10 men exchanged glances, realizing they had smashed nothing but empty space. Suddenly, the leader looked in Ren D's direction, spotting a bare backside moving in the dark room. There, he shouted, pointing at Ren D. Oh no, they found me. Ren D hurriedly pulled up his pants and turned around, only to see the group charging at him with clubs. With the limited space in the room, he couldn't dodge them. Instead, he lifted a stool and climbed onto the table to block their wooden clubs. The leader pointed at Ren D and said, You'd better let us break your arms and legs, or we'll break your third leg instead. You'll be friends with Li Lianying. Ren D was about to retort when he suddenly pointed at the ground, his face changing color. Damn, my money. Hearing this, the group immediately looked down. Seizing the opportunity, Ren D threw the chair at them and jumped off the table, sprinting towards the door. Damn it, I've been tricked. As they looked down for the money, One of them got hit on the head by a stool. By the time they realized there was nothing on the ground, they recognized they had been deceived. Ren-D had already dashed out of the room towards the stairs, the small and had no elevator. When he reached the stairwell, he didn't run down, but instead went up. The crowd followed closely behind, and just as they were about to catch up to him, Ren-D spotted a mop and other cleaning tools at the corner on the upper floor. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the mop, holding it in front of him as he ran back down towards the pursuers. With a mighty push, he sent the group tumbling down the stairs like a pile of rolling gourds, landing on the ground and howling in pain. Ren-D brandished the mop, washing their faces one by one. Some tried to get back up, but he knocked them down again, leaving them crumpled like shrimp. The dim energy-saving lights in the corridor flickered on, and as Ren-D pulled off their hats, he noticed they were all punks, their multicolored hair resembling a palette. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were quite young. Well then, do you want another round of face washing? Ren-D said, holding the mop, his tone bored. I thought you guys were a big deal and I might struggle, but turns out you were just trash. Big brother, we were wrong. One of them pleaded. Wrong? Now you realize you were wrong? Where were you before? Ren-D pointed at the worn-out mop, its cloth strips nearly all gone. The group dared not speak, just nodding continuously, while cursing inwardly. Damn it, wasn't it you who broke this thing? You used it to hit us. Ren-D educated those people and sent them away. He initially thought they were part of a gang, but it turned out they were just insignificant individuals. After returning to his room and getting dressed, he took out his laptop, connected to the internet, and began using his hacking skills to find dirt on Lu Bo. As a second-rate con artist, Lu Bo must have some skeletons in his closet, especially being under the boss's thumb. Although Ren-D was initially disinterested in Lu Bo, the latter's reckless behavior piqued his interest. Ren-D hacked into the local police department's household registration system and found Lu Bo's ID number. From there, he traced Lu Bo's phone number and then accessed his bank information. After a series of operations, he discovered some surprising details. Lu Bo was actually in the antique import and export business. With his illiterate appearance, how could he possibly deal in antiques? Ren-D wasn't looking down on Lu Bo. But if Lu Bo could name all the ancient dynasties, Ren-D would be willing to take his last name. So, Ren-D began digging deeper into the information and found that Lu Bo frequently ventured into the depths of the Wushan Mountains. Just because there was no signal on his phone didn't mean he couldn't be located. Ren-D calculated Lu Bo's approximate locations and timings using base stations and GPS, combining this with the transaction times of Lu Bo's antique business. Ren-D concluded that this guy was likely involved in something illicit, even if he wasn't the main player. Tax evasion aside, falsifying accounts was common, but stealing national cultural relics was a serious crime. After organizing all this information, Ren-D was stumped about whom to send it to. He didn't know any police officers in his hometown and had no connections. What if word got out and Lu Bo escaped? Then he remembered Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhao Hang from the local bureau. He could reach Zhao Hang through Zhang Xiaoyu to get them involved. Without considering the time, Ren-D called Zhang Xiaoyu directly. Woken up by Ren-D's call, Zhang Xiaoyu was annoyed at first, but after Ren-D explained the situation, he reluctantly sent Ren-D Zhao Hang's contact number. Zhao Hang wasn't having a good time either. He had just finished his work and was about to sleep when he was disturbed by Ren-D's call, giving him a headache. After Ren-D explained the situation to Zhao Hang, he thought to himself, why was he being contacted for something related to customs enforcement? Nonetheless, he asked Ren-D to send him the information, and he would handle it. Finally, Zhao Hang warned Ren-D, saying, you have skills, but don't misuse them. You're already on the radar. If you make one wrong move, the consequences will be dire. Don't put yourself in a situation you can't handle. Ren-D was about to ask what he meant, but Zhao Hang had already hung up. The next morning, Ren-D woke up the innkeeper, who was still sound asleep, wondering how someone could be so oblivious to the trouble that had entered their establishment in the middle of the night. After settling the bill, Ren-D planned to head straight back to Yangqing, leaving his house back home as it was for now. He intended to save up more money to buy a piece of land and build a manor, planning for a comfortable retirement in the future. The innkeeper suddenly discovered several sticks in Ren-D's room while tidying up. Could it be that the guest went out to steal wood in the middle of the night? When he went upstairs to get cleaning tools, he found that the mop used for cleaning the bathroom was actually broken. Well, it had been used for quite some time. So it was indeed time for a new one. P.S. I've read everyone's comments. Haha. Chapter 070. A plunge of 3,000 feet. Ren-D successfully returned to Yang City, just like when he came before, and the system did not issue any tasks. However, When he exited the Yang City high-speed railway station, it was already past 7 in the evening. Rindy informed Yang Luoyi that he had arrived safely, and then went to find Lu Fatty for a meal, where they both drank quite a bit. After dinner, Rindy took a taxi home. However, halfway through the ride, he felt a sudden urge to urinate and thought to himself that since he was almost home, he could hold it a little longer. But the more he thought about it, the more urgent it became, and he felt he couldn't hold it much longer. Driver, please stop. What's wrong? We still have a ways to go. I suddenly want to get out and walk. Just stop here. Rindy squeezed his legs together as he asked the driver to scan and pay before getting out of the car. Watching the taxi drive away, he quickly ducked into a nearby small grove. One advantage for men over women is that they can always relieve themselves standing up, anytime and anywhere. As a child, a group of boys would stand on the ridge, competing to see who could urinate the farthest, a truly spectacular scene. Rindy looked around. It was late and dark, and the streetlights in the area he chose were broken, making it an ideal spot. Why are you only coming now? Just as Rindy unzipped his pants, he suddenly heard someone speaking, startling him and causing his hand to shake, getting his underwear caught in the zipper. Sorry, I had some trouble on the way. Was he talking to someone? Rindy finally realized that he wasn't the only one in this place. It seemed like this small grove was often used by others. With a mischievous thought, he continued to struggle with the zipper, feeling he couldn't hold it much longer. How many candies did you bring this time? Is the number of jellies the same as last time? Not that many. There weren't enough materials. I made less than 100. Hearing their conversation sent a chill down Rindy's spine. If he hadn't spent a couple of days in a police station, he would never have imagined how terrifying this dialogue was. Rindy stiffly turned his body, looking at the two blurry figures hidden inside, slowly taking out his phone, quickly silencing it, and covering the screen with his coat to unlock it while dimming the brightness. He did this while observing the two, afraid to alert them. If he hadn't been so desperate to urinate today, he would have gone up to knock out those two bad guys, but now he felt utterly powerless. Oh no. As Rindy unlocked his phone and took photos of those two in night mode, he felt an unstoppable urge finally break free from its restraints, surging down like a stampede from the heights, following the two towering pillars. In ancient times, there was a line in a poem. The waterfall cascades down 3,000 feet. Rindy, holding his phone, trembled slightly while sneaking a photo, then relaxed and continued taking pictures. At this point, what else could he do? The two individuals were completely unaware of the surveillance and continued their conversation. There are 55 of them, all in this bag. When will we meet next? How would I know? The location for each transaction is determined by my cat stepping on the map. Do you think those agents want to catch me but have never succeeded? Because all the predictions are false. Rindy felt a chill run down his spine. This person was quite shrewd. He wondered what rank they held in the card game. Damn, I even got urine in my shoes. Unable to help himself, Rindy shifted his foot, not knowing that he stepped on a small branch which snapped with a crisp sound. Who? The two reacted quickly, stepping back, and Rindy silently cursed his luck. Just then, a cat emerged from the bushes, meowing a few times, its big eyes glinting in a somewhat eerie manner, and it chased a mouse that darted out. Damn, it's a wild cat. It scared me to death, one of them said. All right, let's call it a day. Same as usual, send a message an hour in advance. With that, the two quickly parted ways in opposite directions, while Rindy crouched down, burying his head deep in the bushes, pretending to be a plant. After waiting a few minutes, Rindy felt his legs going numb and was about to stand up when he heard footsteps again. No way, is someone really back? One of the individuals returned and circled around the spot, but stopped just as they approached Rindy. What the hell? Instead of using a public restroom, they choose to do their business here. It turned out the person had just stepped in something unpleasant and was vigorously rubbing his shoe on the ground, cursing as he walked away. Once the coast was clear, Rindy stood up. How was he supposed to get home now? In a dark place it was fine, but under a light, anyone could see he had wet his pants. Annoyed, Rindy called Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu had just gotten home and changed into his pajamas, ready for bed, when Rindy's call startled him. Why was this guy calling him in the middle of the night, disturbing his peace? Hey, Rindy, what's up? Zhang, can you bring a pair of pants to the 7th lamppost on the left side of XX Road? I have a big surprise for you. Are you crazy? What do you mean bring pants? If there's nothing important, I'm hanging up. Hey, wait. Don't. I saw someone trading candy and jelly. What? Zhang Xiaoyu jumped up in shock. What happened? Did you see it? Is that something an ordinary person can see? After Rindy explained the situation, Zhang Xiaoyu was left speechless. Less than 20 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at Ren D's location. He handed his phone to Zhang Xiaoyu, who took it and got into the car. Soon, the people in the car retrieved clear frontal photos of the 2 individuals from the video footage. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Ren D and felt like laughing. At his age, he still wet his pants. How embarrassing. Cut the nonsense. Did you bring the spare pants I asked you to? Ren D's face turned pale. He had been seen by others, and not just one person. No, I forgot. I was in a hurry when I left. Zhang Xiaoyu said, well, I can drive you home. You must be uncomfortable walking like that. A few police officers nearby covered their mouths and chuckled, showing no mercy to Ren D. With no other choice, Ren D nodded, feeling a chill in his pants as he walked. Just as he was about to get in the car, Zhang Xiaoyu suddenly shouted, wait. Huh. Put this under your bottom to avoid dirtying my car. He then handed Ren D a black garbage bag. Ren D looked at the bag, wanting to say many things. But in the end, it just turned into a sigh. All right, I got it. Knowledge note. The substance candy is known as a type of sedative that can cause severe coma and respiratory failure, with a minimum lethal dose of 210 grams. Jelly refers to a type of drug that incorporates new psychoactive substances that can lead to violent behavior and heart failure when used excessively. Cherish life and stay away from drugs. Chapter 071. License plate system. A year's plan starts in spring. A day's plan starts in the morning. As soon as Ren D opened his eyes in the morning, the system appeared with golden characters, the size of a fist, displayed before him. People say pets resemble their owners, and I find that we are quite alike. We both love money. This system does not have the habit of raising useless things. Please live seriously and make progress. Awakened from a dying state, Ren D realized that the real joke was on him. He didn't expect the system to retort so sharply, but thinking about it, he indeed had been living comfortably thanks to the system. So, is the system the master? The system was here to collect debts, and he still had a few trash cleanup tasks left to complete. After finishing his morning routine, Ren D took the cleanup kit and headed out. Just as he was about to take a bus to the familiar small river, he suddenly noticed that the cleanup location provided by the system had changed. Why has the location changed? I remember there being a lot of trash in that river. That was over a month ago. Has the host forgotten? Forgotten what? Damn, did someone actually go to that place to pick up trash? That place has now become a popular volunteer spot, with crowds flocking there every day. By the time the host gets there, he won't be able to join the line. All right, Ren D shrugged. He took another bus to the new cleanup location, the Dongqing Industrial Park. Upon arriving, he exclaimed, goodness. A road in the park, about 200 meters long from east to west, was piled high with garbage. Household waste, industrial waste, discarded appliances, etc. If the surrounding environment were clean, one would think this road was a landfill. Wasn't anyone going to take care of this? Ren D looked at the mountain of trash and missed the small river. Even with full armor, Ren D could not stop the foul stench of garbage from invading his nose. Not even 10 or 8 garbage trucks could haul it all away. Sigh. Let's start by sorting it out. Ren D thought he should hire some help, but he wasn't sure if the system would recognize that. Fortunately, the system only required him to work for a certain amount of time and did not specify how much he needed to accomplish. He began to pick up the garbage bags that looked easier to handle and put them together. While he was cleaning, he didn't notice the pile of garbage bags behind him slowly collapsing and sliding down, suddenly burying him beneath it. Damn! Ren D was squeezed by the pile of garbage. Thankfully, his strong physique prevented him from being knocked out immediately, and the gaps between the garbage bags allowed him to breathe. He hadn't checked the calendar before going out. Today was not a good day for moving dirt. Ren D was stuck like a monkey under a mountain, unable to move. Help! I'm going to die. Seeing that the system was unresponsive, Ren D squirmed beneath the pile of garbage for a while and finally managed to reach his hand into his pocket to seek help. He was feeling utterly frustrated. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of a car driving by, followed by it coming to a stop. Ren D was thrilled, ready to shout for help, when he heard someone from the car cursing. Milnation? Huh. French? People from Gaul. Ren D had never used his advanced French skills before. The first time he heard it was when people from Gaul were cursing at Tianxia. He abandoned his plan to call for help. He couldn't embarrass himself abroad. He tried to peek through the gaps in the garbage bags to see what these people looked like. The individuals from the car got out as expected, but Ren D could only see 2 pairs of shoes and not the people themselves. He then heard them continue their conversation in French. What bad luck. How could Tianxia people be so dirty, piling garbage on the road? How are we supposed to get past this? I don't want to clean this up. Take a break. Buddy, it's just garbage. Didn't you crawl through sewers while on a mission in Sargeras? Have you forgotten your previous life after 2 years of pretending to be a businessman? Damn, it's because I can't forget my past that I hate garbage. But watch your words. This is Tianxia, not our homeland. Haha, don't worry, buddy. We're speaking French now. Who knows we're from the Homeland's intelligence agency. My Gaul passport is real, and my identity is real. Besides, there's no one around here. It doesn't matter what we say. There aren't even any surveillance cameras. Those idiots at the Tianxia Bureau would never think we're still operating right under their noses. You're now an executive at Gaul's PIA company. I'm your assistant, and ordinary Tianxia people would welcome us. So why would they suspect anything? It's better to be cautious. You're too cautious. Relax, this isn't a battlefield. No one can hear our conversation. But what if? My intuition tells me this place isn't great. Ha ha ha. Is that your battlefield sixth sense? Do you really think anyone could have predicted we would show up here and hide in this pile of trash? You must be joking. The stench of this garbage has probably clouded your judgment. After the two of them simply moved a few bags of trash to make a barely passable path for the car, they drove away. Thanks to the friendly agents from a certain country, Ren-D crawled out of the garbage pile after they left. He looked up at the blazing sun and then asked the system, "System, are you a cover-up system? Is your true identity actually that of a super agent system? Is this temporary worker system just a disguise?" The system claims that everything is a coincidence. Does the host believe it? No. Ren-D brushed off the dirt on himself and walked directly towards the exit of the park. Can I just leave this trash for now? Yes. The penalty task can be extended in installments of 36 or 48 periods. Please choose, host. An orphan living in this society is most sensitive to the warmth and coldness of those around him, as well as the stability of society. Moreover, when he piloted a transport aircraft through the storm, coming back from the dead, he decided to live well. Therefore, those who want to cause trouble in Tianxia cannot be spared. Originally, Ren-D planned to take a taxi home to change his clothes. But at the entrance of the industrial area, he hailed numerous cars, and when the drivers saw him up close, they didn't even say a word and sped off as if their tails were on fire. Ren-D thought, yesterday I was looked down upon by Zhang Xiaoyu, and today I can't even get a ride. He pulled out his phone and called Zhao Hang. Didn't those two fake executives from a certain country say that the local bureau was looking for them? So he might as well have Zhao Hang come pick him up. It was a simple request to have him taken home, right? Chapter 072. Temporary worker at the local bureau as August arrived. The hot weather made one sweat profusely even while sitting still. Zhao Hang was particularly reluctant to share a car with Ren-D. As a director at the local bureau, it felt beneath him to be a mere errand driver for a minor character. It was quite a humiliation. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaoyu mentioning Ren-D's embarrassing incident from last night and bragging about his own achievements. And if Ren-D hadn't insisted he had something very important to tell him, Zhao Hang wouldn't have bothered with him at all. Achievements? Huh. Who doesn't have a handful of medals? It's just a matter of scale. After picking up Ren-D in the industrial park, Zhao Hang regretted his decision. He turned on the circulating air, but the outside air was like the heat from a steamer. If he didn't, the smell was unbearable. Just get to the point. If you can't explain yourself today, I'll take you to the detention center in the west of the city. Zhao Hang frowned. This car needed a thorough cleaning, and he had no idea how much it would cost to get rid of the odor completely. Two individuals, claiming to be executives and assistants from a certain company, spoke fluent French, yet they were actually agents from a certain country. They talked about how they had once crawled through sewers in Sagaras, using this information as a reward for sending him home. Was that too much to ask? Zhao Hang suddenly stared into Ren-D's eyes and asked slowly, "Are you sure it's Sargeras? How do you know? They said it themselves. I heard it." Said, "When did you start understanding French?" Zhao Hang always felt there was something off about Ren-D, an unsettling feeling he couldn't pinpoint, whether it was his background check or other aspects. He sensed a secret surrounding Ren-D, but he couldn't grasp it. French? Isn't that something you can just learn? Watching original films should be enough. Ren-D, trying to downplay the situation, replied dismissively, "Just say whether you're taking me back or not. I'll trust you this once. But don't rush home. You need to come with me." Zhao Hang pulled Ren-D directly to the local office of the agency. Once they entered the building, Ren-D was left in the lobby while Zhao Hang went to verify the information Ren-D had provided. Sitting in the lobby, Ren-D watched as people around him covered their noses, wishing he could just disappear into a crack in the ground. It was really unfair for Zhao Hang to leave him here like this. Wu Bin, who had worked all night and was just going downstairs for a bite to eat, arrived in the lobby only to be hit by a terrible stench, worse than his feet after 2 days without washing. Who fell into a cesspit? He exclaimed. And then he saw Rendi glaring at him with a fierce look. Sorry, it's not nice to say someone fell into a cesspit in front of them. Wu Bin apologized awkwardly, even though it was true. It's not a cesspit, Rendi replied quietly. He seemed to be going through a rough patch, just having one misfortune after another. An hour later, Zhao Hang returned. Initially, he intended to take Rendi to his office, but then he thought better of it and took him to Wu Bin's office instead. Besides the computer and air conditioning, Wu Bin's office was filled with a pile of smelly socks. Rendi was just one more addition. Here, take a look at this and sign at the bottom. Zhao Hang handed a stack of documents to Rendi. Rendi glanced at it and felt overwhelmed. Why did every item end with violating this will be treated as treason? You can't misuse my hacking skills for unauthorized purposes. Rendi looked at Zhao Hang, who casually tossed the documents aside and said lazily, I won't sign. I haven't done anything illegal. I didn't steal or rob, so why can't I use my own abilities? Besides, providing you with clues is already a contribution. Why restrict me? Even if it's a confidentiality agreement, this is too broad, right? Zhao Hang indeed added some personal clauses to the confidentiality agreement because he always felt that Rendi was too unruly and difficult to control. If he slipped up, he could easily go down the wrong path. Seeing Rendi's reaction, he was somewhat prepared for it and smiled. All right, if you don't sign, I'll take you to the west of the city. I've found out about your unlicensed driving and street racing. Plus, unauthorized access to national security networks. Ordinary people can't obtain the information you gave me. Damn, Rendi thought of that. He was so focused on getting back at Zhao Hang that he forgot these details. Kid, it's important to read more about the law, especially criminal law. Zhao Hang patted Rendi on the shoulder. Originally, your matters were not my concern, but since you took the initiative to come to me, I would be remiss not to take advantage of it. Rendi picked up his pen again, but felt quite displeased. Is there really no room for negotiation? Zhao Hang raised an eyebrow. Unless you become a temporary employee of the Xi'an Bureau. Temporary employee? A temp job? Rendi asked. Yes, what's wrong with that? Zhao Hang replied. That could actually work. He is indeed suited to be a temp. Rendi thought to himself, System. Can we be a temporary employee of the Xi'an Bureau? This doesn't violate your principles, right? It doesn't violate. As long as it's a temporary job, it's within the system's approval range. Great. As soon as Rendi finished speaking, he saw Zhao Hang quickly take out another document and hand it to him. Seeing that Zhao Hang seemed to have prepared for this, he realized he had been set up. Zhao Hang stroked his chin, thinking to himself, little guy, no matter how skilled a monkey is, it can't escape from the Buddha's fingers. From now on, with me monitoring you, you won't be causing trouble everywhere, and starting today, I want to see how that bastard Zhang Xiaoyu continues to act smug in front of me. When Rendi looked at the temporary employee contract, he was surprised to find many excellent benefits, such as free medical care and travel allowances up to 100,000. If the treatment for temporary workers is this good, then formal employees must be out of this world. However, when Rendi saw the rights and obligations, he was delighted again. At least he had to participate in 2 armed training sessions within a year, totaling no less than a month. In other words, he could officially handle firearms. Furthermore, he was asked to write down his skills and specialties. Zhao Hang then took out another form. Rendi glanced at it, pondering how he should fill it out. The skills provided by the system were numerous. It was impossible to expose them all, so which one should he choose? First, mechanical repair. He had fixed cars before, so that goes down. Second, foreign languages. He wrote down English and French, which he had learned by himself. Third, flying. He was a certified pilot. Fourth, hacking skills. That couldn't be hidden, it had to be exposed. Fifth, martial arts, which he had shown off before and even won awards. Sixth, culinary skills. He almost forgot that he was also going to help as a chef at a national banquet. Seventh, is there no more space? Should I keep writing? Rendi asked Zhao Hang. What have you written that you can't fit anything else? Zhao Hang picked up the form to look at it, then fell silent. He also knew that Rendi could drive race cars, play the piano, and identify herbs. This guy, could he be an undercover agent sent by the enemy? Chapter 073. Devouring Rendi. Rendi finally returned home after being embarrassed for 2 consecutive days at his grandmother's house. System, do you have a memory eraser? You know, the kind that you press and it flashes, and then you forget everything from the day? Rendi lay in bed to rest, not wanting to go anywhere. Not even feeling hungry. The host can create one themselves. Is this really something that exists? Ren-D sat up happily as the system's message changed. It is recommended that the host relearn multiple subjects including physics, medicine, biology, and electromagnetism. Kneel in peace. Ren-D felt frustrated and wanted someone to comfort him. But when he picked up the phone, he didn't know who to call. Should he contact Yang Luoyi? He wouldn't want anyone, especially his girlfriend, to know about this embarrassing situation. How about Wang Yang? He and Yang Luoyi were so alike in every way except for gender. Contacting him would be like looking for trouble. Zhang Xiaoyu? Forget it. That would just make him another listener to a joke and add more food to his plate. What about Lu Peng Lu Ge? With Lu Ji's big mouth, everyone in the city might know by tomorrow. Oh right, he could call his childhood friend. Ren-D dialed his childhood friend Wang Chong. Finally, a name, and the call was quickly connected. Hey Ren-D, why do you have the time to call me? Ren-D was about to speak when he saw another message from the system. Ding. Task. Complete a temporary packaging worker job for 3 days. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 800 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in advanced diving skills. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 15 of savings and complete garbage cleaning tasks in a designated area. Hello? What's wrong? Wang Chong asked when he noticed Ren-D had not responded for a while. Xiangzi, do you need someone to help? How about I work as a temporary worker? Ren-D's unexpected suggestion startled Wang Chong. He had previously invited Ren-D to work with him, but Ren-D, being proud, refused to admit defeat. Now it seemed he was feeling down. Thinking about the collapsed house back home and Lu Bo's comments about Ren-D working on a construction site made Wang Chong realize that Ren-D was working hard to rebuild his house. Sure, I actually need a packaging worker right now. When can you come? Wang Chong readily agreed. Is tomorrow okay? I plan to try for 3 days first. Ren-D said weakly. His tone sounded to Wang Chong like Ren-D was forced to swallow his pride and asked for help, making him even more worried for his friend's situation. All right, you can work as many days as you want. I'm somewhat of a boss here, after all. Do you have money for food? Do you need me to lend you some? No, I don't need it. I have money, Ren-D replied. As he already had over 3 million, he wasn't short on food money. Wang Chong sighed inwardly, realizing that his prideful childhood friend was probably running out of courage to ask for work. After hanging up, Wang Chong thought about paying Ren-D and secretly slipping him some extra money. Meanwhile, Ren-D, feeling angry, spoke to the system. Hey, system, explain to me why I, as a temporary worker, still have to complete tasks? And why did you assign me this job? Why not something else? Explain yourself. Does the host think being a temporary worker is enough to satisfy your life needs? Have you gotten your house? Your car? Have you saved enough for your future daughter's dowry? Is your savings sufficient for the system to deduct? The system posed a soul-searching question. The task assigned to me by the system is quite to my liking. This job is simple. Isn't it just going to the factory to work? Leave it to me. Ren-D patted his chest confidently. All the negative emotions he had were long gone. At that moment, Yang Luoyi called again. Ren-D, you come back to Yang City and don't even come to find me. Are you seeing someone outside? No, there's nothing going on. I just got home last night. And I went out this morning for some errands. I just got back a little while ago. Shall I come find you now for dinner tonight? How about seafood? How about seafood pasta? Sounds good. Ren-D and Yang Luoyi agreed on a time and place, freshened up, and headed out. Arriving at the famous food street, colorful signs and food models lined the street, and the aromas of various dishes wafted through the air, making one's mouth water and appetite soar. Wishing to eat from one end of the street to the other in one go, Yang Luoyi looked stunning today, like a little fairy descended from the heavens. Dressed in a beautiful pink dress, her hair styled in a bun, a playful strand sticking up on her forehead. When Ren-D saw Yang Luoyi, he suddenly thought that if he and Yang Luoyi had a child, it would surely be an exceptionally beautiful child. Their daughter would definitely be a little angel. And if the boy was too mischievous, it might be better not to have one. What are you thinking about? Yang Luoyi tugged at Ren-D's arm and asked. I've been calling you for ages, and you didn't respond? What are you looking at? I was thinking about what school our daughter should go to and what tutoring classes to sign her up for. Just kidding. Ren-D suddenly realized he hadn't even gotten married yet. How could he have a daughter? Did he think she would just pop out from a crack in the rock? It was all the system's fault for mentioning the future daughter's dowry, leading him to think in that direction. Yang Luoyi blushed so much that she couldn't lift her head. The words daughter, daughter, daughter kept repeating in her mind. Was he hinting at something? Did Ren-D want to marry her now? Did he prefer girls? What if she had a son? Would she abandon him? Son, better not be born. It's not worth even the cost of a phone recharge. If they had to marry because of a child, would Yang Tianqing be furious? Yang Luoyi also recalled that her father seemed less terrible lately, even giving her 5 million as pocket money for dates with Rendi. Hee. Yang Luoyi fell into a daydream, thinking about how she would act after dinner to win Rendi over. Luoyi? Hey, wake up. Rendi nudged Yang Luoyi twice. Huh, what's wrong? What happened? Yang Luoyi snapped back to reality, looking at Rendi in a panic. Wipe your mouth, you drooled on the dish. Since you like this dish so much, why don't we order another one? This one is for you to eat yourself? Rendi looked at Yang Luoyi seriously, with no hint of disgust on his face. Chapter 074 How to Prove You Are You in the Evening. Yang Luoyi regrettably returned home without making any progress with Rendi. As Rendi mentioned, he had other matters to attend to the next day and left early. Yang Luoyi had to part reluctantly from Rendi. In the early morning, Rendi woke up intending to find Wang Chang. When he opened the wardrobe, he discovered that he didn't have much clothing left. Recently, he had thrown away quite a few destroyed items, and aside from 3 very valuable outfits, he surprisingly had nothing else to wear. It was summer, and he certainly couldn't go out in a sweater and fleece pants. After rummaging through the bottom of the wardrobe, Rendi finally found a t-shirt and a pair of long pants. The t-shirt had a tear on the shoulder, seemingly bought for 10 yuan at a night market years ago. It didn't have many flaws except for easily deforming and fading after washing. The pants were from his days working as a waiter, and the waist was a bit loose. Why wear good clothes to work at a factory? That would be a waste. Wang Chang worked at an auto parts factory on the outskirts of Yanqing and was a team leader, managing around 30 people. Rendi had been there once before, and this time he saw Wang Chang waiting for him at the entrance. Bro, I've been waiting for you. Have you had breakfast? Here, take a bag of buns. Wang Chang handed Rendi a bag of large meat buns. Rendi thanked him and took big bites, as he hadn't eaten much of the dish Yang Luoyi made last night. Now, smelling the aroma of the meat buns, his stomach grumbled in agreement. Watching Rendi devour the buns, Wang Chang felt a pang of bitterness. Seeing Rendi's clothing made him almost tear up. At 24, he was 2 years older than Rendi, married, and about to become a father, while Rendi was still single, with no one to introduce him to a partner. If only he had parents around. Given Rendi's looks, matchmakers would be lining up from miles away. Rendi was eating so quickly that he started to choke and was pounding his chest. Wang Chang hurried over to help. Slow down. No one is competing with you. I'm going to choke to death. Rendi gasped as he caught his breath. Hey, I saw on your social media that you were a community police officer, right? Why did you quit? Lu Bo said you were working at a construction site. Are you really juggling multiple jobs for money? Being a community police officer was a thing from last month. He had only worked there for a month. Yeah, that's right. Nowadays, you need a degree for almost everything, right? You must be stuck because of that. Wang Chang speculated about various reasons for Rendi's situation. Rendi looked at Wang Chang, surprised that he had never noticed how sentimental this guy was. Wang Chang took Rendi to do some paperwork, and then they went to the workshop where Wang Chang taught him how to pack parts. This job only required hands, but the operation was tedious and mechanical. Many people got frustrated and didn't want to continue. Rendi spent the entire morning working mechanically in that noisy environment. At noon, Wang Chang took Rendi to have lunch, a 16 yuan fish-flavored shredded pork rice bowl, and an 18 yuan stir-fried pork dish. The two of them talked a lot about their childhood and some funny things happening around them now. By the way, Rendi, I found something interesting. Let me show you. I found someone who looks a lot like you. Wang Chang took out his phone and swiped a couple of times to show Rendi. I stumbled upon this picture. This person is a pilot, really handsome, and looks a lot like you, though you're a bit heavier than him. As he spoke, Wang Chang handed the phone to Rendi, who was eating chili at that moment and immediately saw his own photo. Cough, cough, cough. Eat slowly. Drink some water. Rendi gulped down a big cup of water, and the chili seeds in his throat finally went down. So what do you think? Doesn't he look just like you? How could he not? That's Rendi, after all. A pilot, what an impressive person. If I had taken care of my eyes as a kid, I might have become a pilot too. Your eyes are good. But it doesn't help if you fail your cultural exams, right? Rendi teased. Ha ha, can't you let me fantasize a bit? I wonder if flying a plane feels the same as sitting in one. Wang Chang laughed. Not the same. Rendi replied. How do you know? You've never been on a plane, and you definitely can't fly one. I have both sat and flown one. Come on. You were on a small amusement park plane that cost $10 for 3 minutes, right? I'm talking about real planes. The kind that can fly high, got it? In the afternoon, Ren Di continued working in front of the machine when his supervisor came over and shouted, "Everyone, stop for a moment. I have something to say." When all eyes were on him, the supervisor said, "Tomorrow during the day, clients will come to visit the factory, so tonight after work, no one is allowed to leave. We need to clean up the factory. No slacking off." Oh, the responses were sparse, and some workers complained. "We can't even go home at a normal time after work, and now we have to stay late to clean? You might as well just say we're not allowed to go home." "Supervisor, I have a stomachache tomorrow. Can I take a day off to see a doctor?" "Not tomorrow. You can go the day after. The clients coming tomorrow are very important. No one is allowed to take leave, even if you're in labor." "Hold it in. Remember, everyone must be here tomorrow." Can you really hold in giving birth? After a night of cleaning, everyone really just tidied up the obvious trash. Who would bother with the corners? That evening, Ren Di, Wang Chong, and his wife had dinner together and set up a makeshift bed at his place. The next day, not long after starting work, the guests arrived at the factory. Along with the factory leaders, there were more than 20 guests. Ren Di glanced at his workstation and was surprised to see a familiar face. Oh no, why is this bad luck still not over? Seeing the familiar figure, Ren Di turned and hid behind the machine. Anyway, no one would probably notice this little worker. Li Nana, wearing 10-centimeter heels, walked through the factory, inspecting various positions and listening to the factory manager introduce the production capacity. She is now the CEO of a multinational corporation S branch. Just as this group was about to reach the packaging department, Ren Di bent down to pretend to tie his shoelaces. "Your factory management is quite advanced," said Li Nana. "As long as your product pass rate meets our requirements, I can sign a contract with you." "Absolutely. Our pass rate is very high, ensuring that all parts are without any issues," the factory manager replied with a smile, his face relaxing with joy. "Let's go check out other areas." A group of people turned around, and Ren Di straightened up. "That woman is really beautiful, quite impressive." One of Ren Di's colleagues chuckled. "Wow, she must be a C cup." "D, you're underestimating." Ren Di interjected. "You didn't even see it. How do you know?" Ren Di scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Should he say he measured it with his arm? Chapter 075. Airplanes are different. 3 days of work as a packer flew by, and after receiving his system rewards, Ren Di said goodbye to Wang Chong. He really couldn't handle factory work. It was mechanical and frustrating. Back in the city, Ren Di planned to get himself a couple of outfits. Then he suddenly remembered a new skill he hadn't tried yet. So he excitedly went to the fabric wholesale market and bought a pile of fabric and cutting tools. Once home, Ren Di searched online for some stylish clothing pictures, planning to make a couple of outfits based on them, when his phone rang. It was actually Major Ma Lixing calling. "Hello, Brother Ma?" After leaving the army, calling by rank felt a bit stiff, so Ren Di chose to call him brother. As long as the person was better than him, it was fine to call them brother or sister, regardless of age. "Ren Di, how did you end up in the security department? I just got my paperwork done, and you passed your political review. But they told you that you joined the Xi'an Bureau?" "Huh. Yeah. Yeah what? Didn't I tell you to wait for news? Why did you jump to another unit without waiting for my message? It was just a reward notification. Did it have to be that complicated?" Ren Di was still trying to process what was happening when Ma Lixing explained for a long time, and he finally understood. After all that, Ma Lixing intended to recruit him into the military and wanted him to wait for a notification. But he never mentioned it beforehand. Joining the military as a pilot? Looking at the fabric in his hands, Ren Di thought for a moment and said, "Brother, I feel that I'm quite suited for the Xi'an Bureau. Although it's an external position, it's relatively free, right? I have time for my own things. Being a pilot means you want to have free time?" Ma Lixing was annoyed. "Is there no free time in the military? Who said that? Come out here and see. But I can handle firearms here. I can equip you with a gun. I'm used to living alone. Pilots live alone. Hey, you're just saying you don't want to defend your country. You don't want to serve others." "No, I don't. I'm not. Stop talking nonsense. I'm doing the same thing in the Xi'an Bureau, and I can do even more. Isn't being a pilot a waste of talent?" Ma Lixing was at a loss for words. Is there anyone who brags about themselves like this? Waste of talent. All right, Ma Lixing couldn't persuade Ren Di, so he had to give up on trying to convince him. Just after hanging up the phone, Zhao Heng called again. As soon as the call connected, a loud voice came through. "You brat, whether alive or dead, you're with the Summer Security Bureau. You're not allowed to go anywhere." Ren Di rubbed his ears, wondering if this was a warning coming from the news. Such an attitude, terrible. "Zhao Si, if you keep shouting like this, I might really join the military to fly planes." "That won't do. You've signed the papers, registered with the security department. How can you just change that? Even if you went, could you bear to leave your girlfriend? 3 years without seeing each other? Sure, you can fly every day. But you can't indulge in that every day. Isn't that a waste of talent? I have great cars for you to drive, and a piano for you to play. You can do whatever you want. Really? Can I get a gun? Hey, no, you're not qualified yet. TSK, Rindy scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that he really didn't want to go, he might have joined the military just for the gun. I can get you a car and a house. Zhao Hang was really putting in the effort. Just a few days ago, the executive from the Gallus company had been confirmed to be from a certain intelligence agency and was secretly arrested. Thus, Rindy's contribution was solid, and it made sense for him to be rewarded with a car and a house. If you work hard and get promoted by the end of the year, I can even get you a plane. No promotion. Rindy was startled. If he got promoted, the system would be doomed, and he'd be finished. When will I get the car? Where's the house? Rindy asked cheekily. When do I start working? Otherwise, holding on to this stuff is too much. You don't need to work. Do you have a classmate named Nana? Huh. What is up? You should get in touch with her and let me know everything she does. What do you mean? You want me to pursue her? I'm very loyal, you know? No. I want you to see if she has any special qualities. Anyway, you want to have time for training now, so it's better to interact with her. You don't need to worry about anything else. Rindy was confused, but Zhao Hang hung up without clarifying. Could it be that Nana had some issues? Didn't she just graduate? What could be wrong? His phone rang again, and Rindy looked at the number, feeling amused. What is going on? Hello, Nana. What made you suddenly think of calling me? Rindy, I'm back in the country, working in Yangqing. Let us get together sometime. I've also invited other classmates. Sure, no problem. After Rindy agreed, the call ended, and another call came in. What else with today? Everyone is queuing up to call me. He answered the phone, and it was Yang Luoyi's voice. Hey, Rindy, why is your phone always busy? By the way, can you come to my house for dinner tonight? Yang Tianluo is back. He is my half-brother, and he'll bring his girlfriend over. My father wants me to bring you along. I'm going. Is it appropriate to meet the parents so soon? You've met them before. Yang Luoyi said, You've been out for 3 days without contacting me. I missed you. All right, I'll go. He was just afraid of Yang Luoyi using that tone. It was too sweet, giving him goosebumps all over. After hanging up the phone, Rindy discovered that his phone battery was only at 50%. He quickly went to charge it, but just as he plugged in the charger, his phone rang again. Oh, come on. Is this ever going to stop? Hello. You have a package here. Please go to the delivery box in the community to collect it with the code. Rindy turned off his phone, thinking, whatever. I'm not answering. Just playing around. He decided it was time to make himself some clothes. After several hours, he finally used the system's experience to create 3 outfits for himself. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, Rindy felt proud to be a man in custom handmade attire. When he arrived at Yang Luoyi's house on time, he was surprised to see her wearing a cheapao today. Her graceful figure was accentuated, and her long legs seemed to stretch infinitely. The subtle allure made Rindy swallow hard. Hee, do I look especially good today? Yang Luoyi's eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled at him, her jelly-like lips looking particularly tempting. Thank goodness he didn't join the military, or he'd really be in trouble every day. Rindy quickly wrapped his arms around Yang Luoyi's waist and leaned in to kiss her. Cough, cough. Standing at the door with Yang Luoyi to welcome Rindy was Yang Tianqing, who noticed that Rindy had eyes only for his daughter and was openly planning to take advantage of her. The old father had to pretend to cough to assert his presence. Chapter 076. The little theater begins. Rindy, you're here. Come in quickly. Don't just stand at the door. Yang Tianqing gestured for Rindy to enter. Rindy, feeling a bit shy, let go of Yang Luoyi. After exchanging a few pleasantries and stepping inside, Rindy was impressed by the luxurious decor of Yang Luoyi's home. It was certainly not something an average family could compare to. Li Lu was directing some people as they made the final touches on the dining table. When she saw Yang Tianqing leading Rindy and Yang Luoyi in, she felt a bit disdainful of the old man's pretentiousness, but still smiled and welcomed Rindy. Ah, so this is Rindy. I've heard you're quite a handsome guy, and you really do have a fair complexion. Hee, Auntie, you look very young. Not like someone in their 50s. Li Lu, who had just turned 39, smiled at the compliment. Just then, a voice shouted from the entrance, Dad, Mom. I brought my girlfriend. Come meet my girlfriend, Nana. Huh. Rindy doubted his ears, and at the same time, Yang Luoyi leaned in and whispered, Is it what I think it is? I don't know, Rindy replied quietly, turning to stand next to Yang Luoyi. Just as a spirited young man in his early 20s walked in, pulling along Li Nana. It turned out to be the campus beauty he knew. How shameless. Why is she here at my place? Yang Luoyi's expression darkened, and her hand twisted painfully around Rendi's waist. Rendi winced, wondering what kind of jealousy this was. After entering with Yang Tianla, Li Nana scanned the room and noticed Rendi and Yang Lui. Her expression indifferent, as if she were seeing strangers. Dad and Mom, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Li Nana, who is also my classmate from university abroad. Yang Tianla seems to have completely overlooked Yang Luoyi, not even glancing in her direction. All right. Tianla, Miss Li, let me introduce you to Luoyi and her boyfriend. Rendi, Yang Tiancheng said. To help you get acquainted, I specifically asked your sister to bring her boyfriend over for everyone to meet. You are all young people, so you should communicate more in the future. It was only after hearing Yang Tiancheng's words that Yang Tianla turned to look at Rendi and Yang Luoyi. Nice to meet you. I'm Yang Tianla. Rendi. The two simply exchanged names, without even shaking hands. Miss Li, nice to see you again. Yang Luoyi leaned on Rendi and looked at Li Nana, saying, I didn't expect you. Oh, I just recognized you as Miss Yang. Nice to see you again. And thank you for your help last time in that country. And this is Mr. Ren. You and Miss Yang are truly a perfect match. Hearing Li Nana's words, Yang Luoyi noticed her intention to create distance from Rendi, which made her feel relieved. Yang Tianla then glanced at Li Nana's expression and then at Rendi. Positioning himself in front of Li Nana, Yang Tiancheng invited everyone to sit down and prepare for the meal. Your brother has some issues. Rendi quietly whispered to Yang Luoyi. What kind of issues? Yang Luoyi asked. Is he sick? Or is it something like syphilis or AIDS? Rabies? The kind that leads to death. Rendi was taken aback. How bad was their sibling relationship that they would wish the other dead? He had just been intimate with someone, and it wasn't Li Nana. How do you know? Yang Luoyi asked curiously, intrigued by the gossip about Yang Tianla's infidelity. I can tell. He has the scent of 3 different women as perfumes on him, none of which match Li Nana's. Rendi confidently replied, using his keen sense of smell to identify the scents. Didn't he expect this guy to be a player? Yang Luoyi laughed. Rendi squeezed Yang Luoyi's small hand, while Yang Tianla was busy boasting about how excellent Li Nana was, mentioning her achievements abroad, her family background, and so on, as if trying to elevate her to a pedestal. However, Rendi found it a bit strange. Li Nana's family had some money, but it wasn't as impressive as Yang Tianla described. He remembered Li Nana came from a single-parent household, with only her mother left. Yet just now, Yang Tianla claimed he had met Li Nana's parents before and even had dinner with them. Make a note of that to tell Zhao Hang later. Throughout the meal, Rendi remained silent, only observing Li Nana's every move and remembering what she said. Yang Tianla, on the other hand, was showcasing his love story with Li Nana. Meanwhile, Yang Luoyi was mentally dramatizing the scenes between Li Nana and Yang Tianla in her head. For instance, Yang Tianla said, I've been pursuing Nana for 3 whole years. And to beat my rivals, I learned taekwondo and swordsmanship. Yang Luoyi's mini-theater, a chibi character with a face full of small pimples and acne, a short and stout figure, with hands on hips, laughs heartily. There's no girl I can't charm. To pursue Li Nana, I specifically learned some flashy martial arts and tricks. Yang Tiancheng looks at Rendi, actually hoping that Yang Tianla could communicate more with Rendi. With this big shot around, the Yang family's future would be easier. However, Rendi keeps staring at Li Nana, while Yang Tianla talks about his experiences over the past 2 years, making him feel that this family gathering is quite a failure. Rendi, do you know Miss Li? I've noticed you've been watching her closely. Li Lu, having eaten and drunk enough, says a line. Mister. Ren thinks I look like one of his friends. I know that. Li Nana speaks first and signals Rendi with her eyes not to say anything. Yang Luoyi's eyes widen as he watches Li Nana lie. Just as he wants to refute, he suddenly sees Yang Tianla nearby and retracts his thoughts instead, cooperating by saying, yeah, Rendi mentioned it to me too, right, Rendi? Yang Luoyi's mini-theater, a chibi girl dressed provocatively with a strong tea scent says, don't mess with my plans to catch a rich guy, or I'll make you regret it. After dinner, everyone drinks tea together. Li Nana excuses herself to go to the restroom, and then Rendi's phone rings with a text message. He opens it to find it's from Li Nana, saying that Yang Tianla is quite jealous. So he mustn't reveal that they were high school classmates and should act like they don't know each other. Otherwise, it doesn't matter if she and Yang Tianla don't work out, but it would negatively affect Rendi and Yang Luoyi's relationship. Rendi shows the message to Yang Luoyi, and they start whispering again. Yang Luoyi says, she knows I have a bad relationship with Yang Tianla and want to expose her. Lucky you used to like her. Or if I hadn't caught you, she would have devoured you whole. Right, right. Rindy laughs, feeling quite fortunate. After a while, Li Nana returns, and Yang Tianla takes her upstairs. Watching the couple, Yang Loi can't help but be overjoyed. Yang Loi's mini theater. The chibi short and stout figure with a pockmarked face and the tea-scented girl hug and kiss. Soon they have 3 kids. The first is black. The second is white, and the third is yellow. The short figure says, "These aren't my kids." The tea-scented girl replies, "These are the kids born to you by 3 women. You cheated first, now pay up." Ha. Yang Loi can't hold back his laughter, bursting into a big laugh. Yang Tiancheng, who was just speaking, is taken aback. He had just asked Rindy if they had any plans to get married. And now this kid is so happy. How desperate to get married. Chapter 077. The Green Mountains and Clear Waters bury heroes' bones. A prosperous era leaves you on the road. That night, after returning home, Rindy called Zhao Hang to tell him everything about his encounter with Li Nana today. Zhao Hang replied with a cold laugh. As expected, another rookie cannon fodder coming out of the youth training base. Youth training base? What is that? Rindy asked. A certain training ground specializes in preparing expendable personnel, gathering individuals from various countries who consider themselves geniuses but are actually quite foolish, under the guise of competitions or activities. These people are centralized, given a bit of training, and then sent back to their home countries as spies. If luck is on their side, they gain a useful spy and obtain intelligence. If not, they simply lose an expendable, causing a bit of trouble for their opponents. Are these people all foolish? Following others to undermine their own countries. Money talks. Do you think others are naive? They think you are too innocent. Rindy was speechless. Forget about her. If she behaves, it's fine, but if not, she'll be sent back to her grandmother's home. Do I still need to interact with her? She invited me to a class reunion, Rindy asked again. It's up to you, but starting next Monday, you'll begin a 3-month training program. If you qualify, you'll receive a work permit. If not, what happens if I don't qualify? Well, you'll just have to start over. You'll be released when you qualify. If you still don't qualify within a year, you'll be sent to the Northwest Desert to work as a prison guard. Zhao Hang hung up the phone, and Rindy felt a bit wistful. How did the person who once gave a touching speech in class and aspired to be a person of ambition end up as a lackey for another country so quickly? Beep. Task. Complete a 3-month super temporary agent training program. Task Reward 1. Earn a monetary reward of 100,000 yuan. Task Reward 2. Gain experience in ship navigation, including aircraft carriers. Task Failure Penalty. Deduct 20 from savings and complete waste cleanup in a designated area. The system appeared at the right moment, and this time the rewards and penalties for the task were quite appealing. Rindy felt he had grasped the system's temperament. You say you're not a counterfeit, but look, your ultimate goal has been revealed. An aircraft carrier. Is that something I can handle alone? Operating such a vessel. An aircraft carrier can be operated by one person after excluding the engine, artillery, machinery, radar, and other departments. The navigation experience provided to the host allows operation of all types of watercraft. An aircraft carrier is still a ship. Is that so? Rindy didn't understand, but whatever the system said must be true. He had no idea what this task meant for him. Nor did he know what he would become in the future. Perhaps he had watched too many novels and movies. Rindy didn't think the training Zhao Hang mentioned would be too difficult. Many ordinary people in films easily became formidable characters. With so many skills at his disposal, how could he not complete this task? At most, he would just face some hardships. 3 days later, Rindy, dressed in clothes he made himself and carrying a bag with 2 changes of clothes, confidently walked downstairs to report to the Summer Peace Bureau. Upon arrival, Zhao Hang didn't say much. He simply tossed him into a vehicle and ignored him. There were 3 others traveling with him, 1 man and 2 women. Several people had never met each other, nor did they speak. They just sat quietly and waited for the vehicle to depart. At this moment, Rindy noticed that all the windows were sealed and painted black, making it impossible to see even a hint of the outside. Unlike others' calmness, Rindy felt restless. He tried to fidget but found that he couldn't move anything, not even the seat beneath him. Is it really that strong? Suddenly, the vehicle shook a couple of times as if it had started, so Rindy leaned back in his seat, planning to use his phone, only to discover that there was no signal inside the vehicle. His phone was unable to connect to the network, and he couldn't make calls. With nothing else to do, he closed his eyes to rest, and just as he was dozing off, the vehicle stopped, and the door opened. Someone outside said, "We're here, everyone get out." Ren Di grabbed his bag and got out of the vehicle, only to be startled by the surroundings. Everywhere he looked, there were tombstones, densely packed and stacked on top of each other. The people who got out with him were equally shocked, staring at the environment, tombstone after tombstone. In every direction, apart from the road beneath their feet, there was nothing but tombstones. Had they arrived at a cemetery? This was the training base of the organization, which also served as its burial ground. A slightly hoarse middle-aged man's voice rang out. Ren Di turned around to see a man standing on the other side of the vehicle, dressed in simple camouflage without any insignia. Ren Di noticed a long scar on the man's face, stretching from the corner of his right eye up to his forehead, making him look somewhat unappealing. His right sleeve was empty, tied up in a knot, while he held a cigarette in his left hand. "Welcome to hell," the middle-aged man smiled. "My name is Li Chao. You can call me Old Li or Instructor Li, whatever you prefer." "Instructor," Ren Di greeted first. Li Chao nodded. "Follow me." He led the way across the road. The four of them followed behind him, a strange emotion brewing in their hearts. With every 2 steps Ren Di took, he could clearly see names and photos on the tombstones, along with dates of death. The left side mostly had old graves, many of which were tombs of the well-dressed. Some without photos, their names merely codes. The right side contained more recent burials, also featuring many well-dressed tombs, where the deceased were often unidentifiable. On average, about 7 or 8 died each year, which wasn't too many. Li Chao slowly spoke, his words laced with a hint of sarcasm. "They're all fools, wasting their training. After just a few missions, they end up dying far from home. And it's the living who have to clean up after them every day." Ren Di saw a tombstone with a smiling, beautiful girl and another with a kind-looking grandmother's photo. "You people, don't be like them, thinking that death is the end. When you're dead, you leave nothing behind. Just a family grieving for you. Of course, if you're all orphans, that's another story. Anyway, once you're dead, apart from the people here, no one will remember you. Even if they do, they won't say anything. So, study hard, so you can work well." Li Chao was walking a bit slowly, and at this moment, Ren Di noticed that one of Li Chao's legs was a prosthetic limb. Every time Li Chao lifted his leg, a small section of the metal support would show and reflect the sunlight. "Instructor," a girl exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer. "Don't rush, we're almost there. Do you see the valley ahead? The base is right there." Chapter 078 Absurd Talk. Back in Yanqing, looking at the bustling streets, the beautiful women exuding delightful scents, and countless young people in flip-flops and shorts, Ren Di felt like shouting, "I'm back, Hu Huan San." It had only been 2 months since Ren Di was released early. Quoting Li Chao's words, "I've never seen such a big beast as you. Is being a genius that impressive? Learning in 2 months what takes others 2 to 3 years, is that something to brag about? Get lost." Ren Di. Yang Loi dashed toward Ren Di with the speed that could break the world record for the 100 meters, then clung to him like a koala. All right. There are people around." Ren Di spun around holding Yang Loi before setting her down, but she still buried her head in his chest, not wanting to let go. "You didn't call, text, or video chat with me for 2 months. Yang Loi listed Ren Di's offenses. "Come on, didn't I say it was inconvenient?" He replied, "Yeah, I know, but it's like when you suddenly decided to fly a plane. I just couldn't help but wonder if you went to command an aircraft carrier this time." "No." Oh, but why do you have such absurd thoughts?" Ren Di rubbed Yang Luoi's head. Just guessing. My man is a world-saving hero, so whatever you do doesn't surprise me." This logic was something he had to admire. They went on dates, moved houses, and drove around. Ren Di, with the extra living allowance and bonuses from the summer office, happily played with Miss Yang. A small car worth 300,000, a little villa over 300 square meters. It truly felt like being supported by the state, without any psychological burden. "Tomorrow I have to go to the capital. The state banquet is about to start," Ren Di told Yang Loi. "Do you want to come with me?" "Huh. Just got back and now I have to leave." Yang Loi was a bit unhappy. "I can't go. What's wrong?" "My old man has actually been teaching me how to handle company matters these past 2 months. He never let me touch them before. Who knows what's wrong with him now? Or if he hit his head on the door." Yang Loi mumbled about Yang Tiancheng. "Maybe he wants you to inherit the company?" Ren Di suggested. "I don't know, but ever since that family banquet, he has been like this." Ren Di pondered, thinking that this old fox must have noticed something. Perhaps the change in his attitude towards Li Nana had caught his attention. Is Yang Tianla still with Li Nana? Yang Tianla moved out. Who knows why the old man agreed. "I want to move out too." Ren Di hugged Yang Loi and said, "Just wait a little longer, when I achieve something great. Will you marry me? By then, I'll have the ability to hire the banquet chef and stars you want. Rendi, I want to have your child. Before she could finish her sentence, a crisp ringtone interrupted their intimate moment. Yang Loi gritted her teeth as she took out her phone, turned it off, and removed the SIM card. But the words she had just mustered the courage to say vanished into thin air. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. I said, I can't come home too late tonight. Oh, Rendi nodded in disappointment. His hopes of winning over the young lady's heart dashed once again. After seeing Yang Loi off, Rendi returned to his room and pulled out his gear, a special agent suit. Ahem, it wasn't as flashy as in the movies. It was just a few sets of documents for different occasions, a special phone for agency use, and a dedicated laptop. His boss, Zhao Heng, had done well, even getting Rendi a driver's license and a domestic flying license, so at least he wasn't driving without a license anymore. Rendi packed these items into a special briefcase and placed it on the bedside table. He was no longer unemployed. System, thank you. Serving the host is the system's responsibility. Disguise, self-defense, violent response, tracking and counter-tracking, rapid memory, logical reasoning, cryptography training, psychological training, stealth, and other special agent training courses, though only 2 months long. They allowed Rendi to truly analyze his past life and understand his inner self. He had a moment of enlightenment. His past self was just a simpleton, oblivious to the system's efforts. By the way, what system is hidden under your temporary worker facade? A super agent system? A super warrior system? Or a super invincible cosmic warrior system? Do tell. The host is overthinking. All right then, I'll just continue to treat you as a temporary worker system. Chef Lu Fat, ever since the cooking competition, had been looking forward to this day. Now he was finally going to be the head chef at a national banquet. Striding with confidence, he met up with Rendi at Yangqing Airport, and the two bought economy class tickets. Throughout the flight, Lu Fat bragged about how he would post about the national banquet on social media, detailing how others in his circle would envy him and how he would respond to their jealousy. Rendi found it amusing. Indeed, Lu Fat was still Lu Fat, someone hard to outshine. Once on the plane, they found their seats in the middle aisle at the back. As Lu Fat sat down, his seat clearly expanded outward. Rendi couldn't help but chuckle. Brother Lu, this seat must have been custom-made for you. Look how perfectly it fits. Lu Fat patted the armrest, and didn't he stand up? I've just been in a good mood lately. Eating well and sleeping soundly has added a bit of weight. A bit? I feel like it's more like a lot. Fortunately, Rendi wasn't overweight. Otherwise, the two seats would have collapsed. As passengers boarded the plane, Rendi heard a familiar voice. Why do I keep running into acquaintances? Is everyone so free, just bumping into each other all day? They say that in a past life, a glance exchanged 500 times leads to a chance encounter in this life. How many shoulders have I brushed with this person? I hope I wasn't taken advantage of in my previous life. So, what a misfortune. I'm sorry. I really can't get a first-class ticket. There are too many people going to the capital during the holiday, and many have booked their tickets months in advance. Zheng Anquan apologized to his girlfriend. I've never been in such a terrible place. It's so cramped that I can't stretch my legs. Sigh, I've endured so much just to see my idol perform. Lily, please bear with it a bit. If we miss this flight, you won't make it to your idol's concert. Do you know him? Lu Peng asked, noticing Rendi's expression. Yeah, he's a classmate from high school, but we weren't close. Really? Lu Peng's eyes lit up, and he raised his voice. Oh, Rendi, are you nervous? We're going to meet so many foreign guests and leaders at the national banquet. My legs are a bit shaky. His words immediately silenced the passengers in the cabin, and everyone turned to look at them. Rendi felt a bit awkward. Lu Gu, are you trying to stir things up? Chapter 079, Why is there a snake on the plane? Hey, sir, are you going to attend the national banquet? Someone asked curiously. National banquet? You're just bragging. People attending the national banquet wouldn't be crammed in economy class, right? Isn't their transportation for them? Others retorted. Exactly. Those who can go to the national banquet are big shots. You two haven't even been seen on TV and are dressed like this. How could you attend? There was a lot of heckling from the crowd. Zheng Anquan and his girlfriend Lily also spotted Rendi and Lu Peng, especially Lu Peng's shout of Rendi, which completely stunned Zheng Anquan. How come I keep running into people I don't want to see? Isn't it's supposed to be opposites attract? I run into them every time I go out. Seeing that everyone's attention was drawn to them, Lu Peng leisurely said, Well, I can't stand up, Rendi. Can you help me take out our invitation letter to see which hall we're going to? The Four Seasons, the largest banquet hall. Rendi only said this. as the invitation also stated that they were responsible for cooking for the guests in that hall. However, neither he nor Liu Pang mentioned they were chefs. Oh, the Four Seasons Hall. I thought it was the Peony Hall. My mistake. Liu Pang played along, even patting his head. Sigh, people get confused as they age. Rindy, my life is like this. You're still young. You can attend the national banquet now, and your future is limitless. Many people might never reach your current achievements, and those your age are truly rare. At this moment, Rindy felt a bit embarrassed by Liu Pang's flattery. Zheng Anquan was initially annoyed by Rindy's presence, but then he heard Rindy and a fat guy exchanging compliments. Attending a national banquet? Maybe they could visit outside, but what a big talker. Plus, a lower-level person thinks he can go to the national banquet. He must be dreaming. In the end, Zheng Anquan couldn't help but speak up to confront Rindy. However, they were seated far apart, and Rindy didn't hear what he said. At this moment, Liu Pang was sharing some experiences from previous years when he accompanied his master to a state banquet, speaking with such vivid detail that many people believed his claims of attending such events were true. Bro, keep it low-key, low-key. Rindy tugged at Pang's shirt. Just then, an announcement came over the intercom, indicating that the plane was preparing for takeoff. Taking this opportunity, Liu Pang stopped talking. The more he said, the more his identity as a chef would be exposed. Although he had attended state banquets, the nature of the event was different. About 3 hours into the flight, just as they were approaching the airport, a sudden scream broke out on the plane. Ah, there's a snake. This scream startled the passengers, causing them to sit up in a panic to see what the problem was. Rindy was also taken aback by the noise. What? Where's the snake? Can we make snake soup? Liu Pang wiped his mouth and sat up abruptly. He had just fallen asleep, dreaming of eating. Zheng Anquan was pointing at the overhead luggage compartment and the glass panel inside the light fixture, where a snake, about the thickness of a chopstick, was slithering, looking as if it was about to come out. The passengers' panic quickly attracted the attention of the crew, but the flight attendants were also startled upon seeing the snake. Nevertheless, they began to calm the passengers down and called for the air marshal to deal with the snake. The little snake was moving quickly, and with the plane unable to land, the passengers were becoming increasingly anxious about the situation. Zheng Anquan jumped up from his seat, causing those around him to hesitate to sit back down, and the scene was getting a bit out of control. Damn, we can't catch it. It's gone to the other side. What do we do? It's about to crawl into the duct. The air marshal was also getting anxious. This was no joke. If the snake carried any virus or crawled into the wrong place, it could jeopardize everyone on the plane. Seeing the situation, Rindy suddenly thought about whether his mechanical repair skills could help safely disassemble the panel to get the snake out quickly. Liu Go, I'll help, Rindy said to Liu Pang before standing up to find the cabin crew. When he got up, the flight attendants assumed he was also scared and wanted to escape the area, so one of the flight attendants hurried over to reassure him. Rindy said, I can help with this, but I need to use the aircraft's toolkit. With that, he pulled out a freshly issued special identification from inside his clothing to show the crew. Perhaps it was a slight desire to show off that made him feel he needed to use it. After all, being an agent should be mysterious and unique. The flight attendant was surprised to see him produce such an ID, having never seen one before. Is this real? She exclaimed. So, she quickly called over the air marshal and another co-pilot, and Rindy then showed them his identification. This time he quickly borrowed an aviation toolbox. At that moment, the little snake was still persistently trying to crawl inside, but due to the partition blocking it, the snake had climbed to the other side. The passengers on that side were now frightened and restless. Rindy swiftly opened the aviation maintenance toolbox worth 300,000, took out the tools, and removed the partition from the luggage rack. The little snake fell directly from above and was quickly caught in a cloth and thrown into a bottle. Rindy then reassembled the luggage rack and returned the toolbox to the crew. The passengers, seeing that the snake had been caught with Rindy's help, spontaneously applauded him. The flight attendants eagerly approached, wanting to hug Rindy to express their gratitude. He politely declined their requests, but they insisted on slipping small cards with their names and phone numbers into his hands, their enthusiasm overwhelming him. TCH, what a stroke of luck. Zheng Anquan, seeing how popular Rindy was, couldn't help but feel angry. Why did the snake appear above him instead of Rindy? He was making a fool of himself on the plane, shouting and jumping around like a clown, while Rindy became a hero surrounded by beautiful women. Pretty boy? Zheng Anquan cursed. Wow, the handsome guy is amazing. I think I'm in love again. Zheng Anquan's girlfriend, Lily, exclaimed as she looked at Rindy. Hearing this, Zhang Anxuan immediately got annoyed. You love this and that all day long. Have you ever loved me once? Whether I love you or not has nothing to do with you. Lily retorted with a classic line. Zhang Anxuan didn't dare to truly lose his temper with Lily, as it involved whether he could avoid taking a detour of 50 years in the future. As the daughter of the company's big boss, Lily was his goddess, his breadwinner, and his cash cow. Even if he had 1,000 grievances, he wouldn't dare to get angry with her. He vented all his resentment on Rendi instead, thinking it was all Rendi's fault for being a jinx. When Rendi returned to his seat, he suddenly felt a chill around him. After looking around and not noticing anything unusual, he decided to ignore it. The plane soon landed safely at the airport, and amidst the warm greetings of the crew, Rendi walked off the plane. Why did you throw away those notes? So many beautiful women were willing to spend a night with you, and you weren't even tempted? I'm afraid of going back to eat celery mixed with meat. Rendi replied. Is that a dish? Lu Peng didn't catch on to what new dish that was. Rendi didn't explain, and as they exited the passage, two people approached from the VIP channel, and after a brief conversation, they left through the VIP channel. Zhang Anxuan followed behind, watching Rendi head towards the VIP channel, his eyes burning with hatred. Once I marry Lily, someone like you will no longer have the right to appear in front of me. Suddenly, a slap landed on the back of Zhang Anxuan's head, and Lily said disapprovingly, What are you doing? You've been ignoring me for a long time. Are you trying to find someone else? No. After going through several security checks, Rendi and Lu Peng entered the banquet hall. One of the suited men checking him smiled and said, Colleague, you're quite impressive to have made it to the kitchen. Haha, just lucky, nothing more. Rendi replied with a smile. Reflecting on the past 6 months, it really has been luck, hasn't it? In the vast banquet hall, a group of chefs from all over stood neatly, listening to the national top chef and head chef of this banquet giving a speech, followed by a rallying cry. Hey, doesn't it sound exciting? Lu Peng was so thrilled that his whole body was shaking. This is just like the barbershop staff gathering early in the morning to perform a routine. The banquet began, and the chefs started preparing food according to the procedures, showcasing the finest culinary delights. The state banquet would last for 3 days, the first day for foreign guests, the second for high-ranking officials from the country, and the third for notable figures from recent years. Over these 3 days, Rendi tasted things he never dared to imagine before. He used to think that a pancake with an extra egg was a great delicacy. But after trying the pancake made by the banquet chef, he felt that what he used to eat was nothing but pig food. Leaving this place, he worried he might starve after tasting such gourmet food. Who would want to eat something subpar again? Ding. Task. Complete the temporary chief, disguise, mission for the music group. Task Reward 1. Gain advanced chef skills experience in knife skills. Task failure penalty. Complete waste cleanup in the designated area. The system suddenly appeared. Hey, what about my monetary reward? Why is my deposit gone after a failure deduction? Have you been taken over again? The host has already donated the savings, spent the rest, and now only has a little left. Who are you trying to disgust? You. Ha. Rendi laughed heartily. He had won against the system this time, even forcing it to change the rules. Wait, does that mean he wouldn't have any money left in the future? How would he eat and drink? Oh, but he still has a temporary wage from the Summer Security Bureau, so that's fine. Just then, a uniformed man approached and asked, Are you Comrade Rendi? Yes, I am. There is an urgent task that needs your assistance. The uniformed man then explained the purpose of this mission. So, all the principals from the orchestra couldn't make it to the venue for various reasons. Yes, but there are many people in the Security Bureau who can play the piano, right? Why did this task fall on me? There are indeed many who can play the piano, but none meet the performance level required. Those who do meet the performance level are unable to arrive at the venue immediately. Therefore, it has to be you. More importantly, this celebrity is a foreign agent. We suspect that the delay of the orchestra's principal is due to interference from the other side, aiming to create trouble. Understood, I will act immediately. After taking off the chef's robe and putting on a tailcoat, Rendi, with the help of his companions, quickly arrived at the concert venue, which was said to be live-streamed to the entire world. In his left ear was a communication earpiece for contact with the agency, while in his right ear was a performance headphone. He had a small device tucked in his waistband, which was malfunctioning. A dagger was tucked in the small of his back, and a gun was secured by his side. Fully armed, Rendi entered the backstage holding the sheet music. The conductor of the orchestra was pleasantly surprised to see him. Mr. Rendi? Yes, hello, conductor. Great. The higher-ups mentioned that they would assist us with an excellent pianist. Are you able to handle the situation today? Well, I must complete the task regardless. Rendi thought to himself, wondering if this counted as his debut performance, albeit not as a star. The conductor explained the significance of this concert and the pieces to be performed, quickly going over every detail to ensure Rendi understood the orchestra's playing process. Rendi utilized his quick memorization skills to memorize the sheet music, although this made him feel somewhat passive. He couldn't help but wonder what tricks this star agent would pull. At the concert venue, the audience was already seated, waiting for the orchestra musicians to take the stage. Zheng Anxuan and Lily had long since booked tickets for this concert. Lily was a fan of the renowned superstar from a certain country, Mariana Mellenballhorn, who was an exceptional figure. She could sing, act, and was incredibly beautiful, often referred to as the angel of her nation. I'm so excited. My idol, my goddess, is about to come out, Lily exclaimed, shaking Zheng Anxuan's arm. Zheng Anxuan, playing the role of a caring boyfriend, gently brushed aside her slightly messy bangs. I know. Your goddess is coming out. In this kind of setting, we need to maintain decorum. Don't let anyone say I'm uncouth. Zheng Anxuan's voice resonated powerfully, almost shaking the theater's ceiling. Just as Rendi stepped onto the stage, he heard gasps from the audience below, but he couldn't see anything due to the crowd. He dismissed it, thinking the applause was simply admiration for his looks. Chapter 081. A large-scale supernatural event captain. Is it appropriate to assign such an important task to a newcomer at the concert? Mariana is an experienced agent, a member of the Celestial team with the codename Angel. And Yin, female, 29 years old. S-level agent of the agency, codename A, Operation Codename Hibiscus, member of the Grim Reaper team. We're all tied up here and can't rush over. As for the newcomer Ruan Linjun, male, 34 years old. SSS-level agent of the agency, codename R, Operation Codename King, captain of the Grim Reaper team. The older agents in Yang City regarded him as Rendi. Ruan Linjun recalled the information about Rendi, a newcomer who could outsmart Li Chao, a man with particularly strange luck and a not-so-smart genius. Perhaps it was his bizarre luck and strength that led the higher-ups to decide on the concert lineup. There are attempts to use Mariana's popularity to exert pressure on our country through public opinion, aiming to incite dissatisfaction among our citizens and trigger internal chaos. Mariana holds a significant and stable international status with fans worldwide. If her fans become dissatisfied, it can escalate to a national level, which is a clever move. It seems that last time, we caught them off guard by launching our medication into the international market amidst a Western medical dispute, causing them some pain. Wait a minute. Is that kid? And Yin suddenly thought. That's right. It's that newcomer who mysteriously disrupted many enemy plans within our territory before even joining the Xi'an Bureau. Ruan Linjun laughed. He was the first to discover a body we had been searching for half a year. The second time, he directly cut off the enemy's economic chain within our territory, capturing many small fries we hadn't noticed before. The third time, he directly took down the Delta. And Yin completed Ruan Linjun's thought. That's right. This should have been my job, but it was snatched away by an amateur. Ha ha ha. This kid even hid firearms. Ruan Linjun found it amusing just thinking about what he witnessed. How could this kid be so bold? ISNT that courting death. A regular person dares to get involved. If it weren't for the captain backing him up, he wouldn't even know how he would die. Who knows? The fourth time, he directly exposed the conspiracy at Yanqing Airport. Didn't the Western media release news about the terrible security in Tianxia and a terrorist shooting at the airport, only to later retract it saying it was a mix-up? Golden 10 minutes. If he had been just 10 minutes late, a disaster would have erupted. Ha ha, isn't his luck bizarre? The most impressive part is that he went straight to an overseas location and managed to absurdly obtain information that all the industry peers were keeping an eye on. Then quietly sent it to the embassy. I heard he lost his passport and was applying for a new one. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so desperate to send back a bunch of untrained cannon fodder to stir up trouble during the holiday. Just look. With someone like this at the concert, it's bound to be entertaining. On stage, after a brief moment of chaos in the audience, all the musicians of the orchestra gathered, and the conductor came on stage to bow to the audience. Rendi sat at the piano, stretching his fingers. This was another tripod piano, even better than the one he played at the Dingxing Hotel. Rendi's fingers gently glided over the keys, moving with the conductor's baton, producing a series of beautiful notes. The conductor's eyes lit up, and he nodded in satisfaction at Rendi, realizing that the higher-ups had indeed made a reliable choice in bringing such a strong support. Just the simple prelude showcased a level of skill that was not inferior to some of the world's top pianists he knew. Such a person. And music isn't even his main profession. What a waste of talent. As the interlude began, the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Mariana made her entrance, dressed in a shimmering red gown. Rin Di watched her silhouette, his mind flashing through various spy movie scenes he had seen, imagining a terrifying explosion in the concert hall, where he would recklessly charge into the flames, battling to save those trapped. Or perhaps he and Mariana would have a climactic showdown on stage, where she would fire a gun and he would dodge bullets, catching one with his teeth, and then saying something about a certain brand of toothpaste. Although he knew this was absurd, Rin Di couldn't help but indulge in his wild fantasies. The conductor pointed his baton at Rin Di, who nodded and continued to play. The sheet music on the stand needed to be turned, and Rin Di signaled to the page-turner beside him. However, the page-turner's attention was solely focused on Mariana, completely oblivious to Rin Di's cue. He was distracted. Unable to hold back, Rin Di discreetly kicked the page-turner, who finally realized that losing focus in such a situation was a recipe for disaster. He hurriedly turned the page for Rin Di, but perhaps out of nervousness, he flipped it incorrectly a few times, then with a forceful motion, turned 2 pages instead. Rin Di was unaware of this. The page-turner's arm had blocked his view. Once the pages were correctly turned, he resumed playing, but the entire orchestra was thrown into confusion, and the conductor was at a loss. How to remind him? Tell him he was playing it wrong, and to start over? The music couldn't stop. The piano, as the soul of the band, was the backbone. What it said was what mattered. With the piano going off script, what could the others do? Just follow along. Everyone raced toward the beautiful sunset together. Thus, everyone followed suit and turned a couple more pages. Fortunately, most of the musical motifs were repetitive and connected well. The trumpets, violins, and flutes all followed the piano, and the conductor, seeing this, decided to go along with it. Meanwhile, Mariana, who was singing, was also taken aback. The rhythm was off. At this moment, Mariana was not the real Mariana, but her stand-in. In their original plan, the performance would be delayed due to the pianist's late arrival and lack of a substitute. But who would have thought that the organizers were so resolute that they didn't give them an excuse and found a pianist? Mariana was not even at the concert venue. The performance went on as scheduled, and they had to use a stand-in. This wasn't the first time, but a stand-in could never match Mariana's angelic voice, so they had Mariana record her vocals for the stand-in to use. With Rin Di's piano error, the entire orchestra was thrown off track, and the playback of Mariana's songs by the stand-in became jarring. The conductor glanced at Mariana beside him and noticed she seemed unaware of the orchestra's mistake. But how could that be? The stand-in was almost in tears. The recording had no capacity for improvisation, and how could anyone miss such an obvious mismatch in lyrics and melody? While pretending to sing, the stand-in tried to find a way to turn off the recorder hidden in her hair. However, her movements were a bit too exaggerated, and in the chaos, she accidentally pulled off her wig, revealing a disastrous scene for everyone to see. A clump of wig was lying on the ground, singing away. Meanwhile, the real Mariana was meeting with her target. Mr. Amuro, shouldn't you hand over the information you have now? Sure, here's the information. But can Miss Anna not tell me how you managed to do it? I'm a bit curious. What do you mean, Mr. Amuro? The heart of the sea god. How did you steal it right under Tiansha's nose? Haha, so that's what you're talking about. Mariana cast a charming glance at the old man with a little mustache. If you can be as bold next time as you were today, I might just tell you. It's about time for me to head back. After gathering the materials, Mariana prepared to leave. Oh, what a pity I can't personally attend the concert to hear Miss Anna's angelic voice. Haha, don't worry. The concert won't be held on time at all. I'm just making an appearance and then issuing a statement. Next time, I'll invite you to my special event in a certain country. The two pretended to shake hands in farewell, but as soon as Mariana stepped out, her expression fell. Huh, old pervert. How dare he use that tiny mushroom cap? If it weren't for my acting skills, I would have nearly dozed off. She put on her hat and took the same route back to the underground parking lot, planning to drive back to the concert venue. However, she had barely gone far when her communication device rang. Hey, Kron, I've got the information. Has the bait been released? Forget about the information for now. You need to return to your country through the snake path immediately. Do not linger in Tiansha. What is going on? What happened? The news about the concert substitute has been exposed. What? Mariana exclaimed in shock. Why hasn't the concert been postponed? Where did they find so many substitutes? Damn it. It's all that jerk Amuro's fault. If it weren't for that old fool making such demands to get the information, my concert would have been fine. I'm going to kill him right now. Calm down. The only thing you can do now is return to your country as quickly as possible. Don't worry about Tiansha. I'll suppress your news in other ways. Damn it. Damn it. Mariana roared in the car, finally lighting a cigarette to calm herself down. The concert couldn't go on anymore. The substitute sister had run off in tears, and Rindy noticed that the orchestra was looking at him with strange expressions. In his ears, a voice came through the headphones. Rindy, well done. The public opinion has completely reversed. Now no matter what tricks they have up their sleeves, they can't use them. What did he do? Rindy felt anxious. He had been very serious about playing the piano today, fully focused on completing the task without missing a single note. How could it be considered a job well done? On the other side, the sheet music assistant was also panicking, nearly fainting. It's over. It's over. He has messed up the entire orchestra. Will he get fired? How will he find such a job again in the future? No place would take him, right? Beauty leads to ruin, causing disasters for the nation. The word beauty is a double-edged sword. How could he have fallen for the enemy's seduction? Ding! The temporary chief, disguise, mission for the music group has been completed. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Advanced chef skill experience in knife skills. The system's reward brought warmth to Rindy's somewhat agitated mind. The mission was completed. The reward was given. Oh, then it's all good. As long as the system says it's fine, it must be fine. Rindy confidently left the venue. Now that his task was finished, he was ready to report back and go home. He had been exhausted during his days in the capital and returned to the dormitory arranged for him, completely unaware of the turmoil outside. As an external agent of the Xi'an Bureau and a newcomer, many believed he wouldn't be able to perform at such a globally broadcast concert because he was too inexperienced. Just 6 months ago, he was an ordinary worker, and only 2 months ago did he receive training. Even someone with strong psychological resilience would find it difficult to remain calm under the gaze of the entire world. It was expected that the higher-ups had prepared for the possibility of Rindy failing at the concert and being criticized by public opinion. However, the concert indeed failed. But the one who made a fool of herself was Mariana. Those who should know about Mariana's lip-syncing with a stand-in were aware, but no one spoke up. This time, however, the stand-in was exposed. Lip-syncing, stand-ins. Under the intentional scrutiny of certain media, the differences between the stand-in and Mariana were magnified, revealing the truth. Tianxia released an article within 3 minutes of the incident. How much disdain did the American star Mariana have for the people of Tianxia by using a stand-in to lip-sync? Considering Mariana's past, what kind of powerful background allowed this woman to be so arrogant? Lip-syncing, stand-ins, in a top-tier concert with a world-class star's demeanor? Terrifying. This star actually used a stand-in. What is the true nature of this woman? Is she an angel or a demon walking among us? Her actions led to a series of explosive revelations about Mariana's previous lip-syncing incidents in other countries, much of which was classified intelligence from the Xi'an Bureau. Originally, the intention was for the Americans to leverage Mariana's popularity to pressure Tianxia, but unexpectedly, they encountered a setback on their side. Just Rindy's accidental mistake in playing the wrong score caused a complete turnaround in the situation. If only a real musician had been present, this would not have happened. Rindy's skill was advanced piano technique, but he lacked musical intuition. Had he known even a little about the orchestra and the essence of music, he wouldn't have overlooked the score. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. Ruan Linjun also learned about the incident at the concert immediately and couldn't stop laughing. This newcomer is too strong and too entertaining. It's not possible to continue like this. We need to find a way to bring him into our team. With such incredible luck, how can we not make use of it? Captain, is this guy a bit toxic? And Yin has also seen the information about the concert and doesn't know how to describe it. Ha ha ha. What do you think will happen if he joins our team? Ruan Linjun asked. The spider and the mechanic will be out of a job. And Yin replied, huh. Ruan Linjun was taken aback, then immediately remembered the skills and experiences that Rindy would bring. Hiss, and Yin is right. If Rindy joins the team, his abilities will overlap with the other members. The spider has hacking skills, and the mechanic knows mechanical repair and botany. Should we save some expenses and let the spider and the mechanic go? Captain. Chapter 083. Just let it end. Rindy didn't know what would happen next regarding the matter in the capital. Anyway, his task was completed, and he returned to Yang City with Lu Pang. Yang Loi had been waiting at the airport early, and when she saw Rindy come out bouncing like a little rabbit, she exclaimed, "Oh, your little sweetheart is anxious." Why don't you hurry up and run a few steps? Lu Peng nudged Ren Di, who shyly said a word before running over. Yang Luoyi wrapped around Ren Di again. Don't mess around. There are so many people watching. Hee. How was the national banquet? It was fine. I learned a few dishes from the chefs at the national banquet. I will cook for you in the future. Ren Di replied with a smile, using the new skills from the system as an excuse to show them off. Great. Yang Luoyi blinked her sparkling big eyes at Ren Di, who was also fixated on her little face, her delicate nose, and then down to her cute, cherry-red lips. Getting closer, just a little bit closer, just when the two of them were so absorbed in each other that they couldn't pull away. Ding. Task. Complete a 3-day temporary chef job. Task Reward 1. Gain experience in mechanical repair and mechanical modification skills. Task Failure Penalty. Complete garbage cleaning work in the designated area. At this warm moment, how could the system interrupt? Ren Di was going crazy inside. He had almost kissed Yang Luoyi when the system cut in. System is quite basic, lacking emotions. Yang Luoyi had her eyes closed, waiting for the anticipated sweetness. But when she opened her eyes, she saw Ren Di looking gloomy. Ren Di, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with my breath? She had only drunk milk in the morning and didn't dare eat the chive pockets, just 2 pieces of mint candy. Or is her face not clean? Did her makeup smudge? Did her false eyelashes fall off? Yang Luoyi quickly took out a mirror to check her makeup. Everything seemed fine. Could it be that she hadn't washed her hair in the morning and had oily hair? What to do? Would Ren Di dislike her? The two of them walked out of the airport in low spirits, not saying a word, until they got into the car. And Ren Di spoke first. Let's go buy some groceries. I'll cook something delicious for you. Is it a farewell meal? Yang Luoyi lowered her head, unable to look at Ren Di, as tears silently streamed down her face. Harvest meal. Let me think about it. But we don't have a big iron pot at home, so it might not be authentic. Huh. When Yang Luoyi heard Ren Di say that it didn't seem to be a breakup meal, she immediately lifted her head to look at him. But her recent crying had made her nose run. In the next second, pop! The bubble burst. Ah! Yang Luoyi screamed, nearly scaring a cat to death. It's over. Ruined. Just disappear like this. This planet can't accommodate her anymore. The next day, Ren Di woke up to see the young lady sleeping beside him and couldn't help but smile. He had tried hard yesterday to cheer her up. And then a spark of inspiration hit him, reminding him of a scene from a romance novel he read before. When a woman cries and throws a fit, pamper her. Keep her from getting out of bed. When a woman argues with you, pamper her. Keep her from getting out of bed. When a woman keeps asking for gifts, pamper her. Keep her from getting out of bed. As long as she can't get out of bed, what could she possibly do to wrong you? The man should be a bit more dominant, and the woman will be a bit happier. But my lower back is hurting a bit and my knees are sore. Ren Di got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Looking in the mirror, he found his back scratched by the young lady, and he wondered if he would survive after she mastered her skills. After washing up, he heard the young lady's murmurs. Are you awake? He gently asked, holding her hand. Upon seeing Ren Di's face, Yang Luoyi suddenly realized she was naked, and then she caught sight of the clothes thrown all over the bedroom, the torn stockings, and the bar hanging by the headboard. Her face instantly turned crimson, and she burrowed back under the covers, refusing to come out. Ren Di chuckled and said, Darling, I'll bring you breakfast later. What do you want to eat? You're annoying. Under the covers, Yang Luoyi's face was burning. The little thought she had for so long had surprisingly come true last night. Yang Luoyi's little skit. A group of Chibi Yang Luoyis held up banners and signs shouting, Congratulations to Yang Luoyi for hitting a home run. Plus 5 points. Should I go home and steal the household register? Yang Luoyi pulled the blanket to create a gap and asked Ren Di. That might need to find a chance when my dad is not in Yangcheng. The household register is in his bedroom safe. Silly girl. No need to steal it. I'll just go to your house and ask him for it in a few days. Ren Di caressed Yang Luoyi's smooth face, and then accidentally continued to touch downwards. The two of them didn't get up until the afternoon, really because they were too hungry to bear it. Otherwise, they might have stayed in the room for another 10 days or half a month. They tidied up a bit, and Ren Di directly made Yang Luoyi a sports skirt from the leftover fabric he bought last time. This made Yang Luoyi look stunning. Her man made it for her by hand, and it was a couple's outfit. Has the host forgotten something? Wedding candies? Your matchmaking fee. Ren Di was mumbling to himself and the system. If it weren't for the system's divine assistance this time, it would probably take him a while to win over the young lady. He really needed to thank the system properly. New chef task. Have you forgotten? Oh no. What's wrong? Yang Luai asked beside him. My luggage and the things others asked me to bring from the capital are still with Lu Pang. Being forgotten at the airport, Lu Pang looked up to the sky and howled as he watched two lovey-dovey people holding hands leave, while he was left with a pile of luggage. By the time you remember me, my body will have turned to fossil. Ren Di hurriedly picked up his phone and saw dozens of messages and missed calls. Yang Loi also remembered that she hadn't gone home all night. Her father was going to go crazy. She picked up her phone and saw a bunch of messages and calls too. I have to go home first. I need to find Lu Pang first. They both spoke at the same time, then exchanged a glance and laughed. Yang Luoi's small hand climbed onto Ren Di's chest and said, Ren Di, I want to marry you. A kiss. The two of them were affectionate for a long time before parting. When Yang Luoi left, the deep emotion in her eyes made it seem like she was leaving her soul behind, which stirred something in Ren Di again. After watching Yang Luoi's car disappear, he finally got into his own car and drove to find Lu Pang. However, just as he got in, his phone rang again. It was Yang Luoi. Ren Di, I miss you. I miss you too. So sweet. Chapter 084. Teamwork challenges. Ren Di first went to Lu Pang to retrieve his luggage, then took the items he brought back to the summer office. After that, he went to the restaurant the system mentioned to apply for the chef position. After all, it was just 3 days, and the work wasn't much. The most important thing was the skills provided by the system. Ren Di really wanted to acquire all the skills from the system to see what it would offer him when it ran out of skills in the future. Dressed in a chef's outfit and wearing a chef's hat, Ren Di with a spatula drew the attention of a group of people. Kid, are you in the wrong place? With your looks, you should be a model. Yeah, with that appearance, you don't look like a chef at all, but more like you're here for a fashion show. Exactly. Ren Di smiled but didn't respond. Instead, he got straight to cooking. When a plate of delicious and beautifully presented dishes was served, everyone couldn't help but drool. The aroma was so enticing that it felt like the scent had legs and was crawling into their noses, successfully becoming a part of the restaurant. Ren Di started his first day as a chef. No doubt, the assistants prepared the ingredients while the head chef cooked, and everyone performed their roles. Everything was going well, except that the meal times were a bit unpredictable. The next day, Ren Di caught the attention of the restaurant's waitresses. Every time he finished a dish, the waitresses rushed to serve the food, eager to get into the kitchen. This was something that had never happened before. The kitchen was filled with smoke, and the waitresses usually avoided the kitchen to protect their skin. But this time, they were fighting over the chance to see Ren Di more. The chef, who had been working in the restaurant for many years, felt a bit frustrated. What is going on? Was the kitchen once a gathering place for fierce beasts? A guest wants to see you. Just after finishing a stir-fry, Ren Di heard the words of the restaurant manager. A guest in the private room has eaten your dish and wants to meet you. All right. Ren Di followed the manager to the private room. Before reaching the door, he heard people inside bragging. The chef's skills are quite impressive. It's comparable to a meal I had at a top restaurant in the capital, but it's still slightly lacking in flavor. If I could give a few pointers, it could improve even more. The system skills aren't up to par. Ren Di shook his head. Clearly, this person was just boasting. He walked into the private room and asked, May I know who is looking for me? Oh, you are the chef of this dish. Ren Di looked at the plate that was mostly empty except for some broth. What dish was this? It tasted good, but it was missing a few things. Your plating was a bit off, and the vegetables were not cut evenly. Also, you added a bit too much salt. Yes, you're right. Ren Di nodded, as he was there to gain skill experience, not to listen to your bragging. I'm a regular here. The dishes made by your head chef are very good. You should learn from him and not ruin the restaurant's reputation, blah blah blah. Ren Di didn't argue. He just nodded and waited until the guest finished before leaving. Outside the door, the manager looked a bit embarrassed. Chef Ren, I didn't know the guest would be like this. If I had known, I wouldn't have called you. It's all right. Who is this head chef? Ren Di had only been there for 2 days and didn't recognize everyone in the kitchen. Clearly, someone was trying to pick a fight with him. The manager glanced around and quietly said to Ren Di, the head chef of the restaurant is planning to leave, and the current chef is the most likely candidate to take over. However, now that you're here, many people think you're more skilled than him, and you might even become the head chef. So, someone resents a temporary worker who has only been there for 3 days? Ren Di shrugged, feeling bored, and decided to take the opportunity to relax and use the restroom. Ren Di didn't go to the staff restroom at the back. Instead, he went to the public restroom of the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he suddenly noticed something was off. What is this package doing here? Did someone leave it behind? After using the restroom, He picked up the package and headed to the front desk, planning to ask if anyone knew whose it was. However, as he walked, he noticed that the weight of the package seemed unusual, and the items inside felt like a single unit. Curiosity got the better of him, and he opened it slightly, only to be stunned. It was actually a time bomb. Having studied professional systems knowledge, Ren-D recognized it immediately. Looking at the timer, it showed less than 5 minutes remaining. Without hesitation, Ren-D dashed out of the restaurant and directly called Zhao Hang. The area around the restaurant was filled with densely packed buildings. Ren-D had just considered the location of the package. On the other side of the restroom wall was the kitchen, which was filled with flammable and explosive materials. Once this bomb detonated, the entire restaurant kitchen would act as a super bomb, potentially destroying the entire commercial street. Especially with the gas pipeline explosion, the losses are simply immeasurable. He ran to the square in the commercial street, a crowded but relatively open area. Everyone, evacuate immediately. There's a bomb. Everyone, get out of here now. Ren-D shouted. Many people were frightened and ran away, regardless of whether the threat was real or not. Of course, some thought it was a prank and weren't scared at all. Instead, they moved closer to watch out of curiosity. Others, concerned, called the police. Ren-D directly took out the bomb and attempted to disarm it using his phone. Although a phone isn't a computer, it still has some functionality. Using his hacking skills, Ren-D began calculating. Just then, a female patrol officer approached. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come any closer. There's a bomb. Quickly evacuate the crowd. Ren-D didn't look up, continuing to work on disarming the system. What? A bomb? The female officer tensed up immediately upon hearing the word bomb. She quickly drew her pistol and aimed it at Ren-D. Everyone step back. And you, raise your hands. Put down the bomb, or I'll shoot. The officer yelled at Ren-D. Ren-D was at a critical moment in disarming the bomb and didn't dare to lose focus. Seeing that Ren-D was ignoring her, the officer grew angry and called for backup. Then she shouted at him again, I'll count to 3. If you don't put down the bomb, I'll shoot. 1, 2, 3. Ren-D was shot in the arm, and his phone fell to the ground. Idiot. Ren-D gritted his teeth and cursed. Sweat poured from his forehead as if it were free. With less than 60 seconds left on the bomb's timer, he had been on the verge of uncovering its secret. But now, he'd been sabotaged by an incompetent ally. Ren-D stood up and ran toward the female officer. But she fired a shot at his feet. Don't move. Hands on your head. The officer shouted nervously, now fully convinced that Ren-D was a terrorist. Just then, the sound of a helicopter echoed from the sky. Thinking backup had arrived, the officer immediately yelled, Drop what you're holding and put your hands on your head. But a voice from the helicopter's loudspeaker announced, Officer, drop your weapon immediately. Drop your weapon now. Chapter 085. We'll send you a commendation later. The arrival of the helicopter made the surrounding crowd realize the severity of the situation. There really was a bomb. Panic ensued as people scattered in all directions. Officer, drop your weapon immediately. Drop your weapon now. Hearing the broadcast, the female officer froze. Drop her weapon? In that moment of hesitation, Ren-D moved. He rushed toward her at lightning speed, disarmed her, and tackled her to the ground. Ren-D took the gun to prevent his incompetent ally from accidentally firing another round at him. After all, he wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest today. The helicopter quickly gained altitude and continued broadcasting warnings for people to stay away from the area. After being tackled, the female officer still tried to struggle against Ren-D. Calculating the time left, Ren-D roared at the reckless woman. Do you want to die, you fool? The female patrol officer was pinned down by Ren-D, with his hand pressing firmly on her chest, causing her blood to surge as she angrily bit at his face. Just then, a deafening explosion accompanied by a powerful shockwave sent both of them tumbling several meters away. A large pit, over 10 meters in diameter and a meter deep at its deepest point, appeared on the ground, with debris falling around them. As the dust settled, a police car, sirens blaring, arrived late to the scene. This was the power of an explosion on flat ground. Ren-D shuddered to think of the consequences had it occurred in a restaurant. He got up from the ground, and the female officer also sat up, looking dazed. Are you all right, Ren-D? Zhang Xiaoyu rushed over from the police car. Brother Zhang, what are you doing here? Ren-D was surprised to see him. Was it a promotion? Are you hurt? Zhang Xiaoyu frowned upon seeing Ren-D's injured arm. Ren-D angrily confronted the female officer. Have you lost your mind? You fired your weapon without understanding the situation first. Did you sneak into the police station? I didn't smack. Ren-D slapped the woman hard. Let us put your shooting at me aside for now, but don't be foolish like a pig. Otherwise, someone will end up dead because of you. The female officer realized she had misjudged the situation from the start. Meanwhile, the surrounding officers were cleaning up the mess, and Rin Di was taken to an ambulance. Zhang Xiaoyu looked at the female officer and asked, "What is your name? Hand over your badge and gun. You're suspended. I want to accept that." "Why? I was acting for the safety of the public." "Is that how your instructor taught you? You can't even grasp the situation properly. You thought he was a terrorist? Just because you think someone is bad, does that give you the right to shoot? Is a bad person always bad and a good person always good? Forget it. I'll report this to your superiors." Zhang Xiaoyu shook his head. As Rin Di sat in the ambulance, he suddenly called out, "Wait. Stop at that restaurant ahead. I need to change clothes." The ambulance pulled up to the restaurant, where many people had gathered after the helicopter passed by and the explosion occurred. They were now even more curious to see the ambulance stop. As Rin Di got out, the people inside the restaurant widened their eyes. "Chef Rin. Huh. Chef Rin. What happened to you?" "It's nothing. Just a minor injury." Rin Di smiled, though the wound on his arm, being a through-and-through injury, was bandaged but still looked alarming with bloodstains on his clothes. He returned to the restaurant and changed out of his chef's uniform into his own clothes. Just as he was about to find the owner came in, followed by a plump chef. "Boss, look at this guy. Even if it's chaotic outside, we should stick to our jobs. This kid not only ran off to see the commotion, but came back all injured. If this gets out, you'll take the blame. What if he claims it's a work-related injury? Are we liable or not?" The owner looked at Rin Di, realizing this handsome young man had only been with them for 3 days. "Perfect timing, boss. I need to discuss something with you." Rin Di smiled and said, "Old Wang told me that you went out during work hours without permission. Now you're fired." The boss replied, "Are you Chef Wang?" Rin Di glanced at the fat man behind the boss and then smiled. "Are you happy that I'm fired? No one is competing for your head chef position anymore." "What nonsense are you talking about?" The fat chef's face twitched. "However, thanks to you bringing someone to embarrass me today, you've actually saved the restaurant. You've saved everyone on this street. I'll have someone send you a banner." Rin Di took out an identification document from his pocket and handed it to the boss. "Could you please take a look at this and settle my salary for the past 3 days?" "What do you mean?" The fat chef was confused. And the boss also looked puzzled as he took Rin Di's document, opened it, and was momentarily stunned. "Oh, haha." He looked back at Rin Di and then at the document, unsure whether to believe it. "Boss, there are 2 police officers looking for you." 3 more people entered the small employee changing room, led by the head waiter along with the police officers. When the police saw Rin Di, they were momentarily taken aback and immediately saluted. "Good day, sir." This sentence left the fat chef, the boss, and the head waiter dumbfounded, as if they had seen an alien. "So, are you in charge of investigating the situation here?" "Yes, sir. Please conduct a thorough investigation. I suspect there are insiders in this restaurant who have exposed its internal structure, especially in the kitchen." "You should ask around," Rin Di said, taking back his identification from the boss. "By the way, will my salary for these past 3 days be issued normally?" Rin Di asked sincerely. "Huh. Okay, of course. I'll get it to you right away." The boss was so frightened that he was somewhat incoherent. What kind of deity had he hired back? He hurriedly pulled out all the cash from his wallet without counting and handed it all to Rin Di. "Here, is this enough?" Rin Di smiled as he accepted it. "I'm leaving now, my arm really hurts." Everyone watched Rin Di leave, and for a long time, no one spoke. Is Chef Rin an undercover agent? The head waiter couldn't imagine that such a skilled chef was actually a government official. But why would he come to their restaurant as an undercover agent? This place isn't a criminal den. That person is neither a police officer nor an undercover agent. One of the officers said, "That's not something you need to know. All right, let's suspend operations and call everyone in for a statement." At that moment, the fat chef suddenly collapsed to the ground, mumbling, "Will I be arrested and sent to prison? I haven't done anything wrong. At most, I've just stolen some ingredients for a little profit. I really haven't done anything bad." Chapter 086. A calm and beautiful life. Ouch, it hurts. Rin Di was in the hospital getting his wound re-stitched by the doctor. Due to his resistance training, the anesthetic had no effect on him. Rin Di was crying out in pain, drawing the attention of a pretty nurse who kept glancing over. "Even if you want to attract my attention, this isn't the way to do it. The anesthetic has already been administered, yet there's still a complaint of pain. They can't even act properly." The pretty nurse tossed out a haughty remark before leaving. "I'm not acting, it really hurts. Speaking the truth, no one believes me. I can't explain it either. I've trained for this, and even with multiple doses of anesthetic, It doesn't help. Forget it. After the pain, it's all about enjoying the relief. Stimulating the nerves deep within, and surprisingly, many forgotten memories flooded back. As a child, I once foolishly stuck my finger in the door crack and got it caught. Or poked a chicken with a burning twig while lighting the stove, only to be chased around by the chicken pecking at me. I once snuck up to touch a donkey's belly while it was grazing, only to be kicked away, leaving a black-purple hoof print on my stomach. On New Year's Eve, I stole my grandfather's lighter to play with the firewood, ending up with no hair or eyebrows after getting burned. And then my father hung me up to break 2 brooms. All right, don't get it wet when you go back. Change the dressing every 3 days. Thank you. You're welcome. Luckily, it didn't hit the bone, and the bullet didn't stay in your body, otherwise. Randy didn't say anything more, and just got dressed to head home. When he was almost home, he asked the system, "Hey, did I do well today? I got paid for 3 days of work." The boss didn't have any complaints, which means I completed my temporary chef task, and even saved so many lives. Shouldn't I receive the reward? Ding. Temporary chef task completed. Rewards are being issued. Congratulations, you have received mechanical repair and modification skill experience. The system quickly issued the skill. Randy rubbed his head, feeling dizzy. Was it due to blood loss today? I need to replenish. In the Xi'an Bureau, Zhao Heng listened to reports from his subordinates regarding the large commercial entities and crowded areas in Yangqing undergoing inspections. As expected, they had captured some individuals who were either sabotaging or had not yet implemented their terror plans. Ever since the last incident involving Mariana, there have been numerous terrorist attacks worldwide, almost more than 10 a day. Other cities in Tianxia also experienced explosions, but they were all dismissed as gas explosions due to the hot weather. These troublemakers just can't stand to see others doing well. They always find ways to cause destruction. They don't clean up their own mess, but spend all day disgusting others. It's infuriating. What about Rindy? I heard he got shot in the left hand, but it didn't hit the bone. Idiots. Why are there always such incompetent teammates around? Is the patrol's purpose to hold guns on the streets just to target their own people? They can't catch the real criminals and instead unleash their strength on their own. Tell those people that this matter must be dealt with seriously. If it weren't for Rindy, they would have lost their positions. The more Zhao Heng spoke, the angrier he became. A 2-kilogram C4 bomb could not have come from outside Yangqing. Who made these things? And who is acting as a protector for them? Zhao Heng felt that if he hadn't recruited Rindy, he might have had to spend this spring festival in the desert. Luckily, thankfully, Zhang Tianyu has managed to climb to a deputy position by leveraging his experience, and his direct supervisor must be benefiting from this good fortune. Hopefully, he can advance further next year. In the evening, Rindy went out to find a barbecue stall to eat, as cooking at home with his injured left hand was inconvenient. However, Rindy did not tell Yang Laoyi about his injury. Otherwise, the young lady would be worrying unnecessarily. And he didn't have the energy to comfort her. They say that having a little barbecue every day makes life quite enjoyable. With wine, meat, and friends, all worries seem to disappear. Rindy looked around at the happy people sitting together, drinking and eating barbecue, and felt a bit cheerful. Many were still discussing the explosion that happened in the city earlier that day, speaking about it as if they had witnessed it firsthand. If Rindy hadn't been at the scene, he might have believed them. Wasn't it said that a young man who had illegally entered the country was holding a timed bomb intending to blow up a building in the city center? And that he was shot dead on the spot. He also heard that the police shot one of them. It sounded terrible. There was nothing left of the body. Just a huge pit on the ground, not even ashes. Rindy broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. He died? Nothing left? Come on. At least he saved quite a few people today. They shouldn't curse him like that. Rindy wanted to explain that he was alive and quite fine. Before he could get up, a metal plate flew over from the side and crashed to the ground, causing a commotion. Everyone turned to see that a fight had broken out at another table. One person was wielding a large green stick, another had a skewer in hand, and yet another was holding a plastic stool, all 3 of them grappling with each other. Rindy stood up, intending to stop them, but then he heard someone shout, "Stop fighting! The police are coming! The police are coming!" The 3 fighting immediately ceased their struggle and quickly separated, throwing the broken bottles to the ground and riding the fallen tables and chairs while checking on each other. Did it hurt? Are you okay? A police car slowly approached and parked by the roadside. An officer got out of the car, and the 3 men who had been fighting stood up straight, waiting for the police to address them. The officer asked the 3 blocking his path, "What is going on? Do you 3 have an issue?" One of them was about to say that he thought the officer was there to deal with them, but was simultaneously silenced by the other two. It's nothing. Nothing. Just let us through. Don't block the road. The officer walked over to the barbecue stall and bought some peanuts and edamame before leaving. Watching the police drive away, the three fighters all breathed a sigh of relief. The police also enjoy edamame. Haha. The surrounding guests laughed. After all, it's perfectly normal for the police to enjoy snacks too. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The city management is coming. The city management is coming." Instantly, all the food stall owners sprang into action, quickly stacking up the empty tables and chairs and loading them into their stalls before disappearing into the night. Rindy looked at the skewer in his hand, lost in thought. The owner still owed him 2 lamb kidney skewers. And what if he had a date with Miss Young tomorrow and felt unmotivated? Chapter 087 Professionals, Part 1. Linana has not been doing well lately. She feels a bit troubled. She thought that after returning to her home country, she would be able to showcase her skills, handle her affairs beautifully, and then live a superior life with a green card. However, upon returning to Yang City, she realized that she had underestimated the situation. In the past, her organization had arranged for people to impersonate her parents to connect her with Yang Tianla and used various resources to package her as an elite, all to quickly integrate into the Yang family upon her return to Tianxia, leveraging their resources to penetrate the upper social circles of Yang City and gather some intelligence. When she accidentally encountered Rin Di in the past and learned that Yang Li was the daughter of Yang Tiancheng, she intended to test this young lady. The organization was very eager to turn Yang Tiancheng's group into its financial backing. To her satisfaction, people from the Yang family, whether it was Yang Tianla or Yang Li, seemed a bit foolish. After returning home, she leveraged her advantages to control Yang Tianla, happily working, dating, gathering intelligence, and transmitting information. However, she was quite surprised by Rendi's appearance in the Yang family, Yang Tiancheng's attitude towards him, and later, Yang Tianla being dismissed from Tiancheng Group by Yang Tiancheng. With Yang Tianla no longer in Tiancheng Group, how could she get the group into the hands of the organization? So, Linana thought of Rin Di, wanting to invite him out under the guise of an old classmate and entice him to become her subordinate, just as she had been lured into the organization's trap by money before. However, right after she called Rin Di, he disappeared, to the extent that she couldn't even reach him by phone. Frustrated, she wanted to ask Yang Loi, but Yang Loi was as guarded as a thief, refusing to engage with her at all. Unable to find Rin Di, and with Yang Tianla out of contact with Tiancheng Group, Linana began to use her authority to reach out to other company owners, looking for opportunities to establish connections with Tiancheng Group. In reality, the multinational company she worked for was merely a front for the organization, with limited funding. The previous sources of funding for the company had been compromised. Otherwise, the organization wouldn't have targeted Tiancheng Group. She considered several times going to the Yang family to poison Yang Tiancheng, but unfortunately, Yang Tianla never returned home, claiming to be independent and free. Frustrated, she thought that if he couldn't play at home, he could certainly enjoy himself outside. But she was afraid that being too obvious would raise Yang Tianla's suspicions. With no excuses and gifts too easily traceable, she felt utterly vexed. Just when she was at a loss and decided to go out for coffee, she spotted Rin Di and Yang Loi shopping together. The intimacy between them made her feel sick, almost wanting to hit someone. Linana happened to have a few listening devices on hand, so upon encountering them, she planned to secretly follow Yang Loi and Rin Di, eavesdrop on their conversation, and then find a way to assimilate Rin Di. Linana underwent 6 months of training and gave herself a different look, wearing sunglasses after styling her hair, following closely behind Rin Di and the others. An ordinary person would not notice the professionals tracking. Linana swayed her hips as she trailed behind Rin Di, contemplating how to place a listening device on him. Rin Di and Yang Loi had come out to shop for new curtains for Rin Di's house, but it turned into a casual outing for the two. Linana occasionally stole glances at them, which Rin Di noticed. He took advantage of the moment while bending down to tie his shoelaces and used his phone's camera to confirm that someone was following him. Oh, it's Linana. What game is she playing? What's going on with Rin Di? It's nothing. After we're done here, how about we go get ice cream? That ice cream shop at the corner, sitting at our favorite window seat. What do you think? Rin Di asked Yang Loi. Sure. Yang Loi nodded. And upon hearing Rin Di mention ice cream and the shop's location, Linana felt excited and hurried off to make arrangements. Rin Di noticed Linana leaving with a smile and continued shopping with Yang Loi, but instead of going to the ice cream shop afterward, they went to a hot pot restaurant. Not going to the ice cream shop? Why hot pot? I suddenly don't feel like having ice cream anymore. Rendi casually brushed it off. He couldn't tell Yang Luoyi he was just fooling around. Li Nana found a suitable spot in the ice cream shop and envisioned several scenarios of how she would approach the two to install the listening device. However, after waiting and waiting, the two did not show up. After nearly 3 hours and having eaten 3 servings of ice cream, Li Nana suddenly realized that they might have changed their minds and wouldn't be coming back. Rendi and Yang Luoyi had indeed gone home long ago. In their first confrontation, Li Nana versus Rendi, Li Nana lost. The consequence was a late-night stomachache that almost had her in the restroom all night. Learning from her failure, Li Nana decided to teach Rendi a lesson. She intended to help him out of goodwill as an old classmate. But this guy dared to play tricks on her. Not knowing Rendi's address, she had to wait near Yang Luoyi's place, planning to follow Yang Luoyi to find Rendi. The next day, however, Yang Luoyi didn't go to find Rendi. Instead, she left home and went straight to a spa for 3 hours of skincare. Meanwhile, Li Nana waited under a utility pole outside the spa for 3 hours, nearly melting under the sun. Finally, when Yang Luoyi finished her spa treatment and came out, Li Nana immediately followed her, but after just a few steps, Yang Luoyi stopped to buy some water at a roadside shop. Li Nana was afraid of being discovered and quickly hid behind a large trash bin. She was so focused on watching Yang Luoyi that she accidentally stepped in some dog poop. Because it was hot, she was wearing open-toed sandals, and the slippery poop got all over her toes. Nearby, 2 cats on the wall saw her and seemed to mock her with their meows. Li Nana disgustedly rubbed her feet and shoes, and after a hard effort to clean them, she realized that Yang Luoyi had already disappeared. Li Nana searched several times but couldn't find her. Finally, she asked a shopkeeper if they had seen the girl who just bought water. The shopkeeper replied, "That girl left a long time ago. Her car is super beautiful, a blue one, but I don't know what brand it is." In their second encounter, Li Nana versus Yang Luoyi ended in failure for Li Nana. The price? A pair of shoes covered in dog poop. I'm so mad. I refuse to believe I can't find your address. I'll make you pay for this. That night, while washing her feet, Li Nana swore to herself. On the third day, undeterred, Li Nana continued to stake out Yang Luoyi's residential area, waiting for Yang Luoyi's car to come out. However, it seemed like Yang Luoyi was a good girl and hadn't left her home for 3 consecutive days. Li Nana was so frustrated she could hardly stand it. On the 6th day, Li Nana felt like she was going crazy. How could 2 people who seemed inseparable manage not to contact each other for 3 days? This was ridiculous. Just when she was about to give up on the 7th day, Yang Luoyi's car finally appeared, and Li Nana felt a surge of joy as she followed Yang Luoyi. This time, Yang Luoyi drove to a hair salon, planning to have a hair treatment and a new style. Learning from her previous lesson, Li Nana didn't wait outside the salon, but instead entered a shop where she could see the salon. However, once inside, Li Nana was taken aback. It was a store selling adult products. "Can I help you with something?" the clerk asked. No thank you." Li Nana hurriedly fled the store, unable to overcome the embarrassment most people feel in such situations. Looking around, she found that apart from the adult store, there was no other convenient place to see what was happening in the salon. Finally, she found a janitor and paid him 500 yuan for his clothes and broom. Starting to clean around the hair salon, the scorching sun beat down, wilting the leaves. The ground was hot enough to burn her feet, and Li Nana felt miserable. The salon was on the sunny side, with not even a hint of shade. Yang Luoyi spent a full 4 hours inside enjoying the air conditioning and getting her hair done, while Li Nana toiled outside as a sanitation worker. When Yang Luoyi finally stepped out of the salon, Li Nana let out a sigh of relief. "Hey, you there sweeping the street. I've seen you sweeping for hours. Why don't you clean up the trash over here?" Someone shouted at Li Nana. "Why don't you clean up in front of my store? You can clean it yourself," Li Nana retorted. Li Nana watched Yang Luoyi walk back to the parking lot, preparing to drive away. In a rush, she began to take off her clothes, tossing them aside as she anxiously ran towards her car. After she left, the cleaner who sold her tools and clothes chuckled as he picked up the clothes and broom from the ground. Such fools every day, but today there are especially many. Li Nana caught up with Yang Luoyi's car as it headed to the next destination. At the intersection, the green light was on, and Yang Luoyi drove through. But when Li Nana caught up, the traffic light suddenly turned red. She was so focused on Yang Luoyi's car that she didn't notice the red light. And when she did, she nearly collided with another vehicle. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Can't you drive? Are you blind?" The driver from the opposite direction yelled angrily at Li Nana. At that moment, Li Nana didn't care much. Having already run the red light, she decided to keep going. She stepped on the gas and sped through the intersection, ignoring the people behind her who were chasing Yang Luoyi's car. Yang Luoyi, meanwhile, was happily planning to have a meal, followed by a manicure. She parked her car at a restaurant and was about to get out when a call from Rindy came in. Engrossed in the conversation, she forgot to exit the car. Shortly after, Linana's car entered the restaurant's parking lot, and just as she was about to get out, two traffic police officers on motorcycles caught up behind her. They surrounded Linana's car, and as soon as she stepped out, she was stopped by the officers. On the other side, Yang Luoyi was thrilled to hear from Rindy that they were going to a private restaurant owned by Lu Peng. She quickly started her car and drove off, leaving Linana watching as Yang Luoyi drove away with a beaming smile. The traffic police issued Linana a 12-point deduction and a fine of 500 for running the red light, nearly hitting someone, and ignoring traffic regulations. In short, Linana helplessly watched as her car was towed away. So, had she failed again? Furious, her hands and feet trembled, and she couldn't find her voice. After a long while, she decided to head home. Rindy, you won't escape my grasp next time. I'll have the organization deal with you, she muttered to herself. At that moment, the street was particularly empty due to the scorching heat and mealtime. Everyone was busy eating. Even delivery workers were scarce, as no one wanted to move. Linana walked under the sun, trying to hail a taxi, but there were very few cabs on the street, and those that passed by were already occupied. Having spent too long abroad, she had lost the instinct to use ride-hailing apps, and her anger left her in a daze, not knowing what to do. Just then, a van stopped beside her, and 4 or 5 people got out. Leading the group was a pregnant woman who stepped out and, cradling her belly, blocked Linana's path. You shameless fox. A mistress. Breaking up marriages. How dare you seduce my husband? What? Linana froze, wondering who they were talking about. Who was the mistress? Was Yang Tianla married? No, he wasn't. Humph. How dare you? Don't blame me for coming after you, if you're the other woman. The pregnant woman slapped Linana across the face, leaving her dazed. I'm not who you think I am. You've got the wrong person. Wrong? Don't you dare deny it. You homewrecker. Boys, drag her away and let's confront that scumbag. Let's see if he chooses this vixen or me. Got it. Several burly men hastily bundled Linana into a van. She struggled, insisting they had mistaken her for someone else, but they paid no attention to her pleas. A few passers-by on the street shook their heads and walked away without intervening. Forced into the vehicle, Linana was shoved into a seat. I really am not her. You've got the wrong person. I'm not. The pregnant woman cursed a few more times outside before climbing in, and the van door slammed shut with a click. Linana then saw a white towel appear before her eyes. The pregnant woman sneered coldly. I know you're not the other woman, but so what? The next moment, Linana lost consciousness, still utterly confused about what had just happened to her. Meanwhile, Rindy was waiting for Yang Luoyi at Lu Peng's private dining establishment. The two embraced affectionately, completely oblivious to anyone around them. Rindy, how do you like my new hairstyle today? Beautiful. No matter how you change your look. My darling, you're always gorgeous. I adore it. Rindy replied with a smile, gently pinching Yang Luoyi's cheek. Outside the private kitchen, a van sped swiftly toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 089. The Setup Xi'an Bureau, Yangqing Branch. Damn it. Are they all like wolves? Sniffing out any lead and pouncing? No. The person you're asking about isn't here. They're out on assignment. When will they return? No idea. Zhao Heng hung up the phone. He had just managed to sort out the mess in Yangcheng, clearing out all the minor troublemakers. And before he could even catch his breath, a group of people were already asking him for backup, specifically requesting Rindy's assistance. Do they think this is some kind of loan? You can't just borrow someone whenever you want. What if they don't return him? Pushing a stack of documents aside, Zhao Heng pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. It had been over half a month since he'd last been home. This is downright ridiculous. I've got to send Rindy away on an external assignment, somewhere no one can find him. When Rindy received the mission from the Xi'an Bureau, his initial reaction was, act as a personal bodyguard for a wealthy man? 2 grown men getting all close and personal? And this wealthy man is in his 40s. How is anyone supposed to manage a personal assignment like that? But after reading the mission details and intelligence analysis, Rindy's expression shifted to, oh my goodness, can I really pull this off? It might be a bit challenging, but suddenly, I feel like giving it a try. What should I do? By the time he finished reviewing all the materials, his final reaction was, this mission is perfect. I have to take it. This is for the sake of world peace. Ding. Mission, complete a 1-month undercover assignment as a super bodyguard. Reward 1. Gain advanced tea ceremony skills experience. Penalty for failure. Perform garbage cleanup duties in a designated area. The moment Ren D received the task, the system unexpectedly provided him with new skill experience. Tea ceremony. System, do you not have any useful skill experience for me? The calligraphy and anatomy skills you gave me before are of no use to me at all. If you're out of skills, just say so instead of giving me this useless stuff in a stingy manner. It seems the host really cannot use the tea ceremony skill experience, as the host is already a qualified tea master. Task modification in progress. Beep. Task. Complete a super bodyguard disguise assignment. Task reward 1. Gain advanced lip reading skill experience. Task failure penalty. The system will randomly recover one of the host's skill experiences and require the host to complete garbage cleanup in a designated area. The system humanely listened to Rendi's feedback and changed his task rewards, along with modifying the penalty method. After all, continuously picking up garbage is quite dull. ISNT it. System, I was wrong. Rendi immediately panicked. Recovering skills? ISNT that cutting off his roots and taking his life. Not dead yet. Let you know what it means to have 3 eyes like the king of horses. Seeing that the system no longer engaged with him, Rendi dejectedly accepted the task, and the excitement he felt earlier dissipated. This time, the task could only succeed and not fail. On October 21st, at Yanqing Airport, Rendi followed his current boss, Liao Dongsheng, to the kingdom of Yantian. Liao Dongsheng was in the gemstone business. Previously, he brought his own security team to Vientiane. But in the past couple of years, there had been frequent coups and various disturbances in the country. Just when he was troubled about security personnel choices for this trip, the government surprisingly sent someone to him. Liao Dongsheng was genuinely pleased. The feeling of being trusted and protected by the state is something most people cannot experience. Mr. Ren, I'm counting on you this time. Don't worry, boss. I will protect you at all times. Rendi nodded. This task was indeed quite difficult and dangerous. However, he felt that this was exactly what a real agent should do. Speaking of which, if it was this dangerous for him as a contract worker, he couldn't help but think about the graveyard in front of the training base at Xi'an Bureau where the formal employees trained. They made it through the journey safely, reaching their first stop in Vientiane, Mandalay. During the day, Boss Liao sourced raw jadeite, and in the evenings, he would stroll around the finished jadeite market near the hotel. In 3 days, Boss Liao had basically completed his tasks, and being a cautious person, he didn't make any mistakes. However, on the afternoon of the 3rd day, the hotel provided all the visiting bosses with an invitation to attend a farewell banquet hosted by the Wei family. In the kingdom of Yantian, there are 4 top families that are above the law: the Bai, Wei, and the 2 Lu families. This Jade Festival was held on the Wei family's territory, and no one dared to disrespect the Wei family or refuse to attend their banquet. Unlike the gentlemanly gatherings where people drink, dine, and discuss business, this banquet was about witnessing the Wei family slaughter pigs. Liao Dongsheng arrived at a shopping mall with all his bodyguards, and after tipping the staff, they were led to an underground casino. It was said that this underground casino was somewhat overrated, as it was brightly lit and located in the tallest building on the busiest street of the city. Looks like I'll lose around 10 to 18 million today, Liao Dongsheng remarked while observing the crowd in the casino. If we don't lose money today, we want to be able to go back. Surrounding the casino were bouncers dressed in black suits and floral shirts, each carrying weapons, with some openly displaying handguns tucked into their belts. Seeing the angle and positioning of the guns made Rendi worry for him. Didn't they fear that a careless move could jeopardize their descendants? Rendi closely followed Liao Dongsheng, vigilant for any potential terrifying incidents. Liao Dongsheng played the slot machines for a while and lost over 100,000, then moved on to play dice games, losing more than 2 million, and finally, he played a few rounds of Texas Hold'em, losing 5 million in one go. That should be enough. Let's head back, Liao Dongsheng said cautiously. The others nodded. No one wanted to stay there a minute longer. It was like watching a final banquet for a pig that was themselves, the kind that walked to the chopping board with their own knives. Dear esteemed guests, the lion cage match will soon begin on the 2nd underground level. We wonder if you are interested in attending? A voice from the casino's announcement system inquired. But it was, in fact, an order that could not be disobeyed. I think I need to consider changing careers. If this happens again, I'll be bankrupt. Fortunately, I've kept 10 million as backup funds, Liao Dongsheng said helplessly. Business is too tough these days. Rendi followed Liao Dongsheng to the underground arena, but was stopped at the entrance. Three burly men confronted Liao Dongsheng, saying, "Boss, please have your bodyguards hand over their weapons. It can get heated during the match, and we don't want any fatalities." As the name suggests, the lion cage match involves humans and beasts fighting together to see whether the human kills the beast or the beast devours the human. Upon entering, Ren Di was hit by a strong, lingering smell of blood. Dim lights shone on a large iron cage in the center of the arena, where a muscular lion was pacing restlessly, its eyes glowing green. Liao Dongsheng stumbled into the space, choking on the foul air. Many people were already shouting for the match to begin. The wealthy attendees arriving one after another showed excitement, clearly enjoying the atmosphere. However, many more were like Liao Dongsheng, feeling apprehensive. After the host explained the rules in 3 languages, Burmese, English, and Chinese, the match began. Staff carrying trays went around collecting bets from the guests. Indeed, this was also gambling, as guests needed to wager on whether the lion or the human would win. Liao Dongsheng was out of money and could only afford a bet of 150,000 on the lion. He wanted to bet on the person inside the cage too, but it was clear to anyone thinking logically what the final outcome for that person would be. Then Liao Dongsheng lost. The person inside the cage used superb acting skills to deceive everyone and successfully killed the lion. Roar! Warrior! 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 Haha! Get rid of him. Next match. Bring in someone from Tianxia. Finish him off. Next to Liao Dongsheng sat a hefty man who shouted with a tone of voice that seemed like he wanted to tear the Tianxia person apart. Ren Di glanced at him, but the man noticed and glared at Ren Di. Tianxia person. Bastard. At that moment, Ren Di really wanted to take action and kill this hefty man. No wonder the security at the entrance said it was easy to get worked up watching the match here. This hefty man had competed with Liao Dongsheng for the same piece of jade rough during the day, but he lost the bid by 500,000, leaving him resentful and with ill intentions toward Liao Dongsheng. Damn it, the people from Wanxiang really aren't good. To arrange 2 people with a grudge in the same area is clearly asking for trouble. Liao Dongsheng cursed under his breath. He felt trapped here. If he were 20 years younger, he probably would have directly fought with the man beside him. He thought this, while the hefty man actually did just that. The hefty man was also a character, flanked by 2 bodyguards, and he directed one of them to attack Ren Di. Ren Di noticed the man's sinister gaze and stayed on guard. When the bodyguard approached, Ren Di stood up without hesitation, preparing to confront him. At that moment, the event organizers intervened to stop the confrontation, but they weren't doing it out of goodwill to maintain order. They wanted Liao Dongsheng and the hefty man to take the lead. The bodyguards of both men would fight inside the lion's cage, and only the survivor would be able to leave. The other spectators outside began to place their bets, with the winnings and losses to be borne by the 2 men themselves. Liao Dongsheng was essentially forced into this situation, compelled to sign a betting agreement with the hefty man. He looked apologetically at Ren Di, pondering the consequences if Ren Di were to die. Would he end up being dumped in the Mekong River? He dared not think further. Ren Di couldn't escape either. Both the organizers and the hefty man were too aggressive, and he could only brace himself and go along with it. In the arena, the merchants from Tianxia immediately caught wind of the news and shouted loudly, "Go! Kill these bastards! Wipe them out! Show our strength!" In the second match, Ren Di and one of the hefty man's bodyguards were sent into the lion's cage. The opponent had already stripped off his outerwear, revealing a muscular upper body. His skin glistened with a bronze sheen, and his legs were swinging back and forth, cracking like whips. Moreover, this person's eyes were sharp as a hawk, unwaveringly fixed on Ren Di's face. This person had killed before. Ren Di couldn't help but focus, realizing that in this cage, survival was the only option to escape. He did not want to die here. The 2 stood facing each other in the cage, and the sounds from outside grew louder, creating a chaotic uproar, all merging into one cry. "Kill him! Kill him!" As the opponent's voice reached its peak, he charged directly at Ren Di, first feinting a punch before lifting his hip and kicking directly at Ren Di's waist. This was a typical Muay Thai move, and the opponent was from Siam. Ren Di dodged this attack, recalling Li Chao's teachings. Muay Thai is the national martial art of Siam, known for its great lethality and often regarded as the strongest fighting technique. Its characteristics include offense over defense, a tough style, and fierce movements. Particularly, the knee and elbow techniques in Muay Thai are extremely powerful. However, from a practical combat perspective, it is not as effective as Sanda. Because Muay Thai emphasizes bravery and heavy power, Its attack frequency and speed are relatively slow, leading to significant physical exertion. Rendi thought back to Li Chao's words, linking every movement of his opponent to his memory, adapting to the opponent's rhythm, skillfully dodging while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The opponent once again executed a roundhouse kick, colliding with Rendi's knee, and this time Rendi was hit and rolled on the ground before getting back up. The opponent smiled, saying, "Leave your last words," as if he could kill Rendi at that moment. He charged at Rendi again, delivering a heavy punch, but Rendi jumped up and turned, striking his opponent's head and knocking him to the ground. Just then, all the lights in the venue suddenly went out. A blackout occurred, and the entire venue was illuminated only by a few flickering emergency lights. The crowd gasped, but the two fighters in the cage continued their battle without pause. Rendi was knocked down again, and this time he felt as if his ribs had broken. He struggled to get up as the opponent grabbed his neck, attempting to lift him high. At that moment, the ground shook twice, and then the ceiling of the cage collapsed with a crash. Rendi was drenched in blood, with some flesh and bones falling on him. Stunned, Rendi looked around as the lights flickered back on. But the spectators saw a terrifying scene. Rendi stood in the center of the cage like a demon emerging from hell, declaring the arrival of terror to the world. The lights from the ceiling shone down on him like holy light as he grasped his opponent's arm, his expression fierce and terrifying. Rendi couldn't help but grimace in pain, baring his teeth slowly. The scene was eerily silent. To the spectators, Rendi's terrifying expression resembled a devil savoring the taste of blood. They all held their breath, afraid that the next person to be torn apart would be them. Long live Tianxia. Finally, Liao Dongxing mustered his courage and shouted, "Rendi won. He won't be buried. Long live Tianxia. Long live Tianxia." The Tianxia people in the arena cheered. Rendi felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't killed the man, but rather he had been killed by the falling ceiling. Chapter 091, I am Lu Di, delivering on time every moment. As Rendi crawled out of the cage, the ground began to shake again. Was it an earthquake? The culprit behind the death of that Siamese brother had been found. It was an earthquake. Why does everyone around here seem so accustomed to the earthquake, not panicking or running? An earthquake just happened. Rendi couldn't help but remind them. It's fine. It's fine. Relax, no one will die. Someone replied to him. What do you mean no one will die? Didn't T1 just get crushed a moment ago? He met up with Liao Dongsheng, and at that moment, someone from the organizers came to ask them to meet the person in charge here. In a luxurious office, Rendi and Liao Dongxing met the casino manager. You won the competition, but to take the money, you need to leave him behind. The manager said directly to Liao Dongsheng, then pointed at Rendi. He has caught the eye of our big boss. Liao Dongsheng was taken aback. Rendi wasn't an employee under contract with him, and he didn't dare to agree casually. So he looked at Rendi. Rendi looked at the manager and asked, what if we don't agree? Every day, dozens or even hundreds of people die here, especially those wealthy foreigners. A threat. Such a blatant threat was instantly understood by everyone present. Rendi thought of his mission and suddenly frowned, saying, can I discuss it with the boss first? Of course. Liao Dongsheng pulled Rendi to a corner, and the two began to whisper. Mr. Ren, what should we do? I can't really leave you here, but if you don't stay, how can we return home? Sai, I'll stay. You take the money and things and catch the nearest flight home overnight. Don't worry about my safety, but you have to put on a show for them, understand? After they finished speaking, they started arguing. Liao Dongxing insisted that Rendi stay, while Rendi was reluctant. Liao Dongxing was definitely a man who had refused the little golden man before, with exceptional acting skills, managing to portray a heartless capitalist, or perhaps his true self. In the end, Rendi reluctantly agreed to stay, and the casino manager responsibly arranged for someone to take Liao Dongxing back, while also retrieving Rendi's luggage to return it to him. Rendi wanted to know why the casino boss wanted to keep him, but was told there was no information available, though it seemed there was no immediate danger. No immediate danger? Over the next 2 days, Rendi saw several outsiders who were forcibly kept by the manager, and each one was more handsome than the last. Super handsome. A big word for danger was stamped on Rendi's forehead. What does the manager want with so many handsome guys? Planning to form a handsome guard squad? Create a top-notch boy band? Or does that boss enjoy watching them pick up soap? Just one picking? A group picking? Suddenly, a chill ran down Rendi's spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The door to his room was locked from the outside, and the only window was welded shut with rebar as thick as chopsticks. How afraid were they of him escaping? Ren-D tied the bed sheets to the rebar and started twisting it with all his might. His hands grew sore, the sheets frayed, but the rebar didn't budge. What kind of rebar is this? Not even a Swiss bank vault would be this sturdy. The task assigned to him by the agency was to locate a missing undercover agent in Vientiane, who had infiltrated the largest warlord faction in the region to gather evidence on human trafficking and organ trade. The agency wanted to completely eradicate these malevolent individuals in one fell swoop, but they still lacked crucial lead information. If these people managed to escape, this dark chain would resurface in a few years, becoming a nightmare for ordinary people once again. While he was still struggling with the bed sheets, he heard footsteps outside. He hurriedly untangled the sheets, adjusted the curtains, and quickly lay down on the bed pretending to be asleep. Shortly after, he heard the sound of a door opening and closing from the neighboring room. Another handsome man had arrived. Was this behind-the-scenes big shot trying to hold a global beauty contest? In the early morning, he heard the sound of a tractor outside, its rhythmic sputtering creating a distinct noise. He saw 3 trucks and a tractor passing by on the road. The trucks carried about 70 soldiers dressed in jungle camouflage, but they didn't exude the aura of military personnel. Instead, they resembled thugs. The tractor was hauling a group of men and women with their hands and feet bound. Was this some kind of delivery logistics? Just as he was puzzled, someone shouted from outside, "Come out! Bring your luggage." He stepped outside with his backpack and saw 5 armed men standing in the corridor, while 4 handsome guys emerged from the nearby rooms. Handsome guys meeting handsome guys. Wouldn't it be nice to just cuddle up right away? If he weren't straight, he might have drooled. The 5 of them were escorted onto a relatively empty truck, guarded by those soldiers. As he noticed the tractor following the truck and heard the sputtering noise, it dawned on him that he was just another high-value cargo. In this place, anyone who wasn't a local would become a lamb ready for slaughter. After 4 hours on the bumpy road, which was in terrible condition with either potholes or stones, he felt like he was on a roller coaster. His backside ached from the jolting. "Shouldn't we introduce ourselves? We're all in the same boat now." A long-haired handsome guy suddenly spoke up. "I'll go first. My name is Batol, a freelancer from Tianxia." Looking at the long-haired guy from behind, it was hard to tell he was a man. His figure was incredibly slender, and his face was not only handsome but also had long, curled eyelashes. What a charming young man. A handsome guy with curly hair said, "Is Brother Batol from a minority group?" "Yes. I was originally here for a tour, but ended up getting kidnapped." The curly-haired guy smiled. "I'm Zhang Liang. I came here for business with my boss, but I fainted right after getting off the plane and ended up here. How about you guys?" A strikingly handsome guy with defined features and a sunny disposition said, "I'm just as unlucky. I was tricked into coming here by a friend. He said I could make a fortune here. After I got off the plane, my friend handed me a bottle of water. After drinking it, I lost consciousness. My name is Lu San." It was clear that was a fake name, but no one laughed at him. It was evident he had been badly deceived. "I'm Wang Ming, a man with a slightly melancholic demeanor and a strong scholarly aura, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said, 'Here for tourism.'" Everyone then turned to look at Ren-D, who had arrived the earliest and was the most handsome among them, exuding a nonchalant charm mixed with an indescribable depth. Ren-D grinned and said, "I'm Lu-D." Chapter 092, War and Espionage. Ren-D grinned and said, "I'm Lu-D." The 4 of them were quite taken aback, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "What are you joking about at a time like this?" Seeing their reactions, Ren-D burst into laughter. But then the soldiers on the truck aimed their guns at the 5 of them. "Hey," Ren-D suppressed his smile and said, "I was just trying to lighten the mood. My name is D-Run, D from D-Rengia." Batter also laughed and said, "Wow, your name sounds like it belongs to an enemy." Zhang Liang gave Ren-D a thumbs up and asked, "Why not just call yourself D-Rengia?" "Haha, I don't know what my parents were thinking. Probably watched too many TV dramas." Their commotion was a bit loud, and the soldiers around them immediately pointed their guns at the group, causing them to quiet down in fear. The surroundings became increasingly desolate, and eventually, it was nothing but trees. After 4 hours of driving, the vehicle finally stopped in front of a seemingly sturdy outpost. The 5 were quickly taken inside, followed by men and women with their hands and feet bound. Ren-D noticed that the expressions on those people's faces were poor, filled with anxiety. He sighed, realizing they had all been lured here by the temptation of quick riches. If getting rich were that simple, would the state need to write criminal laws? The 5 were locked in a windowless building, with 3 or 5 fist-sized holes in the walls serving as ventilation and only a small toilet in the corner. Ren-D sat in the corner, mentally recounting what he had seen today and combining it with the intelligence he knew to determine his location. Before coming, he had planned to secretly stay behind while Liao Dongsheng was on his way back to the country. But who knew that a twist of fate would lead to him being captured directly? Moreover, it was the very place he wanted to enter. And the process had been so swift that he was caught off guard. The question now was, how to find the missing undercover agent. Whether the person was still alive was also a concern. The ground shook again, marking the third earthquake of the day. This place, Wanxiang, was truly something else. There were constant small earthquakes amid the major one. The chandelier on the ceiling creaked a few times before settling back to silence. You, and you come out. The door swung open, and a person walked in, pointing directly at 4 of the 5, leaving only Ren Di. You all follow me. Someone will tell you what to do shortly. If you do well, you'll have meat for dinner. If not, you'll be fed to the dogs. The 4 shivered, and Ren Di looked at their backs, feeling worried for them. What about me, sir? What will I eat tonight? I haven't eaten anything all day. Someone will come to bring it later. The person closed the door and left. Ren Di sighed. Soon after, another wave of tremors hit, shaking the walls violently, and the chandelier creaked as if it would fall at any moment. The door opened a crack, and an arm reached in holding a bun. Just about to drop it when the tremors intensified, followed by cracks appearing in the walls. Boom! A power system outside the building short-circuited and exploded due to the earthquake, plunging the interior into darkness. Moments later, a wall collapsed, and the person who was about to throw the bun was knocked unconscious. After the quake, Ren Di saw the door ajar, with someone faintly lying inside. He hurriedly tore off the other's clothing and took off his own to dress the person, as their sizes were similar. After changing clothes, Ren Di, feeling relieved, then killed the other person with a brick and moved the body to a corner, pushing down the remaining half of the wall. The power outage caused chaos. Many doors in the building were equipped with identification systems, but due to the blackout, they were either locked or wide open. Ren Di saw several soldiers locked in their rooms, trying to pry open the doors. This confusion quickly escalated into physical explosions, with loud crashing sounds coming from several places in the building, as people began to demolish their surroundings to escape. Ren Di went downstairs, planning to find the armory, when a third wave of tremors hit, stronger than the previous 2, shaking the ground and swaying the building. Then, a series of explosions erupted nearby, flames shooting into the sky. Hurry up, move quickly. This way. Ren Di heard a familiar voice, and a group of people rushed out from the shadows towards him. Zhang Liang? How did this guy end up here? Ren Di was stunned to see the curly-haired guy. Was he an undercover agent too? However, he quickly noticed that Zhang Liang was limping, injured as he ran. Following him were many people, women, the elderly, and several young individuals missing limbs. Ren Di instantly realized these were laborers who had been deceived. Armed individuals followed closely behind them, and Ren Di picked up a gun he found and shot the attackers one by one from the shadows. Zhang Liang sensed the commotion behind him and paused for a moment, as if realizing someone was helping them, prompting the group to run even faster. Ren Di watched as they entered a warehouse, stole a truck, and then headed towards the main building of the base. Meanwhile, the person in charge of the base was desperately trying to escape with his belongings. Damn it, when will it be fixed? His escape helicopter had been tampered with and wouldn't take off. The pilot was trying to repair it, but to no avail. Another half hour? Useless. In anger, he shot the pilot dead. Since it couldn't fly, he decided to drive away. Rebellions were common here. Anyone in command of troops would not trust their subordinates. The earthquake merely hastened the onset of this rebellion. The person in charge returned to his room, where 2 well-built men were searching for clothes and weapons. Upon seeing him enter, the expressions of the 2 changed dramatically. Batul and Wang Ming, once brought here, immediately understood what the so-called good things were that those people had mentioned. The person in charge was compromised, held at gunpoint, and in order to survive, the 2 had no choice but to comply. Just as the earthquake struck, gunfire erupted outside. An injured soldier ran in to report a rebellion, and the 2 were discarded by this person in charge. Fortunately, they were well known, and amidst the gunfight with the soldiers, they remained unscathed. Once those people left, they dared to come out from their corner to find clothes to wear. However, halfway through putting on their clothes, the pervert spotted them. The moment the person in charge opened his mouth, a gunshot ended his life, and Lu San emerged from the shadows. Lu San, Batul, and Wang Ming were momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, You are an undercover agent?" Lu San looked at the 2 and raised his gun again. "Sorry, It was quite a spectacle when Ren-D rushed over and witnessed this dramatic scene. A spy within a spy. Chapter 093. What a spectacle. Ren-D saw this grand performance. Among the 5 people he was with, 2 had hidden identities? No, he had to add himself to that number. As Ren-D pondered whether to rescue the other 2, the earthquake struck again, this time with greater intensity, causing the roof of the main building to collapse and separate the 3. Lu San put away his gun and turned to leave in another direction. Only after Lu San left did Ren-D come out to take the box from the dead man's hand, casually tossing a pair of pants and a jacket to the 2 exposed individuals. Finding a secluded spot, Ren-D opened the box and discovered numerous transaction documents, some cash, and a small amount of diamonds. The information was even more comprehensive than what an undercover agent would risk their life to obtain. For a moment, Ren-D was at a loss for words. It was almost too easy. He even found some information about a certain country in the documents, including records of transactions between both parties. Batul and Wang Ming emerged, supporting each other, and after they left, Ren-D set the place on fire. At that moment, apart from the fleeing crowd, the armed individuals had also vanished, leaving only the dead on the ground. On October 27th, a magnitude 6.5 earthquake struck the country. And another country, following humanitarian principles, came to assist, ultimately rescuing 225 abducted citizens, including 283 women. Back in Yangcheng, Ren-D saw this news in the car. It was all delayed reporting, but in reality, many more had died locally. Most of those who returned alive would end up in prison, with 3/4 of them disabled. Many had lost limbs, and some fingers were missing. It was no longer related to him. This external operation ended abruptly. Later, Ren-D found out that Lu San was a mercenary killer who appeared there after taking a job to kill. Zhang Liang was a retired regular soldier, who ended up there completely due to being deceived by a greedy boss, while Batul was the most unfortunate of them all. The chrysanthemum was first offered to a villain. And thinking about this, Ren-D couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. He was just a hair's breadth away from becoming like them. As he wrote his performance report, Ren-D's mood worsened with each word. Every time he recalled the horrific scenes of those who had been trafficked here, he felt an urge to go out and kill again. Yang Loi noticed Ren-D's poor mood, so she took him to the beach, hoping to cheer him up. Yungang, the closest coastal city to Yang City, even has a navy station there. Every time a warship set sail, many people would come to watch and take photos. Ren-D sat listlessly on the beach, watching the beautiful women and handsome men around him dressed so lightly, even though it was almost November. Ren-D, look at the beautiful shells I found, Yang Loi exclaimed, holding a bunch of shells for him to see. Ren-D comfortingly ruffled her hair as he looked at the shells in her hands. It was indeed impressive that Miss Yang could find several complete shells on such a crowded beach. Hee, what are you looking at? Yang Loi asked curiously when she noticed Ren-D's gaze was elsewhere. In the distance, a warship was sailing straight ahead, and a group of soldiers in formal attire was saluting the sea. Each of them wore an extremely serious expression, and the man at the front was dressed in military uniform, with his left arm bandaged and suspended across his chest. Beside him, a female soldier and a bespectacled man were tearfully gazing at the calm sea. There, a line of white and yellow chrysanthemums swayed with the waves. Brother Shogo, we'll meet again in the next life. See you in the next life. For a long time, Wan Linjun, with his arm in a sling, was reluctant to leave the deck, just standing there in the wind. You said you wanted a sea burial after you died, to return to the ocean. I fulfilled that for you. You wanted to sponsor 1,000 children for education. That wish has now exceeded my means. I jokingly said I would resign from you. Shogo Qingliang, why can't you take a joke? Wan Linjun shouted at the sea, come back to me. And Yin was hiding by the side door, desperately wiping away her tears, while the bespectacled spider silently bit his nails. The Grim Reaper squad had always been the harbingers of death for others. When did they become the slaughtered pigs? The Grim Reaper can only decide their own life and death. Sigh. The warship returned to port, and countless people rushed to take photos. Yang Loi pulled Ren-D along to join the excitement, and the two squeezed into the crowd, exclaiming in unison, wow, so big. Ah, so impressive. So cool. So amazing. I want to be in the Navy too. Beep. Task. Please complete a 6-hour temporary beach guardian mission. Task Reward 1. Gain experience in yoga and martial arts skills. Task Failure Penalty. The system randomly reclaims one of the host's skill experiences. The sudden system task left Ren-D stunned. This beach guardian. After reading the task details, Rendi was filled with black lines on his forehead. System, are you just bored? Are you messing with me? Beach Guardian, why don't you just say you're picking up trash and cleaning up the garbage here? Where's your face? You might as well call it a garbage collection system or sanitation system. I've never seen a system so concerned about environmental hygiene. Due to the host's frequent inability to complete the system's punishment tasks on time, the system has decided to increase the difficulty of the tasks. Your difficulty is to send me trash collection tasks directly? Guardian mission, born to protect home and country. Hey, come on. Rendi really wants to spit on the system. A mission to protect home and country? Sigh. It's hard to express Rendi's struggles. Yang Loi happily follows Rendi on the beach to pick up trash and clean up the environment. Her man is so loving. Rendi, how much can this bottle sell for? Yang Loi asked while holding up a green stick. 3 mao. Rendi replied, wondering why he was so familiar with the prices of these waste materials. Ah, I found a ship model. Can this sell? Yang Loi asked again. Rendi was stunned when he saw what Yang Loi was holding. He had never sold this before. Is this made of new plastic or recyclable material? It looks so new. What a waste to just throw it away. Rendi took the model from Yang Loi and saw that it really looked brand new, just like it was just made. Upon closer inspection, Rendi noticed that the model had several areas that were shiny and even had electricity running through them. Out of curiosity and a bit of unease, Rendi bought a set of tools to disassemble the model and discovered a very complete waterproof high-seal ultra-clear camera inside. Just the value of this camera exceeded that of a house, along with a storage hard drive placed inside the model. Rendi silently took out his phone and called Zhao Hang. In a remote rocky area, a fisherman was anxiously searching for something nearby. Where did it go? It should have returned automatically. Chapter 094 Beautiful Temporary Worker Rendi took Yang Loi to the naval base in Yungang. After verifying their registration, they were taken to a conference room. Wan Linjun and Yin and the code-named Spider, Ling Yunhao, walked into the conference room. Rendi? Finally, I see the real person. Wan Linjun stepped forward and grabbed Rendi's hand, saying, I have my eye on you. Name your price. Rendi was startled by his words. What does he mean? He has his eye on him. Yang Loi immediately stood in front of Rendi like a hen protecting her chick and pushed Wan Linjun aside. Pervert. My boyfriend wouldn't go with you. And Yin, feeling a bit awkward, explained for Wan Linjun. Don't misunderstand. Our captain just speaks without thinking. He doesn't mean it that way. Well, Yang Loi saw that Yin and the others were in military uniforms, so they shouldn't be bad people. After looking at Rendi, she chose to trust what this young lady said. That hibiscus, you take Miss Yang around. Let her see the warships in the base. And I'll have a chat with Rendi. And Yin nodded and said to Ling Yunhao, don't let the captain tell jokes. Okay. Ling Yunhao nodded. The captain was great at everything except for his communication skills and had a penchant for telling bad jokes, often leading to misunderstandings. After the two left, Wan Linjun turned to Rendi and said, what you found? Let Spider have a look. Rendi handed the model warship to Ling Yunhao. Zhao Heng mentioned that matters concerning this area could be directly handed over to the local authority, as it was close to the military port, so they could come here to deliver things directly. If Zhao Heng had known Wan Linjun was here, he definitely wouldn't have let Rendi come. It was like sending a sheep into a wolf's den, a one-way trip. Unfortunately, no amount of caution could prevent Rendi from meeting the Grim Reaper squad directly. Hey, have you considered teaming up with me? As long as you join me, you can enjoy the best of everything. Wan Linjun's words were cut short as Ling Yunhao covered his mouth. Rendi, don't listen to our captain's nonsense. He's great at everything except for talking. Rendi noticed that this officer, who had lost an arm, was indeed unfortunate to have such a mouth. However, one thing was true, the captain was right. Joining our squad would allow you to fully utilize your abilities. You're underutilized in Yang City. You can only save more people and exert greater power by stepping onto a bigger stage. Ling Yunhao explained for Wan Linjun. But I can only be a temporary worker. Rendi sighed, feeling that everything he had was given by the system. Without the system, he wouldn't be who he was now. Then just be a temporary worker. Wan Linjun said, laughing, haha, your code name will be temporary worker. What do you think? I'm a naming genius. Captain, you can't make it hard for him like this. System reminder, the host can agree. Cough, cough. Rendi choked on his own saliva. What did the system mean by that? This system is the super temporary worker system. The host needs to become a super temporary worker. I agree. Rendi responded. Congratulations. The host has become a temporary worker. Are you playing word games with me? Rendi was going crazy inside. This system. Ling Yunhao, who had just retorted to his captain, was stunned by Rendi's words. What? I said I agreed to join, but my code name must be temporary worker. No changes. Haha. Good brother. Ruan Linjun threw an arm around Rendi's neck. Brother, you have good taste. I'm not kidding, my naming is truly top-notch. Ling Yunhao was left speechless. It turned out that everything he said didn't matter compared to the captain's words. When In Yin returned with Yang Luai, he saw Ruan Linjun sharing his heroic tales with Rendi. The next day, Rendi and Yang Luai returned to Yang City, and Zhao Hang also received Rendi's transfer order. After learning the ins and outs of the transfer, Zhao Hang regretted it deeply, lamenting his bad luck. How could he have let the person he feared the most set their sights on Rendi? With Rendi gone, wouldn't his hopes of advancement be dashed? Yang Luai felt suddenly sad when she learned that Rendi would often be going out of town. Can you not go? She asked. I'll try to leave early and come back early. After all, this is my home. Rendi replied. It's fine. Yang Luai suddenly smiled. Wherever you go, I'll go. If you go abroad, I'll follow you. Rendi thought about what had happened in Vientiane before and shook his head. No way. That would be very dangerous. And I won't let you go. But I really don't want to be apart from you. Yang Luai tightly hugged Rendi. I don't want to be apart from you. Not for a single moment. I don't want to either, Rendi said, kissing Yang Luai on the forehead. But you can't just cling to me all day without doing anything. We're going to get married soon. Just because we have enough money now doesn't mean we will later. There will be expenses for baby formula, tutoring, extracurricular classes, and if we have a son, we'll need to save up for a house. How can you marry a wife without money or a house? I don't want a son. Yang Luai pouted. I want a daughter, and I want to dress her up like a beautiful princess every day. A princess needs to learn a lot and have a castle and guards, which we don't have. Rendi joked. When I'm not home, shouldn't you work hard to earn money to build a castle for our daughter? Yes. Yang Luai looked at Rendi and said word by word, I'm responsible for earning money and supporting the family, and you're responsible for being handsome. You have to be happy and healthy every day. Okay. Finally calming this big octopus, Rendi let her down. Just then, the sound of a helicopter's engine came from outside the window, followed by a strong wind blowing into the room. The curtains flew wildly, and some small items were blown away. Rendi shielded his eyes and looked outside. He saw members of the death squad, who had just separated from him yesterday. And Yin was piloting the helicopter, Ling Tianhao was sitting in the back with a laptop, and Ruan Linjun was smiling. Ruan Linjun shouted through a loudspeaker, surprised? Happy. Temporary workers, come out and welcome the guests. Rendi was speechless. Couldn't this captain be a bit more serious? Yang Luai grabbed Rendi's shirt and asked, Are they here to pick you up? Rendi nodded. Seeing the large commotion, it seemed there was an urgent matter. Rendi, be safe. Okay. Chapter 095. The refrigerator doesn't tea cool without you being transported to the Upper South region by helicopter in a rush. Rendi was pondering what mission the death squad had received that warranted such an urgent pickup. However, once they arrived at a military base and got off the helicopter, everyone got into vehicles and sped toward the city. Rendi wanted to ask several times what the mission was and why everyone looked so serious. But seeing Ruan Linjun's expression made him swallow his questions. Ruan Linjun looked like a wolf that hadn't eaten for 3 days, ready to pounce at any moment. This was the same man who had been jokingly saying they were here to welcome guests. He was a bit intense. The car drove faster and faster, and Rendi felt that everyone around him seemed like a volcano on the verge of eruption, just as he was preparing for a fight at any moment. The car made a sharp drift and stopped in front of an old-looking dumpling restaurant. Then, Rendi was abruptly pulled out of the car, and the 4 of them charged into the dumpling shop like fierce beasts. Welcome. The waitress was taken aback by their intimidating presence, her words stumbling. What special dumplings do you have today? And Yin asked. Today we have vegetarian dumplings with carrot and egg, zucchini and egg, and also wood ear mushroom with carrot and egg. The rest are meat fillings, she replied nervously. Great. Ruan Linjun waved his hand and said, Besides the vegetarian dumplings you mentioned, bring us 2 pounds of each meat-filled dumpling. What? The waitress was stunned. 2 pounds of each. We have 12 types of meat dumplings. Can you finish that much? I know your dumplings come in many varieties. That's why I asked for 2 pounds each. Otherwise, I would have ordered 10 or 8 pounds. Hurry up. We're in a rush. While the waitress stood there in shock, the 4 of them sat down at a corner table. Rendi felt a bit dizzy. They rushed all this way just to eat dumplings? After a while, he looked at the 3 of them and said, So, my mission is to eat dumplings. X3. Huh. The three of them replied in unison, leaving Ren D confused. Mission? Eat dumplings? Aren't dumpling restaurants everywhere? We spent half a day just to come here for dumplings? There aren't many good dumpling places in the area. And this one is the most authentic. Whether it's beef and scallion dumplings or lamb and carrot dumplings, they taste amazing. And Yen explained, you'll regret it if you don't eat. Ling Yunhao added, but do we really need to go through all this trouble with helicopters and cars just for a meal? Ren D was puzzled. Isn't that too extravagant? If you come late, there might not be any left. The variety of dumplings changes every day, and they have limited quantities. Wan Linjun said, don't tell me you don't like dumplings. I thought there was an urgent mission, Ren D thought to himself, feeling a bit off balance with all these people. They made such a big fuss to pick him up, and Miss Yang looked like she was about to cry when she saw him. Just a moment away from a dramatic farewell scene, and this is what it comes to? Sensing Ren D's state, Wan Linjun said, as the newest member of our team, you need to build a certain rapport with us. Each person has their strengths and weaknesses, which might not matter in daily life, but in critical moments, they can become fatal flaws. So, it's important to cultivate our synergy starting now. Let us begin with eating and drinking. We need to synchronize to become excellent partners. Got it. Ren D understood the captain's point after the explanation. Building rapport isn't something that happens overnight. It requires cultivation. As a newcomer, it's easy to make mistakes when you impulsively follow others to complete tasks without knowing anything. The four of them just sat there waiting for the dumplings to be served. And Yin went to find a plate of garlic, while Ling Yunhao brought some vinegar and wanted chili oil. Seeing their expressions, Wan Linjun suddenly said, it's so boring just sitting here. How about I tell everyone a joke? No. X2. And Yin and Ling Yunhao spoke up at the same time, their looks resembling that of someone staring at an enemy. Captain, if you dare tell a joke, I'll dump a pile of manure on your bed tonight. Uffed. Ren D was shocked by Yan's fierce words. What are you saying? Is it appropriate to talk about that at the dinner table? Wan Linjun complained with a mournful face. Can't I let people eat in peace? It's your problem whether you want us to eat in peace or not. You telling a joke? Haha. And Yan's strange laughter piqued Ren D's curiosity about what kind of joke the captain told that made everyone so resistant. If you don't want to listen, you can cover your ears. Wan Linjun said defiantly, Ren D, are you going to listen or not? Huh. And Yin and Ling Yunhao desperately signaled Ren D to shake his head in refusal. But when someone's curiosity is piqued, it's like a kitten scratching at the heart, making it impossible to suppress that desire to know. He wanted to know, very much so, regardless of the consequences. So, Ren D nodded in agreement. Ha ha ha. Wan Linjun's laughter echoed in the dumpling restaurant, attracting the waitstaff's attention. See, the newbie is obedient. Unlike you two who want to give me face. Sigh. Ren D, let me tell you. Wan Linjun pulled his chair closer to Ren D and asked, do you know what happens if you put a mustache on a plate? Huh. Ren D was confused, wondering if this question was a riddle or common knowledge. He thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with an answer, so he shook his head. I'll tell you. Putting a mustache on a plate becomes a mustache plate. Butterfly. Ha ha. After saying that, Wan Linjun burst into laughter, nearly giving himself abs from laughing so hard. Huh. Is that really funny? Ren D was speechless after hearing it. Ha 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 ha. There's more. Let me tell you another one. Wan Linjun laughed uncontrollably, while Yin and Ling Yunhao were so embarrassed that they nearly wore holes in their shoes. Why does teacher Tony always bring water when he goes out? Ren D's eye twitched involuntarily. Is this really a joke? Because Tony brings water. Ha ha ha. Just then, the waitress brought the dumplings to the table, and Ren D and Yin and Ling Yunhao immediately stood up and said, Miss, let us help. Chapter 096. The Ren D Law during the dumpling feast. The four of them consumed 26 pounds of dumplings, not counting the dumpling soup and chili oil. Ling Yunhao, who loved spicy food, managed to finish an entire bottle of chili oil, and in the end, he even licked the bottle for good measure. The four of them, patting their bellies and picking their teeth, walked out with a carefree swagger after settling the bill. Next stop, the arcade. Wan Linjun was directing, and Yin was driving. And Ren D was sitting in the back, enjoying the gentle breeze coming through the window. The climate and scenery in the upper and lower southern regions were completely different. While people in Yancheng were still wearing shorts and tank tops, here they had switched to long sleeves and pants, with some even donning trench coats. Boss, changed 200 into game tokens. And Yin, the caretaker of the group, quickly handed over the money, and the boss happily provided them with 4 boxes of tokens. Come on, pick what you like and have fun. Ren D held the tokens, unsure of which game to play. Ling Yunhao dashed straight to the basketball game, throwing small basketballs with 3 tokens at a time. And Yin immediately started a zombie survival shooting game, muttering to himself, 1 lamb skewer, 2 chicken skewers. That's a zombie, not meat. Your taste is quite scary, sister. Wan Linjun, on the other hand, hopped onto a motorcycle simulator, bending over awkwardly as he focused on the screen, creating a humorous contrast that nearly made Ren D burst out laughing. After looking around the arcade, Ren D spotted a row of claw machines in a corner and became interested in trying to grab a toy. Before he knew it, he had failed to grab a toy once, and when he reached into his box for more tokens, he realized he only had 3 left. The claw machine was full of toys, with adorable, cute dolls smiling at him from various angles. Group mockery. Ren D angrily hit the machine, causing it to shake. And suddenly, the entire arcade went dark. Ren D swore that it had nothing to do with him. Many players left the arcade due to the blackout, but the boss urged them to wait a little longer. Unfortunately, after more than 10 minutes, the power still hadn't returned. Wan Linjun noticed that Ren D still had tokens in his box and chuckled. Ren D, how many tokens do you have left? 3 left. Really? That's great, bro. Can I borrow a token? The 3 tokens left in Ren D's box were taken by Yen, Wan Linjun, and Ling Yunhao, each getting 1. If it weren't for the power outage, I would have cleared that level with my last token. Wan Linjun exclaimed. Captain, you've already lost 20 lives on that level. And Yen shot him a look. You're weak and addicted. How come you couldn't clear the zombie level? Aren't 250 tokens enough to beat the boss? You play well with real guns, but can't handle this fake one. You're just as bad. Ling Yunhao chimed in. You too. And Yen and Wan Linjun said in unison to Ling Yunhao. Hee. Ren D suddenly felt the connections among people were truly fascinating, proving the saying that birds of a feather flock together. There was a reason these 3 could form a team. He realized he seemed to have forgotten something when suddenly, the sound of police sirens echoed from outside, followed by the sharp noise of car engines. What is going on? And Yen curiously looked outside when suddenly a black pickup truck burst onto the road, crashing through the guardrail and smashing into the game store. The store's entrance collapsed, and glass shattered everywhere. 4 masked individuals jumped out of the truck, each wielding weapons that looked like homemade shotguns. The sound of police sirens grew closer. Just as the 4 were about to rush out of the store, police cars arrived, blocking all the surrounding roads. The 4 exchanged glances and immediately dashed back into the store, where only 6 people remained: the store manager, employees, and members of the Grim Reaper squad. One of them brandished a knife and shouted, Everyone over here, hands on your heads, or I swear I'll take you out. Ren D and the others exchanged glances and complied, standing together as the 4 criminals protectively surrounded the manager and employees. The voice from outside announced, You are surrounded. All weapons are aimed at your heads. You can't escape. If you drop your weapons and surrender, you might have a chance. But if you resist, there's only one outcome. The police began to shout, and the 4 criminals fired a few shots outside, scaring the police into hiding, interrupting their demands. Hey, who is the boss? Is there a back door? The boss, too scared to speak, remained silent. At this moment, Ren D spoke up first. I'm the boss. And there's no back door. Damn it. One of the criminals cursed, angrily kicking a game machine. What do we do, bro? The 4 robbers clearly felt cornered, their eyes reddening as if ready to fight to the death. Inside, the police's announcements resumed, and the robbers began to panic. Are you kidding? We're not surrendering at this point. They grabbed the unarmed individuals as hostages. I have a meat shield. If they dare to shoot, I'll take 1 down with me. 2 is a loss, 3 is a gain. There are still 6 people in here. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad were unfortunately chosen as hostages, and Yin, being a woman, was the first to be pulled out. Ling Tianhao, wearing glasses with slightly long hair, looked like a frail nerd. Ren D, a pretty boy, was the store manager, someone they particularly disliked. Wan Linjun, a tall guy over 6 feet, trembled as the robbers approached. The 4 criminals knew very well that they should target the weak. The hostages were held, and Wan Linjun calculated the distance between them and the robbers, feeling it was about time. He discreetly dropped a game token on the ground. The next moment, one of the robbers noticed and asked, What was that? Just a token. Ren D replied, That's right, to the members of the Grim Reaper squad. These robbers were nothing. Grim Reaper squad vs the 4 criminals. Ready, go. The real store manager and staff widened their eyes in disbelief. When that customer impersonated him earlier, he was already a bit confused, and now he looked as if he had seen a deity. So, who were the extraordinary guests that came to play games with him today? After assisting the police in capturing for criminals, the group known as the Grim Reapers completed a brief record and continued their free-spirited journey. This time it was Rindy driving, and Yin calculating the travel expenses with a notebook, while Ruan Linjun leaned against the car window smoking, the swirling smoke obscuring his expression. Ling Tianhao had already fallen asleep in the back seat, an unknown liquid seeping from the corner of his mouth and soaking a large area of his clothing. Their destination was Shenghu City. Unlike the flat geographical environment of Yang City, Shenghu City was built on reclaimed land, where every inch was valuable, featuring the tallest buildings in the world and the most luxurious hotels. Rindy parked the car in a lot as instructed by Yin. It was already 9 p.m. The streets were bustling with traffic, colorful lights flashing everywhere, and the crowd indicated the vibrancy of the city. At this moment, Ruan Linjun had his not fully healed arm draped around his neck again. Speaking of which, didn't he feel any pain in his arm while playing games or fighting? Why did he have to hang it up just to walk? Who had he offended? The Grim Reaper team entered a bullfrog restaurant, where a hostess at the entrance, dressed in a revealing dress that showcased her long legs and slim waist, greeted them with a sweet voice. "Welcome, esteemed guests." As soon as Rindy stepped inside, the system chimed in. Ding. Task. Disguise. Complete 3 hours as a promotional staff for the Quirky Frog Puppet. Task reward. Advanced vocal skills experience. Task failure penalty. Complete trash cleanup in the designated area. Seeing the system notification, Rindy took 2 steps back outside the restaurant to look at the sign. Bullfrog King Restaurant, Quirky Frog. Rindy thought, what's going on? Hurry up and order. The internet-famous Quirky Frog was a silly and cute frog. So what kind of nonsense was the system up to now by giving him this task? The 4 of them sat at the table discussing what dishes to order. Captain, do we have any activities planned for tomorrow? Rindy asked. Why aren't you happy about playing? Tomorrow there's nothing much planned, just catching up with an acquaintance. Do you have something going on? Rindy scratched the back of his head. How could he explain that he planned to go out and act cute tomorrow? All right, let's have a free day tomorrow. It's been a while since we've been to Shenghu City. We can take a break and go shopping, or maybe to an amusement park. Isn't playing games for half the day enough? Rindy silently complained in his heart, but didn't he dare to say it out loud. The captain could be quite terrifying when angry. The next day, waking up in the hotel, Rindy quietly put on his clothes and slipped out of the room. Ruan Linjun opened his eyes the moment Rindy left, feeling a bit puzzled. This kid should be visiting Shenghu City for the first time. So why did he seem to sneak out as if he was eagerly going to meet a secret lover? Could it be that he was playing both sides? Rindy hurriedly left the hotel and, according to the system's instructions, finally arrived at the temporary work location on time. 500 yuan deposit per person. After paying, he received a mascot costume, along with 500 flyers. There was a strict rule against distributing extra flyers or throwing them away, as there would be random inspections later. The supervisor outlined the requirements to the workers. After obediently paying, Rindy put on the heavy costume, which weighed over 30 pounds, and appeared as a silly-looking green frog wearing a painted scarf, holding the advertising flyers. Rindy hopped on a self-service bike and rode to the designated advertising location at Shenghu University. System, do you think my low education level is hindering your agent training plan? Planning to replace me with a new host, so you sent me to scout? Host's cognitive abilities are lacking, supporting the theory that love can decrease intelligence. Distributing hair transplant flyers at the university entrance. He wondered if it was him or the system that was foolish. Surrounded by youthful beauty, who would need such services? Before he could finish his thought, a middle-aged man on a bicycle slowly passed by, his noticeable bald head catching Rindy's attention. Sir, please take a look at this. Rindy handed a flyer to the man, who glanced at it and then shot a resentful look at him. Mind your own business. Just as Rindy was about to retract the flyer, the man folded it and stuffed it into his pocket. A group of female students exited the campus and rushed over to take pictures with the mascot. Rindy struck funny poses while handing out flyers, and soon he had distributed a third of them. Feeling tired, he sat down by the roadside to rest, and when he looked up, he saw the leader of the Grim Reaper squad, Ruan Linjun, driving across the street. What is going on here? Weren't we told we could move freely? Why is the captain here? Is he following me? Rindy felt a bit anxious, but soon noticed that Ruan Linjun wasn't looking at him. Instead, He was gazing into the school, seemingly waiting for someone. After a while, a super cute girl walked out of the campus and happily ran towards Ruan Linjun upon seeing him. Ah, is this Ruan Gu's girlfriend? An old cow munching on tender grass. Rendi thought mischievously, then moved to the opposite side of the street to continue distributing flyers while keeping a distance from the two. Ruan Gu, will my brother not be coming back this time? Well, you know how busy we get in this line of work. He asked me to send you his regards and your birthday gift. Oh, a little dog toy? Ruan Gu, you're teasing me again. I'm not a puppy. Ha ha. Right. You're not a puppy, and your brother isn't either. If anyone bullies you, just give me a call. If no one answers, leave a message. You know the email address. Hearing their conversation, Rendi realized that someone from the Grim Reaper squad had just fallen, the codename being Xiao Go. And this girl was his sister. After watching Ruan Linjun leave, Go Qingyao's smile vanished, and she stood at the school gate, motionless for a long time. Rendi noticed the girl's expression and immediately understood everything. She probably guessed something. He ran in front of Go Qingyao and began a playful dance, his silly expressions and comical movements quickly catching her attention, making her laugh. Ha, you little rascal, are you trying to make me laugh to inherit my credit line? Ha. Seeing her smile made Rendi happy too. At that moment, a super luxurious convertible sports car pulled up right in front of them. Qingyao, happy birthday. A young man with shiny, waxed hair stepped out of the car and approached Go Qingyao. My goddess, my beautiful girl. What a coincidence to meet you here before even entering the campus. He presented a large bouquet of roses to her. Would you do me the honor of having a meal with me? I'll take you to a revolving restaurant. Would you please step back? Zhang, we're not close. Don't call me Qingyao so affectionately. Go Qingyao retreated, rejecting him. But the young man was persistent and was about to grab her when Rendi jumped out. The frog fixed his gaze on the young man, hands exploring up and down his body. Hey, what are you doing? Huh. A crowd at the university entrance watched as a rascal dragged a guy to dance the tango. The frog's legs stretching and bending. The young man's arms were firmly held, his body involuntarily moving with the rascal's actions. Let go of me. Let go, he shouted. But Rendi pretended not to hear. The bouquet of roses scattered, petals falling everywhere, creating a particularly chaotic scene. In the end, Rendi pulled the young man into an embrace, leaning in as if to give him a light kiss. Ha! Kiss him! Kiss him! The surrounding crowd started to cheer, and at this moment, Go Qingyao was also amused by the rascal's antics. Completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness and standing there with the onlookers, enjoying the spectacle. At that moment, the rascal let go, and the young man fell flat on the ground. The rascal covered his eyes, pretending to be unable to watch, and his shy demeanor made the laughter from the crowd even louder. They all said that once you put on the suit, who knows what might happen. Wearing this thing, Rendi suddenly realized that even if he made all sorts of embarrassing moves, the embarrassment belonged to the rascal outside, not to him. Ha ha, this rascal is shy too. Ha ha, so much fun. Oh no, my stomach. Among the crowd, a pregnant woman who had been laughing uncontrollably suddenly started clutching her belly and crying out. Oh no, my stomach. I'm going to give birth. With her shout, the earth seemed to shake. The crowd stepped back in alarm. Quick, call for an ambulance. Someone shouted, while others asked, who has a car? It seems we won't wait for the ambulance to arrive. Rendi noticed the pregnant woman's condition. There was already some murky fluid appearing between her legs. At this moment, Rendi noticed the luxury convertible parked nearby. The young man had just gotten up from the ground, clearly in bad shape. Rendi quickly rushed to the pregnant woman, picked her up, and placed her directly into the luxury car. Then he snatched the keys from the young man's hand and jumped into the car, driving off. Hey, my keys. My car? That is my car, the young man shouted. However, everyone else's attention was not on him. Zhang, that guy was just trying to save someone. What is wrong with him driving your car for a bit? Guo Qingyao said, can't you be a little less stingy? That is a luxury car. I just got it and haven't even driven it for 2 days. What if it gets scratched or damaged? And he didn't even ask for my permission. This is robbery. Yes, it's robbery. I'm calling the police. The young man angrily pulled out his phone. Guo Qingyao, who had just been worried about the pregnant woman, suddenly realized the situation was serious. The other party had stolen the car keys. It truly was a robbery. The young man called the police. Hello? Is this 110? I want to report a robbery. I'm at the north gate of Tsinghua University. And a guy just stole my car keys and drove off with my car. Yes, he is robbing me. My license plate number? I don't have one. It's a temporary plate for a brand new car. What does the suspect look like? How am I supposed to know what he looks like? He's just a guy? A frog? A toad? You know. Meanwhile, on the streets of Shenghu City, a remarkable sight appeared. A frog was speeding in a car. System, can you help me find the nearest hospital route? The unreliable system surprisingly provided a proper route this time. Rindy glanced at the route and sped down, the horn blaring continuously. On the roadside, a traffic officer noticed the speeding luxury car and was about to pull it over when he received a description of the car robbery suspect through his earpiece. A frog stole a car? The officer was taken aback. How big would that frog have to be? Just then, the speeding car zoomed right in front of him. The officer was instantly greeted by a pair of goofy, big eyes, a large frog mouth, and a green, patterned skin on a car without a license plate. Report. I have spotted the suspect frog, the officer said as he hopped on his motorcycle to give chase. Hey, that frog, can you understand human language? He called out, feeling a mix of confusion and disbelief at the sight of a frog driving so recklessly. Meanwhile, the pregnant woman in the car, feeling a sharp pain, couldn't help but laugh at the officer's shout, which only made her stomach hurt even more. Rindy noticed the officer behind them and slowed down a bit. The officer caught up and said, please pull over immediately. There's a pregnant woman in the car who's about to give birth. Hearing this, the officer looked over and indeed saw the pregnant woman in the passenger seat, her face looking quite pale. The officer immediately took out his siren and said, I'll clear the way. Stay close behind me. A traffic officer and a speeding frog became the highlight of the city this morning. Upon arriving at the hospital, the doctors quickly took the pregnant woman into the delivery room, while the officer was busy coordinating with various departments and the woman's family. After finishing his tasks, he suddenly realized something was off. Where did that frog costume go? In the hospital parking lot, on the driver's seat of a convertible, lay a frog costume. A note was stuck to the car window, which read, Dear car owner, please use this frog costume to claim 500 yuan for a car wash at XX Street. XX Shop. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Signed, Frog. Upon seeing the silly costume head, the officer felt an indescribable sense of melancholy. The system seemed to indicate that his flyer task was completed. The host doesn't speak, and the system doesn't ask. We're still good friends. All right. Rindy patted his chest, saying, You didn't release this task, and I didn't do it either. Haha. The one feeling embarrassed under the costume wasn't him. Rindy. How could a grown man do such an embarrassing act? Suddenly, Rindy's phone rang, and he found a group message from Ruan Linjun. It contained a funny video. Let us all enjoy. Rindy's hand shook as he held his phone. It was a humorous video of the frog. That's the frog. Not me. Rindy innocently pretended to focus on his phone. Chapter 099. This task is to give you some hands-on practice and let you experience the joy of teamwork. Ruan Linjun handed a file to Rindy. After a day of free activities, Rindy found himself in the office of the Shanghai branch of the Xi'an Bureau. The four of them sat in the conference room, and Ruan Linjun casually turned on the projector. The comrades from the Shanghai branch intercepted some information and found that someone was leaking high-tech skills abroad. They have temporarily locked down the research institute that was robbed, but cannot determine the leaker. Since we are here, they sought our help. How are we supposed to investigate with just the four of us? Rindy was unclear about the workflow here. He had previously been a lone wolf, often taking credit for his discoveries, which prompted his question. Of course, we need to identify key suspects, then follow, eavesdrop, and infiltrate. We can't let the enemy reveal themselves. And Yin smiled as she spoke, but then her smile faded. She had forgotten Rindy's glorious achievements. This person often stumbled upon credit, even causing the enemy to panic when encountered. Team leader, I have a suggestion. And Yin suddenly spoke up. At that moment, Rindy noticed the way the three looked at him, like wolves eyeing a cute little lamb, their eyes gleaming red. Just like that? Just like that. No. What do you all want to do? Seeing the three's gazes, Rindy felt an impulse to bolt for the door. The next day, Rindy walked along the streets near the Stolen Research Institute, realizing that Ruan Linjun and the others actually wanted to rely on his luck to solve the case. Was this a joke? His luck all came from the system, right? Now that the system hasn't issued any tasks, how could he possibly encounter anything or solve a case? Rindy stood under a big tree, pondering what to do next. Just then, a girl nearby asked, Hey, are you applying to be a massage therapist? Rindy suddenly noticed a recruitment advertisement board under the tree. This could lead to misunderstandings. Ding. Task. Disguise. Complete temporary work as a massage therapist at a beauty salon. Task reward. Master level Latin language skill experience. Task failure penalty. Complete waste cleanup in a designated area. Alright, system report. There's no escaping this task. Great. Finally found an ideal opportunity. The girl immediately pulled Rindy into a beauty salon, and as soon as they entered, she shouted, Manager! Manager! Someone's applying for the massage therapist position. What are you shouting about? Just come in already. So loud. A stunning woman walked out from inside, her ample curves swaying as she moved, leaving Rindy momentarily mesmerized. This woman probably couldn't even see her own feet at this point. What a loud shout. The woman's eyes widened when she saw Rindy, monthly salary of 21,000, with 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus an 800 subsidy for meals, transportation, and housing. If you do well, there are bonuses too. Handsome guy. Do you have a girlfriend? We have a lot of beautiful girls here. Come over and sign. Manager, does our beauty salon really offer 5 insurances and 1 fund? I wasn't aware. The girl who had just brought Rindy in whispered. Not before, but starting today we do. What is your name, handsome? Huh. I'm Rindy. He once again sold his good looks with his words, wondering if the system had chosen him for this reason too. Caught. Here's your work uniform, your personal locker, and your access card. The attractive manager said enthusiastically to Rindy. Currently, we have 7 full-time massage therapists and dozens of part-timers, but those people barely come in twice a month. Oh, and here's your employee badge. How old are you this year, kid? I have a sister who is a top student at a university. I can introduce her to you later. After successfully dealing with the beautiful manager, Rindy slipped into the changing room to change into his work uniform. Speaking of which, he didn't know how to massage. He thought for a moment and remembered the new skill he had recently acquired, yoga and flexibility techniques, which included methods for muscle training. Could these also help him act as a massage therapist? System, what kind of temporary work task have you assigned me? Does it relate to the case I'm currently investigating? Rindy silently questioned the system. The system didn't respond, and even the blinking cursor seemed to slow down. Just as he exited the changing room, a young lady saw him and immediately led him to a room. Hey, a customer has arrived. Hurry up. In the middle of the room, there were 3 beds separated by curtains, and one of the beds had a woman lying on it. Rindy walked over and said, Hello, Mayam. Can we start the massage? The woman glanced at Rindy and then appeared momentarily stunned. Are you the new number 06? Rindy looked down at his badge number. 90. No, that's reversed. It's 06. Yes, the new one. Why didn't you apply the essential oil first? I forgot, Rindy thought. I didn't know I was supposed to use this stuff. I have some essential oil in my bag. Can you help me get it out? Sure, ma'am. Rindy opened his bag as instructed, only to find a white USB drive inside. A USB drive? Are you telling me this is essential oil? Just as Rindy hesitated about whether to correct the misunderstanding, the lady said, The essential oil, in the white bottle. Rindy glanced at her again. The tasks assigned by the system are always so interesting. He took out the USB drive and put it directly into his pocket, then pretended to give the lady a massage, as if kneading dough. Anyway, she wasn't a good person. He had confirmed the target. Your skills aren't that great. I'll come back in half a month. Hope your skills improve. After half an hour, the person left. The beautiful manager came over and asked, Was that our regular customer just now? Every time she comes here, she only requests the number 06 masseur. Even if the masseur changes, she still asks for 06. Why did she call you today instead? Xiaodi, you have quite the charm. Hearing the beautiful manager's words, Rindy suddenly thought to ask, Sis, do you think number 06 came today but wasn't called? Yes. Oh, I was wondering why this lady didn't call no. 06, but you, huh? Your badge is reversed. The beautiful manager laughed when she saw Rindy's badge. You have 90, but it's reversed to look like 06. That lady only recognizes the badge, not the person. If a different customer comes, you might get scolded. Haha, who called you just now? Honestly, how could you not know about that lady's quirks? Shaolin, who called Xiaodi just now? The beautiful manager walked to the front and asked, We must pay special attention to the requests of our regular customers. Thankfully, this mix-up wasn't noticed by the customer, or I would have gotten scolded. Manager, I'm sorry, I just went to the restroom. I had Xiaoya call for me. Xiaoya just started yesterday, and she doesn't know the number 06 masseur. Master Wang from 06 didn't come yesterday. Rindy stood by and listened to everything clearly, then looked down at his badge again. 90, 06, not bad. Rindy directly found an excuse to go outside and call Ruan Linjun. But would this solidify the rumor that he went out to take credit? Chapter 100: The Law of Attraction. So, a matter that was supposed to take a long time to investigate was resolved in a very short time, with solid evidence. When the special police went to arrest the person, Master Wang was still a bit confused. The situation in Shenghu City was resolved smoothly. The Grim Reaper squad had confirmed that Rendi was a special biological entity. Rendi wanted to explain, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The Grim Reaper squad returned to the capital base, while Rendi went back to Yang City, where he had a 3-day vacation. After being so close with his girlfriend, it was the first time they would be apart for this long, and he missed her so much. On the first day, the two slept soundly, with all the furniture in the house witnessing their love story. Even every tile on the floor seemed to ponder the answer to the harmonic vibration formula. There's a song that describes their state. From heaven to earth, from earth to heaven, how spectacular it is up in the sky and down below, how magnificent. La 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 la. On the second day, Rendi reluctantly got out of bed after receiving a call from the bank's customer service. His bank card was about to expire, and they requested him to visit the bank where he opened the account to renew it, or it would affect his usage. With no choice, Rendi got up and took the young lady with him to the bank. Yawning, he felt so tired. While waiting in line, Yang Luai snuggled into Rendi's arms, yawning. Are you a pig? You just sleep after eating. Rendi teased, lightly flicking Yang Luai's nose. I haven't even had breakfast. How can I be full? Yang Luai mumbled while rubbing her eyes. Really not full? Rendi mischievously glanced at Yang Luai's chest. And at that moment, she realized. Her face flushed, and she pouted. You're so bad. Hee, a bad man is loved by women. Do you prefer me to be bad or good? Yang Luai buried her head in Rendi's embrace, pretending to be an ostrich. Oh, by the way, how are Li Nana and Yang Tianla lately? I haven't seen you mention them. Rendi was curious about the rookie spy's current situation, wondering how Zhao Hang was handling her. Ah, you mean Li Nana? She's gone missing. Yang Luai giggled. So many people are looking for her. I heard her company didn't pay salaries on time, and the employees caused a ruckus. Then they discovered Li Nana was missing. Ah, this spy is so unprofessional. Rendi shook his head, guessing that Li Nana had probably returned to her home country. Yang Tianla, that guy, didn't he even know where Li Nana was? When those employees finally went to him for money, he said they had broken up. Ha ha ha, that is hilarious. Yang Luai laughed, attracting the attention of those around them. She whispered in Rendi's ear, do you know why both Yang Tianla and my dad have the character Tian in their names? According to the old folks, it shouldn't be the same. Rendi was curious about this question, but since it involved the Yang family's heritage, he didn't dare to ask. Yang Luai continued to laugh to herself without answering. Ah, hee, I'm the one behind it. It seemed this silly girl had a mischievous side, managing to have her stepmother's son share the same generation as her father. How could that be? Just then, a strong wind blew outside the bank, rustling the big trees on the street, and at that moment, someone else entered the bank. Rendi spotted a familiar face. In such a big city, why did he keep running into this guy? Rendi felt a bit annoyed. Last time on the plane, Zhang Anchuan acted like a clown, and now he bumped into him again at the bank. What bad luck. Ugh. Just when Rendi was thinking about Li Nana, he encountered Zhang Anchuan. Previously, he thought of Zhang Anchuan and then saw Li Nana. The three of them, what a twisted fate. Rendi pretended not to see Zhang Anchuan, turned in the opposite direction while holding Yang Luai, and continued to wait. There were still about 10 people ahead of him before it would be his turn. Zhang Anchuan was handling business for the company today and was directly escorted to the VIP area by the bank manager. The fact that the boss entrusted him with a business deal worth millions indicates that Lily has been saying good things about him in front of the boss recently. Zhang Anchuan walked into the area with great confidence. If it weren't for the wind messing up his hair when he entered the bank, he would surely be the most stylish person there. The wind outside had picked up, blowing fiercely and carrying sand, creating a startling sound as it hit the glass. Rendi looked up at the sky. It was only early November, and there hadn't been such strong winds in previous years. 5 more people entered the bank, all wearing hoodies and masks. The bank security glanced at them but didn't pay much attention. There were now a total of 17 people in the bank, not including the staff, most of whom were elderly. Rendi often noticed a crowd of elderly people lined up outside the bank early in the morning, wondering what business they had that required them to come to the bank every day without fail. The 5 newcomers didn't take a seat. Instead, they spread out and stood in several corners of the lobby. Rendi felt something was off as he observed them. At that moment, Zheng Anshuan came out of the VIP area, a briefcase tucked under his arm. As soon as he stepped out, he spotted Rendi, who was sitting in the lounge area with a beautiful woman. Suddenly, a surge of inexplicable anger surged in Zheng Anshuan's mind, and he walked over. Just then, loud shouts rang out, "Everyone freeze. It's a robbery." The sudden commotion startled everyone in the bank. Several elderly people trembled in fear and slipped under the chairs. The last 5 newcomers simultaneously drew handguns from their jackets. The bank security guard, caught off guard, tried to shout but was shot in the thigh and fell to the ground, blood oozing from the wound. The gunfire was quiet. All the weapons were equipped with silencers. Rendi squinted his eyes, while Yang Loi trembled in fear, unable to open her eyes. Zheng Anshuan dropped his briefcase and raised his trembling hands above his head. "Don't shoot, don't shoot." There was only one staff member at the bank counter, and the bank manager in the VIP area had just gotten up. "Everyone freeze. Line up and behave." One of the robbers shouted, pulling out a small device and placing it on the ground. "Don't even think about calling for help. The surveillance here has already been disabled, and there won't be any signal. You'd better cooperate with us, or many people will die." Rendi's hands froze. He had neither a gun nor a bulletproof vest, and everyone around him were ordinary people. The group stood obediently in the corner, and the staff member at the counter dared not move, as she was directly threatened by a robber with a gun pressed against her chest. A few elderly people, terrified, had visibly soiled themselves, leaving wet stains on the ground. The robbers stepped back in disgust, and Zheng Anshuan was pushed into the crowd. After taking a few steps, he subtly shifted towards Rendi's direction. He thought about the last time he saw Rendi, who performed at a national-level concert. Surely, he was someone significant, and being with such a person might provide some safety. Chapter 101. Heaven helps me. A group of people was cornered in the bank, and the elderly, due to their limited mobility, sat directly on the floor. The robbers guarding them remained silent, coldly pointing their guns at the hostages. 3 robbers took out boxes the size of bricks from their backpacks and slammed them against the glass in front of the counter. The dull sound echoed, and the bulletproof glass instantly shattered like a spiderweb with just a few strikes. 2 robbers rushed in to start collecting cash from the counter. At that moment, another robber forced a bank teller at gunpoint to open the safe in the back. As it seemed that this group was about to complete the robbery, Rendi feared that these people might kill someone. The security guard lay on the ground, motionless. "Can I save him?" Rendi couldn't help but speak up. "I'm a doctor. Can I go help that guard?" The robber noticed Rendi and then glanced at Yang Loi beside him, narrowing his eyes and sneering. "You're quite kind, aren't you? Not afraid of dying. If no one dies, your crime is small. If someone dies, your crime is big." Rendi replied. The robber thought for a moment and said, "Fine, but if you dare do anything out of line, I'll just kill this woman." Saying this, he yanked Yang Loi from the crowd and pressed the gun to her temple. Yang Loi was so frightened that she couldn't speak, tears streaming down her face. Zheng Anshuan was startled by Rendi. How could this person still be talking nonsense? How could he be a doctor? This was going to cause trouble. But at that moment, he was even more afraid of the robber's gun. After receiving permission from the robber, Rendi approached the security guard, who was already unconscious with blood still flowing from the gunshot wound on his leg. He tore open the guard's pants and used the man's belt to apply pressure to the wound to stop the bleeding, then laid him on a row of chairs to elevate his legs. After doing all this, Rendi slowly stood up, while the robber kept a close watch on him, not noticing any small movements. At that moment, the wind outside grew stronger, and a billboard was blown away, crashing into the bank's glass front. The howling wind outside added to the tension inside the bank. "I need to pee." A voice rang out. It was a girl about the same age as Yang Loi, looking distressed at the robbers. "Hold it in," the robber coldly replied. "If you can't hold it, just wet your pants." Not only this girl, but the faces of the others also turned grim. It's normal for people to want to go to the bathroom when they're nervous. With such a wave of stress, it's likely that no one could resist the urge. In less than 2 minutes, an unpleasant smell wafted through the air. The robber pushed Yang Loi out, covering his nose with one hand. "Damn it! Who the hell just soiled their pants?" A somewhat frail young man trembled as he spoke. I've had diarrhea these past 2 days. What bad luck. So disgusting. You still ate leeks while having diarrhea?" The robber raised his gun, and Rendi tensed up, ready to rush in at the last moment to shield someone from the gunfire. Boom. Bang. The strong winds outside uprooted a massive tree, over 5 meters in diameter and more than 30 meters tall, which fell diagonally and blocked the entrance of the bank, shattering the windows in the process. The piercing sound of alarms echoed through the bank, causing the robbers to momentarily panic. Debris, including stones, glass, and branches, was blown into the bank. The robbers instinctively shielded their eyes with the hand holding the gun, and at that moment, Rindy's eyes lit up. This was his chance. Positioned perfectly in front of the robbers, and with a strong gust of wind at his back, he used the force of the wind to propel himself forward, grabbing one robber's arm and twisting it behind him. Just as the robber reacted and attempted to fire, Rindy was quicker on the trigger. The robber fell to the ground, shot in the back, drawing the attention of the other 4 robbers, who were still holding onto the money, with their guns lying on the ground. "Get down," Rindy shouted towards the hostages, then rolled under the counter and shot the robber threatening the staff right in the head. A female employee, splattered with blood, screamed and fainted. The 3 robbers at the insurance desk raised their guns and aimed at Rindy. He ducked just in time, and the next moment, several plastic bags blew in through the shattered windows, landing on the heads of 2 robbers in a flash. One robber, blinded by the plastic bag, instinctively raised his arm to shoot, and the bullet ricocheted off the ceiling, hitting another robber beside him. When Rindy stood up, he realized only 2 robbers were left. Without hesitation, he opened fire, killing the remaining 2. His proficiency with firearms meant he didn't need to aim deliberately to eliminate his enemies. The gunfight happened in the blink of an eye, and fortunately, the hostages were all huddled in a corner and remained unharmed. Rindy suddenly recalled that the robbers had mentioned controlling the bank's surveillance, realizing there might still be accomplices outside. He sprinted towards the bank's entrance. But the fallen tree blocked the door, so he dashed to the window, hoping to escape through it. Just then, he heard police sirens outside. The authorities had arrived. Rindy decided to return inside the bank and turned off the signal jammer that the robbers had set up. It was only then that the hostages began to process what had just happened. Zhang Anxuan displayed an expression identical to the one he had when he first saw Rindy perform on stage. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't comprehend who Rindy truly was. Each time they met in different situations, Rindy played a different role, from a struggling mover to a mechanic on a plane. And now, surprisingly, a cold-blooded killer? At this moment, Zhang Anxuan recalled all the moments spent with Rindy 6 or 7 years ago. He had offended Rindy 39 times, spoken ill of him 1,233 times, cursed him 180 times, and spread rumors about him 10 times. Claiming that his manhood was small, Rindy walked over to the hostages, observing the expressions of the elderly men and women, who seemed surprisingly cheerful, as if they hadn't just been terrified moments ago. Were they enjoying the show? "Are you all okay, folks? Were you scared just now?" Yang Luoyi cried in Rindy's arms, while a girl next to them who needed to use the bathroom also began to sob loudly. At that moment, armed police rushed in through the windows, and they were taken aback by the horrific scene inside the bank. "Rindy, you're here too." Zhang Xiaoyu saw Rindy and signaled for the armed police to lower their weapons. "Brother Zhang, there are accomplices outside. You need to be cautious in your pursuit." A van outside had its front crushed by a tree, and the driver was killed on the spot. "We found surveillance equipment in the hands of the robbers. It's the accomplices you mentioned." Rindy smiled. "Let us have a moment of silence for that poor guy." Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the noise. "Daddy." Zhang Anxuan slid to his knees in front of Rindy, hugging his leg and saying, "Dad, I'm sorry." Rindy was startled by this unexpected display from his big son, especially as the boy wiped his tears and snot all over him. He almost lost his temper and used his gun on him. "Zhang Anxuan, let go. What are you doing?" "Dad, I was wrong. I know I messed up. Please forgive me." "What did you do now? Are you apologizing for trying to cause me trouble earlier?" "Fine, I accept it." Rindy pulled Zhang Anxuan away. "You can't just keep doing this." How had he not noticed this side of Zhang Anxuan before? The police were cleaning up the aftermath. And after comforting Yang Luoyi a bit, Rindy followed Zhang Xiaoyu to a quiet place to talk. The weapons these people have are not something ordinary folks can get their hands on. When did the security in Yang City get this bad? That's because you've encountered so much that it feels this way. Actually, Yang City, not just Yang City, the entire southern region and Tianxia are similar. There are too many cases every day, Zhang Xiaoyu said with a smile. I heard from old Zhao that you've been transferred to the headquarters in Shangjing. Congratulations on your promotion. Don't forget to help out your old friends. Hee, I didn't get promoted. I just changed locations. Rindy laughed. Still unclear about the structure and authority of the Xiaoan Bureau, not knowing if he was even considered an official. There was power, but no way to flaunt it. As they reminisced, Rindy detailed what had happened at the scene. Zhang Xiaoyu patted Ren Di on the shoulder and joked, "Lucky guy. Are you the lover of the goddess of luck?" There was no way to refute that. What could he do? Will he no longer be used as a shield by others? The invulnerable kind. The next day, Ren Di bid farewell to Yang Lui and boarded the plane to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital again, his feelings were completely different from the last time. Ren Di reported to the headquarters of the Summer Security Bureau, where Ruan Linjun gave him a big hug. "Truly, you are our walking experience collector. Able to gain credit wherever you go, your speed in earning accolades is faster than a rocket. What kind of nickname is that? Can't you come up with something nicer?" Ren Di was speechless. "Your position has just been officially documented, the stamp is still warm, and you're already getting promoted. They'll hold a banquet for you tonight to celebrate your promotion. In the afternoon, the big boss will come to award you." "What? The big boss?" Ren Di was taken aback. The big boss of the Summer Security Bureau is personally awarding him. In all these years at the Summer Security Bureau, you are the first one to receive an award from the big boss in less than a year. Go for it. Ruan Linjun's tone was a bit sour. Like a lemon tree filled with lemons, so sour. The sudden news really left Ren Di a bit dazed. The big boss of the Summer Security Bureau is the top leader of the entire country. The person he could only see on TV every day would come to award him in the afternoon. Am I dreaming? Ouch. Ruan Linjun cried out in pain. "Why are you pinching me?" "I thought I was dreaming, so I pinched to see if it hurt." Ren Di replied. "Then pinch yourself. Pinching me doesn't hurt. It hurts because I'm pinching you." Ren Di and Ruan Linjun laughed and joked, feeling lightheaded. While waiting, Ren Di ran to the archives room of the Summer Security Bureau to check the documents he had the authority to access. He was shocked when he saw the files. Previously, he only felt that time was peaceful, but it turned out it was because someone had been carrying the weight forward for him all along. Zhang Xiaoyu said that the entire country was almost the same, with major events happening every moment. It turned out to be true. Behind every significant event, there was the shadow of an enemy, and in every confrontation with the enemy, we have both losses and gains. Archive documents. June 9th, XX year. A major shooting incident occurred in the southern region, resulting in 4 dead and 5 injured, with the Summer Security Bureau's ZW deceased. July 8th, XX year. The vice chairman of XXCX committed suicide. July 26th, XX year. A hotel attack in the Somali Peninsula targeting the country. July 27th, XX year. An explosion at the Somali embassy. August 7th, XX year. A biovirus outbreak in Ganshin City in the southern region. August 12th, XX year. A chemical gas leak incident in Fu City, southern region. August 17th, XX year. An explosion incident in Siam. Just looking at the archived files from a month or two made Ren Di's back drenched in cold sweat. Does the host want to exit? Suddenly, the system, which had been silent for the past few days, appeared and asked Ren Di. "Exit? Do you think I'm scared? I'm just shocked by the methods of these people." Ren Di closed the file bag and placed all the documents back in the cabinet. If the host wants to withdraw, it's still possible. Once accepted, they can never live in the sunlight again. The host can choose to continue as a temporary worker. Are you saying you're still following me? Are you sending me skill experience and money? Not possible. Since that's not an option, just say something. Ren Di looked at the sunlight outside the window and said, "You've finally shown your true colors. You still claim you're not a fake. But all those deductions and clearing up the garbage were probably just correcting my little flaws, right? Please understand the system's good intentions. A jade must be carved to become a gem. The host has great potential, but without training, they cannot become a quality piece of jade." "I don't want to be jade," Ren Di said. "If I'm going to be anything, it should be alloy. Jade, no matter how powerful, is just a piece of stone. Once broken, it's gone. Alloy, even if it's smashed, it remains alloy. System rebooting, super agent system at your service." "Hey, I knew it. Finally, you've dropped your facade. You're really good at hiding." Ding. Host information. Ren Di. Host code name. Temporary worker. Host skills. 1. Disguise. Advanced music skills. Master level calligraphy. Advanced sewing techniques. Lip reading. Ventriloquism. 2. Mechanical repair and modification. 3. Proficient in foreign languages. English, French, Latin. 4. Super organization skills. 5. Super driving skills. Cars, planes, ships. 6. Advanced combat skills. Yoga. 7. Firearms proficiency. 8. Battlefield experience skills. First aid, tracking, body cleanup skills. Advanced meteorological surveys. Botany. 9. Diving skills. 10. Advanced hacking skills. 11. Culinary skills, knife skills. Rindy was stunned when he saw the system reboot and list all his abilities. The skills and experience he possessed were truly enviable. Hee-hee-ha. Rindy's laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the corridor and the entire floor. Chapter 103. The child is thriving at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In a not-so-large auditorium of the Summer Security Bureau, staff had early set up national flags and flowers. Rindy changed into a military uniform in the dormitory. The Summer Security Bureau is under the Ministry of Security, with both military and political oversight powers, making the military attire more solemn and sacred for such an occasion. When the big boss personally pinned the medal on Rindy, it felt like a dream. He knew it was real, but it was so wonderful that it felt like he was in a dream. This time, more than 50 soldiers were receiving awards, and Rindy was at the end of the line. However, even so, it made Ruan Linjun extremely envious. Sigh, how lucky is this kid? At such a young age, he's already receiving accolades and got to meet the big boss right after joining. Captain, you're being too sour. You've met the big boss so many times and have received many first-class medals yourself. Is it really necessary to be like this? It's different. You don't understand. From the moment the big boss appeared until the end of the award ceremony, it was only a short hour. After the big boss left, the group finally erupted into excited celebrations. Rindy raised his hands, feeling as if he wanted to chop them off and display them. For these were the hands that had shaken hands with the big boss. Grandpa, Dad, your child has made it. The whole afternoon, Rindy wore a silly smile, grinning at everyone he met, holding his hands up as if afraid no one could see them or the medals on him, especially when he met someone. His fingers would twitch occasionally, making anyone unaware think he might have Parkinson's. I have to record this moment and show it to him later when he calms down, Ling Yunhao said, pulling out his phone to take a video of Rindy. Fortunately, they were at the base, and everyone knew why he was so happy. Otherwise, he would have been sent to a mental hospital if they were outside. The evening banquet was cancelled. Ruan Linjun said, if he asks like this without drinking, what will happen if he drinks tonight? Will he run around naked? And Yin listened to their teasing remarks and laughed. It seems someone was so excited after receiving an award that they couldn't sleep all night, and after the ceremony, they went to sing karaoke for hours and ended up not being able to speak for days. Huh, there asked this story. Who was it? Ling Yunhao, who joined later, asked curiously, having never heard of it. I need to buy a pack of cigarettes. I'm out. Ruan Linjun turned and left quickly. That evening, what was supposed to be a celebration turned into a simple meal at the cafeteria. Rindy didn't mind finishing his meal quickly before heading back to his dorm to video chat with Yang Loi. Just as they were whispering sweet nothings to each other, Rindy's other phone rang. He immediately stiffened, said good night to Yang Loi, and hung up. He quickly got dressed and went to the office building to meet with Director Xia, and Ruan Linjun and a few others were also in the office. Director Xian said, everyone's here, so let me explain the situation. Staff from the National Power Grid negotiating the acquisition of the grid with Angela Tyson Power Company have been taken hostage by unidentified armed individuals. Meanwhile, a power company from another nation is also heading to Tyson Power. We have not yet received any information about the armed individuals, and we cannot rule out the possibility of competitive tactics being employed. The Death Squad's mission this time is to obtain core information from the foreign power company, especially their negotiation bottom line and conditions. What about the comrades from the National Power Grid? They are negotiating through the embassy, and the second batch of negotiators has already set off. The most important thing is to obtain the opponent's information and ensure the negotiations proceed normally. All problems will be resolved. Understood. You have only 21 hours, so get there as quickly as possible. Is there any problem in obtaining this information? No. We will complete the mission without fail. The group went directly to the equipment department to collect special camouflage tools before heading to the airport. On the way, they changed into flight attendant uniforms, and Rindy confidently donned a captain's outfit. With many skills at his disposal, it was easier for him to operate. Director Xia had compiled a perfect work profile for his various abilities suitable for appropriate companies. As long as you check, you will find out that he is a person from this company. Anyway, there are many people with the same name in Tianxia, so no one can spot the flaw. For people boarded the plane, Captain Rindy, the original captain of this flight, as the co-pilot, and the other two were crew members. They were heading to a certain country for the second time. This time, they were flying the plane themselves. Rindy had a slight smile on his face, ready for the mission of a super agent. The flight took 12 hours to reach a mountain city in that country. Combined with the preparation time, they had already spent 13 and a half hours, leaving them with 7.5 hours. At this moment, it was just past 3 o'clock in that country's time. On the way, Wan Linjun, as the team leader, had already developed a detailed and thorough plan for the mission. The biggest challenge of this task was to infiltrate the electric power company in that country, as the project materials for such multinational negotiations were generally held by the top management of the company. They only had 7 hours, making it very difficult to approach these high-level officials. However, Wan Linjun had done similar work many times, so he was experienced. The first step was to obtain data on the high-level personnel of the company. Ling Yunhao and Rin Di collaborated quickly on this. The second step was to identify the actual project leader and obtain their fingerprint, voiceprint, and other relevant data. The third step was infiltration. The fourth step was safe evacuation. And Yin was responsible for all vehicle routes and logistics for infiltration and evacuation. After that, Wan Linjun and Rin Di were responsible for data collection. Once they landed at the airport, they exchanged identities with some passengers on the plane, and by the time they left the airport, their appearances had completely changed. A van was already waiting at the airport, and after getting in, Rin Di and Ling Yunhao started hacking into the electric power company using the laptop they brought. By the time the van reached the vicinity of the power company, they had already obtained all the necessary information. There were 5 people who had access to the entire project details: the company president TCX, vice president Wilson, and the 2 assistants and the financial controller. However, the financial controller could be directly excluded. The remaining 4 people had their home addresses here. The group looked at the map, studying who would be the most suitable target. Suddenly, Rin Di noticed the company's website and thought of a question. Why not check their recruitment situation? Have they recently hired any staff? Can we start from here? And Yin suddenly said to Rin Di, Wilson's assistant is a woman. Can we use that to our advantage, maybe seduce her? Wan Linjun suddenly looked up at Rin Di and said, yes. Mu Jin, you are a genius. Rin Di's hair stood on end. No, you can't always think of taking shortcuts. Sacrificing you for the happiness of millions. Rin Di, just go along with it. Chapter 104. Who you see D, I will repeat the plan one last time. Inside the van, Wan Linjun looked at the faces of the team members and spoke slowly. It was currently midnight 1 a.m. in Beijing and 5 a.m. in that country, leaving them with less than 5 hours. If we have enough time, we could steal the documents at night, but now we can only take risks during the day while the power company is operating. Firstly, the president of the power company, TCX, is currently out of the country, and his secretary is with him. We need to contact Wilson and his secretary as quickly as possible. Mu Jin, prepare all the mechanical equipment and props during the remaining time, and then create a traffic accident at 8:50 to meet with Wilson and delay his arrival at work. Understood. Spider, your task is to control the traffic routes at all times. First, extend the red light at every intersection Wilson passes by for 20 seconds. Second, assist the temporary workers in entering the power company to switch all surveillance equipment. Third, Rin Di, maybe you should change your code name. Yours sounds awkward. Wan Linjun suddenly shifted the tone, causing cracks in everyone's serious expressions. Look how cool my code name is. It sounds good when I say it. Rin Di couldn't help but touch his nose. That wasn't his intention. At that time, the system hadn't revealed its true nature yet. If he didn't agree, and the system uninstalled, wouldn't he be in serious trouble? So, he had no choice but to accept such a code name. Captain. And Yin couldn't help but punch Wan Linjun, saying to focus on the task. Okay. Thirdly, once the temporary workers obtain the documents, you must quickly relay them back to the country. Understood. The power company operates from 9 a.m., and our latest deadline is 10 a.m. We only have 1 hour to actually get those materials. During this hour, the temporary workers need to obtain the access card for Wilson's secretary amidst the chaos at the power company, sneak into Wilson's office, and take those documents. Then, you need to escape successfully. Your task is heavy. Understood. My task, Sci, is to create chaos. You all know it's always like this, Wan Linjun said helplessly. His physique and shape are not as tall and slender as Rin Di. He has a standard inverted triangle male body. Every time he plays a role, he is either a repairman, a garbage collector, or a truck driver. Even when dressed in a proper suit, people still think he is some fitness instructor or personal bodyguard. Sci, talking too much brings tears. Ding. Mission. Successfully infiltrate the Shivek Power Group and obtain the Tyson Power Acquisition documents. Mission reward. Random proficiency in a foreign language. Failure penalty. None. Wow. After the system reboot, you've become so considerate. There's actually no penalty for failure. Ren-D felt satisfied with the tasks after the system reboot. The host's mission failure does not require system penalties. The consequences of mission failure will be borne by the host. Ren-D suddenly understood that he was no longer the temporary worker looking for tasks on the street, but a super agent. If an agent fails a mission, the consequences, he must change his mindset. Ren-D was naturally fair-skinned, and he spent over 2 hours applying makeup to achieve a complexion typical of Caucasians. He wore a wig and colored contact lenses, and had a positioning device and headset attached to his earlobes. After that, he put on a sharp suit, transforming into someone who appeared to be of mixed descent. And Yin then handed Ren-D a briefcase containing all the prepared materials. "All right, sir, it's 8:40 a.m. now. In 20 minutes, it'll be 9. I wish you a pleasant interview." Ren-D gave an okay gesture and got out of the delivery truck, accompanied by Wan Linjun. Wan was dressed in blue canvas overalls and a long-sleeved t-shirt, wearing white gloves and a red hat, while carrying a toolbox. Mr. Mario Wan was ready for work. After getting out of the truck, the two went their separate ways, and Yin drove directly towards Wilson on the route to the power company for a close encounter. Ren-D walked a short distance and hailed a taxi to the power company. Wan Linjun headed to another street, where he lifted a manhole cover and slipped inside. The sewer systems abroad are completely different from those in his home country, which are based on the designs of the former Soviet Union. The ancient cities had sewers that could accommodate horses, while the modern ones are narrow and small. In contrast, the sewer systems in the foreign country can house people. Following the plans for the mountain city's sewer system, Wan Linjun found the junction of the power company's sewer pipelines and blocked it. He first secured a plastic hose inside a section of the pipe wall, then sprayed it with quick-setting foam cement, which expanded and sealed the entire junction within 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, it was completely dry, but this seal would only last about an hour. If submerged in water for over an hour, it would dissolve without a trace. The water in the sewer was now blocked on one end, and once Ling Tianhao received Wan Linjun's signal, he directly tampered with the city's water supply system and opened a section of the fire supply line, allowing the water to flow directly into the sealed sewer. In about half an hour, the sewer of the Wayne Power Company building would experience a backflow. At this point, Ren-D had arrived at the entrance of the power company. After confirming with the security and reception, he entered the company. Originally, the interview was scheduled with a Caucasian woman, but the team had intercepted her interview, altered the information, and used departmental management privileges to grant Ren-D access. Although the reception staff was curious about this candidate they hadn't seen before, they let him in, simply because he was incredibly handsome. Once inside the meeting room, the receptionist brought Ren-D a cup of coffee. He thanked her and gave a charming wink, saying, "My name is Huyusity. I wonder if I could take you out for dinner tonight." The receptionist smiled sweetly and replied, "Zelina Andre, you look even more handsome than those stars. Unfortunately, I have a boyfriend." Ren-D smiled brightly, revealing a perfect set of 8 teeth, and said, "Ah, what a pity." At that moment, the interviewer walked in, and Ren-D adjusted his crossed legs and sat up straight, then gave the interviewer a charming smile. "Hello, sir." Ren-D introduced himself once again, then started to chat casually while promoting himself. Ling Tianhao had prepared an impressive resume for him, and Ren-D spent some time memorizing it. The interviewer was almost completely taken in by Ren-D's charm. Chapter 105 Task accomplished. And Yin was driving a delivery van and, after turning a corner on a street, blocked the intersection by breaking down. Wilson's car arrived just in time, and when he tried to find a detour, he realized that traffic was already backed up behind him. And Yin got out to talk to Wilson, and during their conversation, he discreetly slipped a signal jammer into Wilson's jacket pocket. Wilson wanted to go to work and planned to call someone to tow the van, but Yin intervened, and while they were entangled, he stuck a small device on Wilson's phone. Once Yin received a signal from Ling Tianhao, he pretended to go back to fixing the van. Ren-D successfully convinced the supervisor at the Sci-Fi Electric Company and received a job offer on the spot. He glanced at the time and realized that 20 minutes had already passed. Meanwhile, after being stuck in traffic for half an hour, Yin finally fixed the van and drove off. Wilson, furious, sped towards the company, but he kept hitting red lights at every intersection. Time seemed to drag on longer than usual, and no one answered his calls. Either they were unavailable or could not be reached. Frustrated, he smashed his phone to pieces. Damn it, what a terrible day. Inside the power building, people noticed an unusually foul smell in the air, and soon, those on the lower floors discovered that the toilets were backing up. The interviewer was also angry and went to check what was happening, causing chaos in the entire office area. Water began to accumulate on the floor, and many people cursed the aging public facilities, complaining that taxes were collected but no repairs were ever made. Amid the confusion, Ren-D took advantage of the situation to sneak away some documents from the empty workstations, pretending to look for the relevant department for approval. He then made his way to the door of the vice president's office, where Wilson's secretary was trying to call Wilson but couldn't get through. Ren-D approached with a smile and asked, "Beautiful lady, could you tell me who these documents should be submitted to? I just started and am a bit confused about the departments." The secretary, taken by Ren-D's handsome appearance, took the documents from him. While handing over the documents, Ren-D cleverly blocked her line of sight and discreetly grabbed the access card from the desk. Just then, the phone that had failed to connect suddenly rang. "Boss." The secretary gestured for Ren-D to wait, and he nodded. On the other end of the phone, disguised as the attending physician, Yen informed the secretary that Wilson had been in an accident and asked her to go to the hospital immediately to arrange related matters. The secretary quickly confirmed the address and, after apologizing to Ren-D, left right away. At this moment, Ling Yunhao notified Ren-D that all the surveillance had been replaced, and he could enter Wilson's office. Ren-D swiftly took out a spray bottle from his briefcase and sprayed it on the secretary's desk, then used another tool to collect several fingerprints from the secretary. After that, he arrived at the door of Wilson's office, swiped his card, and pressed his fingerprint. The door opened, and Ren-D slipped inside. Inside Wilson's office, there was a computer. Ren-D powered it on and found there was no password. Did this vice president think it unnecessary or look down on hackers? After searching the computer, Ren-D didn't find any important information, not even hidden folders. And all the hard drives were empty. Was he being mocked? Ren-D began rummaging through Wilson's desk drawers and finally found a locked one. After using his tools to open it, he discovered the purpose of his visit. He scanned and photographed all the documents, and the data was immediately uploaded to Ling Tianhao. "Okay, the documents have been found. Data received." Ling Tianhao's voice came through the earpiece. Ren-D breathed a sigh of relief. There were less than 10 minutes until 10 o'clock, and he had made it. Being an agent truly tests not just one's abilities, but also one's mental strength, perseverance, and mindset. Ren-D recalled his first systematic mission. After failing, he was cautious about avoiding others' gazes while cleaning up trash. But later he could nonchalantly persuade others to pick up garbage. He even donned a mascot costume to awkwardly dance, and his heart had become incredibly resilient. It's true what they say. In a narrow path, the brave prevail, and bravery represents mindset. Ren-D restored everything to its original state and quietly exited the room. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the phone on the secretary's desk ring. Foreigners prefer to communicate via email or phone, and out of curiosity, Ren-D picked up the phone, instantly mimicking the secretary's voice. "Hello, this is the office of Vice President Wilson. Catherine, why can't I reach Wilson? What is he doing right now?" An angry voice from a middle-aged man came through the line, and Ren-D immediately recognized it as the president of a power company. Remembering the information he had gathered, which indicated that Wilson had a habit of flirting in the office, Ren-D quickly fabricated an excuse. "Mr. Wilson is currently measuring the physical data of a new friend." "Huh, that bastard. Didn't I tell him not to do such things in the office?" "Bastard. You tell him later, forget it, just handle it directly. Angela's second batch of negotiators from Tianxia has arrived. If we can't secure this project, we'll let the people from Blackwater handle their setup. If we can't have it, neither can anyone else." "Yes, sir. I will take care of it right away." Ren-D replied promptly before hanging up the phone. Ren-D pouted and directly unplugged the phone line before leaving. "Temporary workers, you can retreat now." By the time he got to the lower level, chaos had basically ensued. There was already a lot of water on the ground, and various unidentified garbage had been washed out from the corners, along with some tissues floating in the water, looking extremely disgusting. "Oh my God, how can one live like this?" Someone screamed. "Why haven't the cleaning and repair companies arrived yet?" As Ren-D descended the stairs, he heard various screams inside and cheerfully whistled his way down. At this point, the security guards of the building were also absent, and the entrance hall was covered in water stains. Ren-D exited the building and walked toward the street, while Wilson had already driven to the entrance of the parking lot behind the building, but the guard was nowhere to be found. After honking the horn for a while without anyone opening the door, he left the car there and walked around to the front entrance of the building. He happened to run into Ren-D at the corner, and Ren-D almost called out, "Brother, son." Just then, the sound of motorcycles, cars, and gunfire erupted from the two main roads on the street. Rin-D hurriedly ran and crouched behind a trash can on the side of the road. Chapter 106 Money-Making Expert Rin-D crouched behind the trash can in a hurry. It was the local gang fighting on the street. Wilson was startled by the noise as well and began to frantically look for cover, spotting Rin-D and scrambling over. Rin-D kindly made room for him to hide. Thank you. Thank you. After Wilson settled in, he kept wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. I'm having such a bad day, he said. Well, encountering a gang is indeed unfortunate, Rin-D replied. The gunfire grew louder, and several bullet holes appeared in the wall behind them, causing Wilson to tremble and sit down on the ground in fear. Rin-D grabbed his collar and circled around the trash can to dodge bullets while observing the surroundings. Are the police just useless? They waste taxpayers' money but never show up when incidents happen, Wilson complained as he regained his composure. Did you call the police? He asked Rin-D. Rin-D rolled his eyes and said, Sorry, my phone has no signal. Damn, my phone has had no signal all morning too. Those idiots at the telecom company. Next time I see them, I'm definitely going to give them a piece of my mind. Calm down. Maybe the gang will leave soon. Rin-D took a bottle of water from his briefcase and handed it to Wilson. Oh, it's Tasmanian. You love this too? It's my favorite. Wilson thanked Rin-D and took a swig from the bottle. Rin-D smiled. I got this from your office, dear. No need to mention it. Bayou. Another gunshot rang out, and Rin-D quickly pressed Wilson's head down to avoid the bullet. You saved my life again, Wilson exclaimed. I'm Wilson, the vice president of the Shivek Power Group. I will repay you for saving my life, young man. I am who you see, D, and if you want to repay me, why not be more practical? Rin-D rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together, looking eagerly at Wilson. After a moment of thought, Wilson nodded. Yes. This is indeed a great deal. After saying that, he directly took out his wallet from his pocket, wrote a series of numbers on a check, and signed it. Rin-D noticed the device that Wilson brought out with his wallet and, with wide eyes, naturally took it into his hand while Wilson was writing the check. 100,000. Oh God. Thank you for your generosity. Rin-D smiled as he accepted the check and placed it in his bag. Then he took out a box of cigars, pulled one out, and asked Wilson, Would you like to smoke a cigar? Bayou. Bayou. More bullets flew in, and Wilson shrank his neck, too afraid to move. Rin-D regrettably put the cigar away, thinking he would take it back to Comrade Rwan. The sound of a car screeching to a halt and the slamming of doors was followed by a scream. The two of them peeked out from behind a trash can and observed that a car had flipped over on the roadside, and two people wearing helmets and leather jackets had killed everyone inside. Then, those two drove away on a motorcycle. Finally, it was over. Rin-D sighed. He hadn't slept for a full 30 hours since arriving here. If it weren't for the excitement of the mission, he could easily fall asleep with his eyes open. If he really had to deal with those gangsters, he wouldn't have much of a chance. At that moment, Wilson also stood up, wiping the sweat and dirt from his forehead with a handkerchief. Those damn bastards. Looks like I need to get myself a bodyguard. Yes, indeed. Rin-D agreed, and afterwards, Wilson gave him a business card before saying goodbye and leaving. Rin-D placed the card into his briefcase and walked towards another street. After finding a public restroom where he removed his wig and colored contacts, he changed his appearance and, following Ling Yunhao's instructions, circled around a couple of times before returning to the van. The mission was successfully completed. The few of them quickly dealt with all the props in the van, destroying what needed to be destroyed and throwing away what needed to be thrown away. Finally, they drove the vehicle to an abandoned junkyard and set it on fire to finish the job. The four of them then found a hotel to rest for the night. The next day, after reuniting with the tourist group from home, they headed back. Angela's negotiations for electricity went smoothly, and the first batch of negotiators was successfully rescued after the embassy's intervention. Rin-D also informed Tian Xia in advance about the situation with the private security company, allowing them to prepare defenses and avoid significant property losses. Director Xia genuinely appreciated Rin-D. While others went out spending money, Rin-D came back with earnings. Although it wasn't a lot, it was certainly better than others who only took without giving back. Today he could earn 100,000. And tomorrow he could bring back 1 million, 10 million. However, Wan Linjun was quite surprised when he received the cigar Rin-D sent him. Could this guy have robbed Wilson's stock? Wasn't this clearly informing people that his office had been robbed? Infiltration rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward, proficient in German. After returning home, Rin-D received a reward from the system. He was catching up on sleep in his dormitory. Although he had rested for a night in another country, he still didn't sleep soundly. Home is always the best. It was only in the afternoon that Ren-di woke up and planned to pay respects to his ancestors when his personal phone rang. Hello? What's up, Changgu? On the other end was his childhood friend Wang Chong. Ren-di, do you have any money? My sister-in-law just gave birth today, but she's experiencing severe postpartum hemorrhage and urgently needs 20,000 yuan for emergency treatment. Do you have any money? Please lend it to me. I promise to pay you back later. Wang Chong had no other choice but to ask Ren-di for money. Although he knew Ren-di didn't have any, there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. If I don't ask, then he must have money. All right, I'll transfer you the money right now. Without hesitation, Ren-di transferred 50,000 yuan to him. He didn't expect that Wang Chong's wife would encounter such a situation after giving birth. At that moment, Ren-di suddenly thought of his mother, that woman. Ren-di, come shopping with me. And Yin kicked open the door to Ren-di's dorm and stood at the entrance, shouting at him. Ren-di quickly wrapped himself in a blanket. Whoa, 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 8-pack abs. And Yan's eyes widened, nearly drooling. Heaven is helping me. Get up quickly, we're going shopping for a date. No, let go, you're drooling. After a hard struggle, Ren-di finally escaped in Yan's clutches, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket and asking, why aren't you resting properly? Why go shopping? I'm going to buy you some clothes. Then you can help me with my sister's matchmaking. My mom is explaining my potential partner again. I need your help, Ren-di. Liddy can help you, not me. Chapter 107 Who's Good With Whom? Ren-di was dragged out of the residence by Yin, and only then did he realize that Yin was actually a local, a super impressive individual. A third-generation red, second-generation official, and second-generation wealthy all rolled into one. Driving a luxury car worth over 8 million and living in a villa of 400 to 500 square meters, aside from being handsome enough to blend into a crowd. He had no flaws, except for perhaps failing to attract the attention and hormones of most men. Sis, with your conditions, do you still need to go on blind dates? Ren-di's eyes widened. With Yan's conditions, it was like skipping 50 years worth of detours. And Yin rolled her eyes at Ren-di. You think I'm great, but some people just don't like me. That's their loss. Who is it? Tell me, and I'll beat him up. The team leader thinks I'm not good enough. What? The team leader? It's not that I can't beat him, but... And Yin, driving, tossed her hair back and said, that's what that man said. He said I have no chest and no butt, that I don't look like a woman. Wow. Ren-di immediately widened his eyes, taking a good look at Yin. Thinking that Yin could lift 2 tires with one hand and had more muscles than old Juan, he instantly understood why old Juan found her unappealing. The two of them together, it's hard to say who is dominating whom. But sister, are you really just giving up like this? Most people who get set up for blind dates are usually the leftovers. Today is all about rejection. My mother arranged this, and there's no escaping it. So I can only find a way to make him withdraw on his own. Wow, today is definitely going to be a chaotic scene. Ren-di followed Yin into a restaurant that looked extremely luxurious and upscale, with waitstaff, who all looked like big stars. Welcome, do you have a reservation? The waiter asked, and Yin nodded and provided her name, and then the waiter smiled and led them to their reserved table. And Yan's blind date hadn't arrived yet, so Ren-di took out her phone and started scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, she came across the latest recruitment advertisement and was taken aback by the familiar face on the screen. They really put him in there. At that moment, and Yin said, someone's here. Ren-di turned to see a man in a khaki suit with rimless glasses walking over. Excuse me, are you missing? The man looked at Yin uncertainly. In this day and age, it's outrageous how photos can be manipulated. A tough girl can make herself look like a fairy, which really puts photo editing software to the test. If it weren't for the introducer saying the other party came from a distinguished family, he would want to leave immediately. Seeing the man's expression, and Yin knew what he was thinking and gestured for Ren-di to take the lead. Ren-di smiled and shook the man's hand, saying, welcome future brother-in-law. I wonder what your height and weight are and the circumference of your arms. Do you meet my sister's criteria for a partner? What do you mean? The man seemed puzzled. My sister comes from a good family, wealthy and powerful, so her standards are a bit high. If future brother-in-law doesn't meet these standards, then don't bother coming. Ren-di immediately pulled out her phone and started reading. Height must be above 180 centimeters. Weight not exceeding the standard weight, 30 kilograms for height. Uncorrected vision not lower than 4. 5. Normal abdominal ultrasound for heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and no more than 3 cysts or vascular tumors in single organs. But I see you're wearing glasses, and the prescription doesn't seem low, so you probably won't qualify. I won't read the rest. What do you mean? Is this a blind date or a medical exam? The man asked, somewhat angry. Come on, we're all adults here, aiming for marriage. What if I marry someone sick and have a disabled child? Don't you know that nearsightedness can be hereditary? Hypertension and diabetes are even more so? Rendi replied, and Yin gave him an approving look. You are unreasonable. Missin, aren't you going to say anything? The man inquired. You're the one who's a miss. Your whole family is full of misses. If you want to find a miss to take a taxi to Samleton, there are plenty on the street. And 50 yuan is quite cheap. Rendi didn't hold back. The man, hearing this, angrily muttered crazy and walked away. Rendi laughed as she sat back down at the table. This guy is so petty. I haven't even said much yet. And Yin asked, where did you get those criteria? They sound so familiar. From the recruitment medical exam. Rendi raised her phone and said, I have the human anatomy standards here too. How do you know there are so many issues in Samleton? Have you been there? I need to use the restroom for a moment. Rendi slipped away to the restroom. He had never been to Samleton in person, but he had seen it online and even had a standard route map for it. Just as he was pondering how to smooth things over, someone walked in beside him. Captain, Ruan Linjun appeared behind Rendi. Keep it down. Ruan Linjun whispered to Rendi, has Yan's blind date arrived? How is it? Did you come to check on Yan's blind date? Or are you worried about someone ruining it if it goes well? Rendi chuckled. Did you not go take a look? No, I was afraid of being discovered. Really? That guy looks pretty good, tall at 1.8 meters, weighing 80 kilograms, no bad habits, with an inverted triangle physique. By the way, he looks better than you, especially since he likes Yan's figure. He says it gives him a sense of security. After Rendi finished speaking, he carefully observed Ruan Linjun's expression. This guy is about the same as me? Better looking than me? How good can he be? Can he outshine the likes of famous actors? Why aren't you being cautious? What if he is a wolf in sheep's clothing? Or a creep? Who would even like Yin's solid physique? They must be blind. Why do I feel like you want Yin to never get married? Rendi said, and Yin is already 30. If she doesn't get married soon, she might not be able to. Who says she is old? She is only 30. What is the rush? She still has missions to complete. Finding a man would just mean being in a relationship without real commitment. It's better not to marry. Rendi noticed Ruan Linjun's ears turning red, but didn't he hear what he said afterward? These two. I sensed something was off before, and now it makes sense. Fine. I'll tell Yin to hurry up and get married and have kids. That way she won't have to work on the front lines. She can shift to the second or third line and still be with her husband and kids every day. How wonderful. After saying that, Rendi turned to leave, but his collar was grabbed. Come back. She doesn't even like him to get married. Ruan Linjun was anxious. He was really anxious. Rendi felt as if he had just bitten into a juicy watermelon. It was refreshing. What a big deal this is. Help. Murder. Suddenly, screams erupted from the restaurant outside. Chapter 108. Safe and sound? Ruan Linjun's first reaction upon hearing the screams was not to rush out, but to look at Rendi. After giving him a knowing look that seemed to say, I knew it would be like this, he ran outside. What kind of look is that? It's as if I've been possessed by an elementary school student. Rendi angrily rushed out of the restroom. Outside the restaurant, a man was wildly swinging a 6-inch-long knife inside, his eyes clouded and red, his face twisted in a snarl, shouting incoherently. Ghosts. You bunch of ghosts. Go die. I want to be eaten by you. No. There were many bloodstains on the floor, and several waitstaff were frozen in their seats, too scared to move. At this moment, Yin was protecting some guests and staff on the other side, facing off against this man. This guy clearly seemed out of his mind, and judging by his facial features, it looked like he was in a frenzy from an overdose. Such people are really the most troublesome. You can never predict their next move. One moment they might attack you, and the next they could be chasing after hallucinations to harm others. Yin, are you okay? Ruan Linjun shouted as he stepped forward. You take your people back. I'll handle this guy. Captain. Yin was surprised to see Ruan Linjun. He had followed him here. Ruan Linjun's voice attracted the attention of the knife-wielding man, who lunged towards him with the knife raised. However, he didn't notice the tables and chairs beneath him and tripped, crashing into the corner of a table. The knife flew out of his hand, narrowly missing Ruan Linjun's face and landing behind him. As Rendi emerged, he saw the knife flying towards him and quickly dodged to the side. The knife finally lost its momentum and embedded itself in the floor. and Yin and Ruan Linjun rushed forward to subdue the man and bound him with a belt. "Captain, are you all right? Did you get hurt?" They both spoke at once. "Captain, what are you doing here? Are you here for a blind date too?" And Yin wanted to ask if he had followed him, but the words came out like this. "Of course not. I'm here to keep an eye on you. With you like this, I'm worried you might get deceived. There are so many scoundrels in the world. Who knows what kind of trouble you might fall for? Seems like you're a dung beetle facing constipation. What a wasted trip. Huh, where's your blind date? Don't tell me it's this addict. You like this type? How could I possibly fancy someone like this? I want someone at least 10 years younger, handsome, wealthy, and considerate. A few years younger is fine. 10 years younger might not even be of legal age. How could you forget that? Or should I help you scout? Sure, that is a must. If these two ever clashed with a rock, the rock would definitely shatter." Rendi couldn't watch any longer and went over to drag the man to the entrance of the restaurant. At that moment, the police arrived, and everything proceeded according to protocol. However, that night, the death squad received new orders to depart. On the military aircraft, Ling Yun and Rendi Hao were happily munching on spicy snacks, their eyes fixed intently on the opposite side. "Captain, what do you think of this man? My aunt introduced him to me. He is a young, wealthy returnee from studying abroad, super handsome. And Yin, I'm telling you, these refined scoundrels are quite common. 9 times out of 10, they're just showy. Then what about this man? He is a colleague introduced by my older cousin. He is also in the system. This guy looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He might be a troublemaker. Look at those high cheekbones and wide forehead, and that expression on his face. What about this guy? He looks solid and in good shape. No way, this guy looks like..." Rendi asked Ling Yunhao while eating spicy snacks. "Are there any more spicy snacks?" 2 more bags. That'll be enough for the way back. Attention, comrades. We are about to reach our destination. Please prepare to disembark." The announcement from the plane came, and Rendi put away his snacks while a few others stood up to get ready. The remaining journey would rely solely on our own strength to proceed. Then we would retrieve the missing documents at the designated location and escort them back home. Everyone, stay alert. Understood. Rendi had only ever parachuted during the day in training. This was his first night jump. He noticed others were already at the door, but he still had a yellow guiding parachute line hanging over his head, which he really wanted to remove. It made him feel like a teddy bear being led by someone. "Rendi, you must pay attention to the wind speed and distance during your first night jump. Make sure to protect yourself while landing." Understood. 3, 2, 1. Jump. As the rear cabin door opened, 4 people jumped out of the plane in succession. Rendi kept the landing techniques in mind, legs together and body leaning back. They were now in a high-altitude area, and crossing this region would lead them into Nepal. The sky was high and the stars sparse, with a halo around the moon. Tomorrow there would be strong winds. Rendi looked at the sky and expressed his thoughts. "Wind is good. It can carry us 20 miles, saving us the trouble of walking." In the air, they could only see dark silhouettes as they drifted further away. Bam! The moment Rendi landed, he rolled a few times to dissipate the impact, but the high-altitude wind still dragged his parachute, causing him to slide forward. He struggled to untangle the bag on him, but as he adjusted his body, a rock appeared right between his legs, twisting Rendi's expression instantly. "Damn, my bag." The parachute finally came to a stop on a gentle slope, and Rendi's body curled up like a shrimp. A crackling sound came through the headset. "Hey, have you landed, Rendi?" "Hibiscus landed successfully. Spider landed successfully. Rendi, how are you?" Rendi gasped for breath and replied, "The bag is intact." "What? The bag? Did you break your egg?" Ruan Linjun couldn't help but laugh, and Yin was also amused. Ling Yunhao said, "Next time, remember to wear an extra layer of protection. It's not broken." "Damn it." Voices from the group echoed in the headset. They weren't too far apart. Rendi got up, cut the rope, buried the parachute in a hole, and after determining the direction, set off towards the gathering point. However, Rendi felt as if his legs couldn't come together, as if he had a bomb hanging between them. What a predicament. Winky face, so uncomfortable. "Heh, let me tell you a cold joke. Do you want to hear it?" No one responded, and Ruan Linjun said, "Not responding means you agree, right? Once there was a hunter who shot a fox, and then the hunter died. The fox said, 'Haha, didn't he see that coming? I'm a reflex fox.' On the desolate plain, 4 black figures walked step by step towards the distance. Chapter 109. Mom should be spanked. This is Tukka City, once the capital of SARS, but it has all been destroyed by war. The 4 of them rode a few wild camels at night and slowly arrived in Tukku during the day. Ren Di was not clear about the world's geographical and cultural environment. All of this came from Ling Yunhao's teachings. As a member of the team, he was usually quiet but was actually a formidable expert in folklore. Whenever they went on a mission, certain taboos and customs needed his guidance. Oh, could there be treasures here? Ren Di thought of the treasure hunting shows he had watched before, waving a metal detector around old battlefields, walls, and sandy areas, and then digging up a lot of treasures. Haha, would there be any treasures left for you to dig? The locals had probably already dug 3 feet down and cleaned it out. Ruan Linjun poured cold water on Ren Di to prevent him from daydreaming about treasure hunting instead of focusing on the task. What if? Ren Di was still not willing to give up. He wanted to give it a try. How would he know it wouldn't work without trying? What if he found something? Even picking up a coin would be good. The chances of finding treasure were low, but there should be quite a few mummies or skeletons. Ling Yunhao replied. Ren Di reluctantly looked back at the remnants of stone and earth, imagining the glory of this place hundreds or thousands of years ago. Since they were here, it would be really disappointing to leave without getting something. Be careful, we can see the small town. And Yin shouted. The group refocused their attention and saw a small town in the distance, with buildings no taller than 2 stories. And many structures appeared to be hastily assembled from construction materials. This town changed locations every month. Without informants, it was nearly impossible to find. Even if satellites were tracking them, these people would vanish quietly. This time, their informant went missing after sending a message. Ren Di fell silent. The dark world was indeed cruel. He tightened his hat and cloak, exposing only his eyes. Not far from the town, they released the wild camels and entered on foot. The town had 3 entrances, each guarded by armed individuals. Hey, what is your purpose? We are merchants. Ruan Linjun replied, and the guards allowed them to enter. Was it really that simple? Ren Di was a bit surprised after entering. After all the hard work with planes and camels, it felt too easy to get in. He felt a bit guilty for all the effort. After overcoming numerous difficulties, did they just wipe away the last hurdle like this? Just as he finished speaking, he received a slap on the back of his head from Yin. Keep your eyes forward and follow the boss's steps. Oh, Ruan Linjun led the way, with Yin and Ling Yunhao flanking Ren Di to prevent any outbursts. Ruan Linjun found a bar, paid for a few leads, and the group analyzed what they needed, which was hidden in 2 places, one in a casino and the other in the home of someone who had died. First, they needed to get a vehicle, then split into 2 teams to search, careful not to alert anyone. So far, they weren't sure if the enemies were using this information as bait to lure them in, or if the informant had betrayed them. Ruan Linjun said, we must be cautious of all possibilities. Understood, but why didn't we just drive here from the start? Ren Di asked curiously. All foreign vehicles are prohibited from entering, and driving here is akin to being abandoned. Only local vehicles can come and go freely. A few individuals wandered around the town, ostensibly looking for business opportunities. But in reality, they were memorizing the geographical layout and the local personnel situation. This time, the information was said to come from an overseas base that lost an advanced fighter jet. Someone had stolen the engine of the downed aircraft. And then another individual copied all the data from it. Many countries are now interested in this data, and the region is no exception. The enemies are everyone except the locals. The small team quickly divided their tasks. One was assigned to a casino, while others went to find the residences of informants and other locations. One member stayed in the vehicle to guard the supplies, as drones were not allowed in the town and the internet connection was poor, limiting his ability to contribute much. Carrying a small bag and with a knife concealed, one member sauntered into the casino. All casinos around the world seemed to be designed from the same template, filled with noisy crowds, high-pitched screams, and stale air. However, there was no need to exchange chips here. As he entered, a few attractive women approached him closely. Hey handsome, what do you want to play? Do you want us to keep you company? We guarantee you'll win big. He smiled and playfully patted a few of them before pushing past them directly to the center of the gaming floor. Surrounded by a cacophony of languages, English, French, Arabic, and the local dialect, he even caught snippets of another language. Spotting the speakers, he squeezed in next to them at the gambling table, watching them place their bets. He also laid down a few bills. Although he had never received training in that language, he was confident that any good local could manage a few phrases. For instance, words like great, man, thank you, and let's go. He shouted, you guys are awesome. The 2 individuals immediately turned to look at him. Among the crowd, a person with yellow skin and dark eyes stood out, especially with his unique demeanor, causing them to view him as one of their own. Are you here to play? he asked. Nodding enthusiastically, he replied, "Yes, yes." The two exchanged glances and inquired about his plans for the night. He responded with a smile, and they stopped the conversation as the game began. The locals lost, and he won. In the next round, he won again while they lost, leading them to hand over their money, saying something he couldn't quite understand, but it didn't hinder his comprehension. He promptly took the money and gave an okay gesture. Surprisingly, he won 5 consecutive rounds, and the stakes doubled with the locals' money. He felt elated, and the locals shared in his excitement. But this drew the ire of surrounding gamblers, who began accusing him of cheating. Rendi directly pocketed the money while 2 individuals from a different background argued with the group. What is there to gain among gamblers? If you're not convinced, fight. Kulus. Rendi shouted the last phrase he knew in that language, and the 2 individuals joined in, leading to a brawl among dozens of people at the table. However, it was unclear if these people were genuine gamblers or just opportunistic ones like Rendi. All that could be seen were bills flying in the air and fists striking below. The security personnel in the casino rushed out and fired 2 shots at the ceiling, which only heightened the excitement, prompting some to draw their weapons. Rendi managed to get up from the ground, narrowly avoiding being trampled, and finally found a gap behind the gambling table to hide. If one were to hide information in this place, where would it be? Chapter 110. They are special. Rendi crawled around behind the gambling table, but found nothing useful. He had no idea whether the information was long or flat, round or square. He didn't know if it was on paper or stored on a hard drive. He was completely at a loss about where to look. With no other options, Rendi decided to seek help from the system. System, can you provide a scanning function? The host can go to the laboratory for modifications to equip your device with X-ray functionality to meet your physical needs. Other systems would beg and plead to fulfill their host's wishes. Yet why couldn't this one do the same? The host can also beg the system for a little favor. Damn. Rendi dodged the bullets flying at him and took the opportunity to curse the system. You're not even issuing tasks anymore. Is it that you've lost your ability? Does the host believe that a question so simple that even a child could answer requires the system to spend time and effort to create a task? It would be more appropriate for the system to train a pig instead. Being called a pig made Rendi furious. At that moment, a round object fell in front of him. He picked it up and saw it was a yellow and white capsule toy, containing a strange piece and a note. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He observed the casino environment. Apart from the 10 or so fan-shaped gambling tables, the area was filled with slot machines. And only near the entrance was there a capsule toy machine. It was the most conspicuous item and would be just the right size if the information were on a USB drive. He immediately dashed toward it. But the chaos from the fight had caused the capsules to scatter on the ground. Rendi felt a chill run down his spine. Was this a self-inflicted disaster? Meanwhile, Juan Linjun and Yin searched the place where their informant used to live, but found no significant clues. It seemed he had died in an accident, not murder. The information was likely gone. It appeared that these individuals were planning to evacuate. The streets were deserted except for a few spots. And Yin said, "Call Rendi back. We need to retreat. I'm not satisfied with leaving like this without checking the tavern one last time." Juan Linjun was dissatisfied with the situation. Behind every piece of intelligence lay the hard work and dedication of many people, and leaving empty-handed was completely out of character for him. As for Rendi, he had no expectations. Would such an important item really be left in a crowded and complex environment? It was merely because of Rendi's peculiar luck that he was meant to stir the waters. However, he never expected to find nothing of value here in this house. And Yin said, "We've pretty much searched all the known trajectories. It all depends on the results from Rendi now." Most likely, Juan Linjun made a gesture, and the two leaned against the wall, peering out through a gap in the window. An armored vehicle drove by, and 7 or 8 armed individuals jumped out, rushing into a nearby residence, followed by intense gunfire. Were they mercenaries from the region? What were they doing here? In less than 2 minutes, those individuals came downstairs, followed by 2 women who were bound. At that moment, a swaying woman approached from the other side of the street, dressed very ordinarily. But her prominent figure was somewhat alarming as it seemed heavy enough to fall off. She had short hair and was carrying a bag. The woman was walking towards the room wherein Yin and the others were. Upon seeing her, the mercenaries immediately rushed forward to grab her. "Help! Help me! Let me go! You bastards! You bad people! Let go of me!" The woman struggled, and in the process, her backpack was thrown aside. Her eyes kept fixed on it, and Yin was furious. Abducting women and harming children was the most vicious act. She immediately raised her gun, intending to shoot the mercenaries. But Wan Linjun stopped her. Look closely at that woman. Rin-Di? And Yin finally caught on. It was Rin-Di in disguise. But where did he get the wig and the padding? The screaming woman continued to struggle, but her hands were constantly changing gestures. At that moment, gunfire echoed from afar. The town's armed forces had arrived, also hired, and exchanged fire with the mercenaries. The armored vehicle from the mercenaries left with the women. The town's armed personnel fired a few shots in the air before departing. Quick, check that bag. And Yin quickly rushed downstairs to grab the backpack that Rin-Di had dropped. Wan Linjun reflected on Rin-Di's earlier actions, saying, he definitely saw us, just now. Damn it, I actually think he mimicked a woman quite well. That voice was sweet and quite alluring. And Yin replied, but what does Rin-Di want? Did he discover something? Why was he following the mercenaries? Moments later, Ling Yunhao drove up in a Hummer in front of the two. Once in the car, and Yin saw that Rin-Di's bag was filled with money and capsule toys. How come this kid brought back more money than we gave him? Wan Linjun looked at the money in disbelief. It can't be this lucky, can it? After flipping through several capsule toys, and Yin finally discovered something unusual. Upon opening it, she found a USB disguised as a cookie. She then found other capsule toys and discovered a USB drive disguised as a cookie inside one of them. The guy, Ling Yunhao, said while driving, Rin-Di's signal is out of town. Should we chase him? Not yet. Let's go buy weapons, said Wan Linjun. Since Rin-Di wants to follow those people, he must have discovered something. Once we have the information, we need to ensure our safety and not be detected before we go find him. Got it. At this moment, Rin-Di and 5 women were locked inside an armored vehicle. He observed these women. Apart from 2 locals, the rest were outsiders. There were blonde-haired, brown-haired, and one with red hair. Unable to hold back, Rin-Di spoke up. Ladies, how did you get captured? I was caught while taking photos. I'm a journalist, said the brown-haired girl, who had a beautiful forehead and chin but many freckles on her cheeks, making her look less attractive. I'm a member of an international rescue organization. I was taken when delivering supplies to the locals. My friends were all injured by them. Sighing, the red-haired girl said, I'm also a journalist. She looked at Rin-Di and asked, are you from Tianxia? The Tianxia girls I know aren't as tall as you. I'm special, Rin-Di shyly replied, his medium-length hair covering his slightly flushed face. Chapter 111 Dangerous Dance, Blood Warning. The armored vehicle drove for about half an hour before stopping. And then the women inside were taken out. Rin-Di followed the crowd to a makeshift military base surrounded by electrified barbed wire, with several rows of simple houses. On the other side, oil depots and vehicles were visible. Here, these people will be held here. Someone pushed them into an empty room and shut the door. This was the second time he had been detained, and Rin-Di stumbled a bit. The blonde girl came over to help him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Thank you. Rin-Di twisted his arm. The 2 large bulges on his chest were uncomfortable against his arms. He regretted not choosing a smaller size. These people really didn't know how to take care of delicate things. They had locked them up and tied their hands, which felt terrible. However, it wasn't long before the door opened, and someone came in, throwing a pile of clothes inside, saris worn by local women. You all change into these. After saying that, someone came in to untie the women's hands. Rin-Di rubbed his wrists, looking at the pile of clothes on the floor. Were this? Isn't that ridiculous? What about modesty? He could disguise himself as a woman on the outside, but could he do so inside as well? The women each walked over to grab clothes. And Rin-Di had no choice but to pick up a somewhat sheer red sari. Change quickly. It seemed they planned to watch them change. The women were trembling with fear, but turned around to take off their clothes and change into the saris. Little did they know that this would only heighten the tension. Rin-Di, too, turned his body around, first lifting the sari to cover his head and shield others' gaze, then quickly removing his outer pants and coat. Fortunately, he was wearing a vest, and the 2 large balls inside stretched the vest into a halter top. After putting on the sari, he carefully tied the bottom of the vest into a bow to prevent the contents inside from falling out. Fakes are still fakes after all. Several women finished changing into their saris before turning around. The guard walked up to them and inspected them one by one. When he reached Rin-Di, he noticed that Rin-Di was almost as tall as him and immediately became alert. Are you a woman? Can't you see for yourself? Rin-Di puffed out his chest. The prosthetic he made was quite realistic. As long as no one touched it, no one could tell the difference. The man glanced at Rin-Di's legs, smooth and hairless. Why are you wearing boxers? They're safety shorts. Do you even know what safety shorts are? Rin-Di replied in a tone of indignation and shame. Why have you brought us sisters here? What do you want from us? Everyone out. The 5 women were led to an open area outside, where a naked man was tied to a wooden stake in the center. The temperature was around 10 degrees, and the wind felt chilly. Around the square, many people were seated, most holding cans of beer, roasted chicken, and other snacks. Some of the women looked curiously at the naked man, while the local women covered their faces with their saris in shame and anger. Rin-Di stared at the tied-up man, wondering about his background. You dance. Try to arouse that guy? The guard pointed at the bound man and then at the women. Dance well, and you'll get paid and leave. Dance poorly, and you'll be fed to the dogs. The women exchanged nervous glances. Dance to seduce someone? Hurry up. Someone fired a shot into the air, startling the red-haired woman into jumping. The onlookers drinking and watching burst into laughter, egging them on. Dance. Dance. Come on, girls, dance. Rin-Di turned to the other women and asked, What can you dance? I can do cheerleading gymnastics, the blonde replied. I know some street dance. I don't know how to dance. Rin-Di then looked at the 2 local women, who shook their heads. Rin-Di sighed again. Even those who could dance didn't know how to dance seductively. Fine, just follow my moves. Copy whatever I do. Rin-Di closed his eyes, took a deep breath. And when he opened them again, a charming smile appeared on his face. What kind of dance is the most seductive? Some yoga poses are quite suggestive. An isn't otaku dance exactly what men love the most? He decided to go all out. Rin-Di began swaying his hips and moving his hands, a mental soundtrack playing in his head as he started his performance. The men around watched intently, whistling as Rin-Di danced. The other women began to imitate his moves. Though their movements were unpolished and out of rhythm, in that atmosphere, everything they did seemed to excite the crowd. As the saying goes, after 3 years in the army, even a sow looks like a beauty. The men in this place rarely got to see such attractive women, especially ones dressed so provocatively. The man tied to the wooden stake knew he shouldn't look at the women, but he couldn't resist stealing a glance. He became entranced when Rin-Di gave him a seductive look. When the 2 large spheres on Rin-Di's chest accidentally brushed against each other, their slight tremble and rhythmic rise and fall caused his flag to rise unmistakably. At that moment, someone standing beside the bound man pulled out a military knife and made a light cut on the man's bird. A scream of agony erupted from the man, startling the dancing women into a shiver. Keep dancing. Keep dancing. Don't stop. The crowd shouted. The bound man lowered his head in pain and tried to close his eyes, but his head was forcibly lifted, and his eyelids were stapled directly to his brow bones. He was forced to watch the women dance seductively in front of him. The second time his flag rose, another scream followed. Rin-Di felt nauseated, never having known that captured prisoners could be subjected to such abuse. The laughter of those around sounded like the howls of demons. As Rin-Di danced, they were pushed right in front of the staked man. Look at her. She dances the best. Speak up, and she's yours. Someone yelled at the man. The man's mouth was gagged. He could only mumble and shake his head. He wanted to close his eyes, but couldn't. He tried to lower his head, but it was twisted back up. Rin-Di danced until their waist felt like it was about to break. The third time the man's flag rose, the knife approached again, and blood splattered onto Rin-Di's face. Keep dancing. Rin-Di was ordered. Will you talk? If not, this time my blade goes all the way. Will you talk? The interrogator pressed. Covered in blood, the man's unwavering will was no match for his body's instincts. As Rin-Di swayed their hips, the man finally let out muffled sounds when he felt his life was nearing its end. The interrogator released his grip on the man's head and asked again, Will you talk or not? The man nodded, his face contorted with pain. Soon, he was taken away. The women were ordered to stop dancing. Gasping for breath, Rin-Di half-crouched to rest, but the next moment, they were hoisted over someone's shoulder. Rin-Di let out a charming scream. The man carrying them slapped their buttocks firmly and said, Beauty, tonight you're mine. Rin-Di was carried into a single room and tossed onto the bed. The man groped all over Rin-Di's body. But when his hands reached Rin-Di's stomach, he suddenly felt the presence of abdominal muscles. Rin-Di giggled, wrapping their legs around the man's body, and asked, Impressive, right? My girlfriend loves touching there. The man was stunned when he heard Rin-Di's voice suddenly shift to a masculine tone. In that brief moment of confusion, Rin-Di swiftly wrapped a scarf around his neck, yanked him downward, and slid behind him. With a sharp twist of the man's head, his neck bones dislocated, killing him instantly. Lucky you. No one touches my waist that easily. Rin-Di stood up, adjusted her chest, and kicked the body under the bed. After locking the door, Rindy began changing clothes, occasionally mimicking the dead man's voice to curse or emitting feminine moans and whimpers. To anyone outside, it sounded like an intense, intimate scene was unfolding. Once dressed in male attire, Rindy grabbed a few cola bottles from the room's mini fridge. Phew, I'm parched. Playing 2 roles is exhausting for the voice. Searching the room, Rindy also found 2 packs of cigarettes, a box of condoms, and a well-maintained handgun. Wow, what a find. Slinging the gun over his shoulder, Rindy retrieved 2 tactical knives and a lighter from the corpse. The signal tracker hidden in the fake breast was still functioning. Checking the time, Rindy recalled the mission. Disguising as a woman was a system-assigned task. After leaving the casino, Rindy had been ordered to infiltrate an enemy camp and steal documents. The intel gathered at the casino was incomplete. Part of it had been snatched away. The man forced to watch the dance was the one hiding the documents, though he turned out to be spineless. Still, Rindy arrived just in time, not to save him, but to put on a seductive show. According to system details, a discarded ball, a wig, and other tools were found in an abandoned house, enabling the female disguise. Rindy felt grateful for naturally androgynous features, further enhanced by system-trained yoga skills that allowed control over voice pitch and breathing. Sitting contentedly by the bed, Rindy munched on bread, sipped cola, and hummed intermittently. Passers-by outside occasionally paused to curse. Damn, don't kill the fun. Save some for me. About 10 minutes later, an assembly whistle blew. Rindy watched as numerous figures rushed out of their rooms, but headed not toward the gathering point, but stealthily toward the fuel depot. As darkness fell, the base's searchlights lit up. The assembly was likely a prelude to retrieving the remaining documents. Rindy counted down silently, monitoring the watch. When the assembled foreign mercenaries noticed the absence of the man last seen with Rindy, they sent someone to investigate. That person promptly triggered a makeshift electric trap set by Rindy using wires, electrocuting them instantly. A short circuit plunged the base into temporary darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Rindy sprinted toward the fuel depot, neutralized 2 guards with 2 shots, and reached the depot entrance. After rigging a booby trap with the guards' grenades and shattering the searchlights, a voice crackled through the comms earpiece. Temp worker? Rindy? How is your mission going? The teasing question came from a smug-sounding voice. The chrysanthemum hasn't bloomed yet. Do you want to see me turn back and go to your room? Ugh, don't mislead others. Ruan Linjun quickly refused, and then secretly glanced at Yin beside him. Rindy, we're 10 kilometers outside the camp. Can you make it out safely in 5 minutes? Yin said at that moment. Sure. Once the big fireworks go off here, I'll rush out. Spider, send a few drones for cover. Okay, Ling Yunhao replied. Rindy left the oil depot and headed towards the single-story building. At this point, the base had already discovered casualties and was quickly searching for enemies. The failure of the searchlight made them even more anxious. In general, the personnel and mercenary groups are very mixed. There are all kinds of people, and when night falls, those who are unfamiliar or do not belong to the same department can easily be exploited by the enemy, especially someone like Rindy, who was still wearing his own clothes. The oil depot exploded 3 minutes later, which was more than a minute later than Rindy had expected. Inside the single-story building, Rindy found the base leader's room and discovered military maps and several military computers. Rindy didn't bother copying any data and directly stuffed the items into his backpack. The total weight was less than 80 pounds, which was manageable. Just then, sounds of gunfire were heard at the base entrance. The Grim Reaper squad members had arrived. As Rindy was breaking out, a whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. It was an RPG. Rindy's body tensed up, and his mind went blank. The sound was too close. Was it the end? In an instant, Rindy felt as if he had drunk too much soda and couldn't hold it in. He was so scared that he immediately dropped to the ground to hide, but the sound turned into a thud upon landing. No explosion. He saw a 10-centimeter RPG warhead lying a few meters away from him, with only a shallow dirt pit on the ground. Damn it. Rindy got up and kicked it away. He was actually scared to the point of wetting himself by a dud. Rindy, run. A third party has appeared. Damn. He heard Ruan Linjun's voice. The old guys are here. We have no heavy firepower. Rindy had no time to think about anything else and directly ran towards the gap in the electric fence he had seen earlier. The Galactic mercenary group had less than 100 members in total, and they were all engaged in firefights ahead. After Rindy rushed out, he saw several beams of light coming from afar. On the other side, Yin drove straight towards Rindy's position. Ruan Linjun saw Rindy's figure and immediately pulled him into the vehicle as it passed. How could the old guys come? Rindy asked. It seems it's because a reporter was captured while still live streaming. Rindy suddenly thought of that blonde girl. Wait, you said live streaming? Yes. The latest technology from that country. It seems it was live the whole time. What kind of expression were you making? Rindy's face turned pale. That girl had streaming equipment on her, so people had seen everything since he was with her. He dressed as a woman, danced provocatively, and flirted. The whole world knew that Rindy was a man more feminine than a woman. Rindy tugged at his hair. It was his real hair. Well, it's fine now. The person dancing is a woman, now a man. Due to facial recognition issues, it's likely he won't be recognized. In Chapter 113, titled Beautiful Angel, they are online and lighting candles. In the vehicle, Rindy and Ling Yunhao downloaded all the useful data from Rindy's laptop onto their hard drives, then smashed the laptops and discarded them. After consolidating all the materials from this trip, they sealed them away. Once they left the chaotic area, they went directly back to a remote plateau where Rindy saw the abandoned ancient city again. No, let's stop here for a bit and spend the night. Rindy said, wait, I'll take apart the radio in this car to make a metal detector. I want to dig for treasure. The group, not made of iron, found a sheltered spot to start a fire, rest, and eat. They had compressed biscuits, canned meat, and chocolate. Rindy even pulled out 4 bottles of cola from his bag. As they ate, they discussed the mission. Especially when Rindy talked about the interrogation methods used by the mercenaries in Gaul, which made Yin laugh uncontrollably. You little rascal, Wan Linjun said, unsure how to comment. Are you bold enough not to fear being exposed? You didn't mention any special skills in ventriloquism before, did you? Wan Linjun suddenly asked. And what about your makeup skills? Are you hiding some talents? Rindy blinked his big eyes and replied, at that time. There was no place to write it down. Makeup and ventriloquism aren't that impressive. Wan Linjun gave Rindy a sideways glance. Keep making things up. I'm full. Rindy quickly went to the car to dismantle the radio. Ling Yunhao watched Rindy's back and said, his hacking skills are even better than mine. He can gain more, but he has still just one person, not someone who can split into multiple selves. And Yin chuckled. The Grim Reaper team has always been a whole, not just one person. Ling Yunhao smiled. I'm also full. I'll help out. I'm curious if there really is treasure here. In the end, all 4 of them started digging, using the radio's electromagnetic interference. Rindy's simple metal detector actually unearthed an ancient iron key from the dried mud wall, larger than a human palm. Excitedly, he felt it was the key to a treasure chamber. The other 3 joined in the excitement, scanning the entire area of the ancient city. They dug all night and couldn't stop until dawn, exhausted and lying on the ground. How much can we sell this for? Rindy gazed at the pile of exquisite silver and gold utensils and various jewelry embedded with large gemstones, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Weren't we here on a mission? Has the Grim Reaper team turned into a treasure hunting team? But there was still a vast area left to dig. Should we keep going? Yes. They all chimed in. Let us dig for another 2 hours and then leave. Finally, Wan Linjun made the decision. Unbeknownst to them, a video of Rindy's dance was edited with music and uploaded, making it to the homepage of a popular video platform, garnering over 50 million views in 3 hours. The most seductive dancer in the chaotic zone, the enchanting goddess. This angelic figure has been taken to a hellish place. Who will save her? The goddess appears on the battlefield, revealing the enemy's schemes and malice. A voice from the south expresses that the captured woman is a top artist from that country. A beautiful life is about to fade away, as the girl's fate lies in the hands of evil. Who is that woman? Who is the girl with the angelic smile? Many people witnessed that alluring and sensual dance. The girl's pure angelic face, swaying figure, tempting smile, and her heartbreaking cries when she was taken away. All of it struck a chord with many. A reporter from a certain country, who was live streaming the event, caused a global sensation, attracting a large number of foreigners to this exotic beauty. As the live stream reached its climax with the beautiful woman being taken away, many expressed their anger online, condemning the perpetrators. Some even called their local police departments, urging them to rescue the poor girl. Others directly emailed their national security agencies, questioning why they were so concerned about foreign affairs instead of rescuing this unfortunate woman. They pleaded for some action. A storm on the internet began to brew, leading to the security agency being overwhelmed by calls, ultimately forcing them to disconnect their office phone lines. Their own reporter had been captured, yet they seemed unconcerned while enjoying the live stream. And now they demand action to rescue someone else's girl. Are they merely living off their looks? However, the massive online uproar did not subside. In fact, it grew so intense that some people took to the streets to protest. Within just half an hour, around 100,000 people gathered in the capital city, demanding the government send troops to rescue the beautiful angel. Thus, after the live streaming concluded, the government dispatched a mercenary group with connections to assist in rescuing the women. If not for the fear of harming the women inside, they would have considered launching missiles to resolve the situation. But when they finally occupied the area, they discovered that the beautiful lady had died. Some found her blood-stained clothing and cruelly severed hair. Even her body was charred. Of course, this was the official report. But no one disclosed the specific details of her death, which led to public dissatisfaction. Many contacted the embassy and relevant departments, demanding a thorough investigation into the truth and details, and some even wanted to know the name and age of the beautiful girl. The embassy was taken aback by this sudden wave of inquiries. What? Their own girl was killed in a war zone. In such a tragic manner? She was a dancer, a very talented one. The embassy urgently checked, but found no records of such a person. They searched for named individuals in the vicinity, but found none, not even anyone resembling her. Could there have been a mistake? Meanwhile, news from that country reached the embassy, leaving them both amused and bewildered. That's it. The embassy staff released the specific information about the girl. The angelic beauty, named Rinjia, is a kind girl who loves life and art. She went to a war-torn area as a volunteer, but unfortunately was captured by terrorists. Everyone knows what happened next, and a few symbolic life photos were also shared. While Rendi was happily treasure hunting, people online spontaneously lit candles for this poor girl, creating various exquisite memorial websites and using AI to ring bells as a means of prayer. God, please let that angel return to your side to enjoy a joyful life free of pain. Amen. Chapter 114. A large-scale march in a certain country to pray for the girl from Tianxia quickly made its way back to Tianxia, and many people also saw videos of the enchanting dancer through various means, which became a hot topic online. On November 21st, at the Tianxia Security Bureau, Director Zhang Donglai had just hung up the phone with Zhao Hang from the Yangqing branch. Upon seeing the uncensored dancer video online, Zhao Hang immediately called Zhang Donglai to ask if Rendi was really in trouble. Zhang Donglai clearly told Zhao Hang that Rendi was fine, but still received quite a few unpleasant remarks, which put him in a bad mood. This kid, making it seem like I'm some kind of villain. Do I not worry about them? Zhang Donglai sat down with a cup of tea, looking worriedly at the documents on the table. The unconventional live broadcast by reporters from a certain country unveiled a world that had never been seen by the public, and with the help of some interested parties, pushed the Tianxia dancer into the spotlight. Now everyone was eager to learn about this dancer, with some acting like sharks smelling blood, hunting for maximum profit. Sigh. I can only wait for this heat to cool down before letting Rendi make any moves. But where did the death squad go? He wasn't sure. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Zhang Donglai straightened his back as his secretary, Xiao Li, walked in. Director, news has come from the southwestern border. The death squad has returned. Really? What was the outcome? Show me quickly. Zhang Donglai quickly took the report from his secretary and began to flip through it. But at first glance, he spat out half a cup of tea he had just drunk. What is this? Zhang Donglai wiped the droplets off the report and started reading it again from the beginning. The death squad, while retrieving information, happened to find treasures from the ancient Guni kingdom over 1,000 years ago. They brought back hundreds of pounds of gold and silver coins, and various gold and silver vessels and jewelry. Yes, Xiao Li was also shocked when he saw the report earlier. Did these people go on a mission or treasure hunting? Zhang Donglai rubbed his eyes harder after seeing the photos that followed. The four people in the pictures almost blinded him with their appearance. Standing in the center, Yuan Linjun wore an exotic crown and had various necklaces hanging around his neck, grinning widely like a big fool. The others were just as extravagant, each wearing 12 rings on their 10 fingers, dramatically raising their hands for the camera. Did we break even? Zhang Donglai instinctively thought of the funds invested by the Xian Bureau over the years. Breaking even was unlikely, but they had made some profit. Not bad. He felt pleased and looked at the most handsome young man in the photo, Rendi, pondering whether to send him to visit some famous ancient cities abroad. Perhaps he could discover other treasures. However, he soon recalled the current situation online. How was the death squad doing? Were there any injuries? No personnel were injured. The death squad was currently undergoing routine checks. They should be back to report soon. Well, let us not have them come back for a report. They can go rest instead. Zhang Donglai remembered that usually after missions, the death squad was allowed to move freely, but this time it couldn't be the case. What if Ren Di was recognized while out? Better to find a place for them to stay. Let them go train the group of officers from the neighboring country. Wasn't there a batch coming to receive our assistance for training? The death squad can go for a month. They wait for notice on when to end. In a month, the online drama involving the dancers should have passed, right? Zhang Donglai looked at the photo, at the gemstone the size of a pigeon egg and the dazzling gold, clicking his tongue in appreciation. The death squad, about to receive the notice to train the military personnel, was a bit confused. Was this maintenance or overtime? If it was maintenance, they couldn't move freely and couldn't leave the base, but they could go online to play games and contact family. If it was overtime, they weren't told the specifics. Figure it out on your own. Ren Di was unclear about the situation. Upon learning that they could move freely within the base, he immediately ran back to his temporary dorm to video call his dear friend. Debeo, did you miss me? As soon as the video connected, Ren Di poured out his cheesy lines. On the other side, Yang Loi was in the middle of a full-body beauty treatment. Without much thought, she accepted the video call. And Ren Di saw her face covered in black mud with two heavily squished balls. Ren Di was startled and dropped his phone on the bed, while Yang Loi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, am I that scary? Change that question into a statement. You look super scary like this. Ren Di wiped his sweat. Luckily, it's daytime, and I don't have a heart condition. Otherwise, I would have been scared to death by you. Hee hee. Yang Loi stuck out her tongue and said, Humph, I'm doing this for you. A woman beautifies herself for the one she loves. When I stop going to the beauty salon, it means I no longer like you. Well, then you should keep going every day, as long as you're happy. I miss you. I miss you too. Ren Di wanted to say more sweet words, but there were others around Yang Loi, and it would be inappropriate for them to hear. He quickly said, Okay, let us end the call and chat by text. Hee hee, sounds good. I recently collected several really great meme images. Let me show you. Yang Loi also laughed happily before ending the video call, and soon after, Ren Di received the meme images sent by Yang Loi. Yang He. This is a meme of a popular girl on the internet right now. She looks super pretty and really resembles you. Every time I see her, it's like seeing you. Enchanting JPG, tempting JPG, love you JPG. However, upon seeing the meme images, Ren Di threw his phone again. Damn. Isn't this exactly how he looked when he dressed up as a girl and danced? Ren Di picked up his phone, scrolling through each image, his hand cramping up. Who knew this talented person could come up with such things? Ren Di lost all interest in replying to Yang Loi's message and quickly opened his laptop to check the origins of these images. He then found a flood of various photos of the dancer Rin Jia online, along with oversized black and white memorial images. Light a candle for the dancer. Hold the most perfect funeral for the dancer. Some people cried their hearts out for the dancer. They said she was his girlfriend. After a while, Ren Di stared blankly at the ceiling. It's over. It's over. System, you've doomed me. How am I supposed to go out like this? Is there anyone who can give me some free gifts? Chapter 115, You Don't Look Like a Good Person Ding. Disguise infiltration mission into the mercenary base completed, rewards being issued. Congratulations on receiving the reward, sign language skill experience. The system seemed to see through Ren Di's thoughts, directly issuing the task reward before disappearing without saying a word. Sigh. Only Ren Di's lament remained in the dormitory. Over 300 years ago, the country of Ganya was invaded by countries such as Yao Korea and Gaul, becoming a colony. Although it later gained independence, the cultural heritage of the country was completely destroyed, and even its own language was eradicated, becoming history, with national resources plundered completely. In this situation, the country of Tianxia, which is not aligned with Yao Korea and Gaul, extended a helping hand to Ganya, and Ganya accepted the assistance from Tianxia. This included comprehensive support in infrastructure construction, national system building, as well as in economic, political, and military aspects. Every year, about 1,000 to 3,000 senior officials from Ganya come to Tianxia for training, among which there are about 500 senior military officers, for a period of 3 months. The Death Squad will send over 100 officers to Ganya for teaching, instructing them on how to be qualified agents, spies. Of course, this is only basic training. One must be cautious to avoid teaching the apprentice to the point of starving the master. As the head of the instructor team, Ruan Linjun stood at the front of the line, endlessly giving motivational speeches to the Ganya trainees. Ren Di, on the other hand, stood at the back of the instructor team with a face full of despair, lost in thought. It's no wonder he was in a daze. Anyone who sees their own memorial images all over the internet would struggle to remain calm. That's a talent in itself. Ren-D finally understood why they weren't given a break after this mission, but instead were sent to this place for training. What a hassle. Just thinking about that blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman made Ren-D's teeth itch with anger. If he ever encountered her again, he would definitely make sure to take her down first before finishing her off. Then he would scatter her ashes. Damn it. Why did they have to deal with such trivial matters? Now, every day someone was lighting incense and candles for him. He wondered if, after he truly passed away, the deposits in the Celestial Bank would surpass the national treasury of the region, considering so many people were praying for him worldwide. Ling Yunhao had also been surfing the internet last night. Seeing Ren-D's expression made him want to laugh. But he was afraid it might provoke him. So he asked Yin beside him, "Sister In, I have a new WX emoji pack that's really good. Do you want it? The dancer's set? I already have it." And Yin replied, "Huh." Ling Yunhao was a bit surprised. The dancer's emoji pack was that popular. When Ren-D heard the two of them whisper about the dancer, his expression darkened even more. This stain on his reputation would never be washed away in his lifetime. All right, now let's have Instructor Ren demonstrate for everyone, Ruan Linjun said at that moment. Huh. Ren-D heard Ruan Linjun calling his name. But he didn't catch what he said and turned to look at others instead. Go on, go. Ling Yunhao gave Ren-D a push, urging him to step forward. Ren-D walked out in a daze, looking at Ruan Linjun. Over there are some cosmetics and clothes. Let's show them how to change quickly. Ruan Linjun pointed to the props on the nearby table. Go for it. I believe in you. Ren-D was caught off guard. While he was playing the role of an instructor, jokingly, the dancer incident was finally overshadowed by something else. On November 26th, according to the celestial calendar, a magnitude 9.3 earthquake struck the boundary between the Indian Ocean Plate and the Eurasian Plate. The tremors were felt globally, followed by a roaring tsunami. A towering wall of water, dozens of meters high, suddenly rose in shallow waters near the coastline. It was as if a disaster movie was being reenacted. Indonesia was hit hardest, and Southeast Asian countries also experienced varying degrees of impact. The region also suffered a loss, with a vessel sinking due to cold air and waves, resulting in dozens of missing and presumed dead. After a week of training, the Grim Reaper team was replaced by other instructors, and the four of them returned to the capital base for official rest. At this time, Ren-D had his hair styled into a bunch of small braids tied with colorful rubber bands, a scarf with a peony pattern wrapped around his neck, exuding a rebellious vibe as he walked with a swagger. Following the locals, he hadn't learned much, but he had mastered the art of braiding, leading to his unique look today. Now, Ren-D felt that if he went out like this, no one would ever think he was that charming dancer. He drove an inconspicuous car, planning to buy some raw materials. With less than 2 months until the new year, he usually felt indifferent about it since he had always been alone. This year, he has a girlfriend, many friends, and comrades. So he wants to use his skills to make gifts for these people, timing it just right. As the car drives along the road, it encounters some traffic congestion, and he idly looks at the scenery outside. The clouds in the sky are low, and snow is expected a few hours later. The streets are filled with decorations for the Western Christmas, and as he drives past an intersection, his car is stopped by a traffic officer. Hello. Please show me your ID, vehicle registration, driver's license, racing license, flying license, and other relevant documents, the officer requests. He is taken aback, wondering how the officer knows he might have all those. He looks at the officer in confusion, then retrieves the documents he carries from the backpack in the passenger seat, handing them over one by one. When the officer receives the first document, he is surprised, a C-Class racing license. He thought the officer was just joking, but it turns out the person really has a racing license. Then, as the second document is handed over, the officer's eyes widen. A flying license? This is the first time in his 10 years of service that he has encountered such a situation, and he eagerly anticipates what other documents the person will present. After seeing the driver's license and a mechanical maintenance certificate, the officer watches as he puts away 2 translation certificates, wondering if this person is indeed someone who forges documents. After verifying that the documents are real and valid, the officer finally chuckles and returns them to him. Ha ha ha. Officer, is there something wrong with my documents? He feels confused by the laughter, thinking perhaps his appearance is amusing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend. When I mentioned checking your ID, driver's license, and flying license, I was just joking. Most people only have a driver's license. I didn't expect you to have so many real documents. Sorry to disappoint you with no fakes. In all my years on duty, You're the first person to present every document I mentioned. Impressive. The officer gives him a big thumbs up, and he shyly shakes his head. Could I ask why you stopped me? With so many cars. Why did you choose to stop mine? The officer sheepishly replies, you just don't look like a good person. Oh no, this conversation is going nowhere. To prove he is a good person, he finally shows his ultimate document, a special work permit from a certain agency, to the officer. Now it's the officer's turn to be stunned. Oh no, he has flagged down someone important. Will this big shot report him? Seeing the officer sweating and looking conflicted, he feels a sense of relief. After bidding farewell to the officer, he arrives at the International Jewelry Trading Center, where he spends a considerable amount of money on jewelry to make a set of accessories for someone special. As he exits the trading center, small snowflakes begin to fall from the sky, arriving a bit earlier than he had anticipated. He originally planned to go to the next location, but upon seeing the snow, he decided to head back. However, just as he started, his car suddenly had a flat tire after only 50 meters. Randy felt a bit frustrated. Was it that time of the year again? He called for emergency assistance to handle the car. After that, he couldn't help but call Ruan Linjun to complain about his terrible car. Captain, is this car even drivable? If not, just scrap it. I've only driven it for a short while before getting a flat tire. A flat tire? My car was just serviced. How could it happen? Did you do something again? Ruan Linjun exclaimed, wait. Where are you now? At the bank, the airport, or a hotel? What do you mean? What are you trying to say? Randy, you must keep it together and don't go to crowded places. It's best to go somewhere less populated. Have you forgotten that you're a walking disaster? Wherever you go, something happens. I'll drive over to pick you up. I just have a feeling you're going to cause a big mess. I should have never let you go out alone. Randy abruptly hung up on Ruan Linjun, feeling bewildered. He wasn't some temp worker. Many coincidences were orchestrated by the system. He absolutely refused to admit he was a disaster. He didn't care about Ruan Linjun's words and casually strolled to another place. After all, it would be a shame not to enjoy some delicious food during his outing. As he looked at the navigation, he found an old brand noodle shop specializing in fried sauce noodles. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of a 5- or 6-story building across the street. Curious, Randy walked over and saw someone standing on the roof. Was that person about to jump? Police were already on the scene, trying to talk the person down. But no matter what, the individual refused to come down. What is going on? Randy muttered. A kind man nearby explained. The guy up there is the owner of the building. He was reportedly swindled out of all his money and has a terminal illness. So he is contemplating ending it all. The front door is locked, and the police have tried talking to him for a long time without success. Make way, make way. The firefighters are here. A group of firefighters arrived, carrying an air cushion. When they reached the front of the building, they found a car parked directly beneath the man about to jump, preventing them from setting up the cushion. The police shouted anxiously, "Whose car is that? Move it quickly." No one responded, and at that moment, the man on the roof suddenly spoke. "That's my car." "Your car? Can you come down and move it first? Once the firefighters set up the cushion, you can go back up." After a moment of thought, the man on the roof replied, "Okay, wait for me. I'll come down right away." Suddenly, Randy felt his backpack lighten, and he noticed someone rushing past him. Alarmed, he quickly checked his backpack and realized something had been stolen, prompting him to chase after the thief. "Stop! Don't run!" Randy shouted, but the thief, realizing he had been discovered, ran even faster. The thief seemed particularly familiar with the streets here, slipping away like an eel. Randy nearly caught up with him several times, but ended up letting him escape. Just when Randy was looking around, unsure of which direction to chase, a crowd burst out from a large supermarket ahead. "Help! There's someone inside with a knife, trying to kill people." "Old Juan, I never expected you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to have such a bad omen." Randy ran towards the supermarket, feeling frustrated. He definitely would not admit that he was having a streak of bad luck. If that were the case, he would do a handstand while washing his hair. At this point, most of the customers inside the supermarket had fled, leaving only a few brave souls filming with their phones and the staff remaining. Several security guards were confronting a person in black clothing, wearing a mask and holding a knife. The knife wielder had one arm around someone, and upon seeing this person, Randy couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the thief who stole his belongings? "Hey, how did this hostage get caught? He didn't run away?" Randy asked a nearby security guard with a grin. The guard replied, somewhat speechless. Everyone else was running out. But this guy ran in without looking where he was going. He just stopped right in front of the guy with the knife, practically delivering himself to him. Understanding the situation, Rin-Di laughed uncontrollably. He pulled out a gun from his clothing, not bothering to disengage the safety. The moment he drew the gun, everyone around him froze. Rin-Di pointed at the knife-wielding man and the thief, saying, "I'm giving you a chance. Put down your weapons and come over here voluntarily." The thief was startled. He was just stealing something. Why did it have to involve a gun? The man with the knife trembled in fear. "Don't shoot. I have a hostage." Rin-Di replied, "Your hostage isn't exactly a good person either. He just stole important items from my backpack. And he could easily get sentenced to 20 or 30 years. Do you think I care about him? If you hurt him, I'll have even more reason to shoot. Please, don't shoot." The man with the knife exclaimed, "I caught him for you. Can that count as me making up for my crimes?" The thief was dumbfounded upon hearing this. How did he become someone else's achievement? "I don't accept this. If I caught this guy, can I get a lighter sentence?" Rin-Di looked at the two of them and smiled, saying, "I don't care who caught whom. I'll give you 1 minute to think it over. Whoever stands in front of me last gets to take credit for the capture." Upon hearing this, the man with the knife immediately threw his knife aside and pretended to take down the thief, who defiantly bit his arm, and soon they were grappling with each other. Come on, let us see who the real man is. Chapter 117, Not a Good Person. When Juan Linjun found Rin-Di, he was chatting with the police at the police station. Fearing that Rin-Di's unfortunate aura might cause some trouble, Juan Linjun immediately apologized upon entering. The young women at the station were almost in stitches from laughter. As they left the police station, Rin-Di looked at the heavy snowfall outside with some concern. The snow was too heavy. He feared something might happen. It would be better to worry about yourself than others. You just got out of the shadow of the dancer and are now wandering around. When have you not interacted with the police? Juan Linjun couldn't help but smile at Rin-Di's expression of disbelief. "I didn't cause any trouble today," Rin-Di protested. "Really? You pulled a gun and still say there was no trouble?" Juan Linjun chuckled, relieved that he had managed to get the news about Rin-Di pulling a gun taken down. Otherwise, it would have raised suspicions. "The dancer is gone. And now there's Gun Bro." Rin-Di ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a bit melancholic. "You should get a haircut. It looks awkward like this. And we have a mission coming up in a few days." "Oh, because of the recent tsunami, many countries have sent supplies to Indonesia. However, due to the severe damage over there, many facilities are unusable, and our country has become a transit point. The military base of that country in the Indian Ocean has also suffered significant damage, and their warships have retreated to bases in a neighboring country." "What does that have to do with our mission?" "Not directly. Then why bring it up?" Rin-Di was taken aback by Juan Linjun's rather unfunny humor. He found it hard to believe someone like him could be a top-tier operative. Was it because of his unconventional way of thinking? There's an international conference scheduled for a week next month here, and our task is to protect some important figures. This time, the Grim Reaper squad is splitting up. I'll be with the neighboring country, and Yin will be with another country, and you'll be with that country, while Spider will coordinate from the rear. Is that country particularly tricky?" Looking at Juan Linjun's expression, Rin-Di suspected he might be planning to use him as a trump card against that country. Did he really seem so annoying? "Don't look at me like that. It's the director's decision, and you were personally assigned." Juan Linjun reassured him. "The person from that country is an old acquaintance of yours, a member of the Heavenly Squad, Angel." Juan Linjun briefed Rin-Di on the general information about the Heavenly Squad. The Heavenly Squad is one of the top operative teams from that country, consisting of 5 members. The leader, Crone Stedford, codenamed God. Members include Mariana Marin Balhorn, a world star who returned to the Heavenly Squad after being discovered during a performance last time, codenamed Angel. Another member, Baylor Berg, codenamed Razor, is said to come from a family of butchers and is of that country's descent. Then there's Calvert Bryan, the youngest son of a wealthy family, known for his adventurous spirit, codenamed Little Devil. The last member has no information available, only known by the code name, Crocodile. After listening to the introduction, Rin-Di recalled the awkward moment on the concert stage when he didn't realize that the sheet music had been flipped 2 pages ahead. He guessed that the angelic lady must have been very annoyed with him. Didn't the director fear that he would be beaten up by that group of people? While getting beaten up was unlikely, causing trouble was indeed a fact. That's why you were placed in the overseas group. With your abilities, you should be able to easily handle their tactics. Rin-Di wanted to say that they thought too highly of him. Sigh, it gave him a headache. Suddenly, Rin-Di's personal phone rang. It was a number he had never seen before. After he answered, a slightly sweet voice on the other end asked, "May I speak to Mr. Rin-Di?" "Yes, this is Rin-Di. Who is this?" Since joining the Xi'an Bureau, Rin-Di had not added anyone to his personal contacts. So he was surprised to receive a call out of the blue. Well, we saw your resume online and noticed that you applied for a pilot position, right? Huh. Rendi was taken aback. When did he even send out a resume? Why was someone contacting him now? This efficiency was too poor. Yes, but I have already found a job, Rendi replied, not rudely hanging up the phone. Oh, that's great. It seems you are quite satisfied with your current job. May I ask which flight organization you are working for? We have a project that we would like to collaborate with you on. This job is confidential, and we can offer you a very high service fee, and it doesn't involve any national security issues. We just need you to take some scenic photos along your flight routes after completing your missions. We will pay you between 1,000 to 3,000 yuan in copyright fees for each photo, and if the photography is exceptional, we will offer an even better price with no upper limit. The other party rushed to state their purpose before Rendi could hang up. Upon hearing this, Rendi felt a sense of discomfort. He gestured to Ruan Linjun, who stopped the car at the roadside, and Ruan Linjun messaged Spider to track Rendi's phone signal. Take scenic photos and get paid. Rendi replied with a greedy expression, I fly for 3 to 4 hours each time. I could take a lot of pictures. Do you really have that much money? Well, it's not that you need to take photos everywhere, just some special environments and scenery. I will send you a webpage link shortly so you can check our photo requirements. That won't work. Rendi refused. You can't just dictate what I should photograph. What if you aren't satisfied with the photos and refuse to pay me afterward? That would be a waste of my effort. Besides, photos taken from a plane are just flat images. Satellite maps would be clearer. That's different. Satellites have orbits and can only capture images at fixed times and locations. What we want is not limited to that. We saw your profile in the pilot introduction from the Lintai group and felt you fit our requirements very well. So, if you don't believe us, we can make an advance payment of 100,000 yuan. Wow, they are throwing money around without hesitation. Ruan Linjun showed Rendi a message from Ling Yunhao that simply said, overseas. Suddenly, Rendi nodded and said, all right, pay first and then deliver the goods. I want to see if what you said is true. After hanging up the phone, he muttered to himself, Lintai Group? What do? They're a cooperative unit with the forest police. We have arranged for your pilot resume to be affiliated with them. Does that mean someone is trying to contact me? A spy? Do I really look that untrustworthy? Rendi wore a gloomy expression. Hey, Ruan Linjun didn't respond. He couldn't exactly say that Rendi's resume was a bit exaggerated. Things like spending all his money each month, taking loans to buy luxury items for his girlfriend, and enjoying smoking, drinking, and gambling. Though all fabricated, they certainly didn't paint a good picture. Don't cut your hair. It looks just right like this. Ruan Linjun suddenly added. Rendi responded, what? What do you mean? Chapter 118. If the Bluetooth headset is broken, should I go to a dentist or an ear doctor? When Rendi returned to the base, he requested Lin Tai's identity file and some investigation reports. Then he made a wax figure. If I were a spy from overseas, I would be looking to recruit someone like this. This was clearly a scoundrel who only recognized money, not people. And this scoundrel was disguised as someone named Rendi. Seeing Ruan Linjun's expression, Rendi felt like practicing his fighting skills with him. This guy definitely knew about the situation and was hinting at it earlier in the car. Throwing the file aside, Rendi pushed it out of his mind. He was a good person, and it was others who had bad intentions. Anyway, someone was already investigating. So he might as well play along and have fun with his girl. After washing up, Rendi grabbed his phone and got into bed, planning to have an online chat with the beautiful Yang. Considering that some things couldn't be said in front of outsiders, he intended to put on his Bluetooth headset. Rendi, assemble! Ruan Linjun shouted from the hallway, startling Rendi so much that the Bluetooth headset fell onto his face. Just as he was about to get up, the headset rolled off his face and into his mouth, then down into his stomach. Hearing the commotion in the corridor, Rendi didn't think too much and quickly got dressed before leaving the dormitory. In the director's office, Zhang Donglai was waiting for them. Report. Rendi arrived a bit late and looked rather dispirited. Why are you over a minute late? Never mind. We have an urgent mission. Zhang Donglai knocked on the table and said, the higher-ups want us to send 2 top agents to protect an important person. I want to know which of you 4 is willing to go. Is there something special about this person? Why isn't it a designated task? Ruan Linjun asked. They need to be somewhat good-looking. Apart from Rendi, I don't know who among you 3 would be suitable, so I want to ask. This ridiculous requirement can be met? And Yin scoffed. I'm not going. I'm a woman. Good looks have nothing to do with me. I won't go either. I was just tracking the whereabouts of a seagull with the network department this afternoon. Ruan Linjun frowned. Am I not good looking? I'm a handsome, masculine man. Zhang Donglai shook his head helplessly. I think your looks won't help in this case with today's young people's aesthetic standards. What kind of people are they that they indulge this behavior? Can't they find a few handsome soldiers instead? Why are they looking for us? Rendi was also curious. This is another task. There are suspicions of undercover spies around the target, and the soldiers can't identify them. You are the experts. Moreover, you can't appear directly as bodyguards. All right. Rendi is already viewing the person to be protected with suspicion. What kind of person is he to be so picky? Then you two will go, setting off now for a month. The others at the World Conference can continue following up. The focus is still on the person you are protecting. Understood. X2. Rendi and Ruan Linjun received their orders and went directly to the logistics department to collect the necessary equipment. Damn, another military flight. Ruan Linjun grumbled. Every time I feel like I'm just being tossed around like cargo. By the way, what's wrong with you today? Did you have a fight with your girlfriend? Rendi shook his head. I'm fine. Really fine. Rendi scratched his head, thinking he couldn't possibly say he swallowed his Bluetooth earphone. He could feel something in his stomach making noise. They were sitting in a cargo military plane without air conditioning, both strapped in. Ruan Linjun pulled out his phone to check something. Rendi also took out his phone, planning to look up the fastest way to get the Bluetooth earphone out. Just as he opened his phone, he heard music coming from his stomach. Huh. Ruan Linjun perked up his ears. What sound is that? It's nothing. Rendi quickly turned down the volume, but the more anxious he got, the more mistakes he made, and the sound suddenly got louder. Then Ruan Linjun realized the sound was coming from Rendi's stomach. I accidentally swallowed the earphone, Rendi said helplessly after turning off the music. Uffed. Ha. Ruan Linjun slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Quick, quick. Let me record a video. Play the music for me. This guy? Rendi rolled his eyes, not wanting to engage. Haha, you're amazing. Do you want me to tell you a joke to lighten the mood? Ruan Linjun, no longer looking at his phone, put his arm around Rendi's neck and laughed. By the way, if the Bluetooth earphone is broken, should I go to a dentist or an ear specialist? You should check your brain. Rendi mumbled, is it really that funny? At 3 in the morning, after getting off the plane, the two drove directly to the research institute where the target was located. After seeing the target's profile, Rendi understood why Zhang Donglai had that helpless expression when he called them over. The target was actually a girl who had just turned 20. A foreigner preparing to obtain citizenship in Tianxia. Most people at that age are still studying, right? You said most, but there are a few exceptions. Ruan Linjun looked at the girl's profile, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What kind of ridiculous interest is this? Is she mentally ill from doing research? Likes reading BL novels. At this point, he finally realized what Zhang Donglai meant by needing two good-looking, top-notch individuals. This was clearly a task no one wanted to take on. Another trap. Rendi also felt speechless. Was it really the case that every scientist had some peculiarities? The renowned scientist Albert Einstein had a peculiar fondness for wearing women's shoes. Women's shoes. Women's shoes. It's important enough to say it 3 times. The leader of the Second Industrial Revolution, Nikola Tesla, had an extreme aversion to bacteria and was a super neat freak, favoring the number 3. He would throw away gloves and handkerchiefs after a single use. Indeed, the trams that are everywhere on the streets today are named after this person. Newton, who narrowly escaped being hit by an apple, disliked bathing, brushing his teeth, and changing clothes, and was quite smelly. His home resembled a barn, truly fitting for someone with the surname related to cattle, right? Rendi and Ruan Linjun exchanged glances, each recognizing the other's helplessness. On a workday morning, the researchers who arrived early at the institute suddenly noticed the director walking in with 2 individuals. Susanna immediately picked up on this, and her eyes sparkled with a glow reminiscent of radiation. Wow. Wow. The strong top and strong bottom I wanted to see the most unexpectedly appeared in the research institute. To enhance laboratory safety management, the institute invited experts in the field, and specific security measures would be communicated via email. The director said, all right, that's all for today. Susanna, come to my office. As Rendi and Ruan Linjun walked ahead, Susanna followed behind, continuously assessing the 2 of them in her mind, having already unlocked 108 related plots and enticing poses. As Rendi walked, he felt a prickling sensation, as if being targeted by an enemy. What's wrong? Ruan Linjun, noticing Rendi's expression, chuckled, still pondering about the baby in your belly? His implication was about the Bluetooth headset. Rendi couldn't help but blush. Was this something to say in public? He shot Ruan Linjun a glare. Susanna, trailing behind, naturally overheard their conversation, but under the influence of her strong negative energy, The dialogue took on a flavor only she enjoyed. Pink bubbles kept appearing in Susanna's fantasy world, and the whispers of Ruan Linjun and Ren Di transformed into flirtatious banter, further confirming her instincts. These two must have that kind of relationship. Oh. Susanna wished she could transform into a wolf and pounce on them to ask about their usual poses, what props they liked to use, who topped and who bottomed, how long their relationship had lasted, and how they got together. So many questions. In the office, the director invited a few people to sit down and said, "Susanna, these two are Mr. Ruan and Mr. Ren." Susanna, a bit excited, took out her notebook and asked, "May I ask what your measurements are?" No. "What is your weight?" Cough, cough. Upon hearing Susanna's question, the director immediately interrupted her. They are also the bodyguards sent by the higher-ups for you." Oh. Interrupted by the director, Susanna finally noticed her lapse in composure. But when she heard that the two would be her bodyguards, the sparkle in her eyes brightened even more. She straightened her posture and said, I hope you both can't wear clothes." Cough, cough, cough. Ren Di, who was drinking water, nearly choked to death. Not wearing clothes. Ruan Linjun almost spit out all the water in his mouth. No. Susanna realized the ambiguity of her words and looked apologetically at Ren Di and Ruan Linjun. Ren Di didn't dare to meet her gaze. Those eyes were sharp as blades. Ruan Linjun patted Ren Di on the back, and the two began to whisper to each other. Susanna noticed their little actions and drew a heart on her notebook. This scene was too beautiful to look at. I mean, our laboratory is at P4 level, and you must undergo training to enter. After all, we research W-type viral group individual biochemical weapons. When it came to her profession, Susanna's expression turned serious. We want to enter the laboratory itself, just the hallway, Ruan Linjun said. Outside the lab. We'll follow your usual activities, but want to expose ourselves in front of you. So please don't feel too burdened. No burden. Absolutely none. Susanna thought to herself that it would be best if these two could follow her 24 hours a day. Then she could observe from various angles. Maybe she could even produce a photo album or a collection later. Ruan Linjun continued, "I heard you were in a serious traffic accident before and nearly didn't survive. We suspect it was caused by hostile elements." Susanna pouted. It was just her old employer's doing. At first, they ignored her, but now that she was with Tianxia, they wanted her back. If she didn't go back, they planned to have her eliminated. What a nasty face. Tianxia was much better. They provided money when needed. And even the people sent to protect her were quite to her liking. Thinking of this, Susanna's mind filled with many classic scenes, such as the two of them just finishing a marathon and showering, completely soaked. Hair dripping, water droplets sliding down to the collarbone, then past the chest muscles and abdomen. If both had 8-pack abs, Susanna's face turned red, feeling her heart rate exceed 280, speeding. Can I ask you a personal question? Susanna suddenly raised her hand like a good little student. What? Susanna glanced at the director and then quietly asked, whose abs are more? Do you have 8-packs? 6-packs are acceptable too. Ren Di and Ruan Linjun were stunned by this girl's astonishing question. The P4 laboratory is a research platform for scientists to conduct research on biological safety, ensuring that researchers are not infected by the pathogenic viruses they study, and preventing the leakage of the viruses into the environment. The laboratory is equipped with power supply systems, air filtration systems, chemical shower systems, automatic control systems, fire protection systems, life support systems, etc. The laboratory is like a huge box, with boxes nested inside it. Every time one enters the laboratory, it requires half an hour of preparation time. All researchers must wear positive pressure work suits and breathe through oxygen masks. Not a drop of water or a piece of paper can leave the laboratory. Any discarded experimental materials must undergo high temperature and high pressure sterilization before they can be taken out for secondary incineration. Ren Di and Ruan Linjun's main task here is to check for the presence of spies. Just because there are no issues inside the laboratory does not mean there won't be problems outside. Susanna has entered the laboratory to work, while Ruan Linjun is on the other side coordinating with the security personnel about some known infiltration vulnerabilities, verifying methods he often used when stealing from others, ensuring that no one breaks in. Ren Di is sitting outside in the corridor waiting, and he notices some scattered instruments and essential firefighting equipment that are not frequently used. Out of boredom, he decides to organize these items, making the entire corridor exceptionally clean. After tidying up, Ren Di runs to the restroom to wash up, unsure of what will come out. The thought of the earphones in his stomach makes him uncomfortable. He decides to stick to wired earphones in the future, leaving the wireless ones for others. Suddenly, the loudest music emanates from Ren D's stomach, startling him. Wait, how does this thing still have power? Who connected to his earphones? Hello? Hello? Is the signal bad? I'll wait for you at the usual milk tea shop on Wednesday afternoon. The voice disappears, and Ren D ponders the unexpected source of the sound from his stomach. Chapter 120. Emergency, so your Bluetooth earphones are the real MVP. Ruan Linjun and Ren D are sitting together, with Ren D eating a banana and Ruan Linjun drinking tea. They are reviewing surveillance footage, and after repeated comparisons, they finally spot a staff member wearing a badge. Ren D, have you ever bought a lottery ticket? Ruan Linjun suddenly asks. I used to, but not anymore. Did you ever win? Does winning 10 yuan from a 10 yuan ticket count? Forget it. They decide to check on this person's background. Soon after, Susanna comes out of the laboratory. She stretches and looks around, but doesn't see Ren D and Ruan Linjun in the corridor. After asking other staff members, Susanna spots the two in the security monitoring room talking. The banana in Ren D's hand becomes the focus of her observation. Banana. The legendary banana. A man eating a banana. The handsome man eating a banana and another handsome gentleman watching him eat the banana. The sounds coming from the monitoring room startled Ren D and his companions. The two of them stood up to check and saw Susanna lying stiffly on the ground outside the monitoring room, her limbs rigid and her skin pale. Only the 2 lines of blood on her nose were particularly striking, resembling small fountains that stained her face and clothing red. I'll drive. Let's go to the hospital. Ruan Linjun grabbed the access card, and Ren D scooped up Susanna and ran outside. The sounds of heavy breathing and running, along with the noise of the door being pushed open, all mixed together, making it seem as if the entire laboratory building was about to be torn apart. Not long after Ren D picked up Susanna, she regained consciousness. However, she was too embarrassed to fully open her eyes and peeked out through a narrow slit. Her mind was filled with chaotic thoughts, overwhelmed by too many complex fantasies and a barrage of explicit images that had overloaded her system, causing her heart to race, her blood vessels to constrict, and her body to overheat due to fatigue from working in the lab, which ultimately led to her fainting. Now that she had lost enough blood, she naturally started to regain her senses. In less than 3 minutes, Ruan Linjun drove to the hospital, using his authority along the way to have the medical staff prepare emergency equipment and medications in advance. Ren D placed Susanna on a stretcher, and the medical staff quickly took her to the emergency room. About 10 minutes later, the lights in the emergency room went out, startling the two of them. Was the rescue so quick? Did they arrive too late? Or was the patient not seriously hurt and just needed a few days of rest? The doctor said. Then they pushed out the stretcher, and Ren D and Ruan Linjun saw Susanna on the bed, her face flushed and gauze stuffed in her nose as she stared foolishly at the ceiling. Are you okay? Ren D was also startled by Susanna's earlier appearance. They had just arrived, and their protected target had already been ambushed. Wasn't this a failure of duty? I'm fine, Susanna said, covering her face with the blanket, feeling a bit embarrassed. If people found out she fainted because of seeing something alluring, it would be quite the laughingstock. Ren D let out a sigh of relief. After 2 consecutive days without sleep and working hard for half a day, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He leaned against Ruan Linjun's shoulder. Noticing this, Ruan Linjun instinctively supported his shoulder and touched Ren D's forehead. What's wrong? Can't handle such a small issue? At that moment, in Susanna's eyes, it transformed into a classic romantic scene. In the frame, a stunning figure tenderly caressed the face of an equally stunning counterpart, filled with affection and love. Darling, what's wrong? Suddenly, the gauze in Susanna's nostrils was blown away by the airflow and blood, and 2 streams of blood shot out again. The nearby doctor shouted in shock. What the hell? Quickly call the blood bank for a transfusion. Less than half a minute after being pushed out, Susanna was rushed back into the emergency room. Ren D and Ruan Linjun were both startled by the sudden spray of blood. The water gun couldn't have shot that far, right? After a long struggle, Susanna finally fell asleep after the doctor gave her a sedative. Ruan Linjun called Zhang Donglai to report the situation and asked if they could replace 2 people to protect this unusual girl. Upon hearing there was progress, Zhang Donglai laughed 3 times and hung up. Ruan Linjun borrowed a clean set of clothes from Ren D and they chatted outside Susanna's hospital room. In less than 2 months of being with you, I've encountered more bizarre events than in the past 2 years. Ruan Linjun said, you can't be some kind of jinx. Can you? Ren D scratched his head, the small cursor from the system glowing softly, seemingly amused. While some people hit the peak of their lives, I'm reaching the peak of the bizarre. I tell you, what I've experienced is really just coincidence. Do you believe it? Rendi emphasized again. I do. If you could foresee the future, you wouldn't risk yourself by eating so many bananas. Doesn't your stomach hurt? Ruan Linjun expressed concern about Rendi's stomach issues. Since we're in the hospital, should I ask the doctor for some medication to help you get those headphones out? Ruan Linjun suggested. As soon as he mentioned it, Rendi felt discomfort in his stomach and hurried to the restroom. Ruan Linjun chuckled at Rendi's awkward retreat. He took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and stared blankly at the paintings in the hospital corridor. After a while, a doctor pushed a medical card over and said to Ruan Linjun, "The patient inside needs an 4. All right, please go ahead," Ruan Linjun replied. The doctor pushed the card in, and Rendi returned shortly after. That was quick, right? Did you get out? Ruan Linjun laughed. Rendi felt a sudden tightness and decided not to dwell on the earlier scene. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a bitter almond scent. Why does it smell like bitter almonds? Did you eat something? No, just now. Ruan Linjun suddenly recalled the doctor who had just entered and was alarmed. He hurried to push the door, but it was locked. Rendi immediately kicked the door open. Inside, the doctor was injecting something into Susanna's 4. The two of them quickly drew their guns and fired. The doctor dropped the item in his hand and rushed toward the window, attempting to escape. Ruan Linjun fired at the window, and the fake doctor was shot before hitting the ground, his body falling into the low shrubs outside. Rendi quickly pulled the needle out of Susanna's arm and called for the doctor. Chapter 121. Treatment for illness. Susanna ultimately came to no harm, thanks to Rendi's timely action in removing the needle, saving her life. The next morning, when Susanna woke up, she found herself lying in bed with Ruan Linjun and Rendi leaning against each other, dozing off. Her face turned red and her breath quickened at this beautiful scene. She really wanted to capture it immediately. Rendi woke up to the noise and saw Susanna sitting on the hospital bed, holding her face in her hands, staring intently at him and Ruan Linjun. However, the blood that had stopped flowing from her nose yesterday had started to trickle again, though it wasn't as alarming as it had been the day before. Rendi got up and grabbed some tissues for her. "Can't you stop thinking about all those random things?" He sighed. "But it's so beautiful," she replied. "Beautiful?" Rendi looked at Ruan Linjun's greasy hair, the dark circles under his eyes from an irregular lifestyle, and the drool at the corner of his mouth. "This is called beautiful?" He rubbed the corner of his own eye and noticed he even had some eye gunk. Watching Susanna stuff the tissues into her nostrils, which quickly became soaked, Rendi frowned. "I hope this girl isn't seriously ill." Meanwhile, at the research institute, security personnel unexpectedly caught a lurking spy. Why unexpectedly? Because of the good deed Rendi had done the day before. After he rearranged the items in the corridor, the spy's stolen materials, which had been hidden away for a long time, ended up concealed in a machine in the corridor. This machine wasn't used often and wouldn't be discarded, making it a perfect hiding spot that wouldn't raise suspicion no matter who passed by. As a result, Rendi, out of boredom, moved the machine, and the corridor became clean and well organized. However, the spy found it difficult to retrieve the hidden materials. In the evening, as the workday ended, the spy lingered in the area several times, trying to find an opportunity to get the materials out, but his unusual behavior attracted the attention of the security personnel, who apprehended him. This person was the one who had accidentally connected to Rendi's Bluetooth headset. Thus, Rendi had unknowingly trapped many people that afternoon, catching all those who were spying on the research institute. The identity of the fake doctor and real killer outside the hospital was also thoroughly investigated. Now, this mission could be considered a success. Ruan Linjun felt that while he and Rendi had dozed off, the world had changed. He knew Rendi had strange luck, but this luck was too good. It made him fear he was dreaming. Susanna was taken into the CT room. The doctor suspected that her frequent nosebleeds indicated a brain issue and ordered tests. In the afternoon, the results came back, revealing that the girl indeed had a brain problem. She had a brain tumor located at the anterior cranial fossa. Because this tumor was growing progressively or invasively, it affected the dura mater at the base of the skull, cranial bone tissue, and even the surrounding blood vessels, leading to localized ruptures and causing bleeding in the nasal cavity. Although the tumor was in the early stages and shouldn't have developed to this extent, the girl's overactive imagination had accelerated her brain activity, resulting in this condition. She might also experience other neurological issues, such as loss of smell, decreased vision, visual field defects, increased thirst, frequent urination, cognitive impairments, and even severe hyponatremia. Fortunately, this girl encountered the two of us. Otherwise, if it were someone else or if no one had noticed her symptoms, it would have been too late once the brain tumor developed to a certain stage. Ruan Linjun patted Ren Di's shoulder vigorously, and everything was understood without words. There was no need to go back to the lab. Susanna was completely hospitalized, waiting for the next step in her treatment. The local security agency took over Susanna's safety issues, and the subsequent interrogation of the spies was no longer the responsibility of just the two of them. After sleeping in the temporary dormitory for 2 whole days, they returned to the capital to report on their work. In the capital, on November 30th, Zhang Donglai met with his 2 capable subordinates, received their report, and said nothing, just patted Ren Di's shoulder firmly. Ren Di exclaimed, "What's with this? Why is everyone just patting me on the shoulder without saying a word? If someone didn't know better, they'd think I had ADHD." Zhang Donglai waved his hand and directly granted them a week off. Even a hard-working donkey needs a carrot to keep it going. Even the most capable robots need maintenance. Such useful subordinates need to be cared for, right? Upon learning about the vacation, Ren Di booked a flight back to Yanqing. But couldn't he get a ticket and ended up buying a high-speed train ticket instead? Recently, there had been heavy snow and strong winds, causing flights to the capital to be frequently delayed. However, Ren Di didn't want to waste a second. He just wanted to return to Yanqing. The one picking him up would always be the lovely and beautiful Miss Yang. As soon as Ren Di stepped out of the station, he heard a loudspeaker announcing, "Darling, I'm here. Darling, I'm here." Yang Loi was squatting under a pillar outside the station, with a loudspeaker on the ground. When Ren Di approached her, Yang Loi looked up. Ren Di. Upon seeing him, she rushed into his arms. Ren Di looked at Yang Loi's unusually flushed face and asked, "Are you coming down with a cold or fever?" "Hee, a little," she replied. "Have you taken medicine? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have let you come pick me up. You should have rested at home." "I don't want to. I miss you so much." Yu haven't hugged me for 49 days. Yang Loi clung to Ren Di like a child. Ren Di simply scooped her up as if she were a child. "Ah." Yang Loi was startled and shyly said, "Put me down quickly. This is so inappropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? Let people see how strong your boyfriend is. Men will envy me, and women will envy you." With one arm holding Yang Loi and the other carrying his luggage, Ren Di stepped out of the hall. "Wow." Excited gasps and exaggerated shouts filled the air around them. Yang Loi's face turned even redder as she felt dizzy being held by Ren Di as they exited the station and entered the parking garage. They were unaware that many people at the station later suffered injuries. The emergency center dispatched more than 20 ambulances just to this location. On the way, Yang Loi told Ren Di what she had been doing during the times she couldn't reach him. Yang Tianqing had handed over many company matters to her, and she had also helped the Tianqing group earn quite a bit of money, among other things. When the car arrived at Ren Di's place, he found Yang Loi asleep, her head tilted on the armchair, bobbing slightly like a chick pecking at grains. Unable to resist, Ren Di leaned down and kissed her on the cheek before carrying her back to the room. Just as he was about to find some medicine for Yang Loi, Zhao Heng called, "Hey, has Ren Di returned to Yang City? Just got home. I haven't even changed my clothes." "All right, hurry over to the branch office. There's something important." Ren Di looked at Yang Loi on the bed, feeling a bit distressed, and refused. "I'm on leave. I just finished a mission and don't want to work right now. It's about your uncle. Are you coming or not?" Chapter 122. The cost. Ren Di left a note for Yang Loi and went out. At the Yang City branch of the bureau, Zhao Heng's office was still filled with smoke, looking like a chimney that hadn't been cleaned in years. As Ren Di entered, the smoke nearly blinded him, and it wasn't until he opened all the windows that he felt a bit better. "Are you trying to kill me to inherit my achievements?" Ren Di cleared the ashtray on Zhao Heng's desk and asked while sitting on the sofa. "What's the matter? Take a look for yourself." Yang Tianla has opened a live streaming training base, recruiting a large number of attractive young men and women, and then organizing them for prostitution. And he's also suspected of human trafficking. Is this kid looking for trouble? Ren Di felt a headache coming on. Does he not know what he's doing? The clues point to Yang Tianla, but there isn't much evidence. This is where you come in. Also, we need to find out where those trafficked individuals have gone and whether there are bigger fish behind this. We need a top agent to handle it. I'm not going. Ren Di flatly refused. Huh, why not? Why do I have to go when there are so many people? No one is as efficient as you. Others might take 3 to 5 months, but you could do it in 3 to 5 days. Don't you know what nickname the bureau has for you now? What? Quick Hand. Rin-D nearly broke his teeth on an apple. The next day, Rin-D used makeup skills to dress himself as a woman. Damn system. Ding. Task. Disguise as a woman to infiltrate Shurjia Media Company to obtain key evidence. Task reward. Advanced rock climbing skill experience. Failure penalty. None. Arriving in front of Yang Tianqing's media company, Rin-D adjusted his state and walked in. Hello, I'm here for an anchor interview. This time, Rin-D's voice was a bit deeper, carrying a hint of youthful resonance. The receptionist looked up at Rin-D and asked, Name? Rin Honghong. The receptionist giggled upon hearing the name. Rin-D rolled his eyes. Zhao Hang, this old trickster, had prepared a few fake IDs. And this name was the least embarrassing. Others were worse, like Rin Shui, Rin Bing, Rin Yu, and Rin Huahua. Rin-D was determined to find evidence as quickly as possible. Dressed in a qipao with flesh-colored stockings and a wool coat, looking quite sexy. The interview supervisor was immediately drawn to Rin-D at first sight. Hong Hong. That's a lovely name. If you're going to be a streamer, you'll definitely become popular. Rin-D smiled shyly and said, I'm quite tall, and it's always hard for me to find a job. Others dislike me, which has led to me not having a boyfriend until now. It's absolutely true. I only date girls, not boys. The supervisor was very satisfied and immediately signed a contract with Rin-D. Looking at the unreasonable clauses in the contract, Rin-D felt a bit shocked. There were too many pitfalls. This was not an employment contract at all, and even ancient servitude contracts were better than this. It not only required the host to sell a certain amount of goods each month, but it also stated that if they didn't sell anything, they would have to compensate the company a certain amount of money. However, even if they sold the goods, they wouldn't receive a salary. There were numerous hidden traps in the contract, including mandatory live streaming hours that were outrageous. Streaming at 2 or 3 in the morning with no fixed days off each month was something that even the toughest person couldn't endure. Some clauses were even harsher, directly limiting your traffic. If you couldn't sell anything, you would have to pay the company. They would claim that your host image was poor and that you needed to go to a company-designated beauty institution for image design. Then trick you into taking out a loan with the company for cosmetic procedures. When you couldn't repay the loan, they'd kindly introduce you to more lucrative opportunities, like going abroad. The better option was to sell your body, while the worse one was to sell your kidney. After going through their scheme, the last bit of your value would be extorted, and you would be discarded like garbage. These hosts weren't hosts at all. They were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Soft and tender. Rin-D used a hidden camera to document all this information and wrote the name Rin Honghong on it. Within half a day, Rin-D had figured out the situation in the company. The grassroots employees were ordinary people, while the management were all human traffickers. Knowing these secrets, Rin-D planned to find an opportunity to enter Yang Tianla's office to look for evidence. It was likely that this group was also afraid of being discovered. As all the offices had glass walls, and employees were not allowed to use their phones at work, with managers checking at any time. The only office with curtains was Yang Tianla's. Rin-D took out some chewing gum from her bag, chewed it a few times, and then spat it out, sticking a listening device on it, planning to place it in Yang Tianla's office when passing by. Just then, someone brought a pillow to her as she dozed off. Hong Hong, the boss wants to see you. The supervisor called out. Rin-D knocked and entered the office, where Yang Tianla was sitting in a boss's chair, looking at her with sparkling eyes. Are you the new host? Do you want to make big money? I have a job here that pays even better than being a host. What is it? Rin-D asked. At this moment, Yang Tianla stood up and walked around her twice, then hugged her waist and said, You're so beautiful. Have you thought about making use of that? His hand started to slide down Rin-D's thigh. Holding back her disgust, Rin-D asked, Sure. Can you tell me how to do it? Taking the opportunity, she placed the listening device under Yang Tianla's desk and also put one on his clothes. Cough, cough, come here tonight, and I'll tell you how to do it. Yang Tianla surprisingly held back his next move and gave Rin-D an address. Rin-D put it away. This address was outside the clues of the local bureau, indicating it was a newly developed place by these people. After Rin-D left, Yang Tianla closed the door and drew the curtains to make a phone call. Linana, you won't believe I found a very pretty item today. Rin-D outside heard Yang Tianla's words and was taken aback. Linana. It had been a long time since he heard that name. I don't care if she's pretty or not. Just bring her to me, and I can keep climbing up. You earn money, and I gain freedom. Damn it, a human trafficking organization is more organized than some international agencies. Rin-D was also stunned by Linana's voice. Human trafficking organization? Regaining freedom? So Linana was trafficked into this organization? Unable to escape, she joined? No problem. No problem. But I need to make it clear. This is the last one. If there's more, I'm afraid the police will find me, and I don't want to end up in jail. Yang Tianla said. Heh, do you think just saying you don't want to is enough? You've already sent me 29 people. What's the difference between one more or less? And isn't using drugs illegal? You have your share in it too. Don't forget it was you who provided me with the drugs and introduced me to the seller. Yang Tianla threatened. I was blind to have chosen you, thinking you were just a woman. I never expected you to be such a venomous woman. After this, we'll owe each other nothing. Chapter 123. Black and Linana is currently a small leader in a human trafficking organization in Siam. But can you believe that just over a month ago, she was the CEO of a multinational corporation, a social elite? Ever since she failed to track Yang Loi and Rin Di, Linana has been down on her luck. She was first knocked out under the pretext of a catch and then sold to a nearly 60-year-old widower in a remote mountain area. Along the way, Linana thought about escaping, but each time she ran a short distance, she was caught and beaten badly. The last time, she pleaded for help from a seemingly kind passerby, who agreed to take her to the police but then turned around and sold her to another group. This group was even more terrifying. They had over 30 young girls who were forced to sell themselves every day, with barely any clothes to cover their bodies. Linana was also forced out to sell herself, but being clever, she took some time to confuse the group leader and created greater value for them. She thought this would lead to a more comfortable life, but unexpectedly, after gaining benefits, they sold her abroad. This time, Linana completely darkened while being sold. She kept trying to bond with these people and even expressed a willingness to work with them. Linana claimed to be an agent, only to receive mockery in return. But to survive, Linana desperately used her eloquence and abilities to avoid being treated as a commodity. In just over a month, Linana experienced what true hell and demons are. Even though she came from a youth training base in a certain country, she never thought that the people there could be so bad. It was just a difference in ideals. The only target for that country was Tianxia, and their methods were limited to enticing and subverting, or even assassination. It was merely a transaction of mutual consent with money. However, here, Linana realized how kind-hearted she really was, like a gentle little lamb. The people in this organization were unworthy of being called human. They were all wicked beings from hell, monsters disguised as humans. They used various means to collect men and women, forcing them to do morally bankrupt things. Prostitution and deceiving friends and family were just the most basic and simplest tasks. For profit, these people built a human production line, from blood to internal organs. Any organ in your body with a name became a product on their assembly line. Even after death, your bones could be turned into specimens for sale. And even the tiniest remnants of you might be buried under a rubber tree as fertilizer. Here, there are top-tier surgeons who might not be able to cure illnesses, but they are undoubtedly the most knowledgeable doctors about human anatomy in the world. There are elite hackers who construct dark barriers on the internet, keeping their secrets hidden from prying eyes. Powerful politicians pave green channels for them, ensuring that goods are delivered to any part of the globe in the fastest way possible. The wealthiest customers are here, continuously buying and discarding their worst parts in exchange for others. There are also the craziest individuals, purchasing goods merely to test the effectiveness of the various viruses they create. Linana hung up the phone with Yang Tianla in her room, reminiscing about her life a month ago. Although it had only been a month, it felt like many years had passed. She could hardly remember the color of her favorite lipstick, and her family and friends must have already thought she was dead. With a hint of self-mockery, Linana got up to wash her face, and in the mirror, she saw a woman with only one eye and a large, ugly red scar on her forehead. This was her current appearance, but it didn't matter anymore. It was just a matter of becoming ugly. She hadn't lost her life. After cleaning up, Linana changed into a new outfit. In this place, buying anything required contribution points. Without them, even a piece of paper was unaffordable. She had obtained a single room by bringing in over 20 valuable items, and she had 5 henchmen at her disposal. Opening the door, she saw a few subordinates idly squatting outside, watching farmers working in the fields in the distance. They were planting poppies, and it was said that the prices of raw materials for drug production had risen significantly this year. Tianxia was preparing to ship out again. Who would go to pick it up? Once this deal was done, we could have our own gang and channels. Linana told her subordinates. As usual, if anything goes wrong, destroy the evidence immediately. Sister Nana, let me go. I have never been to Tianxia. I want to give it a try. Linana looked at the young man with ear studs. He had been a monk in a temple for 7 years, and after returning to secular life, His family refused to support him, leaving him no choice but to hang out with some people and eventually join this organization. Sure, but be discreet. Rendi worked at a live streaming company during the day and immediately went to the branch office of Xian Bureau after work, handing over all the information collected throughout the day to Zhao Hang. Soon the strategy team formulated a related plan, deciding to catch all these people when Rendi went for the meeting. We can't let Rendi actually get caught and sold off. Rendi changed into a more convenient outfit for action, wearing marten boots, black pants, a light blue rabbit fur sweater, and a long down jacket over it. Sayu, a man, look prettier than women. How can other women live with that? Zhao Hang teased Rendi, saying, why not? No way. Rendi replied decisively. I didn't even say what I wanted to do, and you already refused. Just because I know what you want to do. I won't give you the chance to say it. Ready, I'm going in. In the disguised taxi, Rendi said a word to the driver, Zhao Hang, then elegantly stepped out with long legs towards a bar. Upon entering, Rendi noticed that the bar didn't seem as big inside as it looked from the outside. It appeared some space had been closed off for their use. Inside the small bar were Yang Tianla and two other men. Yang Tianla was holding a drink at that moment. Good evening, boss. Rendi greeted in a flirtatious tone. Ah, Hong Hong, you're here. Come sit down. Let me introduce you to these two, a photographer from a well-known editorial department and his assistant. Yang Tianla was welcoming Rendi, saying, the person I'm introducing to you is a model. Do you know about the famous lingerie brand from Galu? This teacher used to work there. Rendi smiled at the person Yang Tianla introduced, and the man immediately squinted his eyes in a lecherous manner. Before Rendi could sit down, he grabbed her arm and said, hey miss, you're late. Come on, first drink a glass for yourself. Rendi looked at the glass of alcohol being forced into her hand and realized there was something wrong with it. It seemed these people didn't even want to act anymore. Chapter 124. Not pure anymore. Rendi took the glass, but didn't drink. Instead, scanning the surroundings and asking, why are there no other people here? Are we the only guests tonight? Hee. Fewer people make it easier to talk business. Hurry up and drink. Only after you finish can we discuss serious matters. But my mom told me it's best not to accept things from strangers, Rendi deliberately said. I'm afraid there might be poison in the drink. Just drink it. Why so much nonsense? Yang Tianla's face suddenly changed, and he smashed the glass in his hand. The two men beside Rendi moved to grab her, one of them reaching for her hair to force the drink down her throat. However, he pulled too hard and ended up yanking off Rendi's wig, leaving everyone stunned. Zhao Hang was closely monitoring every move in the small tavern. When he saw three people get up and prepare to attack Rendi, he decided to send in the special police to assist in capturing the suspects. However, the next scene made Zhao Hang burst out laughing. One of them grabbed Rendi's hair, which froze the situation. Then Rendi said a couple of words, causing another person to be so shocked that he stumbled back and fell over himself. But this guy suddenly lunged at Rendi, grabbing wildly and pulling down his long pants. Important things need to be repeated 3 times. Rendi's pants were pulled down, pulled down, pulled down. Soon, all 3 men saw Rendi's impressive assets, and when the special police rushed in, one man even started crying while hugging an officer, while another remained in a daze. By the time Zhao Hang entered, Rendi had already taken some people to the back kitchen of the tavern, where he found a basement and an escape route. In the basement, there were many prohibited items, and he also discovered a number of condoms and needles in the corner. When Rendi returned to the tavern, Zhao Hang looked at him with amusement and asked, why did those 2 cry after pulling your pants down? Rendi was taken aback, thinking to himself, can't you hear them shouting? Why ask? Woo-woo, I'm not pure anymore. Woo-woo, I actually want to be with a man. Woo-woo, I'm a pervert. I'm twisted inside. The 3 of them were so shocked by Rendi's wig that they fell into a state of confusion. Then Yang Tianla heard a male voice coming from the beautiful woman, and he suddenly remembered that he had touched her thigh earlier, taking advantage of this man. A wave of goosebumps ran through him, followed by a feeling of nausea, and he immediately leaned over a nearby trash can to vomit. Zhao Hang was quite pleased that he managed to capture everyone without using a single bullet. Rendi looked at Yang Tianla, who was handcuffed, and asked, Yang Tianla, your family is so wealthy. Why do you have to engage in such risky activities? Why not indulge in something better instead? At that moment, Yang Tianla finally recognized who Rendi was and looked utterly shocked, exclaiming, You are the useless boyfriend of Yang Laoi. You lied to me. I'm asking you a question, answer honestly. Your family has enough money to last you a lifetime. Why do something so immoral? Human trafficking and using drugs? Rendi had always felt that there was something wrong with the education Yang's family provided. Yang Loi could sometimes be as naive as a little pig. But that was fine for a girl. This Yang Tianla, first finding a spy as a girlfriend, now engaging in such disgusting activities, was simply beneath him. Not resembling his father at all. Haha, you think Yang Laotu treats me well? If he treated me well, he wouldn't have sent me away and not let me enter Tianqing Group. If he treated me well, he wouldn't have only given me 5 million to start a company. 5 million, what can that do? I can't even afford a car or date a celebrity. Why shouldn't I use drugs? Why shouldn't I do morally reprehensible things? You are throwing away your bright future, and you feel proud of it. Rendi directly slapped Yang Tianla twice and said, your father built his fortune from scratch. And you have 5 million to start a business, but are not satisfied at all? You're not even as good as a dog. At least dogs know to guard the house at night after dreaming during the day. Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? Yang Tianla, wanting to kick Rendi, found himself restrained by the special police behind him and couldn't move. I just want to live recklessly. I just want to fall. I want to ensure Yang Tianqing has no descendants. He is unkind, so don't blame me for being ungrateful. Rendi was at a loss for words. Let me tell you, you won't have it easy either. That fool Yang Loi will eventually bring you down. Yang Tianqing is a criminal. He has no good intentions. Yang Tianla continued to shout until he was locked in the car, wondering what had happened between him and Yang Tianqing. They had previously been a loving father and son, but suddenly turned into mortal enemies. Meanwhile, a key member of the live streaming company was secretly captured, and all electronic devices in the company were sealed and taken away for further investigation by technicians. Far away in Siam, Li Nana's subordinate, the flower monk, had just arrived at Yangcity Airport. As soon as he disembarked, he saw a group of armed special police waiting for him at the airplane stairs. At this point, the human trafficking case in Yangcity was halfway resolved. The remaining tasks included interrogating these individuals, tracking the trafficking channels, and issuing warrants for the related criminals. When Rendi returned home at night, the system issued a task reward. Ding! Cross-dressing infiltration mission completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Advanced rock climbing skill experience. System, can I have a good rest for a while? Let's not encounter any more surprises. Okay. Rendi lay on his bed and spoke to the system. I feel like this time has passed like 3 autumns. My body is tired, and my heart is exhausted. The host's luck is not controlled by the system. As a lonely star, the host should be aware and not blame the system for mistakes. You're the lonely star. I curse you to have no friends. Rendi muttered defiantly. The current system was actually quite good, not deliberately making things difficult for him like before and trying its best to help him. However, he always felt that the system might leave him. If he didn't bicker with the system, it would remain silent all day, as if intentionally distancing itself from him. Sigh, it's so hard. Rendi turned over and covered himself with the blanket. The next moment, a loud explosion echoed through the night sky, and a massive shockwave swept in from outside, shattering the bedroom window and sending shards flying into the room. Rendi felt a great force push him off the bed. Chapter 125. 200 What egg Rendi got up from the floor and looked out the window, which was bright as day. With a huge mushroom cloud rising into the sky, smoke filled the streets, and flames shot up high. Many people woke from their dreams. The air filled with a pungent and unpleasant odor. He didn't bother to get dressed and directly called Zhang Xiaoyu. Brother Zhang, pick up the phone. However, Zhang Xiaoyu's line was busy, so Rendi had no choice but to call Zhao Hang again. As soon as Zhao Hang answered, he quickly spoke up. Rendi, I'm really busy right now. I can't reach Brother Zhang. There was a major explosion in the southwest area near my home. It was a chemical explosion, possibly involving urea, chlorine dioxide, silicone oil, and other materials. Rendi said anxiously, there might be multiple explosions, so please remind the fire department. We need to prevent unnecessary casualties. What? Got it. Zhao Hang hung up and immediately sent a notification to the emergency rescue center in Yangqing. Just as Rendi got up, another explosion sounded outside, and the already broken windows shattered completely. Rendi quickly put on his clothes, grabbed the first aid kit and his tool bag, and rushed outside. At this moment, the entire community was without power, and Rendi sprinted down the stairs. Once downstairs, many people were shouting about needing to go to the hospital, and that the emergency lines were down, etc. Seeing this, Rendi shouted in an open area, all injured people come to me. I have first aid supplies for external injuries. His shout worked, and people quickly gathered around. However, Rendi added, Prioritize the elderly and children, and please line up. Line up. Whenever a major incident occurs, the people in Tianxia always seem to exhibit an untraceable magic, a united front with one heart. I have a first aid kit at home. I'll go get it. I'm a nurse. I can help. I have bandages. I brought a flashlight for lighting. More and more people joined in, and fortunately, most of the injuries in the community were minor, as many felt their injuries were not serious enough to require treatment. Only those unfortunate enough to have glass embedded in their bodies had to go to the hospital. There's a residential building on fire. Suddenly someone shouted, "What should we do? The lines are busy, and even if we get through, there's no guarantee a fire truck will come." Rindy also saw that the closest building to the explosion site, located in the southwest corner of the community, was on fire. The thick black smoke from the explosion had obscured the situation of the building, and everyone had overlooked it. Now they noticed that the 20th floor was ablaze. Rindy ran downstairs. The acrid smoke and stench in the air made people cough uncontrollably. How many people are still inside? Oh no, there's a child over there. The cries of a child caught everyone's attention, and they could vaguely see a small child crying by a window on the 20th floor. It seemed the fire had started from that household. Someone pointed at the highest floor, saying, "Their window has a guardrail. The child can't get out. What should we do? The fire is above, and the child is stuck in the railing. Where's the fire truck?" The situation became chaotic because of the child. Seeing the child's condition, Rindy estimated that the adults in the household were likely in serious danger. If they delayed any longer, the child would either be burned or suffocated. He looked around and suddenly remembered his newly acquired climbing skills. Who has a towel and water? I need to save the child. Rindy pulled a rope and some tools from his tool bag. Brother, there's water and towels here. I just saw you saving someone over there. Do you want to go in to rescue more people? I'll go with you. No need. It's too dangerous to go in from the corridor, and it wastes time. Just give me the stuff. Rindy wet the towel and tied it around his face, then began to climb up with his bare hands. Using the half-bricks between floors and the balcony, he climbed past the 7th floor in about a minute, and in 2 minutes he reached the 15th floor. Getting closer to the burning level, where the walls were extremely hot to the touch. Gritting his teeth, Rindy persevered and finally reached the child's floor. At that moment, thick smoke was billowing out from inside, making it hard to see anything. It was only by following the faint cries of the child that he managed to find them. The child, about 5 years old, had one foot stuck in the window guard and was leaning awkwardly against the window. Rindy held onto the guardrail, first covering the child's mouth and nose with the wet towel, then using pliers to twist off a few screws from the guardrail below. He then pried open a gap beneath the guardrail, forcing his body through little by little. There weren't many flames in the room, but the smoke was dense. Rindy secured the child on his back and grabbed a fire extinguisher to head outside. The area from the living room to the corridor was engulfed in flames. And in one room, near the corridor, the fire was an extremely high-temperature orange-red. Just a glance at it made Rindy's eyes sting painfully. So he quickly retreated to the previous room. He shouted outside, "People down below, step back. Everyone, step back." After shouting, Rindy began kicking the window guardrail. When that didn't work, he smashed it with a chair from the room. Finally, he managed to create a small opening in the guardrail, and he started to climb down with the child. After descending about 2 floors, the air was no longer so scorching hot, and Rindy paused to catch his breath. At that moment, the rescue fire truck arrived. "Someone is up there with the child. Focus on them." People shouted from below. "Where are they? Can't see them." "Over there. Over there. Can't you see that big round head? Shine the lights on it. See it. That bright bald head is it." Rindy saved the child, and the firefighters managed to control the fire, but unfortunately, the child's parents had suffered misfortune from the beginning of the explosion. Their bed was too close to the window, and after the explosion, they were injured by glass and lost too much blood, leading to unconsciousness, followed by a fire caused by a short circuit. Rindy sat on the ground to rest, and someone nearby handed him a bottle of water, saying, "Bro, you truly are the brightest star of the night. Just the brightness of that big head is blinding." Rindy touched his bald head, relieved he didn't have hair, or else it would have burned into a mess. Now, parts of his scalp were blistered from the heat and were quite painful. "Wow, brother, are you a Buddha?" A teenage girl suddenly walked up to Rindy, looking at him with shining eyes. "Huh, look, your head is all swollen, and there's a halo around it. If you're not a Buddha, then who is?" The girl showed Rindy a photo on her phone. Rindy saw the scene of himself landing with the child. The person taking the photo really has impressive skills. If it weren't for his own presence, He might actually believe that the person in the picture is a living incarnation of a deity. He was just about to hand the child over to someone next to him, while a fire truck beside him was spraying water, creating a mist that perfectly reflected off his bald head, forming a round rainbow against the backdrop of the flames. Plus, the swollen red bump on his head, under the strange angle of the photographer, truly resembled a divine crown. Who took this? Delete it. This would not be good if it gets out. Rindy does not want to be attacked by certain religious figures, but the little girl laughed and said, "Brother, you can't delete it. This photo has already been shared over 100,000 times. Everyone is calling you Brother Deity. Good morning, Brother Deity. Brother Deity, good morning. Handsome guy, Brother Deity. Good morning. Look, that big brother, I've seen him. It's Brother Deity." In the early morning, Rindy walked out of his home and was greeted by various people, making him feel quite shy. Fortunately, after he went to the underground parking lot, he didn't encounter this situation again. The massive explosion and fire last night had captured the attention of the entire nation. He had only saved one child. Yet the photo made it to the news headlines. Psy, suddenly feeling an inexplicable pressure. If I kiss Miss Yang, will people say I'm engaging in inappropriate behavior? Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Rindy arrived at the Yangqing detention center. Since Yang Tianla was somewhat related to him, he wanted to check on the interrogation results. Why did this person do those things? And what is the current situation of Linana? Yo, isn't this our brother deity? Zhao Hang said in a sarcastic tone. Didn't he know the deity was visiting? We weren't prepared to welcome you. Zhao, it seems you're not planning to apply for external assistance anymore. Rindy replied. I'll talk to our captain about postponing the tasks in Yangqing, he added. Come on, don't be so serious. Zhao Hang quickly softened. Without external assistance is one thing, but without Rindy's support, he could only imagine how difficult his future path would be. Well, now that you're famous, I'm a bit envious. Just a little jealousy, but Rindy, you can't forget your identity. Rindy shrugged. If it weren't for the news being pulled causing a scene, I would have gotten it removed long ago. But it doesn't matter. Everyone will forget in a few days. Besides, it's not like it's my first time on the headlines. Zhao Hang had nothing to say. The two walked to the interrogation room, where Yang Tianla and a group of people were being questioned. After listening for a while, Rindy's phone rang, and he saw it was Yang Luoi. He hung up and sent her a message. Zhao Hang saw this and asked, Your girlfriend? Yeah. Yang Luoi. The arrest warrant for Yang Tianla, due to the serious nature of the case, was supposed to take a couple of days to be issued. But since the case was basically clarified, do you want to take this task and deliver it to their family? Sure. Rindy nodded. In the afternoon, Rindy drove directly to Yang's residence, having told Yang Luoi that he planned to visit. Yang Tianqing, knowing this, returned home early. Rindy registered at the entrance of the community, recalling that the first time he came here, he took a taxi home, and back then, he felt a strange fear towards Yang Tianqing. Now, however, he was no longer afraid at all, and could even deliver official documents to their family. Indeed, fortunes change, and one should not underestimate the young and less fortunate. If Yang Tianqing had any objections to him back then, he might have caused some trouble for him now. Yang Luoi was waiting at the villa entrance early, and upon seeing Rindy, she joyfully rushed over. Wow, Rindy, you're in the news. Yeah, hee. My man looks handsome no matter what style he has. Yang Luoi gazed at Rindy with sparkling eyes. Rindy hugged her, and they walked towards the villa together. Inside, Yang Tianqing had someone prepare the best tea, waiting for Rindy. When Rindy entered, Yang Tianqing immediately got up to greet him. Rindy is here. Come, have a seat. He smiled warmly, looking as happy as if he were seeing his own son. Good afternoon, Uncle Yang. Rindy smiled and sat on the sofa. Noticing that Li Lu was not there, he asked, Is Annie not home? Oh, she went to get her hair done. Yang Tianqing replied. Her being here or not doesn't affect your visit. Rindy nodded. Yeah, I came to see you. I haven't been back for a while due to a business trip, and I haven't contacted Luoi much. Don't think I broke up with her and am introducing her to a new boyfriend. Haha, what are you talking about? How could that be? Yang Tianqing laughed and personally poured tea for Rindy, saying, Luoi's heart is all with you. If I dared to introduce her to a new boyfriend, she would threaten to harm herself. I'm really scared. Yang Luoi rolled her eyes at this. You never cared when I threatened to harm myself before. Rindy squeezed Yang Luoi's hand and said, Then I can relax. By the way, Uncle Yang, I have a document I hope you can sign for me. Saying this, he took out the arrest notice from his bag and handed it over to Yang Tianqing with both hands. Yang Tianqing was initially quite happy, thinking Rindy had brought him a gift. However, when he received it, and saw the words on it. He was stunned. An envelope from the Summer Security Bureau? What is this? His fingers trembled slightly as he opened the envelope, and several large characters caught his eye. Arrest notice. Criminal suspect, Yang Tianla. Suspected of online fraud, drug use, human trafficking, smuggling, and endangering national security. Approved by the relevant department. Arrested on December 4th, 20XX, and currently detained at. Yang Tianqing never expected that Ren Di would bring him such a thing. He was completely petrified. Yang Luoyi, seeing Yang Tianqing's expression, was somewhat surprised. She took the paper and exclaimed, "Oh, Yang Duzi has been arrested? Life sentence or death penalty?" Ren Di felt a bit overwhelmed by his girlfriend's words, thinking, "How much do you want Yang Tianla dead?" At this moment, Yang Tianqing came back to his senses, looking at Ren Di in disbelief. "How could this be? Is this all true?" Ren Di said seriously. "You know his accomplice, Li Nana. It's just that Li Nana is currently abroad, and we have no way to extradite her back." Yang Tianqing was instantly stunned. His son and his girlfriend have committed crimes. Can they be held together in the future? I don't know what exactly happened between Yang Tianla and you, or what conflicts led him to become so irritable and radical, but please let the police know if you have any information, Ren Di said. "I really want to marry Luo Yi, but if the Yang family gets involved in a case that endangers national security, my wish might be dashed. I hope you can understand." Yang Tianqing seemed to age 10 years in an instant, visibly losing a lot of his spirit. Hearing Ren Di's words, Yang Luoyi's eyes were instantly filled with tears. "Ren Di, do you not want me anymore? How could that be? I just wanted to give Uncle Yang a heads up, so he won't resort to other methods because Yang Tianla is in prison." Ren Di looked at Yang Tianqing, silently conveying that he shouldn't think about bending the rules to save his son. "If you have any mistakes, admit them quickly to avoid the Yang family's misfortune. With me here, you might still get a lighter sentence. Otherwise, the consequences are unpredictable." "All right, Mr. Ren, I understand." Yang Tianqing lowered his head to Ren Di, realizing the shift in their dynamics. 6 months ago, he could look down on Ren Di. 6 months later, he needed to rely on his goodwill. Chapter 127, Money. Save when you can, spend when you should. Yang City, December 7th. Ren Di's week-long holiday back in Yang City felt like it was coming to an end before he even got to enjoy it. Yang Luoyi stayed by Ren Di's side, and they spent time together like an ordinary couple, shopping for groceries, cooking together, eating, and watching movies. "What's wrong, babe?" Ren Di asked. Hee. Yang Luoyi buried her head in Ren Di's neck, foolishly saying, "I feel so happy. A happiness I've never felt in over 20 years. "Really?" Ren Di smiled, rubbing her head. "I feel the same. This happiness is something I never imagined before. Having a beautiful and wealthy girlfriend, a comfortable yet exciting job, a cozy little home, and a few friends who occasionally check in. Hee, right? I feel like even if I died now, I wouldn't have any regrets." "What nonsense. We still have a long time ahead of us. In 10, 20, 50 years, just don't complain if I turn into an old man. Ha ha. My brother will still be a handsome old man." "Brother? When did I get this nickname?" "Buddha brother. That's what everyone on the internet is calling you. Short for Brother Buddha." "Okay then. There are all sorts of creatures on the internet. You can find thousands of gender identities. One more Buddha brother is no big deal." On the TV, the sounds of a couple kissing were playing, and Yang Luoyi imitated them by wrapping her arms around Ren Di's neck. "Kiss kiss moi." Their faces were getting closer. Just as they were about to kiss, a knocking sound came from outside. "Hey, let me see who it is." Ren Di laughed, playfully tapping Yang Luoyi's nose before getting up to open the door. Yang Luoyi pouted and murmured, "Why knock at the door now of all times? It must be a single person." Outside, the property management staff had brought several workers to replace windows and glass at Ren Di's home. Previously, Ren Di's bedroom had suffered the most damage, and he had been sleeping in the living room for the past couple of days. After sending off the property staff, Ren Di packed his belongings. He needed to catch a flight back to the capital at 6 in the evening. "I'm going to miss you so much," Yang Luoyi said, hugging his waist from behind, reluctant to let go. "Without you, I really feel awful." "No choice. Work," Ren Di replied. "I know you're busy. You're amazing. But I really miss you so much it's driving me crazy." "Okay, I should be back around the new year. I'll bring you a beautiful gift then." After calming Yang Luoyi down, Ren Di rolled around with her on the bed several times until she tiredly shouted for mercy. At Yanqing Airport, after passing security, Ren Di waved goodbye to Yang Luoyi. This time, she handled it better than before. At least she didn't cry like she had when he left previously. As Ren Di turned to enter the terminal, Yang Luoyi stood there waiting until she could no longer see his figure before heading to the ticketing area. "Hello. I'd like to pick up my ticket. The flight to the capital is at 10 tonight." Ren-Di had no idea that Yang Loi had followed him to the capital after he left. This girl had learned to go to great lengths to avoid parting with him. Ren-Di returned to the base in the capital around 11 that night. In the training hall on the second floor, and Yin was lifting weights. "Hey, you're back. You've certainly made quite a splash in just a few days." And Yin smiled at Ren-Di. "I've never seen a special agent make the news like you do. You'd be a hit if you became a star." "And Jia, are you mocking me too? I'm not a celebrity trying to hit the headlines, and besides, I didn't spend any money." Ren-Di stopped to chat with Yin. "What about them? Little Mouse is still chasing seagulls. He seemed to have had a mishap a couple of days ago, and is in a bad mood. The captain hasn't returned. He went to Xinghu." Ren-Di nodded, thinking that Ruan Linjun must have gone to see his sister again. "I'll head back to my room." After greeting Yin, Ren-Di returned to his dormitory. In the middle of the night, he heard noise coming from Ruan Linjun's room next door. This guy had come back late and was disturbing his sleep. "I need to scare this guy back one of these days. He has disturbed me so many times." Half asleep, Ren-Di was still contemplating how to prank Ruan Linjun when he was abruptly awakened by Ruan Linjun's loud voice. "Ren-Di, time to get up and get to work." "Damn it." Ren-Di threw his pillow out. Ruan Linjun dodged the pillow at the door, tilting his head. "What are you sleeping for? Get up. Come drink with me." Ren-Di grabbed his phone and saw it was only 3:30 in the morning. Just as he was about to refuse and scold Ruan Linjun a bit more, he noticed a hint of sadness in Ruan Linjun's eyes. The curse that was on the tip of his tongue turned into, "Fine. It's on you. All right. I'll treat." Ren-Di put on his clothes, washed his face briefly, and followed Ruan Linjun downstairs. The outdoor temperature was about -10 degrees Celsius, and the cold wind was biting, completely waking him up. He put on his hat to cover his ears and waited for Ruan Linjun to drive, but Ruan Linjun, fiddling with his phone for a while, finally said, "This way." "What?" After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a street corner where Ruan Linjun pulled out 2 shared bicycles from behind a tree pit. "Hurry up and scan. One for each." Ren-Di was surprised. "You're not driving in this cold weather? You want me to ride this?" "Drink and drive is a no-go. Drive safe." Ruan Linjun replied. "Riding a bike is like exercising, right? Once you get moving, you won't feel cold." Ren-Di, speechless, followed Ruan Linjun to scan the code. Once he got on the bicycle, the cold from the seat shot straight up his spine. He regretted being soft-hearted and thought he should have firmly rejected Ruan Linjun's request back in the dorm and even pinned him down for a good beating. "We need to learn to allocate resources wisely. Money should be saved when it needs saving and spent when it's time to spend." Ruan Linjun led the way, pedaling while saying, "Just like me, I always allocate my money wisely every month, just enough to be left with nothing by the end." "Are you living paycheck to paycheck? You make tens of thousands a month and just blow it all?" "I haven't seen you buy any luxury brands." Ren-Di asked, confused. "Do you even plan on getting married? Even if she doesn't want a betrothal gift, how can you expect her to follow you around without a house?" "Ren-Di, do you think a person's fate is predetermined? Nonsense. The heavens are just fooling around. With 7 to 8 billion people in the world, are they really going to manage everyone's fate without getting exhausted?" Ren-Di responded. The two continued chatting and cycling, eventually riding for an hour and a half until they reached the entrance of a bar. By this time, Ren-Di was sweating profusely and felt weak all over. "If I come out for drinks with you again, I must be a fool." Chapter 128. The drunkard. The bar is already closed. What are we drinking for? Ren-Di remembered that the late-night bar had regulations, and it was already 5 o'clock. There were no bars open. I forgot about that." Ruan Linjun scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "It's tough to drink happily sometimes." Ren-Di looked around and said, "If you want a drink, follow me." By this time, early shift workers were already up. They crossed the street to find a shop, and Ren-Di bought 2 packs of beer, 2 bottles of liquor, and a bag of peanuts. They then found an open space on the street to sit down and drink. "Cheers." Ruan Linjun flicked the bottle cap off with his thumb. Ren-Di followed suit and downed a shot of liquor, feeling relaxed. "A few days ago, I went to see Go Qingliang. His sister came." Ruan Linjun slowly began to speak while munching on peanuts. "Really?" Ren-Di replied. "Go Qingliang's father had an accident when he was young and was paralyzed at home. His mother, working hard for the family's livelihood, passed away 7 years ago. His sister was still in middle school at that time, and he had just started college. To support his studies, he began to take odd jobs to earn living expenses and tuition fees." Ruan Linjun spoke, tears streaming down his face without him realizing it. Later, he was accepted into the Xi'an Bureau due to his excellent performance, and finally, his monthly salary could support his family. However, his father passed away. At that time, he was so busy with work throughout the year that he couldn't return home often and missed seeing his father for the last time. His younger sister, who was in high school, was almost bullied by local delinquents. He knew about this and went home with a gun to confront that thug. Although the thug didn't die and ended up in prison, he was also punished and demoted. He exclaimed, "Why do we bleed and cry out there? Protecting the country and the people, yet we can't even protect our own family." You can't help but say that poverty breeds trouble. Their poor place is so impoverished that even dogs would disdain it. Later, he spent all his money each month, after supporting his sister, on a Hope primary school. His goal was to enlighten the ignorant people back home. Before he got into trouble, it was just around the time his sister was accepted into university. And he was so happy he felt like a fool, always saying that after this mission, he would take his sister to the capital to have fun and eat Peking duck while visiting the Forbidden City. Rendi understood the following events. Guo Qingliang missed his sister's school opening ceremony and died outside. Rendi, do you think it's worth it for us to work hard for others? Yet in the end, we can't even fulfill our own wishes? Rendi took a big gulp of his drink. He was the only one in his household registration book, and before he had a girlfriend, he had no other thoughts. Living was merely existing. He thought for a moment and said, "A great person once said, everyone must die eventually, some heavier than Mount Tai, some lighter than a feather." Although we cannot compare to Mount Tai, we cannot be like a feather either. At the very least, life must be meaningful. Ha, you brat. Ruan Linjun clinked glasses with Rendi and started to drink from the bottle again. I have a classmate who is stationed at the far west guarding the border. This guy has only returned home twice in 17 years. His father's cancer surgery fees were borrowed from me. His family urged him to come back. And with his education and experience, he could definitely get a government job, or at least a high executive position. But this guy refuses to go back. Do you think he's sick? Haha. People ask him why he works so hard for just a few thousand a month. Is it worth it? Do you know what he said? He said, "How much do you think an inch of our country's land is worth?" Ruan Linjun broke down in tears. Unable to stop the flow of tears as he tilted his head back to drink, using the spilled liquor to mask his sorrow. I went to deliver condolence money to the sister of that kid. She said to leave that money for those who need it more and to donate it. She still has a little money left from her brother, enough to live on. Damn it. Why should good people selflessly contribute? Why can't good people have selfish thoughts? Can't they be a little kinder to themselves? Can't they be a little kinder to themselves? Damn it. Rendi raised his bottle and clinked it with Ruan Linjun's, finishing the entire bottle in one go. The two kept sitting there drinking, laughing and crying alternately, while passers-by walked around them. Empty bottles were scattered all over the ground, and the owner of the nearby breakfast stall brought them 2 baskets of dumplings to eat. Young man, no matter what difficulties you face, keep moving forward and looking ahead. There are no obstacles that cannot be overcome, nor any turns that cannot be navigated. No matter how big the issue, it doesn't matter in front of the living. The boss's words made the two of them fall silent. What really matters in front of the living? At that moment, Ruan Linjun's phone rang, and he answered it to hear in Yan's voice. "Captain, where have you and Rendi gone? It's late at night, and you're still not back?" "Mu Jin," Ruan Linjun suddenly said, after the new year. "Let us go get our certificate." Huh. And Yan was momentarily stunned by Ruan Linjun's words. What was he talking about? Getting a certificate? Was it what she thought it was? Or was it? Njia, the captain is drunk. Can you come pick us up? While Yan was lost in thought, Rendi's voice came through, igniting a surge of anger within her. Just after Ruan Linjun finished speaking, he lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep, ignoring his phone. It was then that Rendi picked up the phone to talk to Yan, interrupting her train of thought. "Just wait for me, you two." Yan hung up angrily. While Rendi felt a bit dizzy and didn't understand why Yan had suddenly become so fierce. With Ruan Linjun sleeping on the ground, Rendi gathered his spirits and tried to throw the empty bottles into the trash can. However, after several attempts, he failed to get the bottles in and ended up breaking them on the ground. TSK, no matter how many times you throw, it won't go in. A passerby couldn't help but say, "It's just a promotional poster on the wall." Huh. Rendi, hearing this, asked in disbelief, "No way? It looks real to me. How can you say it's a painting? Aren't there 2 bins? Let me try this one again." When Yan drove over, she saw the two of them sprawled out on the curb, fast asleep, with their snores echoing. Chapter 129 Terrorist Attack on December 11th. The eve of the multinational conference preparations, in order to ensure the normal and safe conduct of the meeting, the Security Bureau deployed all personnel in coordination with the station military forces to set up checkpoints in various locations. They also conducted multiple inspections and rehearsals along the routes from the Royal Hotel to the conference hall. When the senior officials from these countries arrived, they would bring their own vehicles and drivers, taking responsibility for their own transportation, while the local security personnel were only responsible for leading the way and ensuring surrounding safety. Ren Di was assigned by Zhang Donglai to be in charge of the team from a certain country, which was quite large, and there were many officials coming. A total of 72 security personnel, including Ren Di, were divided into groups of 6. Since Ren Di had never participated in such an event, he was the least experienced and simply followed orders while utilizing his skills. After 3 days of rehearsals, the Security Bureau developed a reasonable traffic control plan based on peak flow times to maximize public access while not delaying the conference proceedings. Ren Di felt as if the soles of his shoes had worn out after those 3 days, having never realized that a conference required so much preparation. He could only manage a few hours of sleep each day, and the network department was extremely busy. Ling Yunhao barely had time to sleep, only able to doze off. "Hey bro, are you okay? It's not even showtime yet, and you're already this exhausted. How are you going to get anything done later?" A nearby agent noticed Ren Di's worried expression and said, "Wipe that expression off your face. You need to focus." Ren Di rubbed his face, trying to calm his emotions and concentrate, and it actually helped a bit. On 2 adjacent streets, one was closed to traffic while the other ran from west to east. The downward lane was unrestricted, but the upward lane had checkpoints where traffic police were directing vehicles to pass slowly. Many pedestrians and cyclists were glancing in this direction. Suddenly, Ren Di rubbed his eyes. He thought he had seen Yang Loi among the passers-by. That shouldn't be possible, right? When he called Yang Loi earlier, she said she didn't want to go to work and wanted to sleep in. How could she suddenly appear here? It could only mean that the world is vast, and there are always people who look exactly like you. Ren Di certainly didn't think he was seeing things. As a pilot who doesn't fly much, his eyesight was among the best. He looked seriously at the crowd at another intersection when suddenly memories from the past few days flashed in his mind. He quickly pressed his earpiece and said, "C8. 15 degrees. Vehicle with license plate XXXXXG, SUV, please intercept for inspection." Received. Intercept immediately. Did you notice anything unusual, temporary staff? I've seen the driver of that car a few times. I didn't pay attention before, but now I recall that they drove a different car each of the 6 times. This person has appeared 6 times in one day. Ren Di responded, while the SUV identified at the other intersection was about to leave but was called out by the traffic police. The driver, with something to hide, immediately sped towards the crowd, causing screams to erupt. Block that vehicle. The SUV was obstructed by other vehicles on the outer side, leaving it no choice but to crash onto the inner bicycle lane and pedestrian walkway. Blood and screams filled the air as special police rushed in, intending to shoot the SUV driver. It seemed the occupants of the vehicle were aware of the police's next move, swerving the steering wheel and constantly changing direction. After colliding with the crowd twice, the SUV was blocked by a bus, then immediately reversed towards a checkpoint with no vehicles, crashing through the roadblocks. The car covered in blood, speeding towards Ren Di and the other agents. Damn, seeking death. Meanwhile, armed police rushed over and opened fire on the vehicle. At that moment, the occupants of the car threw homemade Molotov cocktails and bombs out of the window. One agent, while dodging, seized the opportunity to shoot the driver through the open window. The out-of-control SUV eventually crashed into the roadside fence and flipped over. The special police then rushed in and shot down the remaining assailants. Ren Di's head was buzzing. He had once again seen a woman who looked like Yang Loi being thrown from the SUV. It definitely wasn't her. It couldn't be her. Ren Di prayed in his heart that the person who looked similar to Yang Loi was not his beloved Dabao. While Ren Di was lost in thought, the people at the scene were quickly divided into several groups to assist the injured and maintain order. Just when everyone thought the situation was over, another jeep suddenly burst out from the traffic, heading straight for the special police and agents maintaining order. Most people didn't react in time, and those who did were unable to evade, as ordinary people were right behind them, using their bodies to shield the crowd. Ren Di's eyes turned red at this scene. Damn it. The only agent left nearby was Ren Di, who was still about 10 meters away from the jeep when he snapped back to reality and fired at the vehicle. The first shot missed, so he fired again. This time, the jeep swerved sideways towards him, and in a split second, Rindy fired 2 more shots, hitting the same spot on the window. And one bullet entered the driver's cabin, hitting the target squarely in the forehead. In the next moment, the vehicle lost control, crashing into Rindy and spinning before rolling onto the roadside. The jeep's fuel tank was ruptured, spilling gasoline everywhere. Car debris sparked as it scraped against the ground. Just as Rindy staggered to get up, he was thrown back by the blast from the exploding vehicle, crashing into the trunk of a large tree on the roadside. On December 15th, a major violent terrorist attack occurred in the capital, shocking the entire nation. This incident resulted in 22 deaths, 69 serious injuries, and over 100 minor injuries, including 8 public officials dead and 35 seriously injured. Rindy was fortunate. He suffered a fractured fibula in his left leg, 3 cracked ribs, and a broken right arm, but without dislocation or shattering, making his injuries relatively mild compared to others. However, his face was quite a sight, with extensive abrasions on his forehead, cheeks, and nose, especially a large, dark, rectangular scab above his lip that made him look like a scary figure from a distance. Fortunately, his eyes were unharmed. Otherwise, he would have been disabled. Looking at his ugly reflection in the mirror, Rindy couldn't help but make a face. The scab pulled at the surrounding skin, causing him pain that made him grimace even more frighteningly. A young nurse who came in to administer 4 fluids saw Rindy's silly expression and chuckled. "Bed 8. Please lie still and rest. If you keep moving your face, you'll get scars." Outside the door, Yin walked in and couldn't help but laugh at Rindy's appearance. Where did this little brat come from? Staying in our military hospital? Did he wander into the wrong scene? And yeah, Rindy said bitterly. Has the accident investigation been clarified? Chapter 130, Injury DIY. An extremely evil organization orchestrated this incident. They had originally planned to launch an attack when foreign officials arrived, but due to Rindy's early detection of their reconnaissance and multiple sightings, they directly initiated the attack. After Yin narrated the entire sequence of events, Rindy's heart ached as if bleeding. Not long ago, Ruan Linjun had spoken to him about Go Qing Liang, mentioning how hard they were fighting for something. Now, he had to witness his comrades die right before his eyes. He felt as if he had brought this misfortune upon them. And Yin cut an apple for Rindy and said, "Take good care of your injury." The damage this time has been well controlled. They found over 100 kilograms of homemade explosives and some illegal weapons in the residences of those individuals. If it weren't for your early intervention, the consequences would have been serious. Rindy took the rabbit-shaped apple and suddenly thought of something, quickly asking, "Sisterin, can you help me find the list of ordinary citizens affected by this incident? I want to take a look. Also, could you bring my phone from the dorm? I want to call my girlfriend." He was so focused on speaking that he didn't notice Yan's strange expression. "Your lady," Yin said. "You'll be able to see her in a couple of days." "Huh, you notified her?" Rindy got anxious upon hearing this. Please don't tell her I got hurt. At least wait until my face heals before saying anything. Otherwise, I look too ugly." "All right, I need to go now. You rest well." And Yin stood up to leave. But Rindy hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Sister, my dear sister, you must bring her over. It's too boring here. No phone, no TV. And I need someone to help me get to the bathroom. You have no idea how frustrating it is." Okay, I remember," and Yin said as she left. Rindy lay back on the bed, feeling incredibly bored. He was the only one in the room, and without his phone, he was utterly bored out of his mind. Around 1 p.m., a new patient was wheeled into the ward. Rindy looked at the comatose patient and felt happy. Finally, someone to chat with. He stared at the person until it got dark, waiting for them to wake up. They're awake. Rindy shouted, startling the other patient. "What happened, brother? How did you get hurt? Where are you injured? Which unit are you from?" Rindy's rapid-fire questions startled the newcomer, who took a while to gather himself before sitting up and saying, "Hey, I'm Zhou Diheo from the armed police team. Where am I injured?" Seeing the confused expression on Zhou Diheo's face, Rindy sighed. He didn't even know where he was hurt, which didn't look good. "By the way, my second leg." Zhou Diheo lifted the blanket to check his abdomen and lower body, then let out a heavy sigh. "It's still there." Rindy straightened up and noticed Zhou Diheo's injuries, and the smile on his face faded. Zhou Diheo's right leg below the knee was empty, and his left leg was in a cast, with his abdomen wrapped in bandages. "Not bad. It's still there. I thought I was going to be a eunuch for the rest of my life." Zhou Diheo actually ignored his leg injury and instead smiled contentedly while touching his abdomen. Mealtime. A nurse pushed a food cart into the room. Upon seeing Zhou Dihao awake, she said without surprise, "Bed 9, you can't eat solid food right now. A nurse will come by later to give you a liquid diet. Bed 8, you lie still. Don't your ribs hurt? Moving around all day like a monkey." Rendi looked at the food and lost his appetite. More chicken, potatoes, and carrots again? Eating the same thing every day was getting monotonous. He wanted pork, beef. The kind that was in big chunks and juicy when bitten into. The little nurse shot a glance at Rendi and said, "If you don't eat, I'm taking it away." Rendi, feeling wronged, accepted the tray from the young lady and placed it on his lap, using his left hand to eat. If he dared to ignore her, he would have no one to help him if he went to the restroom. Thinking of how the young lady skillfully helped him with his pants, revealing his private parts, he remembered her unexpectedly curious little gaze, which made him feel embarrassed and a bit excited. Then, the tray he had placed on his lap was knocked over by his own member, spilling some hot food and soup all over him, especially around his lower region. "Oh no!" Rendi's scream echoed through the hospital corridor, startling the young lady who had just left, causing her to rush back. Upon seeing Rendi's state, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Dihao was also startled by Rendi and shivered, but when he saw Rendi's situation, he burst into laughter. Over the next 2 days, Rendi and Zhou Dihao became close friends, sharing everything. It was just so boring here. Family members couldn't come in, and there was no one to keep him company. With no phone or TV, talking seemed to be the only form of entertainment. Zhou Dihao's pain medication wasn't as effective as before, and he groaned in pain while trying to sleep, which kept Rendi awake. The more he thought about that woman, the more he felt it was Yang Luoi. Feeling anxious, what should he do? Footsteps were heard outside, and Rendi immediately constructed a three-dimensional image in his mind, speculating on whether the owner of the footsteps was male or female, and what their height and weight might be. The ward door opened, and he saw Yen. "Sister, my dear sister, are you here to bring me a phone?" And Yen smiled and shook her head. "Your girlfriend is here. I brought her to see you." Seeing no one behind her, Rendi curiously asked, "Where's Bao? Why isn't she coming in?" I'm afraid you'll scold me," came Yang Luoi's voice from outside. "Why would I scold you? I'm happy you're here." Yang Luoi slowly walked in, and Rendi was taken aback. Yang Luoi had a bandage wrapped around her forehead, and although she wore a thick coat, he could see the bandages on her left hand extending to her arm. "I'm sorry," Yang Luoi said, looking down. "I shouldn't have secretly shared your location on your phone. I shouldn't have come to the capital without telling you." As she spoke, she began to sob. Rendi took a deep breath, turning all his anger and worry into a sigh. "Come here, let me hug you." "Okay." This organization is truly heinous, with deep-rooted sins that are hard to record. Surrendering to the review. Chapter 131. As long as one has a little brain. Rendi never thought that the single-minded young lady Yang could be clever in her own way. She had sneakily turned on the location sharing on his private phone, allowing her to track him. She even knew about the traffic restrictions for the meeting in the capital, targeting just one place to find him. The spirit of perseverance seemed to have been learned by her. "I've never met someone as stubborn as you." "Humph." Yang Luoi unhappily pinched Rendi's waist. "Don't say that about me. Promise me you won't do this again next time, okay? We were lucky this time. If we encounter such danger again, what should I do?" Rendi really worries about this stubborn girl. "I just want you. I want to see you." Rendi sighed, unsure of what to do. All right. It's almost time. Luoi, you should head back." And Yen said to Yang Luoi, "Rendi is right. You shouldn't run around like this, or it could lead to trouble in the future. You're distracting Rendi from his work, and that could be dangerous. I want to do it again." Yang Luoi immediately promised, "Really? I will never do that again." And Yen took Yang Luoi away, and Rendi hopped to the window, reluctantly watching the two leave. Zhou Dihao woke up when Yang Luoi was crying. He looked at Rendi and his girlfriend being affectionate without saying a word. After Yen and the others left, he finally asked Rendi, "Did your girlfriend come after you?" "Yeah. She chased me all the way from Yang City." "What a silly girl. That's great. You have someone who cares about you." "I don't have anyone besides my parents." Rendi looked at him and said, "Doesn't the bank care about you? They call every month asking if you need any loan services. And the telecom company. They want you to check out their new data plans this month." "Shut up." Zhou Dihao chuckled. "If I had half your handsomeness, probably no one would want me either." He was disabled now, and he had never found a girlfriend even when he was normal. Rendi patted his shoulder and said, "Of course no man would want you, but women still would. Once you get better, I'll introduce you to my girlfriend's friend. Oh yeah, let's do that. On December 30th, Rendi was discharged from the hospital. After 100 days of recovery, he would just focus on healing. And since the young lady had a place to stay in the capital, he moved in there directly. Then the young lady took out the household registration book and placed it in the living room, making it obvious for Rendi to see. Rendi felt that this girl was getting bolder. If there was glue, she would probably stick to him for life. The New Year gift he was supposed to make for Yang Luo was also ruined, as all his time was spent in the hospital. Should we draft the report first? Rendi, how about we go travel? Yang Luo suddenly said while tidying up Rendi's room. I saw a super beautiful influencer spot. Let's go there. Rendi sat in his wheelchair, watching TV. He didn't have much concept of traveling, maybe because he had never traveled before. You decide. Upon hearing this, Yang Luo rushed to check travel routes and guides. While Rendi, with his fractured bone still healing, made various calls to inquire if he could fly and if there were any special accommodations for people like him. Babe, is this the influencer spot you mentioned? In the cold winter, going to a mountain to see a temple. Rendi felt that this girl seemed to have thought it through, but actually hadn't. Haha. Yang Luo pushed Rendi at the foot of the mountain, laughing uncontrollably. Fortunately, there are some evergreen trees on the mountain, and the scenery looks pretty good. Otherwise, just standing here in the cold air would be enough for 2 people to finish a pot of tea. The path up the mountain is made of big bluestone steps. How are you pushing me up? Rendi looked at Yang Luo's face, which was red from the cold, and joked, Excuse me, Ms. Yang Luo, the strong woman. Are you planning to carry the wheelchair? Yang Luo felt embarrassed looking at the narrow path and knocked her head, deeply regretting it. All right, don't knock. I'm not smart to begin with, and if you keep knocking, I'll get even dumber. What if I pass this on to my son or daughter? Rendi grabbed Yang Luo's hand and said, Let's not go up the mountain. Let's go over there and take a look. He casually pointed in a direction. Let's check out the village. I noticed the houses here have some unique features, and I want to build something like this back home. Yang Luo pushed Rendi towards the village. On the way, they passed many greenhouses, and through the rolled-up skylights, they could see the inside. Wow, these vegetables look amazing. Yang Luo exclaimed. Those aren't vegetables. They're herbs, and a kind that's highly toxic. Rendi said, feeling a bit exasperated. The little fairy truly was a little fairy, detached from the mundane world. Thank goodness she was born into a wealthy family. If she were from an ordinary household, would she starve? Hey, why does this sign say Sunset? Yang Luo asked, pointing to a sign by the roadside. Is there a company called Sunset here? Sunset Pharmaceuticals Herb Planting Base. Rendi read the sign, guessing its meaning. Remembering how he had tricked 2 people from Sunset out of their money last time, he felt amused. Ding. Task. Disguise as lost tourists and successfully infiltrate the Sunset Pharmaceuticals planting base to find evidence of Sunset spies. Task reward. Random proficiency in a foreign language. Failure penalty. None. System. Is it appropriate to treat an injured person like this? Rendi complained internally, feeling frustrated. The system rarely issued tasks, but when it did, it was always surprising. As a system, is it appropriate not to seek benefits for the host? Hey, can you speak the Sunset language? No. Why? Yang Luo asked curiously. Nothing. Neither of them could speak the Sunset language, so sneaking in was going to be a challenge. I don't even know where to go. My phone has a translation app. Yang Luo proudly took out her phone to show Rendi, who gave her a thumbs up, thinking she was the most reliable. Rendi didn't tell Yang Luo about his task. He just subtly guided her towards the planting area, and before they knew it, they had walked into a forest. Looks like we took the wrong path, Yang Luo said, glancing nervously at the tall trees around them. What if we get lost? It's okay, just check the location. Rendi opened his phone to check the location, but the map wouldn't load, and the positioning couldn't be displayed. There was no signal. What if we really got lost? Chapter 132. They looked at each other in silence, with only tears flowing like a river. Yang Luo pushed Rendi around in the woods, and they eventually reached a dead end. Every time Rendi pointed out a direction, this girl would veer off course after just 5 meters. What a powerful ability this is. Oh well, just support me. Rendi got up, and Yang Luo shyly helped him. Rendi recalled the mountainous terrain he had seen when they first arrived and roughly determined his position, then chose a direction and said, Let's go this way. What about the wheelchair? Just leave it there. I'll take you the rest of the way. But it's too tiring for you to go like this. Let me push you. Yang Luo said. Just now you were pushing me. I showed you the direction. And then what? Rindy looked at Yang Loi and suddenly had a feeling that perhaps this girl was deliberately going off course to spend more private time with him. Was she planning to lead him deep into the woods and do something exciting? Hiss, thinking about it this way, it really was thrilling. Yang Loi. Huh. When Rindy called out her full name, Yang Loi jumped like a little rabbit, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Are you pondering something? Rindy asked with a mischievous smile. No, not at all. Yang Loi's eyes darted around, worried about being found out. Caught red-handed. Rindy helplessly rubbed her head. This girl was like a short firecracker, so straightforward. Darling, are you planning to stick with me for life? Hee. Yes. When you saved me back then, I felt like I had met my Prince Charming, my destined one. No regrets? This time you got hurt because of me? You even have a scar. There was a centipede-shaped scar a few centimeters long under her bangs. Her skin didn't heal as well as Rindy's. No regrets. I wouldn't regret it even if I died, Yang Loi said firmly, her eyes smiling like crescent moons. Dappled sunlight fell from the sky onto her, and at that moment, she looked like a little fairy who had fallen into the mortal world, captured by someone's heart. Watch your step. Just as Rindy was about to warn Yang Loi about the exposed tree roots, she was too busy looking at herself and tripped, causing them both to fall. Unexpectedly, there was a gentle slope behind the roots, and they rolled down like tumbling gourds. Rindy, are you okay? Yang Loi panicked as she got up and helped him up. She regretted choosing such a terrible place to play, turning a good trip into a disaster. As Rindy got up, he felt for the first time that the plaster was quite useful. It didn't hurt when he bumped against the stones. I'm sorry. Don't cry. Don't cry. If you keep crying and go blind, we'll have to feed wolves in the mountains tonight, or freeze to death here as a pair of doomed lovers. Yang Loi couldn't help but laugh at his words, wiping her tears and brushing off the dried grass from his clothes, then continued forward. They couldn't go uphill, so they had to take a detour. As they walked, the path veered even more off course. Rindy was completely speechless. Who exactly had such bad luck? It seemed the system's task was going to fail again. Fortunately, there were no garbage collection tasks later on. Or Rindy feared he would be laughed at for being a scavenger for the rest of his life. There was no way out. In front of them was a more than 10-meter-high cliff, and Rindy looked up. If he hadn't been injured, he would have climbed up with Yang Loi. But this thought was wrong. If he hadn't been injured, would he have come to this place? Let's take a break, Rindy said, sitting down on a large rock beneath the cliff. Yang Loi took out her phone, but there was still no signal, and the location feature wouldn't work. Rindy suspected that there might be a jammer installed here. Just then, they heard a sound coming from above the cliff. Yang Loi perked up. Someone. We're saved. Shoo. Rindy quickly pulled her back and cautiously hushed her. The system warned that there were spies from a certain organization nearby, and it was unclear whether the people above were friend or foe, so it was best not to act recklessly. They leaned against the cliff, and someone walked by above, causing some dirt to tumble down. Then Rindy heard the sound of a computer booting up, and a drone flew out from the top of the cliff. The drone was surprisingly silent. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed something had just flown out. Rindy typed a message on his phone for Yang Loi to see, and she was so startled that she immediately covered her mouth and nodded. Rindy contemplated how to record the appearance of this person and how to report it. About half an hour later, the drone flew back at a low altitude from a distance. The angle from which the drone had previously flown out wouldn't capture Rindy's position, but the return flight would definitely see them. Rindy picked up a stone, thinking that if necessary, he would bring it down. Just then, he suddenly heard someone from above say, the show is on. Immediately, the drone wobbled, lost its balance, and fell to the ground not far from Rindy and Yang Loi. Then they heard the sound of someone running. Were they coming down to pick up the drone? Rindy quickly said to Yang Loi, let us go get that drone. Hurry, can't I just help you pick it up? Yang Loi asked, confused. We can't stay here. That person will see us if they come down. We'll grab it and leave immediately. Rindy patiently explained as they walked. Soon, they reached the drone, and Yang Loi happily picked it up and handed it to Rindy. After he assessed their location, they quickly left the area. To avoid the person from the organization, it was best to find some cover. Rindy spotted a sturdy tree that seemed to have a hollow. Just as they reached the tree, a sudden force lifted them off their feet, and a large net tightly wrapped around them, suspending them in midair. Oh no! Did we fall into a trap for catching wild animals? Rindy was stunned, and Yang Loi screamed in fear. Fortunately, she quickly calmed down and grabbed Rindy's arm, asking what should we do? Rindy, I'm scared. I'm scared too. Rindy wanted to say this so badly, Right now, he had no strength and couldn't invoke any powerful spells. What should they do? At that moment, someone from a distance descended from the cliff and arrived at the spot where the drone had fallen. Yang Lui and Rin Di, hanging in midair, could see everything clearly, and Yang Lui covered her mouth, fearing she might make a sound. The man was dressed in black, wearing a hat, and confidently searching for a drone while holding a bag. However, no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find it, so he glanced around. Then he spotted two people hanging from a tree. He immediately ran towards Rin Di, and the dry leaves stirred by the occasional wind added a touch of desolation to the quiet forest. The man was so focused on looking at Rin Di and the other person that he didn't notice a thin tripwire at his feet. In the next moment, a large net sprang up from below, ensnaring him and leaving him suspended in midair, while his backpack fell to the ground. Rin Di watched the man struggle in panic and shouted, "Hey, are you looking for this?" He awkwardly turned the drone in his hands to show the man. After a moment of silence, the man said, "If you give me back the drone, I'll give you 5,000. Rin Di replied with a smile, "Sure. You give me the money first, and I'll give you the drone." "No, you give me the drone first, and I'll give you the money." "Money first. Drone first." The two were only about 20 meters apart, like two bells hanging between the trees, swaying slightly with the cold wind. Chapter 133. What is most feared during the new year, Rin Di? I heard you were once a gourd baby up in a tree. Rin Di did not return to the capital, but news of his accomplishments spread within the Xian Bureau. He was hung up in a tree singing the gourd baby song, and later rescued by soldiers from a nearby military base during their training exercises, while also sending that person at dusk to jail. Another entry was added to Rin Di's record of achievements, but people often focused not on how it happened, but on the fact that Rin Di was hanging in a tree alongside the enemy, sharing a bond of misfortune. Fortunately, Rin Di was not affected by this incident. He had experienced being buried under garbage before, so hanging in a tree was nothing. After this incident, Yang Lui chose not to select any more less crowded, beautiful internet-famous destinations for her travels, realizing that it was hard to find anyone to call for help in such places. Thanks to this incident, Miss Yang took great care of him. During the day, they enjoyed the scenery together, and at night, he admired her beauty. Yang Lui's meticulous attentiveness made him understand what it meant to no longer serve the king early in the morning, as beautiful women truly are the graves of heroes, something that ordinary people cannot grasp. When his marriage application was approved, Yang Lui joyfully performed a striptease for him, showcasing ultimate allure. When Yang Tianqing learned that his daughter had obtained a marriage certificate with Rin Di, he was utterly baffled. As a father, he had already stopped opposing their relationship. But why did they sneak off to get certified? After all, he was the father-in-law. Shouldn't they have informed him? Shouldn't they have asked how much dowry he planned to give his daughter? "Oh, were you afraid I'd ask for a bride price? I can help with that too." They secretly got married, posted pictures on social media, and then blocked him. It was only when others congratulated him that he realized, daughters shouldn't be kept. It was evident when Yang Lui, eager to prepare a home for Rin Di, nearly emptied their house. This year, some lived comfortably while others did not. Rin Di removed his cast in the 6th week after his injury, and the doctor praised his good constitution, saying even the old workhorse couldn't compare. After the new year, on February 8th, when he returned to the long-lost dormitory of the Xian Bureau, Rin Di thought he had entered the wrong set. Why was the atmosphere here so strange? Everyone looked at him with eyes like little knives, piercing towards him, and occasionally someone greeted him with a hungry expression. "Captain, why do I feel like everyone around me wants to take me down?" Rin Di asked Ruan Linjun. Ruan Linjun was busy maintaining his knives at that moment. Twirling a dagger in front of Rin Di's eyes, the cold gleam of the blade brushing past Rin Di's nose several times. Rin Di swallowed and took a step back, saying, "Let's talk nicely. Wielding a knife is not right. Do you want to know why?" Rin Di nodded. "I don't know which idiot went on a trip, but a blind cat caught a dead mouse and handed it over to someone else to deal with. The problem is, this mouse was caught and led to a whole string of big rats, uncovering several nests. Great, all credit to them." Ruan Linjun laughed sinisterly, the cold light of the dagger reflecting off his teeth, making Rin Di's hair stand on end. "Isn't having credit a good thing?" "Yes, it is quite good." Ruan Linjun continued. "The problem is, we've been working ourselves to death, and some people are comfortably enjoying their honeymoon with their beautiful wives, posting about their feasts and fun times on social media. Then you turn around and find this guy getting more rewards than you. Isn't that infuriating?" Hee. "It is a bit infuriating, Rindy finally understood why everyone was treating him that way. It was out of jealousy. Even more infuriating was that this guy got married young and entered the graveyard of marriage, while his colleagues were still single warriors. Being pressured by the big boss in the bureau to get married, and then forced into blind dates at home every day. Do you know what that feels like? Rindy stepped back again, genuinely unsure. His family didn't pressure him, nor had anyone introduced him to potential partners. In the past, it was wealthy women seeking him out, wanting to support him. So, the main reason everyone in the bureau looked at him with resentment was because they were being pressured into marriage by the big boss. Thinking about how these people were being forced to eat his dog food, Rindy suddenly felt amused. That's easy to resolve. We plan to hold the wedding in June. Luo said she wants it on her birthday, so you all come to my wedding then. I'll ask my darling to invite more bridesmaids, so they can meet some girls, right? After saying that, Rindy ran off, and Ruan Linjun chased him with a knife. Are you speaking human language? Stop right there. And Captain, you and Sister should get your marriage certificate. So you have to envy me. I think you two are quite suitable. Shut up. Who do you think I'm getting a certificate with? Do you think I'm blind, or is she blind? At that moment, and Yin, who was passing by, suddenly felt an itch in her hands, wanting to throw a real punch. In the evening, in Zhang Donglai's office, the Reaper squad regrouped once more, waiting for their mission. Zhang Dong noticed that Rindy's smile had fewer wrinkles on his face. If you all had half the sense Rindy has, I could retire 5 years early. Zhang Dong said, learn from him. Everyone should learn well. If it's time to get married, then get married. If it's time to have kids, I'll approve your maternity leave. Stop lazing around all day, wandering the halls with a knife like a street punk. If you're too energetic, find someone to vent your frustrations on. Next time, you'll be locked in solitary confinement. Rindy lowered his head and sneakily glanced at Ruan Linjun, realizing the director was talking about him. At over 30, he still didn't understand anything. Ling Yunhao looked at the ceiling in silence. The director's firepower was an indiscriminate attack, and he had just turned 30 this year. Now, let's discuss the mission. After the brief reprimand, Zhang Dong continued. Recently, a military coup took place in Furnace Country. Our evacuation operation has already begun, and most ordinary citizens have been urgently evacuated. However, a small number of citizens have not been able to leave and remain trapped inside Furnace Country. Currently, these individuals are not in immediate danger, but among those who haven't evacuated is a renowned biologist and researcher from our country. Your task is to protect this scholar. It would be best to bring him back, but even if you can't, you must get him to the embassy area to receive protection along with the remaining citizens. Additionally, our peacekeeping forces are also in Furnace Country. You can contact them if necessary. Understood. The 4 of them saluted and left the office. Rindy, wait a moment. Zhang Dong suddenly called out to Rindy, saying, it seems there are many ancient relics over there. Do you want to bring a good metal detector to search for treasures on the way? Chapter 134. All delicious. There were no direct flights from Tianxia to Furnace Country. So the Reaper squad transferred through Carroll Country and arrived in Khartoum, Furnace Country, by midday local time. Although it was only February, the temperature had already reached 35 degrees Celsius, and the streets were filled with refugees carrying large and small bags. The busy airport scene was comparable to the spring festival travel rush in Tianxia. The 4 of them headed straight to the embassy, as there were no taxis on the street, and they had to take bus number 11. I should have brought my folding bike. Ruan Linjun wiped the sweat off his face and said, this is tough. My complexion will be ruined when I get back. And Yin elegantly tossed her bangs and reassured him, don't worry. Even if you get darker, you'll still look like a person. Inside the embassy, the staff were busy at work. Gunfire could be heard day and night in Furnace Country, and currently, only Khartoum and its surrounding suburbs were somewhat safe. All other areas had collapsed in terms of transportation and public facilities. After obtaining a vehicle and some weapons from the embassy staff, just as Rindy and the others were about to leave, one staff member suddenly asked, does anyone have pickled vegetables and instant noodles? No. What's wrong? In Furnace Country now, instant noodles and pickled vegetables are hard currency, more useful than money. If you don't have any, you can take some from the embassy for convenience on the road. Thank you. I didn't expect the situation here to be so dangerous. With the map provided by the embassy in hand, a few people headed to the last known location of the scholar. Are there diamonds here? When I get back, I'll get a diamond ring in the shape of a pigeon egg for my dear at home. Rindy looked at the desolate neighborhoods along the road, lost in thought. Dream on. Where would diamonds come from in this place? You'd have to go south to find more. Carrying a few boxes of cotton here would make more sense. Besides, do you really think diamonds are valuable? Ling Yunhao retorted, it's just a capitalist trick. Synthetic diamonds are no worse than real ones, and they can even create rainbow-colored ones. Zircon is even prettier. Ren Di was speechless. This guy was clearly not thinking straight. And there was no point in arguing. In the distance, planes appeared in the sky, followed by continuous gunfire and billowing smoke. Take a detour, said Ruan Linjun. Spider, deploy the drone to check if there are any local armed personnel around. Temporary worker, stay alert. And Yin immediately turned the steering wheel and drove onto a side road, heading towards the distant plains. Ren Di took out a B-41, commonly known as an AK-47. The road was bumpy, reminiscent of a roller coaster. But thanks to the drone's support, they were still on a safe route. They finally arrived at Baghdad before dark. The city had long lost its former prosperity, with collapsed houses and dead livestock everywhere. The date palm trees along the roadside were also strewn across the ground, and occasionally, locals peeked out from the gaps in the ruins, watching every passing vehicle with wary eyes. They would rest here for 6 hours before heading to the Jayapala Mountains tomorrow, where Professor Su's last signal was located. Ruan Linjun issued orders. In the first half of the night, Mushin and Spider, you'll keep watch. In the second half, it'll be me and the temporary worker. Due to the extremely high local temperatures, they didn't have to worry about getting cold at night. The reasons for staying overnight here were primarily to find some water sources and to avoid local armed personnel, as this area was currently a conflict zone. While on night watch with Ruan Linjun, Ren Di saw a night sky he had never seen before, with the legendary Ursa Major, the Southern Cross, and so on. So boring. Stop looking at the stars. Let me tell you a joke. Ruan Linjun, feeling playful, decided to tell a joke. Ren Di pretended not to hear. Who would want to hear a cold joke in the middle of the night? There was a poet who lived with his lover on opposite banks of a river. Every time he finished writing a love poem, he would send it across the river with a duck. Why do you think that is? Because it needs to be duck transported, a pun. Haha. Ren Di felt an inexplicable chill pass by him, and then it seemed something was moving beneath his feet. He shone his flashlight and saw a palm-sized brown scorpion crawling down from his shoe. Damn, such a big scorpion. Ruan Linjun perked up at the mention of a scorpion, quickly pulled out a dagger and pinned it to the ground. Wow, a yellow fat-tailed scorpion. We'll roast it later, he said. It's one of the few highly venomous scorpions in the world, so be careful here. In the past, when I was talking with Ruan Linjun, he suddenly stopped, leaving Ren Di waiting for the story that never came. What happened back then? Nothing. Ruan Linjun had put a scorpion in an empty bottle, but his mind drifted back to the first time he ate a scorpion. He had been taken by his captain to find bugs and scorpions to eat in the forest, and the sensation of the burst in his mouth was something he still found hard to forget. Ruan Linjun asked Ren Di, have you ever eaten scorpions? Of course. Speaking of this, I'm getting excited, Ren Di replied. Captain, you must be from the north, right? You don't know about the many delicacies in Yangqing. Fried locusts, pickled sour grasshoppers, sweet fried butterfly pupae, insect platters, barbecued grasshopper skewers, bamboo pupae sandwiches, and stir-fried maggots. By the way, last time I went to Dali with my family, the locals there eat even better than the people in Yangqing. They have things like firewood worms, bean moths, cicadas, sandworms, and water dragonflies. I know how to prepare many of them. Do you want to try some later, Captain? 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 Just as Ren Di was speaking, he suddenly noticed that Ruan Linjun was gone. Turning around, he saw Ruan Linjun squatting behind the car, gagging. Is it that serious? I just mentioned a few dish names. And you're throwing up. What if you saw the actual items? Don't say it. Ruan Linjun interrupted, covering Ren Di's mouth. Some things I can accept, like snakes and scorpions. But others make me feel sick just thinking about them. Please, don't say it anymore. I want to tell you jokes in the future, okay? Ren Di chuckled, surprised that Captain Ruan had something he was afraid of. It's not fear, it's just repulsive. Do you know about trypophobia? That thing, most people are afraid of it. And Yen, who had been standing beside them without them noticing, chimed in. What did you say about delicacies, Ren Di? I only caught something about bean moths and water dragonflies. What are those? Bean moths are the larvae of the bean moth, a type of fat, green, soft caterpillar that feeds on soybean leaves and the leaves of locust trees. You can eat them rolled, fried, or roasted. Ugh. At this point, Ruan Linjun completely lost it and threw up. Chapter 135. Changing the route at around 4 in the morning, everyone set off towards Jayapala Mountain. The spare gasoline in the car had been replaced, but it was uncertain whether Professor Su was waiting for them at the original spot or had gone somewhere else. The spider had used satellite networks to track his phone location, but the basic network here was so poor that failures were common. Along the way, Rendi looked longingly at the date palm trees, but unfortunately, the dates were not ripe yet. The earliest dynasty in the land of the fire furnace originated from the Nubian dynasty over 3,000 years ago, which was later invaded by the kingdom of the Pillars. Although they resisted and established the 25th dynasty, the chaotic ruling class of the vast empire and the invasion of foreign religions led to a constant decline in national strength, resulting in the division into multiple vassal states. After that, the land was plagued by continuous warfare. In the language of the Pillars, Nubia is referred to as Kush. But nowadays people do not understand this reference and often confuse the later Kushite dynasty with the Nubian dynasty. In fact, Nubia predates the Kushite dynasty by over 1,300 years. Ling Yunhao, having nothing to do, was narrating stories about this land to Rendi, who listened with great interest. There are still some ancient tombs and temples built by the Nubian kingdom near the borders of the Furnace state and the Pole Tower state. It seems there are also some temples near the Jayapala mountain. Hearing Ling Yunhao's words, Ruan Linjun glanced at Rendi, and Yin did the same. Why are you looking at me like that? Just to be clear, I have no intention of treasure hunting this time. Just take what the director said as a passing comment. Rendi, noticing the oddly synchronized expressions between the couple, chuckled and said, Treasure? You can't dig for it every day? The further they walked, the harder the path became until it disappeared into endless wild grass and hard soil. Rendi also spotted some lizards, snakes, and a large turtle shell by the roadside. What kind of turtle is that? The shell is so big and quite beautiful. The cicada tortoise is said to be very tasty, Ling Yunhao remarked. Rendi asked Yin to stop the car and picked up the turtle shell, which was over a meter long and half a meter wide, resembling a large pot lid. Suddenly, Rendi had an idea. He wanted to turn this into a shield. I've found the positioning signal. Ling Yunhao, who had been checking the computer, suddenly said. It's about 30 kilometers ahead. Wait a minute. This is on the satellite cloud map. And Ling Yunhao looked puzzled. Why does this place look very much like a certain military base? Captain, is there a base here? Ruan Linjun shook his head. The latest data doesn't indicate a base here, but knowing the nature of certain nations, building a few bases in secret wouldn't be surprising, right? Rendi curiously asked, how many bases have they built worldwide? They have a total of 127 bases on their home soil and 825 abroad. Statistics from 2022. Any place with certain resources or strategic significance will have a base built, Ruan Linjun explained. They station hundreds to thousands of troops there, and no one dares to provoke them. They are simply bandits. To curb our country's development, they have built 108 bases in the land of the setting sun, among which the NB and CS bases have weapons that can directly strike the capital across the sea. The Empire's intent to undermine us is relentless. Rendi showed an incredulous expression upon hearing this. These people are too arrogant. Isn't this like holding a gun right up to your window, ready to invade your home and rob you? In such a small place like the land of the setting sun, there are 108 military bases with 250,000 troops. The people of that land are unfortunate. It is said that the countries hosting these bases have to bear the maintenance and operational costs. It's like paying to keep an ancestor in your home. What a situation. Professor Su, can you hear me? Ling Yunhao connected the signal to Professor Su's phone and dialed. On the other side, in a Nubian tribal area, Professor Su Huayan and his two assistants were hurriedly packing up their materials and luggage. Originally, they had planned to leave the Furnace state when they received the embassy's evacuation notice, but they were delayed because one of Su Huayan's assistants fell ill on the way. Additionally, since their research had reached a critical moment, they decided to stay here. However, what Su Huayan did not expect was that the local conflict had already affected the most ordinary people at the grassroots level. Young men in the tribe were conscripted as soldiers, and these individuals were also robbing foreigners of their wealth. To protect his research equipment, he and his students moved directly to Jiapa Mountain, thinking they could escape the chaos of war. However, what chilled him was that he recorded a video of wildlife in the field during his research, but in the video, he also captured the entire process of foreign individuals conducting biological experiments there. When Su Huayan saw this footage, he was utterly terrified and rushed to gather his students to prepare their belongings and borrow local transportation to leave. When his satellite phone rang, Su Huayan was startled and then realized it was his phone. Hello? Who is this? Professor Su, can you hear me? We are the Special Operations Team from Tianxia. We are not sure if you have received the news, but we will escort you safely back home. Huh. At this moment, Su Huayan noticed several messages on his phone, all urging them to leave and informing them that someone would come to pick them up. I understand. I understand. May I ask where you are? When Su Huayan heard that someone from his homeland had come to pick them up, his eyes turned red in an instant. The team arrived before dark and met with Professor Su. His two assistants were a tall and a short young man, and the one who had been sick was the tall one. Now, seeing him speak weakly, Rindy knew that he had not fully recovered. These belongings, besides research materials and food, also include passports and other valuables. We can leave the other clothes behind, said Ruan Linjun. The car doesn't have much fuel, so let's save some. Just as everyone was loading their belongings into the car, gunfire could be heard in the distance. It's just the local security forces clashing with the anti-government armed groups. Ling Yunhao, who had been monitoring the surroundings, noticed the situation and said, Captain, should we delay our departure? No delay, we'll head directly to the other side, to the seaside. Ruan Linjun knew where the peacekeeping forces were stationed and immediately decided to change the evacuation direction. No, Professor Su suddenly said, going east means passing through the foreign base. They won't let us through easily. It's fine. We will apply for passage in advance. They won't refuse us without reason. But Professor Su said with a troubled expression, we have clearly recorded footage of them secretly experimenting with biological weapons. If discovered, we might end up dead. Chapter 136. Flying the plane, is it that intense? The group was incredulous about the unexpected video information recorded by Professor Su. However, they quickly realized that with the internal turmoil here, the world's attention was focused on the two warring sides, which would distract from what was happening. Even if they were discovered, they could simply say it was done by local people. They were only there to ensure that certain countries' military forces did not take the opportunity to invade. To make it even more absurd, they could just claim they were there to maintain order. What biological weapons? That was manufactured by the enemy. People from that country always excel in morally questionable matters. Ruan Linjun never expected such a result. To get through there, one must undergo inspections. He didn't think that this video should be destroyed. Although it's troublesome, it would be more logical to take it back for relevant authorities to study. We don't use such weapons, but we need to be prepared. Entering a conflict zone. Display the national flag. Rindy said at this moment. Although we aim to avoid getting caught up in the war, there's no one here who would deliberately shoot at us. Walking with the national flag, our country has provided a lot of aid here, so it's better to face the locals than those with ulterior motives from that country. Good. After some thought, Ruan Linjun also agreed this was a good approach, and the group immediately revised their evacuation route. By now it was evening, and Rindy took out some instant food to share with everyone, while he himself enjoyed a bag of his hidden jerky. Occasionally, the sound of gunfire echoed around them, similar to firecrackers during the New Year. Oh no, an ostrich is coming over. Su Huayan's assistant pointed at a dark figure ahead. It seems the ostriches were startled by the gunfire. Wow, the leading one must be over 3 meters tall. What an eye-opener. Rindy remarked as he observed the approaching ostriches. Su Huayan nodded. The ostriches here are the largest in the world, with adults standing at least 5 meters tall and weighing 150 kilograms. Hearing this, Rindy became interested. Professor, can these ostriches be ridden? No. Untamed ostriches cannot carry a person, and they are easily frightened and can lose control. With that, Rindy lost interest. At that moment, as the ostriches passed by them, the leading one actually stretched its neck towards the vehicle, inspecting it without fear. Rindy got out to take a photo with the ostrich, and unexpectedly, the flash went off, startling one of the ostriches, which charged directly at him, then bolted forward without hesitation. Rindy hurriedly dodged, but the ostrich's head got caught in the strap of his gun, and as it ran, he was dragged along. What the heck? The others were stunned at this scene, and Ruan Linjun shouted to bring them back to reality. Hurry, chase. As Rindy was being dragged by the ostrich, he noticed it was speeding up, so he had no choice but to grab onto its wings and cling to its back. The strap was tightly wrapped around the ostrich's neck and his body, forcing Rindy to lie flat on its back, struggling to keep his head up to see ahead. The ostrich was incredibly fast, reaching speeds of up to 70 kilometers per hour. Startled, the ostrich ran off with Rindy, while the vehicle from the Reaper squad chasing him startled more ostriches as they started their engines. Then, a spectacular super marathon unfolded, with a vehicle pursuing a flock of ostriches across the vast grasslands. The sound of the car made the ostriches run faster, while the Reaper squad accelerated to catch up with Rindy. Whenever they got close, the ostriches would make sharp turns to evade capture. The car accelerated again, causing the ostrich to quicken its pace in fear. Rendi was at a loss for words. The sand kicked up along the way got stuck in his hair and mouth. He wanted to jump off, but the ostrich was going too fast. Jumping now would be akin to suicide. Every time the ostrich flapped its legs, Rendi's body would bounce along, almost flattening his pants, and his chest felt sore from the impact. He regretted his impulsive decision to take a photo with the ostrich. It was said that ostriches were timid, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. Back in school, he learned that ostriches would bury their heads in the sand when scared. Yet he hadn't seen this one do that. "Captain, we've been running for half an hour. Should we just take down the ostrich to save Rendi?" Ling Yunhao checked the drone surveillance and said, "If we go any further, we'll enter the territory of anti-government forces. Let's wait a bit." Ruan Linjun replied, "It's better not to kill it if we can avoid it." Su Huayan added, "There aren't many ostriches left here. Killing one means one less." The ostrich carrying Rendi charged up a slope, where he saw high-voltage power lines and roadblocks. The ostrich, like a superhero with exceptional skills, effortlessly leaped over the 4-meter-high power line and continued forward. Rendi's heart nearly stopped at the jump, and soon a group of ostriches followed. While the car from the Grim Reaper squad halted at the slope, Ling Yunhao then pulled back the drone and said, "What if it runs out of battery at this moment?" Everyone looked at the disappearing Rendi, feeling a sense of absurdity. The scene was something out of a movie that couldn't be scripted. "Wait, there are landmines here. We should avoid acting recklessly." And Yin pointed to a warning sign tied to a large tree on the slope, feeling that with Rendi's bizarre luck, he probably wouldn't be too unfortunate. The Grim Reaper squad had no objections, but Su Huayan and the others expressed concern. "Aren't we going to chase after him? Can we just wait here? What if?" "It'll be fine." The 3 members of the Grim Reaper squad replied in unison, sounding as if they weren't worried about their companion's life at all. Just then, a series of terrifying explosions erupted from the other side of the slope, with flames shooting up and thick smoke rising. The previously unconcerned group now felt anxious. "Retreat. The firepower here is too intense." They could visibly see RPGs arcing through the air, and Yin quickly turned the steering wheel toward a safe area. But soon, they heard the sound of an armed helicopter approaching overhead. Su Huayan and the others were frozen in fear as they saw the helicopter's glaring gun barrel above them. Ruan Linjun raised his machine gun and leaned out of the vehicle, ready to shoot at the helicopter. Chapter 137. Carrying contraband. This was a Mi-28 armed helicopter produced by a certain country, and it was unclear how it had been delivered to a conflict zone. Yet it had somehow fallen into the hands of government rebels. The helicopter was fixed with a 30mm 2A42 cannon, loaded with 250 rounds, and could also carry anti-tank missiles, air-to-air missiles, rocket pods, composite bomb racks, and a cannon ammunition pod, with a maximum cruising range of 100 kilometers. Ruan Linjun looked at the machine gun in his hand, and then at the dark muzzle of the helicopter, feeling a bit unwilling. Could it be that they were really going to fall here today? "Get the national flag out," and Yin shouted while driving. "Hurry up." Hopefully, this method will make them hesitate to open fire. At this moment, Su Huayan had already thought of his last words and was quickly jotting them down. While 2 assistants were trembling, clueless about what to do or say, just staring blankly at the helicopter that was gradually catching up above them. Ling Yunhao took out the national flag and leaned out of the car window, waving it vigorously. The helicopter was getting closer, and there was still no intention to fire. Ruan Linjun didn't believe that the other side intended to let them go. It seemed they were planning to toy with them like a cat with a mouse. He raised his machine gun and pulled the safety off. Just then, the helicopter suddenly turned on its lights, flashing in a pattern that seemed to be signaling. 2 long and 1 short. Ruan Linjun was momentarily stunned when he saw the lights, and then he cursed under his breath. "Mujin, stop!" Squeak. The car came to a screeching halt at the roadside, and the tacit understanding between Yin and Ruan Linjun allowed them to trust each other completely. Yin stopped the car, and Ruan Linjun was the first to jump out, putting down his gun. Soon, the helicopter landed in a nearby open space. Rendi opened the helicopter door and jumped down. This left the people in the car dumbfounded, and Su Huayan and the others nearly dropped their jaws. "Damn, are you trying to scare us to death so you can inherit our achievements?" Ruan Linjun punched Rendi in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground. Ruan Linjun was surprised to see Rendi like this. "What happened? Are you hurt again?" "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Rendi had nearly been killed by a bomb at the anti-government forces camp, and while he was charging around, an ostrich carried him away. A bomb then fell nearby, killing the ostrich and throwing him into a nearby tent. Following that, the anti-government militants were killed, and 2 pilots who were about to take off were also shot dead. With the helicopter almost destroyed, Ren D crawled through the flames, climbed onto the helicopter, and flew it out while flying low to avoid missiles from the surroundings. Well done, temporary worker. And Yin got out of the car and immediately said upon seeing the helicopter, "We can totally tow the car along." Hee. That's exactly what I mean. Ren D smiled and replied, "Captain, you make the arrangements." "Okay, Spider, you get on the helicopter as co-pilot with Ren D. And the rest stay in the car. We'll first use the tow hook to attach the car." When everything was ready, Ren D suddenly took the national flag again and hung it on the helicopter door. He piloted the helicopter into the air, with the car swaying along beneath it. And only then did Ruan Linjun let out a sigh of relief. "I was almost scared to death. I thought I was going to die for my country. Aren't we going to get shot down for stealing someone else's plane?" An assistant of Su Huayan said, "After all, this is a plane belonging to an anti-government force." And Yin chuckled, "That's why we need to fly low to avoid radar. Besides, it's not like we have a national flag hanging on it. However, just in case, I also had Spider go up to report this situation back home. This way, we can get a flight number and let others know who we are. This guy is really impressive." Su Huayan pointed at Ren D on the plane and said, "He managed to get a helicopter all by himself. Even 007 in the movies can't compare." After the false alarm, the journey went smoothly. The Mi-28NE has a maximum speed of 325 kilometers per hour. And after flying for nearly 5 hours, they arrived at the UN peacekeeping base around 3 in the morning. After communicating via radio, the helicopter was allowed to land. Su Huayan and his 2 assistants crawled out of the car and immediately started to vomit beside it. Ren D, who got off the helicopter and saw this, was a bit surprised. "I thought I was flying quite smoothly. Why are they throwing up? Motion sickness? That shouldn't be the case since they weren't even on the plane. Do you have any idea how you flew the helicopter? You were up and down, making big loops, and then hovering. Do you think you were flying a fighter jet? If I gave you a firecracker, would you plan on doing a half roll?" Ren D scratched his head awkwardly. He actually did perform some maneuvers typical of a fighter jet. He had flown transport planes before, and now he was piloting an armed helicopter. Although it was a bit clumsy, it was indeed exhilarating. Next time, he vowed to fly a fighter jet, whether it's a MiG or an F-8 or even a J-9. As the group unloaded their luggage from the car, the peacekeeping troops helped out. At that moment, a helicopter tow truck arrived to take away the helicopter. Ren D quickly shouted, "Wait, hold on, I still have my stuff up there." He rushed over and pulled out 2 large, feathered legs. What the heck? A soldier was startled by the sight of the long legs, which were almost as big as his head. "Hey, ostrich legs." Ren D laughed sheepishly. "It's private cargo, just some personal goods." After the ostrich was blown up, Ren D couldn't help but drool at the smell of the meat. He thought, since I didn't kill it myself, and leaving it there would be wasteful. He simply grabbed the 2 ostrich legs and went back to the helicopter. "Look, now I can use these to make a late-night snack. Hey, brothers, can I borrow your kitchen?" Watching Ren D cheerfully carry the ostrich legs, Ruan Linjun felt like Ren D was here for a picnic, while others were on a mission. For Ren D, it seemed like the mission was just an excuse for treasure hunting and having a picnic. An ostrich leg weighs dozens of pounds, and 2 legs together can weigh almost 100 pounds. Ren D was busy in the kitchen preparing braised ostrich meat and potato stew for everyone. Su Huayan and his assistants also received a full basin of meat, and the short assistant couldn't help but take a photo and post it on his social media. Soon, someone commented, "I heard you were fleeing from danger. How come it looks like you're eating better than usual?" Chapter 138. These ingredients may come from the sky. Please take care of my little me. Remember to maintain it. As Ren D waved goodbye to the villagers who came to see him off when leaving the peacekeeping forces base, he solemnly called out, "Who is Xiaomi?" "That Mi-28NE. I sold it to the peacekeeping force." Ren D said to the others, "That's our trophy. It's a pity it's too big to take away. Otherwise, I would have driven it home as a personal collection." Ruan Linjun, hearing this, smiled helplessly. Selling it to the peacekeeping force stationed here is no different from transferring it from one hand to the other. It's a big difference. Ren D replied, "The essence of the matter is completely different. This is worth 20 million. Although I don't intend to actually take this money, I still need to remind the higher-ups. After all, I risked my life to bring it back, right? If they don't pay me, Shouldn't my contributions be recognized more? Shouldn't my rank be promoted a bit? Ruan Linjun fell silent upon hearing Rindi's words. He had been an agent for many years, while Rindi had only been in the military for a short time. Rindi's rank and contributions were already catching up to his. It made sense. As the saying goes, the child who cries gets the milk. Should he also consider taking on some side jobs to exchange for benefits from the state in the future? The Grim Reaper team followed a UN convoy to Djibouti to transport supplies. There was an overseas base of Tianxia there, along with station warships. After that, they could return home through normal channels in the nearby Saudi Emirate. Other Tianxia people planning to evacuate also joined them, forming a massive convoy. The closer they got to the coast, the stronger the winds became, and the sky alternated between clear and rainy. That day didn't seem to be a good day. Rindi glanced at the weather outside and smiled at the people in the car. In this terrain and weather, tornadoes are most likely to form. As he spoke, the expressions of the others gradually turned to fear, their eyes widening in shock. Oh my! Even Ling Yuanhao, who usually didn't curse, let out an expletive. Su Huayan, trembling, pointed at the ground, then at Rindi, and back to the window. What's wrong? Do I have bugs on my head? Rindi brushed his hair, which had grown over half an inch long, and said, there are too many flies and mosquitoes in this place. You jinx. They saw a small whirlwind in the distance swirling up grass and debris, which quickly formed into a massive tornado. A massive funnel cloud rapidly approached the convoy in a counterclockwise rotation. The team leader, seeing this, immediately turned the vehicle away from the tornado's direction. In this land, tornadoes are common natural disasters, with many people and livestock going missing or losing their lives each year due to them. A tornado formed near the convoy, and the powerful winds began to shake the vehicles of the team. The sound of the wind mixed with the patter of rain, while sand, gravel, and grass leaves continuously hit the vehicle's body and windows. Hold on tight, Ruan Linjun shouted. Watch my gestures. Lean to the sides carefully, or we might get flipped over. And Yin gripped the steering wheel tightly. His forearm muscles tensed as he focused intently on controlling the vehicle. Several overturned cars lay by the roadside, indicating that accidents were frequent in this area. Su Huayan and his assistant were still riding with the team, familiar with the local weather disasters and knowing what to do in such situations. Rindi, however, looked out the window with a distressed expression. He had mentioned casually that, thanks to his meteorological mastery skill, he could sense changes in weather phenomena, but he wasn't a prophet. After all, how could his words lead to such an immediate occurrence? It was terrifying. There seems to be an animal in the wind. A cow? Rindi shouted, spotting a wild bull that had been swept up into the tornado. Wow, that bull must weigh over a ton. Is it alive or dead? I don't know, but now's not the time to worry about the cow. Hold on. A stronger gust of wind struck, making the vehicle creak as if it were placed in a metal shredder, with forces from all directions trying to tear it apart. The convoy had veered far off the main road. Despite heading away from the tornado, they were still being pulled in. The main reason was that tornadoes appear suddenly and can rapidly form. Suddenly, Yin screamed, and everyone saw the steering wheel slip from her hands. This was even more thrilling than in the movies. Oh my god. Su Huayan's assistant screamed in terror, like a banshee, as the vehicle lost control and was swept toward nearby cars. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, a loud crash resonated as a heavy object fell onto the roof, followed by a pair of massive horns piercing through the car's top. The occupants nearly got injured by the sharp horns, with Rindi positioned right in line with one of the horn tips. A lifeless bull's head hung limply from the top, its enormous body smashing the front windshield. Strong winds rushed into the car, but fortunately, the weight of the vehicle combined with the bull's weight countered the force of the wind just enough, and Yin managed to brake in time, bringing the vehicle to a stop. However, it seemed that the tornado had decided to settle right above the team, continuing to spin relentlessly. Not long after, a rabbit fell down and hit the front of the car. A while later, a groundhog dropped down. And for the next 3 to 4 minutes, everyone was showered with various materials like dry grass, branches, stones, and cow dung. When the tornado gradually dissipated, the vehicle where the Grim Reaper team and Su Huayan were located had almost turned into a small sand dune. Rindi released his hands from covering his head and found that everyone in the car had not suffered much harm, just that each person had a rather peculiar appearance. Ha! Captain, you look like Lu Huan. Rindi laughed heartily as he looked at the lush grass and roots on Ruan Linjun's head. What is this egg? Ling Yunhao took a clump of grass from his head and then pulled out a round egg to ask, "Professor?" Su Huayan's assistant laughed as he took a lifeless snake off Su Huayan's neck. "Hey, are you all okay?" When the peacekeeping troops arrived to assist, what they saw was a few people in the vehicle, each holding some ingredients. Chapter 139, A Tiny Difference. On February 10th, at 11 p.m., Djibouti, the Tianxia Overseas Naval Base. The Grim Reaper team had safely escorted Su Huayan and the others out of the fiery nation and brought them here. After contacting the Tianxia Bureau, the Grim Reaper team had a farewell meal with Su Huayan, marking the end of their mission. As for what they had for dinner that night, everyone knew. Thanks to the gifts from the heavens and the blessings of nature. Here, the military base arranged dormitories for them, with one room containing bunk beds for Ren Di and Ling Yunhao, while another room had Yin and Ruan Linjun. After taking a shower, Ren Di felt his body relax, and the tension and fatigue from the past few days disappeared. As he climbed into bed, he suddenly thought of a question. "Mouse, do you think next door they sleep on one bed or two? Two beds, right? Why? Why separate beds when a man and a woman are in the same room? We're still on a mission. How could that be?" Ling Yunhao suddenly said, "Why do you say that? The captain and sister-in are not a couple." "Uft, really?" Ren Di looked at Ling Yunhao as if he were an alien. "You don't know? Know what?" Ren Di curiously said, "The captain likes sister-in. And sister-in likes the captain. You've been in the team for 3 years, and you don't know this." But the captain clearly said he doesn't like women with smaller chests than him. Ling Yunhao shrugged. "He even showed me what his dream girl is like. She needs to have an angelic face, a devilish figure, a curvy body, long legs, but shouldn't be taller than 1.7 meters, and should speak in a gentle voice. Sister-in doesn't fit any of that." Ren Di was speechless. Would these two ever have a chance to be together? He got out of bed, found a glass cup, and climbed back up, pressing the glass cup against the wall to eavesdrop on the movements next door. It began with just simple talking sounds. Then it went silent, but after a while, Ren Di heard creaking noises from the bed. Oh wow. They said the hope for these two to be together was slim. So how did those sounds come about? Ren Di immediately got out of bed and pulled Ling Yunhao, intending to sneak a look. The corridor outside was empty, and Ren Di and Ling Yunhao quietly stood outside Wan Linjun's room. "I feel like what you're doing is going to get you both in trouble with the captain and Njia." Ling Yunhao pushed his glasses and said, "It's best to cover your face when eavesdropping. I'm telling you, you don't believe me. Then let you see for yourself." The sounds I heard were so exciting. The bed creaked under pressure, and it felt like the wall was about to get smashed in. Ren Di exaggeratedly described, quietly fiddling with the door lock. Ling Yunhao poked him from the side. "Don't open it. It's fine. Almost done, just a little more. You'll see the intense action soon. You better not open it." Ling Yunhao said helplessly, pulling Ren Di again, but Ren Di was undeterred, still struggling with the lock. "I just wonder who's on top and who's on the bottom, and Jia or the captain. Do you think their bodies look the same in the dark?" Wait, it seems like the captain's chest is a bit bigger. Are you saying my chest is small?" Suddenly, a voice from the side asked. "Not you. I was talking about Njia. Her chest is simply." Suddenly, Ren Di sensed something was off, and turning around, he saw Yin standing next to him in a short outfit, smelling of sweat, clearly just back from a run. "Njia?" Ren Di felt embarrassed, having just been talking about someone fooling around inside, only to find the person right next to him. The door wasn't locked, Ling Yunhao said, shrugging. And Yin shot them a glance and said, "Did a tornado sweep away your brains?" The door wasn't locked. After saying that, she directly turned the handle and pushed the door open. Ren Di and Ling Yunhao stood foolishly at the doorway. Inside, Ruan Linjun was hanging his legs off the top bunk, doing inclined sit-ups. Each time he sat up, the bed would creak, and the bed frame would thump against the wall. Ling Yunhao took a glance and turned to head back to the other room to sleep. Ruan Linjun, seeing Ren Di at the door, asked in confusion, "Ren Di, why aren't you sleeping? Is something up?" "Haha, nothing." After saying that, he ran away. And Yin smiled, but didn't he mention what she had just heard outside? She was just contemplating whether to send a message to Yang Loi, saying that Ren Di was outside peeking at someone. Previously, that girl had messaged her when nothing was going on, asking her to keep an eye on Ren Di and not let him be misled by bad women outside. A mix-up had caused Ren Di to lose face, and when he returned to his room, he buried his head in sleep, unaware that this little incident and joke had laid the groundwork for a future issue. The next day, Su Huayan would take her assistant and other refugees from the Furnace Country to the Emirate on a military ship. The Grim Reaper squad waved goodbye to them at the port. Watching the warship gradually sail away, Ruan Linjun moved his wrist and said, "Let's get going." The new mission orders had arrived, and the team needed to travel to a certain country to obtain information on a batch of auction containers from a local auction house, and then transport them back home with the assistance of cooperating units. It was said that this auction would feature containers that had been overdue for more than a year, including one that had been on a cargo ship bound for another country, which sank during a storm while passing through a certain area. The sunken containers were later salvaged by a foreign recovery vessel and sent to the auction house for bidding. Due to various reasons, the auction had been postponed. But there were rumors that this time, some of the containers contained high-tech materials not exported to a certain country, as well as advanced machine tools. The team's mission was to identify the auction container numbers and secure them. After taking a small plane from the airport in a neighboring country, they arrived at their destination 4 hours later. At this point, Ren Di transformed into the appearance of a wealthy heir from a multinational shipping group, with Ruan Linjun as his bodyguard, Ling Yunhao as his secretary, and In Yen as his personal assistant. After meeting with the relevant personnel from the shipping group, Ren Di, exuding an air of affluence, walked into the most luxurious hotel in the area. Chapter 140. The prodigal heir. The auction at the port featured containers at berth 1425 that had been piled up for over a year, totaling over 20,000 boxes, all auctioned as a whole. The containers included 20-foot and 40-foot standard containers, with 180 groups of 20-foot containers, each group containing 55 boxes, and 220 groups of 40-foot containers, each group containing 50 boxes. This was the general information the team had obtained. The real challenge was to determine exactly where the desired items were located and how to compete with others for them. In the presidential suite, Ren Di shed his extravagant persona. Ruan Linjun checked all the rooms in the suite to ensure there were no surveillance devices before the team could start their work. Ren Di and Ling Yunhao directly hacked into the internal system of the port to check the auction container information and filter their targets. Less than an hour later, they finished their intrusion. How did it go? Did you find anything? Ren Di shook his head. The system vulnerabilities at the port are too numerous, and the daily operations are chaotic. There's also a period of missing statistics. I found out that there were several dock fires last year, and there are too many errors in the data. Only a part of what's available online is useful, Ling Yunhao added. The actual data I've checked also shows significant discrepancies with the port's data. Many container declarations and approvals do not match. Ruan Linjun scratched his head and exclaimed, "Damn it, these guys are just lazy. It looks like we'll have to check things on site. There's too much to go through, and it will take too long. Let's take it step by step." Ren Di, you take the little mouse to the auction house to see if you can get specific auction data and a list of participating buyers. We'll check what they buy, and if we can't win, then we'll see. And Yin and I will do the legwork to find out the specific model data of these containers. And then we'll sort out our targets when we get back. Every agent is the best actor. Ren Di changed into a flashy outfit, wearing flip-flops and sunglasses, and headed out with Ling Yunhao. The two didn't go directly to the auction house, but first visited the local shipping group's office, which has some state-owned shares, allowing them to cooperate with the death squad for this mission. Upon learning Ren Di's intentions, the office manager quickly brought along several relevant personnel, including financial and legal advisors, to accompany Ren Di in his act. The auction house, entrusted by the Port Authority to auction off containers, had a high entry barrier, only accessible to related enterprises or personnel. Ren Di brought his team primarily to gain auction qualifications and to provide cover for Ling Yunhao. His role was to act like a spoiled rich kid who only knows how to indulge in pleasures. Led by a beautiful hostess, Ren Di entered the auction house, looking around with an air of disdain. He nodded and shook his head from time to time, walking with a slouch, not appearing serious at all. "This way, please." The hostess led Ren Di and his group into the VIP room. After she left, several auction house supervisors entered. "Welcome to the auction house. May I ask what brings you here, sir?" The supervisor, a Caucasian man, smiled at Ren Di as if he were greeting a close relative. Ren Di rolled his eyes and asked the person behind him, "What is this guy babbling about? His tongue is all twisted." "Hey, Xiaodong, this gentleman is greeting you." Someone behind him said, "Ugh, back in school, hearing that gibberish gave me a headache, and now it's just annoying. You talk to him for me." Ren Di waved his hand and walked over to the window in the meeting room to pick his nose. The shipping group leader stepped forward to shake hands with the auction house supervisor and stated their purpose. After glancing at Ren Di, the supervisor lost interest in him. While the two were talking, Ren Di deliberately interrupted their conversation, loud enough to ask, What about valuable jewels? Big diamonds? Isn't it said that this place has the most diamonds? Are there any that can make a woman fall in love at first sight, so she can't take her eyes off them? The shipping group leader, looking speechless but obliged to translate for Rindy, turned to the supervisor. The supervisor had actually understood Rindy's words. As an auction house head, knowing several languages was normal. He smiled and told Rindy that the biggest auction at the moment was for the containers from the port, and that auctions of diamonds and other valuables would take some time. So, does that mean there are diamonds available for auction now? Do you have any information I can take a look at? Rindy excitedly said. The auction house staff could only nod helplessly, and after a while, they brought a tablet for Rindy to see. Rindy rolled his eyes and said, "Come on, can't we get a bigger screen? My eyesight isn't great. I can't make out those characters." The conversation on the shipping side was interrupted again by Rindy. The auction house supervisor looked a bit displeased, but still personally took Rindy to a larger VIP lounge, where there was a huge LCD screen to view the auction items. Just before exiting, Rindy pointed directly at Ling Yunhao and said, "You, the one with glasses. Come along and be my assistant. When I find something I like, take notes for me. I'll have my dad wire the money later." Upon entering the other VIP room, Rindy noticed that the surveillance system was turned off. The large display screen on the wall was on, and Rindy plopped down on the sofa, waiting for someone to allow him to start viewing. Ling Yunhao stood respectfully behind him. When the auction house supervisor logged in and pulled up the list of auction items for them to view, he excused himself to continue discussions with the shipping personnel. At the moment the door closed, Rindy quickly pulled out a wireless transmission device and plugged it into the back of the monitor. Ling Yunhao then opened a laptop disguised as a briefcase under his arm and began to hack into the auction house's internal network. After completing this, Rindy rushed to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen to the sounds outside. Each VIP room was an independent space, and one could not peek inside from the outside. Have they entered? Yes, they have. I've taken control of the surveillance in this room. If anyone looks in, they won't see anything unusual. I'm checking the access permissions, Ling Yunhao said. It seems there are even more buyers at this auction than we expected. The actual number of buyers who received entry tickets has exceeded 30. Are those people from that country also here? Wow. It looks like there are valuable goods in this container, Rindy speculated. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door. He immediately coughed and blocked the door. When the door opened, Rindy pretended to be about to exit and bumped into someone outside. The person he collided with was a woman, and during their contact, Rindy's hand inadvertently brushed against her chest. What he was thinking at that moment was, it's not as impressive as Yang Loi. The woman in front was dressed in professional attire and wore a name badge, clearly a staff member of the auction house. After getting up, Rindy spoke first. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Why do you block my way and bump into me without apologizing? Do you want to get yourself in trouble?" The woman, with red hair and small glasses, looked quite attractive, but her face was now filled with anger. She momentarily froze when she heard Rindy speaking in the local language. And just as she was about to respond, Rindy pushed her aside. "Hey, are all the auction house staff mute? Is there anyone here who can speak properly?" At this moment, Ling Yunhao, organizing his laptop, stepped out of the VIP room to pretend to dissuade Rindy while subtly indicating to him that they had what they needed. Meanwhile, the shipping group personnel had finally completed their fund verification and received their auction entry tickets. As the two parties were about to shake hands, they heard a commotion outside. A group of people in the corridor saw someone jumping up and down, shouting angrily. The head of the shipping group wiped his sweat and tried to calm the situation, apologizing to those around him and explaining that their young director was just a straightforward person who didn't understand social nuances. After much persuasion, everyone managed to soothe the young man's emotions. Following an apology from the auction house staff, he and his group left the auction house. In the car on the way back, the head of the shipping group let out a long sigh. "Mr. Rin, was it really necessary to do that?" Rindy rubbed his jaw, which was sore from shouting. He replied, "Right now, it's unclear who the target is, so sometimes you have to compete with others. But if we just charge in, what will others think? What if I were an unreasonable troublemaker? Just a capricious rich kid? If I have money and just want to play, what would you think? Most likely, they'd keep their distance. But what if there are others with the same goal as us?" "Humph," Rindy chuckled. "Then we'd have to eliminate him, either with money or by physical means." Ling Yunhao shot him a glance. "Physical means? Do you even have a gun?" "I always have a gun on me." Ling Yunhao was speechless, wondering if Rindy was getting carried away. When they returned to the hotel, Wan Linjun and Yin had not come back yet. Ren Di and Ling Yunhao sorted through the documents and compared the container declaration forms, ultimately narrowing it down to about 30 groups of containers. The remaining task was to see what news Ruan Linjun and the others would bring back. The auction funding provided domestically was 100 billion Tianxia currency. It wasn't that they couldn't offer more, but these containers were not valuable unless there were special circumstances. If Tianxia people were to bid more for these containers, conspiracy theorists or those with ulterior motives might notice something amiss and deliberately complicate matters for Tianxia, such as obstructing at the border or ambushing. Therefore, knowing how to spend money wisely was crucial to obtaining the goods. In the evening, Ruan Linjun and Yin returned. They had rephotographed all the auction containers that had been pre-sorted at the container port. Based on the nameplate information on the containers, they resorted and inspected them, locking in about 300 containers spread across 50 auction groups. The known auction price for each group of containers was $3 million. Who knew how much it would multiply after the auction? Now that was the situation. So, how much information had been gathered on the buyers participating in the auction? They had found information on over 30 buyers, among which a dozen were agency firms and were not the key focus. However, two caught their attention, one from a certain country and the other from Poland. Ling Yunhao smiled. Just right, those people are staying in this hotel too. Haha, perfect. Let us plan a couple of listening devices to monitor them. Ruan Linjun started arranging the next steps, simply placing the eavesdropping devices to listen in on the other party's background. Ling Yunhao controlled the hotel network surveillance and phone lines while Ren Di and Yin took the stairs to the staff changing room to grab uniforms. Then Ruan Linjun went to climb the ventilation duct. The three of them were responsible for different rooms. Ren Di, dressed in a server's uniform and with a bit of makeup, transformed into an ordinary Asian. After coughing a few times, his voice turned into a slightly raspy baritone. Following Ling Yunhao's instructions, he pushed a food cart to the luxurious suite on the top floor and knocked on the door. The door opened, and a man appeared. What do you want? Your red wine steak set meal. Ren Di replied. Come in. The man said. Ren Di slowly pushed the cart inside, and at that moment, there was another woman in the room, angrily punching a small punching bag hanging on the wall. Damn it. FCK. I must kill that bastard. The woman's angry curses sounded familiar to Ren Di, and he glanced sideways, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. The woman who was cursing was none other than the one he had grabbed earlier at the auction house. Although her hair color was different and she had taken off her glasses, her face shape and figure matched exactly with the person he had seen during the day. Could she be a rival? That damn bastard actually grabbed my chest. Once I finish my business, I must crush his balls. The woman punched the bag again, causing Ren Di to tremble slightly while holding the plate. All right, Anna. Calm down. Don't get angry with an ordinary person. You're an angel. It wouldn't look good if you're angry. The man comforted the woman, who sulkily sat on the sofa watching Ren Di set the table. Just as Ren Di was finishing up and about to leave, the woman called out to him. Wait, do you have any orders? Ren Di forced a smile that looked worse than crying. The woman circled around him, then pointed at his face and said, You look a lot like that bastard. What do you mean? Ren Di felt a bit scared of having his identity exposed. It was really a turn of fate, bringing bad luck to me. During the day, he was a wealthy young master, and this woman was a small employee at the auction house. At night, he was a small server, and she was a guest in a luxurious suite. What if she really intended to touch his chest or grab his? What a curse. If I had known she was also an infiltrating agent, I would have been gentler with her during the day. Anna, why are you staring at that man for so long? Is he better looking than me? The man next to the woman said somewhat displeased. Do you like his face? Should I help you peel it off? As he spoke, the man shot a cold glare at Ren Di, who trembled all over, his face turning pale. He blurted out, I am sorry, guest. I have a wife and kids to support. Please spare me. I'm not a bad person. Get lost. Your face disgusts me. Ren Di was finally kicked out of the room. Winky face, scared to death. Once outside the room, Ren Di let out a sigh of relief. Obediently left through the staff passage and threw the clothes and cart inside. A server was anxiously searching for their name tag. Where did it go? Damn it. Hi, buddy. Are you looking for a nameplate? Ren Di patted the shoulder of the fellow and said, I think I saw it on that coat rack over there. Oh, thank you. The server thanked Ren Di, but after finding his nameplate, he suddenly froze. Who was that person? How did he know I was looking for a nameplate? After removing his disguise, Ren Di returned to his room, where Ling Yunhao said, The room you went to belongs to someone from a certain country. The person who booked it is called Barian, 45 years old. That guy doesn't look 45. He looks more like he's in his late 20s. He added. He even said he would peel my face off. Suddenly, Ren Di thought of something, and Ling Yunhao's eyes lit up as well. Razor, they exclaimed in unison. Yes, that guy must be a butcher, and that woman is an angel. Mariana Merlin. It turns out they are in the same line of work. When Ruan Linjun returned and learned this news, he was equally shocked. The upcoming auction was bound to have fierce competition. 2 days later, the auction officially took place. Ren Di still wore his flamboyant outfit, but this time he swapped his flip-flops for Chelsea boots. His hair was styled with wax, sticking up like needles, and he wore an exaggerated pair of frog glasses. As he walked in, everyone avoided him. The auction was not held indoors, but on a cruise ship docked at the harbor. There were a total of 32 representatives participating in the auction, each occupying a prime viewing area on the ship to bid, without any face-to-face interaction. Ren Di picked up the microphone headset provided by the auction house and tossed it onto the table, saying to the staff behind him, "If you make me wear this, my hairstyle will be ruined. Give me a big microphone and some speakers." The staff already knew this young master was difficult to deal with, so they obediently went to find the items. Ren Di shot a glance at Ruan Linjun and the others standing behind him. Ruan Linjun made a gesture, and the head of the shipping group nodded, saying, "Young master, please make sure to complete today's task well. Otherwise, it won't be easy to explain to the board." Ren Di casually propped his long legs on the table in front of him, his pointed shoes oddly swaying. The staff brought back the new microphone and speakers, and suddenly everyone could hear the auctioneer's voice. After the auctioneer went through a lot of unnecessary chatter, he got to the main point. We have a total of 20,000 containers for auction, divided into 420 groups, with 50 to 55 containers in each group. The starting price for the first group is 3,500,000, with each bid increasing by no less than 5,000. Start. 360. Ren Di was the first to speak, his tone lazy and lackluster. 370. Someone else bid. 460. Ren Di continued to bid, still looking relaxed. 465. 660. Ren Di kept bidding and said, "That little thief competing with me. If you bid again, I'll outbid you on everything." Sure enough, the other party fell silent for a moment and did not place another bid. The auctioneer struck the gavel, and the first group was secured by Ren Di for 6,600,000. There are still 28 groups left to collect all targets. In the subsequent auctions, every buyer knew that there was a wealthy heir from Tianxia who enjoyed driving up prices and then suddenly backing out. If it weren't for the auction house guaranteeing that only about 30 families were participating at this time, others would certainly think this guy was a plant from the auction house. He doesn't intend to buy, but is solely focused on causing chaos for others. When he wants to buy, he spends money in a way that makes others think he has lost his mind, or perhaps that he is trying to swindle them. No one knows what this guy is thinking. He bids on every group, and whether he buys or not is entirely up to him. Among the more than 30 buyers, the ones from a certain country despised Ren Di the most. It seemed he was always deliberately going against them. Whatever they were interested in, he would ensure he got it. Group 372. The starting price is 4 million. Each bid must be at least 10,000. Begin. Damn, why are all these containers red? Such a lucky color? Buy. 4,600,000. Ren Di was the first to call out. The people around who were planning to bid on this group hesitated. Should they bid? If they did, they feared this heir would deliberately drive up their price. If they didn't, they would be unhappy letting him monopolize so much. While they hesitated, Ren Di spoke up again. Damn, why is no one bidding? Is this thing not worth anything? I don't want it anymore. Can I return it? The auctioneer, sweating, replied, No, you can't. Until someone bids higher than you, you can only give up 7 million. The buyer from a certain country placed a bid, and upon hearing Mariana's voice, Ren Di knew he had to secure this container. 10 million. Ren Di countered. 15 million. 30 million. Miss, your voice is so lovely. Would you like to come play with me? If you come, I'll let you have the container. 31 million. Dream on. Shut your filthy mouth, you yellow-skinned monkey. Hearing this, Ren Di got angry but had to pretend not to understand and continued to bid. Oh, the lady has bid again, so I'll bid 5 million. 51 million. Mariana called out again. They had already spent quite a bit due to this brat-ass disruptions, and their budget was running low. She really wanted to kill someone right now. The two people she hated most were the one who forced her into hiding by playing piano at her concert and the yellow-skinned brat in front of her. Both were from Tianxia. Was she doomed to never gain anything from there in her life? Months later, the heart of the ocean, stolen from the world, was revealed to be a fake, and the peripheral intelligence network was exposed, leading to mass arrests of individuals from Tianxia. A small target. All right. You don't know what a small target is. I mean 100 million. Miss, are you coming? If you come to find me, I'll give you this group of containers for free. Ren Di shouted a price that shocked everyone. This heir was not afraid of being skinned alive by his father. Was money meant to be spent like this? No matter how rich you are, you can't spend it like that. Ren Di also felt a bit nervous. He had spent almost all his money and urged everyone not to add more. If they did, he would start crying. With a bang, the auctioneer's hammer fell, and Ren Di obtained ownership of all items in this batch. Chapter 143, Kidnapping. After the last batch of containers was auctioned off, Ren Di heard the surrounding people let out a sigh of relief. It was a thrilling game, and fortunately, they managed to acquire 70 of their target containers. For the rest that they did not win, they could only pray for good fortune. The containers they missed did not contain what they needed. As the groups of containers on the dock were transported to their designated berths after the sellers made their payments, a large cargo ship was waiting there. With the last batch of containers being moved, the buyers on the cruise ship began to leave in succession. Just as Ren Di reached the ship's railing, Mariana and her male companion stepped out behind him. Mariana looked at Ren Di and said coldly, "Kid, be careful. Your ship might get hijacked by pirates." Ren Di, seeing Mariana's smug expression, turned to Yin and asked, "Sister, can you translate for me? What is this foreign girl saying? Is she inviting me to dinner? Or asking me to give her that batch of containers?" And Yin replied expressionlessly. "She said to watch out for pirates." "Oh really? Pirates, huh? How does she know they might be around? Are they your subordinates? Wow. Are you the pirate chief? International police, come catch this fugitive." Ren Di exaggeratedly shouted. Mariana was infuriated but couldn't do anything in front of everyone. So she walked past Ren Di with a straight face. After both groups left, the auction house staff sat down on the ground, exhausted. "I bet 10 cents that guy will get beaten up," one staff member said. "That guy is too noisy. He just keeps talking." Another replied, "I bet 1 cent he'll be fine. Don't forget, thanks to him, we increased our sales by 30 today." Ren Di's arrogant demeanor was quite impressive. After returning to the hotel, Ren Di and his companions waited for the cargo ship to finish loading before leaving. Since these containers had already been inspected and were obtained through auction, the procedures were simpler than usual. The group felt a bit anxious but tried not to show it. Ren Di simply changed his appearance to avoid being recognized when they left. In the evening, the cargo ship exited the Nigerian waters and met up with the escorting military vessel from Tianxia, preparing for inspection on the high seas. When Ren Di and the others received the confirmation message, they all jumped up and celebrated. The next day, everyone packed their luggage and planned to head to the airport to catch their flight, just like they did when they arrived. However, they encountered an unprecedented traffic jam on the way. Just as they feared they might miss their flight, the sound of helicopters filled the sky. 2 MV-22 Ospreys circled above the road to the airport, and shortly after, several ropes were dropped, allowing over 20 fully armed soldiers to descend from the sky. Seeing this scene, Ren Di felt his head buzzing. He had a hunch that these people might be coming for him. As the crowd on the street grew tense and fearful, the soldiers indeed surrounded the death squad, immediately aiming their guns at the few people in the car. As the car door opened, Ren Di slowly stood up. Ruan Linjun was also frozen in place, with a gun pointed at him. At this moment, no one dared to utter a word. Ren Di glanced at his teammates and tightly closed his eyes. The moment Ren Di got out of the car, he was immediately covered with a black bag and his hands were tied behind his back. The next second, a heavy blow struck the back of his head, and Ren Di fainted. Following that, the soldiers carried Ren Di and made an international gesture towards the other people in the car, then swaggered onto a hovering helicopter and left. This group of people dared to kidnap someone in broad daylight. No sense of honor. Ruan Linjun was furious. It must have been Ren Di's performance at the auction yesterday that made that foreign woman hold a grudge against him, which is why they brought soldiers to cause trouble. He just didn't know what kind of interrogation Ren Di would face. Ling Yunhao directly took out a satellite phone, and Yin also looked furious. Ren Di was awakened by a splash of cold water. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a small room, tied to a chair. You're awake?" Mariana looked at Ren Di with a playful expression and said in English, "Didn't he expect to meet me here?" "Ah, crazy woman. What do you want? Let me go? Hurry up and release me, or when the navy from my country arrives, they'll take you down." At this moment, Ren Di was still maintaining his spoiled demeanor. If his true identity was revealed, he would be done for. So, Rendi could only grit his teeth and deny everything. Slap. Mariana slapped Rendi, still pretending. Do you dare say you don't understand English, Mr. Agent from Tianxia? Woo woo woo. I don't know what you're saying. Please let me go. I have money. My dad is rich. If you want money, ask him. Rendi's nose and tears flowed together, making his face dirty. Mariana wanted to hit him again, but upon seeing the big snot bubble on Rendi's face, she stepped back in disgust. At this moment, Rendi was desperately calling for the system in his mind. System, Dad, help. What should I do? What should I do? I've been captured. After a long silence, the system quietly appeared. Host, as a super agent, can't handle this little situation? It's better to dig a hole and bury yourself early. But I've been captured now. What should I do? Mariana looked at Rendi's appearance, losing patience, and directly said, give him a shock. Then a powerful electric current surged from beneath him, and Rendi screamed in pain. Ah, damn. If I die, I'll definitely take you down with me before I go. The pain from the electric shock was unbearable. Even the strongest bull couldn't withstand it. And Rendi fainted from the shock. Mariana, somewhat disappointed, kicked Rendi twice with her foot. TSK, what a pathetic loser. It seems like a person, but unexpectedly. They're even worse than a caterpillar. Then she ordered those around her. Just use the truth serum on him. I want to know his true identity. Yes, Major. Meanwhile, in Tianxia, Zhang Donglai from the Xi'an Bureau was momentarily stunned after receiving a call from the Grim Reaper squad. What is going on? Rendi was playing too recklessly and got directly hijacked by some people using an aircraft. There is indeed a military base from that country in Nigeria. But even if Rendi's activities are questionable, his public identity is that of an ordinary person. Those people are really too overbearing. Therefore, Zhang Donglai immediately contacted his superiors and pressured various parties in the name of the Tianxia Embassy in Nigeria, urging them to unite and confront those individuals about the illegal abduction of Tianxia citizens. Chapter 144. I am a super temporary worker. The main components of the truth serum are scopolamine or sodium thiopental, barbiturates, and similar substances, which are akin to anesthetics and sedatives. There's an old saying in Tianxia that after drinking, one speaks the truth. The problem with the truth serum, which is even more extreme than alcohol, is that if the dosage exceeds the limit, it can easily lead to brain damage, hallucinations, and other issues. Marianne may never have intended to return someone intact, directly instructing to use the truth serum on Rendi. Rendi was splashed with cold water and woke up again in the same room, feeling as if he had been hit by a truck and trampled by an elephant, with pain in every part of his body. Let me go, I don't know anything. If you want money, I can give you money. Rendi kept saying this, truly realizing how dangerous the profession of a spy is. Is his luck finally running out? At that moment, a man approached Rendi and injected a white liquid into his body. Soon after, Rendi felt dizzy. The things in front of him began to distort, and the surrounding sounds became increasingly distant and vague. He desperately wanted to find a place to lie down or move his limbs to grasp something solid to prevent himself from falling endlessly. It's taking effect. We can start the interrogation. Marianne sneered and kicked Rendi twice, receiving no reaction. She asked, what is your name? This time, her question sounded much calmer. Using standard vocabulary, what is your name? Rendi felt as if he were back in middle school hearing his English teacher's question. At this moment, he had lost his ability to think and merely followed his instincts to respond. Rendi strained to think of an answer and replied, my name is Li Lei. And you? Marianne found his response somewhat strange, but couldn't quite pinpoint why, so she continued to ask, how old are you? I am already 14 years old. Marianne was taken aback. No way. Isn't it said that Easterners tend to look younger? This one looks like they are already an adult. But now, to claim this person is a minor? Minors are protected by law everywhere. Kidnapping him could be justified as capturing a terrorist. Worst case, they could say it was a mistake and return him later. But now this is a minor. Mariana was at a loss. She had already broken the rules. So what should she do now? The dosage of truth serum was acceptable for an adult, but for a minor. She looked at Rendi, her face darkening. Who are you? What is your profession? This time, Rendi replied in Chinese, I don't understand. I don't know. In his mind, he was thinking, teacher, I don't understand what you're saying. I can't answer. Mariana was stunned again. Damn, so this guy really doesn't speak English? She then asked in Chinese, what do you do for a living? Casual labor. What kind of casual labor? Temporary work. What kind of temporary work? In the West, agents, special operatives. and certain law enforcement personnel from specialized armed groups are often referred to as temporary workers. Mariana worried that her questioning might miss nuances due to cultural differences. So she pressed further. I have a system. I'm a super temporary worker. Ren D revealed his biggest secret. Huh. Mariana was baffled again. What kind of nonsense is this? Is it what she thinks it is? What did you say? Say it again. I have a super temporary worker system. This time, Mariana understood, but understanding only made her more frustrated. Have the novels from that Eastern country become so rampant that even ordinary people are brainwashed into believing they have a system? It's even more absurd than fantasizing about being bitten by a spider to become Spider-Man. She paced around, unsure how to proceed. Are you an agent? I'm a temporary worker. What is your code name? Temporary worker. What kind of work have you done? Your missions as an agent? Picking up packages, cooking, getting takeout, taking out the trash, going to the library. Ren D recited his system tasks, but to others, it sounded like the mundane daily life of an ordinary person. Damn it. Mariana had lost all patience. This person really was just an ordinary, useless individual. It seemed that at the auction, he had opposed her purely out of stubbornness. Moreover, the Eastern country had already dispatched naval ships to escort the cargo vessel, making it impossible to retrieve the supplies. She gritted her teeth and vented her anger by kicking and punching Ren D. Marie. Barlow Berg pushed the door open. He was the last member of the Celestial team, codenamed Razor. Growing up on his family's farm, he had developed an interest in butchering cattle and sheep and taught himself exceptional skinning skills. After accidentally joining a certain intelligence agency as an adult, he initially wanted the codename Skinner, but it was rejected for being too gruesome and later changed to Razor. This time, he and Marie had come to Nigeria to recover stolen military supplies from a certain nation's base. Their investigation led them to the auction, but their attempt to retrieve the items through normal means was thwarted by individuals from the Eastern country. The mission failed. Frustrated, Mary directly used the base personnel to capture the young man, only to realize he was causing a lot of trouble. It was confirmed through intelligence sources that the chairman of Tianxia Shipping Group is named Li Da and has a 14-year-old son named Li Lei. The identity prepared for Ren D was still under the name Ren D, but during the auction, no one addressed him by that name. The shipping group's boss is indeed surnamed Li and has a son named Li Lei. Ren D also claimed to be Li Lei. If Marianne had verified other details, she wouldn't be as frantic as an ant on a hot pan now. But there are no what-ifs. The moment Marianne confirmed Ren D was just an ordinary person, she lost interest and didn't bother to verify further. It was a twist of fate, and Ren D's luck was unbeatable. Darn it. Darn it. Aren't people from the East supposed to look young? Why does this guy look like he is 24 when he is only 14? What do we do now? Marianne stormed out of the room angrily. We have to send him back. The other country has already pressured ours, and the military is demanding his immediate release. Otherwise, it could trigger another trade war between the two nations. Videos of our soldiers arresting him are all over the internet. A fleet from that country has also arrived at Onpapa Port. Baylor shrugged and said, I'm here to inform you. What do you plan to do? Should I skin him alive? Is your brain filled with nothing but nonsense? Forget it. Just dump him outside the base. Chapter 145. Home is where the heart is. The Middle Eastern hacker group force recently breached several military bases of a certain nation, stealing a large number of confidential documents and military deployment plans. After some video footage caught their attention, Force decided to release all the videos, once again flooding the homepage of a popular video platform. Many people were outraged by the actions of that nation's military, with some comparing it to the Abu Ghraib prisoner abuse scandal. This time, the victim was an underage individual from another country. The teenager in the video was covered in injuries, doused with water, subjected to electric shocks, and finally given a truth serum dosage exceeding the adult limit. Many began to question, what is wrong with that nation? How could they use such cruel methods on an ordinary teenager, especially when he had done nothing wrong? Combined with the previously trending video of that nation's soldiers arresting civilians in another region, people recognized the unfortunate individual. Instantly, calls for anti-war sentiments and opposition to the persecution of minors grew louder and louder. Outside that nation's military bases in other countries, many gathered spontaneously, some even throwing eggs and other objects at the guards. In one allied nation, local women who had long suffered from the presence of foreign troops held up massive banners, demanding their government expel the foreign forces and restore a safe environment for their children. Where there is a first, there will be a second, with the first victim emerging. Who knows how many more will follow? Even the UN urgently convened a conference on the legal rights of minors worldwide. During the meeting, representatives from Tianxia fiercely criticized those from a certain country, and under external pressure, the government of that country had to make a substantial compensation to Tianxia. Ren Di was unaware that his middle school English had severely impacted representatives from that country, to the extent that even members of the Divine Team nearly faced dismissal. When he woke up, he found himself back in his home country. On February 17th, Ren Di awoke to find many people around him, including members of the death squad and some doctors and nurses. He wanted water, but when he opened his mouth, he found his throat painful and dry, barely able to make a sound. Water is coming. Water is coming. Don't speak. A nurse gently helped him up and fed him water. After drinking, Ren Di's consciousness finally became clear, and seeing the concerned looks around him, he realized he had escaped from danger. But how did he get back? Ruan Linjun understood Ren Di's confusion and said, "You were found on the streets of Nigeria, and we urgently dispatched a private plane to bring you back for treatment." Ren Di, you are a hero. Well done. Ren Di did not understand Ruan Linjun's words. He felt as if he had walked through hell, and at one point doubted he would die there. How did you manage to withstand the white powder? In that situation, you even managed to say something as shameless as 14 years old. It almost caused a riot back home. Ruan Linjun's laughter was loud, prompting a doctor and nurse to intervene. All right, the patient's condition is stable now. Everyone can leave. Come back later to visit, and let our hero rest well. And Yin handed a tablet to Ren Di, saying, "Rest well. If you need anything, just write it down. By the way, due to internet restrictions in the country, we haven't dared to inform your wife about your situation. Whether to notify her is entirely up to you." A group of people bid him farewell with appreciative, encouraging, and admiring looks, which made Ren Di feel uneasy. Did he do something significant at the base of that country? Did a scion possess him and attack a military base? Or did he steal some aircraft or artillery? Aside from a sore throat, he felt somewhat weak, but compared to the suffering he had endured before, this pain seemed trivial. Suddenly, the room was empty, and he noticed that the hospital room was actually a single room, equipped with a TV, air conditioning, and a large sofa with a coffee table. Why was he treated so well this time? Feeling a bit apprehensive, he opened the tablet and discovered several web pages and videos that Yin and the others had deliberately placed on the homepage. After watching them, Ren Di fell silent. His system had been exposed. The whole world knew he had a system now. The whole world knows the host is only 14 years old. Just looks a bit anxious. How embarrassing. Ren Di thought to the system. Thankfully, no one took it seriously. 3 days later, Ren Di was allowed to get out of bed and move around freely. However, the doctor still advised him to rest as much as possible, allowing only 2 to 3 hours of activity. During this period, Zhang Donglai also took time to visit him and brought a medal. "This is a special reward from the boss for you," Zhang Donglai said. "Although you've faced some difficulties, you've brought great benefits to the country, and the organization won't let you suffer in vain. Once you're better, there will be even greater opportunities waiting for you. Keep it up, young man." "Director, I'm an adult now," Ren Di replied shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed as everyone now called him young man or little brother. Haha, I know. You also have a system. But can your system exchange for rewards? Is there a newbie gift pack? Will it give you small goals? Zhang Donglai presented Ren Di with a first-class gold shield medal, which can only be awarded to those who have made outstanding contributions to the country. Looking at the shiny medal, Ren Di felt it was worth it, but he wondered if he would be able to go out for field work again in the future. With a hint of worry in his heart, Ren Di carefully put away the medal and called Yang Loi. It had been almost a month since they last saw each other, and he just wanted to hold Yang Loi and express his inner anxieties and fears. The biggest secret in his heart was exposed. Although no one believed him, it felt as if he had been stripped bare for everyone to see. In the future, he could proudly say he was a man with a system. On February 23rd, Ren Di returned to Yang City. When Yang Loi bounced over to him like a little rabbit as usual, all his anxieties, uncertainties, and restlessness from his return from Nigeria immediately settled down. He held Yang Loi tightly, not wanting to let go, reveling in the warmth and reassurance she brought him. "Ren Di, are you feeling down?" Yang Loi sensed a hint of unease from him, but didn't he know how to comfort him, so she just hugged him tighter. "No, I'm feeling great right now. Really. With you here, I'm here, and we're safely holding each other. It's wonderful. Hee. Mua." Yang Loi gave Ren Di a kiss, her face showing a shy expression as she said, "Ren Di, do you see any changes in me?" Chapter 146 Love Mode. Rindy looked at Yang Loi and didn't notice anything different from before. Did she not wear makeup? Did she sleep in and not have time to do her makeup? Ugh, annoying. Yang Loi giggled cutely but remained silent, leaving Rindy puzzled. As Rindy prepared to leave with Yang Loi, a man approached and said, "Mr. Run, please let me take your luggage." "Who are you?" "Ah, this is Zhang Tao, Dad's bodyguard, but he's temporarily with me," Yang Loi said, her big eyes sparkling at Rindy, looking adorably cute. Rindy couldn't help but pat her head, noticing she seemed a bit shorter than usual. Was she not wearing high heels? "Hello." Rindy shook hands with Zhang Tao, whose grip was strong, and the thick calluses on his palm indicated he was someone who often practiced shooting. Once in the car, Rindy finally noticed what was off about Yang Loi. Usually, she would want to sit in his lap, but today she was sitting obediently in her seat with her hands resting calmly on her stomach. "Am I really as I think I am?" Rindy asked a bit excitedly, somewhat doubtful and uncertain. "Ah, you finally guessed it." Yang Loi's face turned red. Her big eyes looked at Rindy, seemingly seeking praise like a little child. "Thank you, Bauer." Rindy hugged Yang Loi tightly, feeling like he was about to be a father. He was going to have his own child. Zhang Tao, who was driving in front, was surrounded by waves of pink bubbles coming from behind, hearing various sounds of affection, feeling a bit awkward. He wondered if anyone else was in front. Even showing off one's happiness should consider the occasion. The car headed towards Yang's villa, since Rindy was on a business trip and Yang Loi was pregnant. Yang Tianqing asked Yang Loi to go home, where there were maids and drivers to take care of the pregnant woman conveniently. Yang Tianqing was still waiting at home for Rindy, which was the first time he would meet Rindy since Yang Loi got married. He was about to become a grandfather, yet this son-in-law barely visited once a month. Rindy pulled Yang Loi into the house, and Yang Tianqing smiled, saying, "Rindy is back. How many days are you resting this time?" "Uncle, this time I have 2 months of vacation." Rindy was about to call him uncle, but suddenly realized he was already the son-in-law, so he quickly changed his words. Li Lu was not present, and Rindy didn't ask about her. Yang Loi and Li Lu didn't get along, so he naturally wouldn't meddle, especially since he had caught Li Lu's son. It was said that the verdict had come down, 12 years. By then, his own child would be graduating from elementary school. The family sat together for dinner, and then Rindy and Yang Loi returned to their room. This was Rindy's first time staying in Yang Loi's bedroom, with pink curtains and a pink big bed. It was full of youthful vibes. At night, Yang Loi said, "We can't kiss. We can only hug and sleep." She changed into her pajamas. I'm not a beast." Rindy laughed, but his hand paused while he was about to change clothes. His facial injury had healed, but Yang Loi didn't notice. However, he still had some external injuries that looked quite severe, and taking off his clothes would reveal them. So he smiled and said, "Do you have my pajamas? I'll go take a shower and change." Didn't you say you didn't like wearing pajamas?" Yang Loi asked in confusion, but still found a brand new set of men's pajamas for Rindy, saying, "I've always wanted you to wear this." "All right." Rindy took the clothes and went straight to the bathroom to wash up and change. Electric shocks can leave behind marks and patterns, and in severe cases, can cause local tissue necrosis and metallicization of the wounds. After Rindy sustained electric shock injuries, he was also beaten several times by Mariana, leaving countless bruises and scars on his body. Although most had healed after treatment, the dark bruises still looked terrifying. After taking a shower and putting on the pajamas, Rindy found that as long as he didn't move too much, the injury on his waist wouldn't show, which made him feel relieved. He hugged Yang Loi, listening to her recount how she discovered she was pregnant, and before he realized it, he fell into a deep sleep while she was happily talking. Yang Loi looked at Rindy's sleeping face and gently caressed him, feeling a pang of heartache. She could clearly see the changes in Rindy. He had gotten much darker after going out, with some parts of his skin feeling rough, and there were tiny wounds on his forehead. When she hugged his waist, she could feel that he had lost a lot of weight, and his previously firm muscles seemed to have softened a bit. He had never liked wearing pajamas, but now he had willingly put them on. Yang Loi gently lifted the blanket and uncovered Rindy's shirt. When she saw the injuries on his body, tears couldn't help but stream down her face. The next day, Yang Loi took Rindy and Wang Yiheng out for a meal. It had been a long time since the three of them gathered together, especially since Rindy hadn't seen Wang Yiheng in several months. "Wow, look at that. Who is this person?" Wang Yiheng exclaimed dramatically upon seeing Rindy. "The legendary Rindy, you actually came back? I thought you had been abducted by aliens and taken out of the solar system." "Yiheng, long time no see. Rendi greeted with a smile. You've rounded out quite a bit too. Congratulations, you're going to be a dad. Wang Yiheng chuckled, patting Rendi on the shoulder. It's good that you're back. You better keep an eye on your wife. Ever since she found out she was pregnant, she calls me every day, saying she is going to be a mom. Then she just laughs endlessly. And she keeps repeating that she is going to be a mom. She calls me every day. I'm about to go crazy. Not that exaggerated. Yang Luai pinched Wang Yiheng, thinking that this heavy-set guy didn't know the consequences of annoying her. The three chatted about what had been happening in their lives. Just then, Wang Yiheng's phone rang. He answered the call, but his expression suddenly turned serious. He hung up and said, "This is bad. Something major has happened at home. I need to go back." Yang Luai asked worriedly, "What happened?" Wang Yiheng was about to get up when he looked at Rendi and said, "Rendi, Lui, you said you know some big shots in the capital. Can you help me out?" "What happened?" Rendi asked, concerned. "My cousin is studying abroad and has been kidnapped. The kidnappers are demanding a ransom of 30 million. Wang Yiheng replied. "My dad and my uncle are frantically trying to figure out what to do." Rendi immediately became serious and asked, "Where was your cousin kidnapped? How did the kidnappers contact you?" "My cousin is in Gaul. I don't know the specifics." Wang Yiheng said, "Can you help me find some influential people to see what can be done?" Chapter 147. A sudden interruption because Wang Yiheng couldn't clarify the details. Rendi and Yang Luai followed him directly to his home. The Wang family lived in an ultra-luxurious high-end community in the city, where the residents were either wealthy or powerful. At the Wang residence, Wang Yiheng's father, Wang Taolu, his uncle Wang Taoshua, and their wives were anxiously trying to find connections to rescue Wang Yiheng's cousin, Wang Alan. "Dad, uncle!" Wang Yiheng shouted as he entered. "What is going on? How could Xiaolan be kidnapped?" "Yiheng, you don't need to worry about this matter. You can't really help." Wang Yiheng's mother said to her son, "Your dad is on the phone with your brother. He knows some people abroad and is trying to find a way to rescue Xiaolan." He still said to his mother, "Mom, Luai's husband knows some important figures. Can you tell me the details so I can see what Rendi says?" "Oh, don't make things more complicated." Wang Yiheng's mother said impatiently. "Luai is just like you. Not good enough for anything. How much can her husband really do? Someone who gets married secretly can't have much capability." However, after she finished speaking, she noticed Rendi and Yang Luai behind Wang Yiheng and felt a bit embarrassed, but quickly covered it up. "Luai, I'm not targeting you. You and Yiheng are both good kids. We can handle this." Yang Luai felt somewhat depressed, thinking, "Am I really that useless compared to Wang Yiheng?" She looked at Rendi, who patted her head and smiled at her. "Hello, Mrs. Wang. I am Rendi, Yang Luai's husband. Can you tell us when the kidnapping occurred? How did the kidnappers contact you?" Wang Yiheng's mother, seeing Rendi's persistent questioning, said somewhat impatiently, "We received a photo of Xiaolan tied up in a dark room, sent directly to our phone, demanding that we transfer 30 million within 24 hours. Otherwise, they would kill her. Her father and my husband are already contacting people to help. There's no way we can pay that much, even if we have money at home. It's not like we have unlimited funds." Rendi nodded and then asked Wang Yiheng, "Do you have a computer in your room? Can we borrow it?" "Oh, sure. Follow me." Wang Yiheng led the two into the room, where his father and uncle were busy making phone calls and completely ignored them. Wang Yiheng said to Rendi and Yang Luai, who followed him in, "See, my position in the family is such that even when I want to help, I'm looked down upon. It's okay. They won't underestimate you in the future." Rendi comforted him, then directly took over the computer and asked, "What are your uncle and cousin's phone numbers? I'll check who sent the message." Wang Yiheng provided the numbers, and Rendi quickly accessed the internet to pull up all relevant information, then filtered out suspicious images. Soon, they saw a photo of a girl tied up, her mouth taped shut, looking anxious in a corner. "This is definitely Xiaolan," Wang Yiheng exclaimed. "She is studying for her master's degree at a university in Grenoble. Normally, she likes to buy luxury goods. I guess she must have been kidnapped because she was flaunting her wealth. Otherwise, who would know she has money?" Sigh. Rendi glanced at Wang Yiheng, noting that while the girl loves luxury items, he himself drives a luxury car worth millions. The photo was taken last night. Rendi analyzed it and found the time and location of the shot. The person who sent the photo seemed to have hacking skills, using several proxies and bots. After Rendi cracked through the layers, he found the location of the sender. It was a number from that region. Rendi took out his work phone directly. Although he was on leave, he needed to be ready for a recall at any time. After dialing the number, Rendi briefly discussed the situation regarding Wang Alan with Wan Linjun and reported that he was going to get the personal phone number of the ambassador from Gallia. Once the ambassador was informed of Rindi's situation, he immediately expressed that someone would be arranged to coordinate with the police to rescue the hostages. After hanging up, Rindi said to Wang Yiheng, "The embassy is already handling this matter, and we should see results soon. They will coordinate with the local police to rescue the hostages. And if that doesn't work, they will deploy the special intervention team from Gallia." Intervention team? Wang Yiheng didn't understand. It's not about a game. It's the special forces from Gallia. Rindi shook his head in disbelief, but then he asked, "How many lives do you have in the game?" "Ha ha." Yang Loi burst into laughter at Rindi's expression and tone. "It's an emergency, and you still have time to joke around." A man's furious voice and reprimands came from the doorway. Wang Yiheng's father, Wang Taolu, stood at the door, glaring at several people. "Do you understand how the world works? If you can't help, at least don't make things worse." "Dad, we just..." Wang Yiheng was about to explain when Wang Taoyu's phone rang again, and he hurriedly answered it. "Ah, I understand. I know. Okay, I will transfer the money right away. The service fee is necessary." "All right. Dad, what service fee?" "Who are you calling?" Wang Yiheng asked. "Your brother found someone for me. He has local connections in Gallia who can help negotiate with the kidnappers, and they want 3 million as a service fee." "That's enough. This doesn't concern you," Wang Taolu said impatiently as he turned to leave. Wang Yiheng and Rindi exchanged glances and quickly followed him out. At this moment, the 4 people in the living room were preparing to transfer money to each other. "Dad, don't send the money. Please don't send the money." Rindi said the embassy will take care of this. Wang Yiheng hurriedly stopped Wang Taolu, as it was clearly a waste of money. "Go. Don't cause trouble." Wang Taolu shot him an annoyed look. "No means no." Wang Yiheng shouted directly. "Rindi has already called the Gallian embassy, and they said they would rescue Xiaolan. Isn't this just wasting money?" "You called the Gallian embassy?" Wang Taolu said. "I just called them too, but they said they couldn't handle this matter and told me to wait patiently." "You claim you called. Do you even know what the Gallian number is? Don't tell me you're just trying to fool me." Hearing this, Rindi felt something was off. He had just finished the call, and they had said they would handle it promptly. Why was it different on this side? "Mr. Wang, I just spoke with the ambassador to Gallia, and they said they would handle this matter as quickly as possible. They will inform us shortly," Rindi said. The others stared at Rindi with expressions that suggested they thought he was joking. Chapter 148, The Pinnacle of Pretentiousness. When several people heard Rindi say he had called the embassy, they all looked at him with disbelief. "Young man, there should be limits to your jokes. How could a regular person like you know the embassy's number? If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude." Wang Taoshua was furious. His daughter's life was uncertain, and now there were people here hindering his efforts to save her and even making ridiculous claims. It was simply intolerable. "Now, immediately, get out of here. Wang Yiheng, take your friends and leave." Wang Tao directly pointed to the door, urging Rindi and the others to go. "Mr. Wang, I'm not joking, nor am I lying." Rindi faced the 2 anxious individuals, not getting angry despite their disdain. It was normal for them not to know his identity, and being doubted was also reasonable. Relevant personnel from the other side are already handling this matter. I assure you that everything I said is true, but saying you called the embassy and they couldn't handle it is simply a lie. Because the law clearly states that all public officials working abroad have an obligation to serve their citizens. Can you tell me what number you called? I suspect your phone has been hacked. As Rindi spoke to the angry individuals, Wang Tao Lu calmed down. He turned to Wang Tao Shua and asked, "Is that number from the official website?" "It's a number a friend gave me, claiming it was an internal embassy line. I couldn't get through at first, but then they called me back." "That's fake," Rindi retorted. "The embassy's phone is said to be on standby 24 hours a day. There's no such thing as not getting through or receiving a call back." The Wang family was stunned by Rindi's words, beginning to doubt the authenticity of the situation. Just as they were lost in thought, Wang Taoshua's phone rang again, and upon seeing the number, he was startled. It was the kidnapper's call. "What should I do?" "Give it to me." Rindi walked over and took the phone, connecting the call. Wang Taoshua was taken aback, just as he tried to snatch the phone back. He realized Rindi's voice sounded exactly like his own, leaving everyone around dumbfounded. "Hello, how is my daughter now? You must not harm her." On the other end, the kidnapper laughed and said, "How much ransom have you prepared? Time is running out. If the ransom is in place, your daughter will be fine. If not, her life is at stake. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand. The money is being prepared, just a little short, but it will be ready soon, really. I'll have it ready immediately. Please give me a little more time." "All right, we'll give you 1 more hour." if you don't send us the payment by then. The consequences are yours to bear. The kidnapper hung up, and Rindy looked up to see several people with their mouths agape, looking like they had never seen anything like it. You. It's just a vocal mimicry. In the next moment, Wang Taolu's phone rang again, and as soon as he answered, an impatient voice came through. Are you still planning to save your child? Why hasn't the payment arrived yet? The Emperor doesn't mind starving soldiers. Is this how you handle things? Right away. I'll make the payment immediately. I was just held up by something. Please don't be angry. The call with Wang Taolu was abruptly ended, and he stood there awkwardly, having just been stopped by Wang Yiheng from sending the payment. Now, the other party's tone had suddenly become so rude that he began to wonder if this person was trying to deceive him as well. Rindy noticed his confusion and asked, "Can you give me this person's phone number? I want to ask him to help me with something too." After getting the number, Rindy dialed it directly, and an impatient voice answered, "Hello? Who's this?" Rindy immediately spoke in French, roughly saying that he heard this person knew someone in France and asked if he could help him get something sent from Gaul. The response was a furious shout. "What the heck? I can't understand your bird language." The call was once again hung up, and everyone looked at Rindy in disbelief. This person was probably a scammer trying to make money off the situation. How could he know people in Gaul if he didn't even understand French? Although one could argue that he might know people, but just couldn't speak the language. Rindy tactfully said to the Wang family, "You must have let your urgency cloud your judgment and lost your rationality, allowing someone with ulterior motives to take advantage of you. I understand you want to save the person and would fly to Gaul if you could. However, the best way to handle this is to report it to the police, letting the local authorities and our police work together. As I mentioned earlier, I've already contacted the embassy in Gaul. You might not believe it over the phone, but let me see if they can send you some footage directly." Rindy then called the ambassador in front of them to inquire about the progress of the hostage rescue. With the address information provided by Rindy, the Gaul police had already dispatched a significant number of officers to apprehend the criminals. After hanging up, Rindy opened his messaging app, and soon several video clips were sent to his phone. He played the videos for them. When they saw the foreign streets and a large number of police in action, the Wang family still couldn't believe it. Was it really this simple to report to the police in Gaul? Next, a group of police rushed into a dimly lit bar, apprehending some people and several girls. "Xiaolan! That's Xiaolan!" Wang Yilan's mother suddenly screamed. "We found the child." The video cut off when the girl appeared, and several people wanted to see more, but after waiting and waiting, no new videos were sent. Their gazes turned to Rindy. He took back his phone and said, "The reason there are no more videos is probably because you will receive a call from Xiaolan soon." Just as Rindy finished speaking, Wang Taoshua's phone rang again. This time, it was Wang Yilan's call. "Dad." The girl's crying voice came from the other end, with sobs and the sound of sirens. The Wang family was so overwhelmed by this immense surprise that they couldn't speak. They had already realized that everything Rindy said was the truth after watching those videos. Rindy looked at the family, crying and sobbing, feeling a bit at a loss for words. He had never experienced such emotions. Fatherly and motherly love were overwhelming for him. When no one was paying attention, Rindy pulled Yang Luoyi away. "Why leave now? They haven't even apologized to you yet. They are all elders. Yet their words are so unkind." Yang Luoyi pouted, clearly unhappy. Rindy smiled and said, "Look, I handled a problem they couldn't solve even with money. How do you think they'll feel about me in the future? If I don't accept their apology, what will they do? They'll be scared. You're so impressive. And they mocked you. If I were a bit petty, I would definitely make things difficult for them. Hee. Right? I'll just avoid them and let them feel uneasy after their moment of joy. If Wang Yiheng calls, don't answer. All right, let them stew for a couple of days. It will scare them. They'll be restless, unable to sleep or eat, anxious and fearful." After making the big treasure happy, Rindy composed himself. Chapter 149, A Narrow Path for Enemies. Once the Wang family confirmed that Wang Yilan was no longer in danger, they calmed down and realized that Rindy and Yang Luoyi were missing. Where are Luoyi and her husband? Why are they gone? Wang Yiheng, sitting on the sofa playing a game, replied without looking up, "They left." "Why would they stay? To wait for you to continue giving them the cold shoulder? Their noses aren't noses, their eyes aren't eyes." Several elders felt embarrassed by Wang Yiheng's sarcastic remarks. "So what does Luoyi's husband do? He solved all the problems with just one call. What's his job?" Several people gathered around Wang Yiheng, seeking answers. Wang Yiheng sneered, "I don't know." "Wang Yiheng, how can you talk like that?" Wang Tao said, a bit irritated. "We are asking you. If you know, Just say it instead of being so sarcastic. I don't know means I don't know. Wang Yiheng continued playing his game. Both Lui and I are quite useless. All we do is play games every day. We can't help you at all, just causing trouble. We have no connections, so how could we know any big shots? Lui even had a secret wedding. Her husband is just a nobody. Why should I even mention what he does? It would just tarnish your ears. Wang Yiheng's sharp words left several people blushing and pale, wanting to explain but unable to utter a word. When they brought people to help, they didn't give a warm welcome. First mocking and then trying to chase them away. What do you mean by what? Didn't you all say that? Don't cause trouble. And then you pointed at them and told them to leave. Now that the person has left, isn't that just what you wanted? Wang Taolu was so shaken by his son's words that he could barely stand. Seeing this, Wang Yiheng slipped back to his own room. Bang! The door closed, cutting off everyone's view. What should we do? Wang Yiheng's mother said. Let's find someone to ask who this Luo Yi's husband is. If it's just a coincidence, then what's the harm in apologizing later? But what if they have significant connections? What if there's someone important? Important people wouldn't just remain so low-key. I will personally ask old Yang about it. If his son-in-law had great capabilities, he would have made it known by now. Since we haven't heard anything, it only means the other party isn't a significant figure. Sigh. I feel it's better for us to sincerely apologize and express our gratitude. Wang Taoshu, however, had a different opinion. No matter who the other party is, they helped us resolve our crisis. Would you rather spend 3 million on a stranger instead of sincerely thanking the true lifesaver of Xiaolan? Brother, don't you think this is inappropriate? I, Wang Taolu, also didn't know what I was thinking. Was it really because of pride? Or did he simply look down on the other party? Because they were his son's friend? Thinking of Wang Yiheng, Wang Taolu looked at the closed door, which seemed like a boundary, firmly separating him from their relationship. Wang Yiheng, back in his room, didn't he call Ren Di and Yang Luo Yi, but sent them a message telling them not to answer any calls from his family. No matter what, let them stew. If forgiveness is to happen, it should come with a compensation of 3 to 5 million. Humph. They would rather believe outsiders than their own. A father who treats his son like an enemy is not worth keeping. Ren Di and Yang Luo Yi exchanged glances and laughed when they received Wang Yiheng's message. Your good friend really is in sync with you. Hee hee. Of course. The friends I choose are always on the same page. Since we're hiding, let's do it thoroughly and give those people a headache. They didn't go home, but headed straight to the resort where Ren Di participated in the cooking competition. When he first saw the sea of begonia flowers, he thought about taking wedding photos there in the future. Who would have thought that he was about to become a father now? Doesn't that count as a unique way of fulfilling a wish? Upon arrival, Ren Di noticed that the begonia tree already had a few budding flowers, which, although not yet bloomed, had their own charm. However, as Ren Di got out of the car with Yang Luo Yi, another car parked nearby, and 2 people got out. For pairs of eyes met, 2 looking at each other. Ren Di, Zheng Anshuan, Yang Luo Yi. Ren Di, your son. Zheng Anshuan's girlfriend. Well, Lily's son? Who? Ren Di, Zheng Anshuan. There are countless paths in the world, but the hardest to walk is the one against an enemy. It's too narrow. Huh. Are you here for the reunion too? Zheng Anshuan was reminded of how he had cried and called Ren Di dad last year, feeling utterly embarrassed. He had completely put this matter out of his mind, but at this moment, he was forced to think about it. A reunion? Ren Di shook his head, not interested. He had come here with Yang Luo to find some peace, not to stir up trouble. After Ren Di declined a reunion, Zheng Anshuan let out a sigh of relief. He had never encountered anything good when he was with Ren Di. He had spent a long time convincing Lily to come along to help him save face at today's reunion. If Ren Di showed up, he would have no face left at all. Others were all business executives or high-level managers, appearing glamorous with annual salaries in the hundreds of thousands. But who could compete with someone who had a gun? Even the police had to bow and scrape to such figures, no matter how impressive you were. They were still more impressive. Just being able to perform on stage at a national theater and appear on international live broadcasts. Who could compare? Anyway, none of those bragging classmates were as capable as he was. Zheng Anshuan's mind flashed with various images, and then he angrily slapped himself. Damn, why do I remember this stuff so clearly? Am I treating him like my father? On the other side, Ren Di and Yang Luo directly booked a relatively luxurious wooden villa, intending to stay here for 3 to 5 days. Yang Luo asked Ren Di, don't you want to go to the reunion? Ren Di replied, why should I go? To show off or to watch others brag? He smiled and added, I have no such hobby. No matter where I go, there are always villains opposing me. Suddenly, As Ren Di was about to head to the villa area after talking with Yang Loi, a group of people passed by, laughing and joking, and someone called out his name. Chapter 150, a trap? Humph. Ding. Task. Attend the reunion, gain the trust of a small leader of a certain organization, and take down the entire organization. Task reward. Experience in advanced psychology skills. Failure penalty, none. The system, which had not shown up for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of Ren Di with a huge golden text that almost blinded him. What the heck? Can you not be so scary? Ren Di felt extremely frustrated. He had just said he didn't want to attend the reunion, and now he was being given a task to participate. Was this a slap in the face? What a joke. System, after being quiet for so long, I almost forgot I even had you. Ren Di activated his sarcasm mode in his mind. This system has not appeared for 21 days. Has the host gotten used to being a livestock for capitalists instead of being human, willing to take on tasks even while unwell? Next time, the system can meet the host's strong demands. Ren Di was speechless. He could never win an argument against the system. It was frustrating. Hey, Ren Di, why don't you recognize us old classmates? Seeing Ren Di in a daze as if he hadn't seen them, the leading beautiful woman couldn't help but mock him. He is a big shot who has been working for 5 years, and he looks down on us fresh graduates. As Zheng Anchuan walked over with Hua Lily, he happened to see a group of people blocking the intersection. When he heard the leading woman speak, he suddenly felt overwhelmed. Ren Di said he wouldn't come, so why are you calling him? Ah, why is everyone here? Are you all planning to welcome me? Ha ha. How did I just realize I have such a big presence? Zheng Anchuan smiled and shifted the topic to himself. Oh, Zheng Anchuan, you're here. We were just about to head to the flower hall to have some fun, and here you are. Old Zheng, did you call Ren Di here? You're impressive. You managed to gather these classmates from Yangqing. Listening to everyone's flattery, Zheng Anchuan felt delighted, but he still glanced at Ren Di's expression, seeing no change. He felt relieved. Ren Di, didn't you say you wouldn't participate? You should just go back to your business. Zheng Anchuan helped Ren Di out of the situation. After a moment, Ren Di spoke up. I think I'll join after all. Zheng Anchuan's face immediately fell. If you're here, how can I show off at the reunion? Among these classmates who graduated over a year ago, Zheng Anchuan was the one making the most money and climbing the fastest in his career, so he organized the reunion and provided the funding. His intention was to show off, thinking that if any of these classmates became successful, they might help him in the future. After so many years of schooling, only the high school classmates were the most unforgettable. They were comrades who had endured the darkest times together. Ren Di sat quietly on the side, feeling gloomy. He never expected that some of his high school classmates had joined a pyramid scheme. Seeing the details of the system's task, he realized it was a large international organization. However, the system didn't provide specific information about the individuals, leaving him to search among the group. Yang Loi, as a family member, stayed close to Ren Di, enjoying watching his high school classmates chatting and laughing. She had studied abroad for both high school and university, experiencing a different environment and education than in her home country. After returning, she rarely went out and hadn't kept in touch with her classmates. Now, seeing others talk about their high school and college lives, she felt a bit regretful for not staying connected. Once the food and drinks were ready, considering Ren Di's status, Zheng Anchuan raised his first glass to toast him. Cheers. Here's to our reunion, especially to our class monitor, Ren Di, who is attending our gathering for the first time. Everyone, let us drink. Although everyone had been chatting excitedly, no one took the initiative to talk to Ren Di. After all, those who could be in Yangcheng were all university graduates, and some even went on to graduate school. While Ren Di hadn't even participated in the college entrance examination, Zheng Anchuan's suggestion didn't receive any response from the crowd, mainly because Ren Di had garnered too much resentment back in high school. First, he was the class monitor. Second, most of the pretty girls in school liked Ren Di. These 2 points naturally placed Ren Di in opposition to them, and now, with everyone's qualifications surpassing his, why wouldn't they show off? Seeing the reactions of the people around her, Yang Loi couldn't help but chuckle and said to Ren Di, you still say you're not like a protagonist in a novel, yet everywhere you go there are antagonists against you. Look, no one is paying attention to you. You must have been quite hated before, right? Ren Di patted Yang Loi's head and replied quietly, these guys are jealous of my good looks and my beautiful wife, while the girls are jealous of your beauty and having such a handsome husband like me. At that moment, Hua Lily chimed in. The quail says you're amazing. Why don't you show off a bit? These people look down on you. I'm a clergyman, I don't drink. And God loves everyone. Each person is a child of God, and we are all brothers and sisters, so we should not have these vanity or comparison mentalities. Rendi suddenly thought of a pastor he had met on the streets of Nigeria and directly used his words. The crowd, who were holding their drinks, were stunned by this statement. Wait, Rendi, when did you become religious? Zhang Anshuan absolutely did not trust that Rendi could say such things. Clergymen are all good people. Have you ever seen a clergyman kill someone? Rendi pretended to stand up and made a cross gesture, saying, God loves the world, and even gave his only son to them, so that everyone who believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Therefore, for those who do not believe in God, for those who slander, discriminate, and envy the children of God, may God not curse them for their disrespect. May they not fail their studies every day? May they not have car accidents when driving? May they not forget their umbrellas on rainy days? May they not struggle to find suitable partners and resort to meeting with the same sex? May they not find good jobs and only survive on instant noodles every month? May they not have their beds collapse while sleeping, choke while eating, or cough while drinking? Stop. 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 Goodness. The crowd was shocked by Rendi's outburst. Was it really necessary to curse everyone just because they hadn't talked to him a moment ago? Rendi. Class leader Ren. Please stop talking. Finally, someone couldn't help but plead. Please, just let it be. I'll toast to you. Rendi smiled, revealing 8 perfectly aligned white teeth, and said, Sorry, I'm a clergyman. I don't drink. Chapter 151. What is coming will come. What was supposed to be a nice class reunion almost turned into a dark curse convention because of Rendi. Most people still carried the naivete of just graduating and didn't have the thick skin to continue ignoring him under such remarks. Many were chatting with each other, and the topics shifted to various frustrations in life. Some had been interning at companies for months without being hired, while others faced workplace harassment. In reality, only 3 people had the ability to earn money and found good jobs. Rendi set his sights on one male classmate. He leaned closer and said, Ding Kai, I see you have a full face with no blemishes, your eyes are bright, and your cheekbones are high. You look like someone destined for wealth. Are you currently doing exceptionally well, managing over 100 people and making a fortune every day? Ding Kai, who barely passed the entrance exam for Yangqing University, is known to Rendi to come from an average family. However, today he is dressed and accessorized better than others, and during their conversation, he often mentioned terms like underlings. It seems that his work is not very legitimate. Typically, people would refer to their employees or colleagues, not use the term brothers, which has a somewhat shady connotation. Upon hearing Rendi's words, Ding Kai smiled and nodded, saying, Hey, Rendi, I didn't realize you had such sharp observations. I was just thinking of telling everyone today, if any of you are unhappy with your jobs, why not come work with me? What's the job, Ding Kai? I remember you graduated from the computer science department. Ding Kai replied, I currently work at an internet company as a small leader. You all know about Bitcoin, right? Our company has developed something similar called 5 Elements Coin. If you want to make big money, you can join me. You might not believe how much I can earn in a month. Wow, Bitcoin. I heard it makes a fortune. If you have a few coins, you can exchange them for millions. Rendi nodded, sensing that his suspicions were correct. How do you make money? Do you need to mine online? No. We require members to accept and register with a minimum membership fee of 500. Otherwise, who would bring you in? 500? That's so expensive. Ding Kai laughed. Is 500 expensive? Going out to dinner with a girl costs 200 to 300, and a movie ticket is 100 or 200. What can you do with 500? If you just find a few people around you to recommend them to join our network and promote 5 Elements Coin, you could earn 10 to 20,000 in a day. Do you still think 500 is expensive? Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Ding Kai stood up and said, And we settle accounts weekly. As long as you can sell 1 5 Elements Coin in the early stages, you'll get a 10% profit. Think about it. Is 500 expensive? After that, he opened his phone and showed everyone his recent earnings list. Everyone gasped upon seeing it. Ding Lei's daily earnings were at least 8,000, sometimes 3 to 4 times that, definitely a millionaire. Many people's annual salaries are less than his monthly earnings. Rendi looked at this and asked, Ding Kai, can you bring me in? I have 1 or 2,000 followers. If I help you promote 5 Elements Coin, how much could I earn in a month? Ding Kai's eyes lit up at Rendi's words. Are you really that powerful? What powerful? I'm a pastor. Pastor. Rendi made the sign of the cross and mumbled words of forgiveness. Ding Kai thought for a moment and directly sent Rendi the website and a string of verification codes, saying, Then I won't stop you from making money. You can register with this. Our company's server is overseas. Without member recommendations and verification, you won't be able to access it. Okay. Ren Di took the information and casually sent it to Ling Yunhao, explaining some specifics. At this time, Little Mouse was probably taking a break, right? As Ren Di pondered his next move, a female classmate, whose name he had completely forgotten, said, "Isn't that some kind of deceptive pyramid scheme? It sounds so much like it." Ding Kai's expression changed immediately as he replied, "If you believe it, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. I'm inviting you to make money. If you want to join, fine. If not, that's your choice. I'm not forcing you, but you shouldn't say such slanderous things." The female classmate scoffed. "Last year, when Linana came back for our gathering, why didn't you say anything then?" Back then, she claimed to have thousands of people under her. Ding Kai exclaimed, "If you had brought her in, wouldn't that be even more profitable?" At this moment, another male student chimed in. "Speaking of which, Linana called me a few days ago asking for my help. She's currently overseas and is a bit busy to come back." "Who? Linana asked you for help?" Ren Di was taken aback. "Wait, Linana is on the international wanted list, and someone is still in contact with her? Aren't they afraid of getting implicated?" But then he thought that ordinary people probably didn't know about these things. Ren Di quickly asked, "What did she ask you to do?" The classmate chuckled. "She asked me to deliver a package. The reward is 10,000. It's very valuable, so she didn't dare use a courier company for fear of losing it." Smack. Ren Di slapped his thigh. "Bro, you're amazing. Linana's package definitely contains something shady." He immediately took a photo of this classmate. "Hey, Ren Di, what are you doing? Why are you taking my picture?" "It's nothing. I'm just curious what makes you better than me. Linana doesn't ask me to deliver packages. I want to earn her money too. It's just a bounty." After taking the photo, Ren Di sent it directly to Zhao Hang. Thinking that this class meeting should be renamed the Achievement Conference, he felt he had come at the right time. In less than 10 minutes, Zhao Hang called back to tell him that he was aware of the situation and had arranged for someone to keep an eye on it. Shortly after, Zhang Xiaoyu's call came in. Ren Di was a bit puzzled about why Brother Zhang was looking for him, but once he answered, he felt amused. "Ren Di, our superiors just contacted us about a pyramid scheme organization that has set up a base in our city, and one of the key leaders is someone you discovered." Ren Di replied, "Yeah, I'm right next to him. What's up?" "Great. Keep an eye on him. We'll send someone to catch him soon." Zhang Xiaoyu continued. "We had a vague idea that such an organization existed, but we could never find their specific base or personnel. With this lead, we should be able to catch the rest. Share your address with me." "Okay, Brother Zhang." Ren Di smiled as he looked at the circle of people at the table, realizing that he needed to participate in more group activities in the future. Just then, a woman's scream echoed from outside. Everyone was startled by the shout, and when they opened the door, they saw two people outside in the yard holding a girl at knife point, forcing her to back away from them. Zhang Anchuan, upon witnessing this scene, felt as if he were reliving a classic moment. He almost couldn't catch his breath. Here it comes. What was bound to happen has finally happened. As long as he and Ren Di crossed paths, there would be no good outcome. P.S. The 5 Transformations Alliance, a major online pyramid scheme promoting the false Wuxing coin. Friends, don't be blinded by the allure of making money. Chapter 152, Amazing Development. As the criminals were about to retreat towards them, Zhang Anchuan directly pushed Ren Di out the door, then pulled everyone else standing at the entrance back into the room, slamming the door shut. Everyone was stunned. What kind of operation was Zhang Anchuan pulling off? Selling out friends to survive? Or eliminating rivals? Or perhaps using others to achieve his goals? Ren Di, who had just been pushed out, was also a bit dazed, but quickly realized that Zhang Anchuan was quite cunning. He knew his own strength and wanted Ren Di to protect everyone. In front of the criminals, there were 2 police officers who looked to have sustained significant injuries. "You can't escape. Let the hostages go, and you might receive leniency. Are you just going to wait to be caught? I tell you, that's impossible." The criminals paid no heed to the advice and continued to advance deeper while holding onto the hostages. At this moment, when Ren Di stepped out, the officers shouted, "Run. Those 2 guys are murderers on the run. Hurry up and get out of here." Ren Di took out a cross-shaped keychain, which he had bought along the way with Yang Loi for fun. Otherwise, how would he suddenly think of pretending to be a priest? The reason he was still pretending was mainly for the group behind him. Otherwise, if he took down the criminals in a matter of moments, Ding Kai would definitely know he wasn't a genuine pastor. If he ran away directly, what if he harbored ill intentions and took the people inside hostage? His own wife was pregnant, and that could be dangerous. The 2 criminals holding hostages were also taken aback upon seeing Ren Di. "What the heck? Grab him." One of them, who was not holding a hostage, lunged at Rendi. Rendi immediately raised the cross and shouted, "Stop! The sin of desecrating life will never be forgiven." The criminals were startled by Rendi's priestly demeanor and immediately froze in place, awkwardly asking, "What are you?" Rendi continued, "God says, if we confess our sins, He is just and will forgive us our sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness." He recited another line, but his mind was running out of material. The two criminals listened to Rendi's nonsensical words, completely puzzled by their meaning. The police officers behind him were also confused by Rendi's sudden and chaotic appearance. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Rendi scratched the back of his head and said, "Watch me unleash my ultimate move." This time, the criminals understood and cautiously lowered their guard, waiting for Rendi's next move. Secret technique. Repeated lateral jumps. Rendi began to jump rapidly from side to side, leaving the two criminals dumbfounded, unsure of what kind of confusing behavior this was. Behind him, everyone in the room watched this scene in embarrassment, as if they could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with their feet. Who knows, if Rendi kept jumping, the whole flat might pop up. "Ha ha, buddy. Did a monkey send you to entertain us? Ha ha." Suddenly, a loud laugh came from behind a large tree, and then a man with a big backpack walked out, laughing heartily. "Oh no, I can't take it anymore. This is killing me with laughter." The sudden appearance of this man, dressed in gray-blue clothing with white stripes on his shoulders and pants, also left Rendi dumbfounded. Zhao Heng initially threatened Rendi to deliver him to the west side of the city, which is the source of the outfit this person is wearing. The West Side Detention Center. The two police officers were also bewildered by the situation, wondering what day it was today. A fugitive seminar? Or a fugitive meetup? Meanwhile, the man who was laughing so hard seemed oblivious to the fact that his identity had been discovered. He leaned against a wooden support. But his laughter was a bit too intense, and he exerted more force than intended, causing the somewhat unstable wooden support to collapse and lose its balance. As the wooden structure fell, the large tree followed suit. "Ah, the tree is falling." The criminals, seeing this, immediately turned to flee, pushing the hostage out. However, before anyone could react, the tree crashed down, trapping the two criminals underneath, while the hostage managed to escape unscathed, caught in the gap between the branches. The police officers, at this point, no longer cared about the trapped individuals. After all, without help, those two wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. They directly apprehended the man who was laughing uncontrollably and cuffed him. "Ha ha ha ha. Oh no, I can't stop laughing. Let me catch my breath before you arrest me. Ha ha." The fugitive from the West Side Detention Center was still laughing. This person's sense of humor was quite low. Rendi also let out a sigh of relief. He initially intended to assist the police in capturing the criminals while they were distracted, but he didn't expect the situation to develop in another direction, seemingly turning out quite well. Indeed, it seems he was the chosen one, and fate was on his side. He elegantly tossed his head back and made the sign of the cross, saying, "Amen." This series of unexpected events gave Rendi's classmates a new understanding of him, and they began to laugh along, but at the expense of the foolish fugitive and the unfortunate criminals. Zhang Anquan wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking that this time there was no bloody scene and no need to draw guns. Otherwise, how would they enjoy their meal? As the door opened, everyone came out to see the unfortunate ones, and not far away, there were many figures gathering, other police and rescue personnel who had come to assist. It seemed someone had already called for help before they arrived. Rendi saw Ding Kai walking over to take photos of these people, seemingly planning to post on social media. Rendi walked up to him, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked, "Interesting, right? Ha ha, didn't expect it. Rendi, you're quite the character. Ordinary people simply can't pull off what you did." Just as a crowd began to gather, more footsteps were heard, and a group of fully armed special police officers pushed through the crowd and rushed in. Instantly, everyone was startled by this grand scene and curiously stood on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the excitement. When the police and special forces arrived, they were also taken aback by the sight. Were the bad guys already subdued? What were they even there for? Ding Kai felt a bit scared upon seeing the police and wanted to leave, but Rendi held him tightly. "Don't go. There is something even more fun for you to see," Rendi said with a grin, as he had already spotted Zhang Xiaoyu. "Speaking of which, Brother Zhang's position is getting higher and higher." Zhang Xiaoyu saw Rendi, and then noticed Ding Kai beside him, so he walked over with a smile and said, "Hello." Ding Kai was taken aback and replied, "Ah, hello, officer." Zhang Xiaoyu extended his left hand to shake hands with Ding Kai, who instinctively reached out. But in the next moment, a shiny platinum handcuff was snapped onto his wrist. Ren Di swiftly grabbed his other hand, leaving Ding Kai in a daze. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Ren Di clapped his hands and said, I don't want to either. But who told you to show up in front of me? Zhang Ge, did you see that? 1, 2, 3, 4. You guys brought back 4 people this time. At least 3 major cases. What a haul. Chapter 153 The God of War goes to battle. Ren Di's classmates were stunned by the scene unfolding between Ren Di and the police. The direction of the situation was quite strange. At this moment, Ren Di shouted, just now, anyone who added Ding Kai on WeChat and requested his 5 Elements coin account, come forward and go back with the police to make a statement. He didn't say much more. Such matters were not to be publicized. Even the slowest among them began to realize that Ding Kai's actions were not legitimate. It was just as someone had pointed out earlier, a pyramid scheme. The onlookers were dispersed by the police, and the suspects, criminals, and fugitives were all escorted away. Zhang Anquan then said, that Ren Di. Can we still continue our class reunion? If not, I'm going to settle the bill. Zhang Anquan's earnest demeanor, as if reporting to a superior, truly surprised everyone. Of course we can. Why not? We haven't even finished eating yet. It would be a waste. Ren Di really didn't want to waste the delicious food. After jumping around for so long, he was genuinely hungry. Today, amidst continuous surprises, Ren Di's high school classmates felt for the first time the truth behind the saying that appearances can be deceiving and that one cannot measure the sea with a jug. Is what you think really true? Can a high school student who never attended university know the head of the police? Can an ordinary person make an adversary yield after years of conflict? Yang Luai ran over and hugged Ren Di, exclaiming, honey, you're amazing. Soon, others gathered around, eagerly trying to get close and build connections. Ren Di, what do you actually do? How do you know the police chief? Ren Di, can you give me your contact information? I totally forgot earlier. Ren Di, how did you know Ding Kai was involved in a pyramid scheme? Ren Di, more dishes? Please take your seats. The crowd's enthusiasm overwhelmed Ren Di, and just then, his phone rang. After answering, the relaxed expression on Ren Di's face gradually turned serious. His intuition had proven correct. 2 months of vacation, and just a few days in gone. His happy life gone. What's wrong? Yang Luai noticed Ren Di's silence, her face showing a hint of sorrow, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. Debao, wait for me at home, okay? Ren Di responded, and in the distance, the unique roar of 3 helicopters flying at low altitude could be heard. The special police officers who were retreating, the people vacationing in the estate, and Ren Di's classmates were all intimidated by the helicopter hovering low above them with a massive sense of pressure. The dark muzzle of the gun, the loaded ammunition, and the heavy missiles hanging from the aircraft created a silent oppression on the ground. Zhang Anquan swallowed hard. He was a faux military enthusiast and couldn't help but want to roar and reach out to touch these things. Some women were trembling in fear, overwhelmed by this unprecedented spectacle. There were also some men whose blood was boiling at the sight of the metal machinery and weapons, wishing they could transform into pilots or soldiers, imagining themselves rushing into action in combat gear. 3 ropes were thrown down, and 3 soldiers slid down from the helicopter. Ren Di felt a bit overwhelmed by the scene before him. He would become a legend among his classmates, and probably no one would dare to approach him easily anymore. One of the descending soldiers was a recruit, and when they saw Ren Di, they ran over. Reporting. The guard camp is here to report. Hello, sir. According to the military ranks of the local authority, Ren Di was now a major and would soon be promoted again, so this greeting was not given lightly. Ren Di stood straight and returned a serious salute. Sir, please depart immediately. Ren Di glanced at Yang Luai and gently said, I might be gone for a while. You take care. Okay, got it. Yang Luai reluctantly stared at Ren Di, wanting to imprint his heroic figure in her mind at that moment. Military orders were as firm as a mountain. No matter how reluctant Ren Di felt, he strode away without looking back. Hua Lily, behind Zhang Anquan, was moved to tears by the scene. Wu, the war god, is going into battle, leaving his wife, who is about to give birth. To fend off the enemy is so touching. Wu, I must turn this into a novel. Zhang Anquan looked at his girlfriend and said, Can you, a romance novelist, really write this well? Damn, he's so cool. Some people, seeing Ren Di being welcomed with such high regard, were green with envy, wishing they could push him aside and shout, Let me do it. With every step Ren Di took, someone silently nodded at him, saluting and wiping their tears, making it difficult for him to walk. Damn, I'm here to save the day, not to die. Ren D wanted to say something, but thought better of it. It was a confidential mission, and such a grand display was meant to confuse the enemy. He should leave quickly. After climbing aboard the helicopter, it ascended sharply and turned to leave. Once the helicopter was out of sight, several people rushed towards Zheng Anquan. Damn, did you know Ren D's identity was not simple? Otherwise, why would you show him so much respect? Come on, spill it. Do you know something? Yes. Yes. Hurry up and tell us, or we're going to make you bleed today. The men's playful banter did not affect the women. They immediately took out their phones and posted a 600-word short article along with a newly taken photo of the helicopter, a black dot in the sky, on their social media. It was a rare sight in their lives. A living war god. Ren D was unaware that he had become a legendary creature, dominating traffic on various platforms. Inside the helicopter, Ren D was receiving orders and information from a special phone call while contemplating the ins and outs of the situation. Ding. Mission discovered. The most difficult task of a top agent. Please impersonate a certain politician without being detected by the enemy. No deadline. Mission reward. Experience in super hypnosis skills. Mission failure penalty. None. 3 days ago, an important leader of a country friendly to Tianxia visited. This morning, he suddenly suffered a stroke and collapsed, requiring hospitalization, but unfortunately did not survive during treatment. This put Tianxia in a very passive position. Regardless of whether the leader was murdered or had died of natural causes, once the outside world knew, Tianxia would face immense pressure. Therefore, a substitute became crucial. After selecting from a pool of excellent agents, Ren D became the sole recipient of this mission. The higher-ups immediately ordered him to act quickly to execute the replacement. After that, as long as the negotiations with this leader were completed and he was sent back to his country, Tianxia would have no further connection to the natural death or murder. After listening, Ren D firmly replied, I guarantee the completion of the task. Chapter 154 Disguise on the Plane. Ren D reviewed various materials about the foreign official he was to impersonate, including videos collected by the Xi'an Bureau and analyses of various personality traits and living habits. Every word he used, every expression when angry, and so on. If those acting agents were unleashed, most actors in the world would probably be out of work, as they could truly transform into another person without missing a single detail. During the journey back to the capital, Ren D had memorized most of the information, and the rest would depend on his performance in the moment. The military aircraft landed at the airport, and a car silently took him to the hospital. A nurse would soon come out of the operating room to transport items, and he would exchange items, including disguises, in a manner akin to medical equipment. After that, it was all up to him. Yes, the more than 4 hours of rescue efforts were merely for show. The moment the official was pushed inside, he had already passed away. The doctors were terrified, but fortunately, an old expert was present, and an external liaison secretly transmitted the information. After this incident, the doctors and nurses in the rescue room would need to disappear for some time. Dressed in the same outfit as the nurse, Ren D took a deep breath and pushed a cart full of medical equipment toward the rescue room. Outside the rescue room, several bodyguards and secretaries from XYT were anxiously awaiting. As Ren D passed by, they surrounded him, inquiring about the rescue process. Ren D responded with the predetermined script and quickly entered the rescue room. In the emergency room, everyone was taken aback when they saw Ren D enter and start to undress, but they quickly came over to help. Who can give a haircut? Ren D asked. Help me shave my head. I need to make sure the wig is firmly attached and that there are no flaws. He stripped down completely and began applying dye to his body. Since he was a foreigner, to better fit the role, he directed others to help him strip the important figure and gradually apply the dye to himself for makeup. Although it was somewhat disrespectful to the deceased, there was no other choice at that moment. The doctors were also doing this for the first time. Watching Ren D change his skin tone little by little, he slowly began to resemble the person lying there. Fortunately, the figure's body size and weight were similar to Ren D's, with just a small belly. Ren D used realistic silicone to create a similar belly on himself, even attaching the deceased's body hair from the abdomen onto himself. A surgical expert handed Ren D a razor and shaved his head bald. Ren D was meticulous in replicating the facial makeup to match exactly. As he felt the deceased's facial muscles and bones, he suddenly understood why the system had given him anatomical experience. Under his fingers, the facial muscle patterns of the important figure were clearly etched in his mind, and he was able to interpret the person's speaking and force habits through muscle analysis. This boosted Rundy's confidence in his disguise mission. After covering his face with various silicone and dyes, the surrounding doctors looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Although they knew he wasn't the deceased, they felt he should be. After washing and processing the deceased's hair and wig, Rundy looked at himself in the mirror and felt it was acceptable. After a couple of coughs, his voice transformed into that of the deceased. He then lay down on the rescue table. The surrounding doctors were momentarily stunned, as if in the blink of an eye. The deceased had come back to life. If it weren't for the cold body in the corner, they would hardly believe that their country had such a skilled agent. Everything happening before their eyes felt like a dream. What are you all standing around for? Come on, get me the 4 and insert the tubes. Rundy said to the dazed group. Where's the oxygen mask? Coming. After 6 hours, the red light in the emergency room finally turned off, and the door swung open. Doctor, how is it? How is the patient? People around asked anxiously. The leading senior expert took off his mask, wiped the sweat from his face, and let out a long sigh, saying, "Mission accomplished." The people around the important figure were also elated, and the comrades from the relevant department clenched their fists tightly. When the hospital bed was pushed out, everyone saw the patient lying on the bed with weak breaths. Rundy was pushed into a special ward, which was off-limits to anyone other than designated personnel. Rundy lay in bed for 2 days, pretending to wake up only after receiving nutritional fluids. Otherwise, he would have starved. His current identity is August Conrad, the Minister of Economy of a certain country, and he is the most promising candidate for the upcoming presidential election in that country. This is also the reason why the government needed someone to impersonate him. The initial determination of the other party's death is natural causes, but why would a normally healthy person suddenly die? Dying in a foreign country during an official visit? After Rundy woke up, he began to recover slowly like a normal patient and then requested to work. He fully embodied August's character, and none of the staff from that country doubted he was not the same person. The senior officials who were closely monitoring Rundy's performance were convinced he could truly portray August well, leading to the start of formal exchanges between the two countries. Rundy had never realized how difficult it was to be an official, adopting August's way of thinking and understanding the conditions of that country. He had to take responsibility for every word he said. When the television broadcast various news clips about the successful diplomatic visit between the two countries, who would have thought that this high-ranking official was actually an imposter? In fact, things were more manageable in his home country. But the real challenge for Rundy would begin upon returning to that country. Although August was not married, he had many lovers in his family. How Rundy could smoothly extricate himself from the situation, and when, was crucial. What if the senior officials decided to go even crazier and make Rundy remain as August for a lifetime? Sitting on the plane heading back to that country, Rundy pondered the challenges ahead. The layout of August's home and office was poorly documented, and he wondered if he would slip up. Short-term impersonation was possible, but long-term was unfeasible. The substances he was using would gradually fade, and his metabolism would cause the artificial elements to deteriorate. Just as Rundy was contemplating how to face the future, the plane suddenly hit turbulence, shaking violently and causing discomfort. What was going on? Rundy shouted. But the staff were too busy struggling with the turbulence, screaming and unable to attend to his inquiries. This plane, purchased over 20 years ago from a foreign country, was still operational, which was impressive. Although the decor looked luxurious, the internal components were not necessarily superior to those of ordinary aircraft from his home country. He stood up to head to the cockpit, but suddenly realized August couldn't fly a plane. What to do? Chapter 155, all dead at this point. The plane had already exited the airspace of his home country, and the escort aircraft had returned. The special flight to that country had about an hour of unaccompanied flying time, and the escort aircraft from there had not yet arrived. Besides the security personnel, there were 6 people in August's traveling party, but now only 2 remained. The others were in the second seating area. The unusual situation of the aircraft was alarming, especially since Rundy had not heard any movement behind him. After some thought, he decided to check the cockpit. At this moment, some of the crew members nearby had already been injured, and if things continued like this, he would be in danger too. As Rundy grabbed the handrail and stood up, something struck him from behind, knocking him to the ground. At that moment, gunfire erupted throughout the cabin. This gunfire indicated that the aircraft was not simply out of control, it was a case of sabotage. One of his secretaries had already fainted due to the cabin's loss of pressure, while another began to scream in fear, completely ignoring Rundy's attempts to silence her. After several more gunshots, the rear door was flung open. A security personnel rushed in, warning, "Minister, be careful," but before he could finish, he was shot in the head from behind. Rendi had just managed to get back on his feet, blood streaming from a wound on his forehead where he had hit a sharp object. "Curtis? How could it be you?" Rendi exclaimed in shock as he saw the person aiming a gun at him. Curtis was one of August's most loyal subordinates, and now he was trying to kill him. It seemed that August had enemies everywhere. How bad could his character be to end up like this? And now, he had to suffer because of him. This guy deserved to be chopped up and fed to the dogs. "August, you have defiled Lisa. Don't think that no one knows what you've done. I will avenge the deceased Lisa. Go repent in hell." Curtis fired his gun, and Rendi hurriedly dodged. The bullet hit the metal armrest of a seat and ricocheted, triggering the emergency exit valve in the cabin ceiling. Oxygen masks and other items fell down, and Rendi spotted parachutes and life vests. He quickly calculated his options, but Curtis didn't give him a chance and approached, ready to shoot him in the head. Just then, the front door exploded, sending debris flying into the cabin. Rendi, facing away from the front, absorbed most of the impact, suffering only minor injuries. However, Curtis, facing the front, was hit by a large shard of glass that flew directly into his eye. "Ah!" Curtis screamed in agony, his gun wavering, and the bullet grazed Rendi's ear. Seizing the opportunity, Rendi grabbed Curtis's wrist and wrested the gun from him. At that moment, someone else appeared in the front cabin, and without thinking, Rendi pulled Curtis into an embrace and turned to shield himself with Curtis's body. As expected, after a burst of gunfire, Curtis was shot multiple times. Rendi discarded the body and immediately retaliated. The assailants seemed unprepared for Rendi's skill, and when they realized their bullets were spent and saw Rendi unharmed, they quickly retreated to reload. Rendi didn't pursue them. Instead, he quickly donned a parachute. Survival was the priority. If his identity was discovered to be false, so be it. The cabin was filled with the sound of alarms as the assailant changed ammunition and charged towards Rendi again. This time, Rendi had not yet fired his weapon when a powerful shockwave surged from the front of the aircraft, followed by a massive explosion that sent flames shooting into the air. In an instant, the plane broke apart into several large pieces. That evening, the news broke internationally that a high-ranking official's private jet from a certain country had been attacked and crashed at the border between two nations. Within the borders of another country, everyone involved in the disguise operation was shaken, unable to believe that this incident was real. In the agency, Zhang Donglai, who was aware of the incident, sat in his office like a wilted eggplant. He had recommended Rendi to impersonate someone for the mission, always eager to see how far this talented employee could go. However, he never imagined it would end like this. An hour after the plane crash, the preliminary information confirmed that none of the passengers survived. Although several bodies were still unaccounted for, it was generally determined that all 21 people on board had died. All dead. The government of the aforementioned country expressed high concern over the incident, inquiring about the details and dispatching a rescue team in hopes of quickly locating the black box to determine the cause of the crash. Similarly, the other involved nations also sent rescue teams. One of the countries was currently engaged in a state of war, with weakened national power and internal conflicts among military factions. In response, various representatives from that country quickly issued statements claiming, "This plane crash has nothing to do with us. We're busy fighting." In another city, Yang Luoi, who was at home watching television and relaxing during her pregnancy, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something significant was lost from her life. Her first thought was of Rendi, and she quickly took out her phone to contact Yin. Since the day Rendi left, she had not been able to reach him. Later, when she contacted Yin, she learned that Rendi had gone on a secret mission. Although it was confidential, Yin mentioned that the danger level was not high and it wasn't a situation filled with gunfire. This news eased her worries somewhat. She truly hoped not to see Rendi return to her battered and bruised. When Yin answered the call, a gentle voice came through. "Loi, what's wrong?" "Sisterin, is Rendi okay right now?" "He should be fine." And Yin, not knowing the specifics of Rendi's mission, recalled that the director had mentioned he was going to enjoy himself, so she smiled and affirmed that he was doing well. Yang Loi bit her lip. The painful feeling in her heart persisted, and she inexplicably missed him, fearing something might happen to him. When would he come back? Even if he couldn't return, could he at least send her a message or give her a call? "I'm sorry, Loi." And Yin sighed. "This is how our line of work is. As a family member, you should understand. He might be gone for days, months, or even years. But as long as you're okay, he can work without worries out there. I know. Yang Luai smiled and answered yes. I know. Sisterin, you mentioned last time that you would tell me about his embarrassing moments outside. You only told me half of it before. Can you share the rest this time? I want to hear about the parts not related to your work. All right. I'll tell you. This guy was caught peeking. When you all returned, you'll hear that Rendi was awakened by a wet tongue licking him. He felt something furry nudging him, and when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find a goat licking his forehead. Hey, stop it. Rendi pushed the goat's head away, then suddenly realized the ground beneath him was missing, which scared him into a cold sweat. At that moment, he discovered he was hanging in midair, with half of a parachute caught on a protruding rock of a high cliff. He recalled what had happened on the plane. There had been a sudden explosion, and he was thrown out of the cabin by a strong gust of wind, then hit his head on debris and lost consciousness. He had no memory of pulling the parachute or falling. Fortunately, he was hanging here. If he had passed out and landed on the ground, the consequences would have been terrifying. The goat bleated a couple of times and started climbing up the steep cliff. Rendi slowly turned around and decided to follow the goat's lead. He had lost one shoe, so he kicked off the other one, and both shoes along with some debris rolled down for quite a while before hitting the ground. After a few minutes, Rendi finally made it to the top, where a large goat head appeared before him. The male goat, with giant round horns, stared at Rendi with fiery eyes. It then charged at him, and Rendi quickly grabbed its horns. Hey, what is your problem? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Rendi was a bit angry. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why was this goat acting like this? Meanwhile, the female goat that had licked him earlier came over and nuzzled him. All right, Rendi understood now. The male goat was jealous. The male goat struggled with Rendi, but couldn't push him off after a while. So it gave up and wandered off to graze instead. Rendi sat down to rest, and the female goat came over to lick his back again. Hey, you're not even the same species as me. This can't lead to anything. Rendi pushed the female goat away. But soon the male goat returned to lick his back. Only then did he realize they were licking the blood on him. Was it because of the salt? After resting for a while, Rendi got up to observe his surroundings. There were mountains everywhere, with peaks stretching endlessly. In the distance, he could see snow-capped peaks. Where had he fallen? The male goat started bleeding, and soon a group of other goats came running over to surround Rendi. Were they planning to follow him? Did they think he was a moving salt mine? The response he got was a chorus of bleating from the goats. Rendi glanced at the system. The small cursor was still there, but much dimmer. System, are you there? Can you respond? Where am I right now? The system remained silent, only indicating its status with ellipses. I couldn't complete my task due to this irresistible factor. You can't blame me, right? Speaking of which, I still haven't received your psychological skills since I captured Ding Kai last time. To be distributed later. Hello? System? What's wrong with you? Rendi suddenly noticed something odd about the system's response, as it wasn't usually like this. There was no reaction at all when he called for the system. Having interacted with the system for so long, Rendi didn't understand how it worked, including the task and reward distribution mechanism. It seemed something was off with the system, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason. He probably was the worst host the system had ever brought along. Hey, when I get back, we need to have a good talk. If you're malfunctioning, just let me know. Don't just disappear without a word. Rendi pursed his lips. The temperature here was high, and he desperately wanted water. Unfortunately, all he could see around him were mountains, with no water source in sight. A bleating sound from a sheep brought Rendi back to reality. Hey, sheep brother. Do you know where there's water or any people? He looked at the lead ram and promptly jumped onto its back. He was sure he was within the borders of a mountainous country, but had he drifted this far overnight? The search and rescue team dispatched by Tianxia had arrived at the crash site of the XYT special aircraft, along with rescue teams from the neighboring countries of Tuming and XYT. The three countries worked together to locate all the aircraft wreckage, but the black box was nowhere to be found. 12 bodies of the victims had been recovered, and only partial remains of others were left, with 5 individuals still unaccounted for. In XYT, the national flag was flown at half-mast for 3 minutes in memory of the victims. Auguste, the highest-ranking official on the aircraft, was the first to be confirmed dead. His mother fainted multiple times from grief, and his father succumbed to the immense shock, suffering a stroke that day. Within XYT, members of Auguste's party criticized the opposing party, claiming it was a conspiracy. At the crash site, the 3 countries were meticulously examining the land, hoping to find the black box to determine the exact cause of the explosion. In Tianxia, Zhang Donglai reviewed photos and various pieces of evidence, all indicating that Rendi was truly gone. Unlike before, no miracles occurred. The key position of the explosion was in the main lounge area, which suffered the most damage. Additionally, gunshot wounds were found on some of the deceased, though this was not publicly disclosed, further indicating that Auguste, no, Rindy, was the primary target. Those involved did not want Auguste to survive, and his death in Tianxia was no accident. A knock on the office door interrupted Zhang Donglai's thoughts. He quickly gathered the documents on his desk and called out, "Come in." Ruan Linjun and other members of the Grim Reaper team entered. As Zhang Donglai looked at the three of them, he suddenly recalled Go Qingliang. "Chief," Ruan Linjun called, snapping Zhang Donglai back to reality. He rubbed his temples, realizing that the closer he got to retirement, the harder it was to actually retire. "I haven't assigned you any major tasks lately, mainly because Rindy hasn't returned to the team. But now, the tasks won't wait for anyone. I'm not sure if you can accomplish this task. Ensure it gets done. The situation in the northern country is chaotic right now, and what you need to do is find evidence of misconduct for these individuals." "Yes. By the way, Director, when will Rindy return?" "If Rindy is here, this task should be completed quickly. My infiltration skills are never as good as his." "I'll let you know when you get back." Zhang Donglai didn't want to say anything now, and he certainly couldn't say it now. Perhaps if he delayed by a day, Rindy could live another day? Zhang Donglai suddenly mocked himself, deceiving himself. Chapter 157. Encountering the living Rindy rode a sheep all day long. This flock seemed to have accepted him, following him wherever he went, even if he wasn't leading the way. At this moment, Rindy looked like a beggar fleeing from disaster, his clothes tattered and barely resembling a handmade suit worth hundreds of thousands. Bloodstains, dust, and the smell of sheep surrounded him. When he was hungry, he even fought with a lamb for milk. Why did it feel like his status had dropped even lower despite riding the leading sheep? As night fell, he and his flock arrived at a muddy pond with a small water hole. The country was often dry, receiving less than 50 millimeters of rain a year. Spotting water was a stroke of luck. The sheep rested here, and Rindy washed his face with muddy water. He didn't know if he was too rough, but half of the fake skin on his face peeled off. He wanted to tear off the other half, but it was too painful to pull. He had no usable tools, but he did have a watch worth over 4 million and a gold ring. These were all legacies left by August, and he wondered if he could trade them for some money here. Rindy looked at the unpolluted sky at night to find his direction. If he couldn't meet anyone soon, would he have to ride the sheep back home? It seemed like only a few thousand miles. After all, the night was quiet. And in the morning, Rindy was awakened by the tongue of a little ewe, which ran out of his arms. A ram stood by, guarding the flock like a sentinel. Rindy washed his face again with muddy water and took care of his personal needs. After he mounted the leading ram again, he shouted, "All units, charge." The sun hung high in the sky, and a small dust-colored whirlwind kicked up in the distance. Rindy remembered his experiences in the fire country and suddenly craved meat. Looking back at the little lamb jumping around him, he couldn't help but swallow. Should he eat the roasted lamb or not? This was a philosophical dilemma. When Rindy was still feeling a bit dizzy from the heat, several military vehicles approached in the distance. Seeing the equipment and style of the vehicles, he perked up. It was the army from the neighboring country. The vehicles stopped as they got closer, and the soldiers on board readied their machine guns. "Stop!" the people in the vehicle shouted, and Rindy quickly pulled the ram to stop the flock. "Who are you?" a soldier yelled in English. "Get your sheep away from here. You can't walk on this road." With no other choice, Rindy had to lead the lead sheep to change direction and go around the military vehicle. He couldn't understand what was wrong with these people. Were they afraid of goats? However, the presence of military vehicles indicated that there were people in the area or that it wasn't far from human habitation. After walking for a long time, Rindy spotted someone collecting trash on a rocky shore. He hurried over with the flock to ask for directions, but the person screamed in fright upon seeing him. "Oh my God, you scared me to death." Hearing this, Rindy's eyes lit up. "Another local. 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 Don't run. I'm also from Tianxia," he shouted. But the person ran even faster. "What on earth? I'm not ugly. Why are they acting like they've seen a ghost?" Rindy immediately chased after him on the ram, with the flock trotting behind, surrounding the man. "You, don't come any closer," the man shouted in fear, pulling out a cross from his pocket and mumbling, "Jade Emperor, Buddha, please bless me. May the evil spirits retreat. 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 Retreat." Rindy looked at him speechlessly. This land isn't under the jurisdiction of Eastern deities, right? Shouldn't he be calling on a god or the Almighty with that cross? "Big brother, I'm a human, not a ghost. Oh my God, even foreigners can speak human language." I'm from Tianxia, Rendi shouted back. The man calmed down after Rendi's outburst and squinted at him, asking, "Are you really a human and not a ghost? Would a ghost come out in broad daylight?" Rendi helplessly replied, "What ghosts are there these days? Have you ever seen one?" After hearing this, the man gathered his courage to step closer to Rendi, but then jumped back in shock. "Oh man, you're not a ghost, but you're close enough. How did you end up looking so terrible? You're scarier than a ghost." After saying this, he took out his phone and snapped a picture of Rendi. "Look at this. Don't you see anything wrong with it?" Rendi looked at the photo of himself and was almost startled enough to throw the phone away. The person in the photo had a scalp split open, revealing red veins underneath, with one side of his skin peeled back, looking gruesome. His face appeared as if flesh had been gnawed away, hanging in shreds and fluttering in the wind. Aside from his eyeballs, there wasn't a single good spot on his face. After thinking for a moment, Rendi understood. His facial prosthetics had been burned in the explosion. And combined with his injuries and the mud he had washed in, along with the little goats licking him these past few days, it had resulted in his current ghastly appearance. So, those soldiers weren't afraid of the flock. They were actually afraid of him. It turned out they hadn't fired their weapons because they were worried about not being able to kill him, and instead, they were entangled with him? No wonder those people were driving so fast earlier. Rendi smiled broadly at the fellow villager in front of him and said, "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." "Ouch." The man jumped up again. "Hey, don't do that. I'm scared." The man said, "Brother, did you step on a landmine while scavenging?" "No, it's not a landmine," Rendi replied. "It's from a plane explosion. Seeing you like this, I think I should go back home. It's good to make money here, but you have to stay alive." The man sighed and said, "By the way, brother, what do you need from me? Just so you know, I don't have any money to lend you, and I don't have any medicine, but I do have some food." "Brother, it seems you've been here for a while. Is it easy to go back home from here?" Rendi asked. "Do you have signal on your phone? Can I borrow it to make a call?" "No signal. Just using it as a watch." The man shrugged. "If you want to make a call, you'll have to go to the city. But you need to pay the entry fee. Do you have any money?" "Brother, I'll sell this to you. Can you take me into the city? I have urgent business." Rendi took off the ring he had and gave it to the man. The man's eyes lit up as he looked at the ring. "Wow. Where did you find this? You're going to make a fortune. This could be worth 20 to 30,000. Here, aside from bad currency, gold is valuable. All right, let us go. I'll take you into the city. Congratulations. This book actually has the privilege of inserting advertisements." Chapter 158 Bad News Notification. The older brother scavenging in the mountainous country is named Lu Xin. He originally came here to do business. The mountainous country was ambushed by another country, and he didn't have time to escape, or perhaps this brother was just very bold, planning to make a fortune from the war. First, he resold food, and then exchanged cheap instant noodles for gold, jewelry, and other valuable items. He initially made a lot of money, but because he became too wealthy, he was targeted and robbed by the TL group. And all the hard-earned money turned into someone else's gain. However, Lu Xin was sharp-minded and came up with other ways to make money. He collected discarded shells and weapons on the battlefield and then resold them. Once the fighting stopped, he would trade in the bad currency. In the mountainous country, most people traded goods instead of using currency, which was the bad currency. This older brother would take the collected goods to the border, sell them, and then exchange them for normal currency to sell to the locals. In short, Lu Xin described himself as someone who is driven by greed for wealth, saying that both birds and beasts perish for their desires. This is why he talked so much to Rendi when he heard him speaking Chinese and saw him being generous. Rendi listened to the other person and didn't know what to say. Why would someone who had already been robbed work so hard to make money? As the two approached the city, people in the distance saw Rendi and began to flee. "Am I really that scary?" Rendi couldn't help but touch his face. It felt like a stay away from me vibe. "Oh no." Lu Xin slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I just remembered. There's something wrong with your flock." "What's wrong?" Rendi looked back at the large group of sheep. "There must be something wrong. The TL group always puts bombs on sheep and drives the flock to blow up the other country's people. The locals have lost all their sheep. As you and I walk, there's a large flock of sheep behind us, and they might think we are among those troublemakers. But I encountered some local forces on the way, and they didn't even fire a shot, right?" Lu Xin counted the number of sheep again and said to Rendi, "They probably won't dare. Your sheep are too many, over 100. They're scared. Once there's a chain reaction, with the flock in hand, the world is ours." As they entered the city, everyone avoided Rendi and Lu Xin. The flock walked along, leaving droppings behind, seemingly unconcerned about being slaughtered. Rindy wanted to make a phone call, but was repeatedly refused by the locals. Liu Xin's phone had long been out of service and couldn't be recharged. In the end, Rindy felt it was better to head directly toward the border rather than waste time here. If they hurried, they could reach it in 3 to 5 days. Rindy exchanged some items for food and water, then traded for a broken bicycle, planning to head to the border this way. However, the flock stubbornly followed him. Did they take him for a shepherd? Fine, if they wanted to see him as a shepherd, so be it. After all, he had survived on goat milk for the past 2 days, and he noticed that the wounds on his body, licked by the sheep, healed very quickly. The saliva of goats can heal wounds. Thus, he didn't want to part with them. Rindy decided to take the flock home. At worst, he would transport them back to his hometown to raise them. 7 days passed in a flash, and the search and rescue team ultimately returned empty-handed, having found neither the black box nor any trace of Rindy. At the summer office, Zhang Donglai finally signed the death notice. Yang Loi dreamt of Rindy last night. In her dream, they were riding horses on the grassland, but she fell off, and Rindy rode away without looking back, no matter how much she called out. In the morning, Yang Loi woke up crying, feeling abandoned by Rindy in her dream. Knowing it was just a dream, she still felt a pain in her chest, a hollow feeling with no place to express it. Yang Tianqing and Li Lu were having breakfast. Ever since Yang Tianla was detained, Li Lu had lost her former spark, feeling dazed in everything she did. Many times, she wanted to argue with Yang Tianqing, wanting to rescue their son, but she repeatedly recalled Yang Tianqing's words. If you can live, then do. If not, go back to your family. When your son is out, let him live with you. This meant Yang Tianqing had given up on Yang Tianla. Did that mean there would no longer be a place for Yang Tianla in Tianqing Group? She had been contemplating whether to find a way to practice a small instrument again, but as she glanced at Yang Tianqing, who was silently watching the morning news, she realized that he hadn't touched her in a long time. Just as she mustered the courage to test the waters, Yang Loi came down from upstairs, looking melancholic. Why are you up so early today? Yang Tianqing asked. Why don't you sleep a little longer? I can't sleep. It's never as comfortable here as at home. Yang Tianqing felt a headache coming on. If it were before, he would have scolded her. But now he didn't dare. What if he frightened his daughter and caused a miscarriage? After calming down, he smiled and said, then let us eat something. And later we can take a walk outside. How about letting Zhang Tao take you and the nanny back there to stay for a few days before returning? No need. It's so annoying to go back and forth. Yang Luai refused. Just then, the doorbell rang, and the nanny went to answer it, later informing them that someone from the local authority had arrived. Yang Tianqing was a bit surprised to hear this, while Yang Loi ran to the door to greet them. As she reached the entrance, she saw several people in black suits, led by someone she didn't recognize, but was Zhao Heng. Seeing Yang Luoi's expression, Zhao Heng suddenly didn't know how to break the bad news to her. Yang Tianqing noticed their silence and the lack of smiles on their faces, feeling that something was wrong. Excuse me, may I ask what brings you here? Ms. Yang Luoi, as a relative of Rindy. We regret to inform you that Rindy. What happened to Rindy? Yang Luoi trembled all over. The expressions on these people's faces were clearly telling her that something bad had happened to Rindy. Comrade Rindy has sacrificed. Achoo. Far away in the mountainous region, Rindy sneezed hard. He was nearing the border between the mountainous region and the neighboring area, and the further northeast he walked, the colder it became. At this moment, he was leading a flock of sheep up a mountain over 3,000 meters high. Once he crossed 3 more mountains, he would directly see the border outpost. Once there, as long as he could contact the homeland, everything would be easier. Rindy tightened his tattered clothing. His shoes were ill-fitting, and he constantly felt sand getting inside, making it exhausting to walk. A little goat jumped a few times in front of him and left some droppings. Rindy looked at the little creature and immediately picked it up. How dare you poop in front of me? Don't you want to mix with the flock anymore? Just wait for me to roast a whole goat. The warm breath from the little goat made Rindy feel comfortable, and he rubbed his head against it. Behind him, a large group of sheep was also eating and defecating, but the number of sheep had increased by several hundred compared to a week ago. Chapter 159, No Use. Just dig it up again. The walk-in corridor, where the territories of the neighboring region and the mountainous area connect, stretches a total of 245 kilometers, and is also a part of the ancient Silk Road. A monk from the Eastern Jin dynasty once wrote, above there are no flying birds. Below there are no walking beasts. Looking around is desolate and unpredictable. Only the sun can guide east and west, and human bones mark the path. This describes a section of the road in the walk-in corridor. Time remains still, paths shift, once lush areas have turned into deserts, while previously barren lands have become verdant. At an altitude of over 4,000 meters, Shepherd Rindi finally brought his 425 sheep to the southern Wakan mountain pass after enduring many hardships. From afar, one could see a 2-meter-high boundary marker standing quietly on the hill. "Children, we are almost home," Rindi shouted with raised arms. The response was still the cheerful bleating of the sheep. These creatures seemed to have taken a liking to him, as many wild goats joined them along the way, making the flock larger, with some little ewes sticking close to him, unwilling to stray too far. The rams approached him one by one, challenging him to duels, using their horns to butt him. When they couldn't overpower him, they joined him. Thus, without any supplies, Rindi spent each cold night drinking goat's milk and cuddling with the kids. At this time, a border patrol team was patrolling the area, and they were stunned when they saw a large herd of wild goats coming towards them. It's rare to witness such a large-scale migration of animals, especially outside the migration season. Rindi, sitting on the back of a goat, waved to the border guards. "Hey, squad leader, doesn't it look like there's a person among the sheep?" A soldier remarked. "It seems like they're waving at us. Let's go check it out. But stay alert." "Yes." Yangcheng, Martyrs Cemetery. Yang Loi, dressed in black, stood at the forefront, watching as the coffin covered with the national flag was slowly lowered into the grave. Yet her tears did not flow as they usually did. Whether it was because her tears had run dry or she didn't want Rindi to tease her for being a crybaby, this time she did not cry. She really didn't cry. This grave was Rindi's tomb, containing some of his clothes and a lock of his hair. When Zhao Heng handed her the notification letter, she felt as if the sky had fallen. Rindi had already written a farewell letter on his way to the capital, something he did every time before a mission. One after another, perhaps others truly wrote farewell letters, but Yang Loi felt that Rindi's letters were not farewell letters, but love letters to her. Every line revealed his affection for her. "Dear Loi, it's time to write you another love letter. Haha, I suddenly realized that being a loner has its perks. I don't have to write so many letters to this person or that person. I only need to write to you. But I think these letters might never reach your hands. I hope not. You once said you wanted to find a quiet place, just the two of us, living a peaceful life of farming and weaving. I came across a beautiful place online when I was bored, with green mountains and lakes, picturesque all year round. I think it would be nice for us to retire there when we grow old. I could take you boating every day, and we could go up the mountains to gather herbs, living like an old couple in the countryside. Haha. But I heard the housing prices there are quite high since it's a tourist destination. I wonder if I can get a discount with my identity. Even though I've just left home, I miss you already. By the way, I thought about it all night, and I still think if we have a son, we should name him Rinhu, and if it's a daughter, Rening. Ha ha. I bet if you hear me naming our child like this, you'll pinch me again. Well, I'll stop here. Let the poem Longing by a Song Dynasty poet represent my heart. One mountain, two mountains, mountains far and skies high, smoke and water cold. Longing. The maple leaves turn red. Chrysanthemums bloom. Chrysanthemums wither. Wild geese have flown west, but the person has yet to return. A curtain of wind and moonlight. Rindi, stay. Salute. When the first shovel of dirt landed on the coffin, cries broke out among the farewell procession. The Reaper team returning from the land of maple leaves stood on the other side, unable to comprehend how their previously lively teammate had met such an unexpected end. How could someone with such good luck, a wonderful partner, and so young just be gone like that? Wasn't it said that he had a cheat? How could he be killed by an ordinary person? Where was his shield? What happened to his hacks for locking onto targets and passing through walls? And Yin finally couldn't hold back and cried while hugging Wan Linjun. Captain, I want to get married. Yes, let's apply for a marriage license. You move to a safer position, and then we can have a bunch of kids, boys like me, girls like you. We will grow old together and live to 99. Ling Yunhao silently gazed at the sky, where the clear blue sky unexpectedly began to drizzle. It was raining despite the absence of any clouds. Heaven, are you also mourning for Rindi's death? At that moment, Zhao Heng's phone vibrated. Since he was attending a funeral, he had set it to silent mode and had no intention of answering any calls in such a solemn atmosphere. However, the phone kept ringing insistently. Zhao Heng finally couldn't resist picking it up, despite having told the office not to bother him unless it was urgent. To his surprise, it was a call from the capital, and he quickly answered. Zhang Donglai was so excited that he stumbled over his words several times before finally explaining the situation to Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng was left in shock. feeling as if he had encountered the biggest scam and blunder of the century. Zhang Donglai exclaimed, Ren Di is alive. Ren Di is alive. He survived. He didn't die. After hanging up, Zhao Hang looked at the funeral taking place and wanted to call it off. Yet, he didn't know how to express it. Even though it was a serious matter, he suddenly felt like laughing. Boss. Wu Bin noticed Zhao Hang's expression and called out. Don't bury him. Dig up the empty coffin. Zhao Hang said, Ren Di is alive. It has been confirmed that he is alive. Everyone present froze. And In Yan's tears hung halfway down her face, unable to believe what she had just heard. Yang Luoi rushed to Zhao Hang's front, asking, What did you say? Ren Di. Ren Di is alive. Zhao Hang shouted, making sure everyone heard this unbelievable news. Chapter 160. Almost a mishap. What to do about writer's block. If you walk a bit faster, you might even make it back in time for your own funeral. Just in time for the feast. In the video, Zhang Donglai said to Ren Di with a mix of laughter and tears. At that moment, Ren Di had already received treatment at the military hospital. All his disguises were removed, revealing various scars and patches of different skin tones. His handsome appearance had transformed into that of a rugged man. It was uncertain how long it would take to regain his original look. I can't walk too fast. I need to give my sheep some time to graze. Ren Di scratched his head, saying shyly, by the way, Director, I promised to find a good place for these little guys. I wonder if they would cause a fuss if they couldn't see me. When Zhang Donglai heard this, he looked at Ren Di with curiosity. There's no one in our department like you, always bringing something back instead of coming back empty-handed. Are you a mythical creature? Over 400 wild goats. Those are national first-class protected animals. If they're not yours, you can't take them. The country is currently in a state of anarchy. If you take the goats, no one will manage it, but once discovered, it could lead to international disputes. Stop thinking about them. Let the herd live at the border. Oh, I was still thinking of treating you to a whole roasted goat. It seems that's off the table. Not happening. Can't afford it. You didn't eat either, right? No. Ren Di scratched his head. Without the right tools, barbecuing isn't tasty. That's good. You should rest there for a couple of days, and then come back. Okay. After ending the call, Ren Di finally had some time to himself. System, are you okay? Zhang Donglai informed Ren Di about the events that occurred after the plane crash. When Ren Di learned that the distance between where he woke up and the crash site was several hundred kilometers, he was taken aback. Such a long distance could not be supported solely by the wind pushing the parachute. A parachute is not a glider. So the only possibility of covering such a distance in one night is that the system must have done it. Remembering the system's weak response when he contacted it, Ren Di became even more convinced of his guess. If after several days, the cursor representing the system still appeared weak, Ren Di knew the system had been watching over him all along. Still that slightly sarcastic 6 golden dots. If you need something, just say it. After all, I am your host. This reticent system would never tell him anything extra. Ren Di found out only after being praised by others that his deducted savings had been donated. No need to ask, it was definitely the system's doing. So, if it weren't for the system, he might have really ended up lying in that cold coffin. Ren Di lay on his bed, imagining himself in a coffin, surrounded by people crying in pain, his child not yet born unable to see him. Thank you. It's really good to be alive. On March 25th, Ren Di returned to Yangqing. In early May, Ren Di transformed back into a young man and returned to the capital with Yang Luoi. His vacation from the department was still ongoing, and he was there to attend the awarding and promotion ceremony. After faking his death and due to his various accomplishments, Ren Di was promoted again. Since Ren Di only had Yang Luoi as his closest person, he was invited to attend the ceremony, which was a way to honor him. Early in the morning, Ren Di put on his crisp military uniform and stood in front of the mirror, admiring himself. Yang Luoi was 3 months pregnant, and her belly was not yet showing. Watching Ren Di's childlike vanity, she smiled, recalling the funeral from over a month ago. She secretly resolved to cherish all the time they spent together in the future. No matter what happened, she would not regret anything in this lifetime. Driving along a narrow road, they headed out of the city towards a special military base in the suburbs. This award ceremony included not only comrades from the local bureau, but also leaders and officers from other units. As Ren Di was driving, a car behind him began honking. Urging him to speed up, Ren Di moved slightly to the side, intending to let the other car pass. However, when the car pulled up next to him, the driver surprisingly rolled down the window and gave him the finger, shouting, "Do you even know how to drive?" After that, the driver stepped on the gas and sped ahead of Ren Di. Just as Ren-D thought about overtaking, he remembered that his partner and child were in the car. So he decided not to pursue. Instead, the car in front began to obstruct him, deliberately driving slowly to block his way. No matter how Ren-D drove, the other car stayed in front, refusing to let him pass. At an intersection, when Ren-D planned to go left, the other car abruptly braked and cut in front of him. As a result, Ren-D's speed was severely restricted, turning what should have been a 30-minute journey into 50 minutes. Worried about being late for the ceremony, he honked, prompting the driver in front to extend a hand out the window, still showing the middle finger. Yang Loi was concerned that Ren-D might get into a confrontation, especially since he was in uniform and needed to remain calm. At that moment, Ren-D's phone rang. After connecting to Bluetooth, he heard Wan Linjun's voice. Ren-D, where are you? The ceremony is about to start. Why aren't you there yet? Someone is blocking my way. I can't go fast. Ren-D replied. I left before 6, and I'm still 20 kilometers away from the base. Just wait for me. He looked at Yang Loi and said, they might be picking on us because we have an out-of-town license plate. Indeed, Ren-D's car was not registered locally. They had driven directly from Yanqing to Shanjing, taking their time to enjoy the journey a few days ahead of the event. Once they reached the national road, it became wider. Seizing the opportunity, Ren-D stepped on the gas to overtake, thinking to himself, do they really think they can bully me? After overtaking, the driver of the other car seemed to have road rage again and accelerated to block Ren-D once more. However, this time Ren-D chose to ignore him and simply stopped. The driver of the other car also stopped and approached Ren-D's vehicle. Hey, you looking for a fight? He shouted, knocking on Ren-D's window. Ren-D rolled down the glass and asked, what is the problem? Is this highway your property? Are we not allowed to drive here? When the man saw Ren-D in uniform, he was taken aback, but then, noticing the out-of-town license plate, he smirked. Yes, it is my road. What can you do about it? Don't think you can intimidate people just because you're in uniform. I've never seen a uniform like yours before. Is it even real? The driver had the audacity to reach out and touch the car. My family has all served in the military. I've seen all kinds of uniforms. You are acting tough with all these bravado, but that badge looks pretty fake, doesn't it? Haha. And what about that medal on your chest? I'm actually invited to watch a ceremony today. Is that a gold shield you're wearing? You look like you're only in your early 20s, trying to fool others. Let me tell you, the youngest recipient of a gold shield in our country is 45 years old. Chapter 161. Disdain. Ren-D watched as the young man rambled on and interrupted him, asking, so what? What do you mean by blocking my way? The young man, caught off guard by Ren-D's interruption, forgot what he wanted to say and also forgot that he had come to humiliate Ren-D. After all, it was a car from outside the area, daring to block a local's path. Unbeknownst to him, the streetwise locals are the ones you definitely don't want to provoke. The young man pointed to his license plate and said, did you see my license plate? It's red. Ren-D had noticed earlier that the other party was driving a military vehicle, but the people inside were not military personnel. So what? In this territory, dragons must coil and tigers must crouch. As long as you apologize to me, I'll let you go and not report this. Otherwise, just the crime of impersonating a military personnel could land you in jail for years. Ren-D directly pushed the young man's hand away, then got out of the car and unexpectedly pinned the young man's hands behind his back on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Let go. Let go. Ren-D then discovered several hidden listening devices on the young man, as well as a pinhole camera disguised as a brooch attached to his collar. In the distance, a military vehicle approached, making a U-turn right towards Ren-D. Ren-D? What's going on? Wan Linjun had just arrived and saw Ren-D pinning someone down. Brother-in-law? Is that you, brother-in-law? Brother-in-law, I'm in Yang. The young man pinned to the ground immediately shouted upon hearing Wan Linjun's voice. Little Wan Linjun was momentarily stunned by the young man's shout. Seeing that the two knew each other, Ren-D immediately released him and asked, Captain, do you know this kid? Wan Linjun pulled the young man up and scolded, you little rascal, how did you get on Ren-D's bad side? Ren-D, this is Yan's younger brother, Yang. Ren-D looked at the person, noting that he didn't resemble Yan at all. He was much better looking. Wan Linjun then slapped Ren-D on the shoulder. What are you thinking? He is Yan's biological brother. Yan looks more like her father. Poor Yan. Ren-D chuckled and picked up the pile of gadgets he had just found. Where did all these come from? Are you trying to spy on national secrets or become 007? What is this? Wan Linjun and Yang both looked at the things in Ren-D's hand. But soon Wan Linjun's face showed signs of anger. Yang, what is going on? What do you mean, what's going on? Aren't these my brooch and buttons? Wait, brother-in-law, do you know this kid? And Yang was confused. Ruan Linjun looked at Ren Di and said, get in the car first. We'll talk at the base. The leaders are waiting. And you, behave yourself. He kicked in Yang, who surprisingly accepted it and ran back to get the car. When they arrived at the entrance of the base, Ren Di's car was stopped outside without a pass. And In Yang couldn't help but feel smug as he saw Ren Di being held up. Just as he was enjoying the moment, his own car was also stopped. After a brief exchange with the guard, Ruan Linjun managed to get Ren Di's car inside, but In Yang's vehicle was still not allowed in. Hey, my car has a pass. Why can't I enter? And Yang wanted to shout, but when he saw Ruan Linjun's stern expression, he quickly quieted down and obediently followed behind Ruan Linjun into the base. Since Ren Di had discovered items on In Yang, Ruan Linjun immediately notified Zhang Donglai. The family members who had come to attend the award ceremony were taken aside for a recheck before being allowed into the auditorium. The ceremony was delayed by about 20 minutes, and indeed, Zhang Donglai found various spying devices on other family members as well. In a small conference room, In Yang was stunned to see In Yin and Ling Yunhao wearing the new military uniforms of the Summer Security Bureau. Isn't that my sister? Why are you wearing this outfit too? And Yang began to speak, but quickly realized his mistake. He looked at Ren Di and then at In Yin, feeling embarrassed and scratching his head. Ruan Linjun also came in wearing military attire and tossed a regular camouflage suit to In Yang, saying, change out of those clothes. Wearing flashy stuff in a place like this is unacceptable. Oh, Ruan Linjun remarked to In Yin. This kid saw that Ren Di's car had an out-of-town license plate and actually dared to block it. In Yin smiled at In Yang. Not bad, little one. Your dad is an official, your uncle is a brigade commander, your grandfather is a general, and your aunt is also in the government. With such a powerful family backing you, you must feel brave enough to bully others, right? You really make your sister proud. Sis, take it easy. And Yang covered his head and squatted down. This wasn't just a matter of being easy or hard. And Yin glanced at him with disdain and said, let's go to the auditorium first. We'll settle the score later. You've committed quite a few offenses. The awards ceremony began, and In Yang sat in the family seating area, watching as his sister and brother-in-law approached Ren Di, whose expression changed repeatedly. One by one, the award recipients took the stage to receive recognition from the big boss. And the applause from the audience was unending. When it was time for the personnel from the Summer Security Bureau to take the stage, and Yang's jaw dropped in shock. The first to step up was Ren Di, who had the most medals and the highest rank advancement. Yang Luai watched Ren Di on stage, standing tall and proud, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. Baby, do you know? Your dad is always the brightest star in the crowd. He is the person I admire the most. Congratulations, Colonel Ren Di. This was the second time the big boss awarded Ren Di, and he was very pleased and proud to see this young man grow and achieve remarkable success along the way. Tianxia, we have successors. Protect the country. Forever loyal. Never betray. Ren Di saluted and said firmly, as he truly believed it, and would continue to uphold that commitment. The big boss patted him on the shoulder and said, good comrade. Ren Di smiled, his bright white teeth reflecting the light like a mirror. Ding. Energy restored. The super agent system will continue to serve you. The system, which had been silent for months, suddenly popped up, its golden text as dazzling as ever. Ren Di was momentarily taken aback, then silently congratulated the system. Congratulations, you've recovered. Same to you. Sigh. Host, you are the most troublesome one I've ever had. Well, you're the most low-end system I've ever encountered. You don't even have a starter pack. Ren Di once again enjoyed the banter with the system. How many systems have you encountered? System. How many hosts have you had? Chapter 162 starting today as captain due to a special event that Ren Di discovered. He couldn't continue his vacation after the ceremony. That afternoon, he settled Yang Luoyi into the military family guest house, which was meant for military families visiting. With someone to take care of Yang Luoyi, Ren Di could return to the Summer Security Bureau's base with peace of mind. And Yang was brought in blindfolded. And it was at this moment that he realized his sister was not just in the military, but a powerful agent from the Summer Security Bureau who could determine life and death with a single word. Confess. Tell me everything you've done recently and who you've met, or you'll face worse when you get home. Sister. My dear sister. I really don't know where all this came from. I've never revealed my family background to anyone. I just what? You didn't reveal anything? The road is straight, yet you drive sideways. You see an out-of-town car and want to dodge it, and you still think you're low-key? I only realized your style after meeting Ren Di today, and that license plate. Who did you have it made for? I don't even have a military plate for my car. You're truly a treasure at home. I only got it after losing a bet. A bet? Yes. I bet with someone who said there are hardly any good people among us, and that there aren't any big shots with backgrounds, just poor losers. And they said we are all. Your brain is mush. Someone provokes you, and you jump right into their trap. You're hopeless. No wonder you're counting sheep. No brain at all. And Yin finally scolded helplessly. In the end, after everyone sorted out the clues from Yang, they came to a conclusion. Yang had a bit of a show-off mentality. He had casually mentioned a certain restaurant's food, which led others to speculate that his family might attend important events and had an official background. The bet lured Yang into getting a red license plate, which completely confirmed his family background and drew attention to him. The clothes Yang sent to the laundry had been tampered with, and it was said that most of the items found on some families who came along today were also sent to the laundry. When you go back, I'll have Dad send you to the military. If you dare to ask Grandpa for leniency, I'll send you straight to jail to prevent you from dragging the whole family down, so I don't end up dead for no reason, got it? And Yin glared fiercely at Yang. If you dare to say a single word against me, I'll let you taste the full flavor of the Summer Security Bureau's family bucket. Although it cannot compare to the top 10 tortures of a certain historical dynasty, it still leaves a lasting impression. No. And Yang was so scared that he shook his head. No. I mean, I won't say no, I'm not. Rendi noticed Yang looked like he was about to wet his pants and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Wan Linjun also spoke up. And Yin, you take Yang back, mention this to the family, and I'll go report with Rendi. How's he? You organize the materials. Got it. People often hear terms like national security, but do not really understand what aspects it encompasses. Even with the internet being so developed now, they only know some superficial information about national territory, the internet, society, etc. In fact, the fields of national security include nuclear security, biological security, political security, territorial security, cybersecurity, social security, cultural security, technological security, ecological security, resource security, military security, economic security, overseas interest security, space security, polar security, deep sea security, etc. And Yang's situation is a combination of political security and military security, and the other party's obvious goal is to make him unknowingly bear the charge of treason, gradually eroding his autonomy and controlling him. Of course, there are also those who actively betray the country for their own interests. But domestic matters are generally handled by internal teams. It was only because Yin was involved that the death squad personally handled this matter. After hearing the report, Zhang Donglai handed the case over to someone else to deal with, as he had another matter to discuss with the death squad. Linjun, when are you and Yin going to hold the wedding? Well, Yin means to pick a quiet day for everyone to gather and treat it as the wedding. We don't have any specific requirements. Wan Linjun scratched his head a bit embarrassed. Everyone in the Summer Security Bureau is quite busy, and it feels a bit inappropriate to stop work just for their wedding. Oh, I see. That is fine. The timing is just right. What about the matter I mentioned to you earlier? Zhang Donglai asked. Wan Linjun glanced at Rendi and said, my choice is Rendi. Rendi, who was nearby, was immediately stunned upon hearing this. What does that mean? Choice? What choice? Oh, I guessed it too. Zhang Donglai smiled and said to Rendi, from now on, you are the new captain of the death squad. What does that mean? Rendi was shocked. The captain of the death squad. He looked at Wan Linjun and said, Captain, what is going on? Wan Linjun straightened up and looked at Rendi. I'll be turning 36 next month. According to regulations, I should step down from the front line. Initially, it was planned that I would wait until I got married to let Yin move to the second line. But who would have thought that the higher-ups approved my stepping down, and I forgot that I was already over the age limit for the front line. 35 is the limit? Rendi was puzzled. The captain is only 36. That's not old. Why must you step down? The captain's experience is very valuable to us. If it were other agents with infiltration tasks, there wouldn't be such restrictions, but you all are not. The death squad is an external mobile team, always at the most dangerous front line. Once a person surpasses the age of 35, their bodily functions begin to decline. To ensure your safety, this regulation must be followed, Zhang Dong said. Besides, leaving the Reaper squad doesn't mean he's leaving the Summer Security Bureau. He can do even more. The intelligence department and the external training section are eager for Wan Linjun to join them. And with such a large area like Tianxia, every branch of the Summer Security Bureau needs someone to safeguard it. Rendi suddenly realized, right? He almost thought it was a matter of life and death. Hey, it's all because of the last funeral, always worrying that the people around him could disappear at any moment. So, Rin-D, do you have the confidence to take on the role of this team leader? And to inherit the title of the Reaper? Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the team leader of the Reaper Squad. Special reward, Advanced Psychology Skill Experience. Super Hypnosis Skill Experience. Rin-D was speechless at the sudden system reward. Wasn't he this a debt owed by the system? So what if it is? Do you want it or not? Rin-D. Yes, you're the system, you decide. Chapter 163 Concealment. Rin-D, why don't we hold our wedding like this too? After the award ceremony, Yang Lui didn't return to Yangcheng but attended the simple wedding of Wan Linjun and In Yin with Rin-D. There was no host or bridesmaids, just two lovers in military uniforms standing together, saluting and thanking everyone for attending their wedding with simple words. Why? Rin-D looked at Yang Lui and said, didn't you once say you wanted to find a national banquet chef, invite big stars, and have countless flowers? I've already contacted Lu Pang to book a national banquet master for us. Yang Lui shook her head and said, I thought that way back then. But now, I feel that the grandeur of the wedding has nothing to do with the marriage itself. Does a more extravagant wedding guarantee more happiness? When I was a child, I dreamed of riding in a pumpkin carriage, but now I don't think that such a luxurious wedding equals happiness. She gazed affectionately at Rin-D and said, Sister, and said you've worked as a chef at a national banquet, performed on international concert stages, and shone brighter on TV than any star I've seen. With you, no other celebrity can compare. So, I suddenly feel that having you at the wedding is enough. Rin-D felt a bit shy under Yang Lui's gaze. Her eyes were filled with stars, sparkling brightly. At the wedding, soft music played, and Rin-D and Yang Lui were caught in this wonderful atmosphere, their cheeks drawing closer. Ahem. Ling Yunhao choked on a sip of soda and pounded his chest, interrupting the scene that was about to become inappropriate. Yang Lui's face turned red. She had been so focused on her man that she forgot the current occasion. With about 10 people at the table watching. Haha, being young is great. Someone laughed. You're not even that old to be saying such old-fashioned things. Everyone else laughed and picked up on the conversation. Rin-D raised his glass and clinked it with everyone. The newlyweds began to toast, and from behind, their movements were in perfect sync, showing a deep understanding between them. It seems that the saying a pair made in heaven applies to these two individuals. While Rin-D was lost in thought, Zhang Donglai approached and gently patted his shoulder. Rin-D immediately understood and said to Yang Lui, Lui, are you tired? Do you want me to drive you back first? Upon hearing this, Yang Lui realized Rin-D had something on his mind and replied, I'll drive back myself later. Just be careful, okay? Yes, drive safely. Don't worry. After ruffling Yang Lui's hair, Rin-D left. Zhang Donglai was waiting in the parking lot, and the two of them returned to their base together. They had just received news that a leader from a certain country would be visiting Baland and would rent a private plane from the country, applying for top-level protection. Therefore, I was asked to check with you, Rin-D. Your team, the Grim Reapers, is currently in a special situation with no new members added yet. Wan Linjun and In Yin are also temporarily unavailable. We can't have them spending their time on a plane, can we? Can you take on this mission? Of course. We can't just turn down a mission. Rin-D smiled. I can manage it alone if needed, especially with the help of the rat. However, Ling Yunhao might not be able to go with you. Zhang Donglai took out a report to show Rin-D. This is Ling Yunhao's medical report from last month. He asked me not to tell anyone, but I think it's necessary to inform you. Rin-D looked at the report in confusion and was immediately shocked. The rat. He didn't want to tell you, but this is unavoidable. That's why I've been trying to assign you less strenuous tasks. However, Rin-D did not expect that the Grim Reaper team would suddenly become so fragmented. Wan Linjun had reluctantly moved from the front line to a secondary role, especially since today was his wedding day with In Yin, so there was nothing more to say. But Ling Yunhao, the one who had always been silently supporting everyone with his skills, why would he develop such an incurable disease? With only 3 months left, what could he accomplish? Had he been hiding this all along? This condition couldn't have progressed so rapidly. Rin-D suddenly asked, Director, have you known all along? Why are you just telling me now? Zhang Donglai nodded slowly. In November last year, Ling Yunhao collapsed at work, and it was discovered he had brain cancer. At that time, Guqing Liang had just sacrificed himself a little over a month ago. To spare everyone the pain, he asked me to keep it a secret. Now that Wan Linjun has stepped back, I think it's time to share this. Director, Does the Grim Reaper team have to consist of 4 members? Ren-Di looked up at Zhang Donglai and asked, must it be 4 to be called the Grim Reaper team? I can do it alone. Zhang Donglai looked at Ren-Di, knowing what he meant, but it would be too exhausting for one person. Director, please give me a chance. I will prove it to you. All right. However, I will also recommend good candidates to you at any time. If you approve, they will join the team, understood? 3 makes a crowd. More people means greater strength. Yes. Ren-Di left the office with mixed feelings to apply for equipment in the supply room. He was unaware that Ling Yunhao, who had been silent, was occasionally frowning due to a headache. The person who had always been the eyes of the team was on the verge of losing his sight. Moreover, this was under the condition that the surgery was successful. If it failed, his life would come to an end. Was this the fate of the organization? Ren-Di recalled the cemetery he had passed on his first day of training in Yangqing. Beep. Mission: safely escort the leader of a certain country from Yangon to Barand on a dedicated aircraft and return safely. Mission reward: proficient level surveying skill experience. Failure penalty: none. The system task appeared when he was collecting equipment. Ren-Di thought to himself, system, am I really a cursed lone star? Do my loved ones and friends always get affected by me unknowingly? Host is already an outstanding psychologist. Does the host need this system to provide a quiet environment for self-healing? After speaking with you, I suddenly feel like cursing. Are you mocking me for finding trouble where there is none? Host, you understand mechanical programming language. Ren-Di found the system's sarcasm quite amusing. He drove to the airport, where some people were waiting for him. 2/3 of the ground crew for the flight to the certain country were ordinary people, while the other third were agents. Ren-Di was the highest leader for this mission and the full representative from Tianxia. P.S. Many leaders of small countries purchase their dedicated aircraft from abroad. Wealthy countries buy new ones, while less affluent ones use older models. However, leaders who are particularly concerned about personal safety tend to rent aircraft from more reputable countries, while officials from their own country use the older ones. That is how it is. Chapter 164. Breaking in on May 20th, at 8 p.m., a Boeing 747 departed from a major city in Tianxia, flying directly to the certain country. There were a total of 9 people on the plane: 1 captain, 1 co-pilot, 1 flight engineer, 3 flight attendants, and 2 agents. Originally, there should have been more personnel on the dedicated flight, but the certain country requested a reduction. The standard 3 pilots were cut to 2, with Ren-Di as a backup. The 2 flight engineers were reduced to 1, with Ren-Di as a backup. 1 flight attendant was removed, with Ren-Di as a backup. Don't underestimate Ren-Di. He was a one-man team. According to protocol, preparations for a national leader's flight should begin a month in advance, including routes, supplies, and security measures. However, the crew assigned to execute the flight mission was informed only 12 hours in advance. Like the others on the dedicated aircraft, Ren-Di received the notification at the last minute. Fortunately, Tianxia had conducted multiple flight missions to Barand, and since the certain country had chartered the flight, Tianxia provided a full set of high-quality services. Otherwise, Ren-Di, a current super agent, wouldn't have been utilized. After arriving in the certain country, the plane stayed for an hour before returning directly to the major city, changing the flight number and route before flying straight to Barand without any delays. During the flight, 6 escort fighter jets were used by the nation. Generally, the number of escort fighter jets is related to the country's friendliness. The better the relationship. The more jets there are, and the worse the relationship, the fewer. The minimum is 2 jets, the maximum is 6, and 4 jets are used for average relationships. On May 21st, Ling Yunhao, who had been concealing his illness, suddenly fainted again and was rushed to the hospital. This time, Wan Linjun and Yin also learned about Ling Yunhao's situation. Ling Yunhao's condition deteriorated, and shortly after entering the emergency room, he was taken to the operating table. The relevant authorities used their power to bring in the best neurosurgeon in the country to perform the surgery. The operation lasted a full 12 hours, during which Wan Linjun smoked 5 packs of cigarettes outside. When the operating room lights went out, and Yin was the first to rush to the door. Doctor, how is he? The operating room door opened, and nurses pushed the stretcher into the ICU. The surgery could only be said to have been temporarily successful. The doctor, exhausted, sat on the floor to answer. The tumor in the patient's brain has been completely removed, but he didn't finish his sentence. And Yin understood what that meant, but had to leave it to fate, hoping Ling Yunhao could pull through. At this moment, Ruan Linjun returned to the hospital, standing outside the ICU glass, watching his comrade inside. How's he? You have to hold on. You're only 28. It's too early for you to retire, he mumbled, tears flowing without him noticing. A man may shed tears, but only when truly heartbroken. The death squad was fine yesterday, and now it has come to this. He had stepped back, and now Halsey was down. It was his fault that Rendi was out there alone. It was all his fault. He hadn't protected Shogo properly, and he hadn't even noticed Halsey's illness, while feeling pleased with himself for choosing a good successor for the death squad. What was the use of that? Seeing Ruan Linjun like this, and Yin knew he was blaming himself and went over to hug him. Captain, don't blame yourself. We have to believe in Halsey. This time, Rendi gained some experience from the mission. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. But Rendi felt that he didn't even need to be present for this task, as there was no chance for him to take action. Every time a special situation arose, everyone dealt with it as a matter of course, with the details outlined in the protocols being even more detailed than the flight manual. He hesitated to write about the mission process and spent a whole day on it. Please forgive him. He didn't know what Zhang Donglai meant by assigning him this task. Was it to familiarize him with the process for better management in the future? Dragging one box there and returning with two, when he met Zhang Donglai to report, Rendi piled the other box on Zhang Donglai's desk. Zhang Donglai managed to smile upon seeing Rendi. How did it feel this time? Was the task easy? Rendi scratched his head and said, as long as nothing goes wrong, it should be considered good. But honestly, I feel like you could have sent someone else for this task. The colleagues from the Special Operations team are just too amazing. Zhang Dong replied, you have good qualifications, so it's also good to gain more experience now. Being an agent shouldn't be your endpoint. Rendi responded, by the way, how is Director Hao? Has he been to the hospital? And have you talked to the captain and Njie about it? Zhang Dong looked at Rendi but remained silent, his gaze somewhat dim. Is Hao okay? Rendi had a bad premonition. He's still in the ICU. Today is the 72-hour mark. The doctor said if he doesn't wake up today. Which hospital? Rendi exclaimed, quickly asking. At the Air Force General Hospital. After Zhang Dong finished speaking, Rendi took off running. He drove at high speed, running red lights on the way to the hospital, ignoring the various shouts from the traffic police behind him. After an hour, Rendi rushed to the Air Force General Hospital, crashing through the entrance and breaking the barrier in front of the hospital, startling everyone around him. The hospital's security and armed police were immediately alarmed and rushed over with batons. Rendi took out his identification and threw it on the ground before running into the hospital building to inquire about the situation. The chaos caused by Rendi caught Yan's attention as she was in the corridor. When she looked out the window, she saw a crowd blocking the entrance to the outpatient building, trying to prevent Rendi from getting through. Rendi, Ruan Linjun, who was smoking downstairs, also noticed the scene and hurried over. Get out of the way. Rendi's pent-up anger erupted on the group of armed police and security. He raised his fist and knocked one of them to the ground. Ruan Linjun watched Rendi vent his frustration and chose not to intervene, quietly observing instead. Once Rendi had taken down the group, Ruan Linjun approached him. Rendi, Hao is in the ICU on the 7th floor. Rendi glanced at Ruan Linjun and continued running toward the inpatient building. The armed police and security on the ground got up, but Ruan Linjun blocked their way. Sorry. Brothers, my friend is too anxious. If you stop him, he won't feel good about it. Apologies. Which unit are you from? Just wait to be disciplined. One of the security personnel said angrily. The people present were mostly from the system or even the military, but that didn't mean they could just act recklessly. Ruan Linjun silently lit another cigarette. Chapter 165. Deception outside the ICU. Rendi saw Ling Yunhao lying motionless on the bed, barely breathing. His hair had been shaved off, his head wrapped in thick bandages, a breathing mask on his face, and many tubes inserted into his body, with 4 drips hanging from his arms. Njie, where's the doctor? What did the doctor say? Rendi immediately asked Yen. Yen shook her head. The doctor said Hao hasn't taken any medication or treatment. It was too late by the time he was brought to the hospital. The surgery was successful, but also a failure. Now, it's up to Hao himself. Rendi sat down heavily on the ground. What should he do now? Why do other people's systems have all sorts of miraculous remedies and divine spells? At the very least, they have something life-saving. Why is his system so ineffective? It's better not to have this useless system at all. Can the system help out? I'm begging you. The system's response was still brief, leaving one feeling hopeless. Damn. Rendi pounded the wall with his fist, leaving smudges of cherry red on the white wall, feeling helpless and powerless. Time ticked by, and Rendi didn't know what to do. Ruan Linjun didn't know, and Yin didn't know either. The three of them stood motionless in the corner like statues. Suddenly, the ICU emitted a sharp, buzzing sound, and the doctors rushed out of the office into the ICU. Only then did the three of them seem to come back to life and rushed to the ICU entrance to watch. On May 27th, at 1:30 a.m., Ling Yunhao was pronounced dead. On May 31st, Ren Di came out of solitary confinement to attend Ling Yunhao's funeral. Ling Yunhao was from a modest family in Lubao City, Xi'an region, and was the only child. He excelled in his studies during his youth, entered a gifted program, and went to university. After graduating, he worked at the Xi'an Bureau. He was very low-key. His family only knew that he was impressive and often traveled abroad. But they didn't know what he was actually doing. When Ruan Linjun and Yin and Ren Di arrived at Ling Yunhao's parents' home, his parents were pleased to learn that they were friends and colleagues of Ling Yunhao and planned to buy groceries to cook for them. Uncle, Aunt, there's no need to trouble yourselves. Really no need. Ren Di didn't know how to start. Oh, don't be so polite. Cooking just takes a little while. It's no trouble at all. Ling Yunhao's mother smiled and put on her coat to leave, but Yin stopped her. Aunt, we were here to check on you too on behalf of Ling Yunhao. Finally, Ren Di changed his wording. Ling Yunhao recently took a task and has to stay abroad for a while. That place has no internet, and it's quite a distance to make a phone call. So he asked us to come and check on you too. We also brought some food and necessities for you. Yes, yes. Ruan Linjun quickly chimed in. Ren Di gave Ruan Linjun a look and said, I'll go downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. I forgot to get them earlier. After saying that, he left. Once he found a secluded spot, Ren Di took a deep breath to adjust his state and then called Ruan Linjun. Ruan Linjun was puzzled about why Ren Di suddenly wanted to buy cigarettes since he didn't smoke. Just then, his phone rang, and he heard Ling Yunhao's voice. Is that you, Haozi? Ruan Linjun trembled upon hearing the voice, suddenly realizing it was Ren Di's impersonation. Captain, hand the phone to Uncle and Aunt. Right now? I'm Ling Yunhao. Okay. Ruan Linjun handed the phone to the two elders, who had just said that the calls were hard to make, but now Haozi was calling. So they should answer. Hello? How? Ling Yunhao's mother answered the phone. Mom. Ren Di closed his eyes and called out words he hadn't spoken in over a decade. On the other end, Ling Yunhao's mother was taken aback, feeling a pang of heartache, and said, Oh, how are you doing abroad? Don't worry about home. Your father and I are doing just fine. Yeah, Mom, I just miss you and Dad, Ren Di replied. He spoke in Ling Yunhao's tone and style, chatting with Ling Yunhao's parents and saying a few things. It was only when he finally made an excuse to go to work that he hung up the phone. He knew very well that delaying the news would only hit the elderly couple harder, but right now, he really couldn't bring himself to say it. After a long time, Ren Di finally composed himself and went upstairs. Ruan Linjun and Yin had been chatting with the elderly about family matters when Ren Di returned. Oh, why have you been gone so long? Did you get lost? Haha, Auntie, you're amazing. How did you know I got lost? Ren Di answered with a smile. Ling Yunhao's mother looked at him and said, How used to get lost right at our doorstep. Can you believe he grew up here and still got lost? How about you too? When the three of them said their goodbyes and left, the elderly couple watched them all the way to the downstairs. Not returning for a long time. Can't see them anymore. Let us go back. Dear, Ling Yunhao's father said. Let us go back. How isn't coming back? Ling Yunhao's mother replied. What did you say? I said how. When is he coming back? He is doing well. He is a useful person for the country. Recently, city leaders have been visiting us, bringing gifts and condolences. Today, we even saw Hao's colleague, so it's fine. Let us go back. In the car, Ren Di took out a notebook and began coding. This laptop was the same one Ling Yunhao had always used, which Ren Di had directly taken. Ren Di, what are you writing? And Yin asked while driving. A program, an AI simulation program. I want to bring back the mouse using AI, not just for his parents, but for myself too. Ren Di understood the pain of losing loved ones. He could temporarily use Ling Yunhao's voice to deceive the elderly couple, but he knew he couldn't do that for long. He wanted to use current technology to create an AI named Ling Yunhao, at least to communicate with them and help them live peacefully in their later years. What you're doing is pure deception, Ruan Linjun exclaimed, gripping Ren Di's hands. How long do you plan to keep this up? They grow older day by day, waiting for their son to return. The more hope you give them, the greater the disappointment will be. It's better to face it now. Then you go tell them. You go say it now. Ren Di shouted at Ruan Linjun. When Guo Qingliang died, didn't you also hide it from his sister for months? I couldn't say it. I couldn't say it either. For the first time, Tears streamed down Ren D's face. Chapter 166. The last time I attended your funeral. In Zhang Donglai's office at the Summer Security Bureau, due to Ling Yunhao's unexpected death and Wan Linjun's withdrawal, only Yin and Ren Di remained in the Grim Reaper team. Looking at these two, Zhang Donglai felt a bit of a headache. Although Yin has no intention of stepping back from the front lines, she is inherently at a disadvantage compared to men, especially now that she is married. Previously, when they weren't looking for girlfriends or getting married, he was worried. Now that they are married, he is still worried. If she gets pregnant, you can't expect her to engage in those high-intensity activities while visibly pregnant. Even with contraceptive methods, and Yan's age is a factor. Giving birth after 30 carries certain risks. She is 33 this year, and in 2 years, she will miss the optimal age for childbirth and become an older mother. Although Yin has indicated that Wan Linjun has stepped back from the front lines, she still cannot do so. However, as a leader, he wants her to step back. He is also concerned that Ren Di may not be willing to find new teammates and insists on carrying the burden alone. It's a tough situation. What should he do? Director, what about the new mission? We've already rested for half a month. Isn't that enough? Ren Di said. Since Ling Yunhao's funeral, he has only been looking forward to taking on missions, not wanting to think about anything else. Zhang Donglai rubbed his forehead and said, Wait, someone else is coming. They just mentioned being stuck in traffic. Let us wait for him to arrive before we discuss further. Report. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Just as Zhang Donglai finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. Come in. A slightly plump man wearing glasses walked in. Sorry, leader. I'm late. Wu Bin. Ren Di was a bit surprised to see him. Wu Bin worked at the Yangqing Xian Bureau branch. Why had he suddenly come to the capital? Ren Di. Long time no see. I even attended your funeral last time. Wu Bin replied with a smile. I've been transferred to the capital. I was supposed to arrive yesterday, but I was delayed a day due to unfinished handover work back there. I arranged for Wu Bin's transfer. Ren Di, you know him. You're from the same place. Before you finalize new team members, let Wu Bin fill in for now. Yes. Ren Di understood that Zhang Donglai was considering his feelings and didn't want to refuse. All right, here's the new mission for you to look at. Zhang Donglai took out a file and handed it to Ren Di. The customs have intercepted a batch of smuggled biological tissue samples intended for export, which include genetic maps of human tissues from dozens of provinces and cities in our country. This case has attracted the attention of higher authorities. The internal investigation team has managed to capture some individuals posing a threat to national security, but some samples have already leaked out of the country into the West. The intelligence department has pinpointed several locations where these samples are stored. Your mission is to locate and destroy these samples on site. We cannot allow any individual or organization to develop biochemical weapons targeting our nation. Yes. Super Agent System. Host information. Ren Di, Captain of the Grim Reaper team. Host codename. Temp Worker. Host skills. 1. Disguise. Advanced musical skills. Master level calligraphy. Advanced sewing techniques. Lip reading. Vocal mimicry. Sign language. Psychology. Hypnosis. 2. Mechanical repair and modification. 3. Proficient in foreign languages. English, French, Latin, German, Japanese. 4. Super summarization and organization. 5. Super driving skills. Cars, airplanes, ships. 6. Advanced martial arts. Yoga. 7. Firearm proficiency. 8. Combat experience skills. First aid, tracking, body disposal skills. Advanced meteorological surveying. Botany. 9. Diving skills, climbing skills. 10. Advanced hacking skills. 11. Culinary skills, knife skills. 12. Surveying skills. Information update complete. Ding. Mission. Destroy 3 biochemical laboratories and eliminate all biological samples. Mission reward. Experience in super stealth skills. Failure penalty. None. With the system task issued. Ren Di assessed the mission objectives and their difficulty based on the file content. It was another infiltration mission. But this time there was no need to bring anything out, just destruction. Once outside the office, Ren Di looked at Wu Bin and said, Welcome to the Grim Reaper team. I'm here on a temporary assignment. Just 3 months. After that, I have to return to Yang City, or Director Zhao will come after me. All right, Ren Di smiled. In 3 months, it would be September, and Zhang Dong had mentioned that a batch of suitable newcomers would arrive, allowing him to select from them. After applying for suitable equipment from the gear department, the 3 of them boarded a plane that day heading west. The first stop was Yaroslavl. The 3 used business visas. posing as expatriates from a pharmaceutical company. Based on intelligence and the system task, Ren-D determined that a biological laboratory under a certain pharmaceutical management company housed the samples. And there were two ways to infiltrate. First, spend some time entering as employees and then act when the opportunity arises. Second, directly break in with force. The advantage of the first option is stealth and lower risk, while the downside is that it takes too long. The second option is time-efficient but poses greater danger. Ren-D chose the second option, and Yin and Wu Bin, as team members, did not interfere with the captain's decision but continually supplemented various considerations and potential issues regarding the direct infiltration. The first challenge was that the network was closed-loop, requiring prior identification of an interface to disrupt the monitoring facilities. The second was the layout of the biological laboratory. Currently, they had not found any relevant clues. Wu Bin remarked, "That's the hassle with forced infiltration. I'll look for it. I have a rough idea where to find the layout map." Ren-D replied, "Checking the details of the system task. I'll procure weapons and vehicles, as well as plan the retreat route." And Yin would continue doing what she excelled at. "All right, thanks." "And yeah," Ren-D smiled. "Wu Bin, please investigate the personnel relationships at this biological laboratory. Gather as much information as you can. From their upper management down to the cleaning staff, at the very least, we need to have all the visible data." "Understood, Captain." The three of them are currently staying in a motel where the environment is poor and the crowd is complex, which helps to conceal their whereabouts. Abroad, surveillance is not as strong as at home, and many public facilities are quite old and frequently malfunction. After Ren-D left the motel, she found a public restroom without surveillance and transformed into a voluptuous beauty, with her chestnut-colored waves cascading down her back. Ren-D walked down the street in jeans and sneakers, strutting confidently. There are many beautiful women in Roslav, and plenty of them dress like Ren-D. Moreover, in Roslav, the male-to-female ratio is less than 1/5, with most men being tourists from abroad. Ren-D entered a casino, and the doorman merely glanced at her before ignoring her. As in Roslav, most women engage in only one profession. Chapter 167. Proposed to in Roslav, early wars destroyed the economic system. And due to the lack of heavy industry and the absence of light industry, as well as insufficient agricultural labor, it once became reliant on UN aid. Later, the people of Roslav leveraged their domestic advantages to vigorously develop the tourism and gambling industries. Here, gambling is legal, and another related industry has also become essential and is encouraged by the state. The women of Roslav contribute to 1/3 of the national tax revenue through their bodies, earning the place the title of paradise for men and the womb of the world. Therefore, when Ren-D swayed her body into the casino, no one stopped her. Here, the girls are licensed workers and good citizens who pay taxes on time. It was around 7 in the evening, and life was just beginning. After taking just a few steps, Ren-D felt a hand groping her behind. "Hey, cut it out." Turning around, she saw a middle-aged man with a receding hairline leering at her. Unashamed, Ren-D swiftly slapped his hand away, but the man only became more persistent, wrapping his arms around her waist. How cute. Ren-D thought about shaking him off, but noticed the large golden ring on his wrist. According to the system's task prompt, a man named Talanov, who is the administrator of the local housing department archives, goes to this casino every day after work to play for a few hours before heading home. That's why Ren-D planned to wait here to seize the opportunity to get Talanov's keys and head directly to the archives for the architectural blueprints. Seeing this man, Ren-D suddenly thought it would be fun to play with him first. A man with so much money surely wouldn't mind her taking a little, right? During an outdoor mission, it's necessary to save some money for the state. So Ren-D immediately put on a shy expression, acting coyly as she said to the man, "You're so annoying." The man was stimulated by Ren-D's bashful demeanor and delicate voice, and he immediately tried to pull her out. Ren-D held him back and pointed to the restroom in the casino, saying, "Let's go over there." As dusk fell, the unsuspecting individual thought that Ren-D was eager to make a deal, and they both entered the restroom. However, in the next moment, the poor individual was knocked unconscious by Ren-D, who then dragged him into a stall, tied his hands with the victim's own tie, removed his shoes, and stuffed his smelly socks into his mouth. After that, Ren-D took off the victim's ring and watch, along with the chips in his pocket. Why pick on someone like me? You can only blame yourself for being too flirtatious. Just as Ren-D was about to leave the restroom, a man walked in. When he saw Ren-D, he was startled, thinking he had entered the wrong place, and quickly apologized before retreating to the other restroom. However, shortly after, A woman's scream echoed from inside, followed by a muffled, painful groan from the man. Rindy stepped out of the restroom and took a couple of steps, hearing the commotion, and shivered all over. The sound of that man's voice suddenly gave him a chilling feeling, as if everything was about to go wrong. Oh my goodness. What a sin. Back at the casino, Rindy searched for Toranyev, as the system indicated that this guy had a soft spot for slot machines. Rindy approached a less crowded slot machine to wait. At that moment, a golden chip rolled under his feet. He picked it up, and a blond man in his 30s approached him. Sorry, that's my chip. Rindy smiled as he handed the chip over, but the man didn't take it. Instead, he grabbed Rindy's hand and said, Dear miss, would you be interested in spending a perfect time with me? Sorry. Rindy was about to decline when the man pulled out a photo and said, You look just like an angel I adore. Rindy took the photo and was stunned. It was a picture of him from when he used to be a dancer. Back then, he hadn't even put on such exquisite makeup. Why does everyone seem to have a thing for this? He looked at the man, who continued, Oh my God. You two look so alike. It's like you're twins. I've fallen for you at first sight. Rindy forcefully shook off his hand and said, Sorry, I'm not interested in you. I'm looking for someone who can take me out of this country. I can. As long as you come with me. I can take you away. I'm a senior executive from a pharmaceutical management company. He declared, I'm going back next month. Come with me. Huh. Rindy looked at him. And the man, thinking Rindy was considering his words, actually knelt down and pulled out his credentials and business card from his pocket. Please marry me. This is my proof of love for you. I can take you away from this wretched, pathetic country. Rindy took the man's credentials and business card, feeling a bit flustered. Should he agree or not? This guy turned out to be the supervisor of the biological laboratory he intended to infiltrate. What a coincidence. At that moment, another person walked over and sat down at the slot machine, starting to play while mumbling numbers to himself. I need to see with my own eyes that you are truly a senior executive of this company and have the ability to take me away. Also, I need to speak with my family. Rindy shyly said, If what you said is true, I will agree to marry you. Great. The man jumped up and hugged Rindy. Afterward, he wanted to take her back to his place, but Rindy repeatedly declined. Eventually, they agreed to meet the next day at 10 o'clock downstairs at the man's company, and only then was Rindy able to escape. By the time Rindy returned to the motel, it was already past 10. Wu Bin and Yin were relieved to see her back safely. You've been out for nearly 5 hours. Did you get any useful leads? Yin asked. Yes. Rindy nodded. At that moment, Wu Bin placed the information he had gathered in front of Rindy and said, Captain, take a look at this. The publicly available information matches almost exactly with what I found after hacking into this company's network. The current head of the company is named Morochi, and he has full access to the laboratory. Rindy glanced at the man on the computer, rubbed her head, and said, What do you think I should wear tomorrow? A dress? Or long pants? Huh. Wu Bin and Yin were instantly dumbfounded. What do you mean? When Rindy shared what had happened at the casino, both of them burst into laughter, and Yin patted Rindy on the shoulder and said, Ha, I said it before, sacrifice one for the happiness of us all. What does it feel like to be proposed to? I think I heard Luo Yi say that when you get married, you will also be the one who is proposed to? That night, Morochi was busy flaunting on social media that he had found his destined partner, having fallen in love with a girl at first sight, and he planned to marry her. He not only showed off online, but also called every relative and friend, even classmates and ex-girlfriends he hadn't contacted in years to inform them. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep during his break. So he decided to do a complete cleanup for himself. First, he tidied up his bedroom because he wanted to invite his beloved girl to spend the night with him. Then he tossed his dirty clothes into the washing machine, took a shower, cleaned himself from head to toe, trimmed his nails, and shaved. Finally, he sprayed on perfume, put on his best suit, and sat waiting for dawn. He couldn't wait to meet that angel. Meanwhile, Rindy was busy at the motel, and the three of them discussed how to use this opportunity to gather as much information about the biological laboratory as possible. They started designing lines and hints, figuring out where to use what tools to leave themselves away to exploit vulnerabilities later. Then, Rindy used her clothes along with the motel's sheets and curtains to create a beautiful dress for herself. Her skills were impressive, as she directly sewed various professional equipment into the outfit, even modifying her shoes. The three of them were so busy all night that they barely got any sleep. It wasn't until dawn that Rindy finally lay down on the couch for a short rest. This time, the three of them would act together. When the alarm went off, Rindy jumped up, rubbed her face to wake herself up, and then went to wash up and do her makeup. Dressed in a specially designed outfit, Ren-D carried a bag filled with all sorts of cosmetics, both real and fake. It seemed that every time he went on a mission, the equipment department would provide him with a set of these items. Did someone foresee that he would use beauty tricks? Next time, he should suggest they prepare several shades of lipstick, larger bottles of lotion and sunscreen, and that the shimmering powder was also insufficient. And Yin was driving a half-full tank, while Wu Bin was adjusting the earpiece in the back. Ren-D got out of the car and walked towards the pharmaceutical company. Morochi had arrived early at the company's entrance, and his secretary along with some staff were very curious. Their supervisor, who usually never arrived on time, was here so early today. And he was not even in the office but downstairs. Was there a leadership inspection? But if that were the case, the company would have sent out an email notification. It was almost 10 o'clock, and Ren-D still hadn't appeared, causing Morochi to worry that perhaps yesterday was just a dream. Was the girl from last night merely a figment of his imagination? Just as he was feeling anxious, Ren-D slowly approached, and Morochi was stunned by the sight of her graceful figure walking towards him. The girl wore a beautiful dress, flat shoes, and carried a small bag, resembling a lovely princess. The sunlight shone upon her as if she were bathed in holy light, enchanting anyone who looked at her. Perhaps Morochi had been waiting too long under the sun, for when Ren-D walked over, he noticed that he was bleeding from his nose, and his white shirt was stained red. Ren-D felt a chill run down his spine, his body covered in goosebumps, yet he forced himself to remain calm and said, "Ah, Mr. Morochi, you have a nosebleed." Morochi was snapped back to reality by her sweet voice, and when he realized the warmth at his nose and heard Ren-D's words, he froze in shock. He hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his nose, continuously apologizing to Ren-D. I'm sorry. It's so hot. I'm really sorry." Feeling embarrassed for making such a blunder in front of the woman of his dreams, Morochi wished he could find a hole to hide in. When Ren-D saw his face smeared and looking ridiculous, she couldn't help but laugh, causing Morochi's freshly stopped nosebleed to start again. Oh my god. Was that really the annoying Morochi? He looked just like a novice in love. Who was that girl? She reminded him of his dream girl. She was so beautiful. The girl had an Eastern delicacy mixed with Western charm, and an angelic beauty that seemed both masculine and feminine. He felt his heart flutter. Meanwhile, many employees on the upper floors had crowded by the windows to observe the scene below, and when Ren-D appeared, they all fell into endless fantasies. After several nervous mistakes, Morochi finally calmed his heartbeat and invited Ren-D to tour his workplace, wanting to prove his status and authority. Once inside the building, Ren-D immediately noticed the hidden surveillance equipment at the entrance as Morochi led the way. "I'm not one of your people. Isn't this inappropriate? Will there be any secrets that might be discovered?" Ren-D shyly refused, and Morochi was once again struck by Ren-D's deliberately displayed demeanor. Feeling a tickle in his nose, he directly grabbed Ren-D's hand and raised his head, saying, "I'm here. It's okay." Thus, Ren-D began to follow Morochi around the building, and Morochi proactively introduced Ren-D to others, saying, "This is my fiancé." Ren-D, who was behind Morochi, was stunned by his words. This man really moves quickly. The building had a total of 12 floors. Morochi took him around 5 floors, and excluding the first floor, 6 floors remained, which Morochi didn't mention at all. Ren-D understood that the laboratory was above, not below as they had speculated. When the two arrived at Morochi's office, with no one else around, Morochi personally poured coffee for Ren-D. "Do you want sugar or milk? By the way, I still don't know your name." "Angel Baby." After a moment of fluster, Morochi finally realized he didn't know the name of his dream lover. "Luna. That's a lovely name," Ren-D said playfully, batting his eyes. His false eyelashes were a bit too thick and uncomfortable. Morochi sat next to Ren-D, holding his right hand with one hand while the other gently rubbed Ren-D's thigh. Ren-D suppressed the chill and counted to 3 in his mind. Sure enough, 3 seconds later, the lighting in the building suddenly went out, and the sound made Morochi retract his thoughts. Looking at the dim office, Morochi quickly said, "I'll go check what happened. Maybe it's too hot, and the voltage is unstable." He hurried to the door and shouted outside. "What happened? Why did the power go out suddenly?" At this moment, Ren-D plugged a wireless receiver into Morochi's office computer and pretended to admire the scenery by the window. On another street, Yin put down the pliers in his hand and signaled Wu Bin. "It's ready." The normal power supply for the building was cut off, and soon the backup generator kicked in. Just as Morochi returned to Ren-D, A muffled sound suddenly emerged from the building. The elevator had malfunctioned. Rin-D, frightened, hugged Morochi and asked, "What happened? Is it an earthquake?" Morochi, holding the beauty in his arms and inhaling his fragrance, found his mind momentarily blank. Seizing this opportunity, Rin-D softly whispered in Morochi's ear, "Don't leave me. Take me wherever you go. Please don't ever leave me." "Okay, I'll take you wherever I go." Chapter 169. Bad luck for not washing feet in the evening. Morochi invited Rin-D out for dinner again, and then Rin-D followed Morochi home. Although Rin-D had already released Morochi from hypnosis, Morochi still showed no intention of letting him go, firmly holding onto Rin-D. If it weren't for this guy still being somewhat useful, Rin-D would have considered getting rid of him. In Morochi's residence, he was preparing bathwater and flower petals, planning to have a romantic bath with Rin-D. Rin-D took the opportunity to visit Morochi's room and secretly installed listening devices in various corners, even placing a tracking chip in his shoes. After ensuring nothing was overlooked, Rin-D pressed a button on his ring, and immediately, a phone in her bag began to ring. Morochi emerged from the bathroom, nearly undressed, while Rin-D turned away, not wanting to look at the fluffy figure in sweater pants. When the call connected, Rin-D activated the speaker, and a man's angry voice echoed through, questioning why she hadn't returned home. This was part of the plan that Rin-D had discussed with others the night before, with Wu Bin using AI to simulate the voices of Luna's family. Upon hearing the voice on the phone, Morochi deflated. He wanted to explain for Rin-D, but the other party was not listening and instead berated him before hanging up. Rin-D apologized and gave Morochi a quick peck on the cheek before turning to leave. Morochi hurried out to see her off, but she declined and called a taxi on the roadside. He watched sadly as his goddess departed. But at least he had her contact information and had arranged to meet again. In the taxi, Rin-D rinsed her mouth with bottled water. "Damn it, this is disgusting. How much perfume did that guy spray? Almost suffocated me," she complained. And Yen, who was driving, laughed and said, "Isn't the beauty trap about you suffering a little while he falls for it? You see, I've never been taken advantage of. Sister, we've been exposed." Rin-D remarked as they turned around the medical building, having already deployed the miniature MU pulse devices in various corners of the building, waiting for the right moment to activate them when the building was empty, even if the upper floors were inaccessible under the strong pulse interference. Any electronic devices would instantly fail. When the taxi arrived outside the medical building, Wu Bin, who had been monitoring the situation, got in. "How's it going?" "Everything is ready. We can proceed later. Basically, there are no researchers left here, only a few working overtime on the second floor." Wu Bin checked the situation with a thermal imaging device, saying, "One security guard is asleep, and the other two went out to buy lottery tickets. Other countries give benefits to their citizens, but this one gives them chances to win the lottery. It's like they want to open 10 stores on one street." Rin-D scoffed. "Among those playing the lottery here, 8 out of 10 are from Tianxia." And Yen added, "They're lazy and want to make money without working." They waited until after 2 a.m. when the building was completely empty. Rin-D said, "Let us get started." Since the pulse device would destroy all electronic and electrical equipment within a certain radius, Rin-D chose to work at this time to avoid unnecessary casualties. When these devices malfunctioned, samples that required special preservation would be damaged or even rendered ineffective, and the recorded data would also be lost. Therefore, destruction is always easier than construction. As for the portrayal of 007 agents casually killing people in many films, that's really not the case. Killing happens, but if it can be avoided, it should be. The license to kill does not exist, because people always have to live. When individuals are exposed to too much negativity, they can become depressed and mentally unstable. The local authorities are counting on Rin-D and his team to work well for the country, so under normal circumstances, they wouldn't create killing machines. It's not uncommon to see corrupt officials fleeing, but they are usually just brought back by others. If unconventional methods were truly necessary, it wouldn't matter if they escaped to the ends of the earth. Wu Bin hacked into the local power grid, first causing chaos and power outages in several areas, then activated the pulse weapon, using the widespread blackout as a cover to make people believe that the situation was the same here. The streetlights went out in an instant, and just as the three were about to celebrate the successful completion of their mission, and Yin suddenly said, "How do we get back? The car is broken, and the motel is 18 kilometers away. We forgot to prepare bicycles." So the three decided to jog back to the motel as a form of exercise. However, Rin-D and Yin had no problem running back, while Wu Bin, who had been in the office for years and lacked exercise, got tired and started gasping for air after running less than 50 meters. And Yin couldn't stand it anymore and picked up Wu Bin, carrying him on her back. As a result, Wu Bin was jostled around and began to foam at the mouth, rolling his eyes. After running for more than 10 minutes, a whistling sound came from the distant sky, followed by a bright light falling to the ground, and then a huge explosion echoed, shaking the ground. "What the heck is that?" Wu Bin exclaimed, seeing such a large scene up close for the first time, feeling a bit scared. "Is it a missile attack?" "No. It looks like an aircraft," Ren-Di replied. "Shall we go take a look?" "Sure." This sudden situation indicated that something bigger was happening, and the three rushed toward the site of the incident. By now, many people had been awakened by the tremors and were going outside to check what was happening. As Ren-Di and the others walked slower and slower, they exchanged glances when they reached the vicinity of the scene. "If I had known, I would have saved the MAU pulse bombs," Ren-Di said, feeling a bit heartbroken. "These things cost over 500,000 each, and I used 6. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone through the trouble of pretending to be a woman just to be taken advantage of. It's infuriating." Ren-Di was genuinely angry. This cursed luck. The object that had just fallen from the sky had sheared off the 4th floor of the medical building at an angle, and the entire building was engulfed in flames, shooting into the sky. If they had known this would happen, wouldn't it have been better for the three of them to just sit here and wait for the building to be destroyed? And Yin glanced at Ren-Di, then at Wu Bin, and suddenly said, "You have bad luck because you don't like washing your feet." "Wu Bin, don't you like washing your feet?" Wu Bin's eyes widened in shock. "Sisterin, how did you know?" And Yin crossed her arms and snorted, "It's definitely your bad luck affecting Ren-Di. If it were before, this building should have collapsed on its own by the time we got here." Wu Bin replied, "Am I guilty?" Chapter 170. Dragging behind after watching the scene for a while and confirming that everything was completely ruined, Ren-Di and his team decided to leave. The ground was in disarray, scattered with various debris and odd items. Ren-Di picked up several beautiful diamond-shaped black, crystal-like objects from the ground. "What is this?" "It's quite pretty," he remarked. Wu Bin also noticed the item and picked one up, unsure if it was metal or not. "Be careful, this thing is very sharp," Ren-Di warned, but his words came too late. "Damn," Wu Bin exclaimed as he dropped what he was holding. A large cut had opened on his thumb, and blood was flowing. And Yin frowned and pulled out a can of white spray medicine, applying it to Wu Bin's wound. "Be careful. Don't be so loud." Meanwhile, Ren-Di collected as many of the visible pieces as he could and stuffed them into his backpack. The medical building had been instantaneously reduced, and those objects were definitely very sharp. There was a significant chance these fragments had fallen from that item. And Yin asked, "What are you collecting those for?" "Be careful of radiation or other toxic substances. I just feel like I can't leave without bringing back some souvenirs. I won't be satisfied if I don't take something home." Ren-Di replied, "Come help me gather some more. It will be harder to collect when more people arrive and the police show up." After gathering a few more items, more people began to gather around, and with the arrival of police and firefighters, the three of them quickly blended into the crowd and slipped away. On June 9th, Ren-Di and the others took an international train from Roslav to Pinghua, heading toward Wuheim, the second task location. The traceable clues led them to Wuheim, which hosted many pharmaceutical companies and chemical laboratories. Wu Bin and Ren-Di collaborated to hack into the SLDT database of Wuheim, ultimately confirming the whereabouts of biological samples. However, when Ren-Di saw the historical research catalog of the institute containing terms like plague, anthrax, tularemia, cholera, and other high-risk pathogens, he felt a chill. Why study these ominous subjects? The location has been found, but how are we going to destroy these samples? This lab looks toxic. One mistake could lead to a disaster. The three were pondering strategies in their rented apartment. This is too tricky. Pretend to be lab staff? They live and work in the lab, never going out. What about deliveries? They must eat and drink, right? No related records found. It might be offline transactions. Ren-Di observed the surveillance system and the surrounding environment when he suddenly noticed a high-rise building under construction just across the street from the institute. Wu Bin, check the height of that building and its straight-line distance from the lab. Got it. Wu Bin quickly found the relevant information about the under-construction building. Ren-Di, are you thinking of the tower crane? And Yin suddenly thought of an external infiltration method. Since that is the case, why not be bolder? The three then began to devise a plan on how to infiltrate, what to use to destroy the lab, and how to evacuate. Noting that this lab was different from others as it had formed an internal cycle. Once the plan was finalized, The three of them spent another 2 days making and preparing tools. Ren-D bought fabric from outside to replicate the security uniforms at the entrance of the laboratory, focusing on appearance rather than quality. When everything was ready, the team chose to act at 2 in the morning while everyone was sound asleep. At that time, most people in the area were in deep slumber, with no pedestrians on the road and very few vehicles. They first drove around the vicinity to ensure there were no unexpected situations before entering the construction site. By then, the workers had already left, and Yin took the elevator up to the tower crane, which was about 200 meters high. Yin forcefully bypassed the crane's switch and lowered the hook. Ren-D and Wu Bin secured their equipment directly onto the hook below, and then Yin controlled the crane to rotate and fix it towards the laboratory. The three of them climbed onto the horizontal arm of the crane, heading in the direction of the laboratory. "I'm a bit scared," Wu Bin said, looking down at the streetlights that appeared as tiny dots beneath him, swallowing hard. "If I fall, my mom definitely won't recognize me." And Yin laughed and replied, "You can land face up. Just remember to roll over when you hit the ground." And Yin shot a steel wire with a claw towards the laboratory, securing it to the crane's arm, and the three of them slid down to the top of the research building. Ren-D was the first to arrive, followed by Yin, and Wu Bin came last. If Ren-D hadn't quickly grabbed his shirt, Wu Bin would have crashed into the wall. My bad. Wu Bin apologized as he released the pulley, realizing he had almost scared himself to death. When he first started at the office, he was upset about not getting field work. But now that he had a chance to do it, he suddenly felt that being inside was much more comfortable. After a brief moment of excitement, Wu Bin began to take off his backpack and get to work. This laboratory likely never expected someone to launch an attack from above. As there were no surveillance cameras installed on the rooftop, Ren-D activated the signal jammer, and Wu Bin quickly intercepted the local network signal, gaining access to the Research Institute's internal systems and inputting their disguises. "All set," Wu Bin said as he put away his computer. By this time, Ren-D had also removed the top floor door, making it easier for their escape later. The three of them then put on hats to disguise themselves as security personnel and entered the Research Institute from the rooftop. Inside the corridor, there was a surveillance camera every 5 meters. Ren-D led the way, with Wu Bin in the middle and Yin at the back. As they passed the first camera, the alarm system did not go off, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, realizing their disguises were effective. When they entered a corridor, they noticed rooms marked with signs. Ren-D continued to lead the way as if on a normal patrol, while Wu Bin swayed his body left and right, giving off a casual patrolling vibe. Anya took advantage of the visual blind spot behind them to place a mini MAU pulse bomb on the door. Just as the three turned into another corridor, Wu Bin let out a fart. A foul smell immediately filled the air, and Anya covered her nose, fanning the air. "Come on, Wu Bin, can you be a bit more civilized? Farting in front of a lady. I'm just a little nervous, that's why." Wu Bin awkwardly thought about banging his head against the wall. How embarrassing. Ren-D also caught a whiff of the odor and, suppressing his disgust, quickened his pace. If it wasn't for the fact that they had found out this research facility was always patrolled by 3 people, he definitely wouldn't have brought Wu Bin along. This guy was really dragging him down. Ren-D didn't say anything as they reached the end of the corridor, where the door was an extremely secure blast door. Just as Ren-D was about to swipe the virus on the door lock, the door surprisingly opened, revealing a team of security personnel coming from the opposite side. The two teams stared at each other, and just as Ren-D was about to say something to defuse the situation, Wu Bin farted again. And it was a series of farts. Puffed, puffed, puffed. He actually let out about 10 in one go. Chapter 171. Another accident instantly. The air was filled with a foul stench again. At that moment, the opposing team immediately circled around the three of them and exclaimed, "Oh my God! Did you eat tartare beef?" Tartare beef is a local dark delicacy made from raw minced beef, raw eggs, raw onions, and pickles mixed together, which no normal person could stomach. "I'm so sorry," Wu Bin stammered. He was already scared by the sudden appearance of the 3 security personnel, and now, with his heart racing, he was even more nervous. Seeing this, Ren-D immediately grabbed Wu Bin by the collar and pushed him against the frame of the blast door, angrily scolding, "Damn it! I shouldn't have patrolled with you today. It's disgusting. Kid, are you ready to take a beating?" Puffed. The response to him was another loud fart. The 3 real security personnel simply walked past the 3, and one of them remarked, "You better take that kid down so he can't walk." This was incredibly frustrating. Once those 3 were out of sight, Ren-D shoved Wu Bin towards the other side of the corridor, and Anya followed suit as the blast door closed behind them. "You scared me to death." Wu-bin patted his chest. Ren-di said, "We need to hurry. If they realize something's wrong, we're done for." The three quickly began installing mini MAU pulse bombs on the doors of the lab rooms marked with signs. Just as they were about to head to the next floor's elevator, the alarm in the research facility blared loudly, and the three were startled, thinking they had been exposed. Ren-di immediately pulled out his handgun, intending to retreat the way they came. However, the entire facility's announcement system rang out, "Warning! Warning! The PSA central oxygen generator has encountered a serious malfunction. Warning! Warning! The PSA central oxygen generator has encountered a serious malfunction." The three individuals felt their hearts settle when they realized they hadn't been discovered. What the hell is going on? Wu-bin was so scared he could barely speak. Just then, they heard gunfire, a continuous barrage of shots. Instantly, they became alert again, and shortly after, the alarm and broadcast sounded once more, this time announcing, "Warning! Unauthorized intruders! Warning! Unauthorized intruders!" The trio from the Grim Reaper squad felt overwhelmed. It was clear this alarm was not directed at them, meaning another group had also targeted this laboratory. Suddenly, all the doors in the corridor began to open and close automatically, appearing as if they were drunkenly swaying. If doors had thoughts, they might have said, "I opened, I closed. I opened again, I closed again. Put on your gas masks and retreat." In this uncertain situation, Ren-di did not want to take any risks and immediately issued a retreat order. The three turned and ran back. However, before they could reach the first explosion-proof door, a massive explosion rocked the entire ground floor of the building. The walls shattered, and the trio was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Even more terrifying, the building was engulfed in flames, with countless fires igniting from the sealed laboratory rooms, and the corridor was filled with thick smoke and toxic fumes. Ren-di scrambled to his feet and pulled Wu-bin up, asking, "Hey, are you okay?" "Dizzy. So dizzy." And Yin also got up from the ground, pulling the rope tied around her waist and securing one end to the wall, while swinging the other end toward the damaged wall, saying, "It's dangerous here. We need to escape." They jumped down using the rope, landing on the roof of the building below. The drop was only about 5 or 6 meters, and they jumped down directly. At this point, the entire building was ablaze. When they reached the yard, they saw some people had already come out. They looked like researchers who had been working and hadn't gone to the other dormitory building to sleep, with only 2 or 3 security personnel present. Damn it! What on earth happened? How did the laboratory suddenly catch fire? The three of them mingled in the crowd, eager to find out what was going on. Boom! Another explosion rang out, and this time Ren-di clearly saw that it originated from inside the building. Just then, 2 people rushed out of the building, clutching a pile of documents. They stumbled a short distance before collapsing to the ground. Some people rushed over to help, and Ren-di seized the opportunity to gather all the documents lying on the ground and stuff them into his bag. More and more people appeared downstairs, including those researchers who had been asleep, now coming outside. What is happening? Why did the laboratory explode? There are many hazardous materials in the underground warehouse. If there's an explosion down there too. Oh no, I just remembered there are 10 cans of defoliant in the lab. A researcher shouted, and upon hearing this, everyone around froze, hurriedly backing away from the building and calling to get out. The entire area was enclosed, and the main doors were locked year-round, causing panic among them. Some people even rushed back to their dorms to pack their bags, while others started calling their families, and some were even reporting to the police. However, Ren-di noticed that at least 3 minutes had passed since the explosion, and there was no sound of sirens around. He thought to himself that tonight's events were definitely not normal. He glanced at Yin, who looked at Wu-bin, and then Yin shrugged his shoulders, indicating helplessness. Could it be that his luck was really affected by Wu-bin? Was his luck so bad? But what kind of person could cause such destruction to the building? The researchers who had started the riot broke through the doors of the institute, just as the 3 of them were about to make their escape. A voice called out from behind, "You 3, come with me." Ren-di turned around to see a man in a security uniform like his own, but wearing a yellow armband. "Hurry up. Come on. We need to move some things before the local police arrive." "What should we do?" And Yin asked if they should go, and Ren-di nodded. He wanted to know what was happening here. His mission had already encountered 2 accidents. Such things were impossible in the past, and both times the building ended with a fire. Was there something he didn't know about, but needed to be cautious of? The 3 of them followed the man with the yellow armband to a door not far from the building, where they saw a truck parked, and someone was moving items from the door to the vehicle. Ren-di immediately understood what was going on. Chapter 172, Racing a Snail. The Grim Reaper squad loses Ren D and Yin, and Wu Bin quickly helped move the items into the truck. Just as the last item was loaded, Ren D signaled to Yin. The moment the truck door was locked, Ren D charged at the man closing the door, while Yin attacked another person. Taken by surprise, the two were quickly subdued. Yin then pulled a stunned Wu Bin into the driver's seat, while Ren D stood outside the truck by the door, on guard. The truck started quickly and sped out of the institute. Not long after the truck drove away, 3 security personnel wearing gas masks appeared near the door. "Hey, where's the truck? Why isn't it here? What's going on? Didn't we agree to wait and move things together? Where are they? Hack, Tor, look here." After searching, the 3 finally discovered 2 lifeless bodies in a corner behind the door. "Damn it, there's a traitor. We've been double-crossed." If Ren D had been there, he would have recognized that these 3 were the same people who had used the flashlight on them. Both sides were fakes. The Grim Reaper squad waited until they reached an unoccupied, remote place before opening the truck to check the contents. Aside from some precision instruments, there were various data files. "Ren D, someone else has their eyes on this laboratory too, but their intentions are different from ours." And Yin sat down to discuss with Ren D if the last fire in the biological lab was truly an accident. Then this time it seems someone is colluding from the inside and outside to acquire the materials in this laboratory. Otherwise, how could they have moved all the materials out in advance? It's also strange that the most confidential area of the laboratory suddenly malfunctioned. I just don't know if these people pose a threat to them. If this information falls into the hands of anyone without morals, it could turn into a terrifying weapon threatening human safety. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have worked so hard to create a plan to infiltrate. I nearly scared myself to death. Wu Bin, who had been silent beside him, complained. Less nonsense would be better. And Yin said to Wu Bin, "Although your abilities are decent, you really aren't suited for field work. Just think about how much you've slowed everyone down along the way." Wu Bin was left speechless by Yin's harsh tone. Originally, when he was seconded to the Grim Reaper team, he felt an exhilarating sense of luck, thinking he was incredibly fortunate. The first time he assisted Ren D, everything went smoothly, making him feel that field work was just like that. However, when it came to the second time, needing to climb a tower crane for disguise and infiltration, he felt a bit scared. His mind was filled with scenes from those 007 movies, with all the terrifying dangers, making him even more nervous, leading to constant mistakes along the way. But he couldn't be entirely blamed. This wasn't his first experience with such things. How to deal with these items? After scanning the data, the original documents must be destroyed. As for these instruments, Ren D said eagerly, "Of course, we must find a way to get them back. Why refuse something free?" Due to the large size of the van, which was hard to hide, the 3 temporarily agreed to find a discreet place to stash it, and after modifications, they would use it directly. 2 days later, the van's paint and license plates were all changed, and the 3 began scanning the documents day and night. After finishing each document, Ren D's expression grew darker. The records contained truly horrifying and cruel information. This biological experimenter had actually begun human experiments, using local children as subjects. Over the course of a year, more than 30 children had gone missing, and the police in this country had found no clues, nor had they even investigated. After hacking into the local police system, Ren D further confirmed this. Officials in Wuhai were colluding with the biological laboratory, with some people clearing the way for these insane individuals. On June 23rd, the last batch of paper documents was scanned, and the original files were fed into a shredder, turning them into fragments. And Yin then disposed of these scraps in a crematorium at a nearby hospital, ensuring they were completely incinerated. There were still some important instruments in the vehicle, and Ren D decided to use the name of a multinational cold chain company to transport them out of the country. Then find a smuggler to take them to sea, and make arrangements for a domestic vessel to pick them up in international waters. Since these instruments were all banned in the West, Ren D needed to communicate with contacts back home in advance. Ren D directly contacted Zhang Donglai via a secure line. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Donglai laughed and said, "Your efficiency is impressive. Both laboratories have been burned down. That is truly remarkable." Ren D wanted to clarify that it wasn't their doing. It was purely an accident. The director, "We have managed to acquire some equipment that we want to transport back to our country, but we need your coordination on this." "Equipment? What kind of equipment have you acquired?" "It's the kind of liquid chromatography instruments, pulse NMR spectrometers, Amazon ion trap series. and Scion TQ triple quadrupole mass spectrometers that are restricted from being exported to our country. Every time Ren Di mentioned a name, Zhang Donglai's heart skipped a beat. These are all things that our country cannot obtain and are prohibited from being imported. We must bring them back. Even if we have to disassemble them and transport the parts back, we need to get them. Zhang Donglai asked, "What are you planning to do?" Ren Di then shared his plan. With Zhang Donglai's full support, Ren Di felt reassured. Regarding the cargo box paperwork, Ren Di managed to sneak out a couple of times and obtained a very authentic set of documents. The three of them then pretended to be drivers, taking turns driving to the coastal city. However, they encountered a series of problems along the way that they had never faced before. On the first day of travel, the truck had 2 flat tires in a row, and since there were no suitable parts nearby, they had to hitch a ride to a nearby city to buy replacements before they could fix the truck. The next day, although the truck was fine, an unusual heavy rainstorm hit, reducing visibility on the road to less than 5 meters, forcing the truck to pull over and rest. The rain continued relentlessly throughout the night, and the three of them had to endure sitting in the truck all night. On the third day, their route was blocked for 11 hours due to a collision between a truck and a bus. By the time they found a suitable gas station to rest at, it was already past 3 in the morning. To make matters worse, the gas station they needed said they were out of fuel. They suggested that they drive 20 kilometers to another gas station, and Yin felt her temper rising. She had never encountered such a series of unfortunate events. And after 4 days, they hadn't even covered 1,000 kilometers. Snails were moving faster than them. She glared at Wu Bin and said, "What should I do if I feel like killing someone?" Wu Bin, "No way. Is it my fault again?" Chapter 173, Airplane. The competitors are coming on June 30th. Ren Di and the others finally arrived at the coastal city of here. Not those brothers. If you answer incorrectly, go reflect on it. Thanks to Zhang Donglai's coordination, they found local contacts at the port to negotiate with the smugglers. Ultimately, after spending over 800,000, they rented a barge and immediately loaded the entire truck onto the ship and left the country. However, after sailing safely for 2 days, the ship encountered a superstorm with level 14 winds on the third night. The members of the team were literally thrown from their bunks onto the floor, and the cramped space made it hard to stabilize themselves. The cabin was shaking violently, and Ren Di felt that the ship was tilting more than 30 degrees. The waves mercilessly battered the hull, and the group felt as if they were drunk, spinning around uncontrollably. Ren Di seized the opportunity to grab the handrail on the ship's deck, stood up, and slowly crawled out towards the cockpit. The ship they were on was over a decade old, and the cabin was rather worn down. During the storm, the hull groaned under the pressure of the waves. By the time Ren Di reached the cockpit, he saw a bearded captain straining to steer the ship. Waves over 20 meters high crashed against the hull, but the old captain remained calm, skillfully turning the wheel to guide the vessel through the waves. Ren Di noticed several dead fish slapping against the cabin glass before being swept away by the sea. The old captain shouted, "Let the storm come even stronger." Ren Di was startled by the captain's shout, thinking to himself, "Even stronger? Aren't you afraid of getting your brain shaken out?" He held onto the handrail to steady himself. But another massive wave surged up, lifting the ship before it crashed back down into the sea, tilting the hull almost to 90 degrees. Thunder and lightning flashed in the sky, with blue and white bolts striking the ocean. The last time he witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon was when he was piloting a transport plane. And now he was once again face to face with the power of nature. "Are we going to die?" Wu Bin shouted, having crawled into the cockpit at some point, panic in his voice. "We won't die," and Yin said firmly, gripping the handrail and gazing ahead with determination. Another huge wave hit, and the old captain's hand spun the wheel quickly, but under the immense force of the ship and the waves, he lost grip, causing the vessel to veer off course. Ren Di lunged forward, using both hands to seize the wheel, and began to take control of the ship. With the pressure continually dropping and the wind picking up, Ren Di decided to charge ahead full speed against the wind to escape the storm. The old captain was taken aback by Ren Di's actions and burst into laughter. At that moment, the massive ship felt like a small girl being bullied, struggling to fight back without knowing the way forward. Time passed, and gradually the waves subsided, and the ship's rocking became less severe. "Look, the storm has stopped." The sky brightened, and the tumultuous wind and rain that had tormented them all night began to fade. Rays of pure sunlight shone through gaps in the dark clouds, making everything that had just happened feel like a dream. "It's the Tyndall effect," and Yin exclaimed, admiring the beautiful sky. The old captain clapped Rin-Di on the shoulder and said, "Good lad. You can actually steer a ship. Not bad at all. I didn't expect you to be so capable." And Yin was also impressed. She only knew how to operate a yacht, but not a large vessel like this one. Rin-Di looked at the few survivors and suddenly asked, "There's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "What do you mean?" The others were taken aback by Rin-Di's words. Having survived the storm, what bad news could there possibly be? "There's a good news and a bad news about us. Which one do you want to hear first?" "Let us hear the good news first." And Yin looked at Rin-Di, not believing that they could have any bad news after escaping death. "The good news is that we are less than 100 nautical miles from our destination," Rin-Di replied. "And the bad news?" "The bad news is that the ship's rudder has fallen off, and we can't sail anymore." Rin-Di shrugged and said, "We can only wait here to be rescued." "What the heck? How did you manage to steer the ship without the rudder?" "It hasn't sunk yet," Wu Bin exclaimed, shocked. "Losing the rudder is like a car losing its steering wheel. They are really lucky to have survived such a situation." The old captain was also stunned to hear this. "What did you say?" "My wife Margaret's rudder fell off." "Oh, my poor Margaret." On July 5th, the rescue ship finally appeared, but it wasn't just a ship. There was also a military vessel. After Rin-Di and the others transferred their cargo to the freighter, the soldiers on the warship helped the old captain repair the Margaret by adding a makeshift rudder. After the old captain set sail, Rin-Di and his team boarded the warship, which escorted them back home and would drop them off on a freighter heading to a certain destination, allowing them to disembark under the guise of crew members. This destination was the last stop for Rin-Di and his team to carry out their mission of destroying biological samples. It was once the cultural and economic center of the West, but after the subprime financial crisis, its former glory had vanished, turning it into a decaying city that could barely sustain itself through tourism. A week later, the team arrived at their destination. From a distance, the city looked beautiful, with blue skies and tall buildings. However, once you walked in, you would find that the buildings were relics from 30 years ago, with faded walls and peeling paint seemingly telling stories from decades past. This time, their target laboratory was privately owned, although there was support from official channels behind the scenes. The clues Rin-Di and his team managed to gather were limited to a few records of fund transfers from certain foundations. They set up a hot dog stand as an observation point on another street near the private biological lab building. Since the surrounding buildings were mostly office spaces that were too expensive to rent, Rin-Di thought renting a stand was more cost-effective. After all, the stand could generate income, solve their food issues, and allow them to observe closely without raising suspicion. Rin-Di thought to himself, "I'm really clever." However, just as the stand was set up and opened for business that morning, it ran into major trouble. A group of guys dressed in hip-hop attire, wielding baseball bats and wearing leather gloves, came to demand protection money. Dressed as a hot dog vendor, Rin-Di was frustrated. He paid the protection fee but was still harassed by them. Just as these thugs were about to escalate their antics, a low rumble filled the sky, followed by an out-of-control airplane crashing into a building at the street corner. Boom! Flames erupted, and the shockwave from the explosion devastated the surrounding area. Flipping over the hot dog stand, Rin-Di was furious. What the hell is going on? Why is it that this time I haven't even figured out the door to the laboratory, and now it's gone? Are they trying to steal our business? That building, neither too tall nor too short, was precisely the target laboratory of the mission. Chapter 174 Reunion on the other side of the street. Wu Bin and Yin in the car also witnessed the disaster unfolding before them, both stunned. What the heck? It's burned down like this. Does that mean we came here for nothing? Wu Bin felt scared about this mission. He had almost shaken hands with death. He had initially suggested sitting at the cafe at the corner below the biological lab to have some coffee and hack into the network, which would have been better than sitting in the hot car. And Yin had directly rejected his suggestion. After all, Rin-Di was selling hot dogs on the street while he was off drinking coffee and slacking. That's why Wu Bin didn't go, but unexpectedly, he was saved. He suddenly began to doubt whether his luck was really this bad. The biological lab was burning right under their noses, and some people chose to jump out of the windows because they couldn't escape. The scene was tragic and chaotic, with airplane wreckage stuck in the middle of the building, and dangerous materials in the lab exploding again. Flames and thick smoke obscured the sky, and Yin looked at Wu Bin and suddenly said, "You and Rin-Di are not human." "What? How am I not human?" Wu Bin didn't finish his sentence when Yin suddenly grabbed his collar and pulled him. Wu Bin's head slammed against the back of the front seat. Just as he was about to ask why she was getting physical, He heard the sound of shattering glass and a buzzing wind behind his ears. Then Wu Bin felt a sharp pain on the scalp at the back of his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large tree being blown down by the shockwave of the explosion, a sharp branch coming straight for his head. And Yin had just saved him again. Wu Bin wiped the scalp where the branch had scraped off his hair and said, feeling a bit shaken, "It seems I'm really not suited for fieldwork. The heavens must be annoyed to see me. Now that the laboratory had become like this." Did that mean their mission was accomplished? And Yin drove to find Rendi. While the hip-hop crowd around Rendi had already scattered in fear due to the disaster, with no one thinking of helping or rescuing. Rendi looked at his hot dog stand that had been blown away, feeling heartbroken. If he had known this would happen, why did he even rent a stand? Sitting here with a stool eating snacks and watching the show would have been better. The police and firefighters arrived late, sealing off the surrounding streets and pushing Rendi to another corner. And Yin, who was driving over, was also turned away, forcing her to turn back. When she was about to come over to pick up Rendi, she saw a crowd gathering around him in the street. And Yin immediately became alert and said to Wu Bin in the car, "You drive, and wait to assist us later." Huh. Wu Bin didn't quite understand what was happening before Yin got out of the car. She arrived at the street corner and saw several sightseeing carriages. And the crowd surrounding Rendi consisted of people who had gotten off those carriages. They saw the fire but didn't know what was happening, looking for witnesses to ask. After Rendi finished explaining the situation to the onlookers and was about to leave, someone suddenly grabbed his arm. Luna. The peculiar pronunciation and name left Rendi stunned. He turned around and saw Morochi, dressed in casual clothes. Didn't this person go back to his home country? Why is he here? Seemingly understanding the confusion in Rendi's eyes, Morochi smiled and explained, "Those idiots in the board actually fired me. Their reason? I supposedly ruined the laboratory. Huh. It was clearly an accident, but they dismissed me for their own interests. But thanks to this, I thought of taking a vacation. Now I genuinely thank them. They led me to meet you again, my angel, my love." Rendi felt a chill from Morochi's cheesy words. "I even changed my hairstyle and makeup, yet you still recognized me? What a joke. Sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Rendi pretended not to know him. "No, you are Luna. Even if you turned to ashes, I would still recognize you. Your voice, your appearance, your habits." Morochi held Rendi's hand and kissed it. "Your hand is as white as jade. Your fingers are long yet strong like a man's. You are my Luna. Just with a rather plain hairstyle, not as beautiful as before. How did you notice that, yet not see I'm a man?" Just as Rendi was about to pull his hand away, the group of travelers surrounded them again. "Haha, I see the wing spewing thick smoke. It's bigger than the smoke from my fireplace. Yeah, I saw someone falling down. Wow, what a spectacle. Oh my, Morochi, how could you hold this girl's hand like that? So unchivalrous." But Morochi pulled Rendi closer and introduced him to the crowd. "Dear family, this is my beloved, my angel, the most important girl in my life." What? The 30 or so men, women, and children around were all stunned, including Rendi. Are these all Morochi's family? Did this entire family come out for a vacation? How rich? After a moment, everyone snapped back to reality and rushed to Rendi, bombarding him with questions. "Oh my, she's so beautiful. I can't believe you're Morochi's lover. I didn't believe him when he told us. I never expected you to be such a beautiful girl. Haha, so cute. Is their reunion a divine sign? Since it's fate, it should follow divine will and get married." Exactly. The family heirloom of the Moby family is with me. It seems this is truly heaven's arrangement. The crowd chattered excitedly, leaving Rendi dizzy. When Yin arrived, he saw the scene before him, and the group actually pulled Rendi onto a sightseeing car heading west. And Yin hurried back to the car and said to Wu Bin, "Hurry and catch up. Rendi has been taken away by these people." "What?" "Oh." Wu Bin was flustered as he drove to follow the sightseeing bus. But due to unexpected road closures in the area, traffic had increased. Wu Bin wasn't an experienced driver like Yin, and before long, he was cut off by another car, causing him to lose sight of the sightseeing bus. And Yin, in the back seat, grabbed Wu Bin by the collar and pulled him into the passenger seat. "You're really useless." At that moment, Rendi was cornered in a wedding dress shop by Mo Luochi's relatives, who were using their experience to help him choose the perfect wedding gown. Rendi thought to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Chapter 175, The Runaway Bride in a Jewelry Store. Mo Luochi directly spent money to buy Rendi the most expensive set of jewelry available. "Are you sure you won't regret buying this for me?" Rendi asked Mo Luochi. "No, you are my beloved angel, and I'm happy to do anything for you. Looking at the necklace worth several villas, Rendi swallowed hard. If he brought it back to his childhood friend, would they mind that it was a gift from another man? Ugh, what a headache. What should he do? Rendi hoped Yin and the others would come to pick him up soon, but he couldn't see any sign of them. My dear, let us go register our marriage. I don't want to be apart from you for even a moment. God brought me to meet you here, and with my family all present, I can't think of a better day than today. My angel. Looking into Mo Luo Chi's eyes, Rendi wanted to confess. But seeing the eager and hopeful expressions of the elderly around him made him feel embarrassed. Deception is a sin. If he admitted he was a man now, he would have been deceiving Mo Luo Chi from the start, and he might be devoured alive by the over 30 people present. In public, Rendi couldn't resort to force. It was better not to reveal his identity if he could help it. Trying to buy some time, he said, I'm a devoted believer. Without a priest and a wedding dress, I want to agree to marry you outside of a church. Oh my. We just happened to have a visit to a church planned for today, an elderly lady said. The priest would surely love for us to hold a spontaneous wedding there, and we don't need to worry about the wedding dress. I'm a designer from Daisy Fashion Company, and I know there are a few high-end custom wedding dresses available here. We can buy one right away. Wait. Rendi was stunned. These people were more formidable than he had imagined. Their determination was high, but I haven't found a good makeup artist yet. I'll take care of that. Mo Luo Chi's grandmother waved her hand. I used to be the head of the Christian Chauveau Makeup Academy. Then, she grabbed Rendi's wrist, afraid he might escape, and wouldn't let go as she led him around. He felt like a delicate girl being maneuvered by this group all the way to the wedding dress shop. Let us choose this one. They finally settled on a super glamorous off-the-shoulder wedding gown. Rendi looked at the group of elderly women with evil glances that made him want to scream. Fortunately, they ultimately spared him the embarrassment of revealing his fake chest and the shorts he was wearing. He was then dressed in a heavy wedding gown, with his hair styled up and adorned with pure white flowers. Oh, this girl's hair is really nice. Just as stiff as the bristles of the pigs I raise on my farm. One of Morochi's aunts chuckled. Look at her big feet. They're almost as big as my son's. Another relative commented, adding, I quite like the shoes she's wearing. Morochi stood behind the crowd, watching his beloved girl being accepted and dressed up by her family, a sweet smile of indescribable joy on his face. Morochi, you lucky guy. She looks like such a pure and kind girl. You're really fortunate. She's my angel. You know, the moment I saw her, I knew she was the one for me, no one else. Hey, Morochi. Ladies should handle the ladies' things. Shouldn't you take care of your outfit? And your messy hair? We're about to head to the church, Morochi's male relative suggested, and the group moved en masse to another suit store to buy clothes. And Yin and Wu Bin lost track of Rendi, and even their communicator received no response. After several attempts, Yin realized that the small signal base in the car had been damaged by branches. Once she spent some time fixing it, an hour had already passed. When they finally located the bridal shop through the signal, they found Rendi was not inside. They only discovered a communicator that had fallen under the counter. After inquiring with the staff, they learned that someone had come to buy a wedding dress earlier and was preparing for a wedding at the largest local church. Upon hearing this news, Yin had only one thought. Hurry to find Rendi and take a picture, then send it to Yang Luai. When the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Rendi was hiding alone in a small compartment of the church, pacing back and forth. After leaving the bridal shop, he realized his communicator was missing and wanted to go back to look for it, but Morochi's family wouldn't give him the chance. This small compartment in the broken church only had a few fist-sized ventilation holes and no windows. Otherwise, he would have climbed out by now. Sigh. It seems I'll have to wait until the ceremony is over to find an excuse to sneak away. If all else fails, I can just wait until the evening when I knock Morochi out during the wedding night, and then leave. Rendi opened the door and glanced at the row of elderly people sitting outside. The elderly women smiled widely at him, and one old man laughed so hard that his dentures fell out. Don't worry, the ceremony will start soon. They're going to get the flowers, Morochi's aunt said with a smile to Rendi. As the wedding march began to play, Rendi stood at the entrance of the church aisle in high heels, while Morochi even had his father accompany the bride down the aisle. In the church, not only were there family members of Morochi, but also many tourists and some people in work uniforms appearing in the bride's family seating area. Morochi's father said, Morochi doesn't want this hurried wedding to leave you with regrets. The priest asked, do you wish to take this woman as your wife? To love her, be loyal to her, whether she is poor, ill, or disabled, until death do you part. Do you? Morochi replied, I do. The priest then asked, Do you wish to marry this man? To love him, be loyal to him, whether he is poor, sick, or disabled, until death do you part. Do you? Rindy looked at Morochi and forced a smile. Just then, the church doors were pushed open, and everyone turned to see Yin gesturing at him. Rindy finally breathed a sigh of relief. His teammates had come to get him. He really couldn't keep up the act any longer. I don't, Rindy shouted. And then, to the astonishment of all the guests, he kicked off his high heels, lifted his skirt, and ran towards the door with long strides. Luna. Morochi was shocked by Rindy's actions. Rindy turned his head and shouted, Never meet again. Chapter 176 At the summer office of the Summer Security Bureau. Ruan Linjun was sitting on the sofa watching short videos. He had recently been around the Intelligence and Internal Affairs departments and decided to work in Internal Affairs. After all, he didn't want to be idle. Sitting in an office might be easy, but it required a lot of thinking. A particularly funny video from abroad was playing on a social media platform, and the top video was especially hilarious. When Ruan Linjun opened it, he found it was a wedding scene being filmed from the back row. The image was a bit shaky, but it didn't hinder viewers from seeing the luxury of the wedding. The groom and bride looked tall, and when the priest asked questions, the groom answered without hesitation, while the bride seemed reluctant and took a long time to say the words I do. Then, the next moment, a gasp came from the video, and Ruan Linjun's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? Rindy. He saw the bride kick off her shoes, lift her cumbersome skirt, and run towards the door with long strides. The bride's face came closer in the video, and then the cameraman zoomed in for a close-up. That fleeting image left Ruan Linjun in disbelief. After working on missions with Rindy for so long, how could he not recognize that face disguised as a woman, getting married without holding a wedding, and actually entering the church with someone else? Achoo. Back from abroad, the death squad had just landed. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning on July 23rd. The airport was still bustling with activity. The three of them took a special passage directly out of the airport's internal staff corridor and drove out from the underground garage. Achoo. Rindy sneezed again. And this time, even bubbles of snot came out. Are you coming down with a cold? Wu Bin laughed as he looked at Rindy, who rolled his eyes and said, Don't say that with your bad luck. The last thing I want to hear is you sneezing. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm going to catch a cold. And you still ask why? Don't you know why I'm getting sick? And Yin opened the trunk and listened to the two banter. Their journey back home was as thrilling as a blockbuster, with a mix of good and bad luck at every turn. For instance, while walking, a bird conveniently decided to relieve itself on Wu Bin's head, right before someone snatched the backpack he was carrying. They spent some time chasing the thief, who then caught up with their rental car, only to have it stolen again. In another instance, at the airport, Wu Bin was stopped by customs because his photo didn't match his appearance due to a machine malfunction. He barely made it through just in time for boarding, thanks to some connections at the embassy. On the plane, a flight attendant brought a drink to Wu Bin, but the bottle suddenly exploded, splattering juice all over nearby passengers. When the second flight attendant tried to give him a cup of milk, the plane hit turbulence, causing the milk to spill again. It seemed that the longer Wu Bin spent with Rindy, the more his misfortune multiplied, and Yin rubbed her head, realizing that choosing teammates was crucial. Luckily, this was the only mission Wu Bin would be on. Just then, the handle of his suitcase broke, and it fell to the ground. Rindy, seeing this, casually went over to pick it up when suddenly a car horn blared from a distance. Rindy hurriedly stood up as a car sped past them, hitting the suitcase and sending its contents flying everywhere. At that moment, another car approached. But this time it wasn't as fortunate. It hit the scattered items and got a flat tire. And Yin continued to rub her head at the scene unfolding before her. Rindy sneezed again. Wu Bin simply squatted down, saying, After this report, I'm heading back to Yangqing. I miss my little black room. Just then, two people got out of the flat-tired car, which was a long business Porsche. Sorry, we'll clean this up right away. The suitcase was hit by the car in front of us. Rindy apologized, adding, We'll compensate for your loss. Just let us know the cost. This was now the fourth incident, and the three of them were utterly exhausted, with no energy left. What kind of attitude is that? Do you think paying will solve everything? That sudden flat tire almost made us crash into a wall. One of the individuals pointed at Rindy. There were people in the car. What if there was an accident and someone got hurt? Especially in this situation, what if someone's face was injured? Do you know who was in the car? If she gets disfigured, her career is over. Are you sent by some agency to ruin our wrong? There's a celebrity in the car? Rindy glanced at the business vehicle, knowing that dealing with celebrities was always troublesome. Sorry, This was truly an accident. Some of us have had bad luck lately and have been experiencing a streak of misfortune. We're not bad people. Rindy sincerely apologized to the other party, putting his hands together in front of the car and saying, "I'm sorry. We'll help you change the tire once we clean up." The other party seemed to want to say something, but Rindy turned around to help pick up the scattered items. The three of them hurried to gather the things on the ground. The box contained only a few items. The first was the black diamond-shaped fragments that Rindy picked up, which took up most of the box and was the cause of the van's flat tire. The second item was the jewelry that Morochi had given to Rindy. These were what he wore while running away in a wedding dress, valued at tens of millions, equivalent to over 100 million in local currency. Rindy hadn't wanted them, but Morochi insisted he wear them, and now he ended up bringing them back home. The third item was the wedding dress he was wearing. The box was broken, and the contents were scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, the jewelry was protected by a box and did not break, but the wedding dress got a bit dirty and was damaged by the black diamond-shaped fragments. "Wait, can you sell me the clothes you're wearing?" Someone in the car suddenly spoke up. "Sorry, they're not for sale," Rindy replied, looking at the clothes. "These are not for sale." He even planned to send them back to Morochi. If that didn't work, he would consider anonymously auctioning them off, as they were masterpieces by an internationally renowned designer. "If you give us that dress, our owner won't hold you responsible," the assistant threatened. "If you don't give us that dress, we'll call the police and report you for carrying dangerous items that threaten public safety. Plus, if our owner spreads news about what happened today, you won't have an easy time in the future. You know our owner has 50 million fans. One spit from each of them could drown you. You wouldn't want to be doxxed, right?" Rindy didn't expect that the celebrity's assistant would go so far as to try to extort them. Should he say that they were indeed celebrities with discerning eyes? Or that they were arrogant and looked down on others? "Sorry, I'll say it one last time. That dress is not for sale. And do you really think I'm crazy enough to use this as compensation for you? All right, you've got guts," the assistant said, then pulled out his phone and began to take pictures and videos of Rindy and the others. "What are you doing?" Wu Bin was the first to notice his actions and shouted, "Put down your phone. You can't film. If they were unintentionally captured, it would be fine, as others wouldn't know their identities. But if they were maliciously filmed and posted online, their identities would be exposed." And Yin and Rindy rushed over to stop the filming once they noticed. Just as the situation was escalating, another person got out of the van, a tall and muscular bodyguard of Ronger. He reached out and pushed Rindy, while his other hand formed a fist and swung towards Rindy's face. Rindy reflexively blocked the incoming arm, then kicked hard and retaliated with a circular swing of his arms. After 2 or 3 exchanges, the bodyguard fell to the ground, unable to get back up, and Yin managed to seize the other party's phone. But unfortunately, the person turned off the phone immediately during the robbery and looked at Yin with a foolish expression, saying, "Very good. You are now committing robbery, causing a car accident first, and then robbing. You're finished." And Yin threw the phone to Wu Bin, glanced at him, and walked directly to the nanny car, startling the celebrity inside who was secretly filming. "What do you want to do?" They hadn't brought any work IDs on this trip. And Rindy, rubbing his swollen head, said to the people in the car, "We'll fix your car and change the tire, and you delete the videos on your phones. And we'll call it even. We owe each other nothing, so don't create trouble for yourselves." The people in the car were forced to delete the photos or videos on their phones, gritting their teeth in anger. If it weren't for the lack of signal in this place, they would have definitely exposed these people online. Wu Bin checked everyone's phones to ensure nothing was missed before returning them. "Here are your phones back. By the way, I cleared some junk off your phones and optimized some programs for you. Don't mention it. Who would thank you?" the celebrity Rong Air said angrily, still inside the car. And Yin and Rindy changed the tire of the business car and also reset the dashcam, ensuring there was no information left about Rindy and the others. "All done. Your car is fixed," and Yin said before heading back to his own car. "What about Rong Air?" Just as the 3 terrifying figures were about to leave, one assistant suddenly said, "Should we call the police?" I noted down their license plate. While Rong Air was contemplating whether to report it, Wu Bin tripped over a ground lock in the parking lot and fell, dropping a gun from his arms. The people in the business car were stunned by the sight. "Oh my God, they have a gun. Drive. Hit them." Suddenly, Rong Air made up her mind, saying, "Those 3 are clearly not good people, and that wedding dress must have been stolen by them. Once we get out of the underground garage, we'll ram into them and flip their car. Then we'll call the police. But they have guns. Then let's make sure they can't shoot. Ram them hard so they can't get out of the car." "But, no buts. They're about to drive away. Quickly, catch up, Rong-er said fiercely. I'm not the kind of girl who just takes a hit without fighting back. So what if they have guns? This place has a gun ban. Everyone, don't be afraid. After this is done, I'll give you bonuses. The country will reward me handsomely too. And Yin drove around twice to reach the exit. Please pay 500 yuan. Is it that expensive? Next time, let's see if the airport can give us a discount. It's only been a little over a month. And it costs so much. Rindy said, this is already the discounted price. And Yin replied, all right. Back then, 500 was equivalent to 3 months' rent for me. A parking space is more expensive than a house. The car drove out of the garage and onto the ground as the sky brightened with the first light of dawn, and a hint of morning glow appeared. The morning star withdrew its light and hid behind the clouds. A business vehicle followed closely behind, and both cars traveled side by side on the same road. Once Rong-er got a signal after leaving the parking lot. She reported the situation to the police, providing details about Rin D and others, as well as the license plate number. All right, now is the time. Everyone hold on tight. Rong-er's driver stepped hard on the accelerator and charged towards the car in front. And Yin and the others didn't notice the movement of another vehicle less than 50 meters behind them, and in an instant, the business vehicle accelerated and rushed forward. Bang! Rin D and the others' car was lifted into the air, rolling before crashing down, with the roof skewered against the roadside fence. For a moment, the three of them were a bit dazed, but fortunately, the airbags deployed, protecting their heads and most of their bodies. Rin D, feeling disoriented, unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at the others. And Jia, Wu Bin, are you okay? Is everyone all right? And Yin had a cut on his forehead from the glass. Bleeding, but he was still conscious. I'm fine, just my leg might be stuck. I'll help you. Rin D pushed hard against the deformed door, and as soon as he got out, he was struck on the back with a club. He saw that the bodyguard of the celebrity he had just fought with was now swinging a crowbar at him, hitting him hard twice and knocking him to the ground. Damn it, how dare you hit me? I'll make you pay for this. Wu Bin, feeling dizzy, looked at the scene in the car and was startled to see Rin D getting beaten outside. He struggled to escape, but was sprayed in the face with pepper spray. Gotcha. Let us see how you shoot now. Rong-er calmly put the pepper spray into her bag, then took out her phone, found a good angle, and captured herself along with the accident scene, adding text before posting it on Weibo and her friend's circle. Quirky little sprite Rong-er just encountered a big event today. Help the police capture the bad guys. Come and praise me. The wailing of police sirens approached as several police cars and an armored vehicle rushed to the accident scene. Rin D's car trunk was a wreck, with various items scattered everywhere, and that beautiful wedding dress had turned into torn shreds hanging on the car, along with some props specific to the Summer Peace Bureau lying on the ground. After posting on her friend's circle, Rong-er picked up something that looked like a button from the ground, curious and muttering to herself, "What is this?" Chapter 178, Checking the Water Meter, July 23rd, 4:30 a.m. After posting the scene photos, Rong-er immediately contacted her PR team. This was a great opportunity to gain fans and public support, and there was no better time than now to capitalize on it. Are you okay? The boss of the agency called immediately to inquire. He had been sleeping soundly when the assistant's relentless calls woke him up, and when he heard Rong-er's news, his first reaction was to joke, wondering how that selfish woman could be so kind as to help catch bad guys. Boss, I'm fine. But my car is wrecked and my assistant and driver have all suffered minor injuries. Rong-er said coyly, oh dear, doing the right thing really costs a lot. It's all right. As long as you're doing the right thing, there's no need to worry about the expenses. I'll have finance send you some money later as a consolation fee. Thank you. Boss, the police are here. Gotta go, bye boss. Rong-er hung up the phone, swinging her bag as she walked over to the police officers. One of the officers who got out of a patrol car looked rather stern. Who called the police? The officer asked. That was me. Rong-er replied with a sweet smile. Then began recounting the entire incident, pointing to Rin D and the other's car as she explained. So, after we left the underground parking lot, we were afraid they would get away, so we rammed into their car. My SUV is totaled now. Officer, will there be a reward for this? That depends on the final investigation. If they turn out to be wanted criminals, each informant will receive a cash reward and a certificate. That's great. Ha ha. A little justice fairy like me deserves good rewards. She laughed. As a public figure, after giving the general details to the officer, Rong-er left one assistant to take notes, while the police escorted the others home. On July 23rd, at 6:10 a.m., as soon as Rong-er arrived home, she saw that the company had already pushed her incident to trending topics, and it was at the top of the list. Today's trending topics. 1. Ronger assists police in capturing criminals. 2. A biolaboratory was struck and burned by a small aircraft, with some dangerous viruses suspected of leaking. 3. A bride abroad fled during her wedding, taking precious jewelry worth billions. 4. Police and local authorities broke up an international human trafficking case, arresting 60 and rescuing over 300 trafficked individuals. 5. The black box of the aircraft carrying the Minister of Economy has been decrypted, and the crash was due to human factors. 6. A wild goat in the walk-in corridor has gone viral, crossing borders freely. 7. A new material developed by scientists is said to change human history. 8. Ha ha ha. With this incident, I'm even more confident about winning the 100 Flowers Award. Who can resist a positive public figure praised by the country? She could already envision a bright path ahead for her career, a straight and dazzling road leading to success. Ronger smiled proudly, feeling satisfied with her sudden bold decision today. No wonder the ancients said, "The bold thrive while the timid starve." If she hadn't acted impulsively today, she might never have had such a great opportunity to be remembered by the state. Meanwhile, Rin D and the others had lost consciousness and were being transported to the nearest hospital by police car, as their injuries were still unclear. After clearing the scene, the police found some unconventional dangerous weapons. At first glance, these items seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, they turned out to be special espionage weapons that ordinary security checks could not detect. The current officer directly contacted the local authority to handle the situation, as it was beyond their jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the 3 individuals in a coma at the hospital were placed under strict surveillance. After receiving the information from the police, Ruan Linjun proactively applied to take on the case, marking his first assignment in internal affairs. He was thrilled to hear that 3 individuals had been apprehended along with a cache of dangerous items. Was this a good start? At 9:30, when Ruan Linjun took the 3 individuals to the relevant unit and saw the confiscated dangerous items, he was momentarily stunned. These items looked quite similar to things from his own home. Did the adversary have the same kind? However, when he spotted the specially designed makeup case and several forged documents, he became furious. Where were the 3 individuals? Were they injured? They were under surveillance in the hospital, still unconscious. Ruan Linjun grabbed the collar of a nearby officer and shouted, "Which idiot injured them? Who called the police? Arrest them all. This is outrageous. Comrade, let go. What are you talking about? Those 3 are from our local authority." The officer was pushed aside, and Ruan Linjun immediately called Zhang Donglai. His anger was like the beginning of a massive storm, and the officers were unaware of the societal impact it would bring. In a regular hospital, the 3 individuals under strict watch were personally taken by Ruan Linjun to a military hospital for comprehensive treatment. At 11:20, Ronger was at home live streaming. Her situation was trending on the headlines, and many fans rushed to her social media to inquire about her condition. Seeing so many people concerned for her, Ronger skipped her nap and went live to recount what happened that morning. Soon, her fans began showering her with compliments in the live chat. "Wow, Ronger is beautiful and kind. You're amazing. You could be a detective. You're the best. Ronger is so powerful. Bad people beware. Those wicked individuals deserve to be run over." "Exactly. Ronger, you're too kind." Sending hugs. "Were you scared at that moment? You're a heroine. I love you. The country should give you a bravery award." Ronger basked in the adoration of her fans, feeling as light as a cloud. She said, "The moment I saw them, I knew they weren't good people. If I were a police officer, I would have taken them down with a single shot." Suddenly, the doorbell rang outside her villa, catching Ronger off guard. Her assistant had a key and wouldn't ring the bell. Was it the property management? But they would normally inquire in the group chat and wouldn't knock on her door directly. She instinctively asked through the video intercom, "Who is it?" Checking the water meter. Some people were questioning why the 3 individuals involved seemed less intelligent, but that's not the case at all. In every task, there are always 2 or 3 underlying threads that people may not have noticed. This chapter also contains such elements, and I hope everyone can discover them. In chapter 179, there's a scene in Ronger's live stream where everyone heard her calls and the responses from outside the door. When they heard the old joke about checking the water meter, many people laughed. Some fans commented, "Haha, Ronger, did you make some mistake? Someone came to check your water meter. Hurry, Ronger, someone is coming to catch you. Haha, could it be that someone is here to deliver a banner to Ronger?" Ronger was also amused by the comments and said, "Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll go open the door." The moment she opened the door without much thought, she was shocked. Dozens of armed police officers rushed into the villa, surrounding her completely. Immediately, two of them put a black bag over her head and handcuffed her hands behind her back. Since Ronger was live streaming from her living room, everyone in the stream witnessed the scene clearly. In an instant, all her fans were stunned. One officer noticed the live streaming equipment nearby, frowned, and walked over to turn off the live feed. The live stream went silent, but soon it erupted with comments. How did Ronger get arrested? What happened? Who knows? Why arrest Ronger? What is going on? Oh my. Why are the police not catching the bad guys, but instead arresting Ronger? She is my idol. Why not catch those shady characters instead of Rong? Call the police. There must be something suspicious about this. After a while, Ronger made headlines again. But this time it was for being arrested at home. Her fans left comments everywhere, confused about why such a good person was suddenly arrested without warning. Moreover, she was treated like a serious criminal, with a bag over her head and handcuffs. Fans were outraged, and the related agents and companies were also caught off guard by this wave of news. They had no idea what was happening. And then it was reported that Ronger's driver and assistant were also arrested one after another. After being taken to the police station, Ronger was in shock and took a long time to realize she had been arrested. She began to shout, "Why are you arresting me? I'm a celebrity. Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong." The police, expressionless, asked, "Do you know that a car accident occurred near Guanghua Road Airport at 4:32 this morning?" Ronger was taken aback. "Yes. I had someone crash the car." "Do you know who was in the car?" "You just crashed it." "Yes. Bad people. If they were bad people, you could have called the police first. You are an ordinary person and have no law enforcement power. Crashing a car is illegal. Moreover, you didn't crash into bad people. Impossible. They had guns. I have a gun too. Do you want to crash into me?" The police looked at Ronger and said, "Your actions have already endangered national security." "No. That is impossible. Those people were clearly bad. Sneaky. Otherwise why wouldn't they let us take their pictures? Those who dare not show their faces cannot be good people. You are reversing right and wrong. Isn't it up to you to decide?" The police fell silent, and the interrogation of Ronger lasted only a few minutes. Before she could grasp the situation, she was detained again. The police station was calm, but the internet was anything but. When most people across the country learned that a star named Ronger had been arrested, especially after helping the police with a case, rumors began to circulate. Some said that the person Ronger hit had connections, and she couldn't withstand the pressure and was arrested. Others claimed that Ronger was involved in substance abuse and had been reported. There were even rumors that she was a foreign spy sent to gather intelligence on our country. Additionally, some fabricated stories suggested that a prominent figure had taken an interest in Ronger and was using this method to coerce her into submission. Subsequently, some of Ronger's fans stormed the local police station to make a scene. Ronger's agency issued a statement criticizing the police for invading the star's home to make an arrest, demanding an explanation from the authorities. Why was she arrested? What crime did Ronger commit? Helping others instead led to her arrest. Is there no justice in this world? Everyone was outraged. The government needed to respond. Yuan Linjun was at the headquarters, and the contents from the dash cam of Rindi's vehicle had been extracted, presenting the details of the accident. It showed Rindi's vehicle being hit, followed by Ronger's car experiencing a tire blowout, and then Rindi and his companions being deliberately filmed. Afterward, a conflict ensued when Rindi's group attempted to reclaim their belongings, leading to the collision. Fortunately, there were no other vehicles on the road at the time. Despite the force of the impact, it did not result in the three being unconscious for an extended period. After repeated consultations among the doctors, one expert concluded that the three had contracted a lethal virus, which was the reason for their unconsciousness. They had been infected for over 10 hours, leading to a decline in their immune response, sluggish movements, and delayed reactions. This virus was only contagious at the moment of release, and its toxicity decreased over time. It had lost its infectivity now. Currently, there are no samples of this virus in the country, and new medication would need to be developed to assist them. What is the situation? Zhang Donglai had just come from his base to the headquarters, and he hadn't expected that after completing their mission, Rin Di and his team would encounter such an incident, being deliberately hit and infected with a virus. No progress, Yuan Linjun replied. Have the people involved in the crash been captured? Yuan Linjun asked, genuinely wanting to know if these individuals had any sense at all. I see people online demanding that we provide an explanation. This matter will have an explanation, Zhang Donglai said. His life remained uncertain. He had shed blood and tears for the country, only to be provoked by ignorant individuals upon his return. What is the situation with the Summer Security Bureau? Although only a few hours had passed, a massive public opinion pressure had formed, and under the guidance of certain individuals, it had turned into a superstorm. However, Zhang Donglai did not care and certainly would not let that female star off the hook. Public figures must have the awareness that comes with their role. If you are truly a law-abiding good person, you should guide public opinion in a positive direction rather than using it to promote yourself. Helping the police catch criminals? The police weren't even there. Acting recklessly by crashing into someone and attacking them without knowing if they are actually a bad person is irresponsible. Fortunately, Rin Di and the others were not seriously harmed. But what if someone had been injured or disabled? The value of one Rin Di outweighs 1,000 female celebrities. Just 10 minutes ago, a high-tech research device secretly arrived from abroad and is currently being counted and inspected. The diamond-shaped unknown black items brought back by Rin Di have also been confirmed as the latest outer skin material for aircraft being researched. Each item is invaluable. What right does a female celebrity have to assault a national hero? Ignorance is no excuse. That argument doesn't hold. Chapter 180 documentary on July 24th. The entire Tianxia network was filled with news about Rong Air, her Weibo, and her arrest during a live broadcast. Although some found videos and photos of the Guanghua Road accident, they discovered that these posts were subsequently removed, with some even facing repercussions. What is the truth? Why was Rong Air arrested? Who did she offend? Whether it's the onlookers, the malicious individuals with ulterior motives, or the troublemakers eager for chaos. Everyone is anxiously seeking an answer and needs the government to respond. On July 25th, at 8 p.m. sharp, Tianxia's first television program unusually did not air a drama, but instead broadcast a documentary titled National Security, which was aired across all Tianxia television channels without exception. What is national security? National security concerns the lives of each and every one of us. Most of us enjoy the safety provided by the nation. Our happy lives today are built by countless individuals who contribute silently to create a safe harbor for us. Many healthcare workers are fighting on the front lines, building high walls against disease. Teachers standing at the lectern nurture students, cultivating the pillars of our country with knowledge. Farmers laboring in the fields provide us with ample food, ensuring our material foundation. Countless dedicated individuals, the most admirable among U.S., guard our borders against all intruders. Cannons measure territory. Strength is the foundation of all protection. National defense is the starting point of diplomacy. Dignity exists only at the edge of the sword. Maintaining national security is not a spectator sport. The people have faith, the nation has strength, and the ethnicity has hope. Maintaining national security is always a present task, never a thing of the past. National security is all for the people, all relying on the people. At 9 p.m., the documentary Heavenly Net aired, covering the illegal surveying case. In March 2007 and August 2009, personnel from a certain organization, Sato Masakazu and Mizukami Kazunori, without approval from the relevant surveying administrative authorities, illegally conducted surveying activities in multiple locations across a certain province under the pretext of archaeology and academic exchange. They used high-precision handheld satellite positioning devices to collect coordinate data, which included 2 items classified as top secret, 4 as confidential, and 1 as secret. If this data were to leak, it would pose a serious threat to national territorial and military security. Those with a basic understanding of modern history will notice that in the 14 foreign invasion wars initiated by a certain country, 10 were directed towards another region. Before each invasion, espionage and intelligence activities were conducted in advance. History serves as a warning. Every citizen should remain highly vigilant against illegal surveying activities by spies. In reference to previous cases, in 2009, 4 employees from a certain multinational corporation sold commercial secrets related to the steel and energy industries, resulting in over 20 local steel enterprises paying in excess of $10.2 billion in local currency for iron ore imports, with potential economic losses estimated to exceed $700 billion. A documentary shocked many viewers, revealing that the happiness many enjoy is not naturally given. Behind the scenes, countless individuals work tirelessly for everyone's safety, often without the opportunity to share their stories. They may never have the chance to take photographs or reunite with their families. What drives them to persist in silence? The actions of a central authority reflect the national stance, and many have heard of current online discussions, leading to the conclusion that recent events may relate to national security. On July 26th, a certain public figure used her unique approach to reveal the truth sought by many. Individuals familiar with this public figure immediately gleaned substantial information from the titles of her films, with some piecing together the truth of the entire event. Gradually, a narrative emerged about a group of heroes facing deliberate difficulties on their way home, being bullied by so-called celebrities, culminating in an uncertain fate for these heroes. People recalled the last message posted by a certain individual on social media 3 days prior. "Today I encountered a major event. Help the police catch the bad guys. Come praise me." The accompanying photo, devoid of any police presence and depicting a tragic accident scene, showed a person lying on the ground, blood pooling around them. When an avalanche occurs, no single snowflake can claim innocence. As a public figure, how can one be so arrogant and reckless? What dark forces are behind this? On July 27th, the local police department released a report online regarding a certain individual. This person openly confessed to various illegal activities including tax evasion, selling illicit substances, money laundering, drug use, loan sharking, and the malicious murder of public officials. They have been sentenced to 12 years in prison, along with asset confiscation and fines. The online community was in an uproar. Many celebrities and artists shared or liked the news, expressing their support for the law-abiding citizens. As public figures, they vowed to uphold strict self-discipline and set a good example for others. After all, with so many lawbreakers being caught, a significant portion of the entertainment industry has seemingly vanished in just a few days. What terrifying power must that be? Suddenly, there was a new message under the individual's social media post. It was unclear who posted it, but it was rapidly shared and liked by many. Some even initiated a campaign online to pray for the unknown hero to overcome their challenges, saluting those heroes who eliminate dangers in their infancy, and those who remain anonymous due to the nature of their work. You are the backbone of the nation, shielding us from greed with your dark wings. Your names may be unknown, but your merits will last forever. We will always remember you. Though I know that a simple thank you is too light for the pain you endure, we are truly grateful to you. Each of us owes you a vibrant life and an apology for the burdens you bear. Chapter 181. Disfavor beep. Positive energy concentration detected. Beginning energy absorption. Absorbing. Beep. Energy saturation achieved. Energy injection completed. Host life stability at 70 consumption. Patient number 3 has developed antibodies. Patient number 3 has developed antibodies. That's wonderful. They are saved. A group of medical staff in the room cheered nonstop. After tirelessly researching day and night, they finally managed to contain the damage caused by this unknown virus and help the patient develop antibodies. As long as they can cultivate the antibodies, the other 2 patients can also be saved. Randy felt like he had a long dream where he was a super capable agent, able to do anything. Flying planes, driving trucks, even crashing tanks into spaceships. He also had a special agent system that assigned him quirky tasks, and upon completion, infused him with experience and skills. It was simply exhilarating. Randy couldn't help but laugh in his sleep. The nurse beside him, administering N4, was startled and turned to see Randy lying on the bed, eyes closed and grinning. "Hey, system, can you give me a newbie gift pack? Not a small goal. Just 500,000. In the dream, Randy was speaking to the system, which appeared as a little golden sphere, shining brightly and looking incredibly valuable. He chased the golden ball in his dreams, which kept running away. Randy's hands swirled in the air, and finally, he managed to touch the round, soft golden ball. Holding it tightly, Randy said, "He got you now? Where else can you run? Give me money. I want a new player starter pack. If you don't have money, a space backpack will do. Hurry up, or else I'll crush your ball." Suddenly, a loud slap landed hard on Randy's face, causing him to wake up abruptly, feeling confused and unsure why. "Humph." The little nurse huffed and left angrily, her face flushed. "Where am I?" Randy suddenly realized he was in an unfamiliar place with a white ceiling, blue walls, and a beautiful bouquet of lilies on the table nearby. Ruan Linjun walked into the room and found Randy stretching his arms out as if to hug someone, which made him chuckle. "Oh, just woke up and already looking for a hug. But my hugs are reserved for my wife." "Captain, how are you feeling?" Ruan Linjun asked, smiling as he handed Randy a glass of water. "I have a headache. I feel like I've been sleeping for a long time." "Of course. You've been lying down for almost a month. If it weren't for the nurse giving you massages every day, you'd be in worse shape." As Randy sat up, he noticed he was only covered by a blanket, and he quickly pulled it over himself, asking, Where's Sisterin? What about Wu Bin? What happened to all the stuff in the car? They woke up 2 days before you and are doing fine. The stuff is all safe. That's good. Rin Di said, tapping his forehead, then suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I offended the nurse." "Huh, you just woke up. What did you do?" Rin Di instinctively replied. "I grabbed her chest." That day, Rin Di was kicked out of the hospital. Yes, he was literally kicked out. On August 27th, at the summer office of the bureau, Zhang Donglai met Rin Di, who had just been discharged. The frown on his face finally disappeared, and he smiled. "You finally woke up. You almost scared us to death." "Hee hee. Sorry for the trouble, Director." Rin Di had already heard about Zhang Donglai fighting for justice for them. That actress got what she deserved. "Good to have you back." The first thing Wu Bin wanted to do after waking up was to go back to Yangqing. "I was going to ask if you wanted to keep Wu Bin here, but it seems he doesn't want to go on field missions." "No, don't let him come." Rin Di shook his head like a rattle drum. "If he joins the Grim Reaper team, we won't be friends anymore. We'll be enemies." Thinking back on the hardships along the way, Rin Di missed Wan Linjun and Ling Yunhao. Those were better times. And Yan's recovery was a bit slower. It might take another month or two. After all, young people like you recover faster. During this time, you shouldn't work. Just stay home and accompany your wife. It's been 5 months already, right? Rin Di nodded awkwardly. "Well, she's quite busy. The Tianqing-Beijing branch is booming. When I called her, she thought I had just been out for a few days." "What is this called?" "The wheel of fortune turns. When you're not home, others miss you. But now that you are home, they're too busy to see you." Since that's the case, many universities are contacting the military district for training sessions this September. How about experiencing life as an instructor? Moreover, there's a new training session at the agency during this time. You could help select new recruits. Are there any like me? Versatile and charming? Bring me a dozen. Rin Di suddenly and shamelessly asked as he left the office. "Go away." Zhang Donglai was both amused and exasperated. "A dozen? Right now, in the entire agency, Rin Di is the only oddball. If I could gather a dozen, I'd be able to turn the world upside down." "Oh, I want that too, but unfortunately, I can't." When Rin Di returned home in the capital, everything was as neat and tidy as usual, and the housekeeper was preparing dinner. In the evening, when Yang Luoi came home, she saw Rin Di reading and immediately threw off her shoes and pounced on him. Hey, be careful." Rin Di was startled and hurriedly tossed aside his book to catch Yang Luoi. She's going to be a mother soon, yet she's still so reckless. However, Yang Luoi didn't cling to him like an octopus. She restrained herself a bit and hugged Rin Di, saying, "You bad guy, you've been away for months. Every time I go for a checkup, people think I'm a single mom. I'm sorry, I made you suffer." Rin Di embraced Yang Luoi, burying his head in her hair, inhaling her sweet scent. "I've been home to keep you company. No need." Yang Luoi pushed Rin Di away and said, "I've been busy with work. Dad is coming to the capital in a couple of days to meet clients. You can do your own thing. Plus, I've signed up for a prenatal training class on weekends. I'll have classes every week. I want to have time to keep you company. What about at night? Are you really going to leave your husband out of your sleep routine?" Rin Di grinned mischievously. "At night, I'm teaching the baby prenatal education. Music class starts at 8, language class at 9, English class at 10, and bedtime is at 10:30. You can sleep by yourself for now. I feel like I've lost my place." Chapter 182 Devil Colonel on August 29th. At Base 611 in the capital, the new recruit training for the agency is held here, with various sources for recruits, special university admissions, recommendations from university party committees, and graduates from professional schools like police and military academies. Of course, there are also those like Rin Di who came in through social recruitment, which is akin to stepping into luck. If they have relevant majors, they don't need to train here. This place is much larger than where Rin Di initially trained. He donned the rarely worn military uniform, and aside from the base commander, everyone else had to salute him, which made Rin Di feel quite proud. However, he wasn't the naive rookie who rushed into the crowd to count off with the soldiers anymore. Still, he sometimes reflects on the wonders of fate. Dozens of buses arrived outside the camp. This year, 12 schools are participating in military training, but due to time and space limitations, the first batch consists of 5 universities. There were about 4,000 more and 1 or 2,000 less, with the first batch being around 15,000, reaching the maximum capacity of the base. On the first day, dormitories and instructors were assigned, followed by a mobilization meeting. The whole day was chaotic. Some students were seen coming out of the dormitories, unable to find their bearings, wandering around aimlessly. The second day officially began with military posture training. The temperature suddenly soared to 37.5 degrees, and the training ground was just a flat expanse of sand and gravel, without a single tree for shade or a cool spot. Sitting in the office eating watermelon, Ren Di watched the training outside, feeling quite pleased. No wonder Zhang Donglai had suggested he come over several times. It truly was a delightful experience. After finishing the watermelon, Ren Di ran over to the new recruits training area to observe their classes. Looking at the newcomers in the classroom, he seemed to see a reflection of his younger self. He thought about going back to find Lao Li for a drink and making him salute him. Just thinking about it made him a bit excited. Training was just the foundation. To truly master the skills, one needed to rely on practice. After wandering around a few classrooms, Ren Di didn't see anyone he felt connected to, so he would have to wait for their results to come out. Bored over there, Ren Di ran back to the training ground, where he could already hear some instructors yelling in frustration. Left. Turn left. How can you not tell your left from your right at your age? A lieutenant was shouting at a group of students. Turn left. The side of the hand that doesn't tee right. Yet some still turned to the right. The lieutenant, in pain, led one out and asked, "Why did you still turn right?" Reporting, "I'm left-handed. If you know which way is left, why did you turn right?" "Because you said to turn towards the hand that doesn't tee right." The lieutenant slapped his own face in frustration. Ren Di was beside himself, trying not to laugh. Hearing Ren Di's laughter, the lieutenant shot him an angry glare, but then his expression froze when he saw Ren Di's attire, and he awkwardly saluted. "Hello, sir." Ren Di returned the salute and waved. "Continue. Keep going. I'm just here for the fun." After Ren Di left, the already dark-faced lieutenant turned even darker and shouted, "Everyone, 10 laps around the playground." He was clearly flustered. In another class, Ren Di saw a student standing at the back of the line, chest out and head up, which was fine, but his rear was sticking up high and shaking like a little motor. The instructor in front noticed Ren Di coming over and hurried to check, then saw the student's posture and his face turned dark. "You step forward." Reluctantly, the student walked to the front for a demonstration, and Ren Di couldn't help but laugh out loud, causing others in the line to chuckle quietly. The instructor looked at Ren Di with a resentful gaze, and Ren Di obediently stepped back a couple of paces. The instructor, furious, shouted, "What are you laughing at? Everyone be serious. If anyone laughs again, everyone will stand in punishment." Ren Di suddenly said, "Standing is tiring. Let them squat. It's more comfortable that way." The instructor was instantly stunned. "Damn. No wonder you're an official. You really have a dark heart. Do you think squatting is more comfortable than standing? Wrong. Those who have never been punished will never know that standing is more comfortable than squatting." Ren Di smiled as he received the grateful looks from the students, hoping they wouldn't blame him later. With a wave of his sleeve, he left without taking a single cloud with him. Ren Di strolled around the training ground with a lively step, always kindly reminding the instructors to go easy on the punishments when he saw those reckless students, saying that standing was better than squatting, and squatting was better than lying down. By the afternoon, a story about a demon colonel began to circulate among the students. After the lunch break, the playground was even hotter, and to prevent heat stroke, the afternoon training was changed to singing and national defense knowledge training, at least to let the students know about the history and structure of the army, as well as to strengthen their awareness of national defense. Ren Di wandered around the playground and saw a student secretly filming a video. He quietly approached from behind, noticing that the student was not only taking pictures, but was also filming the instructor up close. "Did your teacher tell you the rules of military training?" Ren Di suddenly spoke up, startling the student so much that he dropped his phone on the ground. "Oh no, my Apple." Ren Di looked at the shattered screen and said, "This shows the difference between domestic and imported products. At least my domestic phone screen wouldn't break this badly." He picked up the phone, deleted all the contents, and returned it to the student. "First, you are not allowed to post any photos of the instructors on any online platforms, websites, messaging platforms, social media, etc., especially frontal photos or rank photos. Second, you are prohibited from filming videos with the instructors and from posting them on any online platforms. Third, during military training, if you notice any undesirable behavior or outsiders taking photos of the instructors, please report it immediately to your department and then to the military training team. Fourth, for military training promotion and news reporting, in principle, only photos showing the instructors' backs, small frames where ranks are not visible, or side views can be collected by the college's news center and submitted for review and publication on the college platform. Secondary promotional platforms on campus can use them directly. Fifth, if any behavior of leaking instructors' photos or videos is discovered, the military training promotion team will hold the responsible individuals accountable and report it to the military training team for handling. He looked at the student and asked, "Are you tired from the college entrance exam preparation?" "Yes," the student replied, not understanding Rendi's meaning. Rendi smiled and said, "Now that I've caught you violating the rules, I could make all your hard work over the past 3 years, or even 12 years, go to waste. Do you think that that's unfair?" The student's expression gradually stiffened. Just then the instructor teaching in front walked over. "Sir, yes. I found a student violating discipline by taking photos with his phone. You need to tell them to check thoroughly." "Yes." The student, feeling anxious, interjected, "Sir, I didn't mean to do it. I really didn't mean to. I just wanted to keep a memory." "Really?" Chapter 183 Talented Individuals. Rendi looked at the group of students who were staring at him with puzzled expressions. Perhaps they were reminded of the unpleasant things he had done earlier, and some of them showed disdain, as if they were mocking him for making a big deal out of nothing. "Let me tell you a few stories," Rendi said as he sat down on the ground, looking at the students. "Actually, we are not that different in age, at most. I'm 4 or 5 years older than you. You can call me brother." As soon as he said this, the students looked at him with even more contempt. Rendi continued with a smile. "The first story is about many years ago when a certain armored brigade deployed to the western border. One soldier, out of excitement, took a photo with a tank. As a result, the enemy was able to determine their destination's coordinates and military deployment details from that photo. Combining this with other intelligence, they successfully eliminated the brigade. This soldier not only exposed the country's military plans, but also lost his own life. Can a single photo reveal that much information?" Someone asked. "Yes," Rendi nodded. "In fact, even the lighting can indicate the coordinates and time, and plans can be analyzed for soil information, among other things. It's quite simple. If a photo is analyzed with professional software, it can reveal the location where it was taken, even the model of the phone used to take it, all of it. So do you think this is a trivial matter?" Rendi continued. "If your instructor's photo were to leak, then someone could find out his personal information. By knowing his rank, they could roughly locate the unit he serves in, and even trace his life trajectory. What if the enemy kidnaps his family to coerce him into divulging state secrets? Have you thought about the serious consequences? So, what should you do? Do you understand?" "Understood," the students responded in scattered voices. Rendi stood up and brushed off his pants, saying, "Your teacher should have confiscated your phones before you came here. The fact that they are still present only shows your teacher's irresponsibility. I might have to reconsider your school's military training qualifications. After all, this place is not somewhere just anyone can enter." Panic spread among the students as many exclaimed in dismay. If the school found out they were the reason for losing their military training privileges, would they have a good time at school afterward? A group rushed to stop Rendi, hoping to plead their case. "What are you doing? Step aside." Colonel Xiao, the base commander, approached with some personnel. "Ren, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Rendi shook his head. "These kids are just naive and unaware of the serious stakes. They don't understand that there are dangers lurking everywhere." He chuckled lightly, and suddenly, a large space opened up around him. Colonel Xiao instinctively took a step back. There was no choice. In terms of rank, he was equal to Rendi. But in terms of level, Rendi was much higher, especially since he was from the agency responsible for handling such leaks. Rendi looked at Colonel Xiao and said, "I'll give you a proper lesson later on confidentiality regulations. Don't forget." The students were stunned to see the instructors' faces darken. It turned out that the demon colonel was even more formidable than these instructors. "What are you all waiting for? Assemble." Major Xiao shouted angrily. "Everyone check carefully. No omissions allowed." The incident ended with the students' phones being confiscated and a demerit given, but stories about the demon major among the students grew increasingly bizarre. On the third day of military training, the temperature dropped a bit, but it was still around 31 or 32 degrees. During a break in the morning, Rendi saw many students sitting around praying for rain. "Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, dragon kings of the 4 seas, please reveal yourselves. Rain, rain, heavy rain, until dawn." One female classmate even rolled her eyes and started a strange dance, while others waved grass leaves they had found as incense, bowing to a drawn hexagram on the ground. What a talented bunch. Rendi glanced at the sky. It would rain that night, but not heavily. However, he couldn't dampen the students' enthusiasm. So, he walked over and heard a gasp. The students who had just been dancing and bowing instantly transformed, erasing the hexagram on the ground in a flash. tossing aside their grass leaves, and the onlookers quickly sat down like well-behaved children. If Ren-D hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed in the existence of such transformation. He stroked his chin and approached, noting the hexagram that hadn't been completely erased. This diagram got the yin-yang symbol in the center right, but the rest is all wrong. Qian, Zhen, Can, Zhen, Kuan, Li, Sun, Dy drawn like this, and there's a Taoist ritual that says the left hand should hold the right hand. Ren-D recalled a story from his childhood when an old Taoist told him, to pray for rain, you must be sincere. Recite the Taishang Danyuan scripture to request rain, and the rain will come. He pointed to the horizon and said, from 6 to 8 p.m., light rain, from 8 to 9 p.m., moderate rain, after 10 p.m., no lingering. The surrounding students looked at Ren-D with expressions that suggested they thought he was fooling them. Their rain prayers were more about atmosphere and tradition. What kind of military training would it be if college students didn't do this? Unity is strength. A voice sang nearby, sending a chill down his spine. No, it was power. Unity is strength. Following the sound, Ren-D saw a lieutenant teaching a child to sing, while quite a few others were laughing uncontrollably. Sing along with me. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. Stronger than iron, tougher than steel. After hearing the child sing, Ren-D covered his mouth to stifle his laughter. Talent. Truly, all of them were talented. Suddenly, a communications soldier ran over shouting, Zhou Huahua? Who is Zhou Huahua? Yeah, a slightly chubby boy in the crowd was making a victory sign. Zhou Huahua. Who is Zhou Huahua? The instructor also called out, Zhou Huahua, step forward. Yeah, the boy stood up again, making the sign. When I call your name, you respond, not just shout yeah. The chubby boy stood there feeling a bit wronged, unsure of what to do in front of the communications soldier and the instructor. Are you Zhou Huahua? Yeah, he stubbornly replied once more. Ren-D suddenly said with a playful tone, his name is Zhou Yi, not Zhou Huahua. The instructor and the messenger exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to react. Chapter 184. Students fainting during military training. Definitely faking it. Just give them a good beating on the third day of military training. The students began to learn how to march in formation. Due to the rain the night before, the ground was damp in some areas, and there were puddles in certain spots. As a result, the students faced some challenges. While the instructors taught them how to march, many would kick up the wet mud, splashing it onto themselves and others, leaving everyone looking like mud dolls. By 9 o'clock, the sun was blazing again. This time, Ren-D brought a bottle of soda to the playground. Watching the kids struggling to practice their marching, he raised the soda and took a big gulp, followed by a loud belch. Ah, refreshing. Immediately, Ren-D caught sight of a group of students glaring at him with disdain, their eyes sharp like daggers. He approached one student with a mischievous grin and asked, want a drink? It's ice cold. The student didn't respond, as their instructor was watching them sternly. How about you? Ren-D asked another student, leaning in slightly with the cold bottle before quickly pulling it back. Nice and cool, right? He made his way around the marching formations, soaking up the hatred directed at him, before moving on with the soda. Finally, one student couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Instructor, can't you do something about him? The instructor looked at the poor kid and shook his head. You, step out and do 50 push-ups. Report, instructor, I refuse. 100 push-ups. The instructor didn't waste any words. If you refuse, then you'll be made to comply. Ren-D watched the scene unfold, wishing he could bring a small stool to sit and enjoy the show. He liked kids with such honesty. Suddenly, Ren-D noticed a girl in a formation who was swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Had she fainted from the heat? The officer nearby also spotted the fallen student and immediately called for her to be taken to the infirmary. As they passed by Ren-D, he noticed the girl tilting her head slightly, seemingly uncomfortable in someone else's arms. Wait a minute. Ren-D called out to the boys carrying her. I'll take her to the infirmary. You guys hurry back to training. The two boys looked a bit gloomy. Their hard-earned chance to slack off was being snatched away. Go on, Ren-D urged, maintaining a serious expression as he lifted the girl onto his shoulder. The girl visibly shivered when Ren-D hoisted her up, and he chuckled to himself, thinking she must be scared now. He carried her with her head down on his shoulder, striding towards the infirmary with exaggerated movements. The girl bounced around on his back, rolling her eyes, and when he finally reached the infirmary, he realized she had truly fainted. Most of the students training on the playground witnessed Ren-D running while carrying someone, and they all shuddered in unison, feeling a chill run down their spines. He was too mischievous. The Colonel of Demons truly lives up to his name, knowing that the girl was pretending to faint. He chose a more vicious way to punish her. If she wants to run, let her run. But what does it mean when she stumbles with every step? Rendi returned to the playground and noticed that the glances from everyone had a hint of fear. Slacking off and pretending to be sick can ruin a lifetime. He wandered among the students with his soda, just to see their various expressions of displeasure and frustration, yet feeling powerless to do anything. They were all like living emojis. One class was on break, and their instructor was surrounded by them, seemingly telling a story, eliciting bursts of laughter. As Rendi approached, he heard the instructor recounting stories from his days as a new recruit. However, when Rendi got closer, those students instantly sobered up. Not only did they stop talking, but they all stood up and backed away like quail. Sir, the instructor of this class was a junior officer, and upon seeing Rendi, his heart raced, fearing he might get caught speaking ill of his superior. What would happen if the higher-ups found out? Do I look that ugly? Look at you all, scared stiff. Rendi said with a shrug. You look pretty handsome. One of the students stammered, startled by Rendi's presence. Rendi's eyes lit up. Those who think I'm handsome, come to the front. The students exchanged confused glances, unsure of what to do. Rendi glanced at the junior officer, who immediately understood. Everyone, align. Execute the order. The students lined up, and those who thought Rendi was handsome stepped forward. Rendi smiled at the group of over a dozen students and said, Now, run 5 laps around the playground. Ah! The students exclaimed in terror. Who told you to say such a big truth? Rendi tilted his head and said, Don't you know that military secrets shouldn't be casually revealed? Now run. The group looked to their instructor, but alas, he couldn't help them. One by one, they trudged off with their heads hanging low. Rendi then turned to the remaining students and said, You all go run 10 laps around the playground. The remaining students looked at him in confusion. And Rendi smiled slightly. How can you not think I'm handsome? How confident are you in your own looks? Only you would dare to speak such nonsense. Go run and clear your heads. Reluctantly, the remaining students also went to run. The junior officer watched Rendi with a gaze full of resentment, as if accusing him of meddling in his teaching. Rendi patted the junior officer on the shoulder and said, If we don't put these students through their paces during military training, what is the point of military training? The junior officer was momentarily stunned, realizing how logical Rendi's words were, leaving him speechless. 1, 2, 1, 2. Suddenly, Rendi felt a gust of wind from behind his head. He quickly turned around and grabbed the flying object, only to find it was a shoe, a dirty one with a sanitary pad inside. Behind him, a class of students was practicing their marching, and someone had thrown the shoe too hard. The instructor didn't shout, and the students didn't dare to stop. They could only continue marching with uneven steps. However, when the second shoe flew toward Rendi, he realized something was off. The group of students seemed to have discovered a new world, each one eager to kick their shoes towards Rendi. It was simply a personal vendetta. After dodging 5 shoes, Rendi suddenly realized, why should I be dodging? Wouldn't it be better to collect these shoes? Seizing the moment when the students were distracted and the instructor hadn't called for a stop, he quickly picked up all the shoes on the ground and ran off. He ran away. Chapter 185 Coincidence on September 3rd, the 4th day of military training, Rendi did not go to the 611 base because his father-in-law was coming today. He took Yang Loi to the capital. Although Yang Tianqing said nothing, he was still a bit unhappy. This time, Rendi took a break to give his father-in-law some face. Yang Tianqing came to the capital with his secretary and bodyguard to meet a business partner. Reportedly, a giant health product company with 94 global trade partners. Rendi didn't quite understand why they didn't fly directly to Yang City. Yang Loi explained that the other party wanted to see the unique architecture of the capital and eat roast duck, and since time was tight, they had to change the location to the capital. The two left home in the morning, and after having breakfast, he drove slowly to the airport. I think I'm hungry again, Rendi said. After driving for over an hour, Yang Loi suddenly said, I really want ice cream. That's just a craving, not hunger. Rendi teased as he looked at his wife, who was showing more signs of pregnancy than before. He felt particularly bad that he hadn't been home to accompany her during her morning sickness. He only learned about it from the nanny after getting home. Rendi felt particularly upset. This silly girl never wanted to show him her struggles. She always wanted to present her best side to him. Perhaps he could never match the depth of her feelings for him with his love for her. I just really want to eat. Yang Loi pouted, acting a bit spoiled. Okay, let me see if there's a store nearby. Although there were some snacks prepared in the car, there was no ice cream. Rindy checked the road and chose an exit to the highway leading to the airport, arriving in a nearby urban area. When he saw an ice cream shop, he parked the car and went in to buy ice cream for Yang Loi. Due to the hot weather, there was already a long line outside the ice cream shop, with even 6 delivery workers waiting. Rindy looked at the crowd and searched for other ice cream shops on his phone, but found none nearby. He had no choice but to join the line, chatting with Yang Loi about the situation as he waited. A young lady came out of the shop holding a cup of lemonade, and, upon seeing the incredibly handsome Rindy in the queue, her eyes lit up. She bounced over with a cute demeanor and shyly asked him, "Hey handsome, could I get your WeChat?" Rindy looked up and politely smiled. "No, you can't." "Huh? Why not?" "The young lady is quite beautiful, and she looks even prettier after putting on makeup, especially her long, fair legs. I've been using my own account for years. Why should I give it to you?" Rindy replied in a straightforward manner. "Hey, I meant to ask if I could have your contact information. Can we be friends?" The young lady pressed on. "Then let me ask my wife if she agrees." "Damn, if you're married, you should have said so earlier." The young lady's expression changed instantly. What the heck? Why do all the good ones have to be taken? Can't there be a few left for ordinary folks? Hearing her words, people around her started to laugh. A seemingly sunny and handsome young man shouted, "Miss, I'm not married and I don't have a girlfriend. Do you want to go out with me? You should look at yourself. With that huge belly and elephant legs, being only 1.6 meters tall, you wouldn't even be able to reach the bus pull ring. How can you even think about finding a partner? I wouldn't even consider you." The young lady, who had just been gentle, suddenly transformed and unleashed a torrent of words at the sunny young man, leaving everyone around stunned. Wow, that was intense. Rindy was also taken aback by her outburst. It was quite frightening. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before?" The young lady yelled at those still watching her. "If anyone looks again, I'll gouge your eyes out." Rindy wanted to say something. It seemed like this was somehow his fault, yet it also wasn't. Just then, while the young lady was turning to face the crowd, she didn't notice her foot caught on a raised edge of a sidewalk tile. She kicked it and fell, sending the lemon water she was holding flying toward the windshield of a passing car. The cup exploded on impact, causing the car to brake suddenly, followed by a series of rear-end collisions. The crowd waiting in line was left dumbfounded as 7 or 8 cars crashed into each other, their fronts and backs destroyed. On the other side of the road, a bus had just passed, followed by a truck that was too tall and collided with a bridge spanning the 2 roads. A loud noise erupted as the bridge began to crack, and before anyone could figure out what was happening, concrete slabs fell from the bridge, which then broke apart in the middle and collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the drivers of the colliding cars had gotten out to see what was going on, only to witness the bridge fall less than 20 meters away from them, and fortunately, there was no one on the bridge at that moment. This shocking scene left everyone around in awe, especially for the first car that had braked suddenly. If it hadn't stopped just in time, it would have been right under the bridge or crossing it. The driver, who had been planning to confront the young lady, completely changed his mind. This young lady is truly an angel sent from above. "Miss, do you have a boyfriend? If not, would you be my girlfriend? I have a car, a house, and savings, and my parents have retirement insurance." Wow, everyone around was stunned. "Here we go again. This is great." The young lady suddenly became incredibly gentle, because everyone was looking at the overpass and the accident. The people at the entrance of the Ice and Snow City were too busy posting on social media to form a line. Rindy went straight into the Ice and Snow City to buy things for Yang Loi. To be honest, this incident is still his fault. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he decided to slip away. After buying the things Yang Loi wanted, he planned to leave. But a man and a woman walked in from outside. The woman immediately pointed at Rindy and said, "It's him." Rindy recognized her as the young lady he had just rejected. Did she come with backup to make trouble? Oh no, my perfect attendance record might be in jeopardy. Chapter 186. Assassination on the subway. Seeing the 2 people rushing in, Rindy's first reaction was, "Dude, the car that got hit has nothing to do with me. Big guy, thanks for rejecting her and letting me have such a beautiful girl. If it weren't for your rejection, I might have ended up in trouble today." The man stepped forward and grabbed Rindy's hands, shaking them vigorously. "Haha, no thanks. I already have a wife." Rindy felt a bit embarrassed. Was this guy finally excited about being single? He continued, "And thank you. I've been contemplating getting a new car lately, but my current one isn't broken. So I couldn't find an excuse. Now I've finally made up my mind to change it. Is this brother here to be funny?" After chatting a bit more, Rindy left the ice and snow city and went to where he parked. In the car, Yang Lui was on the phone with Yang Tianqing. When she saw Rindy come back, she said he was back and hung up the call. My dad arrived early. He is already on his way to the hotel. Yang Lui said to Rindy, let us turn around. The flight landed half an hour early. What happened over there? I was so focused on calling that I didn't even notice. Rindy recounted the incident he just encountered and the accident at the overpass, making Yang Lui laugh heartily. However, after she finished laughing, she suddenly said, the overpass collapsed. Doesn't that mean this road is blocked? How are we supposed to turn around? At this moment, Rindy also noticed that the road was congested. Police and road maintenance vehicles were arriving, and their parking spot was quite deep inside. The outside was now full of cars. How could they get out? They exchanged glances, and Yang Lui laughed again while Rindy forced a smile. Great. This road is blocked. What can we do? Let us take Route 11, the traditional craft route. Rindy took the umbrella and snacks, planning to get out of the car with Yang Lui to catch a taxi on another street and meet Yang Tianqing. However, Yang Lui suddenly said, forget taking a taxi. It's already late. Why don't we just take the subway? Are you kidding? You want to squeeze into the subway? Have you forgotten your status? Rindy was a bit worried about Yang Lui's idea. The subway was so crowded, and with her big belly, would people give her a seat or not? Isn't that just causing trouble? It would be better to just take a taxi. Is squeezing onto the subway really that fun? Can I just ride one stop? Yang Lui tugged at Rindy's clothes and pouted, pleading. Her big eyes blinked adorably, almost as if they could speak. Why do you suddenly want to take the subway? Rindy asked. I just want to ride with you for a bit. All right then. Rindy, unable to resist the charm of Yang Lui's sparkling eyes, shamelessly surrendered. He pinched her cheek and said playfully, that's so unfair. I really want to find a place to deal with you. Ah, the doctor said. Yang Lui's face turned red instantly, her eyes shimmering with a soft blush as if countless little stars were sparkling. Rindy turned his head and rubbed his nose, saying, let us go. Let us take the subway. The traffic on several streets is probably terrible right now. Hee hee. Yang Lui laughed like a victorious hen, linking her arm with Rindy's while enjoying his flustered expression. Hee hee. After about 20 minutes of walking, the two entered the subway. Fortunately, it wasn't the weekend, and it wasn't rush hour either, so there were empty seats available. Rindy and Yang Lui found connected seats and sat together, with only a few scattered people around them. On the subway's advertisement boards, a news segment from yesterday was playing on a streaming service. Due to the noise of the train and the announcements, Rindy couldn't catch the details of the news, but he saw something about a new breakthrough in research, with some clips from laboratories. After walking for a while, Yang Lui was a bit tired and leaned against Rindy to rest. Rindy was thinking about the new team members when the subway arrived at a station and people began to get on and off. Yang Lui was next to the wall, with the door beside her, while Rindy had an empty space next to him. Suddenly, a middle-aged man dressed in somewhat worn clothes sat down next to Rindy, not realizing he was sitting on Rindy's clothes. Rindy tugged a couple of times, but the man didn't move. He pulled again, and only then did the man notice. Oh, sorry. I was just lost in thought. It's fine. Rindy glanced at the middle-aged man, who looked familiar. Wasn't he the scientist seen on TV just a moment ago? Just as Rindy was about to greet him, the man closed his eyes and began to rest. Well, it seems scientists are quite busy. After 2 stops, more people gradually boarded. A person dressed in black, holding a black long-handled umbrella and wearing sunglasses and a mask, stood in front of Rindy, appearing like a robber. Just after the train left the station, it suddenly braked hard, and the lights in the carriage went out. Huh, why did it stop? Many people were confused by the sudden situation, but after the subway announced it was a temporary malfunction, they quietly waited patiently. In the carriage, only the outlines of people could be seen, along with the eerie glow reflected on the faces of those looking at their phones, resembling a scene from a horror movie. Rindy chuckled to himself, suddenly noticing that the young man who had just been holding the long-handled umbrella now appeared eerily invisible, as if he had vanished along with his clothes and black umbrella. Rindy suddenly shouted, "What do you want?" The shout startled a middle-aged man who had been resting with his eyes closed. He instinctively dodged to the side, and that movement saved his life. A strange, faint penetrating sound echoed in Rindy's ears, followed by a scent reminiscent of cleaning products. Rindy immediately got up and swung his fist toward the shadowy figure. Upon seeing Rindy's action, the figure quickly retreated, slipping away like an eel into the crowd and running toward another carriage. Don't run. Rindy didn't expect the figure to be so decisive. He wanted to chase after him, but hesitated, as the passengers in the carriage were still in a daze, unaware of what had just happened. Suddenly, the lights in the carriage turned on. Rendi turned around and saw a black long-handled umbrella stuck in the middle-aged man's seat. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man was still in a panic, his shirt torn from the chest to the shoulder, and a long line of blood was slowly seeping out. The passengers finally reacted, screaming in alarm. "Don't shout! Don't shout! I'm a police officer," Rendi said to the crowd. "Everyone, don't be afraid. There was a thief just now." He swiftly pulled out the black long-handled umbrella, feeling around the handle until he found a mechanism. He was surprised that spy gear from movies could appear here. Considering the sudden power outage and the man's behavior, Rendi decided against pursuing him. It was uncertain whether there were accomplices around, and it was also unclear if the man would return for a second attack. Rendi was confident that the fleeing person had already changed their appearance. If they appeared again, he might not recognize them. "Are you all right?" As Rendi checked the middle-aged man's injury, he quietly whispered in his ear, "I'm an agent from the security bureau. I can't be sure if there are other assassins present, so your life is in danger. Please come with me later." The middle-aged man started to realize something was off, but was unsure and hesitant to speak up. Yang Luoyi quietly took out a white handkerchief and a small bottle of alcohol spray from her bag, saying, "Please disinfect yourself first." At this point, the subway had not yet departed, and Rendi took out his work phone to contact Zhang Donglai and request a train lockdown and network restrictions. After the carriage was powered up, the surrounding people began filming videos, but unfortunately, their efforts were destined to be in vain. 15 minutes later, the subway started moving. When they reached the next station, Rendi, along with Yang Lui and the middle-aged man, exited the carriage and boarded a car dispatched by the security bureau. "Professor Wong, I'm sorry for scaring you," Rendi said to the middle-aged man. "Let us get you to the hospital for an examination." "Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, I might not have made it." They first took Professor Wong for a checkup, after which he was attended to by another colleague. Rendi took Yang Lui directly back to the station in Xi'an. He looked at Yang Lui apologetically and said, "It seems that we can only meet up with Dad tonight." Yang Lui smiled and replied, "It's fine. After all, this isn't his first time in the capital. He knows the way. If worst comes to worst, we just won't go." "You in your drafty cotton jacket," Rendi said, ruffling Yang Lui's hair. Right now, he couldn't afford to let Yang Lui out of his sight, as the assassin had already seen their faces. If Rendi were an ordinary person, he probably wouldn't have noticed the assassin at all. After causing a subway malfunction, the opponent blacked out the power system and used the darkness in the train to poison Professor Wong, who was napping, with a device hidden in a long umbrella. When the train arrived at the station, no one knew what had happened. Even if Professor Wong's death was discovered, it would likely be attributed to a heart attack or similar health issues. If this were just a regular hired murder case, it would be simple. But that black long umbrella is not something an ordinary person could create. Therefore, Rendi decisively informed Zhang Donglai after inspecting the umbrella. This was Rendi's first time entering the Xi'an station's premises. He was briefly shown around the dormitory by Rendi before he let Yang Lui rest alone and went to find Zhang Donglai. "Director." Rendi entered Zhang Donglai's office. "Has the weapon been sent to the forensic department?" "Yes. They said it's from the West, but they're not sure whose it is." Zhang Donglai waved his hand dismissively. "This is as clear as the lice on a bald head or the monk's tonsure. It's obvious without needing to think. Look at these." Rendi looked at the reports and photos spread out on Zhang Donglai's desk, and his expression turned grim. "This is the 19th one this month," Zhang Donglai said, lighting a cigarette. "Originally, science knows no borders. Communication among scientists is normal, but this time they went too far. Then it's an eye for an eye." Rendi responded, "How long are we going to passively take hits? Even applying for protection for the remaining people takes too much energy. Give me a list. For every person they kill, we'll kill one of theirs. Let us see who can withstand it." Seeing Rendi's anger, Zhang Donglai wanted to advise him, but ultimately remained silent and instead asked, "How's the selection of new team members going?" "For now, there's only one interesting candidate named Bu Huan." Zhang Donglai nodded. "As long as there's someone who can supplement the team, and Yin will return next week. You should go check on the 611 side first." "Okay." After Rendi left, Zhang Donglai frowned again, thinking that there just weren't enough people. Rendi's words were correct, but while they were killing people, weren't they also setting traps for them to fall into? Suddenly, a black telephone on Zhang Donglai's desk rang. He picked it up with a serious expression. "Hello, this is Zhang Donglai." "Yes." I guarantee the mission will be completed. After leaving the office, Rin-Di returned to the dormitory, only to find that Yang Lui was not there. Rin-Di searched around and finally found Yang Lui in the cafeteria of a nearby building, where Ruan Linjun was having lunch with her. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, he heard Ruan Linjun telling a cold joke. Ruan Linjun said, "Do you know what Pikachu turns into when it stands up?" "What is it?" Yang Lui thought for a long time and replied, "Is it Pikashin?" "No." Ruan Linjun shook his finger and said, "When Pikachu stands up, it turns into Pikabing." Rin-Di was frozen by this cold joke. Yang Lui laughed heartily, her laughter almost lifting the roof off. "Lower your voice, or my ears might fall off." Rin-Di looked at Yang Lui and said, Lady. Yang Lui ignored him and hurriedly asked, "Brother Ruan, tell me another one. I want to hear more." Ruan Linjun raised his eyebrows provocatively at Rin-Di and said, "You guys don't like it, but someone does. Let me tell you another one." Xiaoming said to his dad, "Dad, I'm cold." Xiaoming's dad immediately replied, "Go squat in the corner." Xiaoming asked, "Why?" "Well, why do you have to go squat in the corner when you're cold?" Yang Lui was puzzled and thought for a long time, but couldn't he figure it out. So she looked at Rin-Di. Rin-Di rolled his eyes at Ruan Linjun, tired of hearing these cold jokes, because the corner has a 90-degree angle. However, Rin-Di still voiced the answer for Ruan Linjun. Ha ha. Yang Lui laughed again, tears of laughter brimming at the corners of her eyes. Ruan Linjun chuckled too, finding it funny every time he told it. Rin-Di helplessly rubbed his forehead. How could these two have such low humor thresholds? Just then, Ruan Linjun's communicator rang, and then Rin-Di's work phone rang too. They both looked up at each other simultaneously. "What is going on?" Yang Lui asked, confused. "Sorry, babe, if you're tired, just stay in the dorm." After Rin-Di finished speaking, he ran out with Ruan Linjun, responding to an urgent mission. Chapter 188 Change of Personnel. On September 5th, Yang Lui and her father Yang Tianxing hosted clients from abroad and signed a health product contract worth around 200 million. On September 12th, accompanied by a nanny, Yang Lui went to the hospital for a prenatal checkup. At 22 weeks pregnant, she already felt that doing things in daily life was becoming somewhat strenuous. On September 15th, it was the 12th day since Rin-Di left. That evening, Yang Lui was writing in her diary at her desk, documenting each day of her pregnancy, intending to show it to her child when they grew up and tell them how hard she worked to raise them. For some reason, during this period of Rin-Di's mission, she almost had nightmares every night. Sometimes she would dream right after falling asleep, and other times she would dream just before waking up at dawn. She dreamed that Rin-Di had fallen into a deep sea, being chased by sharks. Other times, she dreamed that Rin-Di was tied up and hung from a tree, with cannibals holding knives below, ready to eat him. Sometimes she dreamed of Rin-Di flying a plane that suddenly crashed into the sea. Each time, she would wake up startled, feeling anxious and at a loss. One morning, Yang Lui woke up clutching her pillow, which was soaked. "Good morning, Luo. Why are your eyes so swollen?" The housekeeper immediately noticed her eyes, which were red and puffy like peaches. "I had a nightmare again." "Sigh, dreams are the opposite. You're just too worried about your husband." The housekeeper dared not say much more. Although the employer had never mentioned what her job was, the housekeeper had seen her in military uniform, so she understood why there was only a female head of the household at home. It was a given that, as a military spouse, she would often be alone in the house, sacrificing personal life for the greater good, as has been the case throughout history. Luo arrived at the office and began her day in the bright room. Outside, a window cleaner was busy working, and when Luo looked up, the worker smiled at her. She returned a polite smile and continued with her work. As lunchtime approached, she finally stood up to stretch a bit. After she left the office, the window cleaner climbed back up, ensured no one was inside, and then removed the glass from her office with his bare hands before slipping in. He skillfully placed a listening device and a camera in the corner of the office and then climbed back out, restoring the window before leaving the building. After having lunch and returning to her office, Luo noticed nothing unusual and continued working. During this time, all her phone conversations regarding business were overheard without her knowledge. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside, and seeing the heavy rain, Luo became worried about Rin-Di, unsure of where he was and whether he had enough to eat or was getting wet. "Manager, there are police outside looking for you to ask some questions." "Huh." Luo was a bit puzzled. Why would the police be looking for her? Rin-Di's sudden mission was to rescue a scientist who was being monitored by some colleagues. This scientist had been outstanding since university and was hired as a professor by a university. After his contract expired, he wanted to return home but faced repeated obstacles. Realizing he was being watched, he stopped requesting to go home and instead signed another contract with the university, participating in an academic event recently held in Munich. During the event, he sought help from the embassy of his home country, hoping to escape his enemies and return home. At this point, the mission involved 6 top agents working together to complete the task. In Munich, at the physics exchange banquet, Rindy, looking sharp, chatted with people around him while searching for a suitable target to create a distraction. His goal was to make some noise to divert attention, allowing the real scientist to leave while a fake one entered. The colleagues were watching too closely. Even if the scientist went to the restroom, they would follow closely. Finally, Rindy spotted a suitable target, a young lady in a stunning evening gown. She had a great figure, wearing a fitted black dress with a zipper down her back. The hair was elegantly tied up, revealing a long swan neck, making her look stunning. Rindy took out a pin and tied a long transparent thread to it. As he passed by the girl, he intentionally bumped into her. "Oh, sorry. I really apologize." The girl stumbled a bit from the bump and nearly fell. But Rindy quickly wrapped his arms around her waist to steady her. She initially wanted to get angry, but upon seeing Rindy's handsome face, her anger faded, and she shyly said, "Aw, sorry. It's my fault for not paying attention." Rindy smiled and asked, "May I have the honor of asking you to dance?" The girl immediately agreed. They walked to the dance floor, and as Rindy held her waist, he quickly pinned the thread to the zipper of her dress. Then they began to dance. In Rindy's earpiece, he heard the voice of Ruan Linjun saying, "At 3 o'clock, 2 people were spotted. You need to block their gaze." As the music ended, Rindy released the girl's waist and tossed the bundle of transparent thread onto the ground. The girl, with bright eyes, asked, "Handsome, can you come to my room tonight? I know something really interesting." Rindy replied, "Sorry, I'm actually gay. I was just dancing with you because I made a bet with someone to see if I could win you over." Upon hearing this, the girl got angry and slapped Rindy. The crisp sound of the slap echoed, drawing the attention of everyone in the dance floor and venue to Rindy. He covered his hurt face, showing a sad expression, while the girl turned to leave. Rindy stepped on the transparent thread, counting silently, 1, 2, 3. The length of the thread was limited, and after the girl took 2 steps forward, the thread reached its end. As she continued walking, the pin yanked her dress zipper down. In the next moment, the girl's clothing slipped off, revealing her nearly naked body. Everyone's attention was already on her. And with her exposure, all the men in the venue, young and old, fixated their gaze on her. Some even whistled lewdly. Meanwhile, several agents monitoring the scientist momentarily lost focus and glanced at the girl. 2 other agents disguised as waiters blocked the scientist's body and the camera, while the scientist crawled on the ground towards a catering cart, as per Ruan Linjun's instructions. An agent disguised as the scientist, Xian Niao, quickly got off the cart and switched places with the scientist. Chapter 189 Beta Foreign agent suddenly sensed something was off and turned around to see the scientist crouched down tying his shoelaces. "Mr. Mo, what are you doing?" The agent codenamed Xian Niao looked up at him without speaking. His expression clearly indicated, "Can't you see for yourself?" The foreign agent, seeing Xian Niao's expression, felt a bit relieved. Although he sensed something was amiss, he didn't think much of it. Ruan Linjun slowly pushed the food cart to the back kitchen. But when passing by a storage room, he directly pushed the cart inside. At that moment, the true scientist, Moan, crawled out from under the white cloth of the cart. After a while, 2 other agents appeared, and they began to make up Moan to look like a somewhat plump woman. Soon, the 4 of them transformed into 2 couples, walking out of the hotel one after the other, and hailed a taxi to leave. Will the person replacing me at the venue get caught? How will they leave? Moan was a bit worried about the comrade disguised as him. "Don't worry. They will leave safely too," Ruan Linjun replied. Xian Niao stayed at the venue for more than 10 minutes before claiming he was tired and wanted to return to his room to rest. The agents were extremely strict in watching him. Once he entered the room, they stood outside keeping an eye on him. Aside from not being handcuffed, Xian Niao felt no different from a prisoner. Rindy also returned to the hotel and rummaged through the rooms where the hosts had not yet returned, stealing many valuable items and even changing into a new outfit. After all, his current task was to attract fire, the more intense the better. For this, Rindy specifically found a small suitcase to store his loot. He took beautiful jewelry, some cash, and even a gun. In one guest room, Rindy found several books and notes, and upon seeing the owner's signature, he was pleasantly surprised to discover it was that of a Nobel Prize winner. No way. he thought. Even if I take it, I can't show it off, so better not. However, he did take the person's cigars and cigarettes, as it seemed he hadn't had those for a long time. When he opened another room, he found two people engaged in a passionate activity. The moment Rindy entered, they froze, and he felt awkward upon seeing them. Sorry, excuse me. Please continue your performance, he said as he walked straight through the room to the balcony and climbed over to another guest room. The startled couple began shouting for the waiter, but unfortunately, when the waiter arrived at the balcony, there was nothing to find. After some calculations, Rindy arrived at the upper room of Xian Yao's room. He fashioned a rope out of the curtains and dropped it down. Hearing the commotion, Xian Yao, who was pretending to sleep in the room, opened his eyes. He quietly approached the door to listen, discovering the agents outside were watching TV. He then went to the bathroom inside the room, turned on the faucet, and let the water run loudly. Next, he climbed barefoot up to the window and up the rope to the upper level. After Xian Yao climbed up, Rindy tossed him some clothes and shoes. I wonder if anyone will take photos tonight and catch your backside, Rindy teased. Xian Yao shot him a glance and replied, Are you ready? Rindy nodded. Just as the two were about to leave, the door opened, and a middle-aged Caucasian man walked in. What? He saw Rindy and Xian Yao and immediately recognized Xian Yao. Rindy quickly glanced outside. There was no one there temporarily, and just when he was about to knock the middle-aged man out, the man spoke first. I won't tell anyone. I know about the situation where you were taken hostage. Are you planning to leave now? Xian Yao nodded. The middle-aged man glanced at him, took out a notepad, wrote down some numbers, and handed it to Xian Yao, saying, This is my relative. He works at the customs. If you encounter any trouble, perhaps you can ask him for help. Thank you, Professor. Xian Yao was aware of the middle-aged man's identity and immediately took on the role of the scientist, MON. After Rindy and Xian Yao left, the middle-aged man shrugged helplessly. Hopefully, this world won't have so many wars. How wonderful that would be. Competition between countries often inevitably pulls many innocent people into conflict. The middle-aged man was one of those innocent individuals. He had seen many young people act rashly due to national ideologies and had also witnessed friends forced into conflict because of war. Rindy and Xian Yao left the hotel in a somewhat concealed manner. After all, they were bait and needed to leave while also laying a trail. Indeed, 20 minutes after they left, the agents outside MON's room sensed that the sound of running water inside was too orderly and began to suspect something. After calling out several times with no response, an agent burst into the room and found it empty, with the bathroom unoccupied and the window wide open. He immediately shouted, Not good. The target has escaped. At that moment, Rindy and Xian Yao were driving a stolen car on the highway near the city, planning to cross the border into another country. They chose not to fly to give their enemies false hope of capturing them. As long as they could hold on for another 2 or 3 hours until the real MO and boarded a plane and left, they could drop their disguises and disappear. The car ran out of gas shortly after, and they stopped at a gas station to refuel. Xian Yao deliberately showed his face in front of the camera. After refueling, Rindy called Wan Linjun and learned that they had arrived at the airport and were preparing to board, which reassured him. However, at some point, the sky lost all starlight, dark clouds obscured the night sky, and then thunder and lightning erupted. The weather forecast for this place is terrible. Rindy was somewhat speechless. He had specifically checked the weather forecast, which said it would be sunny for the next 2 days, and yet this happened. Do they think it's a reliable forecast? Xian Yao remarked. The weather forecast here is just a guess, right? It all depends on luck. Just then, heavy rain began to pour down, and their old car could hardly see the road ahead, as the wipers were broken. What to do? Xian Yao was also troubled. Would this rain affect the flight? What if the enemy realized this was a diversion tactic? There's a light over there. Let's head to that building to wait out the rain and see how the enemy reacts. They drove toward the building by the roadside. But as they got out of the car to knock on the door, a rumbling sound came, resembling thunder or the sound of thousands of galloping horses. The heavy rain obstructed their vision, and just as they were on guard against the source of the noise, a white line charged toward them from a distance, filled with menace. Damn! A flash flood. Rindy finally realized what that white line was, but it was too late. Chapter 190, a small boat quietly floated on the water. Come on, hurry up. Rindy scrambled up the building in front of him. Xian Yao wasn't as agile as Rindy, but with his help, he managed to climb onto the wall just as the flood was approaching. The two of them ran towards the roof, while the flood swept away their vehicle and destroyed some fragile items. The wall and roof were extremely slippery, and several times they nearly fell off. The rain was getting heavier, and in the blink of an eye, everything around them was submerged. What now? Xian Yao asked, wiping the rain off his face. He only occasionally participated in field tasks, and it was his first time encountering something so thrilling. Rindy looked at the house beneath them, which seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and felt worried, unsure how much longer it could hold. It seemed there was no one inside. They hadn't heard any sounds coming from within for a long time. How are your swimming and diving skills? Rindy asked Xian Yao. Xian Yao nodded. They're okay. Rindy pulled a flashlight from his small suitcase and turned it on, but it only illuminated a couple of meters around them. You actually brought this? Xian Yao asked curiously. Isn't it a strong light? Yeah, it came from the hotel. Rindy replied. The flood has passed, but the current below is still strong. I see a tub. Where? Over there, Xian Yao pointed out. It looks like a bathtub. Feeling unsafe in their current position, the two discussed and decided to try to reach the bathtub. Just as they were about to enter the water, the house suddenly collapsed, and both fell into the water. Rindy bit down on his small suitcase and swam towards the bathtub, with Xian Yao closely following. They struggled against the rushing current and finally reached the bathtub. Rindy climbed up first, but Xian Yao, having less stamina, struggled to hold onto the side of the bathtub. Rindy reached out to help him, but the bathtub began to spin due to their combined weight, and Xian Yao lost his grip and was swept away by the current. Damn! Rindy exclaimed in shock. He hurriedly stripped off all his clothes and dove into the water to chase after Xian Yao. Fortunately, Xian Yao managed to grab hold of a wooden plank nearby and avoided sinking. When Rindy swam over, he used his belt to secure Xian Yao's shoulder and pulled him back towards the bathtub, which had drifted to the other side. Xian Yao was pushed onto the bathtub, and he barely managed to climb up himself. By September, the weather in Munich had already turned cold. After being in the water for a while, Rindy didn't feel cold, but once he was on the bathtub, he suddenly felt his hands and feet become icy. If he had stayed in the water for a few more minutes, he probably would have been in serious trouble. Putting on his wet clothes felt uncomfortable. The two big men couldn't stretch their legs in the bathtub and were almost squatting. Xian Yao picked up a round basin from the water and started scooping water out of the bathtub, while Rindy used his hands to splash water out. After a while, both of them were exhausted and sat down to rest. The rain should stop in about an hour, Rindy said, looking at the sky. Well, I didn't get killed by the enemy, but I nearly drowned, Xian Yao laughed. Help! Help! Suddenly, the two heard a cry for help. The bathtub had drifted to a street corner, where they saw a person clutching a piece of wood and calling for help. The two quickly paddled over and pulled the person into the bathtub, which was now completely full and sinking significantly. Thank you, thank you. The man in the middle of the bathtub expressed his gratitude. Just as he lifted his head and saw Rindy and Xian Yao, he froze. As he was about to pull a gun from his pocket, Rindy jabbed him in the lower back with an object. Don't move. This person turned out to be an agent monitoring MON, and he must have come here in pursuit of Rindy and Xian Yao. The man froze at Rindy's sudden action, and Xian Yao searched his pockets, retrieving a handgun and a communicator. Rindy took the handgun and then withdrew the flashlight he had been pressing against the man's lower back. Just a scare, he said to the man, 2 against 1. If you try anything, we'll throw you overboard. The man nodded slowly, glancing at Rindy and then at Xian Yao, and said, You're not Mr. Mo. At this moment, Xian Yao's makeup had long worn off, and the man realized that Mo might have been rescued long ago, understanding that these two were bait. The three of them were squeezed into the small bathtub, floating along with the current, and soon the water in the bathtub started to rise again. Rindy looked at the man in the middle and said, Take off your shoes and scoop out the water. Huh, hurry up. The man had no choice but to struggle to take off his shoes and started scooping water out with them, but the amount was too little. Watch out. That house is going to collapse, Xian Yao shouted, and the three of them immediately began scooping water and paddling, or rather, paddling the bathtub. They narrowly avoided the whirlpool created by the collapsing house. At this moment, the man's communicator rang. Rindy picked it up and threw it directly into the water. The man shrugged helplessly and said, You should have asked them to send a boat before throwing it. Never mind, keep scooping water. My legs are numb. I'm numb too, the man muttered quietly. I used too much energy in the water earlier. Rindy's legs were also sore, but he wouldn't admit it. Be careful, there's a small waterfall ahead, the man suddenly shouted. Rindy and Xian Yao also saw a flow of water resembling a drop-off of more than 10 meters ahead. The three of them quickly paddled in the opposite direction. But unfortunately, they had nothing to paddle with, The only thing they had was the man's shoes. Hurry, take off your shoes too. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. 3 men squatting in a bathtub, holding their shoes as paddles, desperately trying to row through the water. However, their speed was no match for the rushing flood. After struggling for a long time, they only managed to shift the bathtub slightly away from the center of the current. And soon the bathtub was swept over the drop-off, and the 3 of them fell in. The bathtub crashed heavily into the water and rocked a few times, but surprisingly didn't flip over. The 3 of them exhaled in relief, lucky to have survived. However, at this moment, all 3 of them had lost their shoes. Now, what were they going to use to paddle? But the 3 of them relaxed too early. Just then, a large tree came crashing down from upstream, and they started to dig in the water with their hands, trying to steer the bathtub away from the tree. The bathtub spun and grazed the edge of the tree, being carried forward by the current. The 3 of them were so focused on looking back to see if anything else was coming that they overlooked what was in front of them. Ren-D turned his head and saw a huge billboard tilted across their path. "Duck!" Ren-D shouted, instinctively speaking in his native language. Xian Niao immediately crouched down. But the other person, not understanding, turned his head and slammed face first into the billboard, then was swept into the water by the force of the impact. Ren-D didn't have time to save him. The man was pulled under the water. Chapter 191: The Watchful Eyes of the Divine. On September 17th, heavy rain and flash floods struck Munich, blocking city roads, with hundreds missing and thousands left homeless. Yang Loi didn't expect that the police who came looking for her were from an international law enforcement organization. They were there regarding a health product contract recently signed by Tianqing Group. Old Yang's carefully selected partners turned out to be a group of scammers, and their production base was not in the West, but in the underdeveloped region of Africa. What industrial foundation could there be in Africa? Even the medical standards lag behind the rest of the world. What high-tech products could they possibly manufacture? Were they developed by people using their feet? Yang Luai found it somewhat amusing and frustrating. Why couldn't the police have arrived sooner? Old Yang had already paid 1/5 of the contract amount to the other party. And now the police were saying that the health products they received were all counterfeit. Customs had also seized the containers delivered to Tianqing Group, and she would need to make several more trips to the police and customs for detailed procedures to recover the defrauded funds. Yang Luai suddenly felt that if Ren-D had been present at the signing of Old Yang's contract, he could have exposed this scam. She found herself thinking about Ren-D again. Yang Luai touched her belly. Despite her recent insomnia, the little one inside was lively, kicking at the same time every afternoon, as if reassuring her not to worry. Yang Luai could not wait for the moment she would meet her child in 5 months. She looked forward to discovering whether her baby was a boy or a girl and eagerly anticipated the sound of her baby's cries. She imagined whether the child would resemble Ren-D more or herself. "Manager." A knock came from the office door. "Come in, what's wrong?" "Manager, please take a look at the headline news. I don't know who leaked the information, but the internet is full of claims that our health products are all fake and substandard." "What?" Yang Luai was startled. She hadn't mentioned the counterfeit health products to any of her employees, only to Yang Tianqing and a few senior executives. How did this information get out? Moreover, those health products had never even entered Tianqing's warehouse before being confiscated. Who was spreading rumors behind her back? Yang Luai quickly opened the web page to check the news her secretary mentioned, and the entire internet was filled with negative stories about Tianqing Group. How could this happen? How could this happen? Yang Luai was shocked by the sudden surge of news online, which swept across the entire internet. There wasn't a single platform that wasn't discussing their brand. Their health products were seized by customs, and Interpol got involved in the investigation, using misleading tactics. Products that hadn't been launched were falsely presented as if they were already on the market. Who could be so malicious? Yang Luai suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach and collapsed to the ground, clutching her abdomen in agony. "Manager, what's wrong with you?" The secretary noticed something was off with Yang Luai and shouted urgently, "Quick! Someone call an ambulance! Hurry up! Host, are you still alive? If so, please make a sound. If not, make 2 sounds." Ren-D, groggy, saw the system's dazzling text flashing in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was still lying in the bathtub. On the other side, Xian Niao was sleeping awkwardly. He woke Xian Niao up and noticed that the sky was bright and the rain had stopped. Ren-D took out his phone from the small suitcase, only to find that water had gotten inside it, rendering the phone unusable. He had no idea if Wan Linjun and the others had safely left. The water has receded? Xian Niao opened his eyes and glanced at the water flow outside the bathtub, then froze in shock. Temporary worker. Temporary worker, look outside. While Rendi was organizing the small suitcase, he emptied out the water and repacked his belongings. Following Xian Yao's pointing, he looked outside and was taken aback. The two of them had fallen asleep out of exhaustion, and unexpectedly, after a night had passed, the water had receded, leaving the bathtub stuck on someone else's rooftop, specifically on the roof of a church. Meanwhile, on the ground, a group of people was busy moving bodies in the open space in front of the church, completely unaware that a bathtub was still perched on the church roof. After dawn, Wan Linjun and 4 other agents escorted Mon onto a plane. They would arrive in Paris in 3 hours and then transfer to fly back to Tianxia. Rendi and Xian Yao climbed down from the church roof in full view of everyone and landed amidst the priest's shocked exclamations. "Oh, it seems you two must be blessed children." The priest looked at them with shining eyes. Rendi and Xian Yao entered the church, stepping on the damp floor to pay respects to the statue of the Virgin Mary. After changing clothes with the priest, they planned to take their leave. "Wait, children." The priest suddenly called out to Rendi, saying, "Child, you are being watched by the divine. May you always walk the right path. Even when the divine no longer aids you, do not lose faith. That is the final test." Rendi felt as if the priest was hinting at something. Although he didn't fully understand, he thanked the priest. A nun approached the priest and asked, "Father, what did you see in that person?" "The existence of the divine." Rendi didn't hear the priest's final words and was unaware of the small cursor hidden in his line of sight. "How do we proceed now?" Xian Yao asked. Rendi scratched his head. "It's impossible to drive through the border now. The heavy rain at the border has caused more severe damage than here. You just heard the broadcast, right? How about we take a plane or a ship? I guess we want to be able to get plane tickets. Let's take a ship to the next area and then transfer back." After discussing, the two decided to head directly to the port, but before that, they planned to find a place to eat. However, everywhere was affected by the disaster, and shops and restaurants were closed. Just when they were about to give in to their hunger, they encountered patrolling police officers. Under the guidance of one officer, they ended up at a school set up to accommodate the displaced. Since the road to the port was temporarily cut off, they had no choice but to stay there for the time being. The food for the displaced was quite poor, consisting of a vegetable soup with various mixed vegetables and some hard, cold bread. Rendi found it hard to bear and, after finishing his first meal, volunteered to help with cooking. After showing off his skills a bit, he quickly gained the authority to lead the kitchen. That night, everyone's stomach was conquered by Rendi, to the point that many started calling him a magician because he could make delicious meals with simple ingredients, turning even the unappetizing ones into something incredibly tasty. Chapter 192. While Rendi was moving a bucket of milk, he suddenly lost grip for some reason, and the lid fell off, spilling milk all over the kitchen floor and turning half of it white. "Ren, what's wrong?" A worker beside him noticed his state and asked, "Are you too tired? Do you want to take a break?" Rendi was nudged a couple of times before he finally snapped back to reality. "You're too tired. Go take a rest." "Huh. Oh." Rendi left the kitchen. Although he had been busy all day, he felt particularly tired while helping out in the kitchen. However, just now, for some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy and uncomfortable. "Rendi." Xian Yao saw Rendi looking distracted and pulled him aside. "What's wrong?" Rendi hid his discomfort and asked Xian Yao, "I just have a feeling that something big is about to happen. We should head back quickly. I heard that the road will be open by this evening." Xian Yao replied, "It's been 2 days. I wonder how things are over there." The two fell silent and began packing their belongings, preparing to leave as soon as the road was cleared. This sudden and unusual downpour mirrored his current feelings of unease. "What? You're leaving?" When the displaced heard that Rendi was leaving, they all showed sad expressions. "Oh no, if you leave. We won't have such delicious food anymore. Oh my God, this is worse than death. Just think about the terrible food I've eaten for the past 20 years. Run, I hope you come back after you leave. You will always be our good friend. Come back to visit often." Some offered their blessings to Rendi, while others gave him gifts they had on hand. Rendi left with Xian Yao, pulling a suitcase full of sausages and cheese while being seen off by everyone. "Wow, how much is this box of red sausage worth?" Xian Yao smiled and said, "I suddenly feel that doing tasks with you is really interesting. Hee basic skills." Rendi looked at the items in his hands and smiled. It was essential not to return empty-handed, otherwise, every task would just be a one-way trip, and no amount of savings would be enough. That night, the two took the ferry across the sea to the neighboring country. then bought plane tickets and waited at the airport to return home. After ensuring that Moan was safely sent back home, Ruan Linjun submitted the report and then heard Yin mention something about Yang Luoi. After being urgently treated, Yang Luoi called Yin for help. As she was a senior sister recognized by Rendi, she wanted assistance regarding Tianqing Company and her child. Ruan Linjun wasn't very clear about the situation with Tianqing Group, but after seeing various pieces of information online, he sensed that there was a hidden hand stirring up trouble. Was this simply a move to undermine Tianqing Group, or was it a diversion aimed at Rendi? As an agent, it was destined that one could not live a normal life. Now that Rendi's family was involved in such matters, how could he work with peace of mind afterward? After Zhang Donglai learned about this incident, he simply said a few words, "Go ahead and investigate." So Ruan Linjun and Yin discussed and decided to approach the issue from two angles. Yang Luoi lay in the hospital bed, dazedly gazing out at the scenery. She had lost her child. How she had longed for that little life to come, but unexpectedly, just a moment of emotional unrest led to the loss. When Yin entered the ward and saw Yang Lui, her eyes were lifeless, and she looked like a black and white photo that had lost its color, devoid of vitality. Luoi. Yin gently called her name, saying, "If you don't pull yourself together, if Rendi sees you like this when he returns, he will be sad." Sisterin. Yang Luoi finally came to her senses and looked at Yin, tears silently falling down her cheeks. "Stop crying. Your eyes are turning into peaches. You're almost crying like a dead fish." Yin's playful words made Yang Luoi chuckle a bit as she looked at her elder sister. Yang Luoi grabbed her finger and placed it on her face. "Sisterin, sometimes you remind me of my mom." Yin smiled and said, "I have a younger brother who was very mischievous when he was little. The adults at home were busy, so I raised him. That's why it feels like an older sister is like a mother to you." Yeah, Yang Luoi thought of her troublesome younger brother. Their relationship was not good, and they had never looked after each other. "We went to your company and found listening devices and surveillance equipment." Yin said, "So? The situation in your company is not due to internal leaks, but rather direct monitoring." "Huh?" Yang Luoi exclaimed in surprise. "Who is it? Who has such a big issue with us?" "It's a pharmaceutical company from the capital. They plan to launch a new health product. But your Tianqing Group's market share is too large. They initially wanted to listen in on your plans, but unfortunately encountered the counterfeit drug incident. Afterwards, they bribed internal customs staff to obtain direct evidence. So, this matter won't involve anyone else." "That's good. That's good." When Yang Luoi first heard that there were dark forces plotting behind the scenes, her immediate reaction was that someone wanted to harm Rendi. However, now that she knows the answer, she feels much more at ease. Yin looked at Yang Luoi's relieved expression and chose to withhold the remaining information. There is indeed a rival company involved, but there are even bigger dark forces behind it, which she felt was unnecessary to tell Yang Luoi. However, the punishment of that pharmaceutical company could be seen as a form of retribution for Tianqing Group, which is a good thing. "And yeah, when will Rendi come back?" Yang Luoi suddenly remembered that she had lost her child. How should she tell Rendi this news when he returns? What should she do? "Don't cry." Yin felt helpless seeing Yang Luoi cry again. She and Ruan Linjun did not have children yet, and couldn't understand what it felt like to have a child in their womb. Yang Luoi knew she shouldn't cry, but she couldn't help it. The tears just flowed. She felt the world turn gray again. Without her child, would Rendi still treat her well? Their love's fruit just vanished so simply before her eyes. Was it her fault that she harmed the child? Yang Luoi cried herself to sleep, and Yin went to find a doctor. "I see that the patient previously had severe depression and has been doing relatively well for more than a year. However, after this incident, it is highly likely that it will relapse. I hope the family can take turns caring for her. And it would be best to take her out for walks every day. Do not leave the patient alone." "Understood." Yin nodded, but since Rendi had not returned, it was uncertain how effective anyone else would be in caring for Yang Luoi. Chapter 193. A Clash of Titans. "I don't care how you fight among yourselves. I don't care who rises or who falls, but you absolutely must not bring this political struggle to my subordinates." Zhang Donglai shouted into the phone in his office. "If you go to any lengths for money, then we would have eliminated all the wealthy people in the world long ago. I warn you one last time. Don't force me to take sides." Bang! Zhang Donglai slammed the phone down on the desk. When will this endless internal strife come to an end? After venting his anger, he still felt no less furious. He picked up a cigar from the table, clipped the end, and began to smoke. This cigar was brought back by Rendi, with various brands, all of which highlighted one word: expensive. Ren Di brought back so many useful things, making outstanding contributions to the country. Unfortunately, with the upcoming change of leadership, he would soon retire, and those who were ignorant of the situation actually wanted to take his position at the Xi'an Bureau ahead of time. Thus, they set their sights on Ren Di, who had the fastest promotion and the least experience in the Xi'an Bureau. They were all brainless fools. Is Ren Di inexperienced? Yes. He has only been here for 13 months up to today. Is Ren Di easy to bully? Anyone who truly knows his achievements would never say that, nor would they dare to say it. After smoking an entire cigar in the office, Zhang Donglai finally changed his position to sit more comfortably. Under the observation of the heavens, a microcosm of heroes battles within a speck of dust. On the web of chaos, ephemeral beings cling to each other, and only when they are exhausted do they cease. Ren Di and Xian Niao boarded a flight, which was not a direct route to the capital. They had to first stop in another city before transferring. By the time they returned to the capital, it was already past 10 at night. Ruan Linjun drove to the airport to pick them up. Upon seeing Ren Di and Xian Niao, he stepped forward and hugged them. "Welcome back, brothers. Finally made it. Oh, you have no idea how we've been these past few days." Ren Di immediately started complaining. "We almost drowned in a flood." "Almost." Xian Niao laughed. "We got lucky and found a bathtub, which floated us all the way to the roof of a church." Ruan Linjun broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. That sounds just like Ren Di. When they arrived at the lodge, after the debriefing, Ren Di planned to drive straight home. Ruan Linjun stopped him. "Ren Di, are you planning to go home?" "Yeah, it's already this late. Isn't your wife going to be worried? What if you scare her when you come back in the middle of the night?" "Oh, I forgot. I just wanted to get home as soon as possible. It makes me uneasy not seeing her." Ren Di scratched his head, having genuinely forgotten that they now had 2 children. "Let us go back to the dorm and sleep. And I'll tell you something." Ruan Linjun put his arm around Ren Di's shoulder and walked towards the dorm. Noticing Ruan Linjun's unusual demeanor, Ren Di asked, "Did something go wrong with the mission? You don't look too happy." No. MON has already returned to the Academy of Sciences," Ruan Linjun replied. "It's something else. The director asked me to talk to you, but I don't know how to start." "What is the matter? Is it serious?" Ren Di's expression gradually turned serious. "What is wrong with the director? Just tell me." "The director wants me to go to another city as the branch manager, and I won't have anyone to drink with anymore." "Damn, you scared me. Is that all? And you talk about it like it's life and death." Ren Di playfully punched Ruan Linjun, laughing. "Isn't that a good thing?" "Good thing? I can't sit in an office. He said I have to spend at least 5 years in the office before I can return to the capital as a deputy director. And then I can become a director." "Are you bragging? Future director, huh? Bragging, are we?" Ren Di chased Ruan Linjun down the corridor, both of them making a ruckus, while Ruan Linjun rubbed his shoulders and laughed. The next day, when Ren Di woke up early to prepare to go home, Ruan Linjun mentioned that he was with Yang Luoi and Yin. At home, Ren Di saw the drastically thinner Yang Luoi and Yin and Yang Tiancheng. What is going on? His mind exploded the moment he saw Yang Luoi. "Where's the baby? How come Yang Lui's big belly is gone?" "Someone took him," she replied, "and he had only been gone for less than a month. How could Yang Luoi have lost so much weight?" Ren Di. Yang Luoi's first reaction upon seeing him was to want to hug him, but she abruptly stopped. "Our baby is gone," Yang Luoi said. In October, the red leaves of Xiangshan looked like flames burning across the mountains. Ren Di walked slowly with Yang Luoi along the mountain path, quietly appreciating the beautiful scenery. "Ren Di, look over there. Someone is taking wedding photos." Yang Luoi pointed at a few people in the distance and said, "Wow, that woman's wedding dress is so beautiful. It's bright red." Ren Di also noticed, but the bride's heavy makeup overshadowed her grace, making it look quite uncoordinated. He said to Yang Luoi, "The bride looks pretty, but her elegance is ruined by that awful wedding dress and makeup. If it were an egg yellow dress or a water blue one, the photos taken here would probably look much better." "Really?" Yang Luoi couldn't see it, but she believed whatever Ren Di said and nodded. You have the best taste." Nearby, some tourists overheard their conversation and rolled their eyes, caught off guard by the sweetness. "Let me tell you a joke. A couple took photos with a fainted shark after getting married." "Why is that?" "Haha, isn't it silly? They're taking fainted shark photos." Yang Luoi laughed. "I've heard this story before. This is the 3rd time you've told me." "Hey, who else has told you?" Ren Di was surprised. Besides himself, who else could have shared jokes with Yang Luoi? Was someone trying to take his place? "Of course, it's Njia. Haha, she told me all the jokes that Captain Ruan shared with her when you weren't around." "Oh, And yeah, then that's fine. Huh. Yang Luoyi looked at Ren Di, puzzled, wondering what he meant. At the top of the mountain, the two sat together on a rock, gazing at the distant scenery. Ren Di, when my health improves in a few days, can we have another child? Yang Luoyi held Ren Di's hand, her voice trembling slightly. For some time now, Ren Di had been by her side, never mentioning children. But she knew he cared about having kids. Once, when she got up at night, she found him sitting in the nursery they had prepared for their child, murmuring apologies to the baby and her. Ren Di patted Yang Luoyi's head, but didn't answer. Did he want children? Yes, but not right now. Beep. Urgent mission. Chapter 194 The Meaning of Existence. Today's news. On the evening of October 9th at 7:12 p.m., a serious car accident occurred on Wui Road near the Chinese Academy of Sciences, involving a small truck and a private car. The truck driver died on the spot, while 3 passengers in the private car, apart from the driver who also died immediately, were pronounced dead on their way to the hospital. The identities of the 3 passengers have been confirmed. One is the internationally renowned quantum physicist Mon, who had just returned to the country. Another is physicist Wang Zitao. And the third is PhD student Shi Chonglai from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. On their way home, Ren Di and Yang Luoyi heard the broadcast. Today is October 10th, marking the 20th day since he was assigned to rescue Mon back to the country. Wang Zitao is the scientist he saved on the subway. Shi Chonglai, though he didn't know him, was presumably also very impressive, being with Mon. Ren Di drove expressionlessly while Yang Luoyi looked out at the scenery. Babe, if you feel bored, why not go back to Yanqing? You can chat with Yi Hong, you can play games together. Now, he is quite valued at home. His father has arranged for him to work at a public institution. Yang Luoyi said, it's not like before when no one cared about him. Ren Di shook his head, realizing that it would be better to build a relationship from the start. Yang Luoyi continued, originally, he planned to have a child as a godfather, and I even told him to lose weight because of his poor image, but now he doesn't have to lose weight. Are you leaving again? When Ren Di finished telling her to return to Yanqing, Yang Luoyi sensed Ren Di's thoughts. Well, if you want to go back, then go. If you don't want to, then don't. I just hope you are happy. We have plenty of time, at least 30 or 50 more years together. There's no rush for a child. Wait until you adjust your body and mindset. I'll take a year off to accompany you. And we can go for prenatal checkups together, attend parenting classes together, and have prenatal education classes for the child, okay? Good. The 2 hands held tightly together. Yang Luoyi looked at Ren Di's handsome profile and recalled her mother's words before passing. Find an ordinary person to live a good life together. He doesn't have to be handsome or wealthy, but he must treat you well. Ren Di was not wealthy or powerful when she first liked him at a glance. But gold will always shine. Now he has become so dazzling that she feels somewhat overshadowed. What's wrong? You look pale. Are you feeling car sick? Ren Di noticed Yang Luoyi's bad complexion and asked with concern. No, it's just that. Ren Di, will you love me forever? Silly. Who can live forever? But as long as I live one day, I will love you one day. Is that answer satisfactory? Not satisfactory. There's a song called Love Even After Death. Why can't you learn from it? That's for the living. It doesn't apply to the dead. Ren Di laughed and said, you've stuck to me like a stubborn adhesive since the beginning. I can't shake you off. It said that since we can't resist, we should just lie down and enjoy it. So, I have to enjoy it. Having a beautiful and wealthy woman pursuing me every day is a fortune that many people can't hope for in several lifetimes, right? Yang Daxia? Disgusting. You are the adhesive. No, you're the stinky mess. I accidentally stepped on you. Right. You stepped on me, so I will cling to you for a lifetime. Are you ready to be my wife for a lifetime? Ren Di, I love you. I love you too. At the station of the Summer Peace Bureau, in Zhang Donglai's office, Ren Di selected 2 new team members to supplement the Grim Reaper team. However, the ones he chose were not the most outstanding newcomers, but the bottom 2 in overall ranking. Why these 2? Zhang Donglai asked. You could choose better ones. They are the most suitable, Ren Di said, looking at Zhang Donglai. Mon and Wang Zitao have died. Zhang Donglai did not respond. He didn't know what to say. Politics is like this. Throughout human history, the lesson learned repeatedly is that experience is not learned. Director, what are we? What is the meaning of our existence? Ren Di asked, then suddenly smiled and said, humanity always needs some sacrifices to awaken and remind the world. I suddenly understand why the Grim Reaper team is called the Grim Reaper team. Zhang Donglai suddenly saw the shadow of another person on Ren Di. That was the shadow of the first-generation director when the agency was established. After death comes rebirth. The Grim Reaper brings hope, using his own blood and that of the enemy. Zhang Donglai reached out to remind Ren-Di. Ren-Di, don't mess around. I won't mess around. By the way, I want to take the Grim Reaper team for a drill. Drill? What drill? What do you want to do? Director, I'm a hacker expert, right? What do you think I want to drill? At this moment, Ren-Di had returned to his usual self, but Zhang Donglai knew this kid had a vengeful character. Having suffered a big loss, how could he remain indifferent? It's just taking the new team members to practice around the country. Here's the list. I'd appreciate it if you could notify them so we don't hurt feelings. Zhang Donglai looked at the so-called list and immediately twitched. Ren-Di directly said, the big boss has already agreed. Huh, when did you contact the big boss? Director, do you think my Golden Shield medal is just for show? I have that qualification. Others don't. Zhang Donglai was startled. The big boss is involved too? This is getting serious. No casualties. Ren-Di squinted and smiled. When I joined the Grim Reaper team, I was dragged all over the place. Now with 2 new team members joining, as the captain, I have to treat them well. Beep. Urgent mission. Complete the initiation ceremony for new recruits. Capture the relevant personnel and give them a good beating. Mission reward, none. Mission penalty, none. On October 12th, just like when Ren-Di joined the team, the 2 newcomers were directly picked up by a helicopter and flown in the sky. Li Runin, female, 23 years old, graduated from a top IT major, a daring hacker who once breached a certain space agency's database. She has an average appearance but can dress up to look like a small beauty. Her flaw is that she talks too much. Sang Seer, male, 25 years old, a military academy graduate, selected to join a special forces unit but exited for personal reasons and was recommended to the agency due to his suitable appearance for field work. However, his language skills are slightly lacking. He currently only speaks one foreign language, English. Chapter 195. A show of authority. Wow, this is so thrilling. Li Runin kept shouting after getting on the helicopter, seemingly bursting with endless energy. Li Runin, stop shouting. If you can't control your mouth, I don't mind sending you back. Ren-Di said to Li Runin, you 2 are newcomers, without even a code name. This time is an assessment for you. If you pass, you can join the Grim Reaper team. If not, I will return you. Li Runin stuck out her tongue. She was just a little too excited. She had originally thought she would be assigned to some remote place for internal duties, but unexpectedly, she was noticed by the Grim Reaper team, while the top graduate, Bu Huan, was not selected. Sang Seer, on the other hand, was staring intently at Ren-Di, waiting for him to give orders. This is our target for this mission. You 2 assist in obtaining his information, then formulate a plan to capture him. Ren-Di sent the target information to the 2's work tablets. Ah, it's actually a major. Li Runin widened her eyes and exclaimed, are we invading our own network? I have already received authorization. This is both an exercise and a real operation. Ren-Di replied, you have 1 day. Hey, Sanchier scratched his head. This task is a bit difficult. Infiltrating a military camp to capture someone. Ren-Di didn't care about their thoughts. Lowered Enyan's altitude a bit, and then dropped the 2 of them down before turning back to the armament department. What do you see in these 2? Enyan suddenly asked Ren-Di. Sisterin, the Grim Reaper squad is only reliable when they've truly become Reapers. What do you mean? Just wait and see. On October 13th, Li Runin breached the base's network defenses, creating an opportunity for Sanchier to infiltrate. However, Sanchier was recognized due to his face after entering the camp, resulting in the failure of their first mission. When Ren-Di and Enyan entered to retrieve the person, Li Runin and Sanchier were in the cafeteria eating. They were so startled by Ren-Di's entrance that they dropped their buns. Captain, you seem to be in a good mood. You can still eat. Ren-Di stared at the 2 with a blank expression and said, let's go. Don't embarrass yourselves here. Yes. The 2 stood up to leave. But the camp's commanding major came out smiling at Ren-Di. Major Ren, shouldn't you let them finish their meal before leaving? It's shameful to waste food. Ren-Di looked at him with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. This person belonged to a certain faction and was one of those Ren-Di wanted to hit. He wanted to seek justice for his wife and children, and for those who sacrificed themselves for the country but were ruined by their own people. If he couldn't kill, then he would use another way to tell them not to provoke him. Then I must thank you for your hospitality, Major. The Major took a few steps back under Ren-Di's cold gaze. In terms of seniority, he had been in the military for at least over a decade. But in terms of achievements, his medals didn't weigh as much as even one of Ren-Di's. After leaving with the team, Ren-Di opened his notebook in the car to grade Li Runin and Sanchier's actions. Seeing Ren-Di's movements, Both Sanchier and Li Runin felt a bit of dread, hoping they wouldn't really be sent back. That would be too embarrassing. Captain. Ren Di shot a sideways glance at Li Runin, who was too scared to speak. The car sped down the highway, time passing little by little, and the pressure in the hearts of the two newcomers increased, their faces turning pale. And Yen looked at them through the rearview mirror, a slight smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Ren Di's intimidation tactics were effective since he was not much older than the newcomers. In fact, Sanchier was over 3 months older than Ren Di. And with Ren Di's youthful appearance, he had to use this method to establish authority. The car stopped at a service area, and they went to the restroom. And Yen stretched her body and asked Ren Di, "Is your face not stiff?" "It's numb. Clenching my teeth and trying to look cool is really not my strong suit." Ren Di rubbed his cheeks, feeling a tingling sensation that made him lose awareness of his chin. Outside the restroom, Li Runin grabbed Sancer and said, "Hey, don't you think the captain is terrifying? He radiates an aura of menace." "No, I don't sense any hostility, but he certainly has an indescribable presence. What if I really get sent back? It's over. Just say a little less, and maybe you'll be kept." Sancer also felt that Li Runin was a bit too loud, so he ignored her and strode away. Ren Di frowned as he watched Sancer walk. He had an overwhelming military aura that needed to be toned down. When they arrived at another military base, he said, "At the second location, I'm going in with you. This time, I'll show you how the mission should be executed." Saying this, he opened his laptop and hacked into the base's network, taking control of the power system. Although it was daytime and electricity usage was low, Ren Di still managed to trigger a short circuit. Suddenly, flames erupted within the base as electrical facilities caught fire. Hearing the alarms blaring, Li Runin's mouth dropped open in amazement as she watched Ren Di's actions with wide eyes. Despite the chaos inside the base, Ren Di accessed the surveillance system to locate their target. He then got out of the vehicle with Sancer, handing him a communicator and a front-facing camera, saying, "Watch closely how I do this." Li Runin fumbled to take the laptop and adjusted the settings to display the footage. Ren Di led Sancer in a wide circle around the base. Based on previous surveillance and environmental assessments, he had roughly calculated the layout of the buildings. Without any tools, Ren Di and Sancer climbed over the electrified fence. Sancer was stunned by Ren Di's agility, thinking, "Is this even human? The captain is way more flexible than any of us." Once inside the base, Ren Di walked confidently down the path, occasionally crouching or hiding to avoid patrolling soldiers, all while still in civilian clothes. When they reached the back of a building, Ren Di remotely instructed Li Runin to disable the base's PA system, causing various alarms to blare throughout the facility, alerts for weapon storage, air raids, and soon, fire alarms. At that moment, the base commander was already aware of the special military exercise taking place and that an enemy had infiltrated. He began directing soldiers to guard various checkpoints and changed into a soldier's uniform to blend into the crowd, as this exercise would conclude with his capture. Chapter 196. Torture, damn it. No sense of martial ethics. The base commander, trapped in a sack, struggled helplessly, cursing incessantly. After venting his frustrations on the sack for a while, Ren Di stuck a note that read "dummy" on it. This method, which was not very harmful but extremely insulting, came to him after entering the base. Initially, he wanted to give this guy a good beating to release his anger, but he found this approach to be even more satisfying. Sancer watched the still pupil sack beside him and glanced at Ren Di, then cautiously stepped back, not daring to get too close to Ren Di. Their team leader was too terrifying. Clearly, there were several opportunities to capture the opponent. Yet he toyed with them like a cat with a mouse, gradually breaking down their psychological defenses before dealing with them in this manner. It would be so amusing to strip the opponent, stuff them into a sack, and beat them up until someone discovered it. "Let's go?" Ren Di clapped his hands, casually tossing the base leader's clothes onto the nearby wall like trash, waiting for someone to notice. Sancer followed Ren Di, secretly wiping his sweat. The leader was incredibly strong. It felt like this infiltration mission was just a game to him, utterly lacking in challenge. Ren Di snapped his fingers and exited the base, and the sentry at the door seemed oblivious to his presence, staring straight ahead. It wasn't until Ren Di snapped his fingers again that the sentry snapped back to reality. In the following time, the Grim Reaper squad stealthily attacked 12 military bases one by one. Each base leader was subjected to various humiliations, sackings, hanging from trees, and some even bound and displayed at the base entrance. Each time, Ren Di showcased his skills like a master gamer and taught the two new recruits how to respond in different situations. Before long, The two new recruits only had eyes for Rindy. Whatever the captain said was absolute, whether it was to go east or not west. To walk instead of take a car. In early November, when Rindy returned to the ZN Bureau and handed over the so-called combat footage from the past month to Zhang Donglai, Zhang's face was beaming with laughter. Haha, what were you thinking? Hanging them up and putting them in sacks? The people from the military district all came to plead with me, wanting you to spare their subordinates. Haha, as long as they are convinced. If they provoke me again, it won't just be a simple sack. I will draw blood. Over the course of more than a month, although Rindy's anger hadn't diminished much, the situation had become widely known. The backing of the big boss made him realize his worth and let others know it too. Rindy suddenly recalled the times he was bullied when working odd jobs because he had no connections. Now, even as an agent backed by the state, he had still been severely bullied once. Why do people always walk the same path? All right, have we played enough to come back to work? Zhang Donglai put away his smile and said, how are those two new recruits you've trained? Good enough, quite obedient, and they seem to be lucky for me. No bad luck so far. Thinking of Wu Bin, Rindy still felt a shiver down his spine. They might have been arch-rivals in a past life. He had never seen anyone else suffer misfortune like he did when they were together. Well, we have a task for you. Our informant has contacted a NASA employee who wants to sell some important data on space shuttles, but the authenticity of the data cannot be determined. We need you to protect an expert for a trip. If a deal can be made, great. If not, ensuring the expert's safety is the priority. Understood. This time, the task involves attending the World Aerospace Exhibition in Gaul, with Rindy and others going as tourists, while experts will follow the exhibition team from Tianxia. The exhibition is scheduled for mid-November, giving Rindy and his group a few days to familiarize themselves with the location. After notifying the meeting time, Rindy returned home. Yang Luoi ultimately did not go back to Yancheng, but continued to stay in the capital for work. Having not seen each other for a while, Yang Luoi's mental state had improved a lot. That evening, when Yang Luoi saw Rindy waiting for her at home, she was both surprised and delighted. Rindy had brought flowers, and Yang Luoi hugged him and showered him with kisses for nearly 10 minutes until she could hardly catch her breath. Wow, what made you think of giving me flowers today? She asked, snuggling in his arms, feeling incredibly happy since it was the first time Rindy had bought her flowers. Isn't October 27th last year a special day? Even if it's a bit late, it still deserves to be commemorated, Rindy said, stroking Yang Luoi's head. Yang Luoi immediately understood. That day last year was when they first opened up to each other and spent their first intimate night together. You're so annoying. Yang Luoi's face turned as red as an apple, burying her face in the flowers. It was her first time, and looking back, she felt a bit wild, laughing at herself. That night, Rindy and Yang Li once again passionately enjoyed their time at home, the bed creaking under the pressure, as if protesting the treatment it was receiving. Finally, as the bed seemed ready to give way and the mattress was about to collapse, this stormy session of passion came to an end amidst their sighs. Yang Luoi lay in Rindy's arms with dreamy eyes, drawing circles on his chest and occasionally tugging at a hair. Hey, why do you keep pulling my hair? Rindy, drowsy, was jolted awake by the sharp pain. And looking at Yang Luoi's radiant face, he suddenly remembered an old saying. A woman at 30 is like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger. At 50 can sit on the ground and eat dirt. At 60 eats people without spitting out bones. At 70 leans against the wall to catch mice. And at 80, even a cannon is outdated. He thought about how he was still young and energetic, but wondered if the future would be a bit tough. Should he prepare in advance? Maybe he should start consuming goji berries every day. Hee, I'm so happy, Yang Luoi said. By the way, Rindy, how many days will you be back this time? I have a business trip in a couple of days. Business trip? Where to? To Gaul. The Gaul World Health Products Exhibition is from November 18th to 25th, and our Tianqing group is participating. I need to go early to set up the exhibition hall. Rindy nodded, surprised that his dear one's business trip location coincided with his task. Should he tell her that he was also going to Gaul? After thinking it over, he decided not to say anything. He was worried that given Yang Luoi's nature, if she found out he was also in Gaul, she might end up following him again. Sigh, having someone who loves you so much can sometimes feel like a heavy burden. However, if the task is completed, it would be nice to accompany, bow to have some fun in Gaul. Rindy rubbed Yang Luoi's head and said, sleep well. Good night, baby. Chapter 197. A Dangerous Night. Gaul. The Bourget Airport in Paris has been a sacred place for aviation and aerospace exhibitions over the years. After Rindy and the others disembarked at Charles de Gaulle Airport, they found a guest house hotel. At this time of year, there are many activities and festivals across Gaul, and Paris is the main host of these events, so the number of travelers is greater than usual. Hotels are hard to book, and prices for accommodations are rising daily. Rindy suddenly felt an impulse to retire and run a guest house. They were staying in the 10th district, while Bourget is in the 8th district. The expert who was dealing with NASA staff also had a security personnel in the team. This security person was visible while the death squad operated in the shadows. The first 3 days were dedicated to the aviation exhibition. Rindy and the others visited Bourget to watch the aircraft performances and wandered around the venue, occasionally trying the proud delicacies of Gaul. Speaking of which, the escargots de Bourgogne are not tasty tzac, but the foie gras is delicious. Rindy spotted that NASA staff member at the exhibition, but it seemed that there was also security or personnel from another agency accompanying him. Rindy began to suspect whether this was some kind of scam. "Hey, system, do you know whether this is real or not?" Rindy asked the system, which had not made an appearance for a while, but there was no response. The cursor blinked, playing dead. "Sigh, the most useless system in the world is you." Insufficient energy, unable to analyze. After being insulted, the system popped its head out. "Do you still need energy? I didn't hear you say anything about it before. What kind of energy do you want? Solar or nuclear? Or should I prepare gasoline for you? Please, host, do not worry about this system. Its energy is full. Thanks a lot," Rindy said helplessly, having lost this round of banter with the system. "Captain, we have new information." Lee Runin suddenly came to Rindy's side. The transaction's time and location were officially confirmed, and Rindy felt a bit worried upon seeing the location. It was actually a restroom inside the stadium of the Gaul versus Finland football match, and the time was set for 10 o'clock at night. Such a place would be crowded and complicated, and the behavior of the audience could be quite uncivilized. Rindy scratched his head, wondering what kind of person had come up with such a troublesome transaction location. However, he began to arrange the task, aiming for a smooth transaction while ensuring the expert's safety as a priority. After drafting several escape plans, Rindy finally breathed a little easier. However, planning was one thing. On-site inspection was another. Since tickets for the match were hard to come by, Rindy decided to hack into the network to obtain internal staff identities for himself and Saint-Cyr, while Lee Runin and Yin would provide support outside. The stadium was quiet during the day, with not many people around. Rindy and Saint-Cyr spent 3 to 4 hours in the designated area, checking for any dangerous items. In the end, they inspected every restroom in the venue and installed miniature surveillance cameras. In the evening, experts entered the stadium accompanied by security personnel, while Rindy and Saint-Cyr moved around nearby. Soon, a large number of spectators filled the venue. But Rindy was unable to gather any information about the traitor despite observing for a long time. When the game started, Rindy instructed Lee Runin to monitor all mobile signals in the area. Halfway through the match, the expert received trading information, and Lee Runin was able to roughly locate the traitor's position. Saint-Cyr pushed a popcorn machine over, speaking in somewhat clumsy Gallic while observing the other party's reaction. The traitor, blocked by Saint-Cyr, seemed a bit displeased and hurriedly complained before heading to the restroom. After observing for a while, Rindy noticed that no one was following the traitor, which eased his mind a little. It seemed that the transaction was indeed a personal action and not a trap, so he also followed into the restroom within the stadium. The expert was accompanied by security, and 5 minutes later, the transaction was completed. The security personnel and the expert returned to their seats, while the traitor also returned to his seat, looking somewhat excited. It appeared he had received a very satisfactory sum of money. Rindy and Saint-Cyr continued to move casually around the area, and neither side noticed their presence. However, after the expert completed the external transaction, as Rindy and Saint-Cyr planned to dismantle the micro-device, Lee Runin sent a message. "Captain, I've discovered some unusual situations." "What do you mean?" "I just detected some strange signals. Decoding the content will take a few more minutes. But these signals are coming from different locations, yet there are only 3 receiving points." "What are the 3? Rindy dreaded such unexpected news. But he was also accustomed to the fact that the biggest surprise in a mission was the absence of any surprises. "The first is here, the stadium. The second location is a square in Paris. The third location is a very famous restaurant." Rindy pondered what was special about these 3 places and what the signals meant. Saint-Cyr suddenly interjected, "There are a lot of people in those 3 places." Upon hearing Saint-Cyr's words, Rindy immediately became alert and quickly said, Execute the first evacuation plan immediately. Crowded places are prone to incidents. Sang-Sie'er was startled by this, and, following Rindi's lead, quickly changed out of his work uniform and found the expert and security personnel, who were still pretending to watch the game in the audience. "Gentlemen, we need to leave now." The expert was confused by Rindi's words and didn't understand what he meant, but the security personnel immediately reacted and followed Rindi out. "What is going on?" the expert asked, puzzled. "Aren't you on our side? Didn't the transaction succeed? Why are we leaving?" Rindi ignored the two and ordered Li Ruo to keep a close watch on these signal changes and to notify him as soon as they were decoded. Yang Luo arrived in Paris on November 12th. Unlike Rindi, she had booked a hotel near the square in advance, as it offered a view of the Eiffel Tower and the Arc de Triomphe, making for a very beautiful scenery. "During the day, we set up for the exhibition on site, and at night, we can enjoy the beautiful scenery here. The light shows every evening are truly enchanting." "Manager, are you going out for a late-night snack?" Yang Luo's assistant secretary knocked on her door, excited after finally having some time to herself after a busy day. "It's not very safe to go out this late. After all, this place is not as secure as in our home country, so I won't go." "Oh, but I saw online that it's fine. Plus, we're just eating at a restaurant near the square. It should be okay, right?" "Manager, are you really not going?" Yang Luo was also a bit hungry, and, seeing her secretary and a few other employees, thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go. Gather everyone. We'll eat nearby and come back. Today I'm treating." "Hooray. You're the best, manager." Chapter 198 Terrorist Attack. Rindi led the experts out. Although they had exited early, there were still many people outside the stadium. He guided them through the crowd to where Yin was waiting for them. It was a 7-seater SUV, and once they got in, the experts suddenly exclaimed upon seeing Yin, "Aren't you the taxi driver who brought us here?" "Captain, the information has been decrypted. Take a look." Li Yanin, sitting in the back seat, held out a laptop with the decrypted information for Rindi to see. Rindi's head nearly exploded upon seeing the information. It was another alert about a terrorist attack. Mufeng, switch routes to the southwest corner. Terrorists plan to carry out attacks in 3 locations. And we have only 3 minutes left. "Okay." And Yin turned the steering wheel and started driving toward the parking lot exit. But when they entered the street, they were blocked by a large crowd. Many people hadn't bought tickets but chose to watch the live broadcast outside the stadium to feel the atmosphere. The noise was deafening, and the road was occupied by all kinds of people. Some sat on car roofs, while others climbed onto billboards. And Yin honked the horn but couldn't get through. Reluctantly, Rindi and Sang-Si got out of the car to disperse the crowd in front of them. However, their actions were a bit slow, as terrifying sounds of explosions and gunfire came from inside the stadium. The various screens broadcasting the live football match outside relayed these sounds and images of explosions in real time, causing the crowd to panic. The scene grew more chaotic, and gunfire and screams were heard from within the crowd. Rindi and Sang-Si got back into the car, and Yin maneuvered through the crowd, finally reaching the first intersection to escape the dangerous area when sirens began to sound around them. Due to the evening match, the local police had dispatched patrols to prevent fan disturbances, and now it was proving useful. However, the police were soon overwhelmed by the panicking crowd, and those malicious individuals took the opportunity to throw explosives into the densely packed areas. And Yin ran a red light, leading everyone to escape that area. "Captain, the road ahead is blocked. The police seem to have sealed off that side." Li Runin had been monitoring the routes and discovered that this road was no longer passable. "Turn around and head towards the main avenue. Keep circling." Rindi looked at the map, planning the optimal route in his mind. "You immediately called the embassy to urgently contact the local Chinese community to ensure their safety. Chatty, you continue to monitor the enemy's movements and road safety." Rindi pulled out some parts from the car and quickly assembled 2 nail guns. Due to strict gun control, and with the recent surge in tourists, local police were quite strict, so they hadn't managed to obtain any lethal weapons. However, these 2 nail guns could provide some level of protection for everyone. It was unclear how long those terrorists had been planning. They even managed to get explosives. Rindi suspected they might have bribed some officials or taken a route involving foreign legions. 15 minutes later, the vehicle arrived at the square. There were more police along the way, and most tourists were being stopped for checks, with ambulances stuck at intersections. At this time, instead of dispersing the crowd, they were conducting inspections. Weren't these people out of their minds? Li Runin commented on the situation at the intersection, saying, "What if someone throws a bomb into the crowd? It would be disastrous." Hearing this, Ren Di felt a sudden twitch in his eyelids. "Everyone, get down!" Ren Di shouted, and then a deafening explosion erupted nearby. The car windows shattered, and everyone felt a ringing in their ears. Then came the gunfire, causing further chaos in the crowd, with screams and people collapsing. The air quickly filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood. At that moment, Yin drove the car onto the opposite lane. The vehicle tilted as it scraped by the roofs of other cars through a narrow gap. Ren Di thought that even he might not be able to pull off such a maneuver under these circumstances. The car made a sharp drift at the flower bed in the center of the road and then headed towards the main square. "Where are we going?" "To the embassy." The expert in the car was terrified. If it weren't for the security personnel present, he would have already screamed. The surroundings were chaotic, and shops on both sides had been raided by masked individuals, the sounds of smashing and looting creating a tense atmosphere. Some people even deliberately kicked over trash bins to block the vehicles, while others ran into the road shouting and yelling. Yin almost collided with a woman who suddenly ran across the street. He swerved, but ended up crashing into a streetlight. The car was immediately damaged and unusable, and he hadn't expected such a situation to arise. Ren Di tossed a nail gun to Sang Seer and then said to everyone, "Get out of the car. We need to run. We're not far from the embassy." The expert nodded, but his physical condition wasn't as good as the others, even with help. He couldn't run for long. "Carry him." As soon as Ren Di finished speaking, Yin immediately picked the expert up on his back, and the group set off again. However, they soon realized the situation was even more serious. Some buildings were on fire, tourists were running around in confusion, and some troublemakers were recklessly attacking the crowd with sticks, with cries and piercing laughter intertwining in the chaos. A baseball bat swung towards Ren Di and several others, and Ren Di immediately raised his hand to shoot. The distance for the nail gun was short, but its lethality was significant. That person collapsed instantly, clutching their arms and legs while wailing, "No! Help!" Various languages echoed around, and Ren Di heard familiar Mandarin. He turned to see a girl in a red dress being dragged into a dark corner by the roadside. Sansel also witnessed this scene and immediately looked at Ren Di for confirmation. Ren Di nodded, and Sansel rushed over to rescue her. However, the group did not stop and continued to run forward. At this moment, Li Runin felt a bit tired. Her stamina was ultimately not as good as others. The security guard noticed this and directly pulled Li Runin's sleeve to help her along. "Keep up, don't fall behind," Ren Di shouted. Paris was in complete chaos, with rampant looting and crowds crying out everywhere. Soon they spotted the Arc de Triomphe, getting closer to the embassy. Just then, a loud explosion echoed, and a small mushroom cloud rose into the sky, the red flames more blinding than the lights around. Cries erupted from the crowd, and the moment Ren Di saw the flames, he threw himself over Yin and the expert to shield them. The shockwave from the explosion overturned the pavement and severed nearby power lines, yet horrific wounds were still visible on the injured around them. Chapter 199. Nothing is more important than a loved one getting up from the ground. Ren Di found a gash on his forehead, blood streaming down and obscuring his vision with a layer of crimson haze. And Yin had also sustained minor injuries, but the expert was unharmed, well protected. Li Runin, cradled in the security guard's arms, was also fine. "How is everyone? Is anyone hurt?" Ren Di felt a bit dizzy, and at that moment, Li Runin said, "Captain, we're okay, but your head looks serious." "I'm fine. Keep running." Ren Di raised his nail gun, hoping to spot any threats in advance. They were currently at the intersection of the Champs-Élysées and Rue de la Paix. Just a few hundred meters south would lead them to the embassy. Despite everything, they kept running, but the closer they got to the embassy, the more people were on the road. It seemed many knew the location of the embassy and came seeking help, as the locals were known for being friendly. While running, Ren Di took out his work phone, suddenly remembering that his family member was also in Paris. With such a major incident occurring today, he wondered if she was safe in her hotel. The phone rang multiple times but remained unanswered, causing a wave of anxiety to rise in his chest. Eventually, the call still did not connect, and Ren Di felt increasingly restless, daring not to lose focus. When the group reached the embassy, it was already crowded, with many people gathered, waiting for rescue. While others kept making calls to share their experiences or express their feelings of survival after the disaster, Ren Di ensured that others were protecting the experts while he began to hack into the network to locate Yang Luo's phone. Eventually, the map indicated that her signal was near a restaurant. Ren Di set off towards the destination and encountered Sang Seer, who was returning with a group of people. Sang Seer was supporting a girl with many others following behind. Captain, these people are from a tour group. They scattered during the attack. At that moment, Ren Di felt a surge of irritation. He wanted to find Yang Luoyi, but Sang Sier's words seemed to warn him not to forget his identity. Take them to the embassy district. There are guards there. Saying this, Ren Di dashed ahead without looking back. The location of Yang Luoyi's phone signal was very close. As he approached the signal's location, he noticed that the streets were littered with trash and discarded items, indicating the chaos that had unfolded there. Yang Luoyi! Yang Luoyi! Ren Di shouted, his voice carrying far but receiving no response. Yang Luoyi! The restaurant was in ruins, its doors and windows unrecognizable. The floor strewn with debris and blood, and several bodies lay grotesquely in the middle of the establishment. Ren Di found a smashed phone under a table. It was Yang Luoyi's. The absence of her presence here suggested she had fled during the incident. Ren Di felt a slight easing of his heart, but it quickly tightened again. Where could Yang Luoyi have gone? Would that timid girl be too scared to know what to do? Yang Luoyi, where are you? Ren Di shouted, suddenly realizing that despite his numerous skills, none could help him be by his loved one's side or assist her. Yang Luoyi, where are you? Yang Luoyi. Losing his composure, Ren Di began searching the surroundings for clues. Captain, I found public footage near the Andre Museum. Li Runan suddenly called out to him. Thank you. Ren Di responded, showing rare gentleness towards the newcomer. He immediately ran towards the Andre Museum, but not far from where he started. He saw terrorists with AK rifles shooting at a group of tourists hiding in a store. Just as Ren Di was about to find another route, the police arrived, surrounding the terrorists and deploying smoke bombs. The enemies seemed to anticipate their imminent demise, beginning to fire indiscriminately in all directions. Ren Di took cover behind a large tree, pinned down by the overwhelming firepower. A woman's scream pierced the air, causing Ren Di's heart to skip a beat. The voice sounded somewhat like Yang Luoyi, but also different. At that moment, Ren Di's mind was in disarray. He lost his calm and feared missing something crucial. After the terrorists were shot by the police, the people inside were rescued. Ren Di rushed over to see if Yang Luoyi was among them. Yang Luoyi, are you there? Yang Luoyi, you big fool, are you there? Who are you? Do you know our manager? A weak female voice came from behind Ren Di. A bloodied woman looked at him and asked, do you know Luoyi? Where is she? Is she safe? Ren Di grabbed the woman's hand and quickly asked, where is she? Tell me fast. The woman instinctively cried out in pain from Ren Di's grip. She and the others were separated by the crowd, and when they ran, she headed north. After hearing this, Ren Di dashed off without even having time to say thank you. He suddenly realized that no task or responsibility could compare to the safety of his loved one. If something happened to Yang Luoyi today, he would never find peace in his life. Meanwhile, Li Runan heard the commotion and hurried to check the video and help Ren Di find the person. However, the video footage was too chaotic to identify specific individuals. Ren Di was like a headless fly, running and shouting, but he was intercepted by the police again. The area ahead was still dangerous, and the police wouldn't let him through. Boom. Another violent explosion erupted, sending building debris flying. The police were startled and instinctively recoiled. Ren Di pushed past the officer blocking him and rushed inside. Yang Luoyi, Yang Luoyi, he shouted, but there was no response. Suddenly, he felt that Yang Luoyi was nearby. So he ran toward the center of the explosion. Yang Luoyi, are you there? He called out, and then a faint voice reached his ears. Ren Di heard it. He quickly searched, and the surrounding police had also come in to assist the injured. Together, they cleared away the debris and found Yang Luoyi trapped under a beam. Luoyi, Yang Luoyi, please don't die. Ren Di rushed to pick her up, but found her legs still pinned beneath. Ren Di, Yang Luoyi's eyes lit up when she saw him. Is it really you? I'm not dreaming, right? It's me. It's me. Ren Di held her tightly. At that moment, Yang Luoyi was covered in dust, one arm twisted awkwardly, and blood was oozing from her abdomen. Medical personnel were nearby trying to bandage her wounds, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Get away. Let me do it. Ren Di angrily pushed them aside and began to bandage Yang Luoyi's injury himself. Yang Luoyi, hang in there. Don't forget you still have to give me a child. Don't die. Don't die. Yang Luoyi smiled, her eyes fixed on Ren Di. Finally, her leg was freed, and she was lifted onto a stretcher. Ren Di held her hand tightly. As the stretcher was carried out, a loud shout suddenly came from the crowd being guarded by the police. This is all your president's fault. Everyone should die. Ren Di turned to see a man pull a grenade from his pocket and remove the safety pin. It was a suicide attack. No, don't. Various languages felt powerless at that moment. When Ren Di saw this scene, he immediately threw himself onto the stretcher, using his body to shield Yang Loi from the explosion. His face was pressed against hers as their eyes met, and Yang Loi smiled. I love you. System emergency reset. Gaul, Paris local time, November 16th. A terrorist attack resulted in 323 casualties and about 200 injuries, including a citizen from a certain country. A certain country, Yang City. It's already April, and the temperature has reached around 27 or 8 degrees. The budding trees by the roadside look a bit wilted from the sun. Ren Di suddenly jumped up from the bed in the rented room, shouting, Yang Loi. Suddenly, he realized that the environment around him was wrong. How could it be daytime when it was clearly night? And this cramped little room, the mottled walls, and the broken window without any glass were very familiar. This place, ISNT at the small room he rented back in the day. Ren Di rubbed his eyes, and everything in his mind seemed to vanish quickly like retreating seawater. It felt like he had just had a dream, a very real dream. A long and somewhat sad dream. Just then, Ren Di suddenly noticed a very small light spot appearing in front of him. That light spot seemed to flicker, but also seemed to be still. Ding. Super Temporary Worker System. Yindi, the villains of the Grim Reaper Squad. I want to completely forget you. The next time I think of you, I won't cry anymore.